18 years of forbearance, awakened in a single day. When everyone mocked him for being just an intermediate support, Song Chen looked at the words on his panel: unique god-tier talent, endless limit break, 1 skill point per second, skills can be infinitely upgraded, and smiled. Support? What support am I going to play? Watch him use the trashiest class to deal the most explosive damage, solo hell difficulty dungeons, and shock the entire world. In the Xia Kingdom, Yunhai City, Yunhai 3rd Middle School's playground, students who had reached the age of 18 were awaiting their transfer ceremony. Song Chen, a reincarnator who had awakened his past life memories, knew he had died in his previous life from staying up late playing a hacked game. This world was a fusion of game and reality. Abyss gates opened, monsters invaded, and humans needed to awaken classes and enter secret realm dungeons to level up and fight back. Classes were divided into combat, support, and lifestyle, further categorized into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold tiers. The transfer formation was set up, and Principal Shang Guansheng announced the start of the ceremony. Class 1, Chang Wei. A white light flashed, low-tier lifestyle class, chef. Chang Wei looked disappointed, but his classmates comforted him, saying the legendary chef of Xi and Dongfang also started as a chef. Next, Chen Yuan. A tall, beautiful girl stepped into the formation, glancing at Song Chen. Song Chen's deskmate, Wang Yang, nudged him with a mischievous grin. A pillar of red light shot up from the formation. Damn, red elite class. The students were envious. Information about red tier classes and above was confidential. The specific class was unknown. Principal Shang Guansheng was thrilled. Chen Yuan emerged, her expression even prouder, and walked straight to Song Chen. Song Chen cut her off. Stop. You want to break up, right? I have no objection. He knew what Chen Yuan, now an elite class holder, would say. Women would only slow down his monster clearing and leveling speed. Chen Yuan, surprised, then sneered, at least you know your place. She turned and left. Wang Yang was dumbfounded. The surrounding students gossiped. Song Chen. It was the turn of Song Chen, the top student of his grade. Wang Yang cheered him on, hoping he would put Chen Yuan in her place. Chen Yuan also lingered, not expecting Song Chen to awaken anything good. A green light flashed in the formation. Intermediate support class, Aura Master. Just a support Aura Master? So what if he's top of the grade, he's still just supporting others? Mockery arose. Chen Yuan sneered and left. Song Chen, however, was calm. As long as it wasn't a lifestyle class, an Aura Master could still be a support. He checked his attributes. Name, Song Chen class, Aura Master level, 1. SCR, 10 AGI, 10 SPI, 15 CON, 10 DF, 10. Skill, Burning Aura, Yellow Tier, 1 star. Talent, Unique Endless Limit Break, LV. 1 skill point per second. Skills can be infinitely upgraded by consuming corresponding skill points. Skill points, 10. An ordinary Aura Master, ordinary stats. But seeing the talents section, Song Chen froze. A unique god-tier talent. 1 skill point per second, skills infinitely upgradable. This? What support am I going to play? Song Chen knew that Awakeners received 5 initial skill points, then 1 per level. Allocating points was crucial, but his god-tier talent removed this concern. As he pondered, his skill points had risen from 10 to over 200. Burning Aura, Yellow Tier, 1-star single target skill, deals 75 total damage over 5 seconds, applies 10% grievous wounds, costs 10 MP, 60 CD. He tried adding 1 point. The damage doubled to 150. Excited, he began to pour in points. Consume 9 skill points. Burning Aura, Yellow Tier, 1 star. Burning Aura, Yellow Tier, 2 star. Damage 750. Each star upgrade cost 10 more points than the last. 1 star was equivalent to 10 levels of proficiency for ordinary classes. Consumed 20 points. 30 points. 40 points. Skill upgraded. Burning Aura, Yellow Tier, 4 star. Blazing Aura, Yellow Tier, 5 star. Consumed 90 points. Blazing Aura, Yellow Tier, 9 star. Blazing Aura, Yellow Tier, 10 star AoE skill, deals 7,500 total damage to 10 targets over 5 seconds, applies 20% grievous wounds, costs 10 MP, 30 CD. Over 500 skill points accumulated in 8 minutes were spent. The skill changed from single target to AoE, with damage reaching 7,500. At only level 1, this was immense power with great future potential. At this time, Wang Yang also completed his transfer. Intermediate combat class, Knight, a tanky damage dealer, quite popular. The ceremony ended. Most were lifestyle classes, about 50 awakened combat or support. The principal was satisfied. especially with an elite class emerging. He announced that the novice dungeon would be open to students, and the college entrance exam was in 3 days. Lifestyle class students were recruited by guilds outside the school. Combat and support class students discussed teaming up. Wang Yang invited Song Chen, but Song Chen declined, saying he had things to do. Wang Yang assumed Song Chen was upset by the breakup. Other students whispered similarly. Song Chen was unfazed. He needed to go home and add more points. Song Chen returned to his uncle's home, where he had lived since his parents died in a dungeon. Inside, his aunt, Dingli, was callously telling his uncle, Song Tao, that Song Chen should fend for himself now and not hinder their own daughter, Xiaoyu's, future. Song Tao hesitated, but Dingli was firm. The door opened, and Song Chen entered. Song Tao looked awkward. Dingli bluntly told Song Chen that since he had graduated, he should move out and support himself, as they couldn't afford his university fees. Song Chen calmly nodded. Aunt, don't worry, I'll move out tomorrow. Back in his room, his skill points had reached over 1,600. He continued upgrading, consumed 100 skill points, Blazing Aura, Yellow Tier, 10 star, Blazing Aura, Xian Tier, 1 star. Consumed 200 points. Skill upgraded. Blazing Aura, Xian Tier, 4 star, Searing Aura, Xian Tier, 5 star. Consumed 500 points, Searing Aura, Xian Tier, 5 star, Searing Aura, Xian Tier, 6 star area skill, deals 12,000 total damage to enemies within a 60 m diameter over 4 seconds, applies 30% grievous wounds, costs 10 MP, 15 CD. With 1,600 skill points, the skill upgraded again, dealing nearly 12,000 damage. Still, Song Chen felt it wasn't enough. The 4-second duration and his low defense were weaknesses against bosses. He checked an online trading platform for Aura Master skill books, but they were expensive. He quietly exited. His bank balance was 9,033 yuan, saved from part-time jobs. He decided to continue upgrading his main skill. His goal for tomorrow: upgrade the skill to Earth Tier, reduce casting time, and insta-kill monsters in the Novice Dungeon, aiming to solo clear Hell difficulty and take first place again. The next morning, consumed 60,000 skill points, Searing Aura, Xian Tier, 6 star, Demonic Flame Aura, Earth Tier, 10 star area skill, instantly deals 23,000 damage to enemies within a 300 m diameter, applies 50% grievous wounds for 300s, costs 10 MP, 2 CD. Remaining skill points, 62. Instant damage of 23,000 was enough for the Novice Dungeon. Song Chen took a bus to the Novice Dungeon entrance. It was crowded with about 300 transferees from Yunhai City's 6 high schools. Principal Shang Wanshang led the group. Students were either discussing tactics or recruiting teammates. Wang Yang invited Song Chen again. Song Chen still refused. Soloing is faster for leveling. Wang Yang reminded him that support classes were risky solo, but Song Chen mentioned having a return scroll. Wang Yang lamented that elite classes like Chen Yuan had dedicated escorts for leveling in advanced dungeons. Song Chen was indifferent. Wang Yang proposed a leveling competition, which Song Chen confidently accepted. Shang Wanshang advised students to team up for safety. Noticing Song Chen alone, he questioned him. Song Chen insisted on soloing. The principal reluctantly agreed, warning him to use the return scroll if in danger. Other students whispered that Song Chen, just an ordinary aura master, was soloing due to the breakup. Song Chen ignored them. The novice dungeon had 3 difficulties: normal, nightmare, and hell. Most novices crowded the normal entrance. A few experts tried nightmare. The hell difficulty entrance was empty. Song Chen received his teleport scroll and dungeon pass, walked straight to the hell difficulty portal, and stepped in. The queuing students were stunned. Shang Wanshang, chatting with other principals, nearly choked on his tea. Huchuan, principal of First High, asked in surprise, "Which school is that student from? Daring to enter hell difficulty, is it a rare class?" Shang Wanshang awkwardly admitted it was his student. Huchuan congratulated him. Shang Wanshang sighed, "What if I told you his class is just Aura Master?" The other principals looked baffled, wondering what had driven Song Chen to such recklessness. Shang Wanshang regretted not stopping him. "You have entered the hell difficulty dungeon, Beast Forest." Song Chen passed through the portal into a lush grassland, the outermost, safest area of the dungeon. The clear condition was to kill all monsters. He saw no monsters nearby but wasn't concerned. His Earth Tier, 10-star Demonic Flame Aura was now a 300 m radius instant damage skill. He activated Earth Tier, 10-star Demonic Flame Aura. A ring of fire spread out. Damage numbers popped up where nothing seemed to be: minus 23,000, minus 22,960. Hidden monsters were instantly vaporized. Killed LV. For Pinecloud Rat, EXP plus 40. Killed LV. 6 Prairie Wolf, EXP plus 70. Your level has increased to 2. A flood of EXP notifications. He reached level 2, 190 to 200, all stats plus 4, for free attribute points. His spirit increased, and skill damage rose to 28,500. He walked forward about 300 steps, used the skill again, and reached level 3, 231 over 500. His spirit was now 23, skill damage over 34,000. The final boss was only level 10, with around 5,000 HP, one skill could kill it multiple times. After 2 more skill uses, he was close to level 4. He entered the denser forest in the middle part of the dungeon. Trees were tall, visibility low. For burly steel-bristled boars charged him, but his demonic flame aura vaporized them instantly. Killed LV. 7 steel-bristled boar, EXP plus 86. Killed LV. 8 whip tree, EXP plus 92. Your level has increased to 4. The forest also had LV. 8 whip trees disguised as ordinary trees, but his indiscriminate AoE made them irrelevant. He cleared an area, encountered a dozen more whip trees, and reached level 5. In the valley's heartland, at LV 10 boss, the Crimson Flame Tiger, warily eyed the valley entrance. Songchen appeared, glanced at the boss's stats, HP 5000, and said seriously, "I'm in a hurry, please die quickly." He activated Earth Tier, 10-star, Demonic Flame Aura. The Crimson Flame Tiger was instantly engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes. The clear reward didn't appear. An unwilling roar came from deeper in the valley, then silence. Songchen's skill range covered the entire valley. The hidden boss hadn't escaped. Killed Dungeon Boss LV. 10 Crimson Flame Tiger, EXP plus 500. Killed Hidden Boss LV. 12 Demonic Lion Tiger Beast, EXP plus 1000. You have cleared the Hell Difficulty Dungeon, Beast Forest. Clear time, 10 minutes 52 seconds. Rating, SSS. Reward, Hell Difficulty Dungeon First Clear Treasure Chest. Boss drops automatically looted. Your level has increased to 6. Outside the light gate of the ordinary level dungeon, a long line still stretched on. At this moment, the principal of Yunhai No. 3 Middle School, Shang, was feeling a bit restless. If Songchen really encountered any accidents in the Hell level dungeon, he, as the principal, would definitely be held accountable. Principal Shangwan, don't worry too much. That kid still has a return scroll. If he really encounters any danger, he can come out. He Dian comforted. I think, Shangwan, you are too lenient with the students, otherwise such accidents wouldn't happen, another principal interjected. Shangwan. Shang's expression darkened. When he comes out, I must have a talk with his parents. I've never seen such a reckless student. Wang Yang, who was still in line, overheard their conversation and felt quite worried. He was afraid that something might happen to his good friend inside. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have mentioned Chen Yuan. Who knew it would provoke him like this, he lamented. Just then, on the light screen at the entrance of the novice dungeon, an announcement suddenly flooded the screen. Congratulations to Yunhai No. 3 Middle School Songchen for clearing the Hell level dungeon for the first time Monster Beast Forest. Clearing time 52 minutes, ranking first on the Hell level dungeon leaderboard of Daxia Country. The crowd outside the dungeon looked up at the announcement, all petrified in place. Especially the students from Yunhai No. 3 Middle School, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. They hadn't even entered the ordinary level novice dungeon yet, and someone had already cleared the Hell level dungeon. Wang Yang, is that Songchen from our class? I can't be seeing this wrong, teammate Qin Shay couldn't help but ask. Wang Yang snapped back to reality from his shock. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, his expression was quite something. They had even said they would compete on who could level up faster, and here he was, not even having entered the door, while someone else had already cleared it. Who else could it be? We saw Songchen go in with our own eyes, Wang Yang said, with a bitter smile. But when did an intermediate support class manage to solo a Hell level dungeon? Qin Shay asked, puzzled. You ask me, who should I ask? Wang Yang shot him a glance and fell silent. Meanwhile, Shang, who was anxiously pacing back and forth, was pulled by He Dian. Shangwan, look over there, is that Songchen your student? Shang followed his end. After seeing the scrolling announcement, he was momentarily stunned. His mouth gradually opened wide, frozen in place. What the hell, Shangwan, what kind of luck did you have to teach a student who can solo a Hell level dungeon? Another principal from a different school said sourly. To solo a Hell level dungeon, he can't be a legendary class student, right? Shang, you're not being fair, keeping this from us, He Dian said, somewhat dissatisfied. Shang held his chin with his hand, weakly saying, if I told you that the intermediate support class who just ran into the Hell level dungeon is Songchen, would you believe me? Principal He Dian's eyes widened. You mean the student who cleared the Hell level dungeon for the first time is just a support class? It should be noted that no one had ever cleared the Hell level novice dungeon here. Moreover, this person not only cleared the Hell level dungeon alone but also did it in just 10 minutes. Did he think he was just strolling around in there? This is a support class? Who would believe that? Inside the dungeon, Songchen did not rush to come out. He first checked the loot dropped by the bosses in his backpack. When he killed those small monsters earlier, there had been no equipment drops. Now, having taken down 2 bosses, he had directly obtained 2 pieces of equipment. Finally, his efforts and sweat in the dungeon were not in vain. Of course, it was also because the drop rate in the novice dungeon was too low. After all, this was a place for beginners to level up. If it weren't for the hell level difficulty, Song Chen probably wouldn't have received such generous rewards. There were a total of 2 blue quality pieces of equipment in his backpack. They are Tiger Tooth Pendant, Blue Advanced Equipment Category, Accessory Level Requirement, Level 10 Attributes, Spirit plus 15, Agility plus 10. Special Effect, increases skill casting. Speed by 50%. Beast Armor, Blue Advanced Equipment Category, Clothing Level Requirement, Level 10 Attributes, Constitution plus 15, Strength plus 10. Special Effect, reduces normal attack damage by 20% of health. Both pieces of equipment are the top tier gear that can be dropped in this hellish dungeon. The attribute bonuses and special effects are quite good. However, he is only at level 6 right now. He cannot equip them. The beast armor can only be worn by warrior type classes, making it somewhat useless for him. He might as well sell it on the trading website. A blue piece of equipment like this is worth at least 500,000. Enough for him to buy several skill books exclusive to the Aura Master class. He could then directly allocate points and gain several low tier or even high tier skills. Compared to these pieces of equipment, the skills provide him with a greater boost. The only function of these items is to increase his spirit attribute. Song Chen then turned his attention to the treasure chest in his backpack. Hell level first clear treasure chest. It is said that treasure chests like this, upon first clear, have a high probability of yielding a class exclusive piece of equipment or a class exclusive skill book. He wasn't interested in equipment. If he could get a skill book, that would be perfect. Without further hesitation, Song Chen opened the treasure chest. Opening Hell level first clear treasure chest gained experience reward plus 1000 points gained Aura Master class exclusive skill book use to obtain a random Aura Master skill. Gained title Beast Hunter. He looked at the title description. Beast Hunter. Equip this title to increase damage dealt by normal attacks and skills by 15% when facing beast type monsters. Song Chen did not expect that after rampaging through the Hell level dungeon, he would actually obtain the title of Beast Hunter. Increased damage to beasts by 15%? Not bad. Song Chen then equipped the title. With great anticipation, he used the class exclusive skill book, used Aura Master exclusive skill book, gained Aura Master class exclusive skill, Binding Aura. Binding Aura. Single target skill can be cast on a single enemy, immobilizing them for 2 seconds, during which the target cannot use any skills. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 1 minute. Binding time depends on skill level and spirit attribute. Do you want to learn? Song Chen's luck was quite good. He obtained a control type skill. After all, right now, he was useless except for damage. The skill he got from the treasure chest perfectly filled one of his gaps. From leaving home to clearing the Hell dungeon, during this time, his skill points had risen to 3,350 points. To upgrade the Magic Flame Aura to high tier, he still needed 10,000 skill points. For now, he wouldn't allocate points. After all, with the increase in his spirit attribute, the damage of the Magic Flame Aura was also multiplying. For the time being, he didn't lack damage. He would allocate all these skill points to the newly acquired Binding Aura skill. Learn. Song Chen nodded. You have learned a new skill, Binding Aura, yellow tier 1 star. Looking at the over 3,000 skill points on the panel, Song Chen showed no hesitation. He allocated all of them to this new skill. Consume 3,350 skill points. Binding Aura, yellow tier 1 star, Petrifying Aura, mysterious. Tier 8 star, Petrifying Aura, mysterious. Tier 8 star group skill can be cast on up to 10 enemies, immobilizing them for 360 seconds, during which the targets cannot use any skills, and deals 6,300 damage per second. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 7.5 seconds. Song Chen looked at the skill description, his eyes lighting up. After evolving, the Binding Aura indeed surprised him. Not only did it become a group skill, but the control time was also extended to a full 6 minutes. This is not the end. The cooldown time for the Petrification Aura is only 7.5 seconds. As long as my mana is sufficient, this means I can infinitely chain control skills. Moreover, the damage per second reaches 6,300. It truly means controlling the enemy to death. A professional's mana is linked to their mental attribute. 1 point of mental attribute is equivalent to 10 points of mana. After reaching level 6, Song Chen's mental attribute has now reached 35 points. Without hesitating for too long, he allocated all 20 points from his level up to mental attributes. Mental 3555. The skills of an Aura Master are similar to those of a mage. The skill damage is also linked to mental power. This means that the higher his mental attribute, the higher the skill damage. So, adding all points to mental attributes is perfectly fine. When the time comes, he can sell his equipment and buy a few main defense skill books. After a series of point allocations, he would have no weaknesses. After finishing his point allocation, Songchen directly teleported out of the novice dungeon. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of all the students present. There was no other reason, it was simply astonishing for an aura master to solo clear a hell dungeon. At this moment, it was difficult for Songchen to keep a low profile. Outside, several reporters from different newspapers had gathered, all set up with cameras, waiting for Songchen to come out. One female reporter even squeezed forward, holding a microphone aimed at Songchen. "Excuse me, Songchen, are you really a support class? How did you clear the hell dungeon?" Other reporters were not to be outdone, each raising their own questions. "Excuse me, Songchen, have you awakened any special talents? Are the monsters in the hell dungeon very powerful? What's your secret to clearing it so quickly? As the first person to solo clear the hell dungeon, do you have anything to say?" Songchen had never encountered such a scene before and was momentarily a bit flustered. However, he quickly calmed down and said to the camera, "Sorry, no comment." This was related to his biggest secret, and he naturally couldn't tell others. Principal Shang Wanshang of the 3rd middle school also walked over to Songchen's side, helping him deal with the somewhat frantic reporters. After a round of meaningless chatter, Shang Wanshang finally managed to send the reporters away. Song Chen didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, his goal was to reach level 20 before the college entrance examination to meet the job transfer requirements. "Teacher Shangguan, please issue me a city exit certificate. I want to go to the outskirts of Yunhai City to level up." Shangguan Shang asked Song Chen, "What level are you now?" "Level 6, just a few more monsters and I'll be level 7. 10 minutes, level 6. 6, wow." Shangguan Shang was stunned, his expression somewhat dazed. He was not surprised by Song Chen's level but by the fact that he reached level 6 in just 10 minutes. This had never happened before. Even those elite or legendary classes had never reached level 6 in such a short time. Intermediate support class, Hell Dungeon, 10-minute speedrun, level 6. These thoughts kept flashing through Shangguan Shang's mind. He simply couldn't understand how all this could happen to one person. "Teacher Shangguan?" Seeing Shangguan Shang in a daze, Songchen couldn't help but speak again, waving his hand in front of him. After a while, Shangguan Shang finally came back to his senses. Okay, I'll issue you the city exit certificate when we get back." Songchen nodded. The novice dungeon in the city was now too low level for him. Only the high-level dungeons outside the city could meet his needs for rapid leveling. The other principals, upon seeing Songchen, also looked on with amazement. Shangguan Shang had truly struck gold this time. Songchen was even stronger than those elite or legendary classes. After all, they had never heard of anyone daring to solo the hell dungeon right after job transfer. Suddenly, Shangguan Shang's phone rang. He answered the call. "Hello? Hello, I am from the admissions office of East China Academy. May I ask if Songchen is a student at your school?" Shangguan Shang's expression immediately became serious. It was actually a call from East China Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious higher education institutions in the Great Xia Kingdom. The fact that they called personally showed how much they valued Songchen. Shangguan Shang quickly replied, "Yes, may I ask why you are calling?" The voice on the other end said, "It's like this. Considering Songchen's outstanding performance, East China Academy would like to offer him a special admission. Additionally, he will receive benefits according to the treatment of a legendary level profession. However, before that, we need to arrange an assessment of his professional abilities." Shangguan Shang's breathing gradually became rapid. Not only was Songchen being specially admitted, but he would also receive benefits at the level of a legendary profession. This condition was too generous. "Please wait, Songchen is right next to me, let me ask for his opinion," Shangguan Shang said. No need, our people are probably already there." "Ah, they have arrived?" At this moment, Shangguan Shang was once again stunned. East China Academy was one of the 5 most renowned academies in the country, admitting numerous elites and even legendary professionals each year. For such an academy to specifically send someone to offer Songchen admission was astonishing. Shangguan Shang remembered that in the past 10 years, only 3 students from Yunhai City had been specially admitted to East China Academy, and they were all relatively special elite-level professions. Before long, 2 men in formal attire approached Songchen and the others. One of them smiled at Songchen and said, "Song Chen, we are teachers from the admissions office of East China Academy. May I ask if you are interested in joining our academy?" As soon as these words were spoken, they caused quite a stir among the crowd. Wow, it's actually people from East China Academy. What's so great about East China Academy? Is it some kind of fly-by-night university? I've never heard of it. This is one of the top 5 higher education institutions in the country, ranked among the top 3 universities. How can you call it a fly-by-night university? Let's put it this way, if you can get into this university, your ancestors' graves won't just be smoking, they'll be on fire. Even your great-grandmother would have to get up and bow to you. For East China Academy, a genius capable of solo-clearing hell-level dungeons was not someone they could let go. After all, even legendary-level professionals couldn't guarantee that they could clear Hell-level dungeons alone, let alone Song Chen, who had just completed his job change yesterday. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sunya. And this is Wang Chao. So, as long as you pass the assessment from East China Academy, you can be directly admitted, the elegant-looking young teacher continued. Song Chen looked at the two, pondered for a moment, and ultimately shook his head. Sorry, my goal is Xingxia Academy. I have no interest in other universities. Ever since he awakened his unique divine-level talent yesterday, he had set his sights on the top academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, Xingxia Academy. It wasn't just because Xingxia Academy was ranked first in the country. More importantly, students from Xingxia Academy had the qualification to freely enter high-level polluted areas. They also held the keys to enter the true secret realms. The onlookers felt a mix of emotions at this moment, unsure of what to say. They were both shocked and confused. Song Chen casually gave up an opportunity to enter East China Academy, something others could only dream of. This was even more ruthless. Sunya was also taken aback. He truly did not expect Song Chen to refuse so proactively. Shang Wanshang, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Several principals couldn't help but pull Shang Wanshang aside. Shangwan, aren't you going to persuade your student? How can he just give up such a great opportunity? With tens of millions of candidates nationwide, only the top 100 can enter the Xingxia Academy. You must know how fierce the competition is, right, Shangwan? Yeah, I think the East China Academy is already quite good. As for the Xingxia Academy, it's just too far-fetched. Shang Wanshang also wore a bitter smile. He knew all too well how difficult it was to get into the Xingxia Academy. No one from Yunhai City had ever been able to enter it. This was enough to illustrate how intense the competition was. Shang Wansheng admitted that Song Chen was very talented. But was he being a bit too confident? Song Chen, the East China Academy is also one of the top 3 academies in the country, not inferior to the Xingxia Academy. I think we should just agree, Shang Wansheng advised. However, Song Chen shook his head firmly. His goal was to be the top scholar in the country. The difference between first and third place seemed like just 2 ranks, but in reality, it was a world apart. Sunya smiled. In that case, after the college entrance examination, if you change your mind, feel free to call me. After saying that, he handed Song Chen a business card with his contact information. Young people, it's normal to be complacent. Once he takes the college entrance exam and realizes that there are always people better than him, he will naturally change his mind. Sunya then left with Wang Chao. Shang Wansheng sighed and said no more. The remaining principals looked at Song Chen with complex expressions. Are geniuses always so unconventional, playing by their own rules? Let's go, I'll take you back to school to get the exit certificate. With those teachers here, nothing will go wrong. Regardless, Shang Wansheng still had a great appreciation for Song Chen. Knowing he was eager to level up, he didn't want to waste his time. After returning to the school office and getting the exit certificate, Shang Wansheng added, by the way, Song Chen, since you've cleared the hell-level novice dungeon, I can apply for a reward from the Education Bureau for you. It's not much, just 1 million. Enough for you to buy a good red equipment. Song Chen naturally welcomed these rewards. Thank you, Principal. Shang Wanshan waved his hand. No need to thank me, this is all you deserve. Besides, you also brought me some face. Did you see the expressions on the other principals' faces? Ha ha. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the college entrance exam in 3 days. After leaving school, Song Chen first returned to his uncle's house. He had already listed the equipment dropped from the boss on the trading website. Moreover, with the 1 million reward mentioned by teacher Shangwan, there was no need to stay at his uncle's house any longer. He just came back to pack his things. He knocked on the door and his uncle Song Tao quickly opened. Seeing that it was Song Chen, his face immediately broke into a smile. Xiaoming, you're back. I heard from your homeroom teacher that you cleared the hell dungeon all by yourself. Even the TV station reported it. Song Chen just nodded and walked towards his room. Song Tao hurriedly followed. Ding Li also changed her usual sharp and sarcastic demeanor, smiling and saying, Xiaoming, I'm not saying you. Why didn't you tell your aunt that you awakened a legendary profession? We were just worried about you having some accident in the dungeon. Seeing their suddenly respectful attitude, Song Chen couldn't help but laugh. Just yesterday, they were eager to kick him out. Today, they were so warm. The change in their attitude was really fast. I'm not a legendary profession, just an intermediate support profession, or as master. And, you think too highly of me, Song Chen said while packing his things. Ding Li smiled awkwardly. She only knew that Song Chen had cleared the hell dungeon, but she hadn't really paid attention to the rest. Xiaoming, what are you packing for? You should wait until after the college entrance exam to move. No rush, no rush. Song Tao wanted to step forward to stop him. Aunt, you told me yesterday that I'm already an adult now. It's time for me to live on my own, so I won't trouble you and uncle anymore. Song Chen replied. It's not a bother. At all, not at all. I think your aunt is just getting old and confused. As long as I'm here, this will always be your home, and no one can drive you away. After saying this, Song Tao shot a glare at Ding Li. The latter pouted but said nothing. Song Chen's room was the smallest, so there wasn't much to pack. Just some clothes and books. It was quickly done. Song Chen grabbed his suitcase and was about to leave. Seeing that he was determined to go, Song Tao had no way to stop him. Ding Li, unwilling to give up, said, Xiao Ming, after Xiao Yu awakens her profession next year, can you take her to level up? I remember. You two have a pretty good relationship, right? Song Chen sneered. In this family, he was the one who was isolated. Song Yu had never treated him well, just like his mother. What good relationship could there be? We'll see, I might not even have the time. With that, Song Chen left the house without looking back. A little white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. Now that he's successful, he doesn't even put us in his eyes anymore. Song Tao, this is your good nephew. Ding Li, who had been ignored, couldn't hold back her anger. Alright, shut up for a moment. Song Tao, do you dare to yell at me? I should have sent him straight to the orphanage back then, let him fend for himself. Shut your mouth, that's my nephew. If you do that, how will others see me? Song Tao shouted. After leaving the community where his uncle lived, Song Chen casually rented a hotel room to stay in. Before heading to the outskirts of Yunhai City, he still needed to make some preparations. He opened the trading platform and checked the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss. One of them was exclusive to warriors, which Song Chen couldn't wear. He had long put it up on the trading website for 600,000. This was the estimated price given by the platform, and Song Chen had no objections. Equipment with special effects like this blue item was very popular in the market, usually priced between 500,000 to 600,000. The trading price given by the platform was quite reasonable. In just a short while, the platform showed that it had been sold. Soon, a dedicated delivery guy came to pick it up. Song Chen's account also increased by 600,000. With this money, he began browsing for skill books suitable for him on the trading website. Currently, he had the skills of Magic Flame Aura and Petrification Aura. He lacked damage and control, but he was still missing a defensive skill. Otherwise, Song Chen always felt a bit uneasy. The wilds on the outskirts were filled with many potential dangers, unlike the beginner dungeons in the city. He had to be cautious. Aura masters weren't considered unpopular among support professions, so there were quite a few skill books for this profession on the trading website. However, most of them were healing-type skill books. After flipping through for a long time, Song Chen finally found a defensive skill that suited his needs. Barrier Aura applies a shield to your selected target, consuming 20 mana points with a cooldown time of 1 minute. The shield amount depends on the practitioner's skill level and spirit attribute. If you purely look at the skill description, this Barrier Aura skill is undoubtedly the most ordinary trash skill. The cooldown time is as long as 1 minute. Support skills usually have this kind of flaw. Skills that are particularly powerful won't appear on such trading websites, or if they do, they get snatched up immediately. There wouldn't even be a chance for Song Chen. But he didn't care much. Because of his unique god-level talent, even the most useless skills would become powerful in his hands. So, skills like this trashy little skill were actually the most suitable for Song Chen. This skill was easy to obtain and not expensive. It could be said to be very fitting for him. Besides this Barrier Aura skill, Song Chen also acquired a skill that any profession could learn, which was identification. It could be used to check the levels of other practitioners. It was also a very practical skill. Since these 2 skill books were available locally, Song Chen didn't have to wait long. About an hour later, someone delivered 2 skill books. After studying them, Song Chen allocated all the skill points he had accumulated during this time to the Shield Aura. Cost 4150 skill point. Shield Aura, Yellow Tier 1 star, Guardian Aura, Mysterious Tier 9 stars, Guardian Aura, Mysterious. Tier 9 stars applies a white shield of 50,000 to the selected target, can be stacked infinitely, costs 20 mana, cooldown time 7.5 seconds. Then, Song Chen briefly checked some leveling spots in the suburbs of Yunhai City and finally decided on a location. It was a polluted area located 60 kilometers outside Yunhai City, tainted by the abyssal aura, causing most of the creatures within to mutate into demons. This polluted area was officially rated as the lowest level, Tier 1, by the Great Xia government. The demons inside mostly did not exceed level 15, making it a very suitable place for him to level up. Moreover, entering the polluted area and killing demons would also earn him merit. Merit in the Great Xia Kingdom has purchasing power comparable to money. It can be exchanged for items of equivalent value in the official merit hall. Therefore, many professionals in Yunhai City would go to this place to hunt demons. They could level up by grinding monsters while also earning merit, which was very suitable for him. Song Chen left the hotel and arrived at the North City Gate. The large bulletin board above was scrolling with various task information. That Alchemist Guild is infinitely buying Qingyuan grass at a price of 100 per piece. Interested parties please go to the guild location. Infinitely buying materials from corrupted corpse demons. Prices range from 100 to 1000. Team up to tackle the 20-level dungeon Demon City. Nightmare difficulty, advanced professionals and above are welcome. Song Chen had little interest in tasks like collecting materials, as they felt like a waste of time to him. However, when he saw the task for tackling Demon City, he immediately became interested. The Demon City dungeon is located deep within the polluted area. It is precisely because of the existence of this dungeon that the surrounding area has been tainted by the abyssal aura forming the current polluted land. Song Chen actually wanted to go to this dungeon right away, but unfortunately his level was only 6. The Demon City dungeon could only be entered by professionals between level 10 and level 20, so he needed to kill a few more demons to level up. At the city gate, Song Chen handed his exit permit to the gate guard. The guard glanced at it and, somewhat surprised, said, "Level 6 support profession? Are you alone?" It should be noted that the wild monsters are at least level 10. With a 4-level difference, it would be very dangerous for him. Moreover, as a support profession, going out alone was basically like asking for trouble. Song Chen nodded. The exit permit was genuine, so the city guard naturally didn't hold him back. It's very dangerous outside the city. Low-level professionals like you must pay attention to safety. As someone who has been there, I must advise you. As a support, it's best to find a strong team to take you along. Never try to be brave alone, or you might lose your life. Seeing that Song Chen was a student, the city guard couldn't help but give him a few more reminders. Thank you for the reminder. Song Chen politely thanked him and then walked towards the outside of the city. Soon, he arrived at the very edge of the polluted area. What met his eyes was a barren wasteland. The sky, which had been relatively clear, suddenly darkened a bit. The air was filled with a bloody, decaying smell. Not far away, the roar of an unknown creature echoed, creating an extremely oppressive feeling. According to the official rating, the pollution level here was the weakest tier 1. Therefore, it also attracted many professionals to come here to level up and grind monsters. Song Chen walked up to a tall stone tablet standing nearby. It displayed each person's merit value from low to high. It was the merit steel. Song Chen approached and used his mental power to communicate with the steel, from which a demon hunter medal floated out. After binding this medal, it can automatically record the number of evil creatures killed by Song Chen. It also calculates merit points, which then appear on the leaderboard. Inside, it also contains a map of the polluted land. Song Chen glanced at the leaderboard. Zhang Rong, merit points 130, Fan 1, merit points 66, Li Kai, merit points 52. Below, there was a line of small text. Merit points can be exchanged for various items and equipment in the Hall of Merit. Note, completing the hidden dungeon in Demon Castle and completely closing the abyss gate here rewards 1000 merit points. This task is permanently valid. Song Chen had just stepped into the polluted land for a short while. Within a 20-meter range in front of him, a corrupted corpse demon, oozing pus and with bulging eyes, appeared. Song Chen first cast an identification spell. Immediately, the basic information of this corrupted corpse demon appeared before him. Corrupted corpse demon health, 7000 level, 10 strength, 64 agility, 54 spirit, 20 constitution, 120 defense, 119 skills, corruption regeneration, corpse poison. The monster strength in the polluted land was indeed much stronger than that in the novice dungeon. Even a small monster was level 10. Moreover, its constitution and defense were not low. More importantly, the corrupted corpse demon had the skill corruption regeneration. This meant that if its entire body was not completely crushed, it would slowly regenerate. It was like an unkillable cockroach. Quite troublesome, but that was for others. Song Chen's 2 damage-dealing skills each dealt at least over 100,000 damage. In comparison, this corrupted corpse demon couldn't even fill the gaps between his teeth. Without waiting for the corrupted corpse demon to charge at him, Song Chen threw a petrification halo. The corrupted corpse demon was instantly frozen in place. Damage numbers continuously popped up above its head. 5621-7425-8651 with a per second damage of 9900 from the petrification halo skill. With the corrupted corpse demon's defense being no better than paper, it couldn't even last 2 seconds before turning into a pile of fragments. Killed a level 10 corrupted corpse demon, gained experience plus 300. After all, this corrupted corpse demon was not a boss in the dungeon. It was normal for the experience to be a bit low. However, what the polluted land had in abundance was this corrupted corpse demon along with higher level evil creatures. With the advantage of level and quantity, experience would definitely not be lacking. At the same time, the hunter's medal also displayed his merit points. 1 point. A corrupted corpse demon is only worth 1 merit point? It seems that to be number 1 on the leaderboard, I need to kill at least 130 of these monsters. Song Chen pondered. It seemed that Jiang Rong wasn't that impressive. After all, having only killed 130 corrupted corpse demons, to kill the evil creatures in the polluted land more efficiently, Song Chen directly used his area damage skill, Demon Flame Halo. As long as it was within a 300-meter range, whether it was a corrupted corpse demon or other monsters, they could not escape the fate of death. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about accidentally harming nearby professionals. Only those he deemed enemies would be affected by this skill. Song Chen glanced around. He could vaguely see a few corrupted corpse demons attracted by his living aura rushing towards him. Demon Flame Halo. A circle of black-red light rippled from within Song Chen. Under the cover of the black-red halo, the corrupted corpse demons had not yet realized what was happening before they spontaneously ignited, instantly turning to ash. Killed a level 10 corrupted corpse demon, gained experience. Plus 350. Killed a level 10 corrupted corpse demon, gained experience. Plus 320. Killed a level 10 corrupted corpse demon, gained experience. Plus 330. Your level has increased to level 7. A large amount of experience notifications flooded before Song Chen. At the same time, it successfully brought him to level 7. After checking the direction, Song Chen walked deeper into the polluted land, killing as he went. Arriving at the location of the demon castle instance, he should just reach level 10. Not far from Song Chen, a warrior with a full beard held a giant sword and raised his shield, nervously looking ahead. Behind him were two delicate girls. One was an archer and the other was a healer. In no time, a buzzcut young man came running towards them desperately. Boss, the situation is dire, we need to run. As soon as he finished speaking, at least a dozen evil creatures charged out from the mist in the distance, their red eyes fixed on the buzzcut young man in front. Among them were several level 13 monsters. The level 11 warrior, referred to as the boss, nearly lost grip of his giant sword upon seeing this. Damn it, you brought so many monsters, do you want me to die faster? The two girls behind him also turned pale, their bodies trembling. Their small team usually struggled to kill a single level 10 corrupted corpse demon, and now they were faced with a dozen. The bearded man felt a murderous intent rising within him. Damn it, useless teammate, you're going to get me killed. You guys go ahead, I'll hold them off for a while too. By some time, he knew that if he didn't stay behind, their entire team would perish here. It was better for him to stay and delay for a bit. This way, they might still have a chance to survive. Boss, the buzzcut young man looked guilty. However, before they could make any move, a black-red halo swept over their heads. The evil creatures that had been charging at them with fierce momentum ignited the moment they came into contact with the black-red halo, letting out piercing screams. In no time, they all turned to ashes. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces displaying expressions of shock. Xiao Lu, did you do that? Boss, no. It wasn't me. Then who the hell did it? Who the hell is so powerful that they can instantly kill a group of evil creatures? Kill a level 10 corrupted corpse demon, gain experience plus 340. Kill a level 12 spiked bone demon, gain experience plus 510. Kill a level 13 spiked bone demon, gain experience plus 690. Your level has been raised to level 8. Heh, this is the right speed for leveling up. Song Chen strolled around, while continuously gaining experience points, nodding in satisfaction. Speaking of which, this used to be a tourist spot. However, it was eventually transformed into this ghostly place due to the aura emitted by the Abyss Gate. Song Chen felt like he was reliving the mindset of those tourists from back then, leveling up while playing. Moreover, the merit points displayed on the Demon Hunter medal had reached 67 points, directly placing him in second place on the merit leaderboard. During this time, he had killed at least 40 corrupted corpse demons and a dozen spiked bone demons. If he released a few more skills, his merit points would surely exceed 100. Surpassing the first place would be a piece of cake, with no pressure at all. As he passed by the buzzcut young man, Song Chen cast a look of approval at him. If it weren't for this kid bringing so many monsters, he might not have leveled up to 8 so quickly. Xiao Lu also glanced at Song Chen, then uncertainly said, Boss, could it be that he did it? An 8-level support character instantly killing a group of level 10 to 13 evil creatures. I've never seen or even heard of that in my life. Boss, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Damn it, you're so clever, always arguing. The bearded man said irritably. Hey, skilled brother, my name is Lu Xinyue, I'm also a support class. Let's exchange support experiences privately sometime. The healer in the team shouted at Song Chen. Pa, shameless, skilled brother, don't listen to her. My name is Linny, I'm an archer. If you need help, I can call. No, you can call me. Another girl quickly said. Song Chen smiled politely and declined their invitation. Poof, they want to leech off my experience. No way. Although this polluted area is only level 1, the density of monsters is much higher than in beginner dungeons. Every time Song Chen uses the magic flame halo, he can take down at least a dozen corpse demons. This causes his experience points to rise rapidly. Soon, he reached level 9. However, after reaching level 9, Song Chen sadly discovered that after using a skill, he often only received experience from a few corpse demons or bone demons. This was still the case as he delved deeper. The density of monsters was actually less than before. It was as if these evil creatures were deliberately avoiding him. The other players grinding in the polluted area were equally baffled. The corrupted corpse demons that used to appear every few steps seemed to have vanished. This was something they had never encountered before. Even the evil creatures they were currently dealing with inexplicably turned into piles of ash. What the hell, are these corrupted corpse demons that fragile? They turned to ash in just a few hits? Idiot, that's our monster being stolen. What the hell? There are no other players around here. Damn it, this is ridiculous. I hope I don't run into him, otherwise I'll have to kneel down and beg him to team up with me. Many players cursed loudly. Not only could they no longer find low-level corpse demons, but even the monsters they were fighting had been stolen. Who the hell could they complain to about this? Songchen noticed that it was becoming increasingly difficult to encounter monsters like corpse demons and bone demons. To avoid wasting mana, he decided not to use skills anymore. Most of the monsters on the outskirts of the polluted area had already been cleared by him. Songchen didn't waste time on the outskirts any longer and headed towards the rocky mountainous terrain ahead. The further he went, the closer he got to the abyssal gate where the Demon City dungeon was located. The pollution in this land was also more severe. Songchen stood still for a moment to rest. Taking this opportunity, he restored most of his mana and continued walking forward. The density of monsters here was indeed much higher than in the outer areas. After more than an hour of effort, Songchen's experience points had successfully increased by more than half. Level 9 35040/40,000. Just a few more evil creatures and I can level up to 10. Then I can head straight to the Demon City dungeon. Songchen glanced at the merit points on his Demon Hunter medal, which had reached 103 points. There was still a bit of a gap to the first place, but that was just a matter of time. He didn't know what kind of rewards he could exchange for with over 100 merit points in the merit hall. He heard that the items in the merit hall were highly valuable, some of which couldn't even be bought outside. This made Songchen a bit excited. Just as he was about to continue forward, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Then he saw a team of players running towards him in a panic. One of them had a wound on his leg, limping as he ran, but his speed was still fast. He didn't know what was chasing them from behind that made them so terrified. Bro, run! There's an elite monster behind us, it's about to catch up. The captain at the front shouted anxiously when he saw Songchen still standing there. The other 3 team members also looked pale, their escape speed subtly increasing. At this moment, anyone who ran slowly was basically dead. Songchen immediately became interested upon hearing this. An elite monster? What a coincidence. These wild monsters can generally be divided into ordinary monsters, enhanced monsters, elite monsters, and enhanced elite monsters based on their level and strength. So the elite monster they mentioned should be above level 15. For Songchen, that meant a lot of experience. Naturally, he couldn't miss this opportunity. The fleeing captain was astonished to see that not only was Songchen not running, but he had also taken a few steps forward. Brother, are you crazy? That's a level 16 elite monster. You at level 9 wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. The remaining teammates looked at Songchen as if he were a fool. Captain, if he insists on going to his death, let's just leave him be. How about we send a signal? I really can't run anymore. That elite monster will catch up to us soon. Healer, quick, give me a heal. My legs are going numb. Just then, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came. A black spear, exuding a chilling, decayed aura, shot towards the group of professionals. In this moment of crisis, the middle-aged captain gritted his teeth and pulled out a massive black iron shield, placing it in front of everyone. There was a loud bang. The captain barely held on for a breath before being knocked away. The black iron shield in his hands was covered in spider web-like cracks. Captain, are you okay? The other members of the team rushed over to help the captain up. The middle-aged captain's face turned pale and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. That spear from the elite monster had severely injured him, leaving him with no chance to escape. You cough, don't mind me, just go. The elite monster is coming. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a headless monster over 2 meters tall, riding a skeletal warhorse. It was clad in rusty black armor, with sharp bone spikes protruding from the gaps in the armor. Headless skeleton night level 16 type elite monster behind it followed 5 or 6 corpse demons and bone demons, charging towards them. The middle-aged captain's heart nearly stopped and he despaired, it's over, it's all over. None of us will be able to escape now. But before he could despair for too long, a girl stepped out from behind a strange rock. She carried a silver longbow on her back and her light green tight-fitting outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her beauty was stunning, with a hint of mixed-race charm, especially her long golden hair, which made her look like an elf straight out of a movie. Her silver eyes lingered on Songchen for a moment before she said, "Little brother, leave those corpse demons to you. Let me handle this headless knight, okay?" Upon hearing this, Songchen squinted, his expression unfriendly as he stared at the suddenly appearing woman. "You want to steal my monster?" The bow-wielding girl was taken aback, momentarily confused by what Songchen meant. "What do you mean by stealing your monster? You said you'd handle the headless knight, isn't that stealing my monster?" Songchen retorted. The bow-wielding girl helplessly replied, "Little brother, you're only level 9, you can't handle this elite monster. I'm doing this for your own good." Songchen continued to glare at her. Alright, then you can have the headless knight, is that okay?" Songchen shook his head and immediately added, "I want them all." "You want them all? Are you kidding me?" the bow-wielding girl was already feeling a bit exasperated. She had never seen such a thick-headed person before. The team of professionals nearby also wore expressions of disbelief. Dude, can you see clearly? That's a level 16 elite monster. Even seasoned professionals like them would avoid it. The middle-aged captain's face turned even paler. Damn it, it looks like I'm going to die here today. Not far from them, the headless knight reached out and the spear that had been stuck in the ground flew back into its hand. Then it squeezed its skeletal warhorse and charged towards the four gathered professionals. At an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. The middle-aged captain closed his eyes in despair. The remaining few felt their legs go weak, frozen in place. Seeing this, the bow-wielding girl's expression changed. She drew her bow and was about to shoot at the headless knight. Don't move, Songchen said, immediately activating his petrification aura. The headless knight was about to raise his spear and stab at the middle-aged captain. But at the same moment that Songchen's voice fell, his entire being, along with the demon horse beneath him, suddenly froze in place, motionless. At the same time, white numbers began to emerge continuously from the headless knight's head. -9,000, -9,520, -9,630. 3 seconds later, the headless skeletal knight, with over 10,000 health points, along with his warhorse, instantly fell apart, leaving only a pile of shattered bones. The remaining few corpse demons and bone demons met the same fate. They didn't even last a second, directly turning into a puddle of mush. The few professionals who had been prepared to wait for death were stunned by this scene, their eyes nearly popping out. The middle-aged captain's eyes were still closed, but after waiting for a long time without feeling any pain, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked around. Is this heaven? Why does it feel so familiar? Captain, this isn't heaven, and you're not dead, one of the team members said. Ah, I'm not dead? What about that elite-level monster? The middle-aged captain suddenly sat up, disbelief written all over his face. A team member pointed to the pile of shattered bones in front of him. There it is. The middle-aged captain was completely dumbfounded. Who did this? It seems to be that high school student. Yeah, he instantly killed that elite monster in the remaining corpse demons. A high school student and a level 9 at that. He one-shot a level 16 elite monster. The middle-aged captain was stunned for a long time, then he shouted frantically, I have an announcement to make. I'm the real fool. Yunhai City Pollution Control Management Bureau. Inspection Department. This is the agency specifically monitoring the polluted area on the outskirts of Yunhai City. Due to the unpredictable occurrence of the Abyss Gate, the official government of the Great Xia Kingdom established this agency to monitor various polluted areas outside the city, preventing sudden increases in pollution levels that could threaten the safety of the city's residents. At this moment, several staff members were sitting in front of a large screen, occasionally jotting down notes. One of the screens displayed the topographic map of the first-level polluted area on the outskirts of the city, with numerous red dots indicating regions with a high concentration of evil spirits, marking them as dangerous. Another screen displayed a leaderboard of the professionals hunting evil spirits in the polluted area, showing their achievements. It refreshed every 24 hours. Due to the existence of merit points, many professionals actively went to the polluted area to grind monsters and level up, keeping the number of evil spirits in this region within a controllable range. Is that girl named Zhang Rong really that amazing? In just half a day, she has 130 merit points. I heard she's a student from the Divine Summer Academy. What do you think? No wonder, this should be the highest record since the leaderboard was established. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. So why is she here in our little place? I heard she came for a mission, trying to completely resolve the pollution issue on the outskirts. During their leisure time, the staff members chatted casually. Just as they were marveling at how impressive a student from the Divine Summer Academy was, suddenly, the leaderboard changed. Zhang Rong, who had been firmly in first place, was immediately surpassed by Song Chen. The latter took the top spot with 140 merit points. The staff members widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. Then they shifted their gaze to the time taken. 1 hour and 2 minutes. My goodness. No one had ever achieved over 100 merit points in just 1 hour, let alone directly ranking first with 140 points. The staff members were so shocked that they stood up, almost ready to salute Songchen. One of them hurriedly ran out. A short while later, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a suit rushed to the large screen in a panic. What happened? Why the rush? Could it be that the pollution level in that contaminated area has increased again? He then looked at the large screen. Seeing that all the data was quite normal and there were no signs of deterioration, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this a non-issue? Then why did you call me here? At that moment, a staff member pointed to the leaderboard on the right. Chief, look over there. The head of the inspection department, Zhong Dafei, looked at the leaderboard in confusion. When he saw that Songchen had achieved 140 merit points in 1 hour and 2 minutes, ranking first, he jumped up in excitement. Who is this Songchen? Even Zhang Rong from the Divine Summer Academy is beneath him. See Chief, it seems that Song Chen is only level 10, a staff member reminded. What? He's only level 10? When I was level 10, I didn't even dare to leave the newbie village. Zhong Dafei's face was filled with disbelief. Does he have any teammates? No, the medal shows it's just him. Quick, find out where this Song Chen is right now. We actually have such a talent in Yunhai City, Zhong Dafei said eagerly. Chief, he's currently heading towards the depths of the contaminated area. Seems like he's going to the Demon City Dungeon. Demon City Dungeon? Zhong Dafei pondered for a moment, then an incredible thought popped into his mind. Could he be thinking of closing the Abyss Gate? No, that's impossible. Even Jiang Rong from the Divine Summer Academy can't do that. How could a level 10 practitioner manage it? Maybe he's just trying to level up. With that thought, Zhong Dafei said, quick, send a few people to the Demon City Dungeon. Focus on this Song Chen. Chief, it seems this person is also a support class, an Aura Master. What? Aura Master? Damn. I need to go personally. Zhong Dafei slapped his forehead and rushed out of the office. Kill 16 level Headless Skeleton Knight, gain experience plus 1600 kill. 12 level Corrupted Corpse Demon, gain experience plus 500 kill. 13 level Spiked Bone Demon, gain experience plus 690. Your level has risen to level 10. Song Chen immediately opened his panel to take a look. Name, Song Chen class, Aura Master level 10, 1030/60,000, strength, 46 agility, 46 spirit, 55 constitution, 46 defense, 46 skills, magic flame aura, earth level 10 star, petrification aura, mystic level 8 star, guardian aura, mystic level 9 star, talent, unique endless breaking limits, level 2, 2 skill points per second, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Free attribute points, 16. Not looking was fine, but looking gave him a big surprise. His unique god level talent had actually risen from level 1 to level 2. Originally 1 skill point per second, now it was directly 2 skill points per second. This meant he could upgrade his skill levels faster without worrying about having too many skills and not enough skill points. As for the remaining free attribute points, Song Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly added them all to Spirit. Spirit 5571. After all his skill effects were linked to his spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger he became. In his backpack, there was also a piece of equipment dropped after killing an elite evil demon. Corroded silver armor, blue. Advanced equipment category, clothing level requirement, level 10, warrior exclusive equipment. Attributes, constitution plus 15, strength plus 10, defense plus 20. Special effect, corrodes weapons, increasing their durability consumption by 20%. Song Chen took a glance and didn't pay much more attention. After all, it was exclusive equipment for warriors. For him, it was completely unnecessary. He could just sell it later for money. After killing this elite demon, Song Chen's merit points reached 140. He directly climbed to the top of the merit leaderboard. This leaderboard generally refreshes once a day. This means that the merit points others earn from hunting demons within 24 hours might not even match what Song Chen earned in just 1 hour. After dealing with the elite monster here, Song Chen didn't plan to stay any longer. He needed to go to the Demon City dungeon to satisfy his leveling needs. The middle-aged captain quickly approached him. A high school student like this? Oh no, a big shot. One wouldn't usually see someone like him. He had to go over and make himself known. Big Shot, hello, my name is Wang Hong from the local Black Tiger Guild. Thanks to you, Big Shot, otherwise our small team would have been wiped out. Song Chen had heard of the Black Tiger Guild. It was one of the 3 major guilds in Yunhai City. The strongest among them was the Seven Sons Guild. Some low-level professionals who couldn't get into college often joined such grassroots guilds. If Song Chen hadn't awakened his talent, such a grassroots guild would have been his best option. But now, his goal was to reach level 20 and meet the job transfer requirements before the college entrance examination, and by the way, to become the national top scorer and join the Divine Summer Academy. Naturally, such grassroots skills held no appeal for him. By the way, have you been to the Demon City dungeon? Can you tell me about the situation inside? Song Chen asked. Wang Hong smiled awkwardly. A team like ours only dares to hunt some demons here. As for the Demon City dungeon, we wouldn't dare go there at all. Alright. Not getting any relevant information didn't disappoint Song Chen. The so-called dungeon strategies were just icing on the cake for him. They were optional. He could just push through directly. It would only take a bit more time. Wang Hong knew he couldn't be of much help and didn't dare to linger. Big Shot, here's our guild's business card. If you need me to do anything small, just let me know. He handed over the business card, and Wang Hong and the others left wisely. Song Chen glanced at the card and then tucked it into his pocket. Are you going to the Demon City dungeon? The bow-wielding girl beside him couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Song Chen looked at her. She hadn't intentionally stolen his monster earlier, which improved his impression of her quite a bit. Seeing her ask, Song Chen replied, "What, do you have a strategy for clearing the Demon City dungeon?" The bow-wielding girl didn't answer immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Song Chen carefully. Earlier, she had been too eager to save someone to pay much attention. Now, under her appraisal skill, she was shocked to discover that this person's profession was actually an aura master. No way. When did aura masters become this powerful? A level 16 elite demon couldn't even move in front of him, turning directly into a pile of shattered bones. The bow-wielding girl felt a bit dazed. Although, with her strength, killing an elite demon was easy, she couldn't be as nonchalant about it as this high school student. She believed she couldn't do that. Wait, can I ask you a question first? Is your profession really an aura master? The bow-wielding girl couldn't help but ask. What, you don't believe your appraisal skill? Song Chen countered. Tisk, are high school students nowadays this abnormal? The bow-wielding girl muttered quietly, looking a bit frustrated. She had thought she was already a genius, only to find herself outdone by a high school student in this small place. Who wouldn't be upset? Seeing her standing there in a daze without answering his question, Song Chen shook his head and walked straight toward the direction of the Demon City dungeon. He didn't have extra time to waste here. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just leave a beautiful girl like me here. The bow-wielding girl came back to her senses and followed him, dissatisfied. Song Chen couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. The girl didn't mind and said to herself, hey, silly, don't you want to know my name? Let me tell you, I'm a student of the Divine Summer Academy. Divine Summer Academy? Song Chen was a bit surprised. The girl immediately raised her chin proudly. How about that? I'm pretty impressive, right? Not bad. What do you mean, not bad? I tell you, even if you don't make a move, I can still take down those evil creatures in a second. What level are you? I'm a level 20 legendary class elf archer. So, how about that? Am I impressive or what? I can take down a level 16 elite monster at level 9. So if you're level 20, then the question arises, who is stronger between us? The girl felt a bit frustrated, but the fact was undeniable. She couldn't refute it at all. The girl stomped her foot and huffed. I admit you're strong, but there are always people better than you, and skies beyond the skies. Look at this guy named Song Chen, who is at the top of the merit leaderboard. In just 1 hour, he accumulated 140 merit points. He's also level 10, and his strength is about the same as yours, or maybe even stronger. Upon hearing this, Song Chen gave her a strange look. The girl felt a bit guilty under his gaze, but she quickly puffed out her chest, unwilling to back down, and said, what? Someone is better than you, and you must feel bad about it, right? Well, a little. The girl then showed a victorious smile. Hee, I'm not kidding you anymore. My name is Jiang Rong. What do you mean, I'm a beautiful elf girl, you should react a bit. Jiang Rong said angrily. I'm going to the Demon City dungeon. Are you coming with me? Song Chen asked. What? You don't want to be with a big beauty? I can, but on one condition, you can't steal my monsters. Song Chen said seriously. Got it. I can take you to the normal dungeon to grind and level up, but once you hit level 15, you have to go to the Hell dungeon with me. How about that? Sure. Song Chen nodded. Then the two headed towards the rift where the Demon City dungeon was located. On the way to the Demon City dungeon, Song Chen was not idle. He checked the panel below. His skill points had accumulated to 10,641 points. Among the three current skills, only the Magic Flame Aura and the Petrification Aura had damage. Among them, the Magic Flame Aura was the skill that Song Chen felt most comfortable using. It was not only an area skill but also dealt significant damage. For dealing with dungeons filled with numerous monsters, this skill was the most suitable. So Song Chen hesitated for a moment before directly allocating the skill points to the Magic Flame Aura skill. Cost 10,000 skill points. Magic Flame Aura, Earth Tier 10 stars, Annihilation Aura, Heaven Tier 1 star, Annihilation Aura, Heaven Tier 1 star. Area skill, instantly deals 106,500 fire damage to enemies within a 400-meter diameter, with an additional 60% severe injury effect lasting 400 seconds. Costs 10 mana, cooldown time 1.5 seconds. Skill ascended to Heaven Tier. The next star upgrade requires 20,000 skill points. Song Chen glanced at the skill description. The Heaven Tier skill Annihilation Aura no longer just focused on damaging the enemy's body but directly burned their souls to ashes. It could be considered a very sinister skill. Coupled with damage exceeding 100,000, one cast of this skill would be like mowing grass, taking down a large number of enemies in one go. Just thinking about it made Song Chen feel very pleased. Now, that's what I call grinding monsters. Then Song Chen equipped the blue item, the Tiger Tooth Pendant, that he had received earlier. It increased casting speed and added 15 points to Spirit. Not bad at all. As for the free attribute points gained from leveling up, Song Chen had long since allocated them all to Spirit. After all his current skills were linked to Spirit power. The higher the Spirit, the higher the damage. The higher the Spirit, the higher the mana. The higher the mana, the more time skills can be released. This creates a positive feedback loop. Ultimately, the damage values of the skills will accumulate to a terrifying level. What abyssal demons or realm masters? With one skill, they all turn into corpses. The preparations before entering the dungeon have been completed, and on their way to the rift, Song Chen and Jiang Rong encountered a few elite demons. He casually used his newly upgraded skill, Soul Extinction Aura. It directly extracted the tainted souls of those elite demons and refined them in an instant. Without souls, those elite demons naturally died instantly. However, their bodies showed no signs of change. This move startled Jiang Rong, who was quietly observing from the side. Such a silent method of killing demons was something even she couldn't discern the skill behind. At the same time, her perception of Song Chen's abnormal level increased by 2 more notches. Upon entering the rift, a light gate exuding a terrifying abyssal aura stood in the center. Here, there were no demons disturbing the area. Therefore, many professionals gathered here to form teams and enter the dungeon to farm monsters. At this moment, a team of professionals teleported out from the light gate. Chen Yuan was at the front of the team. Junior, you're lucky today, you dropped a green top-tier equipment, the demon repelling staff, just perfect for you, said a young man in knight armor. Yeah, Yuan. Your profession is elemental mage, this equipment is just right for you, another girl in the team added. A proud expression appeared on Chen Yuan's face. It's all thanks to you seniors for helping me level up, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached level 10 so quickly or gotten such a good piece of equipment. Since you were directly admitted to East China Academy, this is what we should do. Alright, now that you've reached level 10, we should head into the nightmare level dungeon, the team leader who was the highest level said next. Okay. Everyone nodded. After resting for a moment, they were about to enter the dungeon again. However, Chen Yuan suddenly froze in place, looking at Song Chen in disbelief not far away. Song Chen, what are you doing here? Song Chen was also a bit surprised, but nothing more than that. He replied, what, is it only allowed for you to come here and not me? You, Chen. Yuan was choked and couldn't find her words. Jiang Rong beside her stared wide-eyed, her emotions very complicated for a moment. You are Song Chen. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Jiang Rong's face turned red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Am I using Song Chen to suppress Song Chen? Am I out of my mind? Song Chen, are you crazy? You're a support, coming here to farm the dungeon is just asking for death. Chen. Yuan couldn't help but say. Song Chen, however, was too lazy to argue with her and directly walked to the light gate leading to the Demon City dungeon. Seeing herself being ignored, Chen Yuan was even more furious. But then she thought of something, feeling it must be because she proposed a breakup. That stimulated Song Chen. Seeing him act as if he didn't care about her, Chen Yuan became more convinced of her guess. Song Chen, we are not from the same world, we will part ways sooner or later. My proposal to break up yesterday was actually for your own good. Even if you insist on going to the dungeon to seek death now, I won't take back what I've said. There is no possibility between us anymore. Chen Yuan said mercilessly. Song Chen looked at her in surprise. How come he never noticed this woman was so good at overthinking? And she was stimulated because of their breakup. Song Chen just wanted to ask one thing. Do you even deserve it? Ignoring this crazy woman's noise, Song Chen looked at the abyss gate connected to the Demon City dungeon. The stone tablet once said that if this door could be closed, one would receive 1,000 merit points as a reward. At that time, one could go to the Pollution Prevention Management Bureau in Yunhai City, exchanging for the items one desires. Perhaps one could even obtain a powerful skill or a job transfer book. These are exactly what he needs right now. However, closing this abyssal gate is not that simple. You must trigger the hidden level concealed within the dungeon. Then you must clear it. But the so-called hidden level only exists in hell-level dungeons. Over the years, no one has ever been able to trigger the hidden level within a dungeon. Perhaps there have been attempts. For instance, after entering the hidden level due to insufficient strength, one could die inside, leaving no trace of their body. Hell-level demon castle dungeons are already terrifying enough. So far, no one has been able to clear them. Adding to that the legendary hidden level, the difficulty is certainly outrageous. It's no surprise that for so many years, no one has been able to close the abyssal gate. Just as Song Chen was lost in thought, Chen Yuan, feeling ignored, nearly jumped up in anger. Song Chen, are you even listening to me? The captain of the team that Chen Yuan was leveling with, Yuan Xian, also spoke up. Hey, you just got here, you probably don't have a team to guide you. How about this, since you're Yuan's ex-boyfriend, why not team up with us? We can help you level up too. Chen Yuan was immediately a bit touched. Captain, you're so nice. Hey, did you hear that? Don't just stand there, come over quickly. Chen Yuan is now one of us at Huadong Academy, kid. Unless you can also get into Huadong Academy, there's no chance for you too. Listen to me, bro, I've been through this, my ex-girlfriend, never mind. The others in Chen Yuan's team also chimed in to advise. Song Chen frowned. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Jiang Rong walk straight up to him, fuming, who said he has no teammates. She had understood what Chen Yuan said earlier. It turned out that the reason Song Chen was indifferent to her, this beautiful woman, was because he had been hurt by another woman. Jiang Rong suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards Song Chen while also harboring A strong dislike for Chen Yuan. Just because she was admitted to Huadong Academy, she dumped him. What a complete scumbag. Zhang Rong hated women like that the most. Your name is Chen Yuan, right? If you ask me, it's good that you broke up. A scumbag like you doesn't deserve a good man like Song Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Then they silently began to enjoy the drama. After all, they loved watching fights between women, especially when it involved two beauties. Chen Yuan's face turned red, unable to hold back. Who are you? What right do you have to say that? About me? A woman as ugly and narcissistic as you? What right do I not have to say that? You think I'm ugly? Chen Yuan said, a bit frantic. Yes, I'm talking about you. Is there a problem? Chen Yuan's expression began to twist in anger. Yuan Xian, standing nearby, seriously compared the looks of the two women and found that the blonde girl was indeed much prettier than Chen Yuan. Saying she was ugly didn't seem like a problem at all. Song Chen, tell me, who's prettier, me or her? Chen Yuan asked, exasperated. Song Chen shrugged, do I even need to ask? I'm not blind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rong's smile widened. In contrast, Chen Yuan was nearly going mad with anger. Seeing the twisted expression on Chen Yuan's face, Zhang Rong felt immensely satisfied. Then she thought of a way to tease him. She hugged Song Chen's arm and playfully winked at him, feeling the softness on his arm. Song Chen initially thought of pulling away immediately, but seeing Chen Yuan's nearly frantic expression, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and in the end, he didn't move. It would be a lie to say he had no grievances about being dumped by Chen Yuan in public. Now, he just happened to seize this opportunity, return the humiliation that Chen Yuan had inflicted on herself doubled. It felt quite good. You. Guys. Chen Yuan was nearly spitting blood at the sight. She never expected that after being dumped by Song Chen, he would find a girlfriend 10 times more beautiful than herself to humiliate her. It hurt too much. The other teammates were also left dumbfounded. They never imagined things would escalate to this point. Are high school students nowadays this good at playing games? This isn't right. When I was in high school, the school beauty wouldn't even glance at me. Yuan Xian, seeing Chen Yuan's pained expression, couldn't help but comfort her. Junior, don't be too sad. You are already a student of a prestigious university in East China, and your future achievements are definitely limitless. And Song Chen and the others will still only be at the bottom. You need to understand this. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a bit better. Wait, Captain, look at that woman's arm. That seems to be the emblem of Xinxia University. Oh wow, it really is. Captain, you're being a bit cryptic. Junior Yuan, listen to me, I've been through this. I understand you. Back then, once everyone confirmed that the woman was a student of Xinxia University, their expressions were quite remarkable. They even vaguely felt that perhaps it wasn't Chen Yuan who dumped Song Chen, but rather Song Chen had long been done with it. That's why he agreed to the breakup so readily. After all, that blonde beauty from Xinxia University was the best proof. Yuan Xian almost wanted to slap himself. If even those from Xinxia University were at the bottom, then what were they? Chen Yuan watched Song Chen and that woman being intimate, and upon hearing that the woman was a student of Xinxia University, she was so furious that she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. I don't believe it. Song Chen, you're just a trash support. Class, what right do you have? You're just pretending to fool me, right? You can't even get through the normal dungeon of Demon City. How could you possibly be connected to a student from Xinxia University? I don't believe it. Chen Yuan suddenly went a bit mad. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Song Chen then withdrew his arm. Zhang Rong, with a playful tone, said softly, so, how about it? I helped you teach that woman a lesson. What's my reward? Reward? Song Chen thought seriously for a moment, then pointed to the dungeon portal in front of them. Then I'll take you to clear the hell-level Demon City dungeon. Zhang Rong's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. Hell-level dungeon? Just the two of us? Are you crazy? This can't be a reward. But Song Chen didn't care about her thoughts. He directly pulled her into the entrance of the hell-level portal. Wait, are you serious? This is hell-level. At least 4 or more legendary classes are needed to barely clear it. Zhang Rong looked at the volcanic mountain range ahead, exuding a scorching magma aura, and the circular demon city built on this mountain range. Her face was filled with a serious expression. In contrast, Song Chen still wore a calm demeanor. It seemed that the hell-level demon city dungeon was as easy for him as playing house. Zhang Rong sighed. Well, since we're already in, it won't hurt to give it a try. I'll tell you, I've cleared this demon city dungeon a few times. Of course, it was at the normal level. Demon City is divided into the Outer Ring City and the Inner Ring City. The Outer Ring City mostly has low-level demons, but there are many of them. The Inner Ring City mainly has 3 high-level demon generals, each at level 18, and now we are challenging at the Hell level, so their levels are probably at least 20 or above. It's said that after killing these 3 high-level demon generals, it might attract the attention of the Lord of Demon City. However, He has never appeared in the normal and nightmare-level dungeons. Song Chan listened attentively, although he believed that his current damage was enough to push through any dungeon around level 20. But he wasn't a reckless fool. It was necessary to gather more information about the dungeon. So, what you're saying is, we just need to kill all the demons in the Demon City, Song Chen summarized. Zhang Rong shot him a glance. Isn't that obvious? Besides, it's impossible to kill all the demons in the Demon City. What we need to do is sneak into the city first and get the key to the inner city from those low-level demons in the outer district. Then we enter the inner city, assassinate the 3 demon generals one by one, and in the end, we might even have to face the demon lord. It's not as simple as you say. Song Chen remained non-committal. Let's just get in first. The two then headed towards the distant volcanic mountains. Halfway up the mountain, at the city gate, a hellhound standing 3 meters tall with 3 fierce dog heads and emanating black and yellow flames lay at the entrance. Zhang Rong's expression turned grim. She didn't expect a hellhound to be guarding the city gate. This completely ruined her infiltration plan. In a hell-level demon city dungeon, there's actually a hellhound guarding the gate. We probably won't be able to sneak in. Song Chen glanced at the hellhound's stats. Hell Gatekeeper, Cerberus, Health 24,000, Level 20, Strength 201, Agility 150, Mentality 160, Constitution 240, Defense 180, Skills, Scorching Breath, Frenzied Claw Strike, Fire Poison Eruption, Tail Whip. He then looked at his own skill damage. Annihilation. Aura, Heavenly Tier 1 Star Area Skill, instantly deals 129,000 points of fire damage to enemies' souls within a 400-meter diameter, with an additional 60% severe injury effect lasting 400s. Costs 10 mana, cooldown time 1.5s. He smiled slightly. After the appraisal, this wasn't a hellhound. It was just a weak dog. Wow, this kid actually entered a hell dungeon. What? Is he looking for death? With his girlfriend from the Divine Summer Academy around, maybe he really has some confidence? Nonsense, I just appraised that kid. He's a level 10 aura master. Going in is just asking to die. Outside the light gate of the Demon City dungeon, many gathered professionals were waiting to watch the show. Yuan Xian frowned at the scene. He couldn't understand why this guy named Song Chen was so arrogant. As those professionals said, Song Chen was indeed just a support class aura master. In his understanding, he had almost no independent combat ability. Even if his girlfriend was a student from the Divine Summer Academy, it was impossible for her to help him clear a hell-level dungeon. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called hell-level. I hope that couple dies in the hell-level dungeon, Chen Yuan said resentfully. Their small team of 5, with the captain being a legendary class Holy Light Knight, didn't even have confidence in clearing the hell-level dungeon, let alone Song Chen and his companion. So, their outcome was already quite clear. They would either crawl out of the hell-level dungeon in disgrace, or die inside. The second option was preferable. Chen Yuan was already quite agitated. How could she miss this opportunity to kick someone when they were down? She decided to stay here instead of entering the dungeon. After a while, Zhong Dafei rushed over with several subordinates, looking around anxiously. However, he didn't spot Song Chen at all. He asked several people nearby but didn't get the information he wanted. It wasn't until he found Yuan Xian that he learned Song Chen had already entered the hell-level Demon City dungeon. Zhong Dafei's expression changed. A hell-level dungeon, and he went in alone? Yuan Xian shook his head. He went in with a student from the Divine Summer Academy. Zhong Dafei's expression softened considerably. The top 2 on the merit leaderboard teaming up to enter a hell-level dungeon might have a chance of clearing it. Thinking of this, Zhong Dafei was no longer anxious and simply decided to stay here with his team. Yuan Xian, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you looking for him for?" Before coming to this Demon City instance, you must have hunted quite a few evil spirits in the polluted land, right? Zhong Dafei replied. Yes, we hunted quite a few. I was even planning to go to the merit hall in a few days to exchange for resources. But what does this have to do with Song Chen? Just look at the leaderboard displayed on the medal. Zhong Dafei deliberately kept them in suspense. Yuan Xian took out the medal, and when he saw Song Chen at the top of the leaderboard, he was instantly stunned. Over the course of more than an hour, he had earned over 150 merit points. Is this for real? How is that possible? The evil spirits in the polluted land are very scattered. Even with his strength, it would take some effort to find them. How could he have hunted so many evil spirits in such a short time? Yuan Xian felt a bit dazed. At this moment, he understood why Song Chen dared to enter the hell-level instance. So, a legendary class profession is not even as good as a support profession, the Aura Master? When did Aura Masters become so powerful? The other teammates also wore expressions of disbelief. Only Chen Yuan did not believe it. Or rather, she was unwilling to believe it. It must be that woman from the Divine Summer Academy who helped him. Otherwise, how could a useless support do this? Zhong Dafei shot a cold glance at Chen Yuan. Are you questioning our official records? Or do you think we are falsifying this matter? I didn't. Chen Yuan quickly shook her head in fright. Zhong Dafei snorted coldly, then fixed his gaze on the instance portal in front of him. Inside the Demon City instance, halfway up the mountain, at the city gate, Jiang Rong, hiding behind a block of fiery red rock, took out her silver longbow and said to Song Chen, "Wait, I'll draw this guard dog away. You take the chance to sneak in. No need, you wait here, I'll be back soon." Song Chen replied, walking straight towards the city gate. With this action, the hellhound that had been resting on the ground suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low growl. The three fierce dog heads fixed their gaze on Song Chen, who was approaching. The cruel and excited light flickered in their ghostly green eyes. As long as Song Chen dared to come within 100 steps, it could tear him apart immediately. Song Chen looked at the hellhound, seeing it baring its teeth and about to rush over. He immediately stopped, first using the Guardian's ring skill to put a shield around himself. Instantly, a faint white light shield appeared around Song Chen. It was thin, seemingly breakable with a single attack. In reality, unless a high-level powerhouse could instantly deal over 200,000 real damage to Song Chen, it would be impossible to break this shield. As for the hellhound in front of him, even if Song Chen stood there and let it bite, it wouldn't be able to make the shield tremble in the slightest. Without any hesitation, Song Chen was not one to waste time. After applying the shield buff, he immediately activated the soul-extinguishing aura. Instantly, circles of black ripples spread out from Song Chen, distorting the surrounding air. The black ripples swept past the stationary hellhound at an incredible speed, continuing to sweep towards the city wall without any obstruction. Looking again at the hellhound guarding the city gate, it still maintained a posture of bowing down to attack. But all three dog heads drooped weakly. The ghostly green light flickering in their eye sockets suddenly extinguished. Then, the entire body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Kill the hellhound. Cerberus, gain experience plus 2000. Kilo level 15. Low tier incubus, gain experience plus 1000. Kilo level 15. Low tier bull demon, gain experience plus 980. Kilo level 14. Low tier trickster, gain experience plus 790. Loot from demons has been automatically picked up into your backpack. Your level has been raised to level 12. Song Chen looked at the series of message prompts in front of him. His expression didn't change much. It was simply because he had gotten used to it. Roughly calculating, he had taken down at least over 100 low-tier demons with this one skill. Almost 100,000 experience points. This had directly leveled him up to 12. Now, in the area within 300 meters of the Demon City Gate, there were no demons left. Or rather, only corpses remained. Song Chen then waved to Jiang Rong, who was hiding to the side. "It's done, let's go into the city." Jiang Rong looked at the dead-asleep hellhound, which had lost all signs of life. She glanced at Song Chen, who stood calmly in place. One thought remained in her mind. Dead? How did it die? No, after all, it was a hellhound. How could it die so carelessly? What exactly happened? Jiang Rong hadn't yet recovered from her shock when she saw Song Chen walking unguarded towards the tightly shut city gate. She hurriedly collected her thoughts and ran to follow him. "What skill did you just use? A level 20 hellhound was taken down by you in one hit." However, Song Chen didn't seem to intend to answer. Horror. Upon reaching the city gate, he took out a key made of bone from his backpack. This was the loot dropped from the hellhound. Its main purpose was to open the gates of the demon city. In addition, there was a blue top-tier equipment, the Fong dagger, which was exclusive to assassins. Song Chen naturally had no interest in it. He would just sell it directly on the trading platform later. As he inserted the bone key into the lock in the center of the city gate, the gates of the demon city opened, revealing a series of very peculiar, even ugly buildings behind it. But strangely, until Song Chen and the others entered the city, they didn't encounter any low-tier demons attacking them. Something feels off. Logically, we should have been swarmed by a lot of low-tier demons the moment we entered the demon city. Jiang Rong said incredulously. "No need to panic, this is just a normal phenomenon." The area within 300 meters of the city gate had long been cleared by Song Chen with one skill. Naturally, there were no low-tier demons coming to disturb them. Song Chen continued to lead Jiang Rong deeper into the city. Along the way, he unleashed several soul-extinguishing rings. Those low-tier demons didn't even get to see Song Chen's face before they perished. All of them turned into his experience points. The only passage from the outer city to the inner city was located at the central square of the city. There was a teleportation array there. Through it, one could directly teleport to the inner city suspended above the mountains. For level 18 demon attendants guarded this place. Only by killing them all could one gain the qualification to enter the inner city. Just as Song Chen and the others arrived at the central square, a blood-red beam of light suddenly illuminated the teleportation array connecting to the inner city. Above, then, a massive figure resembling a small mountain emerged from the blood-red beam. A flesh mountain demon at least 5 meters tall crawled out from the center of the teleportation array. Its body was covered in flesh lumps the size of human heads. Dark green fat piled upon layers, rolling in waves of green flesh as it moved. "Ugly humans daring to invade the demon city, I will skin you and hang your skin on the city wall." Song Chen looked at This Flesh Mountain demon, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation. In his eyes, these monsters were no different from the corpses lying on the ground. At the same time, information about the Flesh Mountain demon appeared before him. Flesh Mountain demon, Bogang type, elite monster level, 20 health, 39100 strength, 400 agility, 100 spirit, 100 constitution, 490 defense, 480 skills, flesh impact, physical damage reduction, sonic attack, flesh bomb. Songchen glanced at the attributes of the Flesh Mountain demon. As expected of an elite monster, it's more than twice as strong compared to the gatekeeper of the same level we just faced. Zhang Rong reminded from the side, be careful, this elite monster will enter its second phase when its health is reduced to critical levels. At that time, its total health will not only increase by 50%, but it will also instantly recover to full status. In short, it's going to be tough to deal with. Just as Song Chen was about to say something, he saw the 4 demon attendants charging towards him first. He frowned slightly. Soul annihilation. As a black ripple swept over the bodies of the 4 demon attendants, it instantly obliterated their souls. Due to inertia, their bodies continued to rush forward for a distance before all collapsing to the ground with a thud. The Flesh Mountain demon was just about to make a move when it saw the black ripple suddenly appear before it. The moment it touched its body, a wave of excruciating pain surged from the depths of its soul. It felt as if someone was burning its soul with fierce fire. Ah! The Flesh Mountain demon couldn't help but let out a piercing scream, and then its entire body crashed to the ground, shaking the ground slightly. Killed 18 level demon attendant, gained experience plus 1800. Killed 18 level demon attendant, gained experience plus 1850. Killed 20 level demon commander Flesh Mountain demon, Bagon, gained experience plus 3000. Inner city teleportation scroll obtained. Next, only the 2 demon commanders and the demon lord in the inner city remained. Songchen took the teleportation scroll from his backpack and walked towards the center of the teleportation array. As he walked, he said, by the way, didn't you say this Flesh Mountain demon had a second phase? How come I didn't see it? Zhang Rong glanced at the pile of Flesh Mountain demon on the ground, feeling quite speechless. You just took it down in an instant. What second phase could it possibly have? Is there really such an amazing skill in the Soul Master profession? A level 20 elite monster can be taken down just like that. Where exactly is this person's limit? Zhang Rong followed behind Song Chen, feeling frustrated as a flash of white light enveloped them. The surrounding scene instantly changed. In its place was a magnificent medieval castle, standing in stark contrast to the ugly, short buildings of the outer city. They were now standing in the wide square in front of the castle. Before them stood 2 demon commanders, each over 3 meters tall, leading at least 20 demon attendants who surrounded them completely. Horn demon Boki type elite monster level 20. Desire snake demon Boba type elite monster level 20. The attributes of these 2 demon commanders were similar to those of the Flesh Mountain demon, but with different focuses. The Horn demon emphasized agility, while the Desire snake demon focused on spirit. However, for Song Chen, it made no difference. The only thing that disappointed him was that he had come all the way to their territory, and the demon lord had yet to show up. What an impolite fellow. He didn't understand the slightest bit of hospitality. It seemed he would have to personally invite him out. Without waiting for the demons to make any moves, Song Chen unleashed another soul annihilation. The surrounding demons instantly perished, collapsing to the ground. The 2 demon commanders also let out a scream before their souls were directly obliterated. From the moment Song Chen entered the inner city to the killing of the 2 demon commanders, it took less than a minute. This couldn't even be called a battle. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Zhang Rong's heart was very complicated. Since she entered this instance, she had never made a move. A level 20 elf archer, being led by a level 10 aura master to clear the dungeon. If she told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. But that was the truth. Watching Song Chen unleash a skill, whether they showed themselves or not, they were all instantly killed. At this moment, Zhang Rong felt a bit dazed. She felt like she wasn't here to grind monsters. It was more like she was here for a vacation. Kill level 20 demon general Horn demon Boki, gain experience plus 3000. Kill level 20 demon general Lustful snake demon Boba, gain experience plus 3000. Kill level 18 demon attendant, gain experience plus 1850. Kill level 18 demon attendant, gain experience plus 1820. Song Chen had no time to pay attention to the constantly popping experience notifications in front of him. He was preparing to head deeper into the castle. No notifications for clearing the instance popped up, indicating that there should still be a big boss hidden in the depths of the castle. Perhaps it was the demon lord Zhang Rong mentioned. However, before Song Chen could walk too far, he heard a loud explosion from deep within the castle. Clearly, this demon lord had learned of the annihilation of his subordinates. He could no longer hold back and was coming out. Song Chen didn't have to wait long. A blood-red sphere suddenly burst through the castle dome, appearing in mid-air. Following that, a huge, sinister demon face emerged on the surface of the blood-red sphere, staring intently at Song Chen. Demon Castle Lord, Bloody Baron, Bakamir type instance. BOSS level 25 health, 62100 strength, 600 agility, 1000 spirit, 700 constitution, 1300 defense, 600 skills, blood conversion, blood bullet torrent, bad blood toxin, blood escape. Zhang Rong looked at the luxurious attributes of the instance boss and couldn't help but take a few steps back. No wonder. No one had ever cleared the hell instance. This boss was too abnormal. Song Chen, can you take him down in one hit? She couldn't help but ask softly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the blood-red sphere with the sinister face above the castle suddenly expanded. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Countless blood-red streams shot towards the position where Song Chen and Zhang Rong were like raindrops. Zhang Rong's breath caught. If she got hit by this blood rain, she would either die or be severely injured. But just then, a faint white light shield enveloped her completely. As soon as the blood rain touched this white shield, it vanished without a trace, as if raindrops had fallen into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Zhang Rong stared in astonishment at this scene. If she wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be the most commonly used barrier skill of the Aura Master. But wasn't this the most ordinary skill? At most, it could withstand a low-level mage's fireball. When did it become capable of blocking a boss's attack? Moreover, it seemed that this light shield was far from reaching its limit. Zhang Rong suddenly felt that her legendary level profession was almost fake. She glanced at Song Chen, then at the bloody Baron, who had already reformed a blood-red body not far away. An absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Why did she feel that Song Chen was the real boss, and the bloody Baron was the challenger? Zhang Rong was startled by her own thought and quickly snapped back to reality. She took out her silver longbow and aimed at the boss. Song Chen, this boss has many skills and heals quickly. We must end this quickly. Right now, she had the defensive aura from Song Chen, so she wasn't worried about taking damage. This allowed her to attack the boss without restraint. Didn't I say? The reward is to take you through the hell level instance. You just stand aside and watch quietly. The most important thing is, don't steal my monsters, got it? Song Chen shot her a cold glance. Zhang Rong immediately felt a bit wronged. When did I say I wanted to steal your monsters? I just wanted to help you, okay? Why is he being so fierce? To her, this beautiful woman. But Song Chen didn't care at all about what Zhang Rong was thinking. Right now, his eyes were only on the bloody Baron. Or, rather, on the massive experience. That was what could make him stronger. No unnecessary words. As usual, he initiated with the soul-extinguishing halo. As for the rest, it was just a matter of waiting for the experience to roll in. Instantly, a wave of black ripples emanated from Song Chen's body, enveloping the bloody Baron at an incredible speed. However, he was indeed the final boss in a hell-level dungeon. The moment he sensed the black ripples, he felt a strong sense of danger. His body instinctively transformed into a pool of foul-smelling black blood, hoping to evade Song Chen's skill. But the soul-extinguishing halo acted on the enemy's soul. No matter what form the bloody Baron took, as long as his soul was within the skill's coverage, he would absolutely not be able to escape. Sure enough, the bloody Baron's pool of blood, which could immunize against most physical damage, had no effect at all. In an instant, that pool of blood reformed into a twisted humanoid shape. The figure opened its mouth wide, seemingly letting out a silent roar. Then countless bubbles appeared on its surface and exploded. This continued for several breaths. Suddenly, the blood-colored figure collapsed, dissipating into a mist of blood in the air. You have killed the final boss of the dungeon, Bloody Baron. Bogomir, gained experience plus 15,000. You have cleared the hell-level dungeon. Demon City clear time, 5 minutes 07 seconds. Dungeon participation, 100% rating. SSS rewards, hell-level dungeon. Demon City first clear treasure chest. Hidden treasure chest of Demon City. Boss loot has been automatically collected. Please check your backpack. Your level has been raised to level 13. A series of messages flooded the screen. Song Chen then focused all his attention on the 2 treasure chests he had obtained. He remembered that when he first cleared the hell-level novice dungeon, there was no hidden treasure chest. Could it be related to the hidden levels present in this dungeon? Without hesitation, Song Chen opened the 2 treasure chests on the spot. Opened the first clear treasure chest of Demon City, gained 10,000 experience points. Skill Book Summoning Magic, exclusive skill for summoners. Opened the hidden treasure chest of Demon City, gained Demon Crystal, special. Seeing that a skill book had been opened from the treasure chest, Song Chen was initially a bit excited, but when he realized it was an exclusive skill for summoners, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It's a pity that he wasn't a summoner. Otherwise, such a rare skill would definitely be a great boost for him. Song Chen then looked at the Demon Crystal that came from the hidden treasure chest. Demon Crystal, special, the favorite item of the Lord of Demon City. It can guide you to find the portal to the hidden level of Demon City. As expected, his guess was correct. The item in the hidden treasure chest could allow him to access the hidden level of Demon City. However, it seemed that it could only help him find the portal to the hidden area. So where would he find the key? Just as he was thinking, Song Chen instinctively turned his gaze to Zhang Rong beside him. Perhaps this person from the Divine Summer Academy had the key to open this portal. At this moment, Jiang Rong was looking at the feedback on the panel regarding the dungeon clearance, feeling a wave of frustration in her heart. You have cleared the Hell level dungeon, Demon City dungeon participation, 0% gained experience. The words indicating 0% participation made her feel deeply humiliated, but there was nothing she could do. Because when Songjin said it was a one-hit kill, it really was a one-hit kill. The kind that would take you out the moment you showed your face. She had no room to perform at all. Jiang Rong immediately felt Song Chen's probing gaze and said, with a hint of tears, "What are you looking at? Did you find a clue to the hidden level?" Song Chen nodded. He then took out a red crystal ball the size of a human head from his backpack, which still emitted a faint glow. Song Chen then activated the item with his mental power. The red light on the crystal ball suddenly intensified, condensing into a beam that shot towards the ground in front of him. An illusory portal immediately appeared. The surface of the portal was engraved with countless terrifying demon sculptures, lifelike as if they were about to step out from the portal. Seeing this illusory portal lying on the ground, Jiang Rong exclaimed in surprise, "You actually found the hidden level of Demon City." "I just found it. Do you have any way to open this door?" Song Chen asked. Upon hearing this, a smug expression involuntarily appeared on Jiang Rong's face. "It seems you also have things you can't do." Previously, she had felt extremely frustrated being suppressed by Song Chen's unfathomable abilities, not even having the chance to strike back. Now, it seemed that Song Chen finally had a use for her. "You want to enter the hidden level? Just so happens I have the item to open this door, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "It's very simple, just call me sister and I'll give you this item," Jiang Rong said playfully, staring intently at Song Chen. After all, he had treated her like a bystander from the beginning. Now that there was a chance, she certainly had to retaliate a little. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Song Chen frowned and was about to put away the crystal ball. Okay, I was just teasing you, don't be angry, alright?" Jiang Rong stomped her foot, her expression quite speechless, and she muttered softly, "I'm still a big beauty, what's wrong with you calling me sister? You won't lose out. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the item." Song Chen, used to Jiang Rong's mischief, urged. "Here it is." Jiang Rong took out a completely black round token from her backpack, which had no patterns at all, only a circle of incantations around the edge. Small Thousand World Token. Holding this token can open the portal entrance to most Small Thousand Worlds. Small Thousand World. Song Chen had learned about it from textbooks. The instances they were currently entering were likely projections left on Blue Star by different worlds. These worlds varied in size and strength, hence they were divided into Small Thousand, Middle Thousand, and Large Thousand worlds. With Blue Star's current strength, it could only be considered a Middle Thousand world, far inferior to those Large Thousand worlds. The so-called Abyss Gate was actually a bridge connecting two worlds. The hidden levels within the instances were likely the closest to the real instance worlds. No, perhaps it could allow him to directly enter the real world where the instance was located. "Hey, Song Chen, are we going in now? The world behind this door is a real one, and the danger level is definitely several times higher than that of the Hell instance. You know a lot about this?" "Of course. Let me tell you, only by entering our Divine Summer Academy can you truly access the secrets of this world, otherwise, you'll just be a frog at the bottom of a well," Jiang Rong said proudly. Song Chen pondered for a moment. He wasn't hesitating about whether to enter the hidden level. He was contemplating Jiang Rong's words. It seemed that only after he got into the Divine Summer Academy could he truly access the truth of the world. Song Chen activated the Small Thousand World token with his mental power. "Do you want to open the hidden level of Demon City? Warning, after opening the hidden level, you will enter the real world of Demon City. Open." As soon as Song Chen's voice fell, the illusory portal in front of him suddenly stood up and gradually solidified. Then, the Small Thousand World token floated towards the standing portal. Instantly, the portal leading to the hidden level was open, revealing a hazy blood-red scene behind it. "The hidden level of Demon City has been opened. Clearance conditions. Collect materials to reseal the lava demon of fire / eliminate all demons within the demon castle." Song Chen glanced at the clearance conditions. His gaze sharpened. It seemed that this guy called the lava demon of fire was the final boss hidden in the secret level. However, collecting materials to seal demons was too much of a waste of time for him. The second condition suited his intentions much better. He could just kill them all directly. Why go through so many twists and turns? Nevertheless, Song Chen still cast a shield on himself before walking towards the half-open portal. Seeing this, Jiang Rong couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Others might not know the dangers of the hidden level, but she was fully aware, because that place was completely a real world. Any accident could happen. Yet, she still followed closely behind Song Chen as they entered the hidden level together. It was likely that even Jiang Rong herself didn't know why she trusted a high school student who had only awakened his profession a few days ago so much. Outside the instance, waiting nearby, Zheng Dafei couldn't help but ask, "Song Chen, how long has he been in there?" Yuan Xian glanced at the time. "It's been less than 5 minutes. What's wrong?" "Only 5 minutes? That's good. Zhong Dafei breathed a sigh of relief. Given Song Chen's displayed strength, even if he couldn't defeat the boss, he should be able to escape smoothly. Not to mention he had a student from the Divine Summer Academy with him. While Zhong Dafei and the others were silently waiting, a notice suddenly appeared on the light screen outside the Hell Level Instance portal. The Hell Level Instance Demon Castle has been cleared by the team. Song Chen 100%, Zhang Rong 0%, evaluation SSS level, clearance time 5 minutes 07 seconds. What the hell? First clear of the Hell Level Instance, I must be seeing things. Wait, 100% participation. That Zhang Rong seems to be a student from the Divine Summer Academy. She just tagged along. 5-minute speedrun. Wait a minute, why does this Song Chen seem a bit familiar? The crowd waiting at the instance entrance began to discuss animatedly. Zhong Dafei also saw the notice and was instantly speechless in shock. Yuan Qian and the teammates exchanged glances. A level 10 aura master cleared the Hell Level Demon Castle instance. Were they living in the same world as Song Chen? Captain, I heard that our East China Academy is going to specially recruit a support profession student right in Yunhai City who also cleared the Hell Level Novice instance first. Could it be this Song Chen? Yes, I heard the teacher mention it, and it seems he even turned it down. So, Song Chen doesn't even care to join our East China Academy. Then what about him and Chen Yuan? Yuan Qian and the teammates couldn't help but turn their gaze to Chen Yuan, who was standing aside. The latter's face turned pale. It was hard to tell if it was from regret or jealousy. Zhong Dafei snapped back to reality from his shock, noticing that Song Chen's figure was still absent at the portal. He couldn't help but ask, haven't they cleared it? Why haven't they come out yet? He broke the clearance record, plus he cleared the Hell Level instance first. He must have opened an item from the treasure chest to enter the hidden level. Yuan Qian said. Hidden level. Everyone was taken aback. This was not only the level closest to the real world, but the difficulty was also several times higher than that of the Hell Level. Just cleared the Hell Level and now heading to the hidden level. Could he really do it? I hope he can give us a miracle. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dafei became even more convinced of his guess. After today, there might never be another Demon Castle instance. This time, the scene Song Chen entered was no longer at the foot of the volcanic mountain. Instead, he appeared directly on a long street in the outer city of the Demon Castle. The atmosphere felt even more real and terrifying. Surrounding him were low, ugly buildings. From the eaves of those buildings hung dried human arms or legs. An ugly demon was staring at them intently through the window. The long street was silent, yet filled with malice. Humans, huh? I was just worried about not having human skin for clothing, so don't anyone try to snatch it from me. Human, how did you enter Demon City? Who cares how they got in? Just eat them. Upon seeing Song Chen suddenly appear, the demons could no longer hide their malice. They chattered excitedly. For humans entering Demon City, there was no other fate than to become their food. Zhang Rong's face turned pale. She hadn't expected them to fall directly into the demon's encirclement. However, Song Chen's expression showed no change. Or rather, he had only one purpose for coming here, to kill all the demons. Beyond that, he had no other thoughts. Kill. The soul-extinguishing halo suddenly activated. A black ripple appeared out of thin air around him. The densely packed low-level demons around him all turned into corpses under this one. Skill. Kill first-level low-level bull demon, gain experience plus 11. Kill second-level low-level horse demon, gain experience plus 12. A long string of experience notifications rolled before Song Chen's eyes. However, most were just first and second level small monsters. Higher level monsters were quite rare. This puzzled Song Chen. However, his keen observation revealed that this place was different from the Hell Level dungeon. He had just killed hundreds of demons with a single skill, far exceeding the number he had slain in the Hell Level dungeon. Perhaps this was the difference between the real world and the dungeons. Song Chen continued down the long street. At the end of the street was the central square where the teleportation array was located. There, 3 demon generals were already waiting. They were the Meat Mountain Horn Demon and Lust Snake Demon that had appeared in the previous Hell Level dungeon. Beside them were several 20th level high-level demons. As soon as Song Chen stepped into the central square, one of the 3 demons, covered in green scales with a snake tail and the upper body of a graceful woman, the Lust Snake Demon, immediately spoke, "Human, cooperate with us to obtain the sealing stone and then seal the lava demon of fire. At that time, the Lord's power will diminish to its lowest point and we can take over." Hearing this, Song Chen looked at the 3 demon generals with interest. Although they were filled with hostility towards him, they were currently restraining their impulse to attack. Do they want to use me to seize power? Song Chen, you can try to engage with them, at least our goals are aligned. Zhang Rong whispered from the side. Song Chen glanced at her and then shook his head. Who said our goals are the same? Human, what do you mean? Don't be ungrateful, the horned demon, with 2 black horns on its head, retorted angrily. Noisy. Song Chen snorted coldly. The petrification halo immediately activated. Gray, ancient rings flew out from his palm, instantly enveloping 10 demons, including the 3 demon generals, binding them in place and rendering them immobile. Then, gray-white stone. Flakes began to fall from the three demon generals. 10120-9520-12500 lines of damage numbers floated above their heads. In an instant, the demons standing in the square began to crack all over, eventually turning into piles of rubble. Kill 25th level Demon General Horned Demon Boki, gain experience plus 5000. Kill 25th level Demon General Meat Mountain Demon Bogan, gain experience plus 5000. Kill 25th level Demon General Lust Snake Demon Boba, gain experience plus 5000. Kill 20th level Demon Attendant, gain experience plus 2500. Kill 20th level Demon Attendant, gain experience plus 2500. Even after killing so many elite monsters, the current experience was still not enough for him to level up again. Songchen no longer wasted time. Why seal the lava demon of fire? If it's sealed, who will make up for the experience I lack? But before entering the inner city, Songchen first allocated all the attribute points he had gained during this time into his spirit. Spirit 8698. The damage of the petrification aura and the soul destruction aura increased again. Songchen wasn't particularly worried that the final boss would exceed his control. Don't forget, the control time of his petrification aura lasts up to 360 seconds. Plus, it deals 15,480 damage per second. In contrast, its cooldown time is only 7.5 seconds, far less than the control time. This means that as long as Songchen has enough mana, he can achieve infinite control. Until the boss dies, it wouldn't even be able to move a finger. Zhang Rong, seeing the demons immobilized until death without being able to attack, couldn't help but gasp. In the previous encounters, she hadn't seen the effects of the soul destruction aura clearly, since it directly affected the enemy's souls. Now, with Songchen demonstrating another skill that deals nearly 10,000 damage per second with total damage exceeding 40,000 and being able to keep all these monsters immobilized, it was a terrifying skill. Even she, a level 20 elf archer, would need to max out her attack power and equip a full set of red gear that amplifies attack power, then use a special move to achieve such high damage in such a short time. She absolutely couldn't do what Songchen was doing, binding 10 demons in place and exterminating them. Moreover, Zhang Rong had reason to suspect that the reason Songchen could only deal over 40,000 damage wasn't because the skill damage was only that much, but because the enemy's health was only over 40,000. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Rong felt increasingly frustrated. What kind of freak is this, dealing tens of thousands of damage with a single move? She, who always considered herself a genius, felt a constant sense of defeat. What should we do next? Zhang Rong couldn't help but ask. Is there any need to ask? Just kill our way through until we clear the game. After Songchen finished speaking, he looked towards the volcano at the mountaintop and the inner city suspended above it. The next course of action was already clear. First, go to the inner city to kill the demon lord, then wait for the lava demon of fire to revive. Once it shows its head, it would be an instant kill. As for finding the sealing stone to seal it, Songchen had never thought about that. Only the weak think about sealing, the strong just kill through. No matter what you are, first take a hit from my soul destruction aura. If you don't die, we can talk about other things. If you die, even better, everyone is happy. You save trouble, and I save trouble. A win-win. This time, before Songchen could enter the inner city through the teleportation array, he heard a rumbling sound. A beam of blood light shot out from the castle of the inner city and, in the blink of an eye, landed at the volcano's mouth, emitting thick black smoke. Songchen looked out and found that the blood-colored figure was indeed the master of Demon City, the Bloody Baron. Since the main character had appeared, Songchen led Zhang Rong to bypass the teleportation array and walked directly towards the mountain top. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, seemingly unconcerned about any unexpected changes. However, Zhang Rong felt a bit anxious in her heart. Although this demon city could only be considered a small thousand worlds, the strong born in such worlds usually have limits. She had never entered here and didn't know where the final boss's limit was. But along the way, it seemed she also didn't know where Songchen's limit was. The anxiety in her heart was immediately reduced by more than half. Moreover, she still had a life-saving trump card given to her by her teacher, so she wasn't worried about dying here. In no time, the two arrived near the volcano, which was emitting a strong sulfur smell. The Bloody Baron stood with his back to them at the edge of the volcano, gazing down at the boiling magma, seemingly sensing the arrival of Songchen and Zhang Rong. The Bloody Baron spoke, "Humans, you have helped me deal with those 3 rebels, and I am pleased. However, you will ultimately die. In light of your assistance, I can make your deaths a bit more merciful." Songchen's expression remained calm, treating it as mere nonsense. "What are you doing here?" The Bloody Baron let out a chilling laugh. "Humans, it's no harm to tell you, my ancestor, the fire lava demon, is about to awaken. At that time, the abyssal gate will immediately reverse, and I will lead the demon army to trample your kingdom." Kick. Zhang Rong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. This demon city is a small world under the abyss, and our blue star has been under constant invasion from the abyss. If the abyssal gate here reverses, the nearby Yunhai city will likely suffer considerable destruction. Currently, the leaders of the 3 major guilds in Yunhai City were only around level 30. Whether they could defeat this bloody baron was still up for debate, not to mention its ancestor, the fire lava demon. It was no wonder Jiang Ron looked so serious. After hearing this, as long as we can crush them here, that's fine. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about one question. Song Chen said. What question? Jiang Ron asked, puzzled. Your ancestor is a fire demon while you are a blood demon. Clearly, you are 2 different species, so how could it possibly be your ancestor? Or is it that? Before Song Chen could finish, the bloody baron suddenly became furious and lunged at him. Human, dare to insult my ancestor, I'll kill you. Look, you're getting anxious again. Song Chen felt quite helpless. He was just a bit curious, was such a big reaction necessary? There was no other way. Song Chen had to use a petrification halo to make it calm down. The bloody baron was instantly immobilized, unable to move. Its health was also rapidly declining. It couldn't even use its skills. In less than 10 breaths, the bloody baron was covered in cracks. Finally, with a loud bang, it turned into a pile of rubble. Kill level 28 Demon Lord Bloody Baron Bogomir. Gain experience plus 10,000 after defeating the Demon Lord. The completion prompt did not appear. This indicated that what it said was true. The fire lava demon was indeed awakening. Song Chen initially thought it would take a while for it to awaken. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from the volcano, causing the ground to tremble. The magma began to boil and spread towards the edge of the crater. Jiang Ron pointed at the 2 long black horns that first emerged from the magma. Song Chen, look over there. A massive shadow flickered in the fiery magma. A skull, 2 meters tall with black long horns on its head, emerged from the volcano. Its entire face was covered in flowing crimson magma resembling muscles and tendons. Its hollow eyes burned with black flames flickering within their sockets. At the same time, the basic attributes of this monster appeared before Song Chen. Fire lava demon type, hidden level, final BOSS level 30 health, 105000 strength, 1500 agility, 500 spirit, 400 constitution, 1500 defense, 1000 skills, magma flow bomb, volcanic eruption, earthquake. With an outrageous constitution and strength, along with a health pool of 100,000, it was completely unmatched compared to his own attributes. As the fire lava demon suddenly appeared, its eyes burning with black fire fixed intently on Song Chen. Then, its 2 arms made of black lava shot out from the magma, their massive palms covering half the sky, descending directly towards Song Chen and the others. At the same time, magma projectiles the size of houses fell around them, blocking their escape routes. However, Song Chen had no intention of running at all. He glanced at the skill damage. The soul extinction aura dealt 147,000 damage, while the petrification aura inflicted 17,600 damage per second. It could kill. Song Chen directly cast a petrification aura above the head of the fire lava demon. Instantly, it rendered the demon immobile. At the same time, damage numbers floated above it. Minus 6,520, minus 9,660, minus 12,000. However, this boss still had high defense, and the damage from the petrification aura was ultimately a bit lacking. Song Chen then followed up with a soul extinction aura. The staggering 120,000 damage instantly obliterated the fire lava demon on the spot. What did it matter if it had 100,000 health? It was still killed the moment it showed itself. The flames engulfing the final boss suddenly extinguished, and its body shattered into large clouds of ash, drifting down near the volcano's crater. The volcano, which was about to erupt, immediately fell silent. Song Chen, what is your limit? Even those level 40 seniors can't do this. Jiang Ron watched as the level 30 boss was instantly killed, completely stunned. Song Chen didn't pay attention to Jiang Ron. All his focus was on the completion rewards. You have killed the final boss of the hidden level 30 fire lava demon, gaining experience plus 30,000. Your level has increased to level 14. You have cleared the hidden level of Demon City. Note, this dungeon will completely close in 1 minute. Please exit quickly. Completion time 5 minutes 17 seconds. Completion rating SSSSSS level completion reward experience plus 350,000. Demon achievement chest unique invitation from the abyss special unlimited job change. Qualification book. Your level has increased to level 20. Excess experience has been saved. Truly, it was a hidden level. The experience and rewards obtained far exceeded his expectations. It directly propelled him to meet the level 20 job change standard in one go. Moreover, the unique divine talent rose to level 3 again. Now, he gained 3 skill points per second. This meant that for every 10 levels he gained, the divine talent would upgrade again, allowing him to earn even more skill points per second. Next, he would participate in the college entrance examination and then exchange for a job change item to complete the job change. As Song Chen cleared the hidden level, they emerged from the dungeon. The Demon City dungeon began to collapse. The light gate that served as the dungeon entrance started to crack, and the fissures quickly expanded. At the same time, those players leveling up and fighting monsters inside the dungeon were met with an announcement prompt in front of them. The hidden level of Demon City has been cleared. This dungeon's secret realm is about to disappear. Before they could react, they were instantly force teleported out of the Demon City dungeon. I was so close to clearing the nightmare. Difficulty dungeon. Damn it, why did they just kick me out? Someone cleared the hidden level. How is that possible? The hidden level was cleared. And the Demon City dungeon actually disappears. Why? What the hell? Who is this big shot that not only found the hidden level but also broke through it? The players who were force teleported out looked at each other, momentarily confused. However, after they exited, the light gate representing the dungeon entrance suddenly shattered with a crack, dispersing into specks of starlight in the air. The light gate disappeared. Or to put it another way, the abyss gate here had been closed. Zhong Dafei stared in shock at this scene. Although he had anticipated it in his heart, he was still utterly astonished when he witnessed it. First, a 5-minute speedrun of the hell level dungeon, then clearing the hidden level, leading to the closure of the abyss gate here. It seemed to take no more than 5 minutes. This meant that what those people had been unable to accomplish for over a decade, Song Chen resolved in 10 minutes. How incredible was that? Yuan Qian and the others had expressions no different from Zhong Dafei's at this moment, or perhaps even more shocked. As legendary practitioners of East China Academy. He had once led his teammates into the hell-level Demon Castle dungeon, but they had ended up fleeing in disgrace. Not to mention the hidden levels that were several times more difficult than the hell-level dungeons. At least a team of legendary-level players who had reached level 30 and undergone their second job change would barely manage to clear it, right? Captain, shouldn't we go over and apologize? Captain, didn't we say before that they were noobs and that we'd take them to level up? Captain, we even took their ex-girlfriend to level up. Do you think Song Chen will have a problem with us? The teammates chimed in one after another, all turning their gazes toward the captain. Yuan Qian's face was tense, and he remained silent. The atmosphere held in a stalemate for a while. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and slapped his own face hard. That'll teach you to run your mouth. Now look what you've done. Slap, slap. The sound was quite crisp, leaving his teammates stunned. One of the teammates, quick on the uptake, grabbed the captain's right hand. Captain, don't do that, don't do that. Let's talk it over, Captain. There's no obstacle we can't overcome, everyone urged. In a flurry. Meanwhile, Zhong Dafei was jolted back to reality by the sharp sound of the slap. He quickly instructed his subordinates, you all hurry to guard the valley entrance, don't let anyone in or out. The abyss gate had been closed. This meant that this polluted area would cease to exist in the future. And Song Chen, who had made such a contribution, would be noticed by everyone. This was not a good thing and could very likely bring some danger to Song Chen. Therefore, this matter had to be kept confidential. After all, geniuses need time to grow. After giving his orders, Zhong Dafei directly dialed the director's phone. Beep, 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 beep. After a moment of waiting, the call was connected. Hello, I'm Director Chang's assistant. May I ask what's the matter, Section Chief Zhong? I have important news to report. Where is Director Chang? Director Chang is resting. You can tell me what's the matter. First, what? At this time, he's still sleeping? Hurry up and wake him up. This might not be good. Just do as I say, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Okay. The assistant hung up the phone and hurriedly called Director Chang. The latter looked somewhat displeased but said nothing. He took the call and spoke slowly. Hello, Xiao Zhong, you're in such a hurry to find me. Is there something going on? Old dang, how can you sleep at your age? Director Chang? Ahem, Director Chang, you know about that level 1 polluted area outside Yunhai City, right? The abyss gate there has been closed. What? Who did it? Director Chang, who had been feeling a bit lethargic, immediately perked up at the news. He sprang up from his leather chair, completely forgetting the disrespect shown to him by his subordinate just moments ago. By the way, hurry and seal off the news from there. I'll head over right away. With me here, you can rest assured, Zhong Dafei said somewhat apprehensively. He didn't even know where he had found the courage to speak to the director like that. However, even though he didn't want to admit it, it felt quite exhilarating. Zhong Dafei hung up the phone and began to look around. Finally, he spotted the person he was looking for. The boy standing next to Zhang Ron was definitely Song Chen. Zhong Dafei rushed over. Song Chen, hello. I'm from the Pollution Prevention Management Bureau. You can call me Section Chief Zhong. No, just Xiao Zhong is fine. Song Chen looked at the chubby man in front of him who was wearing a fawning smile, somewhat confused. Then he remembered that he had just closed the abyss gate. It seemed quite normal for the Management Bureau to be stirred up. Hello, Section Chief Zhong. Ha, no need to be so polite. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I never expected you to conquer the hidden level. It was just luck. Song Chen replied modestly. I wonder if you would be interested in working at our bureau in the future? Zhong Dafei couldn't help but ask. Ahem, isn't it a bit too early for that? I haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Sorry, I was a bit too eager. Zhong Dafei smiled awkwardly. He was just asking casually. He didn't really expect such a talent to join the Pollution Management Bureau. That would actually be a bit of a waste of talent. At this moment, Yuan Qian also brought his teammates over, surrounding Song Chen. Song Chen, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, please don't take it to heart. Song Chen glanced at Yuan Qian in surprise. To be honest, he hadn't really thought much about it. After all, as a strong person, why would he care about the provocations of the weak? It's okay, you were just being kind. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qian felt a bit ashamed. The others, seeing this, hurriedly apologized as well, mainly to get familiar with such a master. After all, this might be their last chance to get close to a big shot in their lifetime. At this moment, Chen Yuan was standing still, staring blankly at Song Chen, who was surrounded by people. Her lips quivered downwards and tears stubbornly swirled in her eyes. If she hadn't proposed breaking up back then, would she now be the one surrounded by everyone? Chen Yuan's heart suddenly ached, she truly regretted it. After clearing the hidden level of the Demon Castle, Song Chen was awarded 1,000 merit points. He was planning to go to the merit hall to exchange for his rewards next. Both skill books and job change items were what he needed the most. However, he didn't expect that Zhong Dafei and the others would be so enthusiastic, forcing him to stay a little longer. Song Chen, don't rush to leave, our director Chang will be here soon. He really wants to meet you. Alright. Song Chen agreed. At this moment, Zhang Rong, who had been silent beside him, spoke up. Song Chen, congratulations. I've completed my task and I'm heading back to the academy now. She had come here to close the Abyss Gate, and now that her goal was achieved, there was no need for her to stay. Moreover, she felt that if she continued to follow Song Chen, her mindset would definitely collapse. So she directly proposed to leave. I understand. Song Chen nodded. Zhang Rong felt a bit displeased at his indifferent reaction. She had followed him all this way, and now that she was leaving, he showed no reaction at all. Hey, I'm leaving, at least give me some response. Song Chen looked at her in confusion. It's not like we're parting for life and death, it's just going back to school. What kind of reaction do you want from me? Idiot, I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Rong turned her head in anger. Song Chen didn't take it to heart, he just thought this woman was being unreasonable. Forget it, getting angry with you is pointless. Take out your demon hunter medal. Zhang Rong finally couldn't help but say. Song Chen took it out. Zhang Rong then directly transferred all the merit she had accumulated during this time to Song Chen. It totaled over 300 merit points earned from hunting evil spirits over the past few days, which she hadn't exchanged at the merit hall. Now that she was leaving, it was just right to give it to Song Chen. After all, without him, she wouldn't have been able to complete the task of closing the Abyss Gate here. Why are you giving this to me? Song Chen asked. Don't worry, you helped me complete the task and I'll have my rewards when I return to school. Consider this my compensation to you. Are there many such tasks at the Divine Summer Academy? Of course, and the rewards are usually quite generous. I see. So, are you thinking of coming to our Divine Summer Academy? With your strength as a junior, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm looking forward to it. Then it's settled. See you at the Divine Summer Academy. By the way, let me give you an extra piece of information. In the Divine Summer Academy, there is a Super God Academy. If possible, you must get in. Super God Academy? Yes, besides that, the Divine Summer Academy also controls many small and medium secret realms, which are perfect for someone like you who is obsessed with leveling up. Okay, I'll remember that. Zhang Rong nodded in satisfaction, waved her hand, and was about to leave. Seeing this, Zhong Dafei immediately said, Miss Jiang, if possible, please do not disclose the information about Song Chen's hidden level in the next period. Okay, I won't say anything. Zhang Rong readily agreed and then walked towards the canyon. Just a short while after she left, another group of people arrived outside the canyon. Leading the way was a middle-aged man of short stature who appeared somewhat plump. Beside him was a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army, exuding an imposing aura. The two walked straight up to Song Chen, and one of them excitedly shook his hand. Classmate Song Chen, hello. I am Director Chang Dong of the Pollution Prevention Management Bureau of Yunhai City, and this is Lord Ren Long, the master of the Merit Hall of Yunhai City. As soon as these words were spoken, the professionals present, who were still a bit confused, were all shocked. What's going on? Which leader from above has come to our Yunhai City to have Director Chang and Lord Ren meet us together? No, what did that young man do to make these two big shots so excited? What else could it be? If you could speedrun the Hell Dungeon in 5 minutes and then push through the hidden level in one go, you could even ask the big shots for a cigarette. I can't believe it. I was just doing fine in the dungeon and I got kicked out. Turns out it was because of him. Everyone exchanged words, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Song Chen, wishing they could take his place. Director Chang, Lord Ren, hello. Song Chen said politely. Good. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Chang Dong couldn't help but praise. He then glanced at the spot where the Abyss Gate had been, now completely empty, and his face lit up with joy. I wonder if classmate Song Chen has any intention of joining our Pollution Management Bureau? Beside him, Lord Ren suddenly coughed a few times and quickly spoke up. Old Chang, it's still Too early to talk about this. Classmate Song Chen is still a student. That's true, huh? I was too eager. Chang Dong chuckled awkwardly. Then Rin Long continued, Song Chen, I'm nearing retirement age. If you could come work at our merit hall, the position of hallmaster. Old Ren, how dare you try to poach talent right in front of me? Chang Dong exclaimed angrily. Old Chang, I'm not saying this lightly, having such talent in your management bureau would be a waste. Only in the merit hall under the military can he fully utilize his abilities. I think you need a lesson. Humph. If you want to come. Who's afraid of you? Should I let you use one hand? Alright, you said it, no backing out. Seeing the two big shots about to argue over recruitment, Zhong Dafei broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly intervened. Directors, Lord Songchen has closed the Abyss Gate and has made great contributions to Yunhai City. We should think about how to reward him. Hearing this, Chang Dong and Ren Long finally calmed down. By the way, you still need to take the college entrance examination, so you probably need a place to level up, right? I have a large entry token for a new player dungeon and I can take you there to level up right now, Chang Dong said. Thank you for the kind offer, Director, but I'm already level 20, so I don't need to level up now, Song Chen replied. Chang Dong widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Song Chen. His face was filled with disbelief. You're level 20? How did you level up so fast? It takes at least 300,000 experience to go from level 1 to level 20. He had originally thought to do Song Chen a favor, but he didn't expect him to already be level 20. He spent at least a year reaching level 20 back then. How many days has Song Chen been awake now? Chang Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Ren Long looked at Song Chen in astonishment and couldn't help but ask, what level is the boss in the hidden dungeon? Level 30, Song Chen replied. Then when you first entered the Demon City dungeon, what level were you? Level 10, hiss. Ren Long gasped, his eyes wide open, clearing a hellish dungeon at level 10, taking down a level 30 boss as well. Is he really still a student? Even I, the guild leader, wouldn't dare to guarantee I could conquer a hidden dungeon. But Song Chen did it. Ren Long suddenly thought maybe he should consider retiring early. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Chang Dong quickly interrupted. He was afraid that if they continued, his mental state would collapse. Since you've reached level 20, you must be lacking a suitable job change item. Song Chen nodded. He indeed needed a job change item right now. The unrestricted job change qualification certificate from the hidden dungeon only granted him the eligibility to change to another profession, but he still needed to obtain the specific job change item himself. Ren Long immediately spoke up. Just so happens, there are quite a few job change items in the treasury of my merit hall. If you see one you like, I can directly give it to you. No time to waste, let's go right now. After he finished speaking, he was about to take Song Chen away. Chang Dong suddenly got anxious. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished my sentence. What? Do you have something good to give to Song Chen? Of course, once Song Chen has the job change item, he will need a dungeon to complete the job change task, right? I have a hidden dungeon item here, perfect for Song Chen. Oh, look at you, when did you start being generous? Ren Long, I warn you not to slander me. I have always been very generous. Heh, do you think I believe that? The two nearly rolled up their sleeves to fight. On the side, Zhong Dafei managed to persuade them to stop. Chang Dong didn't hesitate and directly gave Song Chen the hidden dungeon item from the Demon Suppression Realm. Demon Slayer Command Token. Holding this token allows entry into the Demon Suppression Realm and makes you a member of the Great Qian Demon Slayer. Song Chen glanced at the item information, and then stored it in his backpack. A dungeon related to demon slaying, huh? But since it's a hidden dungeon, the rewards must be very rich. Even if the job change task isn't applicable, he could still take a trip. This item can only exert its maximum effect in your hands. Using it for me would be a waste, Chang Dong said. Ren Long looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to have a hidden dungeon item in his hands. He was willing to part with it. Old Chang, you're impressive. When did you get this item? Just lucky, got it when opening a treasure chest. Alright, let's not linger here any longer, let's go. What about the professionals here? Zhong Dafei, you handle things here, make sure Song Chen's information doesn't leak out. Yes, Director, with me here. You can rest assured. Zhong Dafei stood up straight with a snap, almost saluting Chang Dong. Then Song Chen followed Chang Dong and Ren Long towards the direction of Yunhai City. Zhong Dafei breathed a sigh of relief as soon as Chang Dong left. Thankfully, Director Chang didn't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, his position as a section chief would be over. Currently, there were nearly dozens of professionals gathered around the dungeon. Under Zhong Dafei's orders, everyone lined up in a long queue to sign a confidentiality agreement, ensuring that Song Chen's personal information would not be leaked. This was to avoid any potential dangers coming his way. Better safe than sorry. If such a genius could grow, it would definitely be a blessing for the Great Xia Kingdom. So they had to be cautious. Is it really necessary to sign a confidentiality agreement? Exactly, who knows if he just got lucky and managed to clear it by fluke. Because of him, we can't even farm the Demon Castle dungeon now. Why shouldn't we be allowed to leave? Who does he think he is? At this moment, voices of complaint occasionally arose from the group of professionals. Suddenly, a girl spoke up. Why? Just because he can one-shot a group of level 13 monsters with a single skill. Can any of you do that? Yeah, I heard from our Black Tiger Guild's Captain Wang Hong that he could even one-shot level 16 elite monsters, and he was only level 9 at the time. These two were the girls that Song Chen had saved earlier. Seeing everyone disparaging Song Chen, they couldn't help but speak out. Damn, no wonder he can clear hell level and even hidden dungeons. This guy is the real deal. Those who said he got lucky probably wouldn't even last a second against him. If you were that amazing, you'd have the same treatment. The professionals who had been a bit unconvinced and even sarcastic just moments ago instantly fell silent. They no longer dared to speak out. To be able to one-shot a level 16 elite monster at level 9. When they were level 9, they were still begging for a strong player to carry them. Comparing people really is infuriating. However, although Song Chen's personal information was hidden, the news of the Abyss Gate being closed still sent shockwaves through the network in Yunhai City. After all, such things can't be kept under wraps. Major professional forums were flooded with discussions. Countless people were talking about this mysterious figure who erased the Demon Castle dungeon. Some even leaked information. From the moment the mysterious person entered the Demon Castle dungeon to the dungeon being completely erased, it took less than half an hour. Wow, half an hour to clear hell level and then break through the hidden dungeon. When did Yunhai City get such a powerhouse? I thought Song Chen soloing the hell level novice dungeon was impressive enough, but it turns out there are even greater experts. Does anyone know the specific information about this mysterious big shot? I'll pay. I just want to admire the prowess of a strong person. I think you're just itching for trouble. The heat surrounding the mysterious person quickly topped the charts in Yunhai City's network. In comparison, Song Chen soloing the hell level novice dungeon didn't seem so impressive anymore. At this moment, Song Chen, who was still unaware of the uproar he had caused online, was following Ren Long to the treasury belonging to the Merit Hall. With the merit points that Jiang Rong had previously gifted him, his merit points had now reached 1467, enough for him to access the top level of the treasury. If all converted to money, it would be at least over 5 million. However, there are certain restrictions on converting merit points to money. They cannot be exchanged infinitely, otherwise the national financial system would be thrown into chaos. The treasury set up in the Merit Hall of Yunhai City is divided into 3 levels. Each level contains different items. The higher you go, the better the quality. The items on the top level range from purple to red in quality. Song Chen was very much looking forward to it. Song Chen, your current merit points are enough for you to exchange for any item on the top level. Additionally, consider this a personal gift from me of 1 class. Change item. You're still just a support class. You might want to consider changing to a combat class to better utilize your abilities. Alright, you can go in now. After Ren Long finished his instructions, he stepped forward to open the treasury door. Song Chen politely thanked him and then eagerly walked into the treasury. If possible, he actually didn't want to give up the Aura Master class. After all, he had a god-level talent. The exclusive skills of the Aura Master in his hands were all bug-level existences. The first floor of the treasury, exclusive to the Merit Hall, had the most space. Inside were rows of wooden shelves, at least a dozen rows at a glance. Although there were many items, their quality was relatively ordinary, mostly between blue and green. Song Chen didn't linger here for long and directly went up the stairs to the top floor. The quality of the items here is the highest. However, compared to the 2 lower levels, the quantity is much less. There are only a few rows of shelves, and no specific areas are divided. Song Chen looked over each item, and what caught his eye was mostly equipment. After browsing for a while, he finally selected a piece of gear suitable for himself. Purple ring robe. Purple top-tier equipment. Category: clothing level requirement, level 20 attributes, spirit plus 110, cooldown reduction plus 20%, mana recovery plus 10/s special. Effect: after taking damage, mana will automatically trigger 5 purple rings, each capable of withstanding 2000 points of damage, with a chance to stun the enemy. Cooldown time: 600s. There weren't many suitable pieces of equipment for him on the top floor of the treasury, especially for his type of magic-oriented profession. Moreover, Song Chen had his own requirements. The equipment must provide a high bonus to spirit attributes, as this directly relates to his own strength. Every additional point of spirit would increase his power by 10%. Therefore, Song Chen chose this purple ring robe. Among this type of equipment, both the quality and attributes were quite to his liking, though the price was a bit steep. It required a full 1000 merit points. After selecting the equipment, Song Chen began to look for skill books he could learn. However, to his disappointment, there were only 3 skill books on the top floor, all exclusive skills for rare professions that he couldn't learn at all. Song Chen didn't expect to find any impressive skills here. With a divine level talent, even the most mediocre skills in his hands could rival forbidden spells. During his search for skill books, Song Chen had an unexpected gain. He didn't expect to find a job change item on the top floor of the treasury. This was exactly what he needed right now. Song Chen eagerly picked it up. Tian Shi. Talisman. Holding this item allows you to change to the unique divine level hidden profession, Master of all methods. It's actually a unique divine level hidden profession, Master of all methods. After reading the description of this job change item, Song Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect to find such a good item in the Merit Hall's treasury. This truly gave him a big surprise. Originally, according to Song Chen's plan, he would choose a higher tier profession from the treasury, at least a purple rare level profession. Just taking the simplest attribute points as an example, the higher the quality of the profession, the more attribute points one could gain with each level up. This is something that low-level professions simply cannot compare to. Moreover, the higher the profession, the higher its upper limit. Even though Song Chen currently had a divine level talent, the quality of the ring master profession was only green intermediate, which would lower his growth rate to some extent. Furthermore, as the unique divine level hidden profession, Master of all methods, it was already at the upper limit of quality that all professions could achieve from the very beginning. Simply put, it is the endpoint of job changes. Changing to Master of all methods for Song Chen is equivalent to hitting the mark in one step. There would be no need to change to other professions for future third, fourth, or even fifth job changes, as the Master of all methods profession is already the most powerful. Of course, being powerful is one thing. Completing the job change task is definitely not an ordinary challenge. However, for Song Chen, this was not a problem at all. No matter what the task is, he would push through it directly. Leaving the top floor of the treasury, Song Chen followed the directions and found 2 skills suitable for him to learn in the skill book area on the second floor. Weaken Ring single target skill releases a weaken ring on a single target, reducing all attributes by -5 and decreasing damage by 10%, lasting for 10 seconds. Consumes 15 mana, cooldown time of 1 minute. Accelerate Ring single target skill releases an accelerate ring on a single target, increasing their speed by 10%. Consumes 15 mana, cooldown time of 1 minute. After paying the merit points, Song Chen immediately learned these 2 skills. Then, he walked out of the treasury with the Tianzhi talisman in hand outside the treasury. Ran Long did not leave, instead, he waited at the door. Upon seeing Song Chen, he smiled and stepped forward to ask, "So, have you found the class-changing item you desire?" Song Chen nodded and then took out the Heavenly Master Talisman. Upon seeing this class-changing item, Ran Long immediately frowned. It wasn't that he was concerned about the divine-level class-changing item, he just felt that Song Chen was being a bit too overconfident. After all, this class-changing item had been in the treasury for so many years, and no one had ever been willing to exchange for it. Not only did it require a staggering 5,000 merit points, but the class of the 10,000 methods Heavenly Master was also very special. Its class-changing task was extremely harsh, almost impossible to complete. There had once been a mage who was about to undergo a third class change and, not believing in evil, exchanged for this item. As a result, he died directly during the class-changing task. Although the item was recovered, no one dared to exchange for it again after that. Song Chen, are you sure you want to choose this Heavenly Master Talisman? What's wrong, Lord Ren? Is there a problem? Not really, I just heard that the class-changing task is very harsh and it might not be a good choice for you. So that's how it is. There are still quite a few purple and even red quality class-changing items. In the treasury, you can choose another one. If the class-changing task for the 10,000 methods Heavenly Master is too difficult, you can simply give up, then switch to another. Thank you for your kindness, but I won't change it. Alright, since you insist, I won't persuade you any further. Song Chen smiled. He truly didn't believe there was a task in this world he couldn't complete. If there was, it must be because he wasn't trying hard enough. So he didn't take Ren Long's advice to heart at all. Thus, before he even left the Merit Hall, Song Chen took out the unrestricted class-changing book he had just obtained and placed the Heavenly Master Talisman on top of it. Second class, 10,000 methods Heavenly Master, unique divine level hidden class, R. You sure you want to change to this class? Yes. Song Chen nodded without hesitation. Second class, 10,000 methods Heavenly Master, class changing. Task has been generated. Task, the Heavenly Master descends, exterminate evil and uphold justice. Task description, eliminate demons and evil spirits. Uphold the righteous path of humanity. Demons, monsters, ghosts, and strange beings are the sources of chaos the people of the world have suffered for too long. Today, the Heavenly Master descends to cleanse the world, cutting off the sources of chaos and restoring peace to humanity. Task requirement 1. Master at least 5 different types of spell skills, with each skill's rank not lower than Earth rank 1 star. Current completion 1/5 task requirement. 2. Slay demons 0/1000. Ren Long couldn't help but admire Song Chen for starting his class-changing task without hesitation. He thought to himself, what is a genius? This is what a genius looks like. This is the kind of spirit that should be there. Naturally, he appreciated Song Chen even more. By the Wei, what is your class-changing task? Rin Long couldn't help but ask. Slay demons and exorcise evil. It's quite simple. I actually quite like this kind of task. Slaying demons? I remember old Chang gave you a hidden dungeon item related to slaying demons, right? Yes, I'm planning to go to the demon suppression dungeon soon to complete the class-changing task. Don't rush, the demon suppression dungeon is different from other outdoor dungeons. As the largest dungeon in our province, there is an entrance fee every time you enter. Entrance fee? Yes, ordinary dungeons only require a 10,000 yuan entrance fee, but if you want to enter a hidden dungeon, it must be at the hell level. The entrance fee is at least 10 million. It's not something a student like you can afford. Upon hearing this, Song Chen frowned slightly. No wonder it was a super large dungeon. It costs so much money just to enter once. However, the output is also substantial. Even if he took out 10 million, he could still earn it back. But who wouldn't want to get it for free? Lord Ren, if I don't want to pay this money, is there any way? Of course there is. The college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. If you bring back the provincial champion, who would dare to charge you an entrance fee? This way, you can save unnecessary expenses. Ren Long replied with a smile. Talents always have privileges, especially those who stand out among them. Not to mention entering a super large dungeon for free. Even if you wanted a full set of golden equipment, the higher-ups would rush to arrange it for you. As for the national champion, Ren Long didn't even dare to imagine what that would be like. Song Chen pondered for a moment and then nodded. According to the description of the job change task, completing it with a 100% success rate would definitely take some time. And the college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. Time might be a bit tight. So, Song Chen decided to complete the job change task after the exam. Leaving the merit hall, Song Chen went straight to the hotel he rented. At this moment, he finally had time to sort through his gains from this trip. There was no need to mention the rewards from Director Chang and Master Ren. After clearing the hidden level of Demon City, the loot dropped by the boss was still in his backpack. He had killed the Demon Baron and obtained 2 pieces of blue top-tier equipment, the Poison Blood Robe and the Blood Demon Orb. The attributes of the Poison Blood Robe were completely overshadowed by the Purple Ring Robe. Infusing mana into the Blood Demon Orb could summon a demon sealed within the orb to fight for him. To be honest, it was a bit useless for him, so Song Chen directly listed it on the trading website. He then looked at the other 2 items in his backpack. An invitation from the Abyss and a demon achievement treasure chest. Song Chen took out the yellowed piece of paper made from an unknown type of leather. It was filled with crooked, tadpole-like writing that he couldn't understand at all. Invitation from the Abyss. With this invitation, you can enter the Abyss of the Central Thousand Secret Realm. After reading the description, he realized this was the key to the Central Thousand Secret Realm. Speaking of which, the polluted areas appearing all over Blue Star were caused by this world called the Abyss. After putting away the invitation, Song Chen looked at the Demon Achievement treasure chest. This was a reward for clearing the hidden level, and it was marked as unique, indicating that the items inside must be quite valuable. Open Demon Achievement treasure chest. Unique rewards. Lava Fire Crystal *10. Fire Lava Demon Summoning Card. Level 20 Purple Top Tier Weapon Horned Demon Longsword. Level 20 Purple Top Tier Accessory Heart Demon Ring. Level 20 Red Top Tier Weapon Magic Demon Staff. Lava Fire Crystal contains rich and violent fire elemental power, can be used to create disposable items. Fire Lava Demon Summoning Card. Disposable item can summon a level 25 Fire Lava Demon to assist in battle for 10 minutes. Horned Demon Longsword. Purple Top Tier. Equipment Category Weapon. Exclusive equipment for warrior class. Level requirement. Level 20 attributes. Strength plus 120. Special effect. Can directly kill enemies with less than 5% health. Heart Demon Ring. Purple Top Tier Equipment Category Accessory Level requirement. Level 20 attributes. Spirit plus 100. Special effect. Every 10 normal attacks has a chance to stun the enemy. Magic Demon Staff. Red Top Tier Equipment Category Weapon. Exclusive equipment for mage class. Level requirement. Level 20 attributes. Spirit plus 160. Mana recovery plus 50/S. Special effect. Increases skill damage by 20% when using skills, and enhances buff effects by 10%. 2 types of items. 2 pieces of purple equipment and 1 red equipment. These were all the items obtained from the achievement treasure chest. Except for the Horned Demon Longsword, which was exclusive to the warrior class, the other 2 pieces of equipment were quite useful for him. Especially the Magic Demon Staff, which increased damage by 20% and enhanced buff effects by 10%. This could greatly enhance his strength. Overall, this treasure chest was worth it. Song Chen immediately equipped a Heart Demon Ring and the Magic Demon Staff. The 2 pieces of equipment provided him with a total of 260 points in mental attribute bonuses. As for the remaining gear that he couldn't use at all, he directly listed it on the trading website to sell. In the following time, Song Chen's account increased by more than 15 million. Most of it came from selling equipment, while a small portion was the bonuses awarded to him by the school and the authorities. In just 2 days, he had earned 15 million. At this moment, Song Chen suddenly understood what Boss Ma meant when he said, "I don't like money, I'm not interested in money." On the day of the college entrance examination, Song Chen opened his personal panel. First, he allocated all the free attribute points gained from leveling up to mental attributes. Name, Song Chen. Occupation, Aura. Master Health 8600/8600 Mana 4960/4960 Level 20 Limit Strength 86 Agility 86 Mental 111 plus 385 Equipment provided Constitution 86 Defense 86 Skills Soul Extinction Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Petrification Aura Mystic Tier 8 Stars Guardian Aura Mystic Tier 9 Stars Weakness Aura Yellow Tier 1 Star Acceleration Aura Yellow Tier 1 Star Appraisal Technique Yellow Tier 1 Star Talent Unique Endless Breaking Limits Level 3 skill points per second, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Skill points 415134. There was still an hour left before the college entrance examination began. Therefore, in order to perform better in the exam, Song Chen started his intense preparation. Work. Add points. Add points. Still add points. But which skill should he enhance first? However, Song Chen only hesitated for a moment. After all, he had accumulated over 400,000 skill points in these 2 days. That was enough for him to elevate each skill to the heaven tier. Consume 71050 skill points. Weakness Aura Yellow Tier 1 Star Death Decay Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Death Decay Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Single Target Skill releases the Death Decay Aura on a single target, reducing all attributes of the opponent by 10,000, causing damage to decrease by 60%, lasting for 300 seconds. Can stack up to 3 times. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 2 seconds. Consume 71,050 skill points. Acceleration Aura Yellow Tier 1 Star Godspeed Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Godspeed Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Single Target Skill releases the Godspeed Aura on a single target, increasing its agility attribute by 10,000, speed increased by 60%, lasting for 300 seconds. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 2 seconds. Song Chen first sublimated the 2 newly acquired skills to the Heaven Tier. Then he allocated points to the 2 skills still at the Mystic Tier. Consume 66,000 skill points. Guardian Aura Mystic Tier 9 Stars Holy Shield Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Holy Shield Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Single Target Skill applies a white shield of 200,000 to the selected target. Can stack infinitely. Consumes 20 mana. Cooldown time 2 seconds. Consume 66,600 skill points. Petrification Aura Mystic Tier 8 Stars Sealing Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Sealing Aura Heaven Tier 1 Star Group Skill can be cast on up to 20 enemies. Can imprison them in place for 620 seconds, during which the opponents cannot use any skills, and it deals 69,150 points of true damage, ignoring defense, per second. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 2 seconds. By sublimating all 4 skills to the Heaven Tier, the bonuses they provided to Song Chen reached a terrifying level. The Death Decay Aura immediately reduces the opponent's total attributes by 10,000 points, and 3 times that amounts to 30,000 points. The Godspeed Aura is even more impressive. After enhancement, even a high-speed train running at full speed would probably not be able to catch up with him. The Holy Shield Aura provides a white shield of 130,000, and the Sealing Aura's damage per second approaches 70,000, still true damage that ignores defense. Just ask, who can withstand that? After adding these 4 skills, Song Chen still had over 140,000 skill points left. He allocated all of them to the Soul Extinction Aura. Cost 140,000 skill points. Soul Extinction Aura Heavenly Stage 1 Star Annihilation Aura Heavenly Stage 5 Star Annihilation Aura Heavenly Stage 5 Star Area Skill instantly dealing 726,250 points of damage to the souls and bodies of enemies within a 500-meter diameter, with an additional 80% severe injury effect lasting 600 seconds. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown time 1.5 seconds. As the Soul Extinction Aura evolved into the Annihilation Aura, combined with his mental attribute breaking through the 400 mark, the damage of his main skill, the Annihilation Aura, directly reached 720,000. It's worth noting that in the hidden level of Demon City, the final boss at level 30 only had a little over 100,000 health. Now, with just 1 skill, he could kill it 4 times over. It was simply exhilarating. Thus, after a tense and thrilling allocation of points, Song Chen felt a slight emptiness. Just then, his phone vibrated. Invincible is so lonely. Invincible is so empty. The ringtone rang out. Song Chen picked up the phone and answered the call. A calm male voice came from the other end. It was the principal of Yunhai No. 3 Middle School. Hello, Song Chen. In half an hour you need to head to the college entrance examination venue. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? Thank you for your kindness, principal, but I'll head over now. Alright, the bus is waiting at the school gate. Okay. Song Chen then hung up the phone. He went to the hotel's first floor for a simple breakfast. After that, he cast a speed aura on himself and headed straight towards the school. Along the way, he kindly helped an elderly lady cross the street. In less than 2 minutes, Song Chen arrived at the school gate, and this was after he deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have taken A few seconds. After all, the straight-line distance between the hotel and the school was only about 10 kilometers. Boarding the bus, Song Chen first greeted the director and the principal on the bus before heading to the last window seat. Before long, all the students from number 3 middle school who were taking the college entrance examination had arrived. Inside the bus, as soon as Wang Yang got on, he exclaimed, "Damn, Song Chen, how did you get here?" This shout immediately drew the attention of everyone on the bus to Song Chen. After all, a support class player who had cleared a hell-level dungeon was always the center of attention. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it legendary. Hey, I heard he was directly admitted to East China Academy, right? East China Academy wants him, but he doesn't want to go. Could it be that Song Chen's goal is Xingxia Academy? Hiss, that's something we wouldn't even dare to think about. Damn, look at his level, 20. The students from number 3 middle school were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. They had hardly rested over the past 3 days, grinding monsters in the novice dungeon. The highest level among them was only about 9. The rest were mostly around levels 7 and 8. How did Song Chen reach level 20? Wang Yang looked at Song Chen with a mix of jealousy and admiration. He was worried about his brother's struggles, but when he saw him driving a Land Rover, he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Song Chen, you've been hiding pretty deep. I'm starting to doubt if you're really a support class. Wang Yang sat down beside him and couldn't help but say, "Of course, I'm an aura master. I just don't like playing support." Then how did you clear the hell dungeon back then? Share the secret with me. Secret? Well, during this time in the dungeon, I actually have some insights. What is it? Hurry and tell me. Just keep killing after entering the dungeon. Don't worry about anything else. Once you kill everything, the dungeon will naturally be cleared. Song Chen said seriously. Wang Yang opened his mouth, stammering for a while without being able to say anything. If I had the strength to kill indiscriminately, why would I even ask you? At this moment, he truly felt that a sad, thick barrier had formed between him and Song Chen. Clearing a hell-level novice dungeon is nothing to brag about. If you ask me, he's far behind that mysterious big shot. At that moment, a small-framed boy with slightly yellowing hair spoke up from the front of the seats, instantly capturing the attention of all the students in the bus. This boy was Ma Lu, the class monitor of Song Chen's class, and he was also the highest-ranked student in the school besides Song Chen, a level 9 purple class yellow sand assassin. The mysterious big shot he mentioned was, of course, the one who had closed the abyss gate in the suburbs, causing a sensation in Yunhai City's online community. That mysterious big shot is indeed impressive. I heard he broke through the hidden level in just half an hour. I heard 2 big shots from the city. Even personally went down to compete for players, and they almost got into a fight. I heard a student from the Divine Summer Academy was also there, but even he was pressed to the ground and couldn't lift his head in front of the mysterious big shot. It seems that Song Chen clearing a hell-level novice dungeon isn't that impressive after all. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, each person chiming in. After all, who wouldn't yearn to become such a mysterious powerhouse? In comparison, the shock that Song Chen brought them was somewhat diluted. Ma Lu, hearing his classmates' discussions, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was as if the big shot they were talking about was himself. Did you see that? This is the idol we should admire. As for Song Chen, clearing a hell-level novice dungeon is nothing remarkable. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately felt displeased. Ma Lu, if you're so capable, why don't you go clear a hell dungeon too? Standing here talking doesn't hurt your back. I may not be as good as Song Chen, but my idol, that mysterious big shot, would definitely crush him. I'm talking about you. Why bring up that mysterious person? Heh, my dream is to become someone like that mysterious big shot. As for Song Chen, I will definitely surpass him in the future. Ma Lu didn't even glance at Wang Yang and continued speaking to the crowd. Let me tell you, that mysterious big shot seems to be a student too. Maybe he's from another school. Wang Yang was getting anxious. I can't control who you idolize, but if you drag my brother down with you, I definitely won't let you off. You little brat, still fantasizing about becoming the great sage equal to heaven? Give me a break. Ma Lu sneered. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference from a salted fish? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Alright, everyone quiet down. Seeing the students getting a bit too excited, Shang Wansheng couldn't help but speak up. He first glanced at Song Chen, who was sitting in the back with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected by the students' discussions. Then he nodded in approval. He knew no more about the mysterious powerhouse in Yunhai City than the students did. He only knew that this incident had even alarmed the regular director of the Yunhai City Pollution Management Bureau and the master of the Merit Hall. They had offered various benefits to the mysterious person. Since he single-handedly closed the abyss gate, his strength must be incredibly formidable. It was likely that this year's national champion would be none other than him. Originally, Shang Wansheng thought that Yunhai No. 3 High School had produced a good seed like Song Chen, and at least there was hope for the provincial champion. But now, with such a mysterious person emerging, it was likely that Song Chen would struggle to hold his head high. In today's era, geniuses are emerging one after another. People like them are truly getting old. On the way to the exam site, let me first explain the format of this year's college entrance examination. I believe some of you have already learned about it online. We are now heading to the first examination site in Yunhai City, where a large-scale teleportation array has been set up. Once the college entrance examination begins, you will be teleported to a trial space. Inside the space, there is a trial tower, which is the examination venue for the college entrance examination. You must strictly follow the rules set by the examiner once you enter, otherwise, you will be directly expelled from the trial space. I can see your scores from outside. So, stay alert and don't embarrass the third middle school. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, everyone was jolted awake and replied loudly, understood. Next came the college entrance examination, and the students inevitably felt a bit nervous. Gradually, no one spoke anymore. The bus drove steadily on the road, and in 5 minutes, they would reach the first examination site. Some students turned to look out the window, while others simply closed their eyes to rest. Suddenly, a student pointed outside and shouted in terror, "Look outside! There's a beast attack!" Everyone was startled awake and turned to look. They saw a black tiger over 5 meters long, with a pair of wings sprouting from its sides. After a brief hover in the air, it pounced on a small car driving on the road ahead. With a loud crash, the car was instantly flattened, and crimson blood slowly flowed from the shattered windows. The black tiger then lifted the wrecked vehicle, opened its massive jaws, and greedily gulped down the blood pouring out. As if feeling unsatisfied, the black tiger swept its tail and dragged a few people out of a nearby van, tossing them into its mouth like candy and crunching down with a sickening crack. Seeing the beast attack ahead, the bus came to an immediate stop. Shangguan Shang, witnessing the beast mercilessly slaughtering humans, felt his eyes nearly burst with rage. "Beast, how dare you be so reckless? Vine bind, fireball spell." Shangguan Shang quickly took out his staff from his backpack and immediately cast 2 spells at the black tiger. The once smooth road beneath the tiger suddenly shattered, and dozens of thorny vines emerged, binding the black tiger tightly. Then, a fireball nearly a meter in diameter smashed down on the black tiger, exploding upon impact. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed up ahead. When the dust settled, the black tiger stood there, licking its claws with its crimson tongue. It had taken a direct hit from the fireball spell and was completely unharmed. Its bright yellow eyes fixed intently on Shangguan Shang, who had just attacked it. This beast is not right. Shangguan Shang quickly used an identification spell to check. Black Flame Beast level 30 health 128901/130000 strength 1100 agility 1300 spirit 500 constitution 900 defense 800 a level 30 beast impossible. How could such a high-level beast appear in the city? Shangguan Shang exclaimed in shock. He knew that he was only level 30 himself, and as a mage, his highest spirit attribute was only 402 points. He was no match for this beast at all. The 2 spells he had just cast had only taken away a little over 1,000 health points. Now, he had directly attracted the beast's hatred. Alone, without the support of other professionals, he feared he would soon die at the jaws of this beast. Gritting his teeth, Shangguan Shang shouted to the students, "Run! You all run! I'll hold off this beast." The director, finally snapping out of his shock, realized that as a life profession practitioner he couldn't help the principal at all. Staying here would only complicate matters for the principal. In an instant, chaos erupted in the bus, with students frantically pushing towards the door. Some even opened the windows and jumped out. At the back of the bus, Song Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, frowned and opened his eyes. Turning his head, he met the fierce gaze of the black tiger. Beside him, Wang Yang grabbed his arm, trying to push towards the door. "Song Chen, what are you waiting for? Run!" A level 30 beast, even the principal might not be able to handle it. His lips trembled slightly, clearly filled with fear. Song Chen, however, broke free from his grasp and said calmly, "What are you panicking for? Have you forgotten the secret I taught you?" Wang Yang was taken aback. What secret? When you see a monster, don't waste words. One word, kill." The black tiger, exuding a fierce aura, seemed to Song Chen no stronger than a bug. All the students ran towards the back of the vehicle. Only Song Chen, after getting out of the car, walked against the flow of people, calmly making his way to Shangguan Shang's side. There was not a trace of fear on his face. "Look, why is Song Chen running over to the principal? Damn, that's a level 30 monster. Is he going to his death? Even if he's level 20 now, there's still a 10-level gap between him and that monster. There's no way he can win." The fleeing students gasped in shock at the sight. To them, Song Chen's actions were no different from seeking death. Ma Lu glanced at Song Chen, his eyes revealing a complex expression. To be honest, he felt a twinge of jealousy that Song Chen had soloed the Hell Dungeon and become a legendary figure in Class 3. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, which is why he couldn't help but mock him a few times on the bus. But now, when everyone was fleeing, only Song Chen remained, standing with the principal. This made him feel deeply ashamed. Damn it, if Song Chen isn't running, then I won't either. I'll fight this beast. Ma Lu stopped, took out a dagger from his backpack, and donned a set of assassin's armor. He turned and charged towards the principal's position. At that moment, the black tiger seemed unwilling to give up such fresh prey. It suddenly took off, bypassing Shang Wanshang and lunging at the fleeing students. Ma Lu was naturally the first target. Just as the black tiger was about to land on him, Ma Lu felt a chill run through his body, and the flicker of courage he had just felt was instantly extinguished. He froze in place, allowing the sharp claws of the tiger to descend upon him. He even vaguely saw his great-grandmother waiting at him. At that moment, a gray-white halo suddenly enveloped the black tiger. Its fierce aura instantly vanished without a trace, and its body shrank dramatically. It was as if a once mighty tiger had suddenly turned into a frail, dying beast. Roar! The black tiger's unwilling roar sounded weak. The claws that could slice through gold and jade now merely plucked a few strands of hair from Malu's head. Its entire body could no longer maintain its flying posture and crashed directly onto Malu. Malu snapped back to reality, adrenaline surging. His will to survive finally overcame his fear. He kicked out fiercely, striking the black tiger in the belly. With a loud bang, he sent the black tiger flying over 10 meters away. Looking at the tiger lying on the ground, struggling to get up but failing, Malu stared at his own body in disbelief. Then a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Ha 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 ha, what just happened? Could it be that I've awakened some amazing talent? The other fleeing students stood frozen, dumbfounded. Did I just see that right? Malu kicked a black tiger over 10 meters away? That's a level 30 monster. Our class 3 actually has a crouching dragon hidden here. Shang Wanshang looked at the fallen black tiger and then at Song Chen beside him. Others might not understand, but he saw it clearly. Just before the black tiger pounced on Malu, Song Chen had raised his hand and released a halo skill. It was because of this halo skill that Malu was able to escape disaster. Song Chen, what skill did you just use? Shang Wanshang asked, astonished, unable to hold back. Oh, I just put a weakness halo on it. Song Chen replied. Weakness halo? Are you sure? What's with this performance? It's clearly on the verge of death. Maybe it's just too weak. Shang Wanshang, I suspect you're insulting me. Song Chen paid no mind to Shang Wanshang's inner thoughts. He walked straight up to the fallen black tiger. First, he used identification magic to check its current state. Black Flame Evil Tiger level 30 health 1/130000 strength 0 -8900 agility 0 -8700 spirit 0 -9500 constitution 0 -9100 defense 0 -9200 goodness. All its attributes have been reduced to negative. No wonder Malu almost kicked it to death with one blow. Just as Song Chen was about to strike and finish off the black tiger, a sharp shout came from not far away. Stop! A figure soared through the air, exuding a powerful aura. It rushed towards Song Chen without hesitation, aiming to rescue the black tiger beast from his hands. However, how could Song Chen let him have his way? He lightly tapped the black tiger's forehead. Instantly, the life of this beast was extinguished. Killed level 30 summoned beast, Black Flame Evil Tiger, gained experience plus 15,000. The man, seeing his summoned beast killed, immediately became furious. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Who the hell gave you the guts to kill my summoned beast? Song Chen glanced at the man and then said indifferently. If you can't manage your own summoned beast, I'll take care of it for you. What's wrong? You don't accept that? The man in the brown leather jacket, with a defiant look on his face, revealed a cold smile. What a big mouth. Do you know who I am? I don't know who you are. I only know your summoned beast has eaten several people, so it deserved to die. You, fine. What's your name? Shang Wanshang's expression changed upon seeing this man. This was none other than Zhao Qing, the only son of the president of the Qiao Guild, the most powerful guild in Yunhai City. Zhao Qing, what do you want? I tell you, I will report this matter to the security bureau immediately, and then you can wait for your punishment. Shang Wanshang shouted. Zhao Qing, however, was unconcerned. A few useless people had died. What was the big deal? It was just a matter of paying a little more in fines. But since Shang was here, the security bureau would probably arrive soon. He couldn't afford to make a scene right now. He could only give Song Chen a deep glare. Dare to kill my summoned beast? Just you wait, I won't let you off. After saying that, Zhao Qing retrieved the black tiger's corpse back into the summoning space and left. Even though summoned beasts under a summoner's contract could be revived, it still required a certain cost. Especially this level 30 black tiger. He had spent a great deal to successfully contract it. A moment of carelessness led to the black tiger losing control and being killed by Song Chen. Naturally left him filled with resentment. He also held a grudge against Shang Wanshang. If it weren't for this person being here, his summoned beast wouldn't have died so easily. Seeing Zhao Qing leave, Shang Wanshang spoke. Song Chen, I suggest you leave Yunhai City immediately after your college entrance examination. The Qiao Guild has immense power here. You're no match for them. Oh really? Can they outmatch Director Chang Dong and Lord Rinlong? What do you mean? Shang Wanshang looked puzzled, then suddenly seemed to realize something, his face showing shock. Could it be that you are the mysterious person who closed the Abyss Gate in the suburbs? Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Shangguan Shang immediately connected it to the mysterious person who had caused a stir online in Yunhai City 2 days ago. One skill had made a level 30 summoned beast as weak as an insect. How could such a method possibly belong to a student? But now he had no choice but to believe this fact. Song Chen didn't hide it either and nodded. Shangguan Shang's eyes immediately lit up, staring intently at Song Chen as if he were looking at some rare treasure. It had been less than 2 days since they last cleared the hellish dungeon, and Song Chen had already become much stronger than him, the principal. He even gave off an impression of being utterly inscrutable. It's stable. Now, all stable. The provincial top scholar is secure, and perhaps even the national top scholar is also secure. Thinking of this, Shangguan Shang forcibly suppressed his excitement and quickly said, Song Chen, get in the car first. The college entrance examination starts in 20 minutes. We need to hurry. We'll leave the matters here to the teachers to handle later. After that, Shangguan Shang, along with the head teacher, ushered the students onto the bus and hurried towards the examination venue. On the bus, the students had just escaped from danger and were still in shock. Ma Lu, you little rascal, you really kept it hidden. You kicked that beast away with one kick. Nonsense, with his looks, he was scared to death. How could he have done that? Did you see? Someone cast a debuff aura skill on that black tiger. Aura skill? Is there anyone among us who is an aura master? The crowd chattered excitedly. When someone mentioned the term aura master, the discussion abruptly fell silent. They all turned in unison to look at the front where Song Chen was sitting. In the principal's seat. The legend of the third middle school is indeed not a false reputation. Ma Lu felt a mix of emotions. When he realized that he had kicked the black tiger away, it wasn't because he had awakened some talent, it was because someone had cast a debuff aura on that black tiger. And the only aura master present besides Song Chen. Was there anyone else? Wang Yang scoffed and said, Ma Lu, if it weren't for Song Chen, you'd be dead by now. Now, do you still think the mysterious person is more impressive than Song Chen? Ma Lu fell silent for a long time. Finally, as if he had come to a realization, he raised his head and said with righteous indignation, what kind of trash is that mysterious person to dare to mess with my Manga? I've always regarded Song Chen as my idol, I just never had the courage to say it. The others were immediately stunned into silence. They had never seen such a shameless person. One moment he treated the mysterious person as his idol, and the next he directly berated him as trash. Damn, his mood changes faster than flipping a book. Can he have some dignity? Wang Yang, upon hearing this, gave Ma Lu a thumbs up. Damn, this is a talent. Sitting in the front row of the bus, in the principal's seat, Song Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this, not taking Ma Lu's previous offense to heart. Shangguan Shang stood beside him and smiled at the female teacher accompanying them, saying, Teacher Wang, I remember your massage technique is quite good. Song Chen just dealt with the black tiger, so he must be a bit tired. You should come over and give him a massage. Principal, there's no need for that. How could I? Song Chen waved his hand. The head teacher immediately stepped forward. Principal, let me do it. You forgot I'm a life skills practitioner, and my massage technique is more professional than Teacher Wang's. Without waiting for the principal's approval, he walked to Song Chen's back and began to massage him. How is it, Song Chen? Is the pressure okay? Director, you truly are professional, Song Chen said, thoroughly enjoying it. Teacher Wang, seeing this, bit her lip. No, this was the only chance to make the top scholar remember her. She absolutely couldn't miss it. To avoid regretting it for a lifetime, she immediately stood up from her seat, walked in front of Song Chen, squatted down, and said, Director, you massage the upper part, I'll take care of the lower part. I guarantee Song Chen will be comfortable going into the exam. Song Chen, Director, Principal, she really wants to improve too much. Soon, the bus arrived at the first examination site in Yunhai City. Shangguan Shang finally instructed the students, just wait at the exam site. Once everyone is gathered, the teleportation array will activate and send you to the trial space. Students, when you enter the trial tower, you must pay attention to safety. While rankings are important, safety must come first. Upon hearing this, the students nodded and then gradually walked inside. At 9 a.m., the college entrance examination officially began. A blinding white light suddenly erupted from the ground beneath the students' feet, teleporting all over 500 students at this exam site into a dedicated trial space. The entire trial space was very spacious, a giant square capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. At this moment, white lights kept flashing in the square as one student after another was teleported here. Across the entire Dongguan province, from various cities, thousands of candidates had gathered here. A few seconds later, the ground shook suddenly. A white jade tower slowly rose from below the ground. At the same time, a dignified voice echoed across the trial square. The trial tower is now open. The doors of the first floor of the white jade tower slowly opened, revealing a dark space inside. The college entrance examination officially begins now. All candidates please line up in an orderly manner to enter the trial tower. No cutting in line, noise, or other behaviors that violate exam order are allowed. Violators will have their examination qualifications immediately revoked. Upon hearing this, the candidates in the square obediently formed a line. No one dared to act recklessly. At this time, the dignified voice sounded again. Next, we will proceed to the first phase of the exam, the tower trial. The difficulty and number of monsters on each floor of the trial tower are different. As the floors increase, the number and difficulty of the monsters you encounter will also increase step by step. If you encounter a monster you cannot handle, shout give up to be teleported out of the tower. Each completed floor of the trial will earn you a certain number of points. Points are your scores. The higher the floor you reach, the more points you will earn. Additionally, the points earned in the college entrance examination will ultimately convert into credits after you enter the academy at a ratio of 10 to 1. The candidate with the highest final score will be the top scorer of this college entrance examination. Let me reiterate the exam rules. You are allowed to bring your own equipment with no limit on the quantity, but it must be worn on your person. Once you enter the trial tower, your backpack space will be disabled. As soon as the words fell, someone in the line voiced their dissatisfaction. What about us auxiliary classes who are not good at combat? Exactly, we are support, not warriors. Suddenly, the white jade tower shot out several beams of white light, striking the person who had just spoken. They instantly vanished from their spot. Violation of exam discipline, examination qualifications revoked, the dignified voice stated afterward. Immediately, the candidates still waiting in line to enter the trial tower were all startled. They hadn't expected the discipline in the exam hall to be so strict. Just a few complaints and they were directly kicked out of the exam. Those candidates who had originally been somewhat dissatisfied with the rules quickly covered their mouths, fearing they would be disqualified from the exam. The first phase of the exam officially begins. Please all candidates enter the tower. Upon hearing the announcement, the candidates did not dare to delay. They entered the white jade tower one by one in the order of the line. Once inside the tower, they were randomly teleported to different spaces. Song Chen was no exception. The space inside the tower was equally vast. Upon entering, a prompt immediately appeared before him. Candidate number 1203, Song Chen, profession, Aura Master, current floor 1. After clearing 10 floors, you can pass the first phase of the exam. The fastest to clear 10 floors will receive an additional plus 100 points. Meanwhile, in the top level space of the trial tower, several middle-aged men with imposing appearances were watching the personal information of the candidates inside the tower. They were all examiners for this examination, each one a professional above level 80, including warriors, mages, and support classes. Such individuals are already high-ranking figures in the country, now assigned as examiners for the college entrance examination. This shows how much the country values the exam. After entering the trial tower, all the candidates' information was recorded on the screen at the top of the tower. Song Chen, level 20, profession, Aura Master Situ Xing, level 18. Profession, Berserker Fengyu, level 17, profession, Shadow Assassin. Song Chen, level 20 support, profession, Aura Master. Does anyone know this little guy? How did he get such a high level? Which family is he from? Never heard of him. Among the candidates from Donghuan province, he should be the highest. Level 1. That shouldn't be. Aura Master is just the most common support profession. It's only been a few days since the awakening to now. How could he level up so fast? The monsters in the first 10 layers of the trial tower are only at most level 20. What to do? Let's just follow the normal procedure. After all, he's just a support profession. His combat power should be average. A few examiners discussed for a while and decided to proceed as usual. They then placed the footage of Song Chen's battle in the most prominent position. They wanted to see what was so special about this Aura Master, Song Chen. In the trial tower, first layer, a flash of white light flickered on the ground in front of Song Chen, revealing a monster. It was a goblin minion wielding a stone axe, thin, small, and very ugly. The two were only 10 steps apart, separated by a white light barrier. There was a 3-second countdown on the barrier. Song Chen first cast identification. He found it was just a level 5 small monster. Even so, he was prepared. When hunting a lion, one must use full strength even against a rabbit. 3, 2, 1, the countdown ended. The goblin swung its stone axe and charged at him with claws bared. Song Chen immediately activated the annihilation aura. In an instant, the goblin minion vanished from its spot, leaving no corpse behind. With the monster dead, Song Chen was teleported to the second layer. This time, 3 goblin minions appeared, all at level 5. Death Decay Aura. Another instant kill. After more than 20 seconds, Song Chen arrived at the 10th layer. This time, the monster that appeared was a very large goblin king. Level 20. It was the strongest monster within the first 10 layers of the trial tower. However, under Song Chen's annihilation aura, not even scraps were left. Song Chen couldn't help but yawn. Are the monsters in this trial tower all this weak? Boring. In the top level space, several examiners closely watching Song Chen's battle were filled with shock. Is this an Aura Master? It is indeed an Aura Master, but what skill is he using? Level 20 monsters are also instantly killed. I've never seen such a freakish support profession. Is there a bug in the trial tower? Why is it always an instant kill? Impossible, everything is normal. From the first to the 10th layer, the monster levels and strengths gradually increased. Therefore, those lower level candidates would be gradually eliminated. Even if some candidates had higher levels, as the layers increased, there would always be monsters with higher levels than them. Generally speaking, level 20 monsters on the 10th layer are sufficient, as previous candidates had only reached a maximum of level 18. But someone like Song Chen had never happened before. In this case, it seemed impossible to test Song Chen's strength. It was unfair to the other candidates. After all, his level was right there. The examiners exchanged glances, then all turned their attention to the only support profession present. Song Chen is a support profession. What do you say we do? No way. Is this really a support? The big shot of the support profession was also very troubled, because the strength Song Chen displayed was not what a support should have. What could he do? He didn't know either. At this moment, the chief examiner Wang Zhuo appeared in the top-level space. The college entrance examination had begun. The chief examiner was patrolling the examination halls of the trial towers in various provinces to prevent any cheating incidents. When the examiners saw Wang Zhuo arrive, it was as if they had found their anchor. They all stood up and respectfully bowed. Lord Wang, what brings you here? Wang Zhuo waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be overly formal. He then looked at the personal information of the contestants from the Eastern Ring province. When he saw that the first place was actually a level 20 support class, a look of surprise appeared on his face. How did the Song Chen perform? Wang Zhuo asked. Several examiners immediately recounted what had just happened. After listening, Wang Zhuo pondered for a moment and said, Song Chen is a level 20 practitioner, which indeed gives him an advantage in levels compared to others. But don't forget, he is a support class. So, the first place in the first phase of the exam is well deserved. How about this? Open the 11th floor for him. If he can pass the trial of the 11th floor and still rank first in total time used, then we will reward him with an additional 500 points at the final tally. Upon hearing this, all the examiners nodded in agreement. After Song Chen killed the Goblin King, he waited for a moment and a prompt appeared before him. You are about to proceed to the 11th floor, please prepare yourself. The 11th floor? Song Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't there only 10 floors in the first phase of the exam? Could it be that he misread it earlier? However, he didn't dwell on it. For him, no matter how many floors there were, it was essentially the same. A flash of white light passed. Monsters appeared before Song Chen again. This time, it wasn't one, but two. Level 22 frenzied orc warriors. However, the result was still the same. They were killed in an instant by Song Chen's skill. It was no different from before. The examiners were once again shocked by this scene. Two level 22 elite monsters were taken down in an instant. Even a level 20 legendary practitioner would have to put in some effort to deal with these two elite monsters. It was absolutely impossible to do it as easily as Song Chen did. This is like he's cheating. This kid is fully equipped in purple gear and even has a piece of red equipment. Could it be because of his gear? No, he hasn't even used his gear properly. Then his skills are just too outrageous. Should we let him continue? The examiners all turned their gaze to Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo was also somewhat surprised. It had been a long time since he had seen such a promising candidate, especially a support class. Perhaps he had awakened some powerful talent. No need. After all the candidates finish the first phase of the exam, we will directly start the second phase. Upon hearing this, all the examiners nodded. 30 minutes later, all candidates had completed the first phase of the exam. There are a total of 3,120 candidates from the Eastern Ring province, with 2,031 passing the first phase, and 1,089 eliminated. The specific results have been announced. The first phase of the exam has ended, and the second phase will now commence. A dignified voice echoed. The candidates who had not been eliminated suddenly saw a leaderboard appear before them. First place, Song Chen, time, 25 points. 110. Second place, Situ Xing, time, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, points, 90. Third place, Fengyu, time, 3 minutes and 14 seconds, points, 70. Song Chen ranked first with a time of 25 seconds. If it weren't for the 1.5 second cooldown of the Annihilation Aura, he could have been even faster. As for the second and third places, their times exceeded 2 minutes, making it impossible for them to surpass him. In the first phase of the exam, each level cleared in the trial tower earned 1 point. The first place with the shortest time received an additional 100 points. The second place received 80, and the third place received 60. This continued down the line. Starting from the 6th place, everyone received 10 points. At this moment, Situ Xing looked at his ranking in disbelief. His time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds for clearing the trial was only second place. The first place actually only took 25 seconds? Where the hell did this freak come from? Even if the monsters in the tower stood still for me to kill, I couldn't have done it this fast. Is there a mistake in the results? It wasn't just him thinking this. When others saw the leaderboard, they all wore shocked expressions. Fengyu looked at the first place score and clenched her fists slightly. Wang Yang, who had barely passed the first stage of the exam, was also taken aback by Song Chen's score. Wow, no wonder he's the man of the single channel. Hell Dungeon. Ma Lu shouted excitedly, damn, my idol is amazing, 25 seconds to clear, who else can do that? Song Chen looked at his outstanding score. Should I tone it down a bit? Otherwise, it might be too discouraging for others. Just as he was thinking this, a commanding voice rang out. Attention all. Candidates, the second stage of the exam is about to begin. You will be randomly teleported to a scene filled with numerous monsters. Survive within the allotted time and kill as many monsters as possible. If you encounter danger, just shout give up. Following this, the specific requirements for the exam appeared before the candidates. Before the exam began, there were 5 difficulty levels for candidates to choose from, ranging from level 1 to level 5, with level 1 being the easiest and level 5 the hardest. The higher the chosen difficulty, the more points earned. At level 1, killing a monster earns 1 point. At level 2, it's 2 points, and at level 5, 5 points. The time limit is 30 minutes. This means that candidates not only have to survive during these 30 minutes but also kill as many monsters as possible. After reviewing the requirements, the top candidates pondered for a moment. Most chose level 5 difficulty. After all, one monster here is equivalent to 5 monsters at level 1. They also wanted to surpass Song Chen in the second stage of the exam. So, level 5 difficulty was the best choice for them. Song Chen felt the same way. He chose level 5 difficulty without hesitation because killing monsters yields more points. In the top level space, seeing Song Chen choose level 5 difficulty, the examiners all wore expressions of expectation. As expected, he chose the highest difficulty. I wonder if the second stage of the exam can test this kid's limits. I doubt it. With his purple gear and skills, he'll probably be first again. Do you think this kid will kill all the monsters in the scene? There are at most 100 monsters in the scene. Very few can clear all 100 monsters at level 5 difficulty. But at this moment, the examiners felt a bit uncertain. Perhaps Song Chen really could kill all 100 monsters. Outside the exam hall, the national network was also broadcasting the exam results in real time. At this moment, almost everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom was focused on these results. Since only the first stage had just ended, there were over a dozen candidates tied for first place with a score of 110 points. Looks like this year's national top scholar will definitely be Wang Hong, the third young master of the Wang family from the capital. That's right, Wang Hong is a very rare legendary class profession, and I heard he leveled up to level 19 before the exam, so he's basically guaranteed to be the top scholar. Hey, the Divine Xia Academy is really arrogant, they don't even take direct admissions. The Divine Xia Academy only recruits 50 people from across the country each year, and only those who rank in the top 50 in the national exam can enter. I've never heard of anyone being directly admitted without taking the exam. Hey, does anyone know this Song Chen? Which family is he from? I don't know him, he probably just got lucky. Donghuan Province has always ranked at the bottom nationally. On the forum, many netizens were fiercely discussing the final outcome for the top scholar. Similarly, the principals of various high schools in Donghuan Province and the big shots from the Education Bureau gathered together, closely monitoring the developments of the college entrance examination. When they saw that Song Chen ranked first in the entire Donghuan Province, everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Shangguan, you're amazing, secretly nurturing such a genius. Yeah, it seems like the provincial champion is probably secured. Shangguan, you're really lucky, the third high school is going to thrive now. Many principals who knew Shangguan Shang began to congratulate him. Even the leaders from the provincial education department exchanged a few pleasantries with Shangguan Shang, which made him feel extremely excited. His face flushed, and he was almost ready to jump up in joy. Shangguan Shang, can you give us the inside scoop on Song Chen? Do you have confidence in getting into the top 20 nationally? One leader couldn't help but ask. After all, Donghuan Province had been at the bottom for years, and now there was this Song Chen. Perhaps they could finally escape the embarrassing situation of being last. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shang's expression became a bit more restrained. Please, don't joke around, leader. What? No confidence? Sigh, was my expectation too high? The leader said, looking somewhat dejected. I mean, who the hell do you look down on? Song Chen will definitely be this year's national champion, Shangguan Shang declared boldly. Leader, huh? Everyone. After Song Chen selected the level 5 difficulty, the surrounding space suddenly shifted. He found himself in a vast grassland facing a door radiating a hazy white light. A prompt immediately popped up in front of him. The second stage of the exam will begin in 5 seconds. Please prepare, candidates. As the countdown ended, a figure stepped out from the light gate. It was a monster with a bare head, clad in armor. Song Chen used his identification skill. Bearman Warrior, Elite Health 12,000 level, 14 Strength, 210 Agility, 120 Spirit, 50 Constitution, 230 Defense. 210 an elite monster at level 14 and this is level 5 difficulty? Song Chen was somewhat speechless. Even compared to monsters in hell level dungeons, this was too weak. However, he quickly realized why. The college entrance examination had to cater to the majority. If the monsters were set too strong, there would be high casualties and the pass rate would drop significantly. This was not what the country wanted to see. Talents like Song Chen were ultimately in the minority. While he was pondering, the Bearman warrior let out a roar and charged at him with its large axe. However, before it could take half a step, a dark halo suddenly swept around it. Its entire body disintegrated and vanished on the spot. 18 seconds later, another monster emerged from the light gate. It was also a level 14 Bearman warrior, which was also taken down by Song Chen in one skill. Simple as it is, this efficiency is a bit too low. Song Chen complained. 18 seconds for one monster meant that by the end there would be exactly 100 monsters. Killing them one by one was a waste of mana. With this in mind, Song Chen directly cast a holy shield halo on himself. Instantly, a shield radiating holy light surrounded him. Later, he felt it was still not secure enough. As soon as the holy shield halo cooled down, he would immediately cast another one. He continuously added 9 layers. By this time, 18 seconds had passed. A Bearman warrior roared as it charged out of the light gate, swinging its axe at the shield. However, the shield remained unmoved. The Bearman warrior's attack was no different from a tickle. Nevertheless, the Bearman warrior tirelessly continued to hack at the shield. The shield could absorb 200,000 real damage, and with its axe dealing over 500 damage, it would take at least 400 hits to break the shield. And that was just for one. That meant it would need over 4,000 hits. Even if it were a crazy deal, it wouldn't be this insane. Meanwhile, Song Chen sat comfortably inside the shield, not immediately attacking the Bearman warrior. He decided to wait until there were more monsters before harvesting them. 3 more minutes passed. Like this point, 10 bear warriors gathered outside the shield. Each one was diligently swinging their axes to strike the light barrier. Meanwhile, Song Chen sat bored in place, occasionally casting a holy shield aura on himself. However, he waited for at least another 30 seconds and still did not see any more bear warriors emerge from the light gate. Is the maximum number of bear warriors that can exist in this scene really just 10? Song Chen looked at the 10 bear warriors. Then he snapped his fingers. The annihilation aura activated. The 10 bear warriors instantly perished, leaving not even ashes behind. In the top-level space of the trial tower, the examiners all wore expressions of disbelief. Killing one monster is one thing, but he can take out 10 at once. What kind of skill is this? I've never heard of any aura skill that can achieve this level. This kid is invincible. What do you think? Should we increase the strength and number of monsters for him? Everyone turned their gaze to the chief examiner. Wang Zhuo was also astonished that a aura master could possess such power. Even compared to those legendary combat professions, he was not at all inferior, perhaps even superior. Noticing the attention on him, Wang Zhuo cleared his throat and slowly closed his mouth, which had been agape in shock. How about this? For the next 15 minutes, let's arrange for him to face level 16 elite monsters, each worth 25 points. Alright. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Song Chen's performance was truly beyond their imagination, and it was only right to increase the exam's difficulty. Subsequently, the examiners no longer focused on him. It was simply because he killed monsters the moment they appeared, offering no entertainment value. It was far more interesting to watch other candidates fight. The second-place candidate, Situ Xing, was not as composed when facing the monsters. His profession was berserker, with a giant sword half his height. In both hands, after exchanging a few blows with a bear warrior, he beheaded it with a single strike. Each time a monster appeared, he gave it his all, quickly resolving the battle. However, such fights were also greatly exhausting his stamina. Yet his gaze remained exceptionally determined. As long as I can kill all the monsters that come out within 30 minutes, the first place will still be mine. The third-place candidate, Feng Yu, held a similar thought. In the first phase of the exam, the higher the level, the more monsters appeared, which was not favorable for her as an assassin. But now it was different. As long as she could end the battle within 18 seconds, she could maintain a one-on-one scenario. Her profession could be perfectly showcased. Pulling out the dagger embedded in the bear warrior's neck, Feng Yu once again hid in the shadows, quietly waiting for the next monster to appear. 100 monsters, I can do this. The examiners looked on and were quite satisfied with the performances of Situ Xing and Feng Yu. They couldn't help but sigh. Now this is what a normal genius looks like. Everyone was giving their all. Unlike Song Chen, if it weren't for him, the provincial champion would definitely emerge from among these two. The examiners turned their gaze back to Song Chen. It was better not to look. Once they did, it only made them grind their teeth in frustration. Is he here to take the exam or just to play? Who reads comic books during an exam? Not only is he reading, but he's also munching on sunflower seeds. What comic is so captivating that it makes me want to read it too? This couldn't be blamed on Song Chen, as this exam was simply too boring for him. He had no choice but to wait for the monsters to gather while pulling out the sunflower seeds and comic book he had casually bought. To pass the time, he had kept these in his pocket just for situations like this. However, Song Chen's actions infuriated the examiners. While other candidates were exhausting themselves fighting monsters, he was leisurely munching on seeds and reading comic books, even leading by a wide margin. It couldn't be more relaxed. An examiner finally couldn't help but say, "Lord Wang, should we warn him that this is an examination room, not his home?" "Yeah, otherwise, why not just let all the monsters out? Let's see if he can still be as relaxed as he is now. As long as he isn't cheating, he can do whatever he wants. Inside, we have no right to question it." Wang Zhuo chuckled heartily. His gaze towards Song Chen was filled with unabashed admiration. "This little guy always surprises me." 15 minutes passed just like that. Song Chen also took the opportunity to harvest a wave of gathered monsters. Once he finished all this, another monster walked out from the light gate. It was larger than the previous bear warrior, with more complete armor covering its entire body, leaving only a massive lion's head exposed. It roared at Song Chen, who was sitting still, and swung its great sword down. With a clang, the shield in front of Song Chen remained unmoved. Under the identification spell, the information about this lion monster appeared before him. General of the Wild Lions, enhanced. Elite health 20,000, level 16 strength, 710 agility, 410 spirit, 302 constitution, 720 defense, 800. It's not the previous bear warrior anymore. It's become a level 16 enhanced elite monster. Song Chen was somewhat surprised. He quickly understood that this should be due to the time entering the latter half, and the difficulty would correspondingly increase. After all, he had chosen a level 5 difficulty. Such a change was within reason. Song Chen had no awareness that it was because of him that enhanced elite monsters appeared in the scene. However, even as an enhanced elite monster, it made no difference to Song Chen. He continued with his previous battle plan, reading comics while waiting for the monsters to gather. Then he would take them all out at once. The final 15 minutes finally passed. Most candidates could no longer withstand the waves of attacking monsters and chose to give up. Some even got injured and had to withdraw. Those who persisted were now all slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. "Huff, huff, it's finally over. Fortunately, my agility is good enough. I barely made it through. If it had been another minute, I definitely wouldn't have lasted." The continuous fighting, or dodging the monster's pursuit, was a significant test for both their bodies and minds. After the second phase of the exam ended, everyone felt a sense of surviving a disaster. This exam also made them realize the brutality of the battlefield. However, only Song Chen felt nothing at all. Or rather, he had been sitting too long, and his legs were a bit numb. Sitishing wiped the sweat from his forehead, confidently saying, "I should have killed at least 60 monsters. This time, Song Chen probably didn't kill as many as I did. As long as I kill 4 more monsters than him, I can surpass him." Feng Yu sat on the ground like a duck, rubbing her sore shoulders. The further it went, the more severely her stamina and spirit were depleted. The time spent killing a single monster increased as well, especially at level 5 difficulty. Thus, she had exhausted herself to kill just over 50 monsters. 205 points. I wonder how many the first place killed? Song Chen also didn't know how many he had killed. Anyway, a few came out, and he killed a few. He was too lazy to check. Everyone else's condition was terrible, while Song Chen looked as if nothing had happened. He showed no signs of fatigue at all, calmly waiting for the next phase to begin. Soon, a dignified voice rang out again. "The second phase of the exam has ended." There were 31 candidates in the second phase, with 24 giving up for various reasons. The number of qualified candidates is 507. Next, the third phase of the exam is about to begin. The difficulty of the third phase is greater, and the intensity is higher. Continuing to participate may pose a life-threatening risk. Please consider carefully, candidates, whether to continue with the exam. Upon hearing this, the candidates all showed hesitant expressions. The second phase of the exam was already so difficult, and the third phase would surely be even more dangerous. Many candidates were mentally preparing to withdraw. However, none were willing to end it just like that. The examiners smiled at the sight. More than 1,000 people had already been eliminated in the second phase. The third phase would be even harder. Those who had barely passed the second phase would definitely not make it through the third. Since that was the case, it would be better to persuade them to withdraw now. By doing so, they were also indirectly testing the candidates' willpower. Those with weak resolve were not qualified to become strong. At this moment, you have already qualified to enter the ordinary higher education institutions of the Great Xia Kingdom. The third phase of the exam is no joke. Lacking strength could very well lead to death inside. You now have 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, if you do not make a choice, it will be regarded as consent to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates became somewhat unsettled. Some who had barely passed the second phase dared not hesitate any longer and immediately raised their hands to indicate, "I withdraw. I'm not participating anymore. If this continues, I will really die." I withdraw. I must withdraw. It's just an exam. Why risk my life? Wang Yang also chose to withdraw. With his strength, it was already very lucky to have passed the second phase. He was still self-aware. However, Ma Lu chose to continue. He wanted to earn as many points as possible. This way, he would have more and better institutions to choose from. Seeing that many people chose to withdraw, the examiners were not surprised. After all, the third phase of the exam was meant to filter out the true geniuses. Once all three phases of the exam were completed, the top 120 candidates in the national points ranking would be gathered to compete for the qualification to enter the Divine Xia Academy. After all, these candidates were here for the Divine Xia Academy. Otherwise, they would have been directly recommended to other institutions and would not have come to take the college entrance examination. It could be said that these 120 people were the true geniuses of the Great Xia Kingdom, as those who gave up were teleported away in a flash of white light. 301 people remained. Moreover, most of them had only one goal, the Divine Xia Academy. Next, we will announce the score rankings. First place, Song Chen. Time taken 25 points 1610. Second place, Situ Xing. Time taken 2 minutes 15 points 410. Third place, Fengyu. Time taken 3 minutes 14 points 365. How many? 1600 points. Damn it, impossible, absolutely impossible. Situ Xing jumped up from the ground, shouting loudly. In a level 5 difficulty scenario, a monster was worth 5 points. A monster appeared every 18 seconds. In 30 minutes, there could be at most 100 monsters. That would be 500 points. Even if he killed all 100 monsters, it was impossible to have 1,500 points. Damn it, it's unfair. I demand a rematch. Song Chen definitely cheated. It wasn't just him thinking this. Other candidates also felt that the score was absurd. Under normal circumstances, the highest score in the second phase could only reach 500 points. How could Song Chen possibly achieve such a high score? This made them wonder if there was an error in the results. As for whether Song Chen had cheated, they didn't think so. After all, their every move was under the supervision of the examiners. There was simply no opportunity to cheat, and no one dared to do so, because once discovered, they would be thrown directly into prison. So they were more inclined to believe that there was an error in the results. As for Situ Xing's shouting, it was completely out of shock. He was so flustered that he blurted out something as foolish as accusing Song Chen of cheating. Realizing this, he quickly shut his mouth, fearing that he would be expelled from the examination room by the examiners. After the results were announced, the examiners saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and broke into a mischievous smile. Looks like they're quite stunned. Of course, who wouldn't be shocked by such a prodigy? Hey, if they knew how Song Chen passed the levels, they'd probably go crazy. Lord Wang, should we explain it to the candidates? One of the examiners asked Wang Zhua, who was standing nearby. The latter shook his head. No need to explain. I've been the chief examiner for so many years, and no one has ever dared to cheat under my nose. You've all seen Song Chen's strength. These points are well deserved. The other examiners nodded in agreement. But what if another candidate shouts that there's an error in the scores? Another person asked. Wang Zhua's gaze sharpened. If anyone dares to question the authenticity and authority of the college entrance examination, again, their qualifications will be revoked and their scores will be nullified. In the conference room, upon seeing Song Chen's scores, Shang Wansheng immediately stood up from his chair. My God, 1610 points, 4 times that of the second place. It wasn't just him, the other principals from various high schools also stood up, staring intently at the score rankings on the screen. What the hell, how is this possible? Monster, Shangwan, your student is too much of a monster. Wasn't the maximum score for the second phase only 500 points? Song Chen actually tripled it. Damn it, Shangwan Shang, are you trying to defy the heavens? At that moment, sitting at the head of the conference room, the current director of the Education Bureau, Lu Jianzhong, couldn't help but flush with excitement upon seeing the scores on the screen. Because Song Chen ranked first in the nation with 1610 points, even the second place, Wang Hong, was left behind by a margin of 500 points. Shang Wansheng hadn't been wrong. Song Chen was very likely to win the national top scholar title for Yunhai City in Donghuan Province. It's normal for you not to understand these things. The college entrance examination is quite flexible. Lu Jianzhong spoke, glancing around at everyone, his gaze finally resting on Shang Wansheng. If during the exam the monster's strength is too weak compared to the candidates, the examiners have the authority to increase the monster's strength to match the candidate's abilities. Correspondingly, the points they can earn will also be greater. After the director's explanation, all the principals were enlightened. Then they were even more shocked. This indicated that Song Chen's strength had reached a level that even the examiners found monstrous. That's why he could earn so many points. Even the young master of the Wang family in the capital and the Mage Alliance was heavily suppressed. Shang Guanshang clearly thought of this point, even though Song Chen had previously admitted to being the mysterious person. Seeing his astonishing results now made him tremble with excitement. On the forum, at the moment the second phase results were released, countless netizens exploded. What the hell? Wang Hong can only rank second. Who is this first place? I thought the young master of the Mage Alliance and Ran would be a strong contender for the national top scholar, but unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged, beating the second place by over 500 points. Is this even human? They all began searching for information about Song Chen. They discovered that before this, the guy named Song Chen had also cleared the hell-level novice dungeon in Yunhai City. Now they were even more shocked. An unknown person and a support class aura master at that had actually outperformed all the national prodigies. Is this for real? The third phase of the exam officially begins. Next, you will face wave after wave of monsters on your own. Each wave consists of a total of 10 monsters. The last wave will be led by a boss monster. Monsters will appear at 1 minute intervals lasting a total of 10 minutes. You earn 10 points for each monster killed, and if you kill them all, your points will be doubled. The authoritative voice explained the rules of the third phase of the exam. A light gate rose before all the candidates. Behind the light gate, 10 monstrous creatures stood there, bearing their fangs and claws. Song Chen looked at the monsters behind the light gate and discovered that they were all level 15 enhanced elite monsters. Among them were a few mage monsters wielding staffs. As the countdown ended, all the monsters charged out from the light gate. The enhanced orc monster, brandishing a great sword, let out a fierce roar and led the charge. The small mage monsters draped in grey robes stood their ground, waving their staffs and launching spells at Song Chen one after another. Almost simultaneously, the attacks from the orc warriors and mage monsters reached Song Chen. However, they were all blocked by the barrier in front of him. Following that, Song Chen unleashed a desolation halo. A black halo, exuding a strong aura of death, suddenly appeared and swept over the monsters in front of him. All the mage monsters, along with the orc warriors, turned into nothingness. After doing all this, Song Chen remained seated, not even moving an inch. The examiners, witnessing this scene, all displayed expressions of as expected. Stop watching, it's pointless. Always one-shotting, there's no entertainment value. Does this kid even have a limit? They couldn't help but voice their complaints. Subsequently, they turned their attention to the other candidates. Observing the candidates' performance during the exam was also part of their duties as examiners. Based on the candidates' performances, they would make evaluations. Those who could achieve excellent ratings would have no problem entering the 5 major universities nationwide. However, Song Chen was a special case. He one-shot every monster, making it impossible for them to discern any combat talent he possessed. This left the examiners quite troubled. They decided to simply ignore him. The battles of the other candidates appeared much more interesting. Situ Xing wielded a great sword, charging through the horde of monsters, fighting boldly yet cautiously. He was a promising main combat candidate. In contrast, Feng Yu faced much more difficulty in the third stage of the exam. After all, her profession was shadow assassin, which was not suited for dealing with such a large number of monsters. She could only hunt them down one by one, her efficiency far inferior to others. Each of them seemed quite busy and entertaining, unlike Song Chen, who had been sitting there since the start of the exam and had yet to move. It was simply boring. Yet the examiners couldn't say anything to him. After all, his strength was evident. Every time the examiners saw Song Chen's leisurely demeanor, they felt quite frustrated. No need to watch anymore, Song Chen is first again. If you ask me, why let him participate in this exam at all? Just send him to the ancient battlefield space. The ancient battlefield space is much harder than these exams, not to mention the top talents from all over the country. Humph. Once he gets there, he'll definitely be taught a lesson. During the examiner's discussion, many candidates could no longer hold on. They shouted their abandonment and exited the exam. The waves of monsters appeared too quickly. They hadn't even killed a few from the previous wave before the next wave emerged, leading to an overwhelming accumulation of monsters that they simply couldn't defeat. However, making it to the third stage of the exam was enough to demonstrate that their strength was not lacking. Outside the trial tower, all the eliminated candidates gathered. They discussed the various situations that occurred during the exam with lingering fears. Sigh, the third stage of the exam is just too difficult. I wonder how many will pass. Who can say otherwise? If I had come out any later, I would have really died in there. After going through these exams, I finally understand the gap between me and the top geniuses. Speaking of which, even the top geniuses are being overshadowed by Song Chen. What on earth did this Song Chen eat to grow up so impressive? Ma Lu was among this group. As an assassin, the sheer number of monsters was too much of a constraint for him. Thus, he exerted all his effort and only managed to deal with 4 waves of monsters, resulting in the damage of 2 pieces of his blue equipment. However, he didn't feel a bit of heartache. After all, he was a candidate who had participated in the third stage of the exam. Aside from the 5 major academies, he should be able to choose from other higher institutions. So, Ma Lu had an excited expression on his face. When he heard someone discussing Song Chen in the crowd, he immediately leaned in. Of course, Song Chen is my idol. How could he not be impressive? Do you know him? Of course. Let me tell you, I'm in the same class as him and I know all his amazing feats. Ma Lu puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Bro, what's your name? I feel like we hit it off, let's be friends." "Ha, I'm Ma Lu. Just call me Xiao Ma Gu." "Xiao Ma Gu, what impressive feats does Songchen have? Tell us about them." Sure, I'll tell you right now." Surrounded by several candidates, Ma Lu began to speak animatedly. He started with how Songchen soloed the Hell level novice dungeon in 10 minutes. Then he recounted the incident with the level 30 black tiger they encountered on their way to the exam venue. Everyone listened, their expressions dumbfounded. Just awakened his profession less than a day ago, and he soloed the Hell level novice dungeon. And the most crucial part was that he was a Halo master. The later incident of subduing and killing the level 30 summoned beast made them feel even more incredulous. How could that be possible? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like that. Seeing their doubtful expressions, Ma Lu scoffed disdainfully. It was normal for frogs at the bottom of the well not to believe. Anyway, he was just enjoying showing off. 10 minutes passed. It was quick, indeed. During this time, more candidates couldn't hold on and were teleported out of the trial tower. The scenes the examiners could see were dwindling. In the top-level space, only 10 screens remained. Each candidate had reached the final stage of exerting their strength, releasing their last bit of stamina and skills. Only Song Chen remained calmly seated in place. In the last minute, 10 monsters emerged from the light gate. However, this time, one of the monsters was clearly much stronger. It was a boss monster, standing over 5 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over and a lizard-like head. Surrounding it were 4 orc warriors and 5 mage monsters. The lineup was quite formidable. However, Song Chen didn't even glance at them. He casually cast a desolation halo. Instantly, all the monsters turned to nothingness. The next moment was just waiting for the others. After all, they weren't Song Chen. They couldn't come out and wipe out a batch of monsters in seconds. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining 9 finally killed all the monsters in the scene. A dignified voice then rang out. "The third stage exam is over." A total of 301 people participated in this exam and only 10 passed. This voice could be heard both inside and outside the tower. Wow! The moment the voice fell, it immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Only 10 out of 301 people passed. It was evident how brutal this exam was. The remaining 10 also earned the qualification to enter the 5 major national academies. Next, we will announce the rankings as usual. A leaderboard appeared before everyone's eyes. First place, Song Chen, points 3610. Second place, Sidu Xing, points 1410. Third place, Fengyu, points 1365. Fourth place, Ningwen, points 1250. Fifth place, Xiaohong, points 1205. Song Chen was still far ahead, with no possibility of being surpassed by others. Then, a series of restorative blessings fell upon the 10 people present, instantly restoring their previously exhausted states. Song Chen's mana was also instantly replenished. Next, it should be the final exam, the ancient battlefield space. Once we get there, it will be the true moment of reckoning. Si-Tu Xing felt the full state of his body and confidently said, "My points should be enough to enter the top 120 in the country." The ancient battlefield space, that is the last chance to surpass Song Chen. Fengyu clenched her fists. "Shenxia Academy, here I come," Ningwen said with determination in his eyes. The remaining few clearly shared the same thought. However, the examiner's voice rang out at that moment. "Congratulations, you have passed the third stage of the exam. I know you all have a common goal, which is to apply to Shenxia Academy. But unfortunately, some of you are destined to leave with regrets." Next, the top 120 candidates on the national points leaderboard will be teleported into the ancient battlefield space, competing for the opportunity to enter Shenxia Academy. That is the true test of this college entrance examination. The examiner paused. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the examiner to announce the final list of those entering the ancient battlefield space. After a 5-second pause, the examiner's voice rang out again. "Song Chen, Si-Tu Xing, Fengyu, Ningwen, and Xiaohong, please get ready. In 3 minutes, you will be teleported into the ancient battlefield space, competing for the opportunity to enter Shenxia Academy against top talents from all over the country. Good luck to you all." As the words fell, the candidates ranked in the bottom 5 showed expressions of disappointment. They were soon teleported out of the trial tower. The top 5 were gathered in one place, waiting for the subsequent teleportation. Song Chen's expression did not change. Everything was as he had anticipated. The other candidates, however, could hardly hide their excitement. After all, this meant they were just a step away from Shenxia Academy. During these 3 minutes, the examiner's voice rang out again. "I know your goal is Shenxia Academy, but with the points you have now, you can't even touch the edge of Shenxia Academy. If you cannot fully exert your strength in the ancient battlefield space, you will still be eliminated harshly. So don't think that just because you have a lot of points, you can relax. The final test ahead will be very brutal, so you all need to perk up. Next, I will explain the rules of the final exam. As soon as the examiner's words fell, everyone suddenly turned their gaze to Song Chen. There was no other reason. It just felt like that authoritative voice was hinting at something. Moreover, Song Chen's points were also far ahead compared to theirs. It was hard not to suspect that the examiner was talking about him. Feeling the gaze of everyone on him, Song Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. I shouldn't have offended the examiner here, right? I haven't even seen their faces. The authoritative voice continued to resonate, starting to explain the rules of the ancient battlefield space to Song Chen and the others. Everyone focused their attention on understanding the rules. Song Chen listened carefully. The ancient battlefield space is a vast and special area. It is said that human powerhouses once engaged in fierce battles with abyssal demons here. Later, a powerful being transformed this space, turning it into a place for candidates to compete. The space inside is very expansive and continuously spawns monsters. Mage monsters, orc warriors, agile archers, and fallen knights, among others, can all be found in the ancient battlefield space. Not only that, but there are also various levels of monsters, including ordinary monsters, elite monsters, enhanced elite monsters, as well as mini-bosses and bosses. The spawn points of the monsters are randomly refreshed. So, inside, you might encounter one monster or directly face over 100 monsters. It all depends on your luck. Just like the previous exam rules, killing monsters will earn you points. Depending on the level and strength of the monsters, the points earned will vary. For example, a level 14 ordinary monster is worth 20 points, but a level 19 monster is worth 640 points. The points increase exponentially. If it's an elite monster or a boss, the points are even higher. At the same time, within the ancient battlefield space, there are also point treasure chests. They may be buried in some corner or placed inside the boss's body, only obtainable by defeating the boss. Each point treasure chest contains at least 1,000 points. Once obtained, it can change one's fate. Therefore, when the treasure chests appear, they often attract a large number of candidates vying for them. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Fighting among candidates is not prohibited in the ancient battlefield space. When one side's health drops to a single point, they will be teleported out immediately. After hearing the rules, Song Chen understood why the examiner said that. The ancient battlefield space is filled with points and they must compete with others. A slight mistake could easily bury their advantage. This is their true test. As the 3-minute countdown ended, a white light enveloped Song Chen and the other 4. They were then teleported to a desolate and ruined plain. The plain was riddled with countless pits interspersed with dark rocks several meters high. The ground beneath their feet was also a dark hue, and upon closer inspection, one could still smell a lingering scent of blood. Song Chen stood alone in front of a large pit that was over 10 meters wide, pondering. It seems that a tremendous battle indeed took place here, likely even altering the terrain. They had been randomly teleported to a location within the ancient battlefield space, avoiding immediate conflict with others. This suited Song Chen just fine. As he was about to step forward, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far to his left. Song Chen turned to look and immediately saw a group of monsters charging towards him with roars. There were more than 10 of them. Song Chen first cast an identification spell. Unicorn Warrior, level 15 is for more detailed attributes and health. He couldn't identify them. This showed that the monsters in the ancient battlefield space were quite special, capable of partially shielding themselves from his identification spell. Each of those monsters had a horn on their heads, and combined with their robust bodies, they looked quite formidable. As they charged towards Song Chen, they raised their heads, pointing their horns skyward, as if signaling something. Soon, several more teams of unicorn warriors appeared in Song Chen's line of sight. Faced with an assault of at least 50 monsters, and with their numbers rapidly increasing over time, other candidates would find this very tricky. Typically, they would fight while retreating to avoid being surrounded by the monsters. After eliminating 1 or 2 teams of unicorn warriors, they would quickly leave the battlefield to find the next target. However, Song Chen was not going to do that. On the contrary, the more monsters there were, the happier he became. He even waited a moment and, upon seeing nearly 10 teams of unicorn warriors appear before him, Song Chen directly activated his skill, Annihilation Aura. A dark aura, exuding waves of death, swept through the surroundings. Instantly, all the unicorn warriors' bodies disintegrated, dying silently. In almost an instant, Song Chen cleared the monsters. His points immediately soared to 7610. Indeed, only in the ancient battlefield space could his monster-killing efficiency be maximized. In the top-level space of the trial tower, the examiners called out eagerly, "Quick, quick, quick, where has Song Chen been teleported in the ancient battlefield? Did the Heavenly Eye capture a scene of Song Chen? Damn, look at Song Chen's points, they've doubled. He instantly gained nearly 3,000 points. How did he do that? Could it be that he found a treasure chest? Found him in Area 8. A scene suddenly appeared before the examiner's eyes. Song Chen stood alone in place. The battle had long since ended, and there was no trace of monsters around. The examiners sighed, having arrived a moment too late. They hadn't witnessed Song Chen in action, eliminating 100 monsters in an instant. It was hard for them to imagine. The chief examiner, Wang Zhua, was slightly better off, but he couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. In his half a lifetime, he had never seen anyone so fierce, especially someone from a support class. This little guy likely awakened a talent, but at the same time, new questions arose in his mind. What kind of talent could make this kid so formidable? Wang Zhua tilted his head, 3 question marks appearing above him. I can't believe it. Can Songchen keep on killing like this? Right? Doesn't he have any limits? Someone hurry and send a genius to teach him a lesson. Wait, it seems like he's heading towards the point's treasure chest. The examiners all shouted, clearly struggling to accept the sudden surge in Song Chen's points. In the footage, Song Chen only lingered for a moment before moving forward. About 5 minutes later, he arrived at an area filled with rubble. The moment he stepped in, a beam of light shot up from beneath the rubble 10 meters ahead. The white light was incredibly intense, dazzling against the dim sky. It could be seen clearly from a kilometer away. Damn! What luck this kid has! Did he really stumble upon a point's treasure chest? That white light indicates it's a treasure chest worth 1,000 points. Good luck is one thing, let's see if he can protect the chest. The examiners widened their eyes, eager to see the unfolding drama. When someone steps within 10 meters of the treasure chest, it automatically emits a dazzling light. At the same time, a protective shield surrounds it, lasting at least 10 minutes. If the shield isn't broken quickly, it will attract other candidates. At that point, whether the chest can be defended is another story. Meanwhile, the scene in the ancient battlefield space was being broadcast live to the outside world. A nationwide live stream. In room 001, over 100 million people were watching the broadcast. The live stream displayed real-time footage from the ancient battlefield space, switching views frequently before finally focusing on an area radiating strong white light. At the base of the white beam, in the center of a circular shield, sat a silver-trimmed treasure chest. In front of the chest stood 2 figures. It seems the first battle among geniuses in the ancient battlefield space is about to begin, a female commentator said sweetly. If I'm not mistaken, that tall and slender candidate should be Zhou Tian from the sword cultivation family, the Zhou family. The male commentator chimed in. Watching the scene, the audience in the live stream erupted into heated discussions. Damn, Zhou Tian. The Zhou family is a sword cultivation family, all their awakened professions are related to swords. That kid next to him is in trouble. Why isn't he running? What's he thinking? Wait, that candidate next to Zhou Tian looks a bit familiar. In the ancient battlefield space, Song Chen looked at the treasure chest before him with a look of surprise. To be honest, his luck was quite good. He had stumbled upon a point's treasure chest. However, before claiming the chest, he had to deal with a little trouble. Song Chen glanced at the thin boy beside him and said lightly, "You can go, I don't want to fight you." "Don't be like that, the point's treasure chest is for everyone. Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhou Tian. What's your name?" The thin candidate said with a grin, approaching Song Chen with a friendly demeanor. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. If possible, he actually didn't want to fight. After all, his only 2 damage skills would result in an absolute kill. He didn't know if the rules would protect this person. If they didn't, that would be too unfortunate. After all, there was no enmity between them. "My name is Song Chen." "Damn, Song Chen." Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Song Chen? The top player on the leaderboard." He quickly pulled up the ranking list, looking at the name at the very top. Song Chen. Zhou Tian felt a bit dazed. He never expected to run into him. Damn it, he didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Zhou Tian rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit anxious. "Brother Song Chen, you don't really need these points, right? How about letting them go to me?" Song Chen shook his head. There's no way he would just hand over the meat that was right in front of him. Zhou Tian wasn't surprised. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't just give away 1,000 points either. Since soft tactics weren't working, he couldn't blame him for going hard. "Fine, since you're unwilling, then I'll just have to experience your skills." Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Zhou Tian's hand, the hilt carved with a fierce ghost head. Shadows of ghosts loomed around him. His aura suddenly became sharp and fierce. Song Chen used an identification spell on him. Zhou Tian, profession, ghost swordsman, level 16. A ghost swordsman, is that a sword cultivator? This profession is quite rare, Song Chen said curiously. A smug smile appeared on Zhou Tian's face. "Song Chen, be careful, my sword will be very fast." With that, he bent low, his right hand holding the sword in a charging stance. Song Chen immediately felt himself locked on. If he really let Zhou Tian strike, he might actually get hurt. So, without hesitation, Song Chen released a Death Decay Halo at Zhou Tian. He also cast a Speed Halo on himself. The decaying halo instantly enveloped Zhou Tian. It was at this moment that Zhou Tian finally moved. Bang! He took a step forward. Crack! Snap! His knees buckled, and Zhou Tian went down on one knee before Song Chen. "Song Chen, even if I kneel, I won't give you the treasure chest." Zhou Tian's cheeks flushed red as he quickly used the long sword to support himself and get back up. "Wait, what just happened? Why did I kneel to you?" "No, that was an accident, an accident." After saying that, he got into position again and charged forward. The result? Thud. Snap! He fell flat on the ground again. Damn it, again. Unconvinced, Zhou Tian shakily stood up. Again, ready to bend down and charge. But he lost his balance and fell to the ground once more. Snap! This time, he landed face first in the dirt. Zhou Tian looked up in shock at Song Chen. What did you do to me? At that moment, he felt as if his body had suddenly aged to that of a 70 or 80-year-old man. Even peeing was a struggle. Song Chen walked up to Zhou Tian and said, "It's nothing, just gave you a buff." "You call this a buff?" After saying this, Zhou Tian started to breathe heavily. Of course, when you take the subway, young people have to give you their seats. Who would dare to hit you? Damn, Song Chen, do you dare to take this buff off me? Let's fight fairly. I don't dare, because I'm afraid you might really die. Zhou Tian. Song Chen lifted his foot and finally said, "How about this? I'll give you one last chance. If you answer correctly, I'll fight you fairly. Go ahead." What's the next line after grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup? Zhou Tian, want to drink the pipa right away? Wrong answer, it's elderly and children first. Song Chen's suspended foot finally came down, directly kicking Zhou Tian into the air. Whoosh! His body traced a graceful arc in the air. The feeling of weightlessness was intense. Song Chen, I swear. Zhou Tian's face twisted as he roared in anger midair, but before he could finish his sentence, a white light suddenly shone down on him. Then he was completely teleported out of the ancient battlefield space. One of the examiners sprayed water directly onto the face of another person beside him. How did he do that? The person wiped the water off his face and asked. That must be a curse type or a skill. A level 16 phantom swordsman, worse than an old man in his 70s or 80s. No way, ha, the elderly and children fly. First, ha, this is too funny. Wang Zhua, standing nearby, stroked his graying beard, staring at the laughing examiner with a face full of black lines. The examiner quickly realized and hurriedly covered his mouth. Lord Wan, I wasn't laughing at you. You better not be. Wang Zhua glared fiercely at him. He then looked at the screen in front of him. An elite-level sword cultivator, and he can't even touch Song Chen's hem. This is simply unheard of. At least in the 60 years since I became a professional, I've never seen anything like it. Nationwide live broadcast. Live room number 001. 2. Commentators sat there in a daze. They had been chattering away, but now they all shut their mouths. The live room instantly erupted. Holy crap, he flew. Holy crap, Zhou Tian took off. Holy crap, he's flying so fast. That's a phantom swordsman. So what if he's a phantom swordsman? He can still fly while showing off. Holy crap, I know who that person is now. It's Song Chen, the number 1 on the leaderboard. In the ancient battlefield space, Song Chen watched Zhou Tian, who had turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the air. He couldn't help but nod. It seemed wise to use the death decay aura. The candidates were different from the monsters here. If he could avoid using lethal force, he would. Approaching the score treasure chest, Song Chen waved his hand to break the light barrier and opened the treasure chest. Instantly, his score increased by 1,000. However, his expression didn't change much. After all, the points gained from killing monsters were much higher than this. Song Chen continued to walk forward. He should now be at the edge of the ancient battlefield space. The strength of the monsters was relatively low. As he moved deeper, the monsters he encountered would become stronger. After walking for a while, just as he expected, waves of monsters appeared within 50 to 60 meters of him. Among them were entire squads of mage monsters and archer monsters. Upon discovering Song Chen, they immediately launched their attack. The mage monsters raised their staffs, releasing fireballs, the size of human heads one after another. The archer monsters also drew their bows, shooting out dark arrows in rapid succession. Song Chen felt a wave of scorching heat approaching. Looking up, nearly 30 or 40 fireballs were crashing down towards him. Following closely were arrows raining down like raindrops. Seeing this, Song Chen added a holy shield aura to himself. The fireball smashed directly into the shield, radiating with holy light, exploding into a shower of sparks. Once all the fireballs had struck, the shield remained unscathed, though its brightness dimmed slightly. The arrows that followed also failed to break his shield. Song Chen glanced at the orc warriors charging towards him. Unicorn Orc Warrior, level 16. Looks like I'm on the right track. The monsters here are generally one level higher than before. Song Chen cancelled the identification spell and then unhesitatingly used the annihilation aura. It was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Nearly 12 squads of monsters, a total of 120 monsters, all turned to ashes under the annihilation aura. Level 16 monsters. Each one killed granted 80 points. Now, with one skill, Song Chen wiped out 120 of them. His score skyrocketed by 9,600 points. At this moment, his total score broke 10,000, reaching 18,210 points. In the top-level space, the examiners were completely stunned. Dozens of fireball spells plus attacks from 2 squads of archer monsters, and they couldn't break his shield? Holy crap, this kid's skill must be a group skill. No, it should be an area skill. An area instant kill skill? What's the maximum damage I don't know, but I estimate this is far from his limit. The examiners analyzed but couldn't come up with anything substantial. They only knew that every skill Song Chen displayed was at an incredibly abnormal level. This isn't scientific. Where did he get such amazing skills? Maybe he awakened a talent. What kind of talent could be this impressive? I have no idea. The examiners were all at a loss for words. At this rate, Song Chen would definitely break the record for the highest score in history. It's worth noting that in recent years, the national top scorer's highest score was just close to 30,000, and Song Chen had only been in for less than half an hour. The examiners then looked at the scores of the other participants. In second place was Wang Hong, a prodigy from one of the four great families of the capital, the Wang family. He was a very rare summoner class, and he had only over 8,000 points. In third place was Ran, the daughter of Jin Tian, the 80-level Grand Mage and leader of the Great Xia Kingdom's Mage Alliance, with just over 5,000 points. It's important to note that mages are the best at large-scale destructive skills. As for the others, it was even less impressive. Just not being eliminated would be considered good luck for them. After dealing with this batch of monsters, Song Chen continued to move forward in the direction he had chosen. The ground around him became increasingly dark and muddy, exuding a strong smell of blood and decay. Song Chen wrinkled his nose, clearly struggling to adapt to such a strong odor. Step, 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 step. A group of heavily armored cavalry monsters emerged from behind a pile of rubble. Leading them was a fallen knight nearly 2 meters tall. With the appearance of this cavalry group, many melee and ranged monsters gradually gathered around, all eyeing Song Chen hungrily. Under his identification skill, he roughly understood the levels of these monsters. Fallen Knight Commander, Boss Monster, level 18. Fallen Knight, Elite Monster, level 17. Unicorn Warrior, level 17. Goblin Wizard, level 17. Goblin Archer, level 17. Lucky me, I actually encountered a boss monster. Song Chen retracted his identification skill. Just as he was about to start harvesting, a shout came from behind. Bro, you can't handle so many monsters alone, want to team up? Hearing this, Song Chen turned to look. He saw 2 men and a woman, 3 candidates walking towards him. The one who spoke first stepped forward and introduced himself. Bro, hello, I'm the top scorer from Taihua province. My name is Lu Hao, and these two are also top scorers from other provinces. We formed a team when we met on the way. It's more efficient to clear monsters with more people. The other two introduced themselves as well. Hello, I'm Passerby A. Hello, I'm Passerby B. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and pointed at the two. Are you two siblings? No, they replied in unison. Oh, then it's fine. Lu Hao looked at the monsters gradually closing in and said excitedly, a boss monster. It might drop a score treasure chest. Ha, we're going to make a fortune this time. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, bro. Song Chen replied, oh, my name is Song Chen. Lu Hao paused for a moment, then laughed. Haha, what a coincidence, you have the same name as the guy in first place on the leaderboard. Song Chen. Holy crap, you really are Song Chen? Lu Hao shouted loudly. What else would I be? Excuse me, I'll take my leave. Lu Hao clasped his hands and dashed away several dozen meters without looking back. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Am I crazy? I actually thought about robbing the national first place monster. Come back. Song Chen didn't even glance at the fleeing Lu Hao and called out. Alright, my brother, what do you need? Lu Hao immediately stopped in his tracks, turning around. With a standard fake smile, Song Chen ignored him and turned to face the monsters that had already charged within 10 meters of him. The Desolation Aura activated. Suddenly, a pitch-black halo exuding an aura of death enveloped the heads of the monsters. The fallen cavalry monster charging at the front disintegrated inch by inch. The other monsters following behind met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, they were completely annihilated. The entire process lasted less than a second. The monsters that had just been so aggressive were reduced to nothing in an instant. Lu Hao gaped, staring blankly at this scene. Bystander A and Bystander B were petrified on the spot. There must have been nearly 100 monsters, right? The leader was a damn boss monster plus elite monsters. Just like that, they were wiped out? Lu Hao finally understood why Song Chen could rank first in the country. Just this display alone would scare anyone. Lu Hao stood frozen, his legs trembling. Then with a loud slap, he knelt down. Brother Ming, I was wrong, please spare me. Bystander A and Bystander B exchanged glances. With Lu Hao kneeling, would it be inappropriate for them to still be standing? Song Chan's instant kill of elite and regular monsters had directly earned him 15,000 points. Moreover, there was one thing Lu Hao guessed correctly. After killing the boss monster, a glowing white point treasure chest actually dropped. Song Chen opened it and received 2,000 points. Thus, his points skyrocketed to 35,210. At this rate, unless the subsequent candidates had incredible luck and opened 2 treasure chests worth 10,000 points in a row, Song Chen's position as the top scholar in the country was basically secure. After collecting the points, Song Chen looked at the kneeling Lu Hao and frowned, asking, what are you kneeling for? Lu Hao. Bystander A and Bystander B were about to kneel as well, but upon hearing Song Chen's words, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hao. I said the ground is cool, do you believe me? Song Chen, alright, get up quickly. Lu Hao stood up expressionlessly and brushed off the dirt on his knees. Then he shot a fierce glare at bystander A and bystander B behind him. Why didn't you pull me earlier? Bystander A and bystander B, you knelt down. Too fast. Nonsense, I think you didn't want to pull me. Forget it, kneeling to a big shot isn't something to be ashamed of, right? Right, you're right. Lu Hao huffed, then leaned closer to Song Chen, his face full of a flattering smile. Brother Ming, look at how awesome you are, just don't bother with someone like me. Song Chen glanced at him and said, don't worry, as long as you help me with something, I guarantee you'll get into the Divine Summer Academy. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Following Song Chen, even if he couldn't eat meat, just drinking the soup would be enough to fill him up. Brother Ming, whatever you need, just say the word. Song Chen asked, can you run fast? Lu Hao, absolutely. Good, then you go find me where there are the most monsters, the more the better. This, what, unwilling? Of course not, just afraid we won't be fast enough and delay your business. Song Chen looked at him, then released a speed halo on him. Holy crap, Brother Ming, what did you do to me? Lu Hao was startled, hugging his chest in fear. Then he felt his agility attribute surge. His mouth slowly opened wide. Lu Hao's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye he appeared dozens of meters away. Then in another blink he ran back. Holy crap, I feel like I've become the fastest man in the world. Song Chen then released a speed halo on the remaining bystander A and bystander B. Alright, you guys go. The three nodded, then turned into a gust of wind, scattering in three directions. To find monsters for Song Chen. In the trial tower, the examiners were already numb. Such a terrifying efficiency in killing monsters, no candidate in the country could compare. Even a level 43rd transformation professional isn't this abnormal. Song Chen is impressive, but he has a flaw. He's too arrogant, always wanting others to kneel. Yeah, that's definitely not good. He needs to change. Do you think his final score can break 40,000? I think you're being a bit too conservative. At this moment, Song Chen was leading with over 30,000 points. Instead, it spurred the other candidates in the ancient battlefield space to fight monsters even harder. They dared not stop for a moment. They didn't even dare to look at the leaderboard, fearing that the first place score would surge again, shattering their resolve. Wang Hong and Enrant's speed in gaining points had nearly doubled. Even so, their scores barely approached 10,000. They were still far from surpassing Song Chen. Outside the ancient battlefield space, the citizens of the Great Xia Nation watching the live broadcast were all sighing. They never expected the first place to be an unknown person, suppressing all the other talents, to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. How impressive is that? It seems this year's national champion belongs to Song Chen. Just as they were thinking this, in the capital of the Great Xia Nation, Jingcheng, a city with a population of over 10 million, the Divine Xia Academy is located here. At this moment, above Jingcheng, a white jade tower was floating. Its shape was identical to the tower in the trial space, only much larger by dozens of times. Even from a distance, it was clearly visible. This white jade tower is the main body of the trial tower. The white towers in the trial spaces across nearly 20 provinces in the country are all avatars of this tower. The trial tower only appears during the college entrance examination. Countless powerful individuals in Jingcheng were silently guarding this tower to ensure the smooth progress of the examination. However, at that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and the air became unusually cold, as if something had suddenly obscured the sky. A massive portal appeared in the sky above Jingcheng, and darkness descended in an instant. The portal slowly opened, and a demon head with horns, exposed fangs, and a sinister smile emerged from within. Its prominent black eyes fixed intently on the trial tower below. Who dares to cause trouble here? The voice boomed like thunder, instantly echoing throughout Jingcheng. Then, a phantom giant sword suddenly appeared in midair, slashing towards the demon head in the dark portal. He, is this all you've got? From the portal, a sinister demon hand reached out, grabbing at the giant sword. At the same time, a blood-red light filled with evil energy shot out from the demon head's eyes, heading straight for the trial tower. Impudent! The person shouted angrily. The giant sword split into two, then into four. One of them blocked the blood-red light, slicing it in half. You can't stop it, he. The demon head in the portal wore a mocking smile. One of the split blood-red lights drilled into the phantom of the giant sword, pinning it in place. The other light suddenly exploded in speed 10 times faster and instantly entered the trial tower. You're seeking death. The three phantom giant swords all slashed towards the demon head in midair. The demon still wore a mocking smile. He, you should think about how to save the little ones inside the tower. As soon as the words fell, the demon head suddenly retracted. The portal abruptly closed. The giant sword struck the portal, instantly shattering it. The sky returned to clarity. Above Jingcheng, the white jade tower, floating in midair, suddenly revealed specks of blood-red light on its originally pristine surface. The light emitted a decaying, evil aura. In front of the tower, three figures were floating. They stood in midair, their forms towering. Their presence was as deep as the abyss and as majestic as a mountain. Just standing there made it hard for anyone to look directly at them. The demon from the abyss has invaded the trial space. It's an avatar, but killing those geniuses is enough. Damn it, their target is that group of students. The person at the front communicated with the trial tower using mental power. Then he frowned. The abyssal power has temporarily changed the rules and sealed off the ancient battlefield space. Is there any way? I need a little time. How long? That group of students can't hold out for too long. At least half an hour. You know, the ancient battlefield space is buried with countless demon corpses. This is troublesome. Inside the ancient battlefield space, Lu Hao led the way. Minggu, follow me, there are at least 200 monsters ahead. There are even several boss monsters. Songchen followed him and soon arrived at the area he mentioned. Sure enough, at least 200 monsters were wandering in the plains, including several large boss monsters. Lu Hao excitedly said, Minggu, please start your performance. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the arena. The entire sky turned blood red. The pitch-black ground seemed to come alive and began to writhe. In an instant, the more than 200 monsters nearby turned into a mass of black mud, merging into the ground. Lu Hao was dumbfounded. Minggu, what kind of trick is this? However, Song Chen shook his head. It's not me. Before Lu Hao could react, the ground beneath them began to slide like a conveyor belt. The originally vast space suddenly shrank. All the candidates who were battling monsters in the ancient battlefield space were gathered in one place. Excluding those who had been eliminated, there were still over 100 people. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened. What's going on? Where did all the monsters go? How did we all end up in one place? A series of questions were asked continuously, but no one could answer them. Song Chen squinted, observing the increasingly bizarre environment around him. He then wrapped himself in a layer of holy shield aura. Including the previous layers, he could absorb at least over 1 million damage. Even if the abyssal demons really came, he would still have the strength to fight. Lu Hao nervously moved closer to Song Chen, as if only this could ease his anxiety. Minggu, do you think this is something the examiners deliberately created to scare us? It shouldn't be. Then what exactly is going on? Song Chen shook his head, indicating that he was also unclear. However, it was just a matter of facing the soldiers when they came and blocking the water when it came. He felt no panic at all. In contrast, the expressions of the other candidates were filled with terror. Only a few candidates remained relatively calm. Song Chen guessed that those few must be the top 10 ranked individuals. Their psychological quality was indeed commendable. Just then, Dongfang Yi's voice rang out. Children, I am Dongfang Yi. An accident has occurred. The power of the abyss has invaded here. Their target is you geniuses who are in the final test. We need some time to repair the trial tower and capture the hidden abyssal aura inside. This process will take at least half an hour. That means you need to hold out here for half an hour. Can you do it? The candidates were all shocked upon hearing this. Someone shouted, it's the God E, the abyssal power invasion, so that's how it is. I heard that even an ordinary monster in the abyss is level 70. We are only at level 10. Going there is just asking for death. What should we do? Are we doomed? We know nothing about the abyss. Because of the abyssal power, the outside world's Dongfang Yi could neither hear nor see what was happening in the ancient battlefield space. The situation was extremely critical. Children, you are all geniuses of the Great Xia Kingdom. I believe you can survive this crisis. Please do not give up. We, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, would rather die standing than live on our knees. His words were incredibly infectious. Everyone's spirits were lifted once again. Lu Hao clenched his fists. Brother Ming, are you confident in dealing with those abyssal demons? Song Chen nodded calmly. The panic of others did not affect him. While the God of Ease was speaking, he was the only one who grasped a key point. What was coming was not the true form of the demons from the abyss, but a threat of power. This power was destined not to be too strong, so he could definitely handle it. Or to be bolder, with the damage of his current skills, monsters below level 40 would be taken out in an instant. Outside the ancient battlefield space, the examiners wore expressions of shock. I didn't expect those scoundrels to be so malicious. They are specifically targeting the geniuses of our Great Xia Kingdom. They want to cut off our foundation. If this happens every year, Great Xia will be finished. Wang Zhua also had a gloomy expression. Inside the ancient battlefield space, all were true geniuses selected from across the nation. They could be said to be the future of Great Xia. The sudden ambush from the abyss was indeed very insidious. Everyone shut up. In this situation, we can only trust the God of Ease. Upon hearing the God of Ease, the examiners all showed respectful expressions. Yes, trust the God of Ease. Dongfang Yi was a once-in-a-millennium genius of Great Xia, and the strongest in the Summer Kingdom. His status was extremely high, and his words carried great weight. At this moment, they had no choice but to believe in the God of Ease. There was no other way. Outside, the nationwide live broadcast was interrupted suddenly, and then the entire live stream was abruptly closed. The audience in the Summer Kingdom all showed puzzled expressions, not understanding what had happened. In the conference room, many principals of secondary schools were also baffled when they saw the screen disappear. The image had been fine just a moment ago, how could it suddenly vanish? Even the live stream was shut down. They keenly sensed a hint of something bad. Director, what happened? Yeah, why did the live broadcast suddenly cut off? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Everyone turned their gaze to the Education Bureau director at the front. Lu Jianzhong frowned tightly, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. It was not easy for Yunhai City to produce a genius like Song Chen. If anything went wrong in the examination room, it would not only be an unfortunate event for Yunhai City but for the entire Great Xia. Over 30,000 points. This had already surpassed any previous top scorer. Moreover, in the last image, he vaguely saw a streak of blood in the sky that was so familiar. Could it be an abyssal invasion? Thinking of this, Lu Jianzhong's expression grew even darker. Beside him, Shang Wanshang anxiously stood up, uneasily saying, "What on earth is happening? No matter what, Song Chen must not have any accidents." Alright, the college entrance examination is the most important time for Great Xia every year. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. Don't be overly worried. Trust the country, and even more so, trust the top experts within Great Xia. Lu Jianzhong scanned the panicked crowd and suddenly spoke up. Yes, trust the country. Trust the god of ease. The principals echoed, but the hint of worry in their eyes lingered for a long time. Inside the ancient battlefield space, the sky grew increasingly dark red and gloomy. The atmosphere became heavier and more oppressive. Suddenly, a crack opened in the sky above. From the crack emerged a massive scarlet eye, staring intently at the people below. Look at the sky. What is that? The eye of a demon. The power of the abyss is starting to act. Everyone, be careful. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Red light poured down onto the ground, making this space appear even more sinister. At the same time, the candidates did not sit idly by. They began to take action. After the initial brief panic, they regained their composure. The words of the god of ease also played a significant role. United and unyielding. Only then do they have a chance to survive this disaster. Everyone, pay attention. Knights and warriors at the front. Mages and ranged shooters stay back. One person stepped forward. It was Wang Hong, the second place in this exam from the Wang family. Yes, mages in support, listen to my command. And Ran said, unwilling to be outdone. The crowd seemed to have found their backbone, all arranging themselves according to the orders. They stood ready. The giant eye in the sky blinked, as if mocking the dying struggles of the ants below. Immediately in front of the candidates, the dark, muddy ground began to writhe. A black head with a horn slowly rose from beneath the surface. Then came the shoulders, the entire body. This black monster stood nearly 4 meters tall. Its appearance was exceptionally hideous, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were particularly terrifying. Upon seeing this monster, Wang Heng's expression grew serious and he activated his identification spell. Unicorn Warrior, Abyssal Modification, Level 19, a Level 19 monster. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Everyone, don't be afraid. Don't forget, the ancient battlefield space has a level limit not exceeding Level 19. Immediately, someone exclaimed excitedly, that's right. As long as there aren't too many monsters, we can definitely handle it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground around the unicorn warrior began to bulge. Many unicorn warriors broke through the earth. There were at least 100 of them. It was impossible to see the end. Over 100 pairs of crimson eyes coldly stared at the crowd. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the face of the foremost orc warrior, revealing a mocking smile that resembled the humans. TSK, quite the initiative, huh? Too bad it's useless. Half an hour is enough for me to kill you twice. It's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy now. The candidates turned pale at these words. The confidence they had just gained was shattered in an instant. After all, they were just students. They had never experienced the brutality of war. Just a few words from the demon made them tremble with fear. Lu Hao's face was also filled with despair. Ming Gu, do you think we can survive? Song Chen smiled. It turned out he was right. Just a trace of the abyss's power could only cause limited effects. That said, these monsters had been modified. Didn't that mean killing these monsters would grant experience? Over 100. Level 19 enhanced elite monsters, you guys will struggle to resist. Lu Hao's face turned even paler and he silently moved Song Chen in front of him. For protection. So, does that mean we're doomed? Song Chen shook his head. What about me? Lu Hao was taken aback. What do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, the more than 100 abyssally modified unicorn warriors moved in unison, advancing towards them. Thud, thud, thud. As the monsters moved, the ground trembled continuously. Each orc warrior exuded a decaying, terrifying aura. Coupled with their hideous appearance, the orc warriors that had appeared before were nothing compared to this. The formation of the candidates quickly became disordered. The oppressive feeling these monsters brought was too overwhelming. Some of the more timid ones even felt their legs go weak, ready to collapse to the ground. There are so many monsters, we can't handle them. At all. What do we do? I don't want to die. Run, let's run. The monster horde advanced slowly, seemingly in no hurry to attack. It felt more like a powerful hunter toying with its weak prey. The candidates group quickly split in two. The timid ones kept retreating, gradually creating distance from the front line. Even Wang Hong showed a hint of wavering on his face. At that moment, another unicorn warrior spoke up. TSK, what an ugly sight. Are you scared? Are you terrified? Do you want to live? I might be able to give you a chance to survive. I'll give you 3 minutes. Everyone, come and play a game. As long as you kill one of your own companions, you can survive and become the last winner. What do you think? A life for a life. Isn't that a good deal? He. The devil's voice echoed continuously in this space. Upon hearing this, the candidates turned their heads warily to look at their companions beside them. The so-called unity was completely shattered at this moment. Everyone's heart was filled with suspicion. Song Chen frowned. As expected of a devil, the best at manipulating people's hearts. However, even if the candidates followed through, in the end, none would survive. Hey, I have a more interesting game, do you want to hear it? Song Chen suddenly said. The devil sneered mockingly. Oh, what game? Hurry up and tell me. Find you, and then kill you, how about that game? Ha 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 ha. The devil seemed to have heard the best joke in the world. Then all the orc warriors spoke in unison. That's the best joke I've ever heard. Human, you are quite interesting. But can you find me? Kneel down and beg for mercy, I might spare your life. Be my slave, or die, you choose. But Song Chen seemed to have not heard at all, directly stepping out from the crowd. He stood at the very front of the candidates, his expression calm, as if he didn't take these monsters seriously at all. The others looked at each other with disbelief. Who is that? I don't know. How dare he rush up like that? Could it be he has some hidden card? Identification spells fell upon Song Chen. Level 20 aura. Master, what can a support class do by stepping up? No, the first one seems to be level 20. He's from our province, named Song Chen. Song Chen, the big shot with over 30,000 points. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating whether to go help. But their bodies remained rooted in place, even taking a few steps back. In the end, only Wang Hong and Ran, along with a dozen others, followed behind Song Chen. Lu Hao was among them. Looking at the dense crowd of monsters ahead, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Ming, do you have a way to find the true body of that devil? After saying this, Wang Hong and Ran turned their gazes to Song Chen. Find? Why look for it? Lu Hao was taken aback. If we don't kill the true body of this devil, we can't escape. Song Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Of course I know we need to kill the devil's true body. The devil's true body is hidden among these more than 100 monsters. If I kill them all, the true body will die with them. Lu Hao, Wang Hong, and Ran, that makes sense. Lu Hao and Wang Hong turned their faces. And Ran, why are you looking at me? I think Song Chen is right. Lu Hao and Wang Hong, is it a matter of right or wrong? If we had that ability, why would we be standing here? We would have rushed up to take down the devil already. Song Chen charged into the crowd of monsters. Wang Hang and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and rushed up as well. Not fighting meant death. They had no other choice. 200 meters. 100 meters. The distance between Song Chen and the group of monsters kept closing in. Until about 30 meters, he finally stopped. Wang Hong was puzzled. Aren't we going up? Why stop? And Ran said, Fool, of course, we mages should first consume them from a distance. The others suddenly understood. Several mages in the team, including Ran, raised their staffs, ready to cast long-range skills at the monsters. However, Song Chen raised his hand to stop them. The invasion of the abyssal power had caused the rules here to change. Therefore, killing these monsters might yield experience. How could he let that go to others? Moreover, at this distance the desolation halo was already sufficient to envelop all the monsters within. There was no need to go any further, as it would only make them susceptible to attacks from the monsters. At this moment, the demon spoke through the orc's mouth, saying, What's wrong? Are you scared now? If that's the case, just kill that group of companions beside you on the spot. Then kneel and pledge your loyalty to me. I will make you my servant. How about that? Even if you are a weak human, as long as you receive a bit of my power infusion, you will become incredibly strong. He. Song Chen remained silent, his expression cold as he looked ahead. Were all the demons in the abyss like him, so fond of talking nonsense? He raised his right hand, pointing at the monster army ahead, and coldly uttered 4 words, Desolation Halo. With a hum, a pitch-black ripple spread from Song Chen's fingertips. In an instant, it expanded, enveloping all the monsters in front of him. What is this? Wait, what kind of skill is this? Ah! The demon's originally deep voice suddenly became high-pitched, because at the moment the desolation halo descended, nearly 100 transformed unicorn orc warriors vanished into nothingness. The originally dense line of monsters was cleared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, experience notifications began to flash before Song Chen's eyes. Kill 19 level Unicorn Orc Warrior Abyss Transformed, gain experience. Plus 9,000. Kill 19 level Unicorn Orc Warrior Abyss Transformed, gain experience plus 9,000. Your level cap is 20. Please complete the job change task as soon as possible. Excess experience has been saved. After completing the job change, you can level up. A smile appeared on Song Chen's face. As he guessed, after the invasion of abyssal power, he could gain experience from killing monsters. What? They're all gone? More than 100 level 19 monsters. Even if they stood still for me to kill, I wouldn't be able to finish them. We are saved. First truly lives up to its name. Turns out it's this powerful? What they didn't know was that Song Chen's main damage skill, Desolation Halo, now had a damage output of 720,000. Unless those monsters were far enough away from Song Chen. Otherwise, if hit by his skill, those monsters had only one fate: death. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, then became so excited they were on the verge of tears. This was the joy of surviving a disaster. Wang Hong and An Ran beside him were even more dumbfounded. A single skill wiped out nearly 80 monsters. Was this still human? It turned out Song Chen really wasn't bragging. He could indeed take care of all these monsters. Lu Hao reached out to close his gaping jaw, looking at Wang Hong and An Ran. Seeing their dazed expressions, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. So, now you know. Hao Minggu racked up over 30,000 points, right? Wang Hong, what kind of skill is this with such power and range? And Ran, is it too late for me to change to a Halo Master now? Lu Hao, damn, why didn't I think of that? Everyone was immersed in the shock brought by Song Chen's single skill. That wiped out 100 monsters. They stood frozen in place, unable to come to terms with it for a long time. Even the demons that invaded from the abyss fell into contemplation. A single skill wiped out over 100 transformed orc warriors. Is this reasonable? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere weak human possibly use such a powerful skill? I've seen through you. This kind of skill is a forbidden technique, right? You can only use it once, right? Ha, not speaking. Did I guess it right? The demon screamed hysterically. Song Chen. Then the dark ground began to writhe again. Nearly 50 transformed unicorn orc warriors broke through the earth, surrounding all the candidates. It had learned from the last lesson. No longer allowing the unicorn warriors to concentrate their positions. This way, they could avoid being wiped out by Song Chen again. The unicorn warriors roared as they charged towards the candidates, determined to kill everyone in a short time. The candidates panicked once more, starting to flee in all directions. However, the ancient battlefield space was being constricted by the demons, leaving little room for the candidates to escape. The situation became critical again. Song Chen looked at the more than 50 monsters and then at the somewhat wilted giant eye above. Everything indicated that the demons were starting to weaken. The abyssal power invading the trial tower was not being replenished. Using a bit meant losing a bit. Moreover, a significant amount had been consumed by Song Chen. That was why the demons appeared so weak. Ha, you can't escape. Die, all of you, die, the demon shouted frantically. At this moment, the cooldown for the Annihilation Halo had long since reset. Song Chen extended his right hand again. The demon suddenly had a bad premonition. No! Annihilation Halo! Black ripples surged from Song Chen's fingertips, enveloping the orc warriors rushing forward at high speed. Buzz! All the unicorn warriors were slaughtered once again, not even a scrap left. The entire area fell silent once more. The demon's thoughts came to a complete standstill. Who am I? Where am I? Did I come to the wrong place? I came to kill all the candidates here. Yes, kill all the people here. You're looking for death. I'll kill you first, the demon roared in exasperation, but the tone could not hide its extreme weakness. Then the giant eye in the sky suddenly opened wide. A red beam as thick as a barrel shot towards Song Chen. Whoosh! The red beam almost instantaneously reached above Song Chen's head. At that moment, a holy light suddenly radiated from Song Chen. Shields appeared out of thin air, completely isolating the red beam outside. With nearly 1,000,000 in shield strength, the red beam only broke through the first layer of shield before fading away completely, not even harming Song Chen's hair. Why you? This is impossible. With my full power strike, how could you be unscathed? The demon began to panic, its voice trembling slightly. It realized that all its means were ineffective against this human before it. Song Chen smiled faintly. Are you done? It's my turn now. He then looked at the giant eye in the sky. Within the crimson pupil, a shadow could be vaguely seen hiding inside. This must be its true form. You really know how to hide. Song Chen extended his right hand, pointing at that shadow. The demon instinctively felt something was wrong. What are you going to do? Decay Halo. A black halo exuding an aura of aging and decay suddenly shot from Song Chen's fingertips, striking towards the giant eye in the sky. It immediately attached itself to the shadow inside. What have you done to me? My power is draining. The demon's extremely weak voice echoed. Immediately after, a shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Outside, above the capital city, two figures stood outside the tower. Su Tongjun, the actual controller of the trial tower, was working hard to repair the rules inside the tower, trying to restore it to normal as quickly as possible and rescue the students. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, the black and red spots on the surface of the trial tower dimmed significantly. Su Tongjun let out a soft looking quite surprised. Seeing this, Dongfangyi asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Tongjun replied, "I don't know why, but the resistance and interference of the abyssal power inside the tower suddenly weakened a lot." Dongfangyi's expression changed instantly, his voice low as he said, "Could it be that all the candidates inside have been killed?" Su Tongjun shook his head, seriously sensing the life force within the tower. "No, I can feel that the life force of those candidates has not diminished. It must be that the consciousness avatar of the abyss demon that invaded was damaged. That's why its resistance weakened." Dongfangyi frowned in deep thought. Even if it was just a consciousness avatar of the abyss demon, it was not something these level 16 or 17 professionals could handle. Moreover, the rules of the ancient battlefield space had been altered by the demon. Everything was under the demon's control. No one else could enter. So in this situation, who could harm that abyss demon? They were already very lucky to have held on for half an hour and escaped from the demon's grasp. As for harming the abyss demon, Dongfangyi simply did not believe there was such a possibility. Within the ancient battlefield space, as the shadow fell, the crimson giant eye above suddenly closed. The originally red sky also faded significantly. Songchen walked towards the shadow that had fallen to the ground. Along the way, he casually cast a holy shield aura on himself, just in case the demon had any tricks left. Cough, human, don't get too complacent too soon. Do you really think this king has no way to deal with you? The shadow struggled to stand up, allowing Songchen to see its appearance. Clearly, it looked very similar to the demons in the demon city, with horns on its head and fangs exposed, its face filled with resentment towards Song-chen. "Oh, I'm quite curious about what other tricks you have." As soon as Song-chen finished speaking, he instantly cast a speed aura on himself. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the shadow and kicked out. Despicable. The shadow was both shocked and angry. It quickly summoned its last bit of strength, and a surge of black mud erupted from beneath it, completely wrapping it up. With a loud bang, Song-chen kicked the black mud but missed the shadow. Seeing this, he did not linger in battle and turned to create distance. Looking back at the large mass of black mud that had gathered, it continued to expand and grow, eventually forming a 6-meter-tall orc warrior. The shadow was protected inside. Unless the body of this orc warrior could be broken, the shadow, or rather the demon's true form here, could still survive. Song-chen then used an identification spell. Abyss Enhanced Modified Orc Warrior. Level 19, an extremely enhanced individual. Its attributes were likely very abnormal. However, no matter how high the defense, what does it matter? A ceiling aura will teach you a lesson. With real damage reaching up to 70,000 per second and a control duration of a full 620 seconds, no matter how powerful, it could be controlled to death. The shadow controlled this strongest abyss-modified monster, wielding a 3-meter-long greatsword, and charged at Song-chen. Even if the mission ultimately failed this human before it had to die, because it truly felt danger from this human. However, how could Song-chen allow it to get close? He immediately threw a sealing aura. The 6-meter-tall orc warrior instantly froze in place, unable to move an inch. At the same time, damage numbers continuously floated from its head. Minus 69,020, minus 69,150. The orc warrior's body held on for less than 2 seconds before completely disintegrating. A shadow rolled out from within. As if realizing its imminent death, the demon shadow instead calmed down. After all, this was just a consciousness avatar of its own. It coldly stared at Song-chen. "Human, your name is Song-chen, right? This king remembers you. Don't get too proud. One day, we will meet again." Song-chen approached expressionlessly, not taking the demon's threat to heart at all. Then he stomped down and crushed the shadow's head. Its entire body turned into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. With the death of the demon's consciousness avatar, the entire ancient battlefield space returned to normal. Everyone looked at Song-chen with admiration. As expected of the first, too powerful. "I've decided, Brother Ming will be my idol from now on. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead. So I have decided to dedicate myself to repay his life-saving grace." "Pa, you're just lusting after Song-chen's body, you shameless one." People whispered, their tone filled with admiration and reverence for Song-chen. Outside the trial tower, the black and red light spots on the tower's surface completely dissipated. Su Tongjun withdrew his hand and said to Dongfangyi beside him, "The consciousness of the abyss has been completely eliminated. The space inside the tower has returned to normal." As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Dongfangyi also showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. At his level and status, it was rare for anything to astonish him. He didn't expect that today's event would be so unexpected. Can we know who did it? Su Tongjun pondered for a moment. I'll see if I can trace back the events that just happened inside the tower. Alright, there's no rush on this matter. Let's first ensure the safety of the candidates. Dongfang Yi quickly replied. Su Tongjun nodded. Inside the ancient battlefield space, the sky was no longer blood red. The earth had also returned to its original appearance. The entire ancient battlefield space had returned to normal. Lu Hao's face was still somewhat pale, clearly still recovering. Seeing this, he tentatively asked, Boss, are we safe now? Song Chen nodded. Don't worry, it's all fine now. Lu Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. Wang Hong and Ran felt the same, finally, putting their minds at ease. Surviving a disaster, all the candidates had excited expressions on their faces. Thankfully, with Song Chen around, they were able to survive. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been slaughtered by those unicorn people in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the voice of the god of the abyss rang out again. The power of the abyss has been eliminated. Candidates, you are now safe. We will now send you out of the trial tower, and the results will be announced later. Rays of white light descended, and all the candidates were teleported out of the trial tower. Outside the tower, in the square, all the candidates waited there, with no one leaving. They were all waiting for the final results to appear. The examiner's voice also sounded at this time. All candidates, please wait here. The final rankings will be announced shortly. Song Chen silently stood in place, feeling a bit bored. He casually opened the panel to allocate skill points. Then he saw the job transfer task section. The numbers behind the task requirements had actually changed. Task requirement, slay demons 1/1000. No problem, demons are still monsters. Song Chen then closed the panel, contemplating his next plan, completing the job transfer. Otherwise, his level would remain stuck at level 20, never able to improve. It was just right to take advantage of this time before school started to go to the demon suppression pass secret realm, slay enough demons to fulfill the job transfer task requirements and conveniently level up a bit. In the ancient battlefield space, he had killed at least over 150 monsters. The experience gained should be considerable. After transferring to the 10,000 methods Celestial Master, it would be enough for him to level up several times. In the capital city, Dongfang Yi and Su Tongjun, along with other top experts of the Great Xia Kingdom, were tracing back the events that occurred in the ancient battlefield space. They were very curious about who had stepped in to resolve the consciousness of the abyssal demon. Alright, Su Tongjun waved his hand and an image appeared before everyone. From the moment the candidates entered the ancient battlefield space, their gaze involuntarily focused on Song Chen. After all, one person had racked up over 30,000 points. Such performance was indeed remarkable. And it was true. After entering the ancient battlefield space, Song Chen had almost pushed through everything. In comparison, the other candidates seemed like they were playing house. There was simply no comparison. However, what Dongfang Yi and the others were more concerned about was what happened after the abyssal invasion. The rules changed, and the candidates fell into danger. But in the retraced image, Song Chen stood out alone, using his powerful strength to directly shatter the abyssal demon's conspiracy and finally, completely obliterating its consciousness. It's actually Song Chen who was ranked first. He managed to turn the tide at a critical moment. Incredible. This little guy's skills are impressive. Even the demons are no match for him. I never expected our country to produce such a genius. Facing the collapse of Mount Tai without changing his expression, this person is bound to become another top powerhouse of our Great Xia. Indeed, compared to him, the performance of the other candidates is simply unbearable to watch. The strong ones present were all amazed, generously praising Song Chen. After all, without Song Chen, the candidates in the ancient battlefield space would likely have been easily killed by the demons. It was precisely because of him that the tide was turned, shattering the despicable tactics of the abyss demons and protecting the remaining geniuses intact. Song Chen's performance was truly outstanding, making the other candidates seem like fireflies compared to the sun. The dozen or so candidates who fought alongside Song Chen could only commend his bravery. After all, while Song Chen was rampaging ahead, they couldn't even get a chance to join in. What do you think of the performance of these candidates? To be honest, it was terrible. Well, most of the candidates were almost scared out of their wits, only a few had a bit of courage. You can't blame them. After all, it was an invasion by the abyss demons. Regardless, if these people were to go to the battlefield, they would be nothing but cowards. The top experts present discussed and ultimately gave their evaluations of all the candidates. Except for Song Chen, the evaluations of most others were quite low. This was unavoidable. Comparisons are always daunting, especially against a genius like Song Chen. The results were bound to be disheartening. Soon, the National College entrance examination results finally appeared before the eagerly awaiting candidates. First place, Song Chen, score 35210. Evaluation, perfect. Second place, Wang Hong, score 9120. Evaluation, excellent. Third place, Ran, score 8930. Evaluation, excellent. Wang Hong looked at the ranking in front of him and silently lowered his head. He fully accepted Song Chen's first place. After witnessing Song Chan's absolute strength, he no longer had the desire to surpass him, and Ran felt the same way. In fact, she even held a hint of admiration for Song Chen in her heart. Becoming such a powerhouse was the goal she had pursued all her life. At this moment, the examiner's voice rang out. After unanimous discussion among all the examiners of the Great Xia, this year's national champion of the college entrance examination is none other than Song Chen. Wow! A commotion erupted among the crowd, followed by thunderous applause, welcoming the birth of the top scorer of the Great Xia college entrance examination. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, not just because of Song Chen's performance, but also because he accomplished what no one else could. However, Song Chen's expression was very calm. After all, he had known for a long time that he would be the national champion, so he wasn't as excited as the others. Situ Xing brought Feng Yu to him and congratulated Song Chen. Congratulations on becoming the national champion. Thank you. The two felt a bit awkward when he responded so blandly. Finally, Feng Yu continued, with your current score, entering the Divine Xia Academy is a sure thing. We were also lucky to make it into the top 50. See you at the Divine Xia Academy. Situ Xing echoed, yes, see you at the Divine Xia Academy. Song Chen nodded. For some reason, at this moment, he thought of that fairy-like girl. If he remembered correctly, she was also a student of the Divine Xia Academy. When he goes there in the future, it wouldn't be too unfamiliar. Outside the examination room in a conference room in Yunhai City. Bang bang bang. Everyone suddenly stood up, all excited and incoherent. They were just short of flipping the tables in the conference room. Shangwan Shang's eyes were blazing with fire, and at this moment he disregarded his image, jumping onto the table in excitement, dancing with joy, looking almost mad. He shouted excitedly, did you see that? That's my student. Song Chen, he's a student from our Yunhai number 3 middle school. Ha ha ha, oh good GEG. My student is the national top scholar. Seeing this, the other principals hurriedly reached out to support Shangwan Shang. We all saw it. Shangwan, your school is going to be famous now. Yeah, the national top scholar. I never even dared to think about it before. Our Donghuan province has always been at the bottom, and this time we actually got first place. Shangwan, your school deserves a lot of credit. However, everyone in the conference room was in a frenzy. Only one person sat very calmly in his seat. It was the director of the Education Bureau, Lu Jianzhong. He lay motionless in the genuine leather chair. A middle school principal curiously patted Lu Jianzhong's shoulder and asked, Director Lu, what's wrong? Are you worried about something? However, Lu Jianzhong seemed as if he had fallen asleep, unresponsive. The other principals gathered around. Seeing this, one person reached out to check his breath. Suddenly, he shouted in panic, holy crap, Director Lu, don't scare me. Holy crap, Director Lu has no breath. Another person slapped him. Smack. Don't talk nonsense, Director Lu is just asleep. Bullshit. Director Lu has fainted from excitement. Damn it, someone call for help, call an ambulance. Hurry, pinch his philtrum. Everyone step aside, I'll give the director artificial respiration. In a luxurious villa, Zhao Chang looked at the final rankings of the college entrance examination. His gaze lingered on the first place for a long time. A brutal light flickered in his eyes. Uncle Wang. The butler stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young master, what do you need? Find out about this Song Chen, especially his family, where they live, where they work. I want to know everything clearly. Yes. The butler, called Uncle Wang, nodded and then stepped back. Zhao Cheng sneered, so what if he's the national top scholar? Do you think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Back in the real world, Shangwan Shang had been waiting there early. Even at this moment, he couldn't hide his excitement. When he saw Song Chen come out, Shangwan Shang ran directly to his side and excitedly said, Song Chen, having you here is an honor for our Yunhai number 3 middle school. Song Chen humbly replied, Principal, you flatter me. Not flattery, not at all. You're going home now, right? Come on, I'll drive you back. Shangwan Shang excitedly grasped his hand. Song Chen nodded. Then Shangwan Shang drove Song Chen back to the hotel where he was staying. Then, somewhat puzzled, he asked, You live here? Aren't you going home? Song Chen was silent for a moment. Ever since his parents died, he had no home anymore. I'm already an adult. It's not good to keep staying at my uncle's house, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Shang became very angry. If his nephew were the national top scholar, his whole family would be supporting him, let alone driving him away. Let's go to your uncle's house. I must ask them what their intentions are in treating a national top scholar like this. Shangwan Shang said angrily. Forget it. Song Chen shook his head. Ever since he left his uncle's house, he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Seeing that Song Chen had no intention of pursuing the matter, Shangwan Shang didn't say anything more. He nodded and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Shangwan Shang got out of the car and opened the passenger door for Song Chen. Then he continued, By the way, someone from above might come to find you today, so be careful not to leave for too long. Song Chen was puzzled. Who? Shangwan Shang scratched his head. I'm not too sure, but they have a very high status. I understand. Song Chen nodded. Then he walked into the hotel. Arriving at his room just As he was about to rest for a bit, the phone suddenly rang. Song Chen took out his phone and saw it was his uncle's number. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately chose to answer. Beep. On the other end of the line, Song Tao's anxious and somewhat panicked voice came through. Hey, Song Chen, where have you run off to? Come home quickly, uncle has something to discuss with you. Song Chen frowned. What is it? Just say it over the phone. No, you need to come back right away. Are you ignoring uncle's words now? Song Tao nearly shouted. Aunt Ding Li's sharp voice also rang out at that moment. You little ingrate, we've raised you for so many years, and now you can't even be bothered to listen to us. You offended someone out there, and you still want us to accompany you to your grave? Are you even human? Song Chen's frown deepened. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, a boisterous male voice came from the other end. Song Chen, come home honestly, and don't tell anyone anything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your uncle and his family will still be alive in this world. Song Chen recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to Zhao Qing, the vice president of the Seven Sons Guild. Are you threatening me? Song Chen replied. What else could it be? Beep, beep beep. Song Chen hung up the phone abruptly. Zhao Qing. Then Song Chen began searching for information about the Seven Sons Guild online. This included their headquarters, guild members, and the strength of the president. Finally, he typed into Baidu how to destroy a guild in the shortest time possible. He couldn't let this affect his subsequent journey to the Demon Suppression Pass to complete his job transfer task. Combining the answers from Baidu, he continued to ponder the specific plan for what came next. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on, interrupting Song Chen's thoughts. He stood up and looked towards the door, his expression serious. It wasn't until the door was knocked on again that Song Chen got up to open it. Standing outside was an ordinary-looking man. Yet, this seemingly ordinary man exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Song Chen's hair stood on end, and he immediately cast a holy shield and a speed aura on himself, quickly creating distance. Quick reaction. Upon hearing the man's voice, Song Chen instantly recognized it. It was a familiar voice. In the ancient battlefield space, this was the person who had conveyed the news of the Abyss invasion to them. Song Chen immediately bowed respectfully. I greet you, God Yi. Dongfang Yi smiled, retracting his imposing aura, and walked into the hotel room. How did you know I was Dongfang Yi? Song Chen asked. I recognized your voice. Dongfang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Very good, excellent. Song Chen, I am increasingly impressed by you. Not only because of Song Chen's performance in the ancient battlefield space but also due to their face-to-face interaction. The various responses of this young man before him made him very satisfied. It was worth giving Song Chen a perfect level evaluation. God Yi, what brings you here? Song Chen inquired. Dongfang Yi smiled. I came to talk to you about the matters of the Divine Summer Academy. But before that, there's something I'm quite curious about. Song Chen secretly became alert. What is it? You must have awakened a talent, right? Otherwise, with just the support role of an aura master, you couldn't possibly have such impressive skills. Song Chen fell silent. Dongfang Yi stared at him intently. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. What talent did you awaken? I can't say. Song Chen shook his head. This was his biggest secret. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone, not even God Yi. To his surprise, Dongfang Yi suddenly laughed. Good, I really am growing more and more fond of you. Everyone has secrets, and it's right not to share them. Not just with me, but with others as well, understand? Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I came here for two things. First, as the national top scholar, the country grants you 2 additional rewards. Second, to help you complete your job transfer. Dongfang Yi stated his purpose directly. What kind of rewards? Song Chen asked. Dongfang Yi flipped his wrist and several items suddenly appeared in his hand. He pointed to the pitch-black card and said, in light of your outstanding performance in the ancient battlefield space, the country has awarded you 10,000 credits. Coupled with the 3,000 credits you previously earned, it's all on this card. I don't need to elaborate on the significance of credits. They are the primary currency for transactions at the Xinxia Academy. He handed the black card to Song Chen. With this, even before enrollment, Song Chen's total credits had already exceeded 13,000, far surpassing those of the senior students in the academy. The second prize is your National Champion reward. 2 profession-specific skill books. They can unlock skills corresponding to your profession. Lastly, you are now level 20, and it's time to start your job change. I have plenty of job change items here. Pick one. Then I'll send someone to help you complete the job change. Song Chen took the skill books and then looked at the various job change items floating in front of him. Most of them were legendary grade job change items, and there was even a divine grade job change item. One could only say, as expected of Yishun, to casually produce so many good items. However, he had already chosen a job change item, so it was naturally impossible to change his mind. He shook his head in refusal. No need, I already have a job change item. Dongfang Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to switch to a different one? Song Chen shook his head again. No. Alright, Dongfang Yi cheerfully put away the job change items and asked, "What job change quest do you want? I can help you find a secret realm dungeon. Slay demons and exorcise evil. The demon suppression past secret realm in Donghuan province is quite suitable. I'll have a few third-year seniors guide you, that way the job change quest will be completed faster." Song Chen replied, "That works." Dongfang Yi said, "Then let's go, I'll take you there." Song Chen continued to shake his head. "Before that, I have a few things to do." Dongfang Yi smiled knowingly. "What things?" "Kill a few people," Song Chen said. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yi narrowed his eyes, his aura suddenly becoming sharp. "Who are you going to kill?" Song Chen calmly met his gaze. "Zhao Xing. And who else?" "The Seven Sons Guild." Seeing Song Chen openly mention the Seven Sons Guild, Dongfang Yi laughed again. The Seven Sons Guild is the largest guild in Yunhai City, ranking among the top in the country. "Do you think that's possible?" Song Chen's expression remained unchanged. "Why not? Do you have a grudge against the Seven Sons Guild?" "Yes, the president's son kidnapped my uncle and aunt to threaten me." "Do you think I should wipe out the Seven Sons Guild?" Dongfang Yi nodded. "You should. But how do you plan to kill them?" "I'll go alone. First kill the president and the others, then go after Zhao Chang." Dongfang Yi shook his head. No. You must remember, you are now the national champion. You are a key focus and nurtured talent of the great Xia Kingdom. The country will not allow anything that threatens the national champion to happen. Do you understand?" Song Chen suddenly realized. He had originally thought Dongfang Yi would stop him, but he hadn't expected to be mistaken. He had thought being the national champion was nothing special. Now he truly recognized the benefits this identity brought him. If he weren't the national champion, Ishin wouldn't be standing in front of him at this moment. "Did you all know about this matter long ago?" Song Chen asked. "Yes, they probably started taking action by now." Before coming, Dongfang Yi had already heard Shang Wanshang mention this matter. He had originally planned to secretly help Song Chen resolve it but hadn't expected Song Chen to bring it up himself. So the conversation he just had with Song Chen was a spontaneous test. The result made Dongfang Yi very satisfied. Not humble nor arrogant, calm and composed. This was the demeanor a national champion should have. If one shrinks back in the face of difficulties, then what's the point of being a champion? They might as well go home and farm. This was also one of the main reasons Dongfang Yi particularly admired Song Chen. In Yunhai City, in front of the headquarters building of the Seven Sons Guild, surrounded by a circle of fully armed demon suppression officers, the leader was none other than Lord Renlong of the Merit Hall. The president of the Seven Stars Guild had a grim expression, pointing at the soldiers gathered in front of him, and asked in confusion, "Lord Ren, what do you mean by this?" Renlong sneered. "The Seven Stars Guild oppresses other loose cultivators and secretly manipulates the trade of various equipment resources in the market. Most importantly, they disregard the law and harm innocent civilians at will. I want to ask you, does your Seven Stars Guild even care about the laws of the country?" The president's face suddenly turned cold. "Renlong, don't speak nonsense. When has the Seven Stars Guild ever done such a thing? This is blatant slander." Renlong scoffed. "It's useless to say anything. The Seven Stars Guild will be destroyed today, mark my words." "You." The president laughed in anger, pointing at the surrounding demon suppression soldiers. "With just you people, you can't take me down." After saying that, he no longer concealed his aura. At the same time, several summoned beasts appeared in front of him. A level 30 summoner, along with several summoned beasts close to level 40. In Yunhai City, he could be said to have no opponents. The high-ranking members of the Seven Stars Guild also began to use their abilities, preparing to resist. A trace of mocking smile flashed in Renlong's eyes. He then looked at the man in black beside him. "It's your turn to act." The man in black nodded. The aura of a level 70 suddenly surged. The president's pupils constricted at the sight. "You, level 70, however, he hadn't finished his sentence. A blazing blade light erupted from the hand of the man in black. In an instant, it cleaved the president and his summoned beasts in half. Seeing the president die so easily, the high-ranking members of the Seven Stars Guild were dumbfounded. Panic spread in their hearts. Don't kill me, I surrender. It's all the president's doing. I'm innocent." "Yes, the president is dead. Spare us." They immediately lost their fighting spirit, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Renlong, however, showed no pity on his face. These people were all deserving of death. Countless loose cultivators had been oppressed to death by them. Moreover, if it weren't for Song Chen's own powerful strength, he might have already died on the way to the college entrance examination. Leave no high-ranking members alive, kill them all, and capture the remaining guild members to hand over to the Security Bureau for approval. Renlong commanded. Everyone immediately began to act. The man in black was also busy, taking down each high-ranking member of the Seven Stars Guild in half. Thus, the Seven Stars Guild was completely annihilated. Inside the hotel, Dongfang Yi answered the phone. The voice of Renlong came from the other end. "Ishin, as per your instructions, the Seven Stars Guild has been eradicated." "Good. I understand," Dongfang Yi said before hanging up. Song Chen glanced at the time. It had been less than 10 minutes since Zhao Qing had called in with threats. It was almost catching up to the time it took him to clear the hell dungeon. Let's go, we're just missing the last one. Dongfang Yi placed a hand on Song Chen's shoulder. Then, a flash of white light enveloped them. They had already appeared downstairs at Song Chen's uncle's house. Just then, Song Chen's phone rang. However, he didn't answer it. He walked straight to the third floor and knocked on his uncle's door. Bang! The door was violently pulled open. Zhao Qing had an impatient expression. You finally came. Song Chen glanced at the situation inside. His uncle and aunt were tied to chairs, their faces filled with terror. Song Chen walked into the room. The door was then slammed shut with a bang. Zhao Qing's eyes were cold as he sat on the sofa. Speaking arrogantly, if you want them to live, you'll have to dismember yourself, an arm and a leg. Song Chen shook his head. I came here to tell you something. Zhao Qing raised an eyebrow. What is it? Your house is gone. Zhao Qing, that's not funny. Your house is really gone. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. Song Chen said. Zhao Qing suddenly scoffed. Are you kidding me? Do you believe I won't kill them right now? However, seeing Song Chen's unusually calm expression, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Picking up his phone, Zhao Qing called his father. Beep, beep beep. The call connected, and Zhao Qing let out a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at Song Chen. Dad, some idiot actually said our Seven Sons Guild is gone. Isn't that just nonsense? After a long silence, a strange voice came from the other end of the line. Your guild is indeed gone. Zhao Qing. Song Chen then released a desolation halo towards him. Next, please reunite with them. Having upgraded his skill to the heavenly tier, he could freely control the coverage of the halo. Zhao Qing's face instantly twisted, his heart raced, and he screamed hysterically, no, this is impossible. He stood up, wanting to summon his beast, but the desolation halo instantly enveloped him. Then, he disintegrated completely, vanishing from the spot. The desolation halo directly affected the enemy's body and mind. It was a god-level skill that left no trace. It also saved him the trouble of cleaning up the scene. Although it was his first time killing someone, he felt no discomfort. In his eyes, killing a person seemed no different from killing a monster. After dealing with Zhao Qing, Song Chen then helped his uncle and aunt untie their ropes. Upon witnessing Song Chen kill, they all showed expressions of fear, too scared to even speak. Song Chen didn't mind. He took one last look at the room he had lived in for several years before leaving. It was time to undertake the job change mission. Arriving downstairs, Dongfang Yi smiled and asked, all done? Song Chen nodded. Great, let's go. Dongfang Yi said, placing his hand on Song Chen's shoulder. This time, the distance of the teleportation was quite far, so Song Chen felt a slight dizziness. Fortunately, it was just a momentary sensation. When he opened his eyes again, they had arrived at their destination, the largest secret realm instance in Donghuan province, the entrance to the Demon Suppression Pass instance. Unlike the instance entrances Song Chen had seen before, this one was astonishingly tall, reaching a height of 100 meters and a width of 70 to 80 meters. The door frame was made of pure black stone. Countless carvings of demons and monsters adorned it, lifelike as if they were about to step out of the stone. However, amidst these countless demons, there were carvings of a group of people. Some had fierce expressions, enjoying the incense offerings of the masses. Others wore flowing white robes, exuding an aura of immortality. Still, others appeared pious, with a circle of commoners kneeling at their feet. Song Chen was captivated, while his mind continuously pondered the meaning behind the carvings. This is the entrance to the real world of the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm. You should have the hidden passage item for this realm, right? Dongfang Yi spoke. Song Chen came back to his senses and nodded. At that moment, a responsible person who had been waiting there hurriedly approached. He bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Yi. Dongfang Yi nodded slightly. Song Chen will be under your care to enter the secret realm. Also, when will the people I contacted arrive? The responsible person replied, they will arrive in half an hour. Dongfang Yi then turned to Song Chen and said, I arranged for 2 seniors above level 30 from the Divine Summer Academy to help you complete your job change mission. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. If you have any questions, just ask this responsible person. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Great Xia Kingdom, Dongfang Yi had his own affairs to handle. He couldn't accompany Song Chen in detail. The fact that he personally came to arrange things for Song Chen was already a great honor. How many people in the country could enjoy such treatment? Okay. Song Chen replied calmly, his expression very tranquil. Just a simple word. Dongfang Yi didn't find anything amiss. Instead, the responsible person was taken aback. I in the Great Xia, no one had ever dared to speak to the god of Yi like this. Yet, the person before him did just that, and gave off such a cold demeanor. Dongfang Yi said nothing more, only patted Song Chen's shoulder. Then, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. Song Chen was brought by Dongfang Yi, and it seemed he was quite valued. The person in charge naturally did not dare to be negligent. He immediately said respectfully, "You must be Song Chen, right?" Song Chen nodded, yes, hearing his somewhat cold response. The person in charge silently complained. Were all national top scholars this aloof? However, he did not dwell on this issue any longer. Instead, he said, "In half an hour, 2 professionals from the Divine Xia Academy will take you into the secret realm. I'll take you to the lounge first." Song Chen followed the person in charge to the lounge. Half an hour later, the person in charge brought in a man and a woman. Upon seeing Song Chen, both of their expressions were slightly displeased. "Sigh, another newbie to bring along. Is it easy for me to earn these credits?" one of the boys in academy uniform muttered as he walked. "Mengli, stop complaining. Besides credits, there's also money to be made on this trip. What are you not satisfied with?" Zhang Xinhua shot Mengli a glance, not understanding what there was to complain about. Other tasks within the academy were either extremely difficult, which they could not possibly complete with just the two of them, or the rewards were too low to justify a special trip. In comparison, this task of bringing a newbie along to level up was already quite cost-effective. What if it's a newbie with poor talent? Just relying on a bit of connections to have us geniuses help them level up, isn't that a waste of talent? Mengli voiced his dissatisfaction. Zhang Xinhua replied, "I heard this year's national top scholar is the junior we're bringing. There's no way he could be a newbie with poor talent." Mengli shrugged, "What's that? I was just a bit lucky back then, otherwise I would have been a national top scholar too." Before long, the two stood before Song Chen. After the person in charge introduced them to each other, he left. Mengli sized up Song Chen, not using any identification technique. After all, using identification on a stranger was quite impolite. "You're Song Chen, this year's national top scholar? What profession?" he asked. "My profession is Aura Master." Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aura Master? Isn't that a support profession? Are you sure you're not joking?" Zhang Xinhua's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Song Chen, so you really are the target of this mission. Can you give me an autograph?" Mengli looked at her strangely, not understanding why she was so excited. It was just a support profession, after all. Song Chen nodded, "Sure, where should I sign?" Zhang Xinhua immediately took out a pen from her bag and pointed to her clothes. "Can you sign on the front on my clothes?" Song Chen didn't hesitate, picking up the pen and signing his name on her clothing. Mengli couldn't help but say, "Seriously? Is it that big of a deal? It's just a top scholar." Zhang Xinhua shot him a disdainful glance. "Haven't you been online?" He cleared the hell-level novice dungeon solo in just 10 minutes the day after awakening his profession. "I also heard there was a bit of a situation during this year's college entrance examination, and it was Song Chen who turned the tide. Otherwise, I doubt many of this year's geniuses would have made it. And most importantly, Song Chen directly broke the previous highest record, achieving the national top scholar with a score of 35,000 points. The more Mengli listened, the more confused he became. He had been grinding monsters in the secret realm for some time and had overlooked various news from the outside world. Hearing Zhang Xinhua say this, he immediately felt a sense of respect. Back in the day, he had fought tooth and nail just to earn over 5,000 points. To him, anyone who could earn over 10,000 points was already a deity. "Wow, Song Chen, can you sign for me too?" Song Chen felt a bit helpless. He never expected to be so famous now. It was a kind of trouble, but he still said, "Sure, should I sign on your clothes?" Mengli turned around, stuck out his butt, and pointed, "Male god, sign on my butt." Song Chen. He rubbed his forehead. "I think we should talk about my job transfer task instead." "Alright." Mengli reluctantly put away his butt. He also felt a bit regretful for not bringing a few more pieces of clothing. Clothes signed by the national champion would definitely sell for a good price. Zhang Xinhua shot a disdainful glance at Mengli and then turned to the main topic. After all, their task was to help Song Chen complete his job transfer. "So what exactly is your job transfer task?" "Slay 1,000 monsters." Song Chen omitted another requirement. All his skills had been elevated to the heavenly tier. The other task requirement was already fulfilled, leaving only the task of slaying demons. 1,000 monsters. That's a lot. What profession are you transferring to? Mengli was a bit surprised. It was just a level 20 job transfer task. The requirements were unexpectedly high. Even legendary job transfer items wouldn't be this difficult. That's why he asked. "The only hidden profession, master of all methods. I exchanged it from the merit point treasury." Song Chen didn't hide his job transfer profession. There was nothing to hide. After all, his true talent wasn't some hidden profession, but a god-level innate talent. And as for professions, people would find out sooner or later. It was better to say it openly. "Master of all methods? I've never heard of that profession. You're quite lucky to be able to exchange for this from the treasury. It must have cost a lot of merit points." Mengli felt a bit envious upon hearing this. Why didn't he have such good luck? This was a unique hidden profession. "It's not that bad, actually. It didn't cost much. The lord of that hall appreciated me, so he just gave it to me," Song Chen said modestly. "Mengli, You can't chat like this. A god-level item like that is worth tens of millions, even priceless. And you just say it was given to you. Mang Li was instantly envious to the point of turning purple. After learning the specific details of this task, Zhang Xinhua also began to introduce her profession to Mang Li. My profession is a legendary level support class spirit priest with skills for large-scale control and healing. I can also manipulate the spirits of plants within a certain range to explore and modify the surrounding environment. It's a fairly versatile support class. Mang Li quickly introduced himself. My profession is a legendary level combat class martial mage skilled in ranged attacks, but most of my skills rely on power boosts, so I'm not weak in close combat either. You can say I have almost no weaknesses, so don't worry. After they introduced their professions, they didn't ask Song Chen about any powerful skills. After all, the main purpose of this task was to help Song Chen complete it, so they weren't too concerned about more detailed information about him, as long as he could deal the finishing blow. Song Chen noted down their respective profession information and then inquired about the situation within the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm. Zhang Xinhua wasn't impatient. Instead, she carefully explained the basic situation of the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm to him. The Demon Suppression Pass essentially belongs to a small thousand worlds, but among the 3,000 small thousand worlds, it should be the strongest and the most expansive. It's a relatively rare large secret realm instance in the country. Those small instances you entered before can't compare at all. In that case, many forces must have developed inside. Song Chen asked curiously. The carvings on the entrance portal of the secret realm were still vivid in his memory. So he immediately voiced his doubts. That's right, the range of the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm exceeds over 100,000 miles, with the most numerous races being the demon race and the human race. Among the human race, there are three major powers: the most populous Chen dynasty, and the other two powers, Jinyang Cave and Qinglu Mountain. These three powers represent the activity range of the human race. Beyond that, it's the territory of the demon race. Mang Li took over the conversation, introducing Song Chen to more detailed information so that he could have a general understanding of this secret realm. I have another question. Since this secret realm is called the Demon Suppression Pass, where is the Demon Suppression Pass? Song Chen couldn't help but ask. You mean the Great Wall that was used to resist the invasion of demons, right? Perhaps it existed before, but it has been breached. Zhang Xinhua replied. Breached? Then doesn't that mean the human race? Yes, but it's not quite what you think. Strictly speaking, the Demon Suppression Pass hasn't disappeared. It has simply transformed from a specific Great Wall into the entire Chen dynasty. Chen dynasty? What about the other two powers? Song Chen was also somewhat shocked upon hearing this. They are hiding behind the Chen dynasty. In short, these two powers are quite special. Once we enter, it's best not to provoke them. Moreover, this is exactly what I want to tell you next. After entering the real world, you must follow some rules. The first is not to expose your blue star identity and not to display technology beyond this era. Second, it's best to listen to our commands after entering. Zhang Xinhua continuously instilled the rules for entering into Song Chen. Song Chen listened attentively. The main purpose of these rules was to prevent the natives in the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm from noticing the presence of these professionals. On the other hand, there were also some experiences shared by those who had come before. They could help them avoid potential dangers and make their mission proceed more smoothly. Once Zhang Xinhua finished speaking, Song Chen nodded, indicating that he had noted it down. Alright, let's go to the changing room and change into a set of ancient clothes, then we'll be ready to go in. Mang Li reminded. Song Chen waved his hand and then took out the purple ring robe he had equipped earlier and put it on. For clothing and accessory type equipment, if one didn't want to wear it, they could simply place it. In the equipment section, the bonuses would be the same, just a change in appearance. Seeing Song Chen dressed in a purple Taoist robe, both Mang Li and Zhang Xinhua were taken aback. It really did have that elegant and handsome demeanor of a demon-slaying master, just missing a little something. Mang Li and Zhang Xinhua then entered the changing room to change their clothes and handed a flowing wig to Song Chen. After he put it on, Mang Li nodded. This is the Taoist master I imagined. Once they were ready, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Pass secret realm. Song Chen took out a token, which was the item for the hidden pass of the secret realm. Instantly, the huge portal emitted a strong light, enveloping the three of them in an instant. After entering, a piece of information immediately appeared before Song Chen's eyes. You have entered the real world of the Demon Suppression Pass. Introduction: the human race is weak and demons are rampant. The Chen dynasty, as the last line of defense for the human race, is already on the brink of collapse, with more than half of the 13 states of Chen having fallen and the common people living in misery. Moreover, demons occupy a state, committing atrocities and raising humans as livestock for food. This world is about to become a paradise for demons. Current location: Chen dynasty, Qingzhou City. When Song Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black enclosed room. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell, and he could even faintly detect a hint of blood. Songchin glanced around but did not see the two senior students. Looks like it's another random teleportation? Or are we in the same place, just at different specific locations? He didn't dwell on it too much and stepped forward to open the door. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the room. Instantly, a strong smell of blood assaulted the senses, mingled with the pungent stench of animal remains. Songchen frowned and raised his eyes to look into the yard. There stood a dog demon, larger than an adult, clutching the entrails of some unknown animal in its hands. Scattered at its feet were several severed limbs. Hearing a noise behind it, the dog demon's ears twitched. It turned its head to glance at the door of the house, and a look of human-like surprise appeared on its face. "Hey, little one from the demon slaying division, since your grandpa dog just finished eating a person and isn't hungry right now, you better scram or I won't mind having another meal," the dog demon said, not even glancing at Songchen. It swallowed the entrails in one gulp and wiped the blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Now it was Songchen's turn to be surprised. "You are a demon and I am from the demon slaying division. Aren't you afraid of me?" The dog demon scoffed. "A bunch of useless fools, what's there to be afraid of?" Songchen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the great Qian dynasty was truly on the brink of collapse. A dog demon could brazenly feast on humans within the city, disregarding the demon slaying division entirely. The dog demon licked its paw and glanced sideways at Songchen. "Hee, look at you, so tender and delicate, like a young master from a big family. I bet you must taste quite good. How about this, let me have a taste, just one bite, and I'll let you go, what do you say?" Seeing the drool almost spilling from the dog demon's mouth, Songchen's disgust reached its peak. With a flick of his hand, he cast a sealing halo. The dog demon was instantly immobilized, unable to move, and in the blink of an eye, it was ground into powder. Kill level 9 dog demon, gain experience plus 150 points. Songchen walked through the yard and opened the outermost gate. He arrived in the middle of the long street within the city. The street was sparsely populated. Most of the shops on either side were closed, with only a few half open. The passers-by wore worried expressions, while many others looked numb. The entire state city faintly revealed a sense of decay. Songchen glanced at the demon-slaying division token in his hand, preparing to look for any tasks here. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Songchen, so you're here." Mang Li waved his hand as soon as he spotted Songchen. Turning towards the source of the voice, Songchen saw Mang Li and Zhang Xinhua jogging over. "This place is crawling with demons, you have to be careful not to run into any trouble, right?" Zhang Xinhua asked with concern as they reached Songchen. Songchen shook his head. "That's good. This is Qingzhou City, one of the 13 states of the Great Qian. Next, let's head to the demon-slaying division in the city and see where the demons are most concentrated," Zhang Xinhua said to the two of them. Before long, the three of them arrived at the demon-slaying division's office in Qingzhou City. What greeted their eyes was a towering 5-story pagoda surrounded by several low, auxiliary buildings. At this moment, many black-clad officials of the demon-slaying division were bustling in and out, appearing quite busy. Zhang Xinhua was the first to enter. Songchen and Mang Li followed him inside. Not long after they entered, a white-clad officer of the demon-slaying division, embroidered with cloud patterns, hurried down the stairs to greet them. The demon suppression pass, as a large secret realm, particularly in the real world, was more likely to yield treasure chests and equipment. Therefore, many students from the Divine Summer Academy had completed tasks here. To facilitate future students, they spontaneously established a faction within this secret realm called the Wanbao sect. The name was derived from the fact that the founder of this faction was the top scholar from Wanbao province of the Great Xia Kingdom. Over time, the Wanbao sect gradually developed into a top-tier force within the Great Qian territory. Thus, later entrants often identified themselves as disciples of the Wanbao sect. So, upon seeing the disciples of the Wanbao sect arrive here, the deputy of the demon-slaying division, Wang Hu, certainly did not dare to be negligent. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "The esteemed disciples of the Wanbao sect have arrived. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you all will forgive me." Songchen also returned the gesture, finding the experience quite novel. It felt as if he had stepped into a historical drama. "Deputy Wang, this is my junior brother who has come out to train after completing his studies. I wonder if there are any places nearby where a large number of demons are gathered, so my junior brother can practice his skills," Zhang Xinhua continued. Upon hearing this, Deputy Wang was instantly overjoyed. Demons were rampant within the Great Qian territory, and the number of demons in the wild outside the city was countless, leaving officials of the demon-slaying division in a state of distress. Now, with the esteemed disciples of the Wanbao sect stepping in to help, how could he not be happy? Wang Hu quickly replied, "Of course there are. Not to mention other places, just the mountain range 20 miles outside Qingzhou City is home to nearly 1,000 demons. They are restless and could attack Qingzhou City at any moment. If you could assist us, it would surely relieve our pressure significantly, and at least the citizens of Qingzhou City would live a little longer. Detected that someone has initiated a task for you. Do you accept?" Task description: Protect Qingzhou City. Task requirements: together with the demon slaying division in Qingzhou City, resist the invasion of demon beasts from the Xiaoya mountain range 20 miles away, ensuring that Qingzhou City is not breached by the demon beasts. After Deputy Wang finished speaking, a task prompt immediately appeared before Song Chen. Meng Li and the others experienced the same, and they exchanged glances, signaling Song Chen to accept the task like them. Seeing this, Song Chen did not hesitate and with a thought chose to accept. You have accepted the task. Protect Qingzhou City. Reward: experience plus 40,000, random level 20 green top tier equipment. After accepting the task, a relevant panel also appeared before Song Chen. One could only say that it was indeed a real world. 40,000 experience points plus a piece of green equipment. The rewards for a casual task were quite generous, even higher than those from completing a typical level 20 dungeon. I will arrange accommodations for the three of you right away. I have already sent scouts to investigate the Xiaoya mountain range outside the city. If there are any unusual movements, we will know immediately. Deputy Wang called someone over to prepare accommodations for Song Chen and the others. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua exchanged a glance and did not object. The demon slaying task was not urgent, especially since it was a city defense mission. If they rashly went to the Xiaoya mountain range and encountered a demon king they could not handle, wouldn't that mean certain death? Not to mention completing the task. Only Song Chen frowned slightly. Since they already knew where the demons were, wouldn't it be better to just go and kill them? As for defending Qingzhou City, if all the demons in the Xiaoya mountain range were dead, wouldn't Qingzhou City naturally be safe? However, before he could voice his plan to change things, a hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. A scout from the demon-slaying division, dressed in black, stumbled in and shouted at Wang Hu, "Deputy, it's bad. Outside the city, a large number of demons have suddenly appeared." What? What did you say? How did the demons come so suddenly? Upon hearing the scout's report, Deputy Wang was taken aback. It was no wonder he was so anxious. The demon-slaying division had been short-staffed recently. Moreover, the commander of the Qingzhou demon-slaying division, Yan Hong, one of the 13 great demon-suppressing generals of the Great Qian, had been reassigned by the court to suppress demons elsewhere. Now, the defense forces within Qingzhou City were weak. It was uncertain whether they could withstand this demon invasion. Despite the panic in his heart, Wang Hu did not lose his composure. He first ordered all members of the demon-slaying division to assemble. Then he looked at Song Chen and the others. "Everyone, the demons are coming fiercely. I hope the three esteemed disciples of the Wanbao sect can lend a hand. If we can repel the demons, our division will surely reward you handsomely." Meng Li waved his hands dismissively. No problem. We came here precisely to slay demons and eliminate evil. Alright, I'll take the three of you to the city wall to fend off the demons." The tension on Captain Wang's face eased considerably. Although these three wouldn't play a decisive role, they could at least significantly delay the demons' assault on the city. By the time the general and his men returned, slaying these demons would be a piece of cake. Once all the members of the demon-slaying division had gathered, Song Chen and the others followed Captain Wang as they set off towards the south of the city. Before long, they arrived at the southern gate of Qingzhou City. Captain Wang led them up onto the city wall. Song Chen immediately noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance as a large number of bizarre demons surged forth. A rough estimate suggested there were no fewer than 800 or 900 demons. Some had the bodies of demons with human heads, while others, though humanoid, were covered in thick fur and looked grotesque. There were even some that resembled wild beasts, only much larger than ordinary animals. The number of wet, egg-laying, and armored creatures was countless. As the horde of demons continued to approach, the city wall beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Below the wall, squads of city guards in tattered armor stood ready. Upon seeing this scene, Captain Wang immediately ordered all members of the demon-slaying division exit the city and join the city guards in slaying the demons. Just as he finished speaking, the demons outside had already reached them and were entangled with the soldiers defending the city. The members of the demon-slaying division, dressed in black, also rushed out to join the fray. Song Chen quickly cast an identification spell on the demons below. He found that most were level 9 and 10 demons, with health points around 4 to 5,000. Occasionally, a few level 20 demons mixed in, but they were just a minority. With his current skill dealing nearly 700,000 damage, he could easily wipe them out in an instant. "Junior brother, let's go down too. I'll take care of weakening those monsters, and then you can finish them off." With the number of demons attacking today, if it keeps up like this, I estimate you could complete your job change quest in no more than 10 days. Zhang Xinhua said as she took out her weapon. Meng Li also patted his chest. "Leave it to us, you can rest assured, our efficiency is top-notch." Song Chen shook his head and said, "You don't need to intervene, just watch from the side." These monsters looked terrifying, but they were merely low-level demons. He could handle them all by himself, without needing any extra help. However, Zhang Xinhua frowned and couldn't help but advise Song Chen, "I know you're the top scholar in the country and Very powerful, but there are so many demons, at least 7 or 800. Even if the sun sets, you won't be able to kill them all by yourself. Song Chen didn't listen to her further and walked straight to the outside of the city. Facing the group of demons that were frantically attacking the soldiers, he unleashed a desolation halo. Instantly, a pure black ring of ripples covered the heads of the demons. An indescribable aura of death filled the area. The demons, originally fierce and snarling, froze instinctively upon seeing the halo above them. Before they could turn to flee, the pure black halo suddenly descended. The demons enveloped by the black halo began to crack apart from the top of their heads, their bodies disintegrating inch by inch, along with their souls being ground to dust. A circular vacuum area appeared on the battlefield. The demons had completely evaporated, leaving only the soldiers who had participated in the battle standing there in a daze. Minus 726,120 to 726,220. All the demons within the circular area were dead, but damage numbers continued to pop up and dissipate. Meng Li stood there like a fool, staring at the evaporated demons. The staff in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 70,000. Damn, over 720,000 damage. Do we even need to help? Meng Li's mouth twitched as he weakly complained. Zhang Xinhua also wore a face full of disbelief. Although she knew that Song Chen was the top scholar in the country and must be very powerful, seeing him in person today made her realize that her imagination was still too weak. If I remember correctly, the junior is only level 20, right? Not just that. Does the Aura Master class really have such amazing skills? Are we playing the same game? Meng Li snapped out of his daze and said, looking at Song Chen's back. You ask me, who should I ask? And don't you think it's strange that a class as weak as the Aura Master can be played by Song Chen to such a monstrous level? What does that indicate? It shows that the strong one is Song Chen himself. Zhang Xinhua remained silent for a long time before speaking. Meng Li sighed. The gap between people was indeed much larger than that between humans and dogs. Once Song Chen changes to a hidden class, the all-powerful master, won't he just take off? He said sourly. Song Chen did not pay attention to the reactions of others, as his eyes were only on the demons. As he joined the battlefield, the demons that had originally held the advantage suddenly found themselves at an absolute disadvantage. Wherever he passed, circular clearings with a diameter of over several hundred meters continuously appeared. Kill level 9 dog demon, gain experience plus 150. Kill level 10 wild boar demon, gain experience plus 210. Kill level 12 centipede demon, gain experience plus 320. Kill level 13 scorpion spirit, gain experience plus 410. Excess experience has been stored. Class change task requirement, slay demons 421/1000. Song Chen looked at the continuous stream of message prompts in front of him. He then glanced at the remaining demons in the battlefield. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I should be able to complete the class change task soon. On the other side, on the road 10 miles outside Qingzhou City, a dozen riders were galloping swiftly, heading towards the city. The leading burly man, draped in a wolf fur cloak, appeared somewhat dispirited, with a deep wound on his shoulder that was visible to the bone. He was Yan Hong, the general of Qingzhou and the demon suppression commander. Behind him followed a dozen subordinates who were also in poor condition. One of them looked towards Qingzhou City and suddenly said in a deep voice, Master, it seems there are demons invading the city. I can smell their stench. Yan Hong's expression turned serious as he sharply flicked his whip. Everyone, speed up. Follow me to reinforce Qingzhou City. Everyone immediately urged their warhorses, quickly arriving at the South City Gate. However, when they saw the scene unfolding on the battlefield, they all gasped in shock. They saw Song Chen displaying incredible prowess among the demons, as if he were in a realm of his own. Wherever he went, he would harvest the lives of demons within a radius of several hundred meters. Whose subordinate is this, so fierce? Yan Hong pointed at Song Chen, incredulously saying. The few people beside Yan Hong exchanged glances, all wearing dazed expressions. They had no idea where this fierce general had come from. It wasn't until Wang Hu jogged up to them that they realized who he was. It's actually someone from the Wanbao sect. I didn't expect there to be such a capable person under my demon-slaying division. Yan Hong stroked his beard and said, Yes, Song Chen is said to be a disciple from the younger generation of the Wanbao sect. Wang Hu added. Yan Hong nodded, then looked towards the distant Xiaoya mountain range, pondering for a long time before speaking. In no time, this person will likely eliminate the invading demons. When that happens, you will invite him to my general's mansion. I have important matters to discuss. Wang Hu quickly agreed. He then glanced at the condition of the others, hesitating to speak. Yan Hong did not say much to him, issuing some orders for cleaning up the battlefield before leading the remaining dozen men towards the general's mansion. At this moment, Song Chen was focused on killing the invading demons in Qingzhou City and was not concerned about the arrival of Yan Hong and his group. As he cleared one area of monsters after another, his job advancement progress was rapidly increasing. Job advancement. Task requirement, slay monsters 796/1000. He only needed to kill a little over 200 more monsters to complete the job advancement task. However, as Song Chen looked around. He found that he had already killed most of the monsters. This time, there were only about 800 monsters attacking Qingzhou City. Although the scale was not small, it was still not enough for Song Chen. A few minutes later, as Song Chen dealt with the last monster, the task completion notification appeared before him. Defend Qingzhou City task completed. Task evaluation SSS task reward experience plus 40,000 obtained a green top tier accessory tooth of the female demon experience full excess experience stored. Glancing at the description of the tooth of the female demon, he found that its bonuses were not as good as the equipment he had obtained in the novice dungeon. It was rather lackluster, so Song Chen lost interest. He turned and walked towards the city. Junior, your skills are a bit unreasonable. That group of monsters didn't even leave behind any corpses. Meng Li looked at the exceptionally clean battlefield and couldn't help but marvel at Song Chen's abnormality. Zhang Xinhua also felt a chill. She truly didn't know how Song Chen had mastered such a terrifying skill. By the way, have you completed your job advancement task? Almost all the monsters here have been killed by you, she asked with concern. No, I only killed a little over 800 just now, Song Chen replied flatly. However, to outsiders, this seemed like blatant show-off behavior. If it were Meng Li and the others, it would take at least a week to kill those 800 monsters. And that was for geniuses like them. In reality, an ordinary practitioner would take even longer. Song Chen had only spent a few minutes, not even 10 minutes. His skills seemed to be free to use, deployed wherever he went, and the damage was extremely high. The speed of skill release was almost on par with their basic attacks. Meng Li knew he could never match Song Chen because skills had cooldown times. Moreover, this was the real world where monsters often attacked in groups. If he frequently used skills, he could end up in a vulnerable state, which was quite dangerous. Wow, I can't believe you're not satisfied, Junior, Zhang Xinhua said with a hint of bitterness. Hey, by the time school starts, those seniors in the academy might not even have a higher level than you. Meng Li was actually quite curious about what expressions those seniors would have when school started. It would surely be a hilarious scene. Song Chen didn't linger on this topic for long. After all, he wasn't here to show off. Quickly killing monsters was his main task. As long as he could get the specific locations of the nearby monsters, he would show these people what a ruthless monster harvesting machine looked like. By the way, I heard from Captain Wang that there are quite a few monsters in the mountains outside the city. Why don't we head there now? Song Chen suggested, wanting to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua exchanged glances. Just as they were about to advise Song Chen not to be too hasty, considering that a level 40 monster king was lurking in those mountains, they thought again. With Song Chen's skills dealing over 700,000 damage, a mere level 40 monster king didn't seem like a big deal. At most, it had a little over 800,000 health. If it could withstand one of Song Chen's skills, could it withstand two? Just as the three were preparing to head outside the city, Wang Hu approached with several soldiers. He first respectfully bowed to Song Chen, saying, "On behalf of the citizens of the city, I thank you, young brother, for your righteous actions. Since I joined the demon slaying division, I have never witnessed such a victory." He was speaking the truth. Who would have thought that a disciple from the Wanbao sect would resolve their urgent crisis as soon as he made a move? Even the soldiers had only suffered a few casualties. Song Chen awkwardly returned the bow. After all, he had just arrived in this ancient world and was still somewhat unaccustomed. Wang Hu then said, "Please, the three of you, move to the general's mansion. General Yan has important matters to discuss with you." As soon as he finished speaking, another task prompt appeared before Song Chen's eyes. Successfully attracted the attention of General Yan Hong from Qingzhou, triggering the current world's hidden task. Secrets of the Immortal Sect. Task description. The people here refer to the world they inhabit as the Immortal Sect. Within the Immortal Sect, the Great Qin Dynasty, along with the three top powers of Jinyan Cave and Qinglu Mountain, was born. In addition, there are countless demons and monsters. Why do they exist, and why do they occupy the most important relics of the Immortal Sect? What secrets lie within these so-called relics of the Immortal Sect? Do you choose to accept the task? This task is a phase task. Completing each phase will yield rewards for that phase. Since Song Chen and the others were currently in a team state, the task prompt appeared before all three of them. Hidden task. Secrets of the Immortal Sect. Meng Li's eyes widened, almost gasping in surprise. Although he had come to this secret realm to grind monsters more than once or twice and was very familiar with the process of accepting tasks, and this was indeed the most effective way to obtain resources, he had never encountered a hidden task like this before. In fact, it could be said that all the adventurers who came here to level up had never faced such a situation. Thus, while they knew of the existence of hidden tasks, they had no idea how to trigger them. Among all the tasks in the secret realm, hidden tasks were recognized as the most rewarding, rare, and difficult to obtain. Moreover, since it was a phase task, completing each phase would yield corresponding rewards. One could say the benefits were absolutely maximized. Seeing this, Meng Li and the others had no hesitation at all. They nodded vigorously, afraid of missing out. However, the task panel before them showed no changes at all. The two were momentarily confused but then realized that the world was assigning the task to Song Chen. In other words, it was Song Chen who was favored, not them. They could at most be considered extras, or to put it bluntly, just there to tag along, so the task panel naturally showed no changes. Meng Li coughed a few times, raising his eyebrows to signal Song Chen to hurry and accept the task. Zhang Xinhua also looked at Song Chen, her eyes filled with excitement. Song Chen did not delay any further and immediately chose to accept the task. At that moment, the task panel before the three finally changed. Task successfully accepted. Task name: Secrets of the Immortal Sect. First phase task: Crisis in Qingzhou. Task description: Demons are rampant, and the Great Qian dynasty is powerless to resist. South of Qingzhou, the Xiaoye mountain range is teeming with demons, repeatedly invading under the leadership of the Demon King, threatening to engulf Qingzhou. Therefore, the general of Qingzhou intends to take the initiative to eliminate the hidden dangers of the Xiaoye mountain range. Task requirements: clear the demons gathered in the Xiaoye mountain range. Rewards: experience plus 110,000, random level 30 blue top tier equipment, random level 30 purple top tier equipment. Quality: treasure chest distributed based on contribution. After accepting the hidden task, Song Chen was led by Wang Xiaowei to the general's mansion. In the main hall, Yan Hong sat upright, his complexion much more relaxed. Upon seeing Song Chen and the others, he disregarded his injuries and stood up, clasping his fists, saying, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. This must be the top expert of the Wanbao sect." Seeing this, Song Chen smiled slightly and returned the salute. He found it quite interesting, like the protagonist in a historical drama, with everyone revolving around him. This feeling was rather pleasant. He began to understand why some celebrities love to play domineering roles so much. Ahem, I have met General Yan. Song Chen is our new junior brother from the Wanbao sect, and today is his first time coming down the mountain, Meng Li said somewhat sheepishly. Yan Hong looked at him in surprise. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was your most outstanding senior brother from the Wanbao sect. It was no wonder he had such a question. The strength that Song Chen displayed was enough for him to believe he was the leader of the Wanbao sect. Otherwise, how could a young disciple who had just joined the sect perform so outstandingly? In contrast, it was actually Song Chen's two senior brothers and sisters who seemed less impressive. If they hadn't spoken, he would have thought they were just Song Chen's lackeys. Meng Li's face grew even more awkward upon hearing this. Zhang Xinhua also lowered her head in some shame. In the Great Xia Kingdom, people like them could be considered geniuses. Even within the academy, they were among the upper tier. But compared to Song Chen, they really did seem more like followers. What a sin! Why did I take on this task? Meng Li kept complaining in his heart. Seeing this, Yan Hong didn't say much more. After all, they were disciples of the first-rate force, Wanbao sect, and he had to give them some face. The issue of the demon invasion in Qingzhou has been resolved, and I must thank the three esteemed disciples for their assistance. With you here, the people of Qingzhou are fortunate. General, what urgent matter did you summon us for? Please let us know. Zhang Xinhua quickly changed the subject, as she was just a bystander and couldn't bear such praise. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I indeed have an urgent matter for you. I plan to mobilize the entire city soon to flatten the Xiaoye mountain range. After saying this, Yan Hong looked at the three of them. More precisely, he looked at Song Chen, who stood at the forefront. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua exchanged glances, both not surprised. If one were to say where the most demons were near Qingzhou, it would undoubtedly be the Xiaoye mountain range. However, relying solely on my strength, it is clearly impossible to accomplish this task. But now it's different. If I have the three esteemed disciples of Wanbao sect to assist, the chances of winning this battle are very high. Yan Hong spoke frankly. His strength was weaker compared to the Demon King on the other side of the Xiaoye mountain range. With him there, Qingzhou City and the Xiaoye mountain range were barely at a stalemate. So you want us to help you eliminate the demons in the Xiaoye mountain range? Meng Li asked. Yan Hong nodded. As long as you can help me hold back the other demons besides the Xiaoye Wolf King, I am confident I can deal a heavy blow to it. Just then, Song Chen spoke up. Xiaoye Wolf King? Is it very strong? Yan Hong was taken aback and cleared his throat. The Xiaoye mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, filled with countless demons. But the strongest among them is this old Wolf King. Not only that, but it also has several demon generals under its command. Meng Li quietly explained on the side, in the Xiaoye mountain range, besides the level 40 boss Xiaoye Wolf King, there are at least 3 level 35 demon generals, which are quite difficult to deal with. Halfway through, he remembered the terrifying damage of Song Chen's skills and quickly corrected himself. Other than that, there are only some minor demons below level 25, which, well, shouldn't be a challenge for you. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Song Chen said directly. Yan Hong was a bit confused upon hearing this. Young friend, please wait until my injuries are fully healed before mobilizing the troops. For the encirclement, the Xiaoye mountain range is not that easy to enter. No need to be so troublesome. General, you just focus on recovering here and leave the demon slaying to me. I can handle all the demons in the Xiaoya mountain range by myself. After saying this, Songchen didn't delay any longer and walked out of the general's residence. Senior sister, lead the way. Zhang Xinhua quickly nodded and followed Songchen out. Meng Li also hurriedly bowed to Yan Hong and then chased after them. As he ran, he comforted himself, actually, we still have some use, at least we can be tour guides for Songchen. It's all about participation. Inside the hall, only Yan Hong remained, looking bewildered at Songchen's retreating figure. What does this mean? Going alone? Are young people nowadays so impetuous? Outside the hall, Wang Xiaowei also looked shocked. The Xiaoye Wolf King was the greatest shadow in the hearts of everyone in the Qingzhou demon-slaying division, but it was also the existence that could stop a child's night cries. This disciple of the Wanbao sect named Songchen, does he not fear it at all? He hurried into the hall and asked Yan Hong, General, they just left like that. What should we do next? Nonsense, of course we go too. Order the troops to assemble and follow me out of the city to slay the demons. Yan Hong stood up abruptly and strode out with great urgency. As the general of Qingzhou and a great commander of the Daqian dynasty tasked with subduing demons, he could not just stand by and watch them go to their deaths. After a short while, Songchen and the others arrived at the foot of the Xiaoya mountain range. The mountains here towered over 100 feet high, stretching nearly 100 miles, with lush vegetation and a deep, secluded environment. It was indeed a good place to hide demons. We are currently at the edge of the first mountain. There are many demons here, but they are all low-level minor monsters, Zhang Xinhua explained. Song Chen nodded. He then stood proudly at the entrance of the first mountain, the cold mountain wind blowing his robe, and at that moment he extended his hand, pointing deep into the mountain. As if sensing the presence of the living, many demons poked their heads out, coldly staring at the tiny figure at the entrance. But in the next moment, a black light surged violently from within Songchen. Instantly, it transformed into a massive black halo that enveloped the entire first mountain. Then it plummeted down. Even though some demons were extremely fast and adept at burrowing underground under the suppression of Songchen's already achieved Heavenly Stage 5 Destruction Halo, they barely managed to escape a few steps before being obliterated into nothingness without any resistance. The Destruction Halo, with a maximum range of 500 meters, gave the demons no chance at all. Their souls were also extinguished, leaving them with no opportunity for reincarnation. Retracting his right hand, Songchen received a notification that his class change task was completed. Class change task, slay demons, completed. Do you confirm the class change to the unique hidden profession, Master of all laws? Of course. Any hesitation, even for a second, would be disrespectful to a divine-level hidden profession. Your profession has been upgraded from Halo Master to the divine-level hidden profession, Master of all laws. Level restrictions have been lifted, stored experience has been extracted, your level has increased to 27. Songchen immediately opened his panel. Instantly, his eyes brightened. The originally very ordinary white panel had now turned a light golden color. The content on it had also changed significantly. Name, Songchen, Profession, Master of all laws, Unique, Health 26100/26100, Mana, 8360/8360. Level 27, Strength 86261, Agility 86261, Spirit 91466 plus 370, Equipment provided, Constitution 86261, Defense 86261, Free attribute points 175, Skills, Destruction Halo, Heavenly Stage 5, Forbidden Spell, Heaven and Earth Seal, Desolate, Sealing Halo, Heavenly Stage 1, Holy Shield Halo, Heavenly Stage 1, Death Decay Halo, Heavenly Stage 1, Godspeed Halo, Heavenly Stage 1, Appraisal Technique, Yellow Stage 1, Talent, Unique. Endless Breaking Limits, Level 3, 3 skill points per second, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Skill points, 61,321, Talent, Profession-specific Heaven and Earth Dao Body, non-upgradable. The class change task was completed. Song Chen successfully changed to the unique divine-level hidden profession, Master of all laws, and leveled up 7 levels in one go. Looking at the attributes on the panel, all surpassing 200, he couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of a divine-level hidden profession. Each level's bonus was a full 25 points. Moreover, he had 175 free attribute points to distribute. Most importantly, his spirit attribute had directly increased by 375 points. This meant that, excluding the leveling bonus, he had gained an additional 200 points in spirit after completing the class change. But the changes didn't stop there. Song Chen looked at the skill bar in the panel, originally just a celestial star-level destruction halo. It unexpectedly transformed into a forbidden spell after he advanced to the position of all laws celestial master. Heaven and Earth Seal. Heaven and Earth Seal, desolate heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, when this seal is cast, all beings are equal. Skill description, condenses magical power to form a great seal, dealing at least 7 million points of true damage to enemies within a range of 40,000 meters, consuming 15 points of mana, with a cooldown of 1 second. 1 skill, a range of 40,000 meters, and 7 million true damage. One can only say that the value of hidden professions is still on the rise. the skill's range increased 100-fold. And the damage did too. The level has directly transcended from the original celestial star to a forbidden spell. Perhaps this skill is due to Song Chen's initial profession's innate skill, which is why the enhancement after the job change is the greatest. However, the other skills did not fall behind. All remaining Halo-type skills transformed into Law Ring-type skills. The overall range and damage increased several times, although not as dramatically as the Heaven and Earth seal. Any one of them could still be considered a miracle. Song Chen then looked at the last additional talent. Profession-specific talent. Heaven and Earth Dao Body. Just hearing the name sounds impressive. And indeed, it is. Heaven and Earth Dao Body. Heaven and Earth Dao Body favored by the fortune of Heaven and Earth. When using spell-type skills, the spell critical hit chance is 100%. When receiving damage from spell-type skills, damage taken is reduced by 50%. The damage you deal is always true damage and cannot be evaded. The bonus from this talent can be said to be second only to endless breaking limits. In other words, others might think Song Chen can only deal 7 million damage with one skill, but because of his 100% spell critical hit chance, the actual damage he can deal far exceeds 7 million. With a bit of luck, it could even double. That would be 14 million true damage. Even if a deity came, they would have to kneel before him. In front of the Heaven and Earth seal, it emphasizes equality among all beings. Moreover, others' spell damage against him would be directly halved. From now on, he is the true master of magic. Even his basic attacks can deal true damage. Just ask if you're scared. It seems that choosing this hidden profession was indeed the right choice. Song Chen took a deep breath, calming his somewhat excited emotions. He then looked at the vast Xiaoyue mountain range stretching nearly 100 miles before him. 100 miles in length. How many miles is the range of the Heaven and Earth seal? 80 miles. Just barely enough. Junior, should we continue deeper into the mountains? I estimate the boss must be at least in the deeper triple mountains. Zhang Xinhua swallowed hard and said cautiously, "No need." Song Chen replied lightly. Meng Li was taken aback, then excitedly said, "So, Junior, you've completed your job change task?" Song Chen nodded. "So, how is it? Is the hidden profession impressive?" Meng Li asked. Curiously. Song Chen smiled, "Just keep your eyes wide open and watch." With that, he no longer concealed his aura. His purple-ringed robe billowed without wind. He extended his right hand and gently pointed towards the Xiaoyue mountain range. Heaven and Earth seal. In an instant, the world suddenly changed color, and a rumbling thunder echoed from the heavens. Boom! The sea of clouds churned, and the sun dimmed. From the endless layers of clouds high above, a golden seal slowly descended. Around this great seal, 9 golden dragon energies faintly spiraled. Approaching from afar, it resembled the sun falling from the sky, instantly enveloping the Xiaoyue mountain range within an 80-mile radius ahead. With one seal, the originally towering peaks were flattened. The low valleys ceased to exist. Boom, boom, boom. The ground they stood on shook violently, and terrifying waves of energy continuously spread from the center of the mountain range ahead. The swirling dust and debris intertwined in the sky, forming a magnificent mushroom cloud. This is true divine punishment. At the same time, white true damage numbers continuously emerged from the flat ground ahead, as if the cries of the demonic beasts before their death. Close to 10 million in real damage. All the monsters lurking in the Xiaoyue mountain range perished beneath Song Chen's heavenly seal. Not a single one escaped. Even the terrain here was completely altered. Since there were no other people in the mountains besides the monsters, Song Chen unleashed his full power, this time showing no mercy. The effect was quite remarkable. "Damn, are you a god or something?" Meng Li exclaimed as he looked at the Xiaoyue mountain range, which had been almost flattened. "Damn it. Even a level 100 professional wouldn't be able to achieve this, right?" Zhang Xinhua stood there in a daze, feeling his legs go weak. He almost knelt down on the ground. At this moment, the general of Qingzhou, Yan Hong, was still on his way, riding on horseback. Behind him followed tens of thousands of troops. Just as they were about to reach the Xiaoyue mountain range, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared before them. Then Yan Hong saw the golden seal falling from the sky. It was like a square sun crashing down to earth. Everyone, including the warhorses beneath them, lost their minds to the seal, dumbfounded and kneeling on the ground. The earth trembled. When everything came to a halt, Yan Hong looked towards the Xiaoyue mountain range, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable bewilderment. At this moment, what Xiaoyue mountain range was there? It had long been flattened under this seal. The Captain Wang stared blankly at the scene in the distance and stammered, "General, the Xiaoyue mountain range is gone. Should we still go?" Yan Hong stared ahead, unable to utter a word for a long time. The Xiaoyue mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of miles, had already been leveled after the seal fell. It could even be renamed the Xiaoyue Basin. Therefore, the monsters gathered inside could not possibly survive this strike. This meant they truly had no need to go to the Xiaoyue mountain range. "Sir, what exactly happened just now? Did a celestial being intervene?" "Divine punishment. This is definitely divine punishment." Sir, the 3 high disciples of the Wanbao sector still there. They won't be affected by such a terrifying attack, will they? The soldiers discussed excitedly, each voicing their thoughts on why this world-destroying seal had appeared. In Yan Hong's mind, Song Chen's words suddenly echoed. A mere Xiaoya mountain range's monsters, I alone can annihilate them all. Could it really have been him? This method is no different from the celestial beings in the sky. Perhaps even the old ancestor of Qianjing couldn't achieve this. Yan Hong felt his throat go dry. Cough, let's go. We need to at least find out what happened. The group regrouped and arrived at what had nearly become a ruin of the Xiaoya mountain range. On the outskirts were half-collapsed peaks. Deep within was an endless flat pit. Then they saw the blood-red crushed stones and soil in the pit, along with the gushing blood springs emerging from the ground. They didn't see any monster corpses at all, but it didn't matter whether they saw them or not. This blood-soaked earth was the best proof. The greatest threat to Qingzhou and the source of Yan Hong's worries day and night, the Xiaoya Wolf King, had not even shown its face. Like its many monster subordinates, it had been ground into meat paste and buried beneath this ground. Yan Hong's gaze shifted away from the blood-soaked earth ahead, and then he saw the figure in purple robes standing proudly at the entrance of the mountain range. Then everything became clear. Song Chen was truly not boasting. He had really done it. How fortunate is our great Qian to have such a fallen immortal assisting us. Perhaps the upcoming monster chaos will soon come to an end. Yan Hong stared at Song Chen in a daze, murmuring. Beside him, Meng Li looked at the demon-suppressing army that had arrived late. Especially when he saw the shocked and awed expression on the face of the general of Qingzhou, he couldn't help but feel elated. Damn, good thing they arrived a step late, otherwise, wouldn't they have to accompany the monsters here to the grave? He couldn't help but say as Zhang Xinhua shook his head, the shock in his eyes even more pronounced. You and I have been so close to Song Chen, yet we haven't suffered a single injury. This is enough to show how perverse Song Chen's control over his magical skills is. Hiss, look at the mission prompt. Meng Li gasped, pointing at the mission panel in front of them. Hidden Mission Phase 1 completed. Qingzhou Crisis Mission Completion. 100% mission participation. 0% mission settlement in progress. Settlement complete. You have received the following rewards. Experience plus 110,000. Level 30 Blue Top Tier Equipment Demon Slayer Longsword. Level 30 Purple Equipment Gathering Demon Armor. Black Iron Treasure Chest. Both Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua were at level 32. This 110,000 experience directly allowed them to level up 3 times, reaching level 35. Aside from the remaining blue and purple equipment, the two stared blankly at the black iron treasure chest in their bags. What does this mean? Who are they looking down on? Even if they were just here to stroll around, having a mission participation of 0 is too much, right? Besides, if it weren't for them leading the way, could Song Chen have found the Howling Moon mountain range so quickly? Meng Li glanced at Song Chen standing ahead and turned to Zhang Xinhua, saying, the more I think about it, the more I feel something's off. Is Song Chen's class change a hidden class? This is clearly a godly class. I think you're being a bit too conservative. Zhang Xinhua pushed up her non-existent glasses and said, seriously, what do you mean? Meng Li scratched his head. I would believe you if you said he changed to the Heavenly Emperor. Zhang Xinhua exhaled deeply. After all, the golden seal that fell from the heavens left a profound impression on her. Besides the Heavenly Emperor, she couldn't think of any other explanation. To be able to kill all the monsters within an 80-mile radius with just one skill on the day of class change and also transform the mountains here into plains. Meanwhile, countless experience points were flashing before Song Chen's eyes. Killed level 11 Ironmouth Pig Demon, gained experience. Plus 260 killed level 15 Silver Armored Centipede Demon, gained experience. Plus 510 killed level 21 Black Striped Tiger Demon, gained experience. Plus 2100 killed level 35 Green Deer Demon, gained experience. Plus 51200 killed level 35 White Jade Rabbit Demon, gained experience. Plus 49580 killed level 40 Boss Howling Moon Wolf King, gained experience. Plus 96520 killed level 42 Blood Transforming Demon Bull Young, gained experience. Plus 120540. You have gained the hatred of the Blood Transforming Demon Emperor from the 36th cave of the Thousand Demon Cave. You have been marked. BOSS loot has been automatically picked up. You picked up level 40 Purple Top Tier Equipment Binding Demon Gold Ring. Your level has increased to 35. You have completed Hidden Mission Secret of the Immortal Sect Phase 1 Rewards Experience plus 110,000 Level 30 Green Top Tier Equipment Demon Slayer Longsword Level 30 Purple Top Tier Equipment Howling Moon Pearl Legendary Treasure Chest. Song Chen looked at the long string of message prompts in front of him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Heaven and Earth Seal truly lived up to being his first forbidden spell. With one great seal crashing down, the demons within an 80-mile radius of the Howling Moon mountain range were completely cleared. Nearly 2,000 demons, over 1,000,000 experience points credited. This directly allowed him to level up 8 levels. While others found it increasingly slower to level up, Song Chen's experience was the complete opposite. The higher he leveled, the faster he became. If other players found out, they would probably have their hearts shattered. Moreover, the benefits Song Chen gained from this demon slaying spree were far from over. Thanks to the attribute bonuses from his hidden class, his mental attributes also experienced another surge. Mental 466666 free attribute points 175375. Of course, there was nothing more to say. Just go all in on mental attributes and be done with it. Mental 6661041. Coupled with the values provided by his previous equipment, his mental attributes became even more monstrous. Spirit 1041 plus 370 equals 1411. Such a high amount of spirit attribute points directly resulted in a significant increase in the damage value of the Heaven and Earth seal. It was already approaching around 1 million, coupled with the 100% spell critical hit provided by the Heaven and Earth body. Songchen could only sigh. The allure of numbers, a solid and steady leveling flow, had been turned into a mindless grass-cutting game. A god-level talent combined with a god-level profession is simply unreasonable. Then, Songchen noticed the prompt on the panel indicating that he was marked the Thousand Demon Cave. It sounded like a good place. I wonder if it can withstand my Heaven and Earth seal. Now that the demons in the Xiaoya Mountains had been completely eradicated, the crisis in Qingzhou had been resolved. Staying here, Songchen could hardly kill any more demons. Moreover, he was very interested in the Thousand Demon Cave described on the panel. There should be quite a number of demons inside. Therefore, if he wanted to gain a lot of experience, the Thousand Demon Cave was a must-visit. Senior sister, do you know about the Thousand Demon Cave? Songchen asked without understanding. Zhang Xinhua pondered for a moment and finally shook her head. We actually don't know much about it. Although they were geniuses, they were only over level 30 professionals. It was still possible to take on tasks within the Great Qian territory. However, if they ventured outside of Great Qian, they could easily fall into danger. Mengli then spoke uncertainly. The Thousand Demon Cave you mentioned should be the demon stronghold, where almost all the demons are above level 50, very dangerous. He also had only a vague understanding of this place. Thus, he had only this little information. As for where the Thousand Demon Cave was, he had no idea at all. Songchen just casually asked and didn't intend to go there right now. After all, there were still quite a few demons causing trouble within Great Qian. It was enough for him to level up a few more times. Once he had nearly wiped out the demons within Great Qian, it wouldn't be too late to deal with the Thousand Demon Cave. While Songchen was pondering, Yan Hong approached with his subordinates. He first bowed respectfully to Songchen and then said, I, Yan Hong, have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I did not know that an immortal had descended to slay demons and eliminate evil. I hope you can forgive my previous negligence. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua exchanged glances. The once high and mighty general of Qingzhou was now so humble. This was a scene they had never witnessed before. Even the personnel from the Demon Slaying Division and the Demon Suppression Army looked at the three of them with reverent eyes. The two unconsciously straightened their backs and began to pose. They instantly felt honored. The initial novelty had worn off, and Songchen's expression did not change much. He was only concerned about one thing. Enough small talk, I only ask you one thing. Where are there more demons? Yan Hong was taken aback upon hearing this, and then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. After witnessing Songchen's true strength, he had intended to ask Songchen to help eliminate the demons within Great Qian. But now that he had brought it up himself, Yan Hong did not hesitate to say, Young master, you truly are an immortal. To be honest, demons are rampant within Great Qian, and we wish to slay them, but we are powerless. This is because the Golden Sun Cave has drawn away our top masters, using them at will, resulting in a diminished resistance against the demons within the court. Now, if we have your assistance, this reincarnated immortal, we will surely be able to eradicate the demons causing havoc in Great Qian and restore peace to the world. Just as he finished speaking, a task prompt panel immediately popped up in front of Songchen. Hidden Task, Secrets of the Immortal Sect, Stage 2, Internal and External Troubles. Task Description, Demons invade, causing suffering to the living. Now, several states have fallen into the hands of demons. Just as humans raise chickens and ducks, demons similarly raise humans for sustenance. Task requirements, collaborate with the Great Qian Demon Suppression General to slay all demons within the territory. Rewards, experience plus 350,000, level 40 golden equipment, attribute enhancement scroll. One could only say that the rewards for each stage of this hidden task were truly generous. The experience of up to 350,000 speaks for itself, and there's also a level 40 golden equipment. The highest quality equipment that Songchen currently possesses is only purple. If he were to collect the rewards from all the various stages of the tasks, he could easily end up with a full set of golden gear. However, the most enticing reward is undoubtedly the attribute enhancement scrolls. As everyone knows, a professional's attribute points can only increase through leveling up. The attribute points that can be enhanced vary by profession. For hidden professions like Songchen's, the attribute bonuses are already top tier. To continue increasing them, one can only rely on attribute enhancement scrolls. These scrolls typically enhance attributes by anywhere from 10% to 50%, and they boost all attributes. Even though Song Chen focuses solely on enhancing his mental attributes, who would complain about having too few attribute points? After seeing the task rewards, Song Chen accepted the task without any hesitation. Gaining experience by killing monsters, while also receiving rewards, is perfect for him. Meanwhile, Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua looked at the task panel that appeared before them, showing no surprise at all. They simply laid back. After all, they couldn't help much. There was no way they could participate in the task. However, the rewards for completing the task were tangible. With 350,000 experience, they could easily gain it just by following Song Chen around. It couldn't be any easier. At this moment, they had already forgotten the original purpose of entering this secret realm. Good. Song Chen turned to Yan Hong in front of him. Just a simple word almost brought tears to the eyes of this high-ranking general of Qingzhou. He suppressed his excitement and said, "I will take you to Qianjing to meet the ancestor." The Great Qian dynasty governs 13 states. Most of the high-end combat power within the court practices the incense divine path. This is why the dynasty was established to protect the common people. Without the common people, there would be no incense and wish power. Thus, the cultivation of the officials within the court would be hindered. The constant invasions by demons have led to the continuous shrinkage of the Great Qian territory. High-end combat power has also suffered significant losses in battles against the demons. Without the support of the common people's incense and wish power, the high-end combat power within the court has weakened. The weakening of combat power has caused Great Qian to be at the bottom among the 3 top forces, easily manipulated by another force. This has formed a vicious cycle to some extent. The other 2 forces, however, do not have such concerns and possess much higher combat power than those who practice the incense path. Currently, Great Qian faces both external threats from demons and internal troubles. It is truly remarkable that they have managed to hold on until now. Yan Hong's statement of being willing but powerless is the most accurate portrayal of Great Qian. After accepting the task, Song Chen and the others did not delay and immediately set off for Qianjing. On the way, he took the opportunity to check the 2 newly acquired pieces of top-tier purple equipment. The Howling Moon Pearl was directly equipped on him. This level 30 purple top-tier equipment provided a mental power boost of 300 points, along with a mana regeneration of 50 points per second and a 30% cooldown reduction. The special effect was that it consumed 100 points of mana to condense an invisible sound wave that caused 300 seconds of stun to enemies. The main benefit was the enhancement, while the special effect was just a bonus. The level 40 purple top-tier equipment, the Binding Demon Gold Ring, is a magical weapon that, once activated, can unconditionally bind demons below level 40. For demons above level 40, there is a 50% chance of binding them. As for the remaining attribute bonuses, they are also very high. However, Song Chen is currently only level 35 and cannot equip this weapon yet. Qianjing is the capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Here, Song Chen can obtain detailed information about all the demons within the Great Qian territory. Because of the hidden task, he must go to Qianjing to perfectly complete the task. The demon problem in Qingzhou has been resolved, but there are many more demon issues within the Great Qian territory. Therefore, Yan Hong did not dare to delay and hurriedly took Song Chen and the others to Qianjing. This journey was not only to report to the headquarters of the Demon Slaying Division and to request merit for Song Chen, but also to quickly eliminate the demons within the territory. Half a day later, a magnificent city, dozens of times more prosperous and expansive than Qingzhou City, finally came into view. The towering blue stone city walls on the outskirts gave a sense of ancient weight. The city gate was heavily guarded, and even from a distance, one could feel an overwhelming aura. This was Qianjing, the center of the Great Qian dynasty. The general of Qingzhou, Yan Hong, personally led a team here, and the city guards dared not be negligent. They dispersed the crowd, entering the city, allowing the few of them to enter swiftly. Stepping onto the long street, they headed straight for the inner city palace. However, their purpose for this trip was not to enter the palace to meet the emperor. The true power center of the Great Qian dynasty was in the martial temple. There, statues of arhats were enshrined, and they were the foundation that allowed the Great Qian dynasty to stand firm for 1,000 years. Under Yan Hong's lead, they arrived at the martial temple. Even though they were accustomed to high-rise buildings on Blue Star, Song Chen and the others were still awestruck upon seeing the martial temple. This martial temple was a full 30 stories high. The pillars supporting the entire temple, resembling white jade in glass, were 30 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide. The entire martial temple resembled a giant beast lying in wait, silently guarding this imperial city. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua stared in astonishment at the building before them. It was their first time in Qianjing. The prosperous sights they had seen along the way had already filled them with wonder. After all, they had entered the secret realm not to complete tasks but to head to the task-giving locations. Their levels were insufficient, and their strength even more so. Every day was spent grinding levels and earning money, leaving no time for leisure. If it weren't for Song Chen, they would still be fighting those demons. Let alone the massive palace before them, it completely refreshed their worldview. They looked around like curious children, as they normally wouldn't have the qualifications to enter here. Upon entering the martial temple, the interior was extremely simple. Only a high platform was set up in front. On either side of the platform stood terrifying and fierce arhat statues, some sitting, some standing, some with beast heads and human bodies, some with fierce expressions, or simply resembling the demons they had seen before. Surrounded by a total of 12 arhat statues, the one in the center, the tallest, was a golden statue of the dragon subduing arhat, standing still with a fierce expression, exuding an indescribable oppressive aura. Yen Hong whispered, "That one is our great Qian's strongest ancestor since its establishment." Upon hearing this, Song Chen showed a puzzled expression. As the great Qian ancestor, why did he give off a dazed feeling? Including the remaining 10 or so arhat statues, they felt more like lifeless objects. Moreover, the most important thing was that these golden statues looked not much different from demons. He wondered if they could be killed. Would killing them yield experience and equipment? Meng Li swallowed hard, his eyes revealing an unmistakable fear. No wonder the great Qian dynasty could withstand the demon invasions for so long. It seemed they had many hidden cards. He secretly cast an identification spell on the central golden statue, but he couldn't obtain any information. He had to give up. Just as the three were focused on the golden statues ahead, a person in blue entered the martial temple and reminded them, "You four can come out now." "Sorry, I'll take them away right now." Yen Hong politely bowed to the man in blue and then led Song Chen and the others out of the martial temple. Once outside, he quietly introduced, "These people are disciples of the martial temple, each one a genius of the great Qian." He then pointed to the government office behind the right side of the martial temple. "That is the headquarters of the demon slaying division, and it's where we are headed." After saying this, Yen Hong led Song Chen and the others toward the right side to the demon slaying division office. As they approached the entrance, before stepping into the hall, a heated argument could be heard from inside. "Lord Inspector, more than half of the dozens of cities in Ezhou have already fallen. I implore you to quickly allocate manpower to resolve the chaos caused by the demons in Ezhou City, or it will only be a matter of time before Ezhou is completely lost." A man's voice rang out. "General Liu, it's not that I am unwilling to allocate manpower to you, but all the masters within the Great Qian have been dispatched to Jinyang Cave, and I don't know when they will return. Moreover, in the 13 states of Great Qian, which place is not plagued by demons? Which place is not in a more urgent situation than yours in Ezhou? The Wolf King in Qingzhou is still eyeing you, while you in Ezhou at least have 2 demon kings entangled with each other. Yen Hong is not anxious. Why are you?" A cold voice followed. "My lord, we truly cannot hold on any longer." The first speaker's voice trembled. "Enough of your words, we must hold on. Even if Ezhou falls, it's no big deal. As long as Qianjing remains, Great Qian still has hope for a resurgence." General Yen Hong of Qingzhou requests an audience with the Lord Inspector of the Demon Slaying Division. Yen Hong stood outside, interrupting the argument between the two inside the office. There was a moment of silence around. Then the cold voice came again. "Come in." With that, Yen Hong immediately led Song Chen and the others into the Demon Slaying Division's office. As soon as they entered the hall, Song Chen felt all eyes on him. He remained calm and began to assess the people standing in the hall. He saw a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance seated in the main position, dressed in a black robe, with a golden wolf jade talisman hanging at his waist. To the right of the hall stood a broad-shouldered, dark-skinned man draped in a cloak. Beside him were several subordinate generals. Yen Hong, as the general, "Why are you not guarding Qingzhou and have come to Qianjing?" Zhao Chuan Yuan, the acting inspector of the Demon Slaying Division, questioned sternly. After speaking, he cast a sharp gaze back and forth over Song Chen. Upon hearing this, Yen Hong immediately clasped his fists and said, reporting to the Lord Inspector, "The demon problem in Qingzhou has been resolved. All demons in the Xiaoya mountain range have been eliminated." "What did you say?" Zhao Chuan Yuan's expression changed, unable to believe it. The people in the hall were also instantly dumbfounded, and the entire office fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. "There is an old demon king in the Xiaoya mountain range, and many demons under it. You, Yen Hong, have been suppressed by that wolf king for so many years that you didn't even dare to step out of Qingzhou City. Now you tell me that all those demons have been cleaned out?" Zhao Chuan Yuan stared at Yen Hong, his expression serious. "I absolutely do not speak in jest, and the complete elimination of the demons in Qingzhou relies entirely on this little immortal behind me." Yen Hong met his gaze, speaking with determination. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuan Yuan's face showed even more astonishment. He looked at the young man before him with suspicion, his expression clearly one of disbelief. To him, this person looked like nothing more than a young lad. How could Yen Hong regard him as an immortal? Could it be that during his cultivation he absorbed too much incense and willpower, causing his mind to become muddled? Moreover, what kind of person could be called an immortal? At the very least, it should be someone of the level of the ancestor of the martial temple to be called an immortal. The person before him looked more like a con artist wandering the rivers and lakes. "Brother Yen, are you telling the truth? Did you really deal with that old demon king in Qingzhou?" The dark-skinned man beside him couldn't help but confirm again. Yen Hong nodded, then shook his head. I said, it's not me, it's this little immortal behind me. The dark-skinned man, who was Lu Kuan, the great general of demon suppression in Ijo, then looked at Song Chen with curiosity. I heard you say outside that there are 2 demon kings in Ijo, is that true? Song Chen fixed his piercing gaze on the dark-skinned man and asked directly. He didn't care at all about how the people here viewed him. That was not important. He only cared about where they demons were, then go and turn them all into your own experience. That will be enough. But there are 2 demon kings entrenched in Ijo, each of whom is significantly stronger than the demon wolf in Qingzhou. Are you sure you can handle them? Lu Kuan said with some doubt. Song Chen smiled indifferently. Stronger? That's great. The level 40 Howling Moon Wolf King provided him with nearly 100,000 experience points. The 2 major demons in Ijo seemed to be at an even higher level. The experience they would provide would be even more. He would definitely not make a trip in vain. Above the main seat, Zhao Chuan Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Which sect do you belong to, and why do you want to help our great Qian slay demons? Those from the sects avoid us like the plague. Why do you choose to stand out? What's your reason? Song Chen looked at Zhao Chuan Yuan with curiosity. Then he said, reason? What reason is there? If I say that slaying demons is a hobby of mine, would that count as a reason? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but flinch. They looked at this young man with astonishment. In the Great Qian dynasty, people's attitude towards demons was to stay as far away as possible. Yet no one had ever said they were very interested in slaying demons. In fact, it had even developed into a hobby. Wasn't this hobby a bit too frivolous? Zhao Chuan Yuan was clearly taken aback by Song Chen's words, momentarily at a loss for words. Song Chen continued, it's not just the demon problem in Ijo. If other states are the same, please inform me of all relevant demon reports. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at the young man's demeanor, he didn't seem to be joking. Did he really know how many demons were causing chaos in Great Qian? Could it be possible for just one person? Zhao Chuan Yuan narrowed his eyes and said seriously to Song Chen, are you serious? Do you know how many demons are causing chaos within the Great Qian dynasty? Just talking about the bear demon in Ijo, it's impossible to deal with it using the army alone. Lu Kuan and the general of Ijo together can't even defeat half a bear demon. Many martial arts experts have already become food for that bear demon. There are at least 3 other states with demons, each of which is no weaker than the bear demon. The wolf king you killed is the weakest among them. Do you understand what I'm saying? What? Song Chen could hardly believe his ears. Every major demon outside of Qingzhou was stronger than the Howling Moon Wolf King? What a good deal. He was slaying demons in Great Qian just to complete his tasks, along with gaining experience from killing monsters. To be honest, he didn't want to bother killing monsters below level 40. The rewards were simply too low. However, what Zhao Chuan Yuan said made him feel delighted. Alright, since that's the case, let's not waste time. Give me the specific intelligence along with the Great Qian geographical map, and I'll grant your demon slaying division a long holiday. Song Chen directly interrupted Zhao Chuan Yuan's lengthy speech. He was here to fight boss-level monsters. He wasn't even interested in dealing with ordinary small monsters. The Demon Suppression Pass Secret Realm was a super large dungeon at level 50. Even in the real world, the strongest boss would probably only be level 70. A level 70 professional would have a maximum health of no more than 1 million. Looking at his own skill damage, it was 10 million. So, even those boss-level monsters were no different from a wild grass in front of him. No matter what kind of demon it was, who cared? Zhao Chuan Yuan glanced at Yen Hong, who stood like a wooden man and reluctantly swallowed the words he was about to say. He then said to the officials waiting beside him, go, bring up the demon intelligence reports from the generals of Songzhou, Pingzhou, and Ganzhou, and also bring a geographical map of the 6 southern states of Great Qian for him. Soon, one report after another was presented. Zhao Chuan Yuan immediately unfolded the geographical map of the 6 southern states. Due to the proximity of the southern region of the Great Qian dynasty to the ruins occupied by demons, the disturbances caused by these demons are mostly concentrated in the south. He pointed towards the 3 states among the 6 southern states while briefly discussing the situation regarding the demon threats within those 3 states. Once Song Chen finished speaking, he swiftly gathered all the documents along with the geomantic map and tucked them into his bosom. There's no time to waste, let's set off right away. The moment he picked up the geomantic map, a detailed map panel appeared before his eyes. At the center of the map there was a golden circle representing his current location. The map also had several red circle markers indicating the locations of major demons within the Great Qian territory. Quite convenient indeed. Song Chen closed the panel and turned to walk outside. Everyone in the hall stared blankly at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. They too had once been so spirited until they were bent over by the demons. They could never stand straight again. What are you still doing there? Song Chen stepped out of the demon slaying office and halted. Looking at Lu Kuan, Lu Kuan finally snapped out of his daze, suppressing his excitement, and stumbled outside. I'll have someone prepare the horses. Right away, aiming to reach Ijo as quickly as possible. He followed behind Song Chen, speaking up. However, Song Chen shook his head. No need to go through all that trouble, and even if it's a different breed of demon horse, it would still be too slow for me. Then what should we do? Lu Kuan asked, puzzled. Song Chen directly cast a speed law ring on himself. After he had transitioned to become a master of all laws, the duration of the speed law ring had doubled and the speed increased by 30%. He estimated that his speed was now over half the speed of sound. Even flying demon creatures would likely not match the speed he gained from the speed law ring. After a 2-second cooldown, Song Chen cast another one on Lu Kuan. Then, grabbing his shoulder, he dashed towards Ijo. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Chuan Yuan was left dumbfounded, while Yan Hong seemed unfazed. Since he was already a fallen immortal, it was reasonable for him to run faster. He turned to Zhao Chuan Yuan and said, although Song Chen is setting off to slay demons now, he should still be rewarded for his contributions. I propose we directly appoint Song Chen as the Great Qian Demon Suppression General. I wonder if the Inspector General has any objections. Zhao Chuan Yuan slowly closed his gaping mouth and cast a deep glance at Yan Hong. If he can clean out all the demons in Great Qian, what's it to me to give him my position? Alright, you said it. Yan Hong laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Meng Li, who had been hesitant to speak, forced a couple of dry laughs, then suddenly seemed to realize something. His smile gradually faded and he stared blankly. Outside the office. Wait, did Song Chen forget something? Zhang Xinhua, Zhou, Baihe County City. The once prosperous county city was no more, leaving only a landscape of ruins. At the half-collapsed city gate, 2 guarding demons were dozing against the city wall. Inside, the long street was devoid of any human figures. The streets were muddy, with crushed rotten flesh and bones scattered everywhere. The entire street exuded a nauseating stench of decay. Inside the dilapidated houses, pairs of numb, lifeless eyes gazed out the window, only to lower their heads in despair. They never lifted them again. Occasionally, groups of demons clad in tattered armor patrolled back and forth within the city. Their armor looked as if it had been stripped from some dead body, ill-fitting and ragged. Yet they insisted on mimicking human behavior, shouldering weapons and lazily wandering through the city. In front of the relatively intact county governor's mansion, about 10 dazed citizens were being herded by demons into the kitchen in the backyard. Today was the day when Lord Baihu, the county governor of Baihe, was hosting guests. Inside the main hall of the inner courtyard, it was surprisingly lively. Originally used for meetings, the hall was furnished quite elegantly. However, after the arrival of Baihu, everything was violently torn down and thrown aside, leaving only rows of long tables as a dining hall for feasting. At the main seat, the white tiger sat cross-legged on the ground, its nearly 2-meter-tall body exuding an overwhelming presence. Muscles bulged and its back arched high. The fine silk garments, tailored from the best materials, were stretched tightly over its robust frame, seeming as if they would rip apart with the slightest movement. In front of it lay severed limbs and internal organs, almost filling the table. The white tiger then picked up a nearby wine jar, which felt no different from a ceramic bowl in its massive hands. However, the jar was filled not with wine, but with steaming, deep red blood. It gulped down the blood in one go, not caring at all that its clothes were getting stained. Everyone, I drink to you, feel free. The little demons below, seeing this, raised their cups and drank it all down. Your Majesty, you truly have a great capacity. Yes, Your Majesty, you are so generous. The little demons all began to flatter. But the white tiger's eyes turned red and it smashed the wine jar at the nearest little demon. Damn it, who dares to call me that again? I'll kill it. The Divine Lord has appointed me to govern the White River County, so I am the new county magistrate of this place. From now on, you all must call me Your Excellency the County Magistrate, understood? The white tiger roared from the main seat. The other little demons trembled and nodded like garlic being pounded. No one dared to provoke the white tiger anymore. Creak, creak. The white tiger swept the food off the table like a whirlwind. Then it wiped its claws on its silk clothes and shouted sternly at the human servant. Outside the door, damn it, is this little bit of human flesh enough for anyone? Bring me 10 more, or I'll eat you first. The human servant was originally a disciple from a sect, but after the city fell, he became a prisoner of the demons. To survive, he could only act as a lackey for the tiger. Looking at the white tiger sitting high in the main seat, the servant in blue clenched his fist and then relaxed it. Long ago, he had already lost the courage to confront the demons. With a long sigh, he stepped toward the backyard. Just then, the previously dim sky suddenly brightened. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. He looked up and saw a golden seal appearing above the county magistrate's residence. What is this? The general is making a move. The imposing aura emanating from the seal made him tremble, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. The numb expression on his face also showed signs of fluctuation at this moment. Can we win? In the hall, Feeling the sudden appearance of the golden seal above the county magistrate's residence, the white tiger sneered, its already massive body swelling even more, its clothes completely shattered. Old turtle, dare to make a move against me? I see you don't want to keep your 4 counties, right? It reached for a weapon beside it and then roared, charging upward. The roof was instantly torn off. The golden light also poured down into the hall at that moment. Just then, the golden seal above came crashing down with unmatched might. The white tiger was struck instantly, flying back into the hall at a speed even faster than before, crashing onto the main table. The seal continued to descend until it suppressed all the demons present in the county magistrate's residence. Boom! The entire White River County city seemed to experience a minor earthquake. All the surviving citizens in the city stared blankly at the golden seal falling from the sky, witnessing the scene of the demons on the long street being completely suppressed. The immortal has come to save us. This must be heaven's punishment for the demons wreaking havoc in White River County. They're all dead, we survived, sob sob. Everyone knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the sky, their foreheads bleeding without realizing it. Outside the city gate, Lu Koan had just pointed out the direction of the county magistrate's residence to Song Chen when he saw him extend his right hand, and then the heavens and earth changed color amidst the thunder and lightning. A golden stream of light descended from the heavens, carrying with it myriad golden clouds, landing on the mortal realm. Its target was the city of Baiha County right before him. Before he could inquire about the situation, the golden seal instantly enveloped the county city. He felt a tremor that shook the earth and mountains. Then, everything returned to silence. Lu Koan swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the nearby Baiha County city. Under this strike, akin to divine punishment, all demons were vanquished. Let's go to the next stop. Kill level 11 Mountain Pig Demon, gain experience plus 250. Kill level 15 Black Armored Centipede Demon, gain experience plus 520. Kill level 21 Money Leopard Demon, gain experience plus 2200. Kill level 35 White Tiger Demon, gain experience plus 51500. You have obtained level 30 Purple Equipment Beast King Armor. Song Chen watched the experience notifications floating by and turned to walk towards the next county city. With a damage range of up to 80 miles, he didn't even need to enter the city, he just needed to know the location. Then he could strike directly. Even the small demons scattered within the county city couldn't escape Song Chen's skill damage. Moreover, his heavenly earth seal only inflicted damage on demons. Mortals were completely unaffected. That was why he couldn't be bothered to enter the city, launching his skills from a distance. After all, these were just appetizers. Immortal methods. This is truly an immortal's technique. At this moment, Lu Koan finally understood why Yen Hong referred to this young man as a fallen immortal. The level of that attack could easily be described as a natural disaster. The demons of a county city were all slain in an instant. The tiger demon couldn't even put up a fight. Who in Deqian could achieve such a feat? Lu Kuan's heart was filled with complexity, shock, confusion, but more than anything, joy. With this immortal around, Deqian was finally saved. Immortal, wait for me, Lu Kuan shouted. He hesitated for just a moment before he could no longer see Song Chen's figure and hurriedly followed after him. Soon, Song Chen brought Lu Kuan to the next city. However, he didn't expect that the demons within these cities were quite concentrated. They all resided inside the city, living in a manner similar to humans. Those above level 35 occupied the county magistrate's office, acting as the local magistrate. This was convenient for Song Chen. So, without any hesitation, Song Chen unleashed a heavenly earth seal. The 80-mile radius covered the entire city. No matter whether they were demon magistrates or small minions, they all turned into Song Chen's experience. Lu Kuan watched in utter shock. He had thought that when Song Chen used that divine punishment in Baiha County, it must have come at a considerable cost. But when he saw the large seal descending from the sky again, he was completely stunned. One could only say that an immortal truly lived up to the title of immortal. With a casual move, he wielded earth-shattering skills. After cleansing 2 county cities in succession, Song Chen turned to Lu Koan and asked, "Didn't you say there are 2 major demons in Izhou? Why haven't I encountered them yet?" Lu Koan didn't dare to be negligent and quickly explained. Izhou had a total of 8 counties. Among them, 4 counties had fallen under the control of demons. The remaining 4 were also precariously close to invasion. That was why he had gone to Qianjing to request assistance. However, Qianjing couldn't spare many extra hands. Fortunately, the 2 major demons in Izhou were not on good terms. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Thus, a delicate balance had formed in Izhou. The 2 major demons faced off against each other, with the Izhou demon slaying division caught in the middle. However, unfortunately, one of the major demons was nearing its end. Once that major demon perished, the already tenuous balance would be shattered again. Therefore, the overall commander of Izhou had been trying various means over the years to send longevity resources and treasures to that major demon, all to ensure it lived a little longer and to restrain the major demon occupying the 4 counties of Izhou. So, the other great demon is not within these 4 counties? Song Chen said. That's right. Usually, it's General Ma who delivers resources to that great demon and only he knows its location. However, another Xuanjia bear demon is entrenched in the southernmost Fengyuan County city where it has erected a statue for itself. If you can find the statue, you'll know its exact location. Lu Kuan revealed everything he knew. Concerned for the safety of the people of Izhou, he naturally spoke without reservation. Alright, I have already cleared both county cities, but there may still be demons hiding in the remaining counties. The cleanup will be left to your demon slaying division. Song Chen pointed to the citizens in the city who were just recovering from the disaster. Lu Kuan nodded, feeling quite excited. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the demons entrenched in the two county cities had been completely eradicated. Good, I will go report to the general in Izhou City now. It's time for our demon-slaying division to counterattack, he said resolutely. Even if it meant death, as long as they could eliminate the demons in Izhou, it would be worth it. As the demon suppression general of Deqian, he could not let the people down. Go! I will wait for you in Fengyuan County City. Song Chen bestowed him with a speed-enhancing magical ring and then headed towards the next county city. Sure enough, another level 35 demon, along with a group of lesser demons, was entrenched in the county magistrate's office. Song Chen found it incredibly easy to kill them, until he reached the final Fengyuan County city. Looking at the magnificent city walls ahead and the imposing statue that could be seen from afar, the statue was at least 10 zhang tall, built with great grandeur. Song Chen could imagine how many citizens had died to construct this statue, how many had been forced to worship such an ugly demon. The consequence of not worshipping was death. Even if they did worship, they were ultimately just lambs to be slaughtered. When did a demon get to build a temple and establish a statue, becoming an object of worship of the local people? It was utterly ridiculous. Yet this demon had achieved it. If not for his appearance, the entire Izhou would likely have become the incense offering ground for this demon. Today, I will shatter your ridiculous statue. Song Chen extended his right hand and then pressed down fiercely. The heavens and earth changed color and the winds and clouds rolled. A magnificent seal appeared above Fengyuan County City. Then it quickly descended. With a loud crash, the 10 zhang tall statue of the demon collapsed, first turning into a pile of rubble. Immediately after, a roar came from beneath the statue. Who dares to ruin my statue and destroy my foundation? A nearly 5 zhang tall black bear demon sprang up. Its entire body was covered in thick armor, with only a pair of blood-red eyes visible, wielding a bright silver spear as it charged towards Song Chen. However, before it could take a few steps, the seal hanging above suddenly pressed down. The bear demon couldn't even hold its breath before being completely crushed into a pile of meat paste. Kill level 11 Black Dog Demon, gain experience plus 230. Kill level 21. Barbarian Bull Demon, gain experience plus 2510. Kill level 45 Xuanjia Bear Demon, gain experience plus 151500. OBOSS dropped equipment has been automatically picked up. You have obtained level 40 Purple Defensive Equipment Incense offering Divine Armor. Your level has increased to level 36. Song Chen stepped into the city. On the relatively clean street, countless numb citizens were kneeling. They raised their heads, staring blankly at the collapsed statue and the demon turned into a meat pie beneath it. The entire long street was silent. Upon seeing Song Chen in his purple Taoist robe, a glimmer of light appeared in their murky eyes. Although, as a professional, he instinctively regarded these people as NPCs, being enveloped by the gazes of so many still stirred a few ripples in Song Chen's heart. He immediately took out the token of the Demon Slaying Division and said to the crowd, "The Great Qian Demon Slaying Division is here, ordered to exterminate the demons lurking in this place. You are safe now." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of all the common people changed dramatically. From numbness to disbelief, from disbelief to finally, they burst into tears. Great Qian had not abandoned them. The demon-slaying division had not abandoned them. As long as they were alive, there would always be hope. Inside Izhou City, Lu Kuan had not yet reached the office of the demon-slaying division when he began to shout at the top of his lungs. "General, General!" His booming voice echoed throughout the office. The officers and sub-officers inside were startled, thinking that the Demon King from Izhou had attacked. But when they saw the excited expression on the dark-skinned man's face, they were all puzzled. This General Lu had always been frowning. Why was he so agitated today? A middle-aged man in a blue robe quickly walked out of the office. It was the General of Izhou, Ma Fengxian. "You've returned from Tianjing. It seems you've brought back reinforcements. Could it be that Lord Zhou has come back?" His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "What nonsense, Lord Zhou! I've brought back a celestial being. Do you know what that is?" Lu Kuan rarely swore. Ma Fengxian's expression froze. "What the hell, a celestial being?" "Yes, a celestial being." With one move, he wiped out all the demons in Baihe County. "Tell me, who else but a celestial being could do that?" "Ha!" Ma Fengxian was still in a daze. Lu Kuan could no longer hold back and directly grabbed his shoulders, his eyes filled with a hint of ferocity. "Stop dawdling. Gather the troops now and let's launch." A fierce attack on the 4 counties that have fallen. Without wasting any time, Ma Fengxiang and Lu Kuan each mounted a strange demon horse and headed towards the southern 4 counties of Izhou. As for the remaining sub-officers and soldiers, it would take some time to gather them, so they could only set off first. On the way, Ma Fengxiang still felt his head buzzing and couldn't help but ask, "So where are we going now?" "To Baihe County." Lu Kuan shook his head. "All the demons in Baihe County have been killed by the celestial being. At the speed of the celestial being, the remaining counties will be done soon." Ma Fengxiang still couldn't understand why the celestial being had come to Izhou with Lu Kuan, where he had come from, and why he wanted to help them slay demons. But he knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. That Xuanjia bear demon was not an easy opponent, especially after being empowered by incense and wishes. It was virtually unbeatable in Izhou. If it weren't for the fear of another ancient demon nearing the end of its lifespan, it would have already conquered all of Izhou. As they passed through Baihe County, Ma Fengxiang was astonished to see the throngs of people surging along the long street. They were all running madly, some laughing maniacally, others in tears. The only thing in common was that their expressions were no longer numb. At this moment, these common people had transformed back into living beings, and within the county city there wasn't even a trace of a demon. It was as if they had completely vanished. Ma Fengxiang couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face. To single-handedly eliminate all the demons in the city, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was dreaming. He suppressed his astonishment and continued southward. What he saw along the way was the same. In every county city, there was no trace of demons left. All that remained were cheers and shouts. How is this possible? Where exactly is that celestial being you mentioned?" Ma Fengxiang gasped, asking Lu Kuan beside him. They had already passed through 3 county cities. Without exception, all the demons that had occupied the county cities had disappeared without a trace. However, there was no sign of Song Chen inside. Lu Kuan swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "Fengyuan County City, the Xuanjia bear demon is there. The immortal must have gone there." Ma Fengxiang suddenly squeezed his horse's belly. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and assist the immortal." Fengyuan County City. At the city gate, Ma Fengxiang dismounted, just about to enter the city, when he was pulled back by Lu Kuan beside him. He turned back in anger and said sternly, "Why are you pulling me? The immortal is inside slaying demons for us. As the general of Izhou, I cannot back down." Lu Kuan, however, raised his head, ignoring him, and stared blankly at the sky above Fengyuan County City. Ma Fengxiang, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Following Lu Kuan's gaze upwards, a sense of incongruity suddenly surfaced in his heart. Upon looking, he immediately sensed something was off. It felt like something was missing. Ma Fengxiang grabbed at his somewhat sparse hair and then suddenly realized the statue built by that bear demon is gone. So that means that bear demon Lu Kuan came back to his senses, incredulously saying, "Is dead." Ma Fengxiang took over, swallowing hard. Lu Kuan clenched his fists in excitement, his face flushed. Let's go find the immortal in the city." At that moment, he never imagined that the demon problem in Izhou could be resolved so easily. Ma Fengxiang nodded blankly, unable to utter a word for a long time. If Yen Hong were here, he would surely understand his feelings. The heavy stone that had pressed on his heart for years had just vanished, and he felt a sense of transcendence. He almost couldn't hold on and knelt down. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, lifting him up. "Why did you come so slowly? I've been waiting for you for a long time." The speaker was Song Chen. Lu Kuan looked at the handsome figure before him, opened his mouth, and with a thud, knelt down. "Immortal, you have helped us in Izhou to eliminate a great threat. From now on, my life belongs to you. Even if you ask me to die now, I would do so willingly." Song Chen frowned and silently stepped aside a few paces. "All right, get up. Don't forget, there's still a big demon," he reminded. Upon hearing this, Ma Fengxiang quickly said, "Immortal, please follow me. I know the location of that big demon. I will lead the way for you." Song Chen glanced at him, then released his hand. Then let's go." Ma Fengxiang then brought over the horse, respectfully saying, "Please, immortal, mount." The general of Izhou personally leading the horse for Song Chen. Such treatment one would not dare to portray in a TV drama. Yet it happened to occur with Song Chen. However, Song Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride, but as a professional from Blue Star, he simply didn't know how to ride a horse. Moreover, with the speed-enhancing ring, he could travel much faster than riding a horse. "No need, you just lead the way." Ma Fengxiang nodded, saying no more. Just based on how this immortal had appeared before him without a trace, he could tell how terrifying the immortal's speed was. At the border of Izhou, at the peak of an unnamed mountain hidden among the green bamboo and weeds, a somewhat narrow cave entrance was faintly visible. Ma Fengxiang arrived at the cave once more and couldn't help but sigh. If the immortal hadn't come, how much better would his situation as the general of Izhou be? Ma Fengxiang quickly walked inside. Deep within the cave, on a rough stone platform, lay an elephant demon about 2 zhang in size, taller than an ordinary human. However, it was emaciated, clearly nearing its end. Sensing Ma Fengxiang's arrival, the elephant demon opened its eyes and calmly looked at him. "Ha, are you here to bring me resources and food again? Why has it taken so long this time?" Its words carried a hint of reproach. Ma Fengshan looked deeply at the elephant demon and then said, "You've really had a hard time these years, so it's time to set you free." The corner of the elephant demon's mouth curled slightly, wearing a teasing smile. "Oh, aren't you afraid that after I die, Ijo will completely fall?" Ma Fengshan lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. Afraid? Of course he was afraid. If it weren't for this elephant demon, Ijo would have probably fallen into the hands of the bear demon long ago. But the damn bear demon is dead, so what am I afraid of? Ma Fengshan suddenly raised his head and pointed at the elephant demon in front of him without any hesitation. "Immortal, it's him." "Who?" The elephant demon was startled, jumping up to grab a weapon nearby. Just then, Song Chen appeared in the cave. A deep purple ring suddenly shot out from his hand, instantly enveloping the elephant demon. The upgraded ceiling ring. Real damage up to 422,000 per second. The elephant demon barely had time to scream before it abruptly stopped. Then its entire body shattered into fine powder. Killed 46 level platinum elephant demon. Gained experience plus 172050 BOSS. Dropped equipment has been automatically picked up. Gain level 40 purple equipment. Golden tooth long knife. Song Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting this elephant demon to be level 46. One level higher than that bear demon. What an unexpected gain. With the death of the elephant demon that had been entrenched at the border of Ijo, the demon problem in Ijo was officially declared resolved. As for the remaining small demons in the counties and villages, they weren't worth him personally dealing with. He could leave it to the local demon slaying office. As for the aftermath in these prefectural cities, Song Chen wouldn't care and didn't want to. His only purpose in Dakian was to kill demons. Song Chen pulled up the map to check the location. The closest to Ijo was Songzhou. The time ahead was just enough for him to clear out the demons in Songzhou. "I'll leave the aftermath to you, I'm off," Song Chen said to Ma Fengshan. The latter was taken aback. "Immortal, the demon problem in Ijo has been resolved. If possible, please come to Ijo City for a discussion." Song Chen shook his head. The demon problem in Ijo has been resolved, but the people in Songzhou, Pingzhou, and Ganzhou are still in dire straits. "Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you." Ma Fengshan felt a bit embarrassed. His gaze towards Song Chen was filled with admiration. When it came to demons, everyone was terrified and wanted to avoid them. This immortal, however, was an exception. Not only was he powerful, but he also showed no mercy when killing demons. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen such a person. It seemed that calling him an immortal was not an exaggeration. After saying this, Song Chen directly disappeared from the spot and ran towards Songzhou. Speaking of which, he really made the right choice in selecting this speed-enhancing skill. Without this skill, relying solely on horseback, Song Chen would never have reached his destination so quickly. It saved him quite a bit of time. Soon, Song Chen arrived in Songzhou. An hour later, all the demons in the 6 counties that had fallen to Songzhou were eradicated, and Song Chen killed the 46-level Great Demon Red Fire Horned Horse at the border of Songzhou, effortlessly slaying several of its demon generals. 2 hours later, in Pingzhou, the 48-level Great Demon Ghostface Evil Spider, which was preparing to invade Pingzhou City, unfortunately encountered Song Chen, and nearly 10,000 demon troops were completely wiped out. Demon corpses covered every inch of land outside the city. The commander of Pingzhou was astounded. 3 hours later, in Ganzhou, with a single earth and sky seal, Song Chen directly evaporated the 50-mile Dragon Lake, instantly killing the 49-level Cold-Toed Great Demon hidden at the bottom of the lake. Leaving Ganzhou, on the way to Qianjing, Song Chen happened upon a 45-level Qingqiu Fox Demon who was seen teasing a respectable woman in broad daylight, and he swiftly dealt with it. Level increased to 39. In the main office of the demon slaying office, Zhao Chuan Yuan was still sitting in the hall without leaving. Yan Hong was the same. With nothing to do, the two simply started a game of chess. Qingzhou is no longer plagued by demons, so he rarely gets a long break these days. He had planned to return to Qingzhou for some rest after finishing his duties. But unexpectedly, Song Chen was going to clear the demons throughout the Great Qian territory. Therefore, he had no choice but to stay in Qianjing, waiting for news from him. After all, Song Chen came from his Qingzhou Wanbao sect and was also a member of the demon-slaying division. As his superior, he couldn't just leave Song Chen behind and go back alone. Yan Hong casually dropped a black piece and then grinned at Zhao Chuan Yuan. "How about a bet?" Zhao Chuan Yuan frowned at Yan Hong's chaotic chess pieces. "What bet?" "Let's bet on how many days it will take that little immortal to clear the demons from the Great Qian territory." "Ha, interesting, it seems you have a lot of confidence in him." As Zhao Chuan Yuan placed a white piece, a large dragon began to take shape on the board. If they continued, Yan Hong would undoubtedly lose. He picked up a black piece, fiddled with it in his hand, and hesitated to place it. You haven't seen that little immortal in action. Let me tell you, on the day." "Alright, hurry up, stop dawdling," Zhao Chuan Yuan interrupted impatiently. Playing chess with such a poor player gave him no sense of achievement at all. However, it was still a way to pass the time. Yen Hong snorted, glancing at the dragon vein that was faintly forming on the board. Suddenly, he became anxious, scratching his head. "Ah, I made a wrong move just now. Take it back," he said, reaching out to grab the white piece on the board. Zhao Chuan Yuan was quick to stop him. "You can't. Take back your moves." Yen Hong reluctantly withdrew his hand, snorting. "Are you betting or not? I bet he won't solve the demon problem in the Great Qian territory within a month," Zhao Chuan Yuan declared confidently. After all, how powerful could a master from a top-tier sect really be? Those demons wouldn't just challenge you one-on-one. They often came in hundreds or thousands. They could exhaust you to death, let alone kill you. The more powerful the demon, the more little demons they had under their command. Song Chen had no chance of facing those major demons one-on-one. Moreover, the strength of each of those major demons was not something that the old Wolf King of Qingzhou could compare to. Even in a one-on-one fight, it would be tough for Song Chen to achieve a kill. "Hey, a month? You really dare to think that?" Yen Hong disdainfully dropped the black piece randomly on an empty spot on the board. Zhao Chuan Yuan was puzzled. "What, did I say something too little? Ha, 7 days, at most 7 days, all the major demons in the Great Qian territory will be dead, do you believe it?" Yen Hong said, gesturing a 7 with his hand. Zhao Chuan Yuan laughed and placed his final piece at the top of the dragon vein on the board. The dragon took shape. "You lost." "Ah, no, that doesn't count. I made a mistake just now." Yen Hong reached out again to take back the black piece he had just placed. At that moment, Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua, who were awkwardly standing by, both gasped in surprise, because in front of them, the task panel suddenly appeared. "You have completed the hidden task, Secret of the Immortal Sect, Phase 2, Internal and External Troubles task. Completion, 100% task participation, 0% task reward. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. You will receive the following rewards: experience plus 350,000, level 40 golden equipment, Aurora robe, attribute enhancement scroll *1 with 350,000 experience points. They instantly leveled up twice, reaching level 37. Not to mention they also received a piece of golden equipment and an attribute enhancement scroll. At this moment, they felt that happiness had come too suddenly. They had only been waiting here for a few hours, and the task was already completed. Meng Li felt a mix of emotions. This meant that they had been in the real secret realm of the demon suppression pass for less than a day, and Song Chen had already wiped out all the demons in the Great Qian. Such efficiency, such speed. Meng Li could only exclaim, terrifying indeed. Zhang Xinhua was also dumbfounded, staring at the panel in front of him for a long time without coming to his senses. Yen Hong noticed the same expression on both of them and asked, "What's wrong with you two? Did something happen?" Meng Li swallowed hard and stammered, "I think you two don't need to gamble anymore. It's likely that Song Chen will be back tonight." "What did you say? What do you mean?" Yen Hong was confused. "I mean, all the great demons within the Deqian territory have already been dealt with by my junior brother," Meng Li said without hesitation. "What? All killed? You're not joking with me, are you?" Yen Hong was shocked, suddenly standing up and knocking over the chessboard in front of him. The scattered pieces immediately fell all over Zhao Chuan Yuan. Zhao Chuan Yuan's face darkened as he turned his gaze towards Meng Li, who was standing in the hall. "In my entire life, I've never heard of anyone being able to traverse all 4 states of Deqian in a single day, let alone slay great demons. How do you know your junior brother has accomplished this? Or are you deliberately deceiving us?" Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua's expressions changed, and they immediately became tense. Naturally, they could not reveal the matter of the task panel, so at that moment there was no evidence to prove what they had just said. Just then, a calm voice came from outside. "All the demons within the Deqian territory have been slain by me. I have not failed my mission." Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the doorway. There stood Song Chen, dressed in a purple robe, tall and with an air of a high and profound being, walking in from outside. Yen Hong blinked and then glanced at the pitch-black night outside the window, unable to help but question life. Song Chen had only been gone for a few hours? 2 hours? And all the great demons in the Deqian territory were gone. Even if I rode the fastest dragon blood demon horse in Deqian, it would take me more than 10 days to travel from Songzhou to Ganzhou, not to mention the supplies and rest along the way. So, what exactly was going on? Could it be that Song Chen could fly? Just as he was lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly hit his face. A hand appeared, growing larger in front of his eyes. Then, with a slap, it struck his right cheek. Yen Hong immediately gasped in pain, glaring at Zhao Chuan Yuan, who had just slapped him. "Hiss, what are you doing? Why did you hit me?" Zhao Chuan Yuan leisurely withdrew his hand and coughed a few times, saying, "Cough, I just wanted to know if I was dreaming." "You mother." Yen Hong covered his face, gritting his teeth. Judging by your reaction, I must not be dreaming." Since Zhao Chuan Yuan became the acting inspector of the Demon Slaying Division, he had never felt so disordered in his emotions as he did at this moment. He was shocked that Song Chen had killed all the major demons in Dichen in less than half a day, and he was also fearful that all of this was a trick by Song Chen. After all, such a thing was truly astonishing. Not to mention him, even in the 1,000-year history of Dichen, such a person had never appeared. If this matter were true, then Yin Hong was probably right. This person was undoubtedly a celestial being. Zhao Chuan Yuan then said, Song Chen, you say, you have exterminated all the demons in Dichen. Can you tell me how you did it? Song Chen pondered for a moment and then said seriously, I have a spell that allows me to travel 10,000 miles in a day. I believe you have all seen my speed before. As for how I killed the demons, I think I don't need to explain much more, right? Zhao Chuan Yuan nodded. How about this? I will first arrange accommodation for you, and then in a few days, intelligence from each state will gradually arrive in Xianjing. If what you said is true, I will reward you accordingly. Yen Hong clicked his tongue but ultimately said nothing. He recognized Song Chen's strength very well, but this speed was indeed too abnormal. Even he found it hard to believe. Under the guidance of a lieutenant from the demon-slaying division, Song Chen and the others arrived at a 3-entry courtyard. This was the accommodation provided for them by the demon-slaying division. Upon entering the courtyard, with its flying eaves and upturned corners, rockeries, and flowing water, it appeared quite elegant. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua were both amazed. Thanks to Song Chen, otherwise, they would never have been able to stay in such a high-standard courtyard. It was clear that only generals of a certain rank could reside in such a place. In fact, they weren't wrong. The courtyard arranged for them by Zhao Chuan Yuan was a privilege only disciples of the martial temple could enjoy. Even someone like Yen Hong, a provincial commander, could not access such accommodations. After all, within the Great Xian territory, the martial temple held the highest status. Moreover, geniuses often gathered in the martial temple, so the status of its disciples was significantly higher than that of those great demon-suppressing generals or provincial commanders. Lord Song Chen, if you need anything, just have the servants call for me, the officer who had brought Song Chen and the others said carefully. This was personally arranged by Inspector Zhao, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. I understand. You may leave now. After Song Chen finished speaking, he stepped into the main house of the inner courtyard. Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua exchanged glances and headed towards the side rooms. Although they were very curious, they knew this was not the time to ask questions. Song Chen's junior had gone to the 4 states to slay demons and must be extremely fatigued. He certainly needed to rest. Inside the main room, ignoring the exquisite and elegant decorations, Song Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to tally up his gains from the day. First, he had perfectly completed the hidden tasks of the first and second stages. The first stage task had provided him with 110,000 experience points, while the second stage task had given him an impressive 350,000 experience points. His level had now reached 40. In addition, he had acquired a piece of golden equipment and a stat enhancement scroll. Song Chen looked at the golden equipment in his backpack. Dragon and Tiger robe category, clothing level 40, restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 220, spell damage reduction 20%, mana recovery plus 100 points/s, cooldown reduction plus 30%, special effect, active skill. Consumes 100 points of mana, summons 1 dragon and 1 tiger. The tiger-shaped summon deals 500,000 damage to enemies, while the dragon-shaped summon can absorb 250,000 damage from enemies. After reading the equipment description, a look of joy appeared on his face. The attributes of this equipment almost completely overshadowed the purple ring robe he had obtained from the Merit Hall treasury. Finally, Song Chen took out the stat enhancement scroll. After using it, he could enhance all his attributes. Of course, the extent of the enhancement depended purely on luck. Without hesitation, Song Chen directly activated the scroll with his mental power. The scroll then transformed into a golden light that merged into his body. He immediately summoned his status panel. A faint golden light appeared before him. Name, Song Chen. Class, Master of all laws. Unique, health, 76, 200/76, 200 mana, 18,860/18,860 level. 40 strength, 586762 agility, 586762 spirit, 11661516 plus 370 from equipment, constitution, 586762 defense, 586762 free attribute points, 125 skills. Annihilation aura, heavenly tier 5 star, forbidden spell, heaven and earth seal, desolate, sealing ring, heavenly tier 1 star, holy shield ring. Heavenly tier 1 star, death decay ring, heavenly tier 1 star, divine speed ring, heavenly tier 1 star, appraisal technique, yellow tier 1 star, talent. Unique endless breaking limits, level 5 skill points per second. By consuming the corresponding skill points, skills can be infinitely sublimated. Skill points 19822 talent, class specific heaven and earth Dao body, non-upgradable, not bad, all attributes increased by 30%, quite standard. Song Chen looked at his skyrocketing spirit attribute and revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. Immediately after, he allocated all the remaining free attribute points to spirit. Spirit 15161641. Meanwhile, the damage of the Heaven and Earth Seal has increased again. Heaven and Earth Seal, desolate. Condenses magical power to form a large seal, dealing at least 12,600,000 points of true damage to enemies within a 40,000 meter range, consuming 15 points of mana. Cooldown time 1s to upgrade the Heaven and Earth seal again. 1 million skill points are needed. Songchen looked at his mere 190,000 skill points and silently shook his head. However, he now earned 5 skill points per second. By the end of the day, that would amount to over 430,000 skill points. A million skill points isn't too much after all. In 3 days, he could reach that. By then, upgrading wouldn't be too late. Songchen wasn't in a hurry. His current damage was already sufficient. It was more cost-effective to use the current skill points to enhance the remaining minor skills. Moreover, Songchen still had 2 profession-specific skill books in hand. He hadn't used them before, specifically to use after he changed his class to the All-Magic Celestial Master. Without further delay, Songchen took out the 2 skill books that Ishin had given him earlier. Now, aside from the appraisal skill, he had almost maxed out every skill to the Celestial tier. Overall, unifying these skills to the Celestial tier offered the best value. To upgrade the forbidden spell Heaven and Earth seal further, at least 1 million skill points were required. After the upgrade, the range and damage would indeed increase. However, in the current secret realm, the highest level practitioners that could be accommodated were only level 50. A level 50 practitioner, even with full points in Constitution and Defense, would have a maximum health of just over 1 million. Meanwhile, the current damage of the Heaven and Earth seal was a whopping 12 million. This didn't even account for subsequent critical damage. Even if the final boss of this world came, it would probably be unable to withstand his strike. Or rather, even if the boss's health exceeded 10 million, for Songchen it would just mean using a few more skills. Therefore, developing new skills and adding points to new skills was the most correct way to use skill points. Songchen turned his gaze to the profession-specific skill book in his hand and activated it with his mental power. Would you like to open the profession-specific skill book? Yes. Songchen opened it without hesitation. You have obtained the hidden profession All-Magic Celestial Master exclusive skill Thunder Summoning. You have obtained the hidden profession All-Magic Celestial Master exclusive skill Strength Spell Seal Thunder Summoning. Summons a lightning strike covering a 1 meter area in front, dealing 10,000 true damage, consuming 15 points of mana. Cooldown time 1 minute. Strength Spell Seal, a single target skill that releases the strength spell seal on a single target, increasing its strength by 200%. Consumes 15 points of mana. Cooldown time 1 minute. Thunder Magic? Not bad. Songchen was quite satisfied with the 2 new skills. Thunder Summoning, as a new means of attack, was very fitting for his profession. Additionally, the Strength Spell seal somewhat compensated for his shortcomings. Even if he had to engage in close combat, he wouldn't fear it at all. Looking at the over 190,000 skill points he had accumulated, Songchen didn't hesitate to invest them all into these 2 newly acquired skills. Consumed 71,050 skill points. Thunder Summoning. Yellow Tier 1 Sun God Thunder. Celestial Tier 1 Sun God Thunder. Celestial Tier 1 summons a Sun God Thunder covering a 600 meter area in front, dealing 3 million true damage, consuming 15 points of mana. Cooldown time 1.5 s. Consumes 71,050 skill points. Strength Spell Seal. Yellow Tier 1 Celestial Spell. Celestial Tier 1 Celestial Spell. Celestial Tier 1 a single target skill that releases the celestial spell on a single target, increasing its strength, defense, and constitution attributes by 1000%. Duration 600s. Consumes 15 points of mana. Cooldown time 1.5 s. Looking at the descriptions of the skills after their enhancement, Songchen was very satisfied. The Celestial Tier 1 Sun God Thunder had an attack range of 600 meters and dealt 3 million damage. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the forbidden spell Heaven and Earth seal. However, this type of thunder magic skill often had remarkable effects in bizarre secret realms. So Songchen decided to treat it as his second main skill. He also prepared to elevate it to a forbidden spell. As for the divine spell, a 1000% enhancement to the 3 attributes means that his physique, defense, and strength would all be multiplied by 100 times. Coupled with the speed ring, it could be said that he would have no weaknesses left, even without using skills in close combat. With nearly 76,000 in strength attributes, even a level 100 warrior would have to kneel before him. In terms of damage, no other practitioners could match Songchen. In close combat, no other practitioners could match Songchen either. In terms of speed, no other practitioners could surpass Songchen. Just ask if he's impressive. 3 days later, Songchen rarely took a few days off. During this time, he didn't idle around. His skill points had already surpassed 1 million. It was time to upgrade the Heaven and Earth seal. Cost 1 million skill points. Heaven and Earth Seal. Desolate. Heaven and Earth Seal. Flood. Heaven and Earth Seal. Flood condenses mana to form a large seal, dealing at least 126 million points of true damage to enemies within a range of 400,000 meters, consuming 15 mana points. Cooldown time 1s. Goodness! Songchen exclaimed in surprise. A range of 400 kilometers and over 100 million in true damage. The flood level Heaven and Earth Seal was indeed terrifying. With this, let alone world bosses, he could destroy this small thousand world if he wanted. Looking at the damage of the heaven and earth seal, Song Chen suddenly felt a bit restless. If it weren't for the fact that all the demons in the Great Qian realm had been killed by him, he would have gone to plow through them again. However, just because there were no demons left in the Great Qian doesn't mean there are none outside of it. For example, that 1,000-demon cave, just hearing the name, one knows there are many demons inside. He was still marked by that bull demon king after all. After all, he had casually taken care of the guy's son. Thus, it was just right to pay a visit and let them reunite. While he was pondering, a sudden knock came from outside the door. Immortal, Zhao Inspector asks you to come over. Okay, Song Chen replied and got up to open the door. It seemed they had already received the intelligence sent back from various states. It was time for him to go out again. The lieutenant from the demon slaying division was waiting nearby, and upon seeing Song Chen come out, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Song Chen was dressed in a purple gold Taoist robe with the cuffs edged in gold thread. On both sides of the robe were embroidered vivid dragon and tiger patterns, intertwining and spiraling around each other. Coupled with Song Chen's extraordinary appearance, he truly looked handsome and noble beyond words. Song Chen paid no mind to the lieutenant and walked straight towards the demon-slaying division's office. The lieutenant came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. Upon entering the main hall of the office, Song Chen looked up and noticed that besides Zhao Chuan, Yuan and Yen Hong, there was also a middle-aged man in a blue shirt. The middle-aged man was currently staring at him with an eager gaze, as if he had discovered some rare gem, full of admiration and excitement. Upon seeing Song Chen arrive, Zhao Chuan Yuan quickly stood up and introduced, "This is one of the 5 temple keepers of the martial temple, Wu Ming." Hearing this, Song Chen nodded at Wu Ming. The latter chuckled and said, "This is young friend Song Chen. Meeting you today, you truly are different from us mortals. I wonder if you have any interest in joining the martial temple. What are the benefits of joining the martial temple?" Song Chen appeared quite calm. The martial temple held no allure for him. After all, he would eventually leave this world. Wu Ming still wore a smile and was not angry. "If you join my martial temple, anything that exists within the Great Qian you can obtain without any cost." "Then forget it." Song Chen shook his head in refusal. Wu Ming's expression froze for a moment, then he lightly coughed and said, "There are countless people in the Great Qian who wish to become disciples of my martial temple. When the time comes, what resources will you not be able to obtain? I suggest you think it over carefully." Song Chen shook his head. "What I want, your martial temple doesn't have." Wu Ming was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Our Great Qian is one of the 3 top forces here. What could possibly be something our martial temple doesn't have?" "Monsters." "What? Monsters? Monsters? I must have misheard." Wu Ming almost choked. "Yes, what I've always wanted is just one thing, and that is monsters. The more the better," Song Chen said without hesitation. Wu Ming stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought Song Chen would need some rare treasure that comes once in a millennium. But unexpectedly, what he wanted was monsters. He really couldn't understand what Song Chen meant. Zhao Chuan Yuan also looked bewildered. Remembering what Song Chen had said earlier about being very interested in slaying demons and monsters, he suddenly felt a bit relieved. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and ordinary people like them. As for rare treasures and precious resources, Song Chen probably didn't need them at all. He only needed one thing: monsters. Monsters that could satisfy his interests. However, there were no monsters left in the Great Qian territory now. The reason? Of course, it was due to Song Chen's actions. That's why he refused to join the martial temple. Wu Ming then looked at Zhao Chuan Yuan, hoping he could explain the situation to him. The latter leaned closer and whispered, "Wu Temple Master, I can actually understand Song Chen's request because his interest lies in slaying demons and monsters." Wu Ming was taken aback. What kind of interest is that? How could anyone have such a hobby? Besides, with so many monsters around, can you even kill them? Wu Ming coughed a few times and earnestly advised, "Song Chen, if you really love slaying demons and monsters, this place is full of them. I can tell you about some monster gathering places outside of Great Qian." Song Chen then asked, "Are there any big monsters?" Wu Ming replied, "There probably aren't any big monsters, but there are quite a few small ones." Upon hearing this, Song Chen cupped his hands. "In that case, I take my leave." After saying that, he was about to walk outside. What a joke. No monsters. Why would he stay here? Isn't that just wasting time? Hey, don't go. This matter is negotiable. I know where there are big monsters, and there are many." Wu Ming quickly called out to stop Song Chen. A genius like him cannot be let go so easily. If he really leaves, it would be a loss for all of Great Qian. "Oh, I would like to hear more." Song Chen stopped in his tracks, a slight smile on his lips. Wu Ming pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "The 1,000-monster cave. Every monster living there is a big one." "Where is it?" Song Chen asked directly. "Let me tell you, every big monster there is not weaker than the golden body cultivators we have in our martial temple. Your current strength is still too weak to go. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving." After saying that, Song Chen was about to step towards the door again. Wu Ming was a bit anxious. Okay, I'll tell you. The location of the Thousand Monster Cave is precisely where the Immortal Sect ruins are. Upon hearing this, Song Chen became interested. What is the Immortal Sect ruins? Wu Ming explained, you probably don't know, but the area we are in is collectively called the Immortal Sect, and the Immortal Sect ruins are in the far south. There are many immortal caves there, and the cultivation method of our great Qians, incense and wish power comes from there. However, it is occupied by big monsters, which is what I mean by the Thousand Monster Cave. Song Chen nodded. Listening to him, he began to understand why the hidden mission was called the Immortal Sect Secret. It seemed that to uncover this secret he would have to make a trip to the Thousand Monster Cave. Not only to complete the hidden mission, but he was also quite tempted by the big monsters inside. After all, they were all walking experience packs. Alright, give me the map, I'll go take a look. Song Chen's Heaven and Earth seal had already been elevated to the Hong level. His initial damage was a staggering 21 million. Adding to that is a 100% spell critical hit. I asked, which of the demons in the Thousand Demon Cave can withstand my strike? Wu Ming felt somewhat helpless. You still don't understand the terror of the demons inside. Do you know why our great Qian has fallen to this state? Of the 13 Arhats, only the old ancestor still has a breath left, the others have all perished. This is all thanks to the Thousand Demon Cave. Upon hearing this, Song Chen's curiosity was piqued. If the Thousand Demon Cave is so formidable, how has Great Qian managed to exist for so long? After all, with all 13 top-tier combatants gone, logically, Great Qian should have perished long ago. What about the other two forces? Are they just going to stand by and watch? Song Chen asked. Wu Ming sighed. If it weren't for Qinglu Mountain, our Great Qian probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. As for Jinyang Cave, there's nothing good to say about it. Song Chen began to understand. In other words, the strength of Qinglu Mountain is the only force within this immortal sect that can contend with the Thousand Demon Cave. It is akin to nuclear deterrence. This is what keeps those major demons from acting recklessly. As for Jinyang Cave, from Wu Ming's tone, he seemed quite dissatisfied. Song Chen wasn't concerned about the relationships between these three major forces. What he cared about was whether he could kill demons and gain experience. Alright, since that's the case, I'll just take a trip to the Thousand Demon Cave and wipe them out. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Wu Ming smiled bitterly. If the Thousand Demon Cave were that easy to destroy, Great Qian wouldn't be in its current predicament. It can only be said that the young are still too impulsive. He had been the same way back then, relying on his outstanding talent and looking down on everyone. It was only after suffering a loss that he realized there are always people better than you and skies beyond the skies. His talent was simply not enough. I can give you the map, but there's a condition. You must join my martial temple. Wu Ming said. Song Chen readily agreed. As long as he got the map, everything else was negotiable. He then followed Wu Ming out of the yamen and headed to the martial temple. After becoming an official disciple of the martial temple, Wu Ming took out the map and handed him a golden wolf jade talisman. Song Chen was puzzled. Wu Ming then explained, you will clear out all the demons within Great Qian. Such a merit is enough for you to become an inspector of the demon slaying division. Moreover, the current inspector has been away for a long time, and the acting inspector is just an ordinary person. After thinking it over, the only one who can serve as the inspector of the demon slaying division now is you. Song Chen nodded, accepting the golden wolf jade talisman and wearing it. Golden wolf jade talisman, symbol of the inspector of the demon slaying division, protected by the luck of Great Qian attributes. All attributes plus 50, not bad, better than nothing. Song Chen commented as he looked at the description of the golden wolf jade talisman. He then carefully examined the map. Suddenly, a panel appeared before him. The location of the Thousand Demon Cave was marked in red. With the map in hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Song Chen's face. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. Just as he was about to leave the martial temple and head to the Thousand Demon Cave, a refined middle-aged man walked in from outside the temple, his face full of arrogance. Wu Miaozhu, long time no see. I'm here to inform you of something. Your Great Qian has lost 2 more masters. My condolences. Additionally, my main purpose for coming here is to find someone. Upon seeing this person arrive, Wu Ming's expression suddenly darkened. When he heard that Great Qian had lost 2 more masters, veins popped out on his forehead. The Great Qian masters dispatched by Jinyang Cave to search for resources had died just like that, without any clarity. Yet this person wore a nonchalant expression, as if the Great Qian masters were just stray dogs on the street. That was what angered him the most. However, at this moment, Wu Ming could not show any signs of anger, fearing that he might provoke this person from Jinyang Cave. Otherwise, the situation of their Great Qian masters outside would become even more difficult. He could only bury this frustration deep in his heart. What brings you, true monarch Chang, to our Great Qian martial temple? Wu Ming said, suppressing his anger. Chang Wen wore a faint smile, glancing sideways at Wu Ming. Then he chuckled and said, you know, my Jinyang Cave has always had a good relationship with the Qingqiu Fox clan. A day ago, an elder from Qingqiu sent a letter saying that one of his disciples died mysteriously in the Great Qian territory, so he asked me to seek an explanation. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming replied in confusion, just because a Qingqiu fox died in our Great Qian territory, does that mean we can be assumed to be the killers? Changwon said, don't be anxious, Wu Temple Master. I'm just inquiring on behalf of my friend. After all, the one who died was his most cherished disciple. I hope you can understand his urgency in finding the murderer. Wu Ming snorted. Our Great Qian can't even deal with the rampant great demons within our borders. How could we possibly stir up trouble by killing those Qingqiu foxes? Changwon sized up Wu Ming, confirming that he didn't seem to be lying. However, this matter couldn't just be brushed aside. After all, the deceased was not a minor character but the most beloved disciple of that Qingqiu elder. And coincidentally, he died in the Great Qian territory. So, Great Qian must bear some responsibility. I don't care whether you truly don't know or are deliberately concealing the truth. In any case, that fox died here, and you must take responsibility, Changwon said firmly. Wu Ming glared angrily. You. Changwon coldly snorted. Otherwise, if Qingqiu insists on causing you trouble, I can't help you. Wu Ming's expression darkened further. At that moment, Songchen spoke up casually. What place is Qingqiu? As soon as he said this, it immediately drew the attention of both men. Wu Ming had originally wanted to brush this matter aside. After all, he truly didn't know who killed that fox. But as soon as Song Chen spoke, a thought flashed through Wu Ming's mind. 3 days ago, it was the day Song Chen went to the 4 states to slay demons, and the death of that Qingqiu fox seemed to have occurred a few days ago as well. Could it be? At this thought, he was startled and quickly said, "Alright, Song Chen, this is none of your business, hurry and leave." Saying this, he attempted to pull Song Chen out of the martial temple. Upon seeing this, Changwon immediately became alert. Something was off. This young man was very unfamiliar to him. He was certain he had never seen this person before. And now, as he came here to find the murderer, Wu Ming was instead urging this young man to leave. There must be something fishy about this. Changwon immediately reached out to stop him, saying, "Wu Temple Master, you haven't introduced me to this young man yet." Wu Ming ignored him, insisting that Song Chen leave. Changwon sneered and blocked the entrance of the martial temple. What? Feeling guilty? Could it be that this young man is the murderer? And you Great Qian are clearly trying to protect him. Wu Ming's expression darkened further. This is my newly accepted disciple at the martial temple, not the murderer of the Qingqiu Fox clan. I asked true monarch Chang not to make baseless assumptions. Whether that's true or not will be known with a test. Changwon then took out a compass from his pocket. This compass was given to him by the elder of Qingqiu. It contained a trace of causal power and was the elder's most prized artifact. Each of his disciples had left a trace of their aura within it. If the murderer of their Qingqiu Fox clan was nearby, activating the compass would immediately provide a direction to reveal the culprit. Without any hesitation, Changwon infused it with spiritual power and activated the compass. Soon, the needle began to slowly rotate. In no time, it stopped, pointing directly at Song Chen's position. Changwon changed his position and activated the compass again. At this moment, the needle still pointed at Song Chen. Seeing this, Changwon sneered, "Wu Ming, do you have anything else to say?" Wu Ming's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Changwon to have such a method, but at this point, it was useless to say anything. Since Song Chen had already been exposed, he could only go all out with Changwon. He absolutely could not let this genius fall into their hands, because he was the hope of their De Qian's resurgence. Let me tell you, Changwon, calling you true monarch is giving you face. If you insist on going down with me today, then I will accompany you to the end. With that, Wu Ming walked over to a golden statue of a Luohan and sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the previously closed eyes of the Luohan statue behind him snapped open, staring intently at Changwon. Changwon's expression changed and he took a step back. If it came to a contest of strength, he indeed was not a match for this old temple keeper. If a fight broke out, he would definitely suffer losses. You really going to oppose me, Jin Yang Cave and Qin Xiu, just for this young man? Changwon said, his tone fierce but his heart trembling. However, Wu Ming remained silent. The Luohan statue behind him suddenly jumped down from the high platform with a loud bang, its towering figure combined with its fierce beast head exuding an overwhelming pressure. He raised his arm, pointing a finger just 2 inches above Changwon's head. The meaning was unmistakable. If you dare to take Song Chen away, I will fight you to the death. Changwon immediately backed down, pointing at Wu Ming and saying, all right, you De Qian are truly something. If Qing Qiu comes to hold you accountable later, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, he turned and walked outside. Fighting with a madman like this would only lead to his own loss. He would just report this matter to the elders of Qing Qiu later. Currently, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of Qing Qiu were on the verge of a breakthrough. I wonder how long De Qian could remain so tough. Wait. Hearing this, Changwon turned back to look at Song Chen. That fox was indeed killed by me without much thought. I didn't expect it to belong to Qing Qiu. I truly didn't consider it carefully. How about this? I will go with you to Qing Qiu. Song Chen said. What? Changwon was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Song Chen would say that. De Chen had already protected him, yet he was still rushing to his own death. What kind of reasoning was this? Had he become foolish from cultivation? Wu Ming, sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Song Chen, do you know what you're saying? That's Qing Xiu, the demon force second only to our De Qian. Second only to De Qian's demon force? Fine, let's go to the 1000 Demon Cave first. It's just the right time to visit Qing Xiu. Song Chen's eyes lit up somewhat unexpectedly. Changwon sneered. Wu Ming, did you hear that? He wants to go with me. Enough, stop dawdling, lead the way. Song Chen ignored the stunned Wu Ming and had already walked out of the martial temple. Changwon followed behind him, smiling. Young man, you better think carefully. Once you leave this martial temple, no one will be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Song Chen simply looked at him calmly. Then he glanced at his own skills. With a real damage of 120 million from the Heaven and Earth Seal, who exactly needed protection? No, you can't go with him. Although Wu Ming knew that Song Chen was very strong and could clear out all the demons within De Qian, the Fox clan of Qing Xiu was different. They were best at crafting all sorts of strange devices, and Qing Xiu was their stronghold. No matter how strong Song Chen was, if he went to their territory, he would likely face great danger. Not to mention that the Grand Elder of Qing Xiu was on the verge of a breakthrough. If he succeeded, with De Qian's current strength, they would not be able to contend with him at all. Song Chen's arrival was their only hope for De Qian's rise. They absolutely could not let him take even the slightest risk. Wu Ming's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. But he still tightly closed his eyes, desperately controlling the Luohan statue in front of him, blocking Changwen's path. Wu Ming, do you really think I have no temper? Are you truly going to oppose me, Jinyang Cave? Changwen's face suddenly darkened. Wu Ming's mouth twitched, his face filled with helplessness, but the Arhat golden body he manipulated did not move an inch. Changwen was thoroughly enraged at this moment. His repeated forbearance was not to make things too ugly. But this Wu Ming truly did not know what was good for him. Did he really think he had no temper? Suddenly, electric sparks entwined around Changwen's right hand, and then the electric light continued to multiply and intertwine, until his entire right hand transformed into a deep blue, as if it were composed entirely of lightning. Then, he slapped towards the Arhat golden body in front of him. However, just at that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him, casually grasping his outstretched right hand. A palm that could shatter mountains and crack stones was easily caught by this person. Changwon had no time to be surprised when he heard a series of painful cracking sounds. His right wrist was abruptly broken, the deep blue electric light instantly dissipating, and his entire right hand returned to its original state. Ah! Changwon let out a scream, instinctively reaching out with his left hand to retaliate. But Song Chen did not give him that opportunity. He reached out and covered Changwen's head, directly pressing him down to the ground. Bang! Changwen's face hit the ground, and his high nose bridge was instantly broken. He felt a sharp pain in his nose, followed by intense agony and a strong ringing in his ears. Blood gushed from his nostrils, and several of his teeth were shattered. Jinyang Cave claims to be a sect, and I thought its disciples were formidable, but is this all? You dare to call yourself a true lord? Song Chen said, pressing down on Changwon with one hand, sounding somewhat disappointed. You, cough, let me go, otherwise Jinyang Cave won't let you off. Changwen's eyes were filled with resentment as he stubbornly said. Wu Ming looked at Changwon, who was easily pinned to the ground, and silently manipulated the Arhat golden body to retract the Vajra pestle he had been holding. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Didn't Yan Hong say that Song Chen was best at Dao techniques? But what was going on here? Could it be that he also practiced body refinement? Don't worry, you still have some use. If you honestly take me to Qingqiu, I might consider sparing your life, Song Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Changwon felt utterly frustrated and wanted to spit blood. I didn't say I wouldn't take you there. It was Wu Ming who insisted on stopping me. If it weren't for that guy Wu Ming, he would have already taken Song Chen to Qingqiu. Along the way, he could have also gained the favor of the elder from Qingqiu. Now, not only had he not taken him there, but he had also received a beating first. Who was he supposed to complain to about this? It does seem that way. Song Chen nodded, then looked at Wu Ming, who was sitting nearby. Can I go to Qingqiu now? Wu Ming sighed. Fine, you can go. In the previous battle, Song Chen had almost instantly pinned down Changwon, whose strength was only slightly below his, and beat him up. This was enough to demonstrate his strength. Moreover, not only in Dao techniques, but Song Chen also seemed to have practiced body refinement quite deeply. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to withstand Changwen's attack solely with his physical body. Since that was the case, Wu Ming saw no need to stop him. Besides, Qingqiu was at least safer than the 1000 Demon Cave. Since that's the case, let's go. Song Chen lifted Changwon and turned to walk outside the martial temple. It must be said that the divine spell elevated to the heavenly level was indeed impressive. 100-fold attribute increase combined with the high agility attributes and speed bonuses provided by the Swift Law Ring. At this moment he was filled with an inexplicable sense of power. Even if a level 100 dragon stood before him, he was confident he could take it down with his bare hands. Let alone this Changwon. If it weren't for Song Chen deliberately holding back half of his strength, that blow would have been enough to split his head open. Then, the two of them rode the Pangbird beast to Qingxiu. The Pangbird beast that Changwon had tamed was much faster than those exotic demon horses, but it was far more impressive than running back and forth himself. The riding experience was also very comfortable. With Song Chen by his side, Changwon naturally didn't dare to entertain any crooked thoughts. He obediently led him into the territory of Qingxiu. This place was located in the desert, and as far as the eye could see, there were only rolling sand dunes. There was no sign of any demon clan at all. Song Chen looked at Changwon in confusion. The latter hurriedly explained, "What you see are all illusions set up by those foxes. The real Qingxiu is still inside. I'll take you in right now." Although Changwon knew he couldn't handle Song Chen, the elders of Qingxiu were not easy to deal with. With Song Chen being so arrogant, he was bound to die here. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Changwon's mouth. Then he felt a strong force hit the back of his head, nearly knocking him out. I see your mount is quite good. Let me borrow it for a few days, and I'll return it to you later," Song Chen said immediately. Changwon lowered his head, secretly gritting his teeth filled with hatred. But in the end, he still raised his head, forcing a smile on his face. "It's just a mount. Since the senior wants it, take it." He took out the bone flute that could control the Pangbird demon beast and handed it to Song Chen. Then let's go." Song Chen took the bone flute and gave Changwon a half smile. The latter felt a chill run down his spine and stumbled a bit as he walked. The two of them walked along the yellow sand for a while, and then Changwon took out a green token engraved with the words Qingxiu. Suddenly, the scene before them began to change. The endless yellow sand disappeared, replaced by a lush green valley. From the foot of the mountain to the top, thatched cottages could be faintly seen everywhere. In front of them, two Fox clan guards were watching them with vigilant expressions. Seeing this, Changwon cleared his throat and shouted at the two guards, "Where is your Qingxiu's by Huzi elder? I am Chang Jinjuan from Jinyan Cave, and I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Hurry up and report." One guard, upon hearing this, immediately ran into the valley. At the same time, a long-lost task prompt appeared before Song Chen. "You have triggered a hidden task. The rise of Qingxiu task description. The Great Qian is declining. Qingxiu should take its place and become the third top power in this area. Task requirements. Help Qingxiu settle in the Great Qian Weizhou and use this place as a base to gradually plan rewards. Experience plus 300,000. Level 40 red top equipment. Do you accept the task? The rise of Qingxiu?" Song Chen looked at the task panel's description, and his expression suddenly became strange. It seemed that these Qingxiu foxes had quite grand ambitions, relying on the fact that the Great Qian's high-end combat power was dwindling. They had a few elders on the verge of breaking through, so they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, it seemed that the relationship between Qingxiu and Jinyan Cave was quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Changwon to find someone in the Great Qian. As for this task, Song Chen had no intention of accepting it at all. Without him, perhaps Qingxiu could indeed rise for a while. However, since he was here, Qingxiu shouldn't think about rising, it should just bury itself. Just as he was about to refuse the task, the sky above suddenly darkened, and a massive creature over 100 feet long burst out from the depths of the valley. It landed in front of Song Chen and the others. It was a completely snow-white fox, but its size was more than 100 times larger than an ordinary fox. Behind it were 5 fluffy tails, standing like 5 towering trees. At this moment, its pair of pink eyes was fixed intently on Song Chen. Seeing this, Changwon's mouth curled into a cold smile. Long before coming to Qingxiu, he had used special means to contact the Baihuzi elder of Qingxiu, informing him that the one who killed his beloved disciple was this Song Chen. So after entering here, he didn't reveal Song Chen's identity on the surface. In reality, this Baihuzi elder had been waiting for a long time. "Human brat, you are the one who killed my most beloved disciple, and now you dare to swagger in front of me, truly thinking I wouldn't dare to kill you? Do you really think those useless fools in the Great Qian Martial Temple can protect you?" The white fox spoke human words, its fierce demeanor evident. The meaning was clear: no one could save Song Chen today. However, Song Chen's expression remained calm. Just then, the mission panel unexpectedly changed. Detected hostility from Elder Baihuzi of Qingxiu. The mission will be altered. Would you like to change it? Song Chen curiously nodded. Mission has been changed. You have triggered a hidden mission. The decline of Qingxiu. Mission description. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Great Qian remains the third largest top power in this area, and Qingxiu's schemes are destined to be in vain. Mission requirements. Time limit of 1 month. Prevent the Qingxiu Fox clan from settling in Weizhou. Preserve the foundation of Great Qian. Mission rewards. Experience plus 400,000. Level 40 golden equipment. Qingxiu creation. Mythical equipment forging book. Do you accept the mission? After reading the mission rewards, Song Chen's eyes lit up. not to mention the 400,000 experience and the golden legendary equipment. Just the value of this mythical equipment forging book alone far surpassed the other two items. Just like professions, weapon equipment comes in 6 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. But there is the highest tier, which is mythical equipment. Each piece of this level of equipment is considered a national treasure and is not circulated in the market. This means that each mythical equipment is virtually priceless. The difficulty of obtaining it is also hellishly high. It can only appear in the real secret realm world with an extremely low probability. Therefore, the value of the mythical equipment forging book goes without saying. However, the downside is that possessing a mythical equipment forging book does not guarantee that one will definitely have a piece of mythical equipment. Simply put, using the mythical equipment forging book to forge equipment has a probability of success. Generally speaking, the success rate of such forging books is less than 50%, yet its value has not diminished in the slightest. The moment the rewards were announced, Song Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately accepted the mission. You have accepted the hidden mission, the decline of Qingqiu. Please complete the mission within the specified time limit. Kid, tell me, how do you want to die? The white fox opened its massive mouth, revealing its fangs, and its true form could swallow a mountain whole, let alone this tiny human before it. After accepting the mission, Song Chen finally glanced at it and casually cast an identification spell. Elder of Qingqiu, by Huzi, health 990,000, level 50, strength 1550, agility 2100, spirit 2600, constitution 3000. Defense 1520, skills frenzied soundwave, earthquake, confusing smoke, not to mention the heavenly seal. This level 50 by Huzi couldn't even withstand his own solar divine thunder. 3 million true damage plus critical hits. At this moment, Song Chen looked at the white fox as if it were an ant. Sensing his contemptuous gaze, Bai Huzi instantly flew into a rage. Its cavernous nostrils suddenly spewed out 2 streams of pink smoke rushing towards Song Chen. Chang Wen silently stepped aside. He had witnessed this technique of Bai Huzi. Even he would go mad if he inhaled even a little of that pink smoke. If he inhaled too much, he would die on the spot. It was truly Bai Huzi's most powerful technique. However, Song Chen was only slightly surprised. He immediately unleashed his newly learned skill, Solar Divine Thunder. Waves of purplish-red lightning appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of death and destruction, instantly covering the area in front of Song Chen. The incoming pink smoke disintegrated upon contact, causing no harm to Song Chen whatsoever. Once the purplish-red lightning appeared, everything in its path was ruthlessly destroyed. Bai Huzi's face twisted, it actually sensed the breath of death. In front of these purplish-red lightning bolts, sizzle, 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 the white fox's originally snow-white and soft fur was suddenly split open by the thunder, releasing a strong, acrid smell. After a series of screams, the massive body of the white fox collapsed weakly to the ground. There was not a single intact spot on its body. Or rather, it could be said that it had managed to keep its whole corpse under Song Chen's attack. As an elder of Qingqiu, that was enough to be proud of. Elder White Fox, you. Chang Wen looked at the scene before him, suddenly questioning his life. The combat power of Elder White Fox in Qingqiu was enough to rank among the top 3, yet it had died so hastily. Who exactly was this Song Chen? But before he could figure out why, the purplish-red thunder appeared again, directly engulfing him. Since the goal had been achieved, there was no need to keep this cultivator from Jinyang Cave alive. After all, the relationship between Dakian and Jinyang Cave was not very good. Killing him was the best option to avoid unnecessary trouble. Next, Song Chen glanced at the entire Qingqiu secret realm. It was estimated to be no more than a 500-mile radius. The 800-mile heaven and earth seal was enough to flatten this place. However, before he could make a move, the commotion had already alerted the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qingqiu, who were in seclusion. After a series of sharp howls, 2 white-haired foxes, each at least 200 to 300 feet tall with 6 tails behind them, suddenly rushed out from the depths of the valley. In an instant, the ground shook and the sky darkened. When they saw the body lying on the ground, already unrecognizable, they immediately fell into a rage. Third brother, who are you, and why did you harm my third brother? I will kill you. In the Qingqiu secret realm, in a quaint little courtyard on the mountaintop, several people and a fox were sitting across from each other, drinking heartily. They were chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. Fox brother, rest assured, we have already sent someone to negotiate with the local general in Weizhou. It is a done deal that Qingqiu will settle in Weizhou. One young man in a blue robe said with a smile, raising his cup. The Fox clan leader, wearing a luxurious satin robe and sporting a fox head, squinted his eyes, clearly very excited. This is all thanks to your Wanbao sect. Come, I toast to you. After saying that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Fox brother, there's no need to be so polite. Now that Dakian is at its weakest, your Qingqiu settling in Weizhou will relieve Dakian's urgent crisis. We are merely helping you along. The young man in the blue robe smiled even more broadly. As long as Qingqiu could successfully enter Weizhou and completely take control of it, then his task would essentially be completed in its first phase. The young man in the blue robe was named Bai Hui, a student of the Divine Summer Academy. The remaining few were like him, all professionals who had entered the secret realm to level up and complete tasks. While Dakian was taking on tasks and farming for equipment, they had inadvertently met disciples of the Qingqiu Fox clan who were out in the world, which allowed them to enter Qingqiu and trigger a hidden task. That was to help Qingqiu rise and even replace Dakian, becoming the third top power in this land. When they learned that several elders of Qingqiu were at least level 50 or above, they accepted the task without hesitation. The rewards for hidden tasks were extremely generous, far beyond what ordinary tasks could compare to. Moreover, Qingqiu was skilled in forging weapons and equipment. Being on good terms with Qingqiu would allow them to receive more tasks and have a greater chance of obtaining red or even golden equipment. Therefore, they had been helping the Qingqiu Fox clan enter Weizhou during this time, gradually establishing a foothold and replacing the position of the weapon refining sect in Weizhou. Using Weizhou as a base, they planned to slowly devour the entire Dakian. We believed that as long as this hidden task continued until Qingqiu completely replaced Dakian, the rewards they would receive for completing this task would be substantial. This was a task with great potential. It was worth their time. However, just as they were discussing specific matters with the leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars exploded in their ears, followed by piercing screams. Bai Hui's expression changed abruptly as he looked at the Fox clan leader. To his surprise, the Fox clan leader merely smiled calmly. "It's nothing, that's just our clan elder teaching a fool who dared to harm the Qingqiu Fox clan a lesson. You need not panic." Though he said this, he felt somewhat strange inside. When did the third elder learn thunder magic? Its power was so great that even from this distance he could feel the overwhelming aura of slaughter. So that's it. We were overthinking. Bai Hui cupped his fists slightly and then let out a sigh of relief. But before they could relax for too long, two enormous figures that blocked out the sun charged out from the depths of the valley, one after the other. The sky above darkened instantly, followed by a chilling howl. Once again, Bai Hui and the others sprang to their feet. What is happening? Are those two your Qingqiu's first elder and second elder? As the two six-tailed fox demons passed by, he instinctively used identification magic. He confirmed that each of these fox demons was at least level 55, with one even reaching level 59. Who else in Qingqiu could be at this level besides those two elders? The Fox clan leader also looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened to disturb the first and second elders who were in seclusion. It was only when the two elders spoke in anger that he finally understood. How is it possible? How could the third elder die, especially here in Qingqiu? The Fox clan leader's face was one of disbelief, his fox features nearly contorting in anguish. Bai Hui, upon hearing this, was even more shocked. What did you say? The third elder is dead? Who killed him? They hurriedly chased after the direction the two fox demons had gone. Who could have the power to kill an elder-level fox demon in Qingqiu? That would at least be a demon above level 50. Even their team, all above level 40, would find it difficult to severely injure a level 50 demon, let alone kill it outright. So, they were eager to find out who was responsible. If it was another practitioner like them, they would definitely want to form an alliance. However, before they could reach their destination, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The group stopped in fear, not daring to move an inch. Just as they were at a loss, one person in the team suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look up in the sky." Everyone looked up, their expressions changing. They saw countless golden rays suddenly breaking through the clouds, revealing a corner of what seemed to be an endless, magnificent seal. Thousands of golden dragon energies coiled and roared. Thunder rumbled, and the clouds churned. The sky was now dyed pure gold, even the sun dimmed in comparison. What the hell is this? Boss, could it be that we helped the demons devour Daqian, harming the interests of humanity, and now the heavens are punishing us? Stop talking. Nonsense. Since this hidden mission exists, it means it's recognized by the secret realm. What the hell are we waiting for? Are we just going to stand here and die? Only then did everyone snap back to reality and desperately flee towards the Qingqiu exit. However, compared to the vast, almost boundless seal above them, their escape speed was laughably inadequate. In an instant, the great seal above them came crashing down. Boom! Crack! Within the 800-mile radius of the seal, facing 120 million points of true damage, the two elders of Qingqiu were no different from the little fox demons, fleeing for their lives. They couldn't even put up a moment's resistance before being crushed into meat patties. Killed level 59 boss elder Huang Huzi of Qingqiu, gained experience plus 304500. Killed level 55 second elder He Huzi of Qingqiu, gained experience plus 259840. Killed level 40 patriarch Hushan of the Qingqiu Fox Clan, gained experience plus 103540. Killed level 35 Flower Fox Demon, gained experience plus 50990. Your level has increased to level 41. Hidden Quest. The decline of Qingqiu completed quest completion, 100% quest reward, experience plus 400,000, level 40 golden equipment, Qingqiu creation. Mythical equipment forging book, your level has increased to level 43. BOSS dropped equipment has been automatically picked up, you have obtained a level 50 red top tier equipment, Hunyuan pearl accessory, damn it, there's no way to escape. Bai Hui looked at the golden seal pressing down in an instant and despairingly closed his eyes. However, after a moment he felt no pain at all and was still standing there perfectly fine. Bai Hui then opened his eyes in confusion, and upon seeing that his teammates were all unharmed like him, his eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Why aren't we dead? He turned to look elsewhere. Many little fox demons in Qingqiu, upon seeing the heavenly seal appear, had also fled behind them. But at this moment they had all vanished without a trace, leaving only rows of white numbers behind. Bai Hui focused his gaze and was immediately taken aback. Is this the damage number? The attacker is a professional. The other teammates quickly reacted as well, looking at the rows of white numbers with even more shock on their faces. Duo? 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 100 million. Damn, and it's all real damage. How is that possible? Even a level 100 expert couldn't deal this kind of damage. Damn, and this demon suppression secret realm only allows level 50 professionals to enter. Wait, don't you all realize? We're completely fine. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. But that wasn't the end. As the damage numbers disappeared, the entire Fox clan of Qingqiu also vanished. A message prompt immediately popped up in front of them. Hidden quest, the rise of Qingqiu quest, failed quest. Reward, none. Bai Hui looked at the quest panel in front of him and let out a helpless bitter laugh. The Qingqiu Fox clan was probably all gone now. Naturally, their hidden quest could not be completed, so it was directly deemed a failure. Damn, the quest failed. Boss, what do we do next? A warrior in the team asked. Seriously, we finally encountered a hidden quest and it suddenly failed like this. Is someone targeting us? Damn it, who is that professional? Don't let me find out. Ha, with damage in the hundreds of millions, what can you do if you find out? Humph. Bai Hui helplessly rubbed his forehead. Alright, everyone shut up. We can't afford to mess with that big shot. Although hidden quests are very precious, they could only swallow this bitter loss now. Hundreds of millions in damage, who wouldn't be afraid? Moreover, this person was very likely one of their schoolmates. The Qingqiu territory was so vast, with fox demons all above level 55. In front of them, they couldn't even stir up a ripple. The entire Qingqiu was directly eliminated. Just ask who could achieve that. Even the geniuses from the Super God Academy couldn't do it, right? Bai Hui was very skeptical if this person was really a student of their Xinxia Academy. Forget it, since Qingqiu is gone, let's not linger here. Let's go to Jinyang Cave and Qinglu Mountain and see if we can try our luck, he said weakly. The others nodded, their faces full of bitterness. Looking around, apart from these professionals, there were no living demons left in Qingqiu. They had no choice but to abandon this territory and go in search of other tasks. If luck was on their side, perhaps they could trigger a hidden quest again. A trip to Qingqiu had earned Song Chen hundreds of thousands of experience points, successfully leveling him up to level 43. He even obtained a mythic equipment forging book. The rewards were indeed generous. However, he did not rush to use the mythic equipment forging book. After all, he still had to make a trip to the Thousand Demon Cave. At that time, the equipment drop from the hidden quest and the boss might be even better, so he certainly couldn't rush to upgrade his existing equipment. Song Chen then walked out of the Qingqiu territory. He rode the Pang bird borrowed from Changwon and flew southward. The southernmost part of Daqian was adjacent to a vast wasteland, a place rarely visited by people, and even demons were seldom seen. Crossing this wasteland, one could see a small town called Xuanxian Town. It was a gathering place for some people from the martial world and disciples of various sections. As for their purpose for gathering there, it was all for one reason: the ruins of the immortal sect, located 100 miles away from the town. Within the ruins, there were numerous immortal caves. Entering them could lead to the acquisition of precious resources or techniques. Thus, countless people flocked there. However, these treasures were not easily obtainable. Those immortal caves often had formations and restrictions which were not easy to break. If luck was bad, one could even get trapped inside. Moreover, at the center of the immortal sect ruins were the demons from the Thousand Demon Cave. If there was too much commotion, it could easily attract their attention, leading to unfortunate death and becoming food for the demons. Riding the Pang bird, Song Chen quickly arrived at Xuanxian Town. The townspeople came and went, and they were already accustomed to seeing someone arrive on a demon beast. Song Chen then sent the Pang bird away, letting it find food on its own. After all, he could call it back later with a bone flute. He walked into the town, preparing to gather some information about the immortal sect ruins. It would be best to find a map or something to avoid wasting time searching for the Thousand Demon Cave. Just then, a group of people approached him. The leader was a middle-aged man with an air of immortality, his expression haughty, exuding a sharp aura. As he passed, people hurriedly moved to the sides of the long street. Following him were two young men dressed in the same formal robes, their expressions also filled with arrogance. Behind them were a total of 7 guards dressed in black robes. At first, Song Chen did not pay much attention, until he noticed that the black robes worn by those guards looked very familiar. After a moment, he squinted his eyes. Those 7 people in black robes were not guards at all, but rather some of the most renowned masters of Dakian. The leading man also had a golden wolf jade talisman hanging from his waist, identical to the one Wu Ming had given him back then. Since they were masters of Dakian, Song Chen began to understand where the 3 people at the front were from. They were cultivators from Jinyang Cave. The person at the front seemed to hold a significant position. However, Song Chen did not intend to meddle in their affairs. After all, his purpose here was to go to the Thousand Demon Cave, and he couldn't waste time on these trivial matters. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the young cultivator from Jinyang Cave directly called out, "Hey, you! Stop right there!" Upon hearing this, Song Chen remained unmoved. He continued to walk forward, pretending he hadn't heard. To his surprise, the young cultivator was still relentless, quickly walking up to Song Chen and blocking his way. A person from Dakian, what, trying to run? He glanced at the golden wolf jade talisman at Song Chen's waist and chuckled. Song Chen's expression tightened, realizing that the talisman had exposed his identity. However, his face showed no change. With just this little manpower from Jinyang Cave, they weren't even enough to fill his teeth. Moreover, these people couldn't provide him with experience points, so Song Chen had no interest in taking action. Of course, this was under the condition that the people from Jinyang Cave weren't looking for trouble. The Great Qian, Demon Slaying Division's inspector. "Song Chen, why are you stopping me?" Song Chen said calmly. The young man was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. When did the Great Qian produce a new inspector and he looked so young? Could it be that he rose to power through connections? It seems the Great Qian is indeed desperate in throwing anyone into the position of inspector. Don't you think so, Li Yan? The young cultivator turned around, mockingly looking at the middle-aged man at the forefront, who also had a golden wolf jade talisman hanging from his waist. Li Yan glanced at Song Chen, feeling somewhat surprised. However, he did not show it on his face. Although he had never seen this person before and did not know his specific strength, since he had the golden wolf jade talisman given by the martial temple, he must be exceptionally talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the eye of those old stubborn ones. Regardless, he couldn't let this person accompany them into danger. Even though he disagreed with the people from the martial temple, as long as it involved matters of the Great Qian, they wouldn't engage in infighting. The Great Qian only has one official inspector, and I don't know this young man in front of me. That golden wolf jade talisman might very well be a counterfeit, Li Yan said coldly. The young cultivator looked Song Chen up and down, then said, "A forgery? I don't think so." At that moment, the middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor finally spoke. "Since he is from the Great Qian, perfect. Join the team." Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression changed immediately. He stepped forward and said, "Xingfeng Jinjuan, no. This person might just be a fraud. Our Great Qian cannot allow such a young man to serve as an inspector." The middle-aged man, called Xingfeng Jinjuan, glanced at him indifferently. Li Yan immediately felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him, making him feel as if he were being pricked by needles all over. Yet, even so, he gritted his teeth and said, "This might just be a misunderstanding. What battle strength can a fraud have? I think we should focus on the main issue and not waste time." Li Yan, you're feeling guilty? Or are you tired of being a dog for the Great Qian, not even listening to your master's words? The young cultivator openly mocked. "You?" The masters of the Great Qian clenched their fists, glaring fiercely at the young cultivator who had just spoken. The young cultivator snorted coldly. "What, do you want to rebel? Enough, don't forget the purpose of our trip," Li Yan said darkly to his subordinates. Seeing this, the young cultivator became even more arrogant. Then, he looked at Xingfeng Jinjuan with a hint of flattery. "Elderly, what about this person?" Li Qingfeng nodded. "See, it doesn't matter if you're the Great Qian's inspector, as long as you're from the Great Qian, you are under our command. Hurry up. Join the team," the young cultivator shouted at Song Chen. Song Chen glanced indifferently at the man and then asked, "Where to?" "Wherever we tell you." "To go? Why ask so much?" the young cultivator replied impatiently. The group set off again, heading towards outside the town. Li Yan sighed, looking at Song Chen with a sense of helplessness, then signaled him to follow with his eyes. Being recognized by the martial temple at such a young age to become the new inspector of the Great Qian, Li Yan believed this young man must be exceptionally gifted. But his character still needed refinement. He was too reckless. Now, he had encountered the cultivators from Jinyang Cave and was forcibly conscripted. What are those old stubborn ones in the martial temple doing? Instead of secretly training such a young inspector, they let him roam around. It's infuriating. Li Yan cursed inwardly. Song Chen looked in the direction the team was leaving, determining that they were likely heading towards the ruins of the Immortal Sect, which coincidentally aligned with his own goal. Since that was the case, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he chose to follow behind Li Yan. These people had entered and exited the ruins of the Immortal sect multiple times, so they must be quite familiar with the interior. Following them could save him some time. Along the way, through a conversation with Li Yan, he learned the destination of this operation, a newly discovered immortal cave. It was a fragment of a map that Li Qingfeng had accidentally obtained, which marked the location of the immortal cave. It was quite hidden and had never been discovered before. Now, they were heading there to search for any resources that might exist inside. An hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the immortal cave. Seeing everyone stop, Songchen looked up, but did not find any signs of a cave or ruins. This place was just a desolate plain. Where could there be an immortal cave? As if sensing the confusion in Songchen's eyes, Li Yan explained, immortal caves are often concealed by formations or are simply built within a small secret realm. Unless the formation is unraveled or the entrance to the secret realm is opened, no one can enter. Songchen nodded. After a moment, Li Qingfeng used his technique to open a natural gap in the secret realm. An entrance formed by a black vortex appeared before everyone. Li Qingfeng then looked at Li Yan and the others. The latter sighed, I'll go in first. If everything is fine, you can follow. He then stepped forward and immediately walked inside. Seeing that nothing unexpected happened, the two young cultivators from Jinyang Cave smiled. One stayed behind to guard the entrance while the other followed Li Qingfeng inside. Song Chen was the last to enter, curious about what this so-called immortal cave was really like. The moment he stepped into the black vortex, a task prompt suddenly appeared before him. You have entered the ruins of the Immortal Sect. Hidden task, Secrets of the Immortal Sect. Stage 3 is about to begin. Do you want to start? Without hesitation, Song Chen nodded. Hidden task, Secrets of the Immortal Sect. Stage 3, Thousand Demon Cave. Task description. Why do those great demons occupy the central position of the Immortal Sect ruins, enjoying the richest resources inside? What kind of secrets are hidden there? Task requirements. Infiltrate the Thousand Demon Cave and explore its deepest secrets. Song Chen glanced at the task description and requirements, then accepted the hidden task again. As for the infiltration of the Thousand Demon Cave mentioned in the task, Song Chen had no intention of doing so. For him, the group of demons in the Thousand Demon Cave was merely a matter of skills. There was no need to go through all that trouble to infiltrate. It would just be a waste of time. Inside the immortal cave, Song Chen closed the task panel and looked around. He gazed at the distant mountains and flowing water, as well as the lush forests nearby. Compared to the desolate plain before, it felt as if they had entered another world. One could only say that immortals truly knew how to enjoy life. Just as Song Chen was about to step forward, Li Yan walked up beside him and whispered, Stay close to me. There are usually formations and restrictions here, and it could be dangerous. Song Chen nodded. Although he was not afraid of danger, it was better to avoid it if possible. Li Qingfeng stood at the front, taking out the fragment of the map and carefully identifying their location while searching for places within the immortal cave that might contain resources. The fragment indeed marked two locations. One was where the cave's master usually practiced, and the other was a medicinal garden. These two places might have what they were looking for. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingfeng said, Let's go to the medicinal garden. There might be longevity fruits there. The two young cultivators nodded in agreement. Following the directions on the fragment, the group arrived at a lake. In the center of the lake was a small island, which was where the medicinal garden was located. Although they were quite far away, they could still see the scene on the island. Despite being a medicinal garden, it seemed that the types of spiritual herbs were not very common, and it was in disarray. It seems that the master of this place had come here before evacuating and had picked all the precious spiritual herbs. Only some herbs of little value or insufficient age remain. Li Qingfeng did not show any expression on his face, and then he said to the young cultivator beside him, Have them prepare and test the formation here. For him, letting these masters of Dakian use their lives to carve out a safe passage was the easiest approach. Moreover, these masters of Dakian did not dare to disobey their orders. Otherwise, it would be death for them too. The initiative was always in the hands of their Jinyang Cave. Dakian was nothing but a dog wagging its tail in submission. The young cultivator nodded, then disdainfully said to Li Yan, Hey, let your people go and see if there is indeed a formation here. Li Yan's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. Otherwise, if he angered the true monarch Qingfeng, their fate might be even worse. Li Yan walked to the lakeside, picked up a dry branch from the ground, and then threw it out. The dry branch arced through the air above the lake, about to land on the small island. Just then, the lake suddenly churned, and a black water arrow shot out from the lake, hitting the dry branch and smashing it to pieces. Li Yan's expression immediately became serious. He then picked up a large stone and threw it towards the lake's surface. At this moment, what shot out from the lake was no longer a single black water arrow, but dozens of them, instantly smashing the stone above into fragments. In the following time, Li Yan changed direction several times, and the result was the same. Before the objects could fly far, they were shattered by the black water arrows. After multiple tests, Li Yan also drew some conclusions. These black water arrows would change according to the strength of the entrance. The stronger the strength, the more arrows would be shot at them. Just as he was about to continue testing, the young cultivator from Jinyang Cave became somewhat impatient. Hey, all of you go, split into several directions, and attract their attention for us. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's face turned exceptionally grim. Two immortal lords, those black water arrows shooting up from the lake are very powerful. If my people get hit, they might not die but will definitely be injured. Hey, when did you dogs ever dare to disobey your master's orders? Not going? If you don't go, do you believe I can make you die right now? The young cultivator said fiercely. Li Yan wanted to say more, but Li Qingfeng shot him a cold glance. The meaning was clear. If you don't go, then you die. Cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's forehead, his fists clenched and then relaxed. In the end, he sighed deeply. Lord Patrol Envoy, we are already at a disadvantage on the water. Going would be certain death. Yes, we are people of Dakian, not their dogs. When the masters of Dakian heard that they were to use their lives to fight for a chance to enter, their faces all turned very ugly. Li Yan looked at Li Qingfeng, then at the Dakian masters beside him, and helplessly said, do we really have any choice? Everyone fell into silence. Just as they were about to enter this medicinal garden outside the immortal cave, at another entrance, a golden-haired lion, standing nearly 2 meters tall, was there, accompanied by a rhinoceros demon and a leopard demon. Lord Lion King, those human beings have already entered, and the leader is a true monarch from Jinyang Cave, the rhinoceros demon said. The golden-haired lion nodded, revealing a cruel smile. Well, then let's go in too. The people from Jinyang Cave have repeatedly come to our demon territory to steal resources. It's time to teach them a lesson. Yes, the rhinoceros demon and the leopard demon said respectfully. Then, under the leadership of the golden-haired lion, they entered this small secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Li Yan and the remaining Dakian masters were preparing to cross the river. With their physical bodies, Song Chen stood still, showing no intention of moving. The young cultivator, seeing this, immediately shouted, hey, you can't hear me, can you? Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Song Chen glanced at him indifferently. I actually have a better way. The young cultivator was taken aback, then scoffed, what way? Let's hear it. If I'm not satisfied, I'll be the first to throw you into the lake. Well, my method is simple. If you want to get over there, I can just throw you over. After saying this, Song Chen cast a divine spell and a speed ring on himself. The young cultivator was instantly furious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Song Chen's figure vanish from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind him. Shocked and angry, he was about to unleash his powers to push Song Chen back. However, Song Chen's speed was clearly twice as fast as his. Before he could react to what had happened, he was kicked away. By the time he regained his senses, he was already above the lake. Terror appeared on the young cultivator's face as he shouted to Li Qingfeng, Elder, save me. But as soon as he finished speaking, nearly dozens of black water arrows suddenly shot up from the water's surface, all aimed at the young cultivator. In a panic, he was enveloped in a yellowish light, trying to fend off the black water arrows. However, there were simply too many arrows. He barely managed to block a dozen of them, but more arrows continued to shoot up from beneath the water. Soon, a scream escaped the young cultivator's lips as one black water arrow broke through his defenses and struck his right leg. Then came the left leg, abdomen, shoulder, and finally, the head. He was shot through like a hedgehog. His body then fell into the lake, staining the water's surface red. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng's previously calm expression darkened, and he fixed a fierce gaze on Song Chen. I really underestimated you. Now tell me, how? Do you want to die? Li Yan, witnessing this, became somewhat flustered. He had never expected that Song Chen had such a violent temper, throwing out that young cultivator from Jinyang Cave over a disagreement. Now, they had angered the true monarch Qingfeng. The masters of Dakian would surely face dire consequences. However, unlike Li Yan, the remaining Dakian masters secretly cheered. Seeing the young cultivator die here brought them immense satisfaction. Those cultivators from Jinyang Cave usually looked down on them, treating them like dogs. Yet, they had to show weakness and could do nothing about it, even risking their lives to clear a safe path for them. They had long been resentful. Now that this young man had boldly acted, they were naturally thrilled. But soon, the wrath of true monarch Qingfeng followed. Together, they probably wouldn't be enough to withstand his fury, let alone resist. Seeing the barely contained anger in Li Qingfeng's gaze, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Song Chen. Li Yan anxiously stepped forward, shielding Song Chen behind him, and said to Li Qingfeng, True monarch, I am willing to pay the price for Song Chen's mistake, just asking you to spare his life. The incident had already occurred. A cultivator from Jinyang Cave had indeed died. No matter what, this matter could not end well. So Li Yan was prepared to exchange his life for Song Chen's. Having acted earlier, Song Chen had already proven his strength. Being able to easily throw a cultivator from Jinyang Cave away was enough to demonstrate the power of this newly appointed inspector of Dakian. As long as he could be saved, Dakian would have hoped for a resurgence. Li Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Yan with interest. He killed one of my disciples from Jinyang Cave right in front of me. What do you have to save him? Li Yan didn't waste words. One life for another. After saying this, he was about to leap towards the small island in the center of the lake. However, he was pulled back by Song Chen. Killed, then killed. What can you do about it? Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng's face immediately turned extremely ugly. What? A big mouth. Don't think that just because you killed a disciple of my Jinyang cave, you're strong. Do you know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens? Song Chen was too lazy to waste more words with him. A fierce sun divine thunder was unleashed directly. In an instant, purple-red lightning appeared out of thin air like venomous snakes viciously biting towards Li Qingfeng, who stood still. The range was nearly 600 meters, and Li Qingfeng was only 5 or 6 meters away from Song Chen. There was absolutely no chance to dodge. Li Qingfeng's expression changed as well. A series of blue whirlwinds appeared around him, instantly protecting him. However, he clearly underestimated Song Chen's damage. With the increase in level and mental attributes, the damage of the fierce sun divine thunder had now reached over 4 million. Not to mention the 100% spell critical hit probability. This one skill dealt nearly 6 million in true damage. Li Qingfeng could only manage to summon the blue whirlwinds for defense, but they barely held for a moment before being completely shattered by the endless lightning serpents. For the first time, terror appeared on Li Qingfeng's face as he was about to use his movement technique to escape. But the area was filled with wildly dancing lightning serpents, leaving him nowhere to retreat. The feeling of death instantly enveloped his entire body. Wait, Li Qingfeng finally panicked, about to plead for mercy. But the surrounding purple-red lightning serpents quickly enveloped him. After a scream, a charred corpse fell helplessly to the ground. Li Yan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had originally prepared to exchange his life for Song Chen's, but Song Chen had effortlessly slain this Qingfeng Jinjuan of Jinyang Cave in just one encounter. Without any hesitation. How could this not shock him? The other masters of the Diqian also wore expressions of astonishment. They had been working for Jinyang Cave for years but had no idea when Diqian produced such a master. He easily killed a Jinjuan. It should be noted that Jinyang Cave had a total of 36 Zenjins, and this Qingfeng Jinjuan could rank among the top 15. The strength of the other two disciples was also somewhat stronger than theirs. Yet, he was so easily killed. Wow, when did our Diqian produce such a fierce person? And so young. I really thought this was a fake. Ha ha, well done. The cultivators of Jinyang Cave are not worthy of being human, they deserve to die. It's satisfying, but Jinyang Cave has lost an elder. What will we do if they come asking later? Upon hearing this, the originally excited expressions of the crowd suddenly stiffened. Indeed, Diqian had fallen to such a state that they could hardly withstand the accountability from Jinyang Cave. But now that the deed was done, they had no idea what to do. So, everyone turned their gaze to Li Yan, hoping he could provide a solution. However, Li Yan was also feeling quite troubled at this moment. In contrast, Song Chen's expression was much calmer. The killing was done. At worst, after wiping out the Thousand Demon Cave, he could make a trip to Jinyang Cave as well. It was just a matter of making a few more trips. Alright, when we go out later, we'll say we encountered the Demon Emperor of the Thousand Demon Cave and Qingfeng Jinjuan was unfortunately entangled and fell here, Li Yan finally said. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Song Chen then spoke. Do you have the specific location of the Thousand Demon Cave? Li Yan was taken aback, not understanding what he meant, but still answered honestly. Yes, we have been exploring this immortal sect relic with the cultivators of Jinyang Cave for many years, so we certainly know the specific location of the Thousand Demon Cave. Good, give me the detailed map and then you can go back. Song Chen said. Go back? Where to? Li Yan was somewhat confused. Of course, we should return to Dakian. You don't need to worry about the matters of Jinyang Cave. I will go to the mountain gate of Jinyang Cave later and talk some sense into them. Li Yan listened and gave a bitter smile. If that group of lofty cultivators from Jinyang Cave could understand reason, they wouldn't be here. However, Li Yan still told Song Chen the exact location of Qianyao Cave. He then asked, it's very dangerous there, even those true lords from Jinyang Cave don't dare to venture deep inside. Why do you want to know the exact location of Qianyao Cave? Song Chen replied calmly, of course, to slay demons. Ha! Li Yan's mouth dropped open, almost thinking he had misheard. Going to their lair to slay demons? Are the young people nowadays this reckless? However, before he could voice his concerns, a beastly roar came from behind him. Li Yan's expression changed instantly as he turned to look, only to see a golden-haired lion, about 2 zhang tall, appearing on a nearby hill. Beside this lion demon, there were 2 other demons whose auras were no less formidable. Where are you going? The golden-haired lion spoke human words, its tone filled with mockery. The remaining masters from Dakian turned pale. They felt a sense of oppression from this lion that was even stronger than that of true Lord Qingfeng. This indicated that this demon's strength was significantly greater than that of the already fallen true Lord Qingfeng. Not good, it's the golden-haired Lion King from Qianyao Cave. Run! Li Yan's face changed drastically as he shouted to everyone. Upon hearing this, the others snapped back to reality and scattered in all directions. This was not something they could handle. Each demon king from Qianyao Cave was stronger than the true lords from Jinyang Cave. Even if true Lord Qingfeng were still alive, he would flee. Upon encountering this golden-haired Lion King, I just heard you say you want to go to Qianyao Cave. How about I take you there? The golden-haired Lion King wore a mocking smile. It continued to stroll down the hill leisurely, seemingly in no hurry to make a move. However, the rhinoceros demon and the leopard demon beside it darted off in two different directions, chasing after the fleeing masters from Dakian. Li Yan was extremely anxious. He couldn't understand what bad luck he had today to encounter a demon king from Qianyao Cave. Song Chen, let's go quickly, we need to escape first. This demon king is much stronger than Li Qingfeng, Li Yan reminded. However, Song Chen remained unfazed, still calmly standing in place. He said to the golden-haired lion, King, I'm just in need of a mount for my trip to Qianyao Cave and you would be perfect. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired Lion King paused, its sharp gaze fixed on Song Chen. Are you talking to me? Who else? Besides you, is there any other demon here that could barely serve as my mount? Song Chen retorted. You really have a big mouth. Those true lords from Jinyang Cave wouldn't dare speak to me like that. I haven't seen you before. Are you from Qinglu Mountain? The golden-haired Lion King squinted, its expression unfriendly. Dakian Inspector Song Chen on a mission to slay demons. If you are willing to be my mount, I can spare your life. Song Chen said with a smile. Roar! The golden-haired Lion King was completely enraged. As the demon king of the 34th cave of Qianyao Cave, he had never been humiliated like this by a junior. Boom! The ground beneath the golden-haired Lion King instantly caved in. At the same time, its figure vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Song Chen. Then, it swiped a paw, aiming directly at Song Chen's head. Bang! However, this powerful strike was effortlessly caught by Song Chen. With the heavenly god spell activated, his physique, defense, and strength attributes had all surpassed 80,000. This meant that at this moment, his physical quality completely overwhelmed that of the golden-haired Lion King before him. The powerful physique that demons prided themselves on was nothing but a joke in front of Song Chen. How is this possible? The golden-haired Lion King tried to retract its paw, but despite using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Song Chen's firm grip. Why is it impossible? Song Chen revealed a faint smile, then suddenly exerted force with his right hand. He directly sent the golden-haired Lion King flying. With a loud crash, the golden-haired Lion King landed heavily on the ground, creating a large pit. He lay at the bottom of the pit, clearly dazed from the impact, unable to get up for a long time. Taking advantage of the golden-haired Lion King's moment of incapacitation, Song Chen's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of the rhino demon in the next instant. With one punch, he shattered the horn on its head. With another punch, he slammed the demon down to the ground. The rhino demon attempted to rise, but Song Chen didn't give him a chance, crushing its skull with a single stump. Immediately after, he appeared in front of the leopard demon. Upon seeing the rhino demon being so easily dispatched, the leopard demon displayed a look of fear. Without a second thought, it turned and fled. However, before it could take a few steps, Song Chen was already in front of it. The leopard demon widened its eyes, filled with disbelief. Even among demons, its speed was the fastest. Who would have thought that this human was even faster? My lord, save me. For the first time, the leopard demon felt fear from a human. However, this fear did not last long. A halo exuding a decaying aura suddenly descended upon its head. It immediately felt its life force rapidly draining away. Even its strength began to weaken. It could clearly sense that its current power was no match for an ordinary adult male. What have you done to me? Song Chen smiled, then looked at the Grand Masters of the Daqian sect beside him. This leopard demon is up to you. The Grand Masters exchanged glances, momentarily confused about what had happened, until they saw the leopard demon, which had just been chasing them, now moving so slowly and looking quite weak. One Grand Master, seeing this, mustered his courage and charged at the leopard demon. He landed a punch on the demon's abdomen. Although it was just a test, the Grand Master used all his strength. As a result, the leopard demon was sent flying over 10 meters, lying on the ground unable to get up for a long time. Wow! The Grand Master still couldn't believe that he had so easily knocked a demon of the Master Realm away. Other Grand Masters, seeing this, no longer hesitated and rushed towards the leopard demon. Song Chen then walked up to the golden-haired Lion King, rubbing his wrist and saying, "Be my mount or die." The golden-haired Lion King crawled out of the pit and spat. You think this king will be your mount? Dream on. Then there's nothing to discuss. Song Chen leaped forward, knocking the golden-haired Lion King back to the ground. With another punch, the golden-haired Lion King had thought about resisting, but this human's strength was simply too overwhelming. He couldn't withstand it at all. Before he could get up, Song Chen was already in front of him again, pressing the massive lion head back down to the ground. Then he punched down. Bang! Blood splattered. The ground beneath the golden-haired Lion King was once again smashed into a small pit. Human, I absolutely. Bang! The golden-haired Lion King's words were cut off as Song Chen delivered another punch. He felt dizzy and disoriented, blood pouring from his face. Ignoring everything, Song Chen continued to punch. In just a few seconds, he had thrown over 100 punches. Even a demon of the golden-haired Lion King's caliber was left on the brink of death, barely able to speak. Will you or won't you? If not, I can keep hitting. Song Chen paused and asked. At this moment, the golden-haired Lion King was completely dazed, realizing that if this continued, he would truly die. So, he struggled to try to speak, only to receive another punch. Not talking, huh? Looks like you haven't had enough beating. Song Chen hadn't encountered someone so stubborn in a long time. If it weren't for needing this demon to provide him with information, he had long since taken action to defeat it in an instant. Why wait until now? However, this lion demon was indeed quite resilient. Bang, bang, bang. Song Chen landed another 10 punches. Are you convinced yet? The golden mane Lion King. Still not speaking? It seems you're still not convinced. Song Chen sighed, feeling that this lion had quite a bit of spirit. Just as he raised his fist to strike down again, a series of intermittent sounds came from the golden mane lion's mouth. Stop hitting me. I'm done, really done. What did you say? Speak up. You think you can be my mount with such a weak voice? Song Chen paused his fist, looking down from above. At this moment, the golden mane Lion King was in a pitiful state. Lying at the bottom of the pit, he was no longer the imposing figure he once was. His entire face was covered in blood, flesh torn and raw. If Song Chen hadn't stopped in time, that punch might have finished him off completely. Stop hitting. I admit, isn't that enough? The golden mane Lion King was thoroughly beaten into submission, no longer daring to utter a word of defiance. Song Chen then said, in that case, stop lying there playing dead and hurry up and take me to the Thousand Demon Cave. Upon hearing this, the resentment in the golden mane lion's eyes flickered and vanished. But now was not the time to turn against him. After all, this person before him was far superior in both strength and speed. If he wanted to survive, he had to endure for now. Once they reached the Thousand Demon Cave, he could join forces with the other demon kings and see if this human would still be so arrogant then. The golden mane Lion King obediently got up. After all, a demon's body was stronger than that of a body-refining martial artist. So even though he had been beaten so badly by Song Chen, thanks to his powerful recovery ability, he could still walk with someone on his back. Moreover, when Song Chen was beating him, he mostly targeted his head, so having him serve as a mount was not a problem. The golden mane Lion King lowered himself submissively, allowing Song Chen to climb onto his back. Seeing him so compliant, Song Chen nodded. He then leaped onto the golden mane Lion King's back and sat down. The golden mane Lion King carefully stood up and slightly moved his body, saying, Master, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Song Chen, sitting on his back, responded with a faint The golden mane Lion King then exerted force with his legs and rushed towards the exit. The masters of the Great Qian were all dumbfounded. If they had been unable to comprehend the technique Song Chen used to kill the Qingfeng true monarch earlier, now, seeing him defeat a demon king with his bare hands left them even more bewildered. When did the Great Qian produce such a genius? Mastering both martial arts and magic, and both to such a terrifying degree. This was no longer something that could be described as genius, it was simply monstrous. Lord Inspector, do you know this Song Chen? Such a monstrous talent, are you sure he is one of ours from the Great Qian? One of the Great Qian masters murmured as he watched Song Chen's departing figure. Li Yan was slightly lost in thought before shaking his head. He had no idea where this young man had come from. Moreover, they had been lingering around the Immortal Sect ruins with the Golden Sun Cave for many years and hadn't returned to the Great Qian in a long time. Perhaps it was heaven's favor that the Great Qian produced such a prodigy. Alright, we should be leaving too, back to the Great Qian. Li Yan waved his hand and said to the others. At the entrance of the Immortal's Cave, the young cultivator from the Golden Sun Cave stood straight in the center of a black vortex. He was preventing any unwitting loose cultivators from accidentally finding this place and stealing their resources. It also served as a warning. If demons were to attack, he could notify elderly to evacuate quickly. Confronting the great demons of the Thousand Demon Cave head-on was clearly not a good choice. Even though their movements were secretive, there were many loose cultivators frequenting the Immortal Sect ruins year-round. Over time, the disturbances here would clearly not escape their notice. Soon, a group of loose cultivators gathered, their greedy eyes fixed on the black vortex entrance. Behind the young cultivator. This cave has been taken over by my Jinyan cave, and the one leading is Elder Qingfeng from our sect. If you don't want to die, you'd better get lost. The young cultivator unleashed his aura and shouted at the crowd. Upon hearing the name of Elder Qingfeng, the loose cultivators were startled and retreated a few steps. It would have been fine if it were just a few disciples from Jinyan cave, but now there was a true monarch inside. Naturally, they didn't dare to act recklessly. If they angered the true monarch, none of these loose cultivators would likely make it out alive. However, even so, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they sat and waited not far from the entrance. The immortal cave wouldn't run away, they could still get a taste of the soup once Elder Qingfeng came out. While they waited silently, the black vortex at the cave entrance suddenly trembled violently. Then, a beast claw the size of a human head stretched out from within, grabbing the young cultivator's head. What? A monster! The young cultivator was both shocked and terrified, and before he could use his methods to break free, crack! A tremendous force suddenly came from above, and his vision darkened, followed by complete blackness. Bang! The golden-haired Lion King casually tossed the headless corpse aside and shook off the blood on his claws. After orienting himself, he sped towards the location of the Thousand Demon Cave. The loose cultivators were instantly terrified and scattered in all directions. The cultivator from Jinyang Cave hadn't even lasted a single round in the hands of this monster. This clearly demonstrated the monster's strength. Among the fleeing loose cultivators, one person exclaimed in terror, "That's the golden-haired Lion King from the 34th cave of the Thousand Demon Cave. How did it come out of the secret realm? So, does that mean the Qingfeng true monarch from Jinyang Cave is?" No, look, there seems to be a person sitting on the back of the golden-haired Lion King. Holy crap, it really is a person. What's going on? That person is riding the golden-haired Lion King like a mount. What kind of strength must that be to make a demon king willingly serve as a mount? The loose cultivators were all in shock, completely unaware of what had happened inside the secret realm and who exactly that young man was. Since you dare to call it the Thousand Demon Cave, there must be many more demons like you inside. On the way, Song Chen asked. The golden-haired Lion King nodded. "Master, there are at least 100 major demons in the Thousand Demon Cave, with the top 50 caves housing demons whose strength is comparable to true monarchs, and the remaining smaller demons number in the tens of thousands." "Oh, that's really impressive." Song Chen revealed a satisfied smile. The golden-haired Lion King beneath him also showed a subtle smile, thinking, "Laugh, keep laughing. Once we reach my lair, let's see if you can still laugh." After all, the humiliation he felt now was all thanks to this person. Once they arrived at the Thousand Demon Cave, he would surely torment this young man severely. Half an hour later, the golden-haired Lion King brought Song Chen to the center of the immortal sect ruins. Here, at least 100 major demons were lurking. Even the ancestor from Qinglu Mountain wouldn't dare to come here alone. "Master, we've arrived," said the golden-haired Lion King. Song Chen looked up, and ahead lay a continuous range of mountains, with countless peaks and perilous terrains. If he entered alone, he could easily get lost. Take me in," Song Chen said calmly. The golden-haired Lion King suppressed his excitement and nodded. He then carried Song Chen into the mountains, winding through various peaks. Eventually, they arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. If it weren't for this lion demon, Song Chen would probably have spent several days just finding his way. After all, the mountain range before him stretched for thousands of miles. If his heaven and earth seal had upgraded to the cosmic level, he might not even need to go in. He could just stand at the edge of the mountains and cast a skill to finish the job. However, the skill points required to reach the cosmic level are also extremely high. It takes a full 10 million skill points. At least a month would be needed to gather that amount. Song Chen couldn't afford to waste too much time in this small world, so having this local demon as a guide was quite convenient. Song Chen then pointed to a narrow passage ahead and said to the lion beneath him, "Is that where you big demon's lair is?" The golden mane Lion King nodded. Without waiting for Song Chen to speak again, it swiftly charged towards the narrow passage. Song Chen's expression remained calm, and he did not stop the lion demon's actions. He had never thought that this golden mane lion had been subdued by him and was following him wholeheartedly. That was clearly impossible. It was merely a matter of mutual use. Song Chen needed it to lead him to the Thousand Demon Cave, while it wanted to leverage the powerful demons within the cave to break free from its own constraints. As the man and the demon passed through the narrow passage, the view opened up before them. In the distance stood a black mountain peak towering over 1,000 feet, reaching from the sky to the ground, situated in the deepest part of the area. Surrounding it was an endless plain. On the plain, numerous caves of various sizes were scattered, extending all the way to the foot of the black mountain. Around those caves, one could vaguely see groups of demons lurking. Upon seeing this, Song Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly leaped off the back of the golden mane Lion King. Roar! The golden mane Lion King felt Song Chen leave and immediately increased its speed by nearly double. Having already used its trump card, it sought to escape from Song Chen's grasp as quickly as possible. At the same time, its powerful roar directly alerted the great demons within the Thousand Demon Cave. The golden mane Lion King itself bypassed these great demons and ventured deeper. Song Chen did not pursue. After all, this beast wouldn't be able to escape soon. He stood still, quietly waiting for a moment. Then the ground beneath him began to tremble, and countless demons surged towards him from 100 meters away. He casually cast an identification spell. He discovered that the leaders were almost all above level 55, each not weaker than the Great Elder of Qingqiu. The group of smaller demons following them were all at least level 35 or higher. Roughly speaking, there were at least tens of thousands of them. It seems that this lion demon is up to something. but it has actually done me a great favor. After saying this, Songchen slowly pointed forward. When the group of demons approached within 100 meters of him, he boldly activated his skill, Heaven and Earth Seal Hong. In an instant, the world lost its color and thunder rumbled. A seemingly boundless seal crashed down from the heavens above, carrying the might of wind and thunder, gathering the overwhelming power of the 9 heavens. Once this seal was unleashed, all beings were equal. Boom! It was as if a natural disaster had descended. The ground shook violently and the earth in front of Songchen sank down by at least 10 meters. Looking at the demons that had just surged forward like a tidal wave, at this moment they were all reduced to ashes beneath this seal. Most of the demons didn't even manage to come within 100 meters of Songchen before being completely obliterated. While Songchen was waiting for the demons to gather, the Golden Mane Lion King had already summoned several demon emperors with whom it had a good relationship, charging towards Songchen with great momentum. With each step they leaped dozens of miles in an instant. Leading them was a crimson-scaled serpent that was several hundred feet long. Beside it, apart from the Golden Mane Lion King, were 3 other demon emperors: the White Crane Demon Emperor, the Millipede Demon Emperor, and the Blood Transformation Demon Emperor. Each of them was at least dozens of feet tall, and their auras were more terrifying than the last. They were not comparable to the great demons within the Great Qian realm at all. Big brother, I almost died at the hands of that human. Please spare him for me to deal with later, the Golden Mane Lion King said, revealing a cruel smile on its face. The red-scaled forest python flicked its crimson tongue and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, this human who dares to humiliate you like this, I definitely won't let him die so easily." "Thank you, big brother." The golden-haired Lion King's smile grew even wider. Suddenly, the blood-transformed bull demon, towering over 100 feet tall, spoke up. "I can feel it, the human who killed my son is nearby." "Oh, could it be the young man mentioned by the lion?" The White Crane Demon Emperor, circling in the air, said with interest. "That's him. That person is also related to Deqian. Your son died within Deqian's territory, didn't he, bull brother?" The golden-haired Lion King said, without hesitation. "Moo!" The blood-transformed bull demon immediately stomped the ground in anger, creating a crack several dozen feet deep beneath him. The earth trembled at that moment, and the surrounding winds became frenzied. Seeing this, the golden-haired Lion King felt even more pleased. He had directly summoned 4 demon emperors this time. His big brother, the red-scaled forest python, was the second-ranked demon emperor of the 1,000 Demon Cave. The other demon emperors were also ranked around the 30th cave. The blood-transformed bull demon had a deep grudge against that human, and he would definitely fight with all his might. No matter how powerful that young man was, he couldn't possibly defeat the combined strength of the 5 demon emperors. Not to mention, he had already sent the major demons from the last 50 caves, leading over 10,000 lesser demons to intercept this person, exhausting his strength in advance. No matter how one looked at it, they were bound to win this time. The golden-haired Lion King was already envisioning the scene of trampling that young man underfoot and humiliating him severely. However, a rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. The demon emperors immediately stopped in their tracks, exchanging glances. Then the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and thunder danced wildly. A golden seal came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The golden-haired Lion King felt the fear of death once again, this time even more terrifying than in the secret realm. What is this?" The other demon emperor's eyes were also filled with fear. At their level, it was already difficult to find anything that could instill fear in them. Except for that demon lord of the first cave, the ancestor of Qinglu Mountain. Their strength had already reached the pinnacle of this world. Yet, in front of this magnificent seal, they felt as helpless as infants. Only the red-scaled forest python let out a shriek and then shot up into the sky without hesitation, charging towards the golden seal. "Just a trivial skill, daring to show off in front of my 1,000 demon cave. Watch me break your damn seal." The golden-haired Lion King exclaimed, "Big brother, don't go." However, it was clearly too late. In an instant, the red-scaled forest python had reached beneath the seal. Its body swelled once more, and 10-foot-long crimson horns burst forth from its head, charging straight at the seal. Bang! However, the red-scaled forest python's attack couldn't even slow the descent of the seal by a fraction. The long horns shattered inch by inch, and its entire body then collided with the seal. Its nearly 400-foot-tall form suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Kill level 62. Red-scaled forest python, gain experience plus kill level 50. Black armored rhinoceros demon, gain experience plus kill level 49. Green snake demon, gain experience plus kill level 48. White dog demon, gain experience plus. Your level has been raised to level 50. Looking at the series of experience notifications before him, even the usually calm Songchen couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Indeed, he had come to the 1,000 Demon Cave for the right reason. The demons here, both in quantity and quality, were not comparable to the worthless ones in Deqian. This wave of dead demons provided him with over 10 million experience points, allowing him to level up 7 times in one go. He directly reached level 50. At the same time that Songchen leveled up to 50, a third transfer quest immediately popped up before him. Since he was now the only divine-level hidden profession, there was no need to transfer to another profession. So this third transfer quest was also inherent to his profession. No special job transfer items are needed. As long as his level reaches it, he can proceed. Your level has reached level 50. Do you want to start the third job transfer quest? Song Chen nodded without hesitation to accept. Class, All Laws. Celestial Master, Unique, Third Job Transfer Quest, All Laws Exorcism Quest Requirement 1, Master 3 different types of killing techniques, skills. Each skill must be at least heavenly tier. Completed. Quest Requirement 2, use 3 different types of killing techniques to kill 5 monsters that are more than 10 levels above your own. 0/5. Song Chen glanced at the requirements for the third job transfer quest, then looked ahead. Monsters that are more than 10 levels above him. Was it a coincidence? No, this place is full of monsters. Song Chen cast a speed aura on himself and then charged towards the deepest peak. According to the lion, the deeper one goes into the 1,000 demon cave, the higher the level of the monsters encountered. The monsters in the first 50 caves are almost all above level 55. Level 60 monsters are definitely not lacking in the 1,000 demon cave. Not far away, several demon emperors who were about to find trouble with Song Chen were all dumbfounded, frozen in place. Just moments ago, their leader, the forest python demon emperor, was directly suppressed by that golden yellow seal, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. The golden mane lion emperor's 4 legs trembled slightly, already harboring thoughts of escape. The white crane demon emperor couldn't help but ask, Lion, don't tell me this level of magic was created by that human? The golden mane lion emperor shook his head vigorously. It can't be him. That human excels in body refinement and doesn't know any magic at all. Then tell me, who could unleash such world-destroying attacks? Could it be that old rascal from Qinglu Mountain has broken through? The white crane demon emperor continued to ask. The golden mane lion emperor shook his head again. I don't know, but I'm sure that only that human came. I didn't notice any other cultivators following me along the way. Regardless of whether it's him or not, the fact remains that nearly 10,000 great demons have perished, which has severely impacted our strength in the 1,000 demon cave. This matter must be reported to the demon lord. After the white crane demon emperor finished speaking, without waiting for their agreement, he turned and flew towards the black peak. The golden mane lion emperor and the blood transformation demon emperor exchanged glances, and for a moment they all felt hesitant. If it were just that human brought by the lion, they wouldn't be afraid at all. However, the old ancestor from Qinglu Mountain was also suspected to be here, and he had killed all the monsters within a radius of several hundred miles. With a single blow, his strength had definitely broken through. Therefore, these demon emperors were absolutely no match for him and had to let the demon lord take action. Thinking of this, they also dared not chase after him and turned back towards the black peak. Along the way, they called upon all the demon emperors from the first 50 caves currently in the 1,000 demon cave to seek refuge with the demon lord. At the deepest part of the 1,000 demon cave, at the foot of the towering black peak, there stood a thatched hut. In front of the hut, dozens of demon emperors from the 1,000 demon cave stood quietly. Each of them was a terrifying existence outside, but in front of this unremarkable thatched hut, they didn't even dare to breathe. One by one, they transformed into human forms, quietly waiting in front of the hut. This was because the being inside the hut was the master of the 1,000 demon cave, the demon lord of the first cave. When will Lord Dragon Monarch emerge from seclusion? They are almost at our doorstep. Don't worry, Lord Dragon Monarch has his own plans, we just need to observe the changes. Isn't that old ancestor from Qinglu Mountain about to run out of lifespan? He's only hanging on. Thanks to the longevity fruits offered by his disciples below, how could he possibly break through? Even if he really has broken through, he is no match for Lord Dragon Monarch. What are you afraid of? The demon emperors spoke one after another, and even if the old ancestor from Qinglu Mountain really came to attack, they were not flustered. Because Lord Dragon Monarch was right here. Just as they were whispering, a sudden dragon roar erupted from the grass hut in front of them. Immediately after, the hut exploded with a loud bang, and a golden phantom flew out. The golden phantom was initially small but quickly grew larger, spiraling upward into the sky. In an instant, the sky darkened, and countless black clouds gathered at the peak of the black mountain. Bolts of lightning pierced through the thick clouds, producing deafening sounds. Meanwhile, beneath the black clouds, the golden phantom, now over 100 feet long, suddenly solidified. A 4-clawed golden dragon, covered in golden scales, appeared, coiling around the black mountain, its massive dragon head peering down from the clouds at the gathered demon emperors below. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed all the demon emperors, causing them to lower their heads in fear. They trembled and knelt on the ground, collectively saying, "We welcome the Dragon Lord from his retreat." What has happened? The Dragon Lord asked as he noticed the many demon emperors approaching. The white crane demon emperor stepped forward, recounting how the ancestor of Qinglu Mountain seemed to have broken through and come to cause trouble at Qianyao Cave. Heh, that old fool has some luck, but just because he has broken through, does that mean I haven't? The Dragon Lord said disdainfully. Then, the thunder above grew louder, and the surrounding black clouds seemed to solidify, exuding a sense of impending doom. Hearing this, the demon emperors below breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a sudden voice rang out, "Sorry, but it's not Qinglu Mountain that has come, but the Great Qian Demon Slayer Division." The demon emperors turned to look, only to see a young man dressed in a dragon and tiger robe, handsome and poised, stepping forward. His expression was calm, even with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Who are you?" the dragon lord asked with interest upon seeing him. "The one who will kill you," Song Chen replied. "Ha ha ha ha." The dragon lord laughed, causing the Black Mountain to tremble. "What a boast! Just you, a demon slayer from Great Qian, dares to speak so arrogantly? Believe it or not, you'll find out when you try." Song Chen stood firm, looking at the demon emperors less than 100 meters away, revealing a friendly smile. Song Chen didn't even need to use identification techniques to know that this golden dragon before him was the final boss within Qianyao Cave. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain, at least dozens of demon emperors had gathered. Song Chen even spotted a familiar face, the Golden Mane Lion Emperor. However, at this moment he had transformed into human form, but his signature golden mane and the fearful expression on his face made Song Chen recognize him at a glance. "Hey, are all the major demons of Qianyao Cave here?" he immediately asked the Golden Mane Lion Emperor. The latter, upon hearing this, shrank back in fear towards the crowd. Earlier, he had been beaten badly by Song Chen's iron fists and had been humiliated by being made his mount. He had just called his big brother to regain his honor, but in the blink of an eye, his brother had inexplicably died. If he said that this young man had nothing to do with it, he certainly wouldn't believe it. The demon emperors followed Song Chen's gaze towards the back of the crowd, and then they noticed that the Golden Mane Lion Emperor's expression was very off. Then, a demon emperor questioned, "Golden Mane, did you bring this human here?" The Golden Mane Lion Emperor nodded nervously, then realized and shook his head vigorously. "Damn it, you brought this human to Qianyao Cave, what were you thinking?" one demon emperor scolded. No, I didn't bring him here, I was forced," the Golden Mane Lion Emperor hurriedly explained. I knew you were no good, that old ancestor from Qinglu Mountain might have been deliberately brought here by you," the barbarian mountain pig emperor said angrily. They still didn't believe that Song Chen had come alone. There must be someone lying in ambush nearby, waiting to launch a surprise attack. After all, these humans were very treacherous. Unlike them, these demons were very simple-minded. "That's right, Golden Mane, you must give us an explanation. What else is there to explain? The Golden Retriever has probably already betrayed us. Kill him. Alright, we can deal with the Golden Retriever later. The important thing is to take care of that one from Qinglu Mountain first," said a demon emperor from the first 10 caves. The other demon emperors then ceased their clamor, waiting for the demon lord to take action. The Golden Lion Emperor stood quietly at the back of the crowd, filled with regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to that cave. But who would have guessed that it wasn't Qing Fom inside, but this young man? The four-clawed golden dragon perched on the black peak glanced at the Golden Lion Emperor and snorted coldly. "What are you all waiting for? Are you demon emperors really afraid of this human in front of you?" Upon hearing this, the demon emperors exchanged glances. The boar emperor, who had just angrily scolded the golden lion, swaggered to the front, patted his hefty belly, and chuckled. "Then let me, old boar, show you all how it's done by killing this human first. Let some useless ones know how powerful Grandpa Boar is." As the boar emperor said this, his eyes occasionally darted towards the Golden Lion Emperor, filled with disdain. Then, a pig demon over 100 feet tall appeared before everyone. This pig demon had a pig's head and a human body, wielding a similarly 100-foot-long rake. Swinging it, he charged towards Song Chen. With each step, the ground trembled. Song Chen remained unfazed. Just as the boar emperor was within 50 meters of him, the giant rake in his hand came crashing down towards Song Chen's position. However, he didn't see Song Chen make any move. Suddenly, purple-red lightning appeared out of nowhere, surrounding his massive form. Sizzle! The weapon in the boar emperor's hand was instantly overwhelmed, shattered by what seemed like endless purple-red lightning. Panic immediately spread across his face. But that wasn't the end. The purple-red lightning formed a dragon of lightning, opening its massive mouth and swallowing the entire boar emperor whole. Then, with unrelenting momentum, it devoured several other demon emperors within Song Chen's attack range. Moments later, the purple-red lightning dragon vanished, leaving only a field of charred corpses behind. Wow! The demon emperors watching from a distance were instantly filled with shock. Who exactly is this young man? In just a moment, several demon emperors ranked in the top 30 of the 1,000 Demon Cave had died without even a chance to struggle or explode. What terrifying power is this? What has the Golden Lion brought back? This person is very dangerous. Everyone, unleash your full strength. We are all demons. Can we really let a human bully us? The Golden Elephant Emperor from the second cave said angrily. He then revealed his true form and led 7 or 8 demon emperors charging directly at Song Chen. Just what I wanted. Song Chen smiled as the 3-turn mission required him to use at least 3 different killing techniques to slay a major demon 10 levels above his own. Now, this group of demons was not only not fleeing but was instead charging at him, saving him some effort. Sealing ring. The current ceiling ring could control up to 30 targets. The real damage per second had reached 500,000 and the control time had been directly increased to 10 minutes. This meant that unless these demons were all massive tanks, they wouldn't be able to withstand the 10 minutes of control time combined with damage exceeding 500,000 per second. That's 30 million real damage per minute. Can you withstand that? The Golden Elephant Emperor, towering at 500 feet, radiated a terrifying golden light, creating a sense of oppression even from 100 meters away. However, just as he led the 7 or 8 demon emperors to charge at Song Chen, their forms suddenly halted in place. The Golden Elephant Emperor let out an angry trumpet, attempting to break free from Song Chen's control with brute force. But ultimately, it was all in vain. Following the remaining demon emperors, they were even more unbearable, collapsing into a pile of fragments in less than 30 seconds. Only the Golden Elephant Demon Emperor, known for his robust physique, had the most health among the demon emperors. However, after holding on for a minute, he still could not prevent his body from slowly disintegrating, ultimately turning into a heap of debris. Human, you are very strong. The four-clawed golden dragon perched atop the Black Mountain revealed a rare glimmer of wariness in its eyes. This made him realize that the human before him might not have been joking earlier. He truly possessed such strength. As for the one from Qinglu Mountain, he feared he had overthought it. Song Chen did not say much, nor was there any need to converse with these demons. In his eyes, this group of beasts was merely an experience pack for him. He did not need an experience pack to validate his strength. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. It's time to end this, Song Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the four-clawed golden dragon immediately wore a mocking smile. Hee, human, do you really think you've won? After saying this, the Dragon Lord suddenly soared into the sky, diving into the thick black clouds. Instantly, the range of the black clouds expanded again, slowly pressing down towards Song Chen. The black clouds above continued to descend. A suffocating feeling, as if the sky were collapsing, spread among the surviving demon emperors. As expected of Lord Dragon King, such terrifying might right from the start. Indeed, no matter how strong this young man is, he cannot possibly rival the Dragon King. But is this human really from Dakian? His strength is probably not inferior to that of the one from Qinglu Mountain. No matter how strong he is, in front of the Dragon King he only has one outcome. The group of demon emperors, both intimidated by the Dragon King's overwhelming power and exhilarated by the impending death of Song Chen, felt a surge of confidence restored by the Dragon King's presence. Even the Golden Elephant Demon Emperor had fallen to this young man's hands. They had nothing to say, but now the Dragon Kings might had rekindled their confidence. They no longer feared this young man before them. With the Dragon King present, victory was assured. Song Chen looked at the vast black cloud slowly pressing down on him, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This method bore some resemblance to his heaven and earth seal. However, in terms of might and damage, it was far inferior to his own heaven and earth seal. Song Chen smiled, just showing off in front of an expert. Above the black clouds, a massive golden dragon could be faintly seen swirling within. Wherever it passed, bolts of lightning appeared in an instant, crackling with noise. Human, you really have a big mouth. The Dragon King's voice came from the black clouds filled with disdain. Then, the speed at which the black clouds pressed down suddenly accelerated, heading straight for Song Chen. However, there was no sign of panic on Song Chen's face. Instead, he calmly pointed at the black clouds. Heaven and earth seal. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted. But it did not come from within the black clouds. The sound originated from the higher heavens. Within the black clouds, the Dragon King's figure suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also noticed this unusual, overwhelming thunder sound, which caused the black clouds surrounding him to become unstable. He quickly increased his magical output to stabilize the black clouds enveloping him. But before he could catch his breath, beams of golden light descended from the 9 heavens, instantly piercing through the thick black clouds below. What? What kind of magic is this? The Dragon King was taken aback. Then he saw an endless golden sky suddenly descending. The vast black clouds he had conjured with his expended magic now appeared as a mere black dot on a sheet of white rice paper beneath this golden sky. So insignificant, so utterly small. Boom! The golden sky suddenly pressed down its overwhelming might instantly, devouring the black clouds surrounding the Dragon King. The sky regained its brightness, and strands of golden light scattered across the earth. When the Dragon Lord saw his magic being so easily broken, he instantly panicked. Moreover, that golden sky continued to descend upon his position without losing speed. An indescribable sense of danger filled his entire being. He couldn't withstand this move. If he did, he would die. The Dragon Lord's eyes narrowed, and his 100-zhang-long body erupted with a burst of golden light, almost instantly covering a distance of 100 miles. As long as he could leave before this magic fell, he still had a chance to survive. As for the remaining demon emperors, he was utterly powerless and didn't care about their fate at all. However, after flying several hundred miles in one breath, he was horrified to find that he still hadn't escaped the range of this magic's influence. This is impossible. What kind of magic is this? The Dragon Lord roared, ready to unleash golden light again and charge outward. But at that moment, the heaven and earth seal had already descended upon him. Bang! It was like a massive stone mill grinding over an insect. The nearly 100-jong-long four-clawed golden dragon couldn't even resist for a moment, and its entire body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. With nearly 200 million critical damage, he certainly couldn't withstand it with only 50 million health. Boom! The heaven and earth seal continued its momentum unabated. The originally towering Black Mountain was completely destroyed by the heaven and earth seal. Along with it, all the demon emperors nearby, who were in a panic, were also suppressed and annihilated. Killed 70 level 1000 Demon Cave's First Lord Dragon Lord, gained experience plus killed 67 level Golden Elephant Demon Emperor, gained experience plus killed 66 level Iron Mountain Flood Demon, gained experience plus killed 60 level Barbarian Mountain Pig Emperor, gained experience plus killed 60 level Golden Mane Lion Emperor, gained experience plus. Third transfer task, 10,000 methods to exterminate evil, completed. Your level has been raised to level 55. BOSS monster loot has been automatically collected. Songchen looked at the experience notifications continuously appearing on the panel, feeling very satisfied. Just then, another task prompt popped up. Hidden task, Secret of the Immortal Sect, Phase 3, 1000. Demon Cave detected that the 1000 Demon Cave has been completely destroyed. Phase 3 task automatically completed. Task completion rate 100%. Task participation rate 100%. Task reward 1 million experience points. Level 50 golden equipment. Cloud treading boots, level 50 golden equipment. Golden eye legendary treasure chest. Your level has been raised to level 56 before Songchen could carefully check the attributes of these equipment. Another task prompt appeared. Hidden task, Secret of the Immortal Sect, final phase to be opened? Without hesitation, Songchen nodded. Final phase task open. Task requirement, kill the world boss Xiantian Stone Demon. Task reward, rewards calculated based on player performance. World boss? Songchen pondered. It seemed that the 70 level Dragon Lord he had just killed was not the final boss of this world. Just as he was thinking about how to find this world boss, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Cracks. Dozens to hundreds of zhang-long suddenly appeared, and the surrounding mountains seemed to come to life, beginning to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Countless mountains rose from the ground, and the fallen stones around formed their hands and feet, then all converged in one direction. Nearly 1,000 towering mountains, countless giant stones. As if summoned by something, they all gathered in one place. They formed a massive mountain range that was several times taller than the previous central black peak. Immediately after, that massive mountain range began to change shape again. Hands and feet extended from it. Thus, a towering stone giant appeared before Songchen. At the same time, a piece of information also appeared. Xuantian Stone Demon Type, World Final BOSS Level, 90 Health, 21508000 Strength, 10520 Agility, 1000 Spirit, 1000 Constitution, 12500 Defense, 15200 Skills, Meteor Impact, Earth-Shattering Shock, Stone Prison, Hammer of Annihilation. A level 90 Xiantian Stone Demon with 200 million health? Not bad, maybe it can withstand one of my skills, Songchen commented with a smile. At this moment, the damage of the heaven and earth seal increased again with his level. It had already reached 150 million, coupled with 100% spell critical hit. 200 million damage wasn't too difficult. But then again, the amount of spell critical hits purely depended on luck. If this world boss had good luck, it might just withstand his strike. Just as the world boss appeared at Qinglu Mountain, the ancestor of Qinglu Mountain, Ji Xiong, who was in seclusion on the back mountain seeking a breakthrough, suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a tremor in his heart. It was as if something extraordinary was happening. Ji Xiong showed a puzzled expression, made a hand seal, and performed a divination. His expression changed instantly as he looked towards the direction of the 1000 Demon Cave. Bang! The stone door of the secret chamber was blasted open, and Ji Xiong's figure walked out. Hearing the commotion, the disciples of Qinglu Mountain all gathered at the back mountain. There were a total of 8 people. These were all disciples of Ji Xiong, including Ji Xiong, the mountain master. Qinglu Mountain had a total of 9 disciples. However, each of these disciples was exceptionally strong, far surpassing those true monarchs from Jinyang Cave. Plus, Ji Xiong was recognized as the strongest among human forces. That's why Qinglu Mountain could rank as the number 1 human force in this region. It was also because of Ji Xiong that the 1000 Demon Cave had been hesitant to launch a full-scale attack on human forces. Master, what's wrong? The next batch of longevity fruits won't arrive for another month. One disciple stepped forward to ask. Ji Xiong waved his hand. No need, everyone follow me. Where to? The disciples all looked puzzled. To the 1000 Demon Cave, Ji Xiong said. Without caring about the thoughts of his disciples, he directly rode the clouds and quickly flew towards the 1000 Demon Cave. The disciples exchanged glances. Although they didn't know why their master wanted to go to the 1000 Demon Cave, they didn't hesitate too much and each used their abilities to chase after Ji Xiong. Jinyang Cave. In the discussion hall, More than half of the true monarchs in the sect gathered here. Their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, some were angry, and others were gloating. The death of true monarch Qingfeng must be accounted for by Dakian, one true monarch said angrily. Indeed, our Jinyang cave has lost 2 true monarchs, both related to Dakian. If we don't demand an explanation, others will think Jinyang cave is easy to bully. The destruction of Qingqiu is also closely related to that new inspector from Dakian. I heard that the new inspector from Dakian is keen on slaying demons and eliminating evil. Now all the major demons within Dakian have been slain by him. If this person can be used by our Jinyang cave, it might just make up for our losses. Elder Taishan, we must make them hand over the murderer, otherwise Dakian has no reason to exist. In the hall, many true monarchs spoke passionately, hoping to thoroughly investigate this matter. At this moment, on the main seat, a youthful-looking elder with white hair was meditating with his eyes closed. The debates below seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. He was the actual controller of this place, True Monarch Mingi of Jinyang Cave. Just then, True Monarch Mingi suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of inexplicable danger filled his heart. He reached out and took out a compass-like magical tool, infusing it with spiritual power. Instantly, the compass shone brightly. A needle slowly turned, finally pointing laboriously to the southwest direction. Then the entire compass seemed unable to bear the weight, shattering with a loud bang. The true monarch Mingi looked in astonishment towards the southwest, where the center of the immortal sect's ruins lay, home to the Thousand Demon Cave. It's ominous, and very ominous. But amidst the great misfortune, there remains a thread of heavenly opportunity. What on earth is happening? True monarch Mingi stood up, and the people in the hall who had been debating just moments ago all tacitly closed their mouths, quietly waiting for the elder's instructions. Put aside matters of Diqian for now, we can settle accounts later. Next, all of you will follow me to the Thousand Demon Cave, he declared decisively. He then summoned a magnificent flying boat and soared into the sky. The other true monarchs were left in confusion, not understanding what had transpired. However, since the elder had given an order, they naturally dared not disobey. They all boarded the flying boat. Diqian. This place is closest to the direction of the Thousand Demon Cave. At this moment, the people living in the Diqian territory could still feel a slight tremor. Qianjing. Inside the martial temple, the 4 temple priests, including Wu Ming, looked at the returning Li Yan and the others, all wearing expressions of shock. Why are only you back? Where's Song Chen? Wu Ming asked. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Where did you find this monster? Even true monarch Qingfeng is no match for him. He has the golden-haired demon emperor of the Thousand Demon Cave pinned down. Li Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Wu Ming was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? What happened? Li Yan snorted. True monarch Qingfeng took us to the Immortal's Cave, and then Song Chen killed him without a word. After that, he encountered a demon emperor and took him down just like that. By now, Song Chen should have already reached the Thousand Demon Cave. Wu Ming was immediately alarmed. What? Why didn't you try to persuade him? There are countless great demons in the Thousand Demon Cave. Is it a place he can go alone? Li Yan scoffed. Then why didn't you persuade him to stay in Diqian and not come out? Besides, if I could persuade him, would I still be out here being ordered around? Wu Ming was left speechless. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Everyone turned to look. They saw the tallest golden statue at the deepest part of the martial temple suddenly move. Crack, crack, crack. The ancestor of Diqian struggled to turn his body, extending his right arm entwined with a golden dragon, pointing towards the direction of the Thousand Demon Cave. Thousand demons, chaos, you escape. I remain. The intermittent voice came from the towering golden statue. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming and the others were all taken aback. Ancestor, what on earth is happening? Several temple priests asked in unison. But the towering golden statue remained in its original position, motionless, and did not respond to them. Meanwhile, the practitioners scattered across various locations in the secret realm were all astonished, looking at the sudden message prompt that appeared before them. The world's final boss, the Xiantian Stone Demon, has appeared. The final faction war has begun. Please choose your faction. Guardian faction / offensive. Faction Guardian faction. Protect the world boss and help it survive for 24 hours. Rewards will be calculated based on the boss's final health. Offensive faction. Attack the world boss and kill it within 24 hours. Rewards will be calculated based on the damage dealt by each person. The location of the faction war has been marked on the map. Please hurry there. Hui stared blankly at the panel before him, genuinely doubting whether he was dreaming. Their small team hadn't done anything yet, and the world boss had already appeared. Captain, which side should we choose? A team member asked. No kidding, look at that world boss's health, 200 million. Of course, it's the Guardian faction. Right, according to the experiences of those who have participated in faction wars, the Guardian faction yields the greatest rewards. The team members all leaned towards choosing the Guardian faction. Hui shook his head vigorously and said, attack camp. Why? The team members were puzzled. Have you forgotten about that practitioner who appeared in the Qingqiu territory? Hui countered. The team members' expressions stiffened. Right, how could they forget that person? Over 100 million real damage and it seemed like the world boss only had a little over 200 million health. Hiss. Attack, we must damn well attack. Over here, Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua showed no hesitation. The moment the camp battle was announced, they immediately chose to join the attack camp. No other reason. Because hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to junior brother Song Chen's strength. Look quickly, what is that? There's actually such a monster in the 1,000 Demon Cave? The 8 true lords of Qinglu Mountain had not yet approached the center of the immortal sect ruins when a towering stone giant appeared before them. Although they were still quite far away, they could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the stone demon. This made their movements involuntarily pause. Their speed also slowed down a bit. At the front, Ji Xiong wore a serious expression. The combat power of this stone demon could probably be said to be the limit that this world could bear. They had no chance of winning at all. Master, what kind of monster is this? A disciple asked in fear. Ji Xiong shook his head. I don't know, but I do know one thing. All the disciples held their breath, waiting for their master to speak. Ji Xiong sighed and finally said slowly, this monster is invincible. The end of this world has come. Upon hearing this, the disciples all wore expressions of disbelief. They knew that their master was the recognized number one in this territory. Even he said such words, which showed how terrifying this stone demon was. But still, some disciples were unwilling to give up. Master, if we unite the top combat powers of Jinyang Cave and Dakian, can't we resist this stone demon? Ji Xiong glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Doing so would only make us die faster. Just then, a sound of breaking air came from behind them. A magnificent, giant flying ship broke through the clouds and approached them. A dignified voice came from within. Has the disturbance in the 1,000 Demon Cave reached you, Senior Ji? May I come aboard for a discussion? Ji Xiong raised an eyebrow. All right. He then transformed into a streak of light and landed on the giant flying ship. In the luxurious room on the top floor, Ming Yi True Lord was seated at a table with a set of exquisite white jade tea utensils in front of him. He pushed a cup of fragrant tea towards Ji Xiong and smiled. Senior Ji, please. Ji Xiong sneered. You really know how to keep your composure. Ming Yi True Lord didn't mind taking a sip of the spiritual tea before saying, what do you think about the stone demon that appeared in the 1,000 Demon Cave? Ji Xiong replied, I've had a few encounters with that old dragon in the 1,000 Demon Cave, but I've never seen this stone demon. The pressure it exudes is not a little stronger than that old dragon. Ming Yi True Lord said solemnly. So? Ji Xiong laughed freely. So I suggest we hide and pray that the stone demon doesn't come looking for us. Upon hearing this, the previously calm expression on Ming Yi True Lord's face began to show signs of strain. Even you don't have any confidence? Ji Xiong nodded honestly. He truly had no confidence. Just the pressure emitted by that stone demon made him feel somewhat breathless. Even he, recognized as the number one in combat power, felt this way. Others need not be mentioned. Ming Yi True Lord fell silent. But the desire that arose in his heart would not be so easily extinguished. Great terror was accompanied by great opportunity, and he did not want to miss this great opportunity. However, although we can't defeat this stone demon, we at least need to figure out how this stone demon came to be. Ming Yi, what do you think? Ji Xiong suddenly spoke up and Ming Yi pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Soon, the 8 true lords of Qinglu Mountain boarded the flying vessel and set off towards the location of the 1,000 Demon Cave along with Jinyang Cave. At the same time, many practitioners within the secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass were also rushing to the final location of the faction battle. As long as they could complete their respective faction tasks, the rewards would be significantly higher than those for hidden tasks. Although it was unclear which practitioner triggered the final faction battle, it did not prevent them from participating and earning rewards. Along the way, one could often see groups of people riding horses quickly heading towards the 1,000 Demon Cave. Hey, Old Wang, which faction did your team choose? A practitioner asked another familiar team. What else is there to ask? Of course, we chose the Guardian faction. Old Wang replied without hesitation. Hey, our team did too. You don't even need to ask, that world boss is level 90 with nearly 200 million health and 15,000 defense attributes. Even if all of us practitioners went up, we probably wouldn't even scratch its surface. Yeah, only a fool would choose the offensive faction. But with so many people choosing Guardian, our final task rewards are definitely going to be less. Less is still better than nothing. Those who chose the offensive faction are really just a bunch of greenhorns. Old Wang scoffed. Ha ha, those people are just too young. The practitioners all laughed heartily. For them, choosing the Guardian faction was a surefire deal. They only needed to reach the final battle location. Even if they did not take action and let the world boss be attacked, the final result would surely be a win for them. Because the highest level of practitioners that this real secret realm could accommodate was only level 70. What level is the world boss? Level 90. Its 3 attributes are also extremely overpowered, making it virtually impossible to defeat. In the end, everyone rushed to the 1,000 Demon Cave as fast as they could. At this moment, the mountains surrounding the Thousand Demon Cave had completely vanished, leaving behind only dark, deep pits. The ultimate fate of these mountains was evident. Bang! Bang bang! The Xiantian stone demon took a step, causing the ground to tremble. However, its direction was not towards the ruins of the immortal sect, but rather deeper into the cave. It seemed that something there was attracting it. On the giant flying vessel, Mingyi and Ji Xiong looked at this scene, both showing puzzled expressions. Logically speaking, shouldn't a revived ancient demon like this start attacking humans first? Why was it heading deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave? Was there an internal conflict in the Thousand Demon Cave? No, look over there. That Black Mountain Peak is gone, and the ground seems to be covered in demon corpses. A true lord specializing in eye techniques exclaimed in shock. The others could not see as clearly as he could. What great demons were left in the Thousand Demon Cave now? The ground was littered with the shattered flesh of demons. Ji Xiong and Mingyi's expressions changed, and they focused again, discovering that it was indeed as the man said. Apart from the Xiantian stone demon, there were no traces of any demons left in the Thousand Demon Cave. Investigate. Find out who entered the Thousand Demon Cave before. Mingyi could not help but shout. Ji Xiong was also confused, completely unaware of why such a change had occurred in the Thousand Demon Cave. Then, a true lord from Jinyang Cave stepped forward and said, reporting to the elder, according to the words of those loose cultivators, the inspector from Dakian, after leaving the cave ruins, took a demon emperor as a mount, and their direction was precisely towards the Thousand Demon Cave. Dakian, inspector? Song Chen. Ming Yi's expression turned to one of shock. Naturally, Ming Yi recognized this newly appointed inspector from Dakian. After all, the death of a true lord and an outer sect steward from Jinyang Cave was closely related to Song Chen, especially with the subsequent destruction of Qingqiu, which left them all in shock. Now that Ming Yi heard that Song Chen had previously entered the Thousand Demon Cave, he was naturally very suspicious. But suspicion aside, however, there are quite a few doubts. The main one is that there are countless great demons within the Thousand Demon Cave, and the strength of the demon emperors in the top 10 caves is exceptionally powerful. Take Ming Yi's engine himself, for example. If he were to face a demon emperor from the top 10 caves, he wouldn't be confident in defeating them. However, if he were to use some hidden cards, he could still inflict serious damage. As for killing them, that was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. And this is just regarding the demon emperors ranked lower. As for a powerful demon like the Golden Elephant Demon Emperor, he naturally wouldn't dare to face it alone. Is the information accurate? Mingyi's engine asked in a deep voice. The other true monarch nodded. Absolutely true, many loose cultivators have seen it with their own eyes. Mingyi's engine then looked at Ji Xiong. Senior Ji, what do you think? Ji Xiong smiled. Do you really think a newly appointed inspector from the Great Qian can handle a demon that even I can't deal with? Mingyi's engine was taken aback, then he also started to laugh. It seems I was overthinking it. Mingyi's engine then discussed further with Ji Xiong. They ultimately decided to send a true monarch to investigate the news, at the very least to determine what this stone demon really wanted. The chosen true monarch from the Golden Sun Cave wore a worried expression. But since it was a direct order from the sect's elder, he naturally dared not disobey. He then disembarked from the flying boat and cautiously made his way toward the stone demon's location. At this moment, it wasn't just the Golden Sun Cave that was taking action. Many nearby loose cultivators were also drawn to the commotion, lingering at the edge of the Thousand Demon Cave, waiting for an opportunity. Some bolder ones even ventured inside. After all, many demons in the Thousand Demon Cave were either dead or missing. There might still be plenty of cultivation resources left in their caves. If they didn't fight for it now, they might regret it for a lifetime. However, it wasn't just loose cultivators entering. There were also teams of professionals. They disguised themselves as loose cultivators and continuously approached the stone demon's location, completing their faction tasks. Most of the professionals who chose the Guardian faction quietly lay in wait nearby, waiting for the attacking faction to make a move. But to their surprise, after waiting for a long time, they saw no professionals advancing to attack the stone demon. This left them puzzled, and then they suddenly realized, in the end, during the faction war, there was no limit to the number of participants from each faction. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that the rewards for choosing the Guardian faction were the greatest. This led to very few people on the attacking faction side. Thus, the world boss had yet to be attacked. It seems our Guardian faction is bound to win. What a pity. If only a few from the attacking side would come, at least I could boost my participation. Yeah, at this rate, even if we win, the rewards probably won't be much. Still, it's better than the rewards from those ordinary tasks. The professionals from the Guardian faction looked at the still full health world boss and couldn't help but complain. In response, Bai Hui said nothing and didn't want to say anything. He just looked at those professionals from the Guardian faction with a gaze as if they were fools. 200 million health points, level 90. Is that impressive? That professional from Qingqiu dealt over 100 million damage with a single strike. 200 million? That's Just a drop in the bucket. Especially since the number of people choosing the attacking faction was clearly very few, only a mere 9. This meant that the rewards for completing the faction tasks would be very generous. Although the bulk would go to that mysterious professional, the remaining scraps would still be enough for them to feast on. At the deepest part of the Thousand Demon Cave, the world boss, the Xiantian Stone Demon, immediately locked onto Song Chen, who was standing still. It was because of him that the faction war was finally initiated. It was also him who had killed all the demons here. Therefore, the Xiantian Stone Demon appeared. Song Chen stood there, not dodging or avoiding, calmly watching the Xiantian Stone Demon slowly approach him. The nearly 1,000-foot-tall figure exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each step it took felt like a minor earthquake. From Song Chen's perspective, he could only see the lower half of the Xiantian Stone Demon. The upper half was obscured by clouds, with only half of the enormous ghostly face on its chest visible, leaving Song Chen with an exaggerated and eerie smile. Boom! Boom boom boom! The Xiantian Stone Demon drew closer, its 200-foot-wide black arms swinging violently. That's enough, Song Chen murmured. He then activated the Heaven and Earth Seal directly. The flood-level Heaven and Earth Seal ignored defenses, and with Song Chen's 100% spell critical hit, this skill would leave the Xiantian Stone Demon either dead or severely injured. In an instant, the world changed color and thunder roared. A golden seal descended from the heavens, breaking through the clouds, and smashed down towards the Xiantian Stone Demon. Thus, the Xiantian Stone Demon's raised arms transformed into a stone shield shimmering with black and gold hues, attempting to block the descending seal. However, this was ultimately futile. The seemingly indestructible black-gold shield was crushed in an instant by the golden seal. The residual force continued to press down on the Xiantian Stone Demon. Black stones continuously fell from the Xiantian Stone Demon's body, rushing to replenish the shattered arms, but they were mercilessly crushed by the golden seal. Just like that, the Xiantian Stone Demon's body grew smaller, while the speed of the golden seal's descent increased. Finally, after a resounding boom, the golden seal completely crushed the Xiantian Stone Demon into a pile of dust. Only a line of blue critical hit numbers remained on the ground. -309999999. Over 300 million in spell critical hit damage. This meant that the spell critical hit had directly doubled the skill damage. It was simply terrifying. It seemed that the Xiantian Stone Demon was indeed having a bad day. Otherwise, it might have been able to withstand Song Chen's second Heaven and Earth Seal. Meanwhile, a series of message prompts flashed before Song Chen's eyes. You have killed the world boss, Xiantian Stone Demon, gaining experience plus 100000000. Final stage task completed. Offensive faction victorious task. Completion rate 100%. Task participation rate 100%. Leaderboard rewards and contribution rewards have been distributed. Task rewards, experience plus 50 million. Level 60 Golden Equipment Xiantian Stone Ring, Level 60 Golden Equipment Xiantian Emperor Bell. You have successfully obtained the first treasure chest on the leaderboard. Legendary Contribution Chest. You opened the first treasure chest on the leaderboard. Rewards, Level 90 Golden Unrestricted Equipment. Evil Banishing Sword, Special Skill Spirit Binding Technique, Manhwa Immortal Sect Token, Special Item from the Middle Thousand World, Experience plus 100000000. You open the Legendary Contribution Chest. Rewards, Experience plus 10 million. Heart of Stone, Gold Material for Magic. Your level has increased to level 66. This wave directly provided Song Chen with 80 million experience points, allowing him to level up 10 times to level 66. In addition, he received 2 pieces of level 60 golden equipment and 1 piece of level 90 unrestricted golden equipment. Coupled with the numerous golden equipment he had previously acquired, it could be said that every piece of equipment Song Chen wore was of golden quality or higher. Although they weren't a complete set of golden equipment, he had already surpassed 99% of all professionals. For ordinary professionals, obtaining a single piece of golden equipment would already deplete their luck, let alone 2 or an entire set. The difficulty of acquiring golden legendary equipment was universally recognized as hellish, only produced within true secret realms, and most likely only obtainable through hidden tasks. This had eliminated a large number of professionals, not to mention the difficulty of completing hidden tasks. Therefore, golden equipment has always been in high demand but low supply, often controlled by the upper echelons. 4. Someone like Song Chen, or even a single piece of equipment was golden legendary, it was truly rare in the world. However, Song Chen's expression remained very calm. After all, acquiring golden equipment was not a difficult task for him. Completing a hidden task would yield rewards. What he truly cared about was a large amount of experience points, as that was what could quickly enhance his combat power. Nowadays, the world boss had already been defeated by him. The class change quest had also been completed, and it was time for him to leave this secret realm. Just then, a sudden commotion arose from the spot where the Xiantian Stone Demon had died. Following that, a 9-story platform made of white jade abruptly emerged from the ground. The 9-story platform stood 9 zhang tall, exuding an inexplicable aura. At the moment the 9-story platform appeared, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky, illuminating the very top of the platform. Subsequently, the white jade platform instantly radiated a misty clear light, responding to the golden beam. Song Chen looked over in confusion. Then, a message prompt appeared before him. You have defeated the world boss. The Ascension platform has appeared. Step onto the Ascension platform to go to the Southhua realm of the Central Thousand World. The Ascension platform exists permanently. If you miss this opportunity, you can use the Southhua Immortal Sect token on the platform to go to the upper realm Central Thousand World. Song Chen then withdrew his gaze and did not walk towards the Ascension platform. With his current strength, it was not a good plan to rashly head to the Central Thousand World. After all, the power of the Central Thousand World was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Small Thousand World. His level was still too low. Going to the Central Thousand World was a very risky endeavor. Therefore, Song Chen did not want to go. Moreover, the Ascension platform was permanently present. Even if he missed this opportunity, he could return here on some future day and use the Southhua Immortal Sect token to go to the Central Thousand World. So, Song Chen was not in a hurry. He then ignored the Ascension platform and walked straight out of the Thousand Demon Cave. At this moment, the group of cultivators stationed outside the Thousand Demon Cave erupted in chaos. They had just witnessed the most incredible scene of their lives. The towering stone giant, radiating boundless might, had not even had the chance to display its terror before being crushed to dust by a golden seal that fell from who knows where. They only saw the stone giant attempting to resist, and then there was nothing more. In less than a breath's time, the stone demon they had only seen from a distance, trembling all over, was so carelessly killed. The faces of the cultivators outside were all filled with disbelief. Similarly, those practitioners who had participated in the final faction battle were even more dumbfounded, because they had done nothing at all. The world boss was gone. And it was gone in an instant. They were very suspicious that the world boss's health bar was fake. It looked impressive, but was it just a touch away from shattering? However, when they saw the staggering blue critical damage number exceeding 300 million, everyone fell silent. Those practitioners who had chosen the Guardian faction even slapped themselves several times. Empiricism is the most harmful. They had calculated everything, but they never expected that this real secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass actually hid such a practitioner. A single strike dealt over 300 million damage. It was simply outrageous. Who can tell me over 300 million real damage? Is this something a human can achieve? Who the hell is the world boss? Over 200 million health is just a toy. Damn it, old wine, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have chosen the Guardian faction. Screw you. Who told me back then that choosing the offensive faction was for big fools? The faces of the practitioners were all filled with expressions of constipation, akin to winning a 10 billion lottery only to lose the ticket. They truly felt like they could die. Not to mention these loose cultivators and practitioners. Even the true monarch Mingyi on the flying boat gaped, staring blankly at this scene. At this moment, the calm demeanor he had maintained for years had long vanished. The equanimity cultivated over many years had completely collapsed at this moment. Others may not understand what the defeat of the stone demon means, but someone like Mingyi, who stands at the highest position of the human race, sees it clearly. It signifies that the heavens of this land are about to change. The power of the Xiantian stone demon is evident to all. Even Ji Xiong dared not engage it in battle. This shows just how terrifying its strength is. Yet, such a formidable demon, standing at the pinnacle of the world, has now been so easily slain by someone. What level of power must that person possess? Mingyi dares not think about it. He cannot even imagine it. Ji Xiong also wore a face full of astonishment. He was shocked by the death of the stone demon and felt utterly surprised by this sudden turn of events. There are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Ji Xiong had thought he was the top here. He had always believed that, but now he felt ashamed of his arrogance. Senior Ji, Elder Taishan, look, that beam of golden light. At that moment, a true monarch from Jinyang Cave suddenly reminded them. Mingyi and Ji Xiong came to their senses and looked in the direction indicated by the true monarch. Their expressions changed. Soon, Mingyi's eyes were filled with fervor, and without a word, he vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared 100 miles away. Ji Xiong did the same, even moving slightly faster than Mingyi. Only the other true monarchs remained, exchanging glances, not understanding what had happened. Of course, the true monarchs present, having cultivated to this level, were not fools. With just a little thought, they understood why Mingyi and Ji Xiong rushed over so anxiously. There must be a treasure emerging or a chance of great fortune. That's why Mingyi didn't even bother to greet anyone and dashed over. Moreover, with the Xiantian stone demon already dead, they had no more worries. Thus, those true monarchs immediately employed their respective methods and chased after the location where the golden light fell. Mingyi and Ji Xiong were the first to arrive at the spot illuminated by the golden light. A 9-tiered platform made of white jade appeared before them. The platform emitted a misty clear light resonating with the golden beam, exuding an inexplicable aura of the great Tao. The moment Mingyi saw this 9-tiered platform, his gaze fixed intensely on the top of the platform, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Ji Xiong was also quite surprised, carefully examining the 9-jiang high platform. After a moment, he understood what this platform was. A long-lost excitement appeared on his face. The Ascension platform. His master had mentioned it before he passed away. The land they were in was merely a secret realm where the immortal sect raised demon beasts. However, due to certain changes, this secret realm was permanently sealed off. The immortals stationed here had all retreated, leaving behind a group of demon beasts occupying the most fertile and central part of the ruins. Thus, in this world, the demons, both in number and quality, far surpassed the human forces. Ji Xiong's master had accidentally entered a spatial rift and, thanks to a precious treasure protecting him, managed to survive. Even so, he was trapped here for life, unable to leave. His master had also told him that although this secret realm was forced to close for unknown reasons, it had made this world more complete. After millions of years of natural repair, the laws here had nearly reached perfection. Therefore, if Ji Xiong could find the Ascension platform, he would have hope of leaving this place and entering a larger world. Only through this Ascension platform could he depart for a broader, more resource-rich upper realm. Ji Xiong then glanced at Mingyi, subtly creating some distance. His lifespan was nearing its limit. Only by going to the upper realm could he possibly break through and gain more life. Thus, he naturally could not let go of the opportunity presented by the Ascension platform. He believed Mingyi understood this even better. It seems that Senior Ji knows what this 9-tiered platform is for. Mingyi's engine restrained his expression and cast a faint glance at Ji Xiong, who was 100 steps away. Mingyi, you can't compete with me. Withdraw now, and I might spare your life. Ji Xiong said directly, without any unnecessary words. Mingyi's engine had long anticipated the current situation. But how could he possibly let such a tremendous opportunity slip away? Then I shall experience the methods of Senior Ji, he replied, not backing down at all. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, a tall figure walked step by step toward their location. Both of them were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward the newcomer. The person was dressed in a purple gold dragon and tiger Taoist robe, handsome and composed, seemingly unfazed by the conflict between the two. He did not exude any aura of power, appearing just like an ordinary passerby. Until now, both of them had focused all their attention on the Ascension platform, neglecting the movements around them. It was only when Song Chen approached that they suddenly became aware. Mingyi's engine was the first to ask, "Kid, since you appeared nearby, do you know what just happened?" Although he knew that the new inspector of Deqian was named Song Chen, he had no idea what this person looked like. So even though Song Chen was standing right in front of him, he did not recognize him. Instead, he treated him as a loose cultivator and pressed him for information about what had just occurred. Song Chen merely glanced at him indifferently, offering no response, and walked straight toward the entrance of the Thousand Demons Cave. After all, the final world boss in this secret realm had already been killed by him, so there was no need to linger here any longer. He, naturally, would not waste time on these locals. Seeing himself ignored, Mingyi's engine narrowed his eyes and a sharp aura suddenly erupted from him, pressing towards Song Chen. As the supreme elder of the top-tier force, Jinyan Cave, almost everyone bowed their heads in his presence, and no one dared to show him such disrespect. Under normal circumstances, he would have already crushed this disrespectful loose cultivator with a single palm. However, at this moment, Mingyi's engine was eager to know what had just happened, so he deliberately spared this person's life. Yet Song Chen remained oblivious to the pressure, continuing to walk forward. Mingyi's engine was now thoroughly enraged, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Song Chen. He, it seems you don't know who I am. How about this, I'll give you a chance to tell me what you know, or else you'll die here. Mingyi's engine clasped his hands behind his back, a sinister smile on his face. Song Chen stopped, his calm expression unchanged, and said lightly, "You want to know?" Mingyi's engine sneered. Song Chen continued, "Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The great demons in the Thousand Demons Cave were all killed by me, and after I wiped them out, the Xiantian Stone Demon appeared, and then I killed that demon too. Right after that, the Ascension platform appeared. It's that simple." Upon hearing this, Mingyi's engine was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Kid, do you think I'm easy to fool? So you made up this nonsense to trick me?" He had completely lost his patience at this point and was ready to cripple Song Chen's legs, making him understand the consequences of lying and see if he dared to deceive him again. Just as he was about to act, he heard Song Chen say, "Alright, since you already know, then I should collect some interest." Mingyi's engine's expression darkened completely. He had never encountered such an arrogant young man, which greatly displeased him. However, at that moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind Mingyi's engine. Then a surprised voice rang out, "Supreme Elder, I know this person, he is the new inspector of Deqian, Song Chen." Upon hearing this, Mingyi's engine's movements paused. "So you are Song Chen, what a coincidence, he." Song Chen nodded. He originally intended to leave this secret realm directly, but who would have thought that this group of Golden Sun Cave cultivators would stumble into his line of fire? These people were simply out of luck, but they had no one to blame but themselves. Before leaving this world, it was just the right time to eliminate a future hidden danger for De Qian. What a coincidence! I heard that you have a grudge against De Qian, and I just happen to be the inspector for De Qian, so it's time to settle this debt. Song Chen glanced at the group of true monarchs from Golden Sun Cave surrounding him and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the true monarchs from Golden Sun Cave burst into laughter. Since when did people from De Qian dare to be so tough against their cultivators? All along, De Qian had merely been a dog they commanded. Tell it to go east and it wouldn't even dare to go west. Whatever they asked it to do, it would do. When had such a dog ever dared to show its teeth at its master? Song Chen, don't think that just because you killed a true monarch from Golden Sun Cave, you're invincible. It seems that Qing Feng really died at your hands. Who knows what despicable means this person used. Qing Feng was really quite unfortunate. Alright, quickly capture this person and brand him with a slave mark so he will serve Golden Sun Cave for all eternity. The group of true monarchs all looked at the young man in the center with disdain. Being able to kill true monarch Qing Feng was enough to prove his strength was not to be underestimated. But then again, no matter how strong he was, Golden Sun Cave had at least 15 true monarchs, 3 of whom were significantly stronger than Qing Feng. Moreover, there was also a supreme elder standing by to oversee the situation. There was no way Song Chen could escape from here. The 8 true monarchs from Qinglu Mountain silently moved behind Ji Xiong. A male disciple hesitantly asked, Master, De Qian is one of the top 3 forces, isn't Golden Sun Cave going a bit too far? Yes, after all, this person is the new inspector for De Qian, not some small fry, another female disciple chimed in. Ji Xiong glanced at them and then shook his head. We don't need to intervene, we can just watch the situation unfold. The reason he said this was due to his own considerations. First of all, this person appeared abruptly in the depths of the Thousand Demons Cave, and his movements were very suspicious. Although there was no aura emanating from him, Ji Xiong felt a warning sign the moment he saw him. In other words, this person seemed ordinary, but he gave Ji Xiong a very dangerous feeling. Coupled with what this person had just said, Ji Xiong wasn't fully convinced, but he still needed to be on guard. Moreover, this new inspector from De Qian had a significant grudge with Golden Sun Cave. A true monarch from Golden Sun Cave had died at his hands, so there was naturally no room for reconciliation. Ji Xiong also took this opportunity to see Song Chen's true strength clearly. Mingyi true monarch was certainly not a fool. Seeing the young man's confident demeanor, he felt a bit more cautious. How about this? Song Chen, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and submit to Golden Sun Cave, and from now on, the grudge between De Qian and us will be wiped clean, he said. After all, they had lost a true monarch and a deacon. This matter could not simply be resolved. It concerned the face of Golden Sun Cave. Song Chen glanced at the true monarchs from Golden Sun Cave surrounding him but was too lazy to say another word. There was no point in reasoning with such people. He then extended a finger, pointing at the group of true monarchs in front of him. He lightly uttered 4 words, Solar Divine Thunder. In an instant, the space ahead twisted, and then purple-red lightning snakes suddenly appeared, wildly dancing toward the group of true monarchs. After completing the third transformation task, Song Chen's attributes had received a significant boost once again, and his mental power had increased by another 200 points. Thus, the damage that the Solar Divine Thunder at the heavenly tier could inflict had reached a new level. He directly reached 5 million points of true damage. Coupled with a 100% spell critical hit characteristic, this so-called group of true lords before him could not possibly withstand the torrential onslaught of the blazing sun divine thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The nearly endless purple lightning serpents twisted and danced, mercilessly reaping all lives that stood in their way. The mocking expressions on the faces of those true lords turned to horror upon witnessing the terrifying purple lightning. Some among them drew various weapons in an attempt to resist, but those weapons couldn't even withstand a single breath, as both the person and the weapon were split in half by the lightning. Others, skilled in magic, tried to counter with the same lightning techniques. However, the lightning they conjured was like crawling insects on the ground compared to the soaring dragon in the sky that was Song Chen's blazing sun divine thunder, with no chance of victory whatsoever. In an instant, they were devoured by the lightning serpents. Some, sensing the impending doom, attempted to evade with their agility. Yet even after running 100 meters, they could not escape the pursuit of the lightning serpents, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded and turned into charred corpses. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the once imposing crowd from the Golden Sun Cave had all become lifeless bodies lying on the ground. True Lord Mingyi was struck with shock. He could never have imagined such a result. Among the more than 10 true lords of the Golden Sun Cave, which one was not a guardian of a region in the outside world? Yet now, they had so easily perished here. How could he accept this? At the same time, a wave of immense panic surged within True Lord Mingyi. He cast a deep glance at Song Chen and then shot up into the sky without hesitation. He even abandoned the heavenly opportunity before him. After all, even if the heavenly opportunity was laid out before him, he had to have his life to seize it. Song Chen had long anticipated his escape and immediately empowered himself with the celestial spell and the speed ring. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a large pit behind. Then, two figures overlapped in the air. A loud bang echoed as one figure was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. True Lord Mingyi lay disheveled in the center of the pit, coughing up blood, no longer possessing his previous composure. His luxurious robe was now stained with dust, and a clear fist imprint was visible on his chest. At the edge of the pit, Song Chen looked down at True Lord Mingyi from above. What true lords? Just a bunch of useless fools who can only flaunt their power. True Lord Mingyi looked at Song Chen in terror. Spare my life, and from now on, the Golden Sun Cave will never trouble you again, nor will it trouble De Qian. However, Song Chen paid no heed to his words, walking over to True Lord Mingyi, ready to end his life with a single punch. Just then, a dragon-shaped true flame formed from crimson fire erupted from the bottom of the pit, almost instantly engulfing Song Chen. The look of terror on True Lord Mingyi's face vanished, and he laughed. Ha, you've fallen for my strongest flame dragon. Burning heaven technique, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. Just as he was about to unleash further techniques to completely kill Song Chen, the 1-foot-thick pillar of true flame suddenly collapsed. A tiger-shaped phantom slowly emerged from within, and inside the tiger-shaped phantom, Song Chen stood there completely unharmed. At that moment, even his clothes showed no signs of damage. True Lord Mingyi, seeing this, was instantly filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You've been hit by my flame dragon burning heaven technique, how could you be unscathed? Before he could comprehend his doubts, a golden dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind Song Chen. It then roared and charged at True Lord Mingyi, piercing through his chest in an instant. Ha ha ha, you. So it turns out, True Lord Mingyi looked at the gaping hole in his chest, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. He cast a resentful glance at Song Chen, then fell unwillingly into the pool of blood. In just a moment, all the true lords of Jinyang Cave had turned into charred corpses on the ground. After a few more breaths, the actual ruler of Jinyang Cave, the supreme elder Ming Yizhen, also died here. And he died so easily. This left the disciples of Qinglu Mountain feeling as if they were dreaming. Jinyang Cave and Qinglu Mountain were both among the three top forces in this region. They had the largest number of true lords among the three powers, and their disciples were no different. Although the combat power of these true lords varied, with some being rather weak, they were still genuine true lords. They were not something that just anyone could provoke, yet today, they were all killed by a single person. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill. Those true lords from Jinyang Cave had no chance to fight back at all. Even for the disciples of Qinglu Mountain, to kill a true lord from Jinyang Cave would require all their means. Otherwise, there was no guarantee of a certain kill. But this person before them had achieved it. Is he really the new inspector of Dakian? When did Dakian produce such a formidable figure? How come I have no news of it at all? Even my master couldn't possibly kill Ming Yizhen. Who on earth is this? Could it be that the demons here were all killed by him? Hiss, so that stone demon's disappearance was also the doing of this person. The disciples of Qinglu Mountain all wore dumbfounded expressions, and their hearts were inevitably filled with fear. This person could kill the cultivators of Jinyang Cave at will, leaving them feeling utterly uncertain. Ji Xiong was both shocked and extremely wary. He had considered intervening just now, but Song Chen's movements were simply too fast, and the lightning techniques he used were too powerful. He couldn't find an opportunity to step in. Moreover, Ji Xiong was well aware that if he intervened, he would likely end up like Mingyi. Ji Xiong and the other cultivators of Qinglu Mountain stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe, fearing that they would be looked down upon by Song Chen. From today onwards, the heavens here would likely change. More than half of Jinyang Cave's true lords had died here, along with the supreme elder. They would inevitably fall into a period of unavoidable weakness. And now Dakian had such a terrifying inspector. Even Ji Xiong, recognized as the number one in the immortal sect, had to lower his head before Song Chen. It could be said that with just Song Chen alone, Dakian had leaped from a nearly declining top force to the strongest in the immortal sect. Although Ji Xiong did not want to attract Song Chen's attention, he could not ignore such a powerful figure. After all, the opportunity for the ascension platform was still there. But judging by this person's demeanor, he seemed not to care much. However, for the sake of opportunity, Ji Xiong still steeled himself and said, "This cough cough." Yet, as soon as he spoke, Song Chen cast a calm and profound gaze at him, causing him to immediately fall silent. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, his fate would be worse than that of Ming Yizhen. Song Chen kept his gaze on Ji Xiong and finally spoke. "The cultivators of Jinyang Cave did not show me much respect, so I killed them. You have no objections, right?" He was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. If these people had not insisted on opposing him, he would not have acted. After all, in this secret realm instance, only killing demons could earn experience. Killing people did not. The reason Song Chen looked at Ji Xiong a few more times was mainly to consider whether this person would pose a threat to Dakian in the future. Should he eliminate this threat now? After all, being able To stand alongside Mingxian likely meant he was not weak. However, after some thought, he ultimately decided against it. After all, there was no enmity, and this person had not shown any obvious hostility. Ji Xiong felt a chill in his heart under Song Chen's gaze, and upon hearing his words, he immediately shook his head vigorously. I, of course, have no objections to Qinglu Mountain. These Jin Yang cave cultivators deserve to die. The disciples exchanged glances, and soon they all echoed in agreement, fearing that if they expressed their opinions too slowly, they might offend this person. Just because they disrespected him, they ended up killing someone. Who would dare provoke such a person? Song Xiao. Senior Song, do you have any further instructions? Ji Xiong asked, trembling. After all, Song Chen's strength was far superior to his, so it was only natural for him to address him as senior. He felt no shame in doing so. Song Chen said, now that this matter is settled, I should be heading back. Ji Xiong, seeing that Song Chen was about to leave, pointed at the ascension platform with some confusion and asked, doesn't Senior Song want to know what that thing is? Song Chen glanced in the direction of the ascension platform and said with interest, it seems you know what this high platform is for. Ji Xiong nodded, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, senior. This white jade high platform is called the Ascension Platform. Stepping onto this platform allows one to travel to the resource-rich upper realm. Song Chen looked at Ji Xiong in surprise, not expecting that someone among the locals would recognize this object. The other disciples also wore shocked expressions, their gazes towards the white jade high platform changing. The Ascension Platform, could it be real? The resources here were already scarce, and most of them were occupied by the demons lurking around. Although they were part of the sect's upper echelon, they hardly enjoyed any resources. But the upper realm was different. The resources there were more abundant, and opportunities were plentiful. Naturally, they yearned for it. Now this opportunity lay before them. How could they not be excited? But despite their excitement, with Song Chen right there, they didn't dare to move at all. So, senior, don't you want to go to the upper realm? Ji Xiong tentatively asked. Song Chen chuckled, not interested. He then turned and left, leaving them with only his back. Ji Xiong stood there, somewhat admiring Song Chen's choice. Such a heavenly opportunity appeared before them, and anyone would be tempted. Yet this senior remained unmoved, truly carefree. Ji Xiong then looked at the ascension platform and said to the remaining 8 disciples who had followed him, since that's the case, would you like to follow me to the upper realm? As for the inheritance of Qinglu Mountain, Ji Xiong didn't care. He had merely taken in a few disciples over his long career, and then people began to refer to him as Qinglu Mountain. In reality, the entire sect consisted of just the 9 of them. Whether it existed or not was of no consequence. The disciples all showed excited expressions, nodding vigorously. Ah, good, follow me. Ji Xiong was the first to step onto the ascension platform, and then his figure transformed into golden light, soaring into the sky. The remaining disciples followed suit, ascending to the upper realm. At this point, the golden light vanished. The white jade high platform fell into silence. All the demons in the 1,000 Demon Cave were exterminated, most of the true lords of Jinyan Cave were killed, and all of Qinglu Mountain ascended. From this moment on, the pattern of this region would undergo a seismic change. Stepping out of the 1,000 Demon Cave, Mangli and Zhang Xinhua had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw Song Chen, their faces were filled with complex expressions, a mix of envy and indescribable admiration. After all, it was originally their role as seniors to bring Song Chen, the junior, to undertake the transfer task. But who would have thought that they ended up being the ones who were carried along, and, in the truest sense of the term, they were lying down to win. They only had to lie there, leaving the rest to Song Chen. To be honest, Mengli felt quite ashamed. However, when he saw a continuous influx of experience points and rewards, that feeling of shame vanished without a trace. Instead, he felt very proud. He had established a connection with Song Chen early on, which allowed him to gain so many benefits in this real secret realm. Now, both he and Zhang Xinhua had reached level 50. From the 30-something levels they had when they first entered, they had risen to level 50 in just a week. Of the speed of this upgrade is quite fast even in the Divine Summer Academy. Almost no one can surpass it. All of this is thanks to Song Chen. Zhang Xinhua looked at him with admiration, feeling very fortunate to have taken on such a task. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when she would reach level 50. Song Chen glanced at the two of them and then said, I've almost killed all the major demons in this secret realm instance. It's time to leave. Zhang Xinhua nodded. Mang Li then spoke up, Junior, aren't we going back to Deqian? After all, they had spent such a long time in Deqian. Moreover, Song Chen was the newly appointed inspector and a disciple of the martial temple. Meng Li thought Song Chen would return for a visit. However, Song Chen shook his head, no need to go back. Let's leave directly. After all the demons in the 1,000 Demon Cave had been slain by him. Most of the true lords in the Golden Sun Cave had also fallen here, and those from Qinglu Mountain had probably left through the Ascension platform. The crisis in Deqian had been resolved. Next, it was time to recuperate and slowly develop their own power. And all of this had nothing to do with Song Chen. He came here merely to kill demons and level up, without any special feelings for Diqian. Just as he had said before, he was only here to slay demons. With the demons gone, it was only natural for Song Chen to leave. The three of them exited the secret realm and saw several black cars parked at the entrance, clearly waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Song Chen and the others come out, a middle-aged man in a suit with an imposing demeanor immediately got out of the front black car. Song Chen took a glance and did not recognize him. However, the plump middle-aged man beside him was quite familiar to Song Chen. It was Director Chang Dong of the Pollution Prevention and Control Management Bureau. It was thanks to him providing the hidden passage item that he was able to smoothly enter this real secret realm of the demon suppression pass and complete his job transfer task. Chang Dong was the first to approach Song Chen with a beaming smile, introducing Song Chen. Let me introduce you to this gentleman. This is Director Gu Changhui, who is in charge of managing the Secret Realm instances in East China for the Great Summer Secret Realm Management Bureau. Song Chen politely nodded at Director Gu. The latter also smiled broadly, stepping forward to warmly shake Song Chen's hand, excitedly saying, "So you're Song Chen, right? It's great to finally meet you today." Song Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with Gu Changhui's enthusiasm, not understanding why this person was so excited. Fortunately, Chang Dong explained from the side, "I really didn't expect this. I just asked you to come to this secret realm to complete your job transfer task, and you directly changed the heavens in this realm. In the real secret realm of the demon suppression pass, there had long been many professionals from the Divine Summer Academy exploring inside. After all, it was a real secret realm, with the highest drop rates for equipment and task rewards. Moreover, the most numerous creatures in the demon suppression pass secret realm were demons. Killing demons could earn experience, making it a very good leveling spot. However, ever since Song Chen entered, those professionals sadly discovered that the demons seemed to have vanished. In the past, just taking a few steps in the secret realm would lead to encountering a demon. It was easy to trigger a demon-slaying task. But now, it was better. There was almost not a single demon to be seen in Diqian. If there were none in Diqian, that was fine, but surely there would be some outside, right? What infuriated them even more was that there were no demons outside either. Some professional teams that had finally received hidden tasks in Xingqiu hadn't even done anything yet, and Xingqiu had just disappeared. The hidden tasks were, of course, ruined. With the hidden tasks gone, these professionals had no choice but to head to the Immortal Sect ruins to scavenge resources from the Immortal's cave to complete the tasks assigned by the local sect. When they finished scavenging the resources and prepared to return to hand in their tasks, they found that the sect was also gone. Such a large sect, not just the Golden Sun Cave, but even Qinglu Mountain had disappeared. Those professionals were in tears. How could they possibly survive, including the final battle of the factions? They confidently chose the Guardian faction. As a result, Song Chen's 300 million true damage shattered their last hope. Who wouldn't be furious in their place? Not just in Yunhai City, the entire Eastern Ring province's professional forums exploded over 100 million true damage, and in just a few days, all the major demons in the Secret Realm dungeon were gone. Even those two top-tier forces had vanished. The Demon Suppression Pass Secret Realm was directly renamed the Great Qian Secret Realm. Gu Changhui had been the director of the Secret Realm Management Bureau for so many years, yet he had never seen someone as formidable as Song Chen. Now, the ecology of this true secret realm had completely changed, and those professionals would likely have to go through a long adaptation period. However, Gu Changhui was not angry. Instead, he was exceptionally excited. A national champion emerging from their Eastern Ring province should be like this, otherwise, what would they call a genius? As for the complaints from other professionals, Gu Changhui didn't care. Because even when combined, they couldn't match Song Chen alone, so why bother with their lives? This is the cruel reality. Without talent, without strength, why should others pay attention to you? After pondering for a moment, Song Chen realized he might have gone a bit too far and, feeling somewhat apologetic, said, "Director Gu, have I caused you trouble?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changhui's face lit up with a look of satisfaction. Such a genius, humble and composed, is truly rare. He immediately replied, "Song Chen, no need to worry, it's just a secret realm dungeon. Our Eastern Ring province can afford it. Moreover, I'm not here to criticize you, on the contrary, I want to reward you. After all, a genius should be like this." Hearing this, Song Chen understood Gu Changhui's thoughts and didn't hesitate, saying, "Director Gu, could you arrange another secret realm for me? I feel my leveling speed is a bit slow." What he lacked most now was experience, other things were unimportant. Gu Changhui was taken aback, originally thinking Song Chen would ask for equipment or items. He didn't expect him to request a secret realm dungeon. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changhui finally said, "Just in time, the Divine Summer Academy is about to open the trial grounds, and as a new student and national champion, you should have a spot." "Trial grounds? What kind of place is that?" Song Chen asked, puzzled. Gu Changhui smiled and explained, "The trial grounds are located on a solitary island, specifically designed by the Divine Summer Academy to train the professionals within the academy. Outstanding new students like you and some exceptional seniors will choose to enter the trial grounds. While defeating monsters in the trial grounds, you will also earn credits. The benefits you gain there will not be inferior to those in this true secret realm. In fact, they may even be higher. In short, if you want to gain a lot of experience, that place is definitely a good destination. Upon hearing this, Song Chen nodded. Since Gu Changhui had said so, he saw no reason to refuse. Moreover, the trial grounds sounded very appealing to him, perfectly meeting his need for rapid leveling. After all, he lacked nothing in terms of damage. Currently, Song Chen was at level 66. His unique divine talent, Endless Breaking Limits, had also reached level 7. Now, he could earn 7 skill points per second. In a day, he could accumulate over 300,000 skill points. At that point, he could learn some minor skills and elevate them to heavenly tier. Alternatively, he could choose an existing skill and completely elevate it to a forbidden spell. Both were excellent decisions. At least within the scope of level 100, no one could be his opponent. Seeing this, Gu Changhui couldn't help but smile. In that case, I'll have someone arrange it right away. You can go directly to the Divine Summer Academy now, and once you arrive, I'll have someone guide you. Song Chen quickly replied, "Thank you, Director Gu." Gu Changhui waved his hand. "No need to thank me, it's because of geniuses like you that our great Xia kingdom can thrive." Then Song Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with Gu Changhui and Chang Dong. After that, Gu Changhui had his secretary bring over a stone emitting a white glow, intricately carved with a circle of complex runes. He handed it to Song Chen and said, "The final opening time for the trial ground is probably just a few days away. This large teleportation stone is for you, it will save you some time on the road." After saying this, he left with Chang Dong. Song Chen's gaze then fell on the large teleportation stone in his hand. At this moment, Meng Li and the others who had not dared to breathe finally let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Gu Changhui leave. This man was a significant figure in the Great Xia Kingdom. The entire secret realm in the East China region was managed by him. It could be said that if any professional offended him, they would probably never level up in their lifetime. No dungeon would allow them entry, no matter how much money they offered. This clearly demonstrated the influence of Gu Changhui, the director of the Secret Realm Management Bureau. Then, Zhang Xinhua looked at the half-palm-sized stone in Song Chen's hand with envy. "Junior, it seems Director Gu values you highly." Hearing this, Song Chen looked at Zhang Xinhua with some confusion. Meng Li couldn't help but interject, "Junior, you probably don't know the value of this large teleportation stone, do you?" The teleportation stones we professionals can buy on the market are all small teleportation stones, which can only be used once and have a very short teleportation distance of about 100 kilometers. But the large teleportation stone is different. With it, you can teleport anywhere in the country instantly, and it can be used 3 times. Large teleportation stones are valuable but rare, often only produced in special secret realm dungeons, making them extremely difficult to obtain. So using a large teleportation stone to travel is actually a very luxurious thing. Song Chen suddenly understood. So this stone in his hand was so precious. It was clear that Gu Changhui indeed valued him highly. Song Chen then said, "In that case, you should also return to the academy to hand over your tasks, right? Let's go together." Meng Li and Zhang Xinhua's breaths quickened. They couldn't even imagine being able to use a large teleportation stone to travel in their lifetime. That was too extravagant. But since Song Chen had said so, they could only reluctantly agree. After all, they had benefited from the junior's presence more than once or twice. They were used to it. After fiddling with the large teleportation stone for a while, Song Chen shyly asked, "Senior, how do you use this thing?" He had never used a large teleportation stone before. He was familiar with small teleportation stones, which could be crushed to randomly teleport to a location 100 kilometers away. So at this moment, he didn't want to use it recklessly. Zhang Xinhua quickly said, "It's very simple. Imagine the place you want to go in your mind and then input your mental energy." After hearing this, Song Chen handed the stone to her and said, "If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you to use." Zhang Xinhua nodded, then realized that as a new student at the academy, the junior had never been to the Xinsha Academy before. She then input her mental energy into the large teleportation stone. Instantly, the white light on the stone intensified, enveloping all 3 of them. In the next moment, their figures disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the entrance of Xinsha Academy. Song Chen looked up, and a giant gate, over 10 meters high and several hundred meters wide, came into view. Above this gate were 4 large characters written in an elegant script, "Xinsha Academy." Standing in front of this gate, Song Chen and the others felt incredibly small. Moreover, this gate gave him a sense of not just sturdiness but an indescribable danger. It was as if any stranger daring to intrude upon the academy's gate would be immediately eliminated by this portal. Meng Li took out his student card while explaining to Song Chen, "This gate is both a barrier and a weapon. Even top-tier experts wouldn't dare to breach it easily." Song Chen nodded, then took out the black card that Ishin had given him from his backpack. This card not only contained his credits but also served as his identification. The 3 of them presented their cards and smoothly entered the Xinsha Academy. Once inside the campus, Zhang Xinhua headed straight for the mission hall. They could say this mission was a windfall. Not only did they do nothing, but they also received a large amount of experience and rewards for free. Moreover, with the mission completed, they had credits and money to claim. This led to the two of them returning to the academy with their lips curled up in smiles. Meng Li then took Song Chen to the residential area, preparing to settle him in first. The residential area was vast and divided into several zones, including a villa area, a leisure area, and dormitory zones for single, double, and quadruple occupancy. In the academy, accommodation also required spending credits. To stay comfortably, one would certainly need to spend a good amount of credits. Meng Li pointed to a dormitory building and said, "Junior, that's the quadruple dormitory building. 4 people share a room. It might be a bit cramped, but it only costs 5 credits a month." He then introduced Song Chen to the different accommodation options and their respective credit costs. A double dormitory costs 10 credits a month, a single dormitory costs 50 credits a month, and a standalone villa costs 100 credits a month. "Junior, I still recommend you start with the quadruple dormitory for now. Freshmen get free accommodation for the first 3 months. Once you complete some missions and earn credits, you can switch to a single dormitory later," Meng Li said thoughtfully. Song Chen recalled what Ishen had mentioned earlier. "How many points were on that black card?" 13,000 points. "No need, I prefer peace and quiet. Let's check out the villa area instead," Song Chen said with a smile. "Ah, the villa area?" Meng Li swallowed hard, doubting whether he had heard correctly. After all, a standalone villa costs 100 credits a month. The difficulty of earning credits was widely recognized as high. For students in the academy, completing a mission usually yielded only a few credits at most, not to mention needing credits to exchange for exclusive equipment or materials. Spending them on accommodation was even less common. Even Meng Li, a third-year student, had only upgraded from the initial quadruple dormitory to a double dormitory. He still felt a bit pained about the credits he had spent. After all, in Shinsha Academy, credits were far more valuable than money. Credits could be exchanged for money, but money could not be exchanged for credits. This highlights the preciousness of credits. Therefore, Meng Li found it hard to understand Song Chen's desire to live in a villa. Moreover, as a newly enrolled student, where would he get so many credits to afford a villa? Song Chen didn't explain much and walked straight toward the villa area. Meng Li had no choice but to follow, thinking that if Song Chen didn't have enough credits, he might have to cover the difference. He had no complaints about this. After all, it was because of Song Chen that they could enjoy so many benefits. A few credits were nothing in comparison. Plus, he could gain the favor of a junior. It was a win-win. The villa area was larger than the other zones, with a more tranquil environment featuring flower beds, fountains, and patches of grass visible just a few steps away. Compared to the dormitory area, the environment was significantly better. It was also very suitable for solitary cultivation without being disturbed. Meng Li and Song Chen arrived at the property management office in the villa area, looking for the person in charge to rent a villa. The person in charge was a somewhat effeminate young man who was also a student here. Since he was just a part-time worker, he could earn some credits each month and had a small villa for accommodation. It was a beautiful job that everyone else envied. Meng Li obviously knew the young people here and greeted with a smile. "Mi Xian, long time no see." Mi Xian also smiled and nodded, looking at Meng Li with a surprised gaze. "Look at you, it seems you've earned quite a few credits on this mission. Ready to rent a villa now?" Meng Li shook his head shyly. "Ahem, it's not me. It's this junior." Upon hearing this, Mi Xian curiously looked at Song Chen. Meng Li continued, "Let me introduce. This is this year's national champion, Song Chen." "National champion?" Mi Xian gasped, clearly taken aback by Meng Li's words. "So you are Song Chen. Now I finally see the real person." After all, Song Chen had achieved over 30,000 credits, breaking the previous highest record in history. Even Wang Han from the Wang family in the capital, and Ran, the daughter of the Mage Alliance leader, had less than 10,000 credits. The gap between them and the first place was like heaven and earth. This also indirectly highlighted the terrifying strength of Song Chen, the national champion. Song Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under Mi Xian's fervent gaze and coughed lightly. "I'm here to rent a villa. Do you have any recommendations, senior me?" Mi Xian came back to his senses, his fervent expression immediately subdued a bit. He said, somewhat puzzled, "Junior, a standalone villa costs 100 credits per month. That's not a small amount. I don't think you need to waste credits on something like this. A single dormitory would be enough." Song Chen smiled. "Don't worry, senior, I can afford this amount of credits." Upon hearing this, Mi Xian stopped persuading him. He pulled up the distribution of the 108 villas in the area from the screen beside them. The red ones indicate that someone has already rented them, and the green ones are unoccupied. "Junior, take a look and see which one you want to choose," he continued. Song Chen then chose a villa located deep within the area, quite far from the surrounding villas. Just as he had said before, he preferred a tranquil environment and did not like being disturbed. This villa was perfectly situated, ensuring no one would bother him. "Mi Xian, nodded, saying, "In that case, I'll take you to see this villa first. If everything is fine, we can finalize it." Okay. After Song Chen finished speaking, he followed Mi Xian to the selected villa. Just as he had imagined, the environment here was even quieter, very suitable for living alone. Moreover, the villa was quite spacious, consisting of 3 upper floors and 2 underground levels, with a dedicated training area. The total area added up to over 1,000 square meters. Song Chen was very satisfied. "This one will do, let's rent it for 3 months. Meng Li, upon hearing this, immediately coughed a few times and leaned closer to Song Chen, whispering, "Junior, isn't 3 months a bit too much? You could rent it for a month first, and when you finish your tasks and earn credits, you can renew the lease." Mi Xian did not speak. He also felt that it was somewhat unwise for Song Chen to spend so many credits here. Moreover, even as the national champion, he probably wouldn't have too many credits on hand. Such extravagance was indeed unwise. Song Chen merely smiled faintly, then took out his black card, saying, "Senior Mi, how do I pay?" "Oh." Mi Xian sighed inwardly and stopped persuading him. After all, it wasn't his credits. He then took out a machine. "Junior, just swipe your card to pay." Song Chen nodded, then placed the black card on the machine sensing area. With a beep, 300 credits were deducted. Mi Xian was stunned when he saw the balance displayed on the screen after the deduction. 1,300 credits. Where did a freshman get so many credits? Was the machine malfunctioning? That was Mi Xian's first reaction. Then he sadly discovered that the machine was not malfunctioning, and Song Chen indeed had 13,000 credits. It was the first time he witnessed the impressive prowess of the national champion. Mi Xian had been at the Xinxia Academy for 4 years, and his account balance had never exceeded 1,000 credits. Yet, others had over 10,000 credits right at the start of the semester. This was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. Seeing Mi Xian frozen in place, Meng Li thought it was because Song Chen's credits were insufficient. He quickly pulled out his student card and stepped forward, saying, "What's wrong? Is it that your credits aren't enough? Use mine." But when he got closer to Mi Xian and saw the numbers on the screen, his face instantly turned bright red. He silently put his student card away. A balance of 12,700 credits. Looking at his own balance, he had only 1,058 credits. This was what he had saved up over 2 years, and it didn't even compare to a fraction of Song Chen's total. Meng Li recalled what he had said earlier, feeling embarrassed as he wished he could dig a villa out of the ground with his toes. Song Chen, however, seemed unfazed, his expression still calm and indifferent, as if having over 10,000 credits was a normal occurrence for him. "Since the transaction is complete, would you 2 seniors like to come in and sit for a while?" he said politely. Mi Xian and Meng Li snapped back to reality at his words, exchanging glances before vigorously shaking their heads. No, it's fine, we have things to do, so we won't disturb you, Junior." After saying this, the 2 of them hurriedly slipped away. Song Chen didn't mind at all and walked straight into the standalone villa in front of him. Each villa here was fully furnished, with all kinds of furniture and appliances complete. He didn't need to spend extra money to buy anything. Moreover, the basement was a dedicated training area, spacious enough for practicing skills and improving proficiency. However, Song Chen had no use for it now. With his current rate of 7 skill points per second, he didn't need to worry about upgrading his skills. Furthermore, each of his skills had great power and range, making this place unsuitable for practice. After exploring every floor of the villa, he finally returned to the first floor hall and began to tally up the gains from this trip to the Jinyao Pass's true secret realm. Undoubtedly, the rewards were substantial. Before entering the true secret realm, his level was only 20. Now, having emerged from the realm, he was already at level 66. He would soon reach level 70 and undertake the 4th transfer quest. Therefore, Song Chen was looking forward to the upcoming trial grounds that would allow him to level up even faster. He then glanced at his backpack space, which was filled with equipment he had obtained from monster hunting and completing hidden quests during this time. The top-tier green and blue equipment went without saying. In the true secret realm, the drop rate for such equipment was the highest. The most numerous items in his backpack were these pieces of equipment, which he certainly had no use for. So, Song Chen didn't even take a glance, planning to sell them all on the trading website later. Alternatively, he could sell the equipment to the Xinxia Academy, which would also yield a good amount of credits. After all, the quantity was there, with over 100 pieces. Even if each could only be sold for 1 or 2 credits, that would still amount to 1 or 200 credits, which was quite considerable. Next were the purple grade and above equipment. The 30-level purple top-tier equipment, Howling Moon Pearl. The 30-level purple top-tier equipment, Beast King Armor. The 40-level purple top-tier equipment, Binding Demon Gold Ring. The 40-level purple top-tier defensive equipment, Incense God Mysterious Armor. The 40-level purple top-tier equipment, Golden Fawn Long Knife. The 50-level red top-tier equipment, Primordial Pearl. Some of these pieces were exclusive to warriors, making them even less useful for him. However, some equipment had decent special effects. Song Chen planned to keep them as spare equipment. For example, the Binding Demon Gold Ring could directly bind demons below level 40 with a 50% chance of binding those above level 40 for 1 minute. Since almost all of Song Chen's skills could kill instantly, if he wanted to capture a demon alive, the Binding Demon Gold Ring would be quite effective. Another example was the red top-tier equipment Primordial Pearl. Its special effect consumes 50 points of mana to trigger the Primordial Golden Light, which can imprison nearby creatures within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. This is similar to the effect of his Sealing Ring, but it does not cause any damage. This is also why Song Chen decided to keep this piece of equipment. Since almost every skill he uses results in an instant kill, having a purely control-oriented piece of equipment is quite necessary for him. Next, he needed to complete the hidden quest to obtain the golden equipment. The level 40 golden equipment, the Dragon and Tiger Robe, goes without saying. The rest of the golden equipment Song Chen had not yet had the chance to wear, and now is just the right time to check the attributes of these golden items. Shiyun Crown category, clothing level 40 restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 330, mana regeneration plus 100 points / S special effect, automatically generates a shield that can absorb at least 100,000 points of damage when receiving damage from spirit type spell. Xuantian Stone Ring category, accessory level 60 restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 520, mana regeneration plus 200 points / S, spirit resistance plus 30% special effect, consumes 100 points of mana to summon a juvenile Xiantian stone demon with 1 million health to fight for Yuxuantian Emperor Bell category. Weapon level 60 restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 500, mana regeneration plus 150 points / S, spell damage increase 20% special effect, consumes 100 points of mana to envelop yourself in a white light shield that can absorb 500,000 damage. Cloud Treading Boots category, clothing level 50 restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 400, agility plus 500, mana regeneration plus 120 points / S, speed increase 20% special effect, consumes 100 points of mana to double your speed for 1 minute. Golden Eye category, accessory level 50 restricted class, mage bonus, spirit plus 420, mana regeneration plus 120 points / S, spirit resistance plus 20%, cooldown reduction plus 50% special effect, can block all external identification and tracking skills. Note, if the opponent's level differs from yours by more than 100 levels, this special effect becomes invalid. Evil Slaying Sword category, weapon level restriction, none restricted class. None bonus, strength plus 2500, physical damage increase 40%, spell damage increase 30%, universal lifesteal plus 50% special effect. 1. Evil Slaying, when your target is any race other than humans, it will instill fear, reducing all attributes of creatures below level 100 by 20% and those above level 100 by 10%. Special effect 2. Continuous slaughter. Within 15 minutes, for every enemy you kill, your strength attribute temporarily increases by 1, with no upper limit on stacking a total of 6 pieces of golden equipment. The attribute bonuses and special effects provided by these golden items are all extremely powerful, especially the last piece of equipment, the Evil Slaying Sword, with a strength bonus of 4,502 special effects. Without any hesitation, Song Chen immediately removed all his equipment except for the Dragon and Tiger Robe. He then promptly donned these pieces of golden equipment. From this moment on, he was clad in golden legends and his spirit attribute received a significant boost. Song Chen opened his panel. Name, Song Chen. Occupation, Master of all laws. Unique, health 141200/141200, mana 53310/53310, level 66, strength 76214112 plus 2500, equipment provided, agility 76214112 plus 500, equipment provided, spirit 1641291 plus 2390, equipment provided, constitution 76214112, defense 76214112, free attribute points 650, skills, forbidden spell, Heaven and Earth Seal, Flood, Sealing Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Holy Shield Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Death Decay Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Divine Speed Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Appraisal Technique, Yellow Tier 1 Star, Blazing Sun Divine Thunder, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Celestial Spell, Heaven Tier 1 Star, Talent, Unique Endless Breaking Limits, Level 7, 7 skill points per second, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Skill points 129,421, talent, profession-specific Heaven and Earth Dao Body, non-upgradable, having leveled up to 66. The free attribute points increased to 650. Without any hesitation, Song Chen allocated all of them to Spirit. Spirit 294135591 with the additional attribute bonuses from his equipment. His Spirit attribute directly broke through the 5,000 mark. Even some level 100 Grand Mages would likely not surpass Song Chen's current Spirit attribute. Previously, when Song Chen was in the true secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass, he had not had the chance to open several treasure chests obtained from completing hidden tasks. Now that he had some free time, he opened them all. You opened a legendary treasure. Chest, gaining experience plus 100,000, a profession-specific skill book. You opened a legendary treasure chest, gaining experience plus 200,000, a profession-specific skill book. You opened a legendary treasure chest, gaining experience plus 250,000, a beginner skill point book. The first two chests yielded standard rewards of experience and a profession-specific skill book. The last chest, however, surprised Song Chen, a beginner skill point book. As the name suggests, using it can increase the skill points gained per level by a profession. The beginner version adds 1 point, the intermediate version adds 3 points, while the advanced version adds a full 5 points. It is well known that skill points, like attribute points, have very fixed bonuses at each level. This depends on the quality of the profession itself. The higher the profession, the greater the bonuses it can receive. For example, Song Chen's unique hidden divine profession, Master of All Laws, grants him a total attribute increase of 25 points per level, along with an additional 25 free attribute points. It is worth noting that legendary professions only provide a 15-point attribute increase per level. The same goes for skill points. Moreover, skill points are very important. They can increase the proficiency level of the skills you currently possess. However, Song Chen's situation is special due to the existence of his unique divine talent, endless breaking limits. Now he gains 7 skill points per second. Therefore, Song Chen is very curious if using this skill point book will increase his skill points to 8 per second. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Although the beginner skill point book is indeed precious, with a market price of at least 5 million, that is only for others. Even if it has no effect, he would not suffer any loss. Song Chen used his mental power to activate the beginner skill point book. Then he immediately looked at the panel. After 1 second, the number in the skill points section began to fluctuate. Skill points 129510129518. A smile appeared on Song Chen's face. As expected, my guess was correct. Due to his cautious nature, he waited a few more seconds. He found that the skill points indeed changed from 7 per second to 8. It seems that this beginner skill point book is truly useful for him. In the future, he needs to pay more attention to acquiring skill point books of this type. After all, as he learns more skills, the skill points will definitely become insufficient. For example, the sublimation of forbidden spells. To upgrade from the wild level to the flood level, it requires 1 million skill points. To further upgrade from the flood level to the cosmic level, even more is needed, 10 million skill points. At the current rate of earning 8 skill points per second, that amounts to over 340,000 in a day. To accumulate 10 million points, it would take at least close to a month. Not to mention, he has more than just this one skill that needs sublimation. Looking at it now, the growth rate of skill points is still too slow. This is also the reason why Song Chen has always wanted to level up quickly. The higher his level, the higher the level of his unique divine talent will also grow. At that time, the skill points he earns per second will increase as well. The more skill points he acquires, the stronger he will become, ultimately forming a positive cycle. Song Chen then looked at the remaining 2 profession-specific skill books, contemplating whether to use them. Now, after some thought, he decided to put them back in his backpack. His current skills are already quite comprehensive, and there's no need to learn new ones. At the very least, he should subliminate the few powerful skills he already has into forbidden spells first. Moreover, after killing the final world boss in the real secret realm, he also obtained a special skill from the treasure chest. Spirit Binding Technique. Spirit Binding Technique, special skill. For every creature killed, its soul can be enslaved for personal use, retaining 10% of its full attributes while the quantity limit is 100. Song Chen looked at the description of the Spirit Binding Technique, revealing an expression of surprise. He hadn't expected to obtain such a heaven-defying skill from that secret realm. His luck could not be considered bad. As long as he kills a monster, he can bind its soul and turn it into a soldier to fight for him. The power of this skill is beyond question. And let's not forget, Song Chen possesses the talent of endless breaking limits. The Spirit Binding Technique in his hands can be upgraded infinitely, retaining 10% of all attributes, a quantity limit of 100. It may seem inadequate, but in Song Chen's hands, the Spirit Binding Technique can definitely play a huge role. One can imagine, at that time, when he unleashes a skill, thousands of monsters will fall. Then, through this Spirit Binding Technique, the thousands of monsters he has killed will rise again, fighting for him. One person can form an army, leaving no grass in his wake. It's simply terrifying. Without a second thought, Song Chen directly learned this special skill. Then he began what he does best: adding points. Cost 71,050 skill points. Spirit Binding Technique, Yellow Tier 1 Star. Spirit Binding Technique, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Spirit Binding Technique, Heaven Tier 1 Star, solidified as a passive ability. For every creature killed, its soul can be enslaved for personal use, retaining 40% of its full attributes while the quantity limit is 100,000. Song Chen looked at the skill description, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The sublimation to Heaven Tier 1 Star transformed the Spirit Binding Technique directly into a passive ability of his own. To put it simply, for every creature he kills, he can simultaneously obtain a copy of its 40% full attributes. The limit has increased directly to 100,000. Perhaps in the future, Song Chen won't even need to take action himself. The soul warriors he binds with the spirit binding technique can help him push through. Song Chen initially thought about upgrading the sealing ring or the holy shield ring into a forbidden spell. Now it seems there's no rush. Sublimating the spirit binding technique first is the most cost-effective choice. Thus, Song Chen began to allocate all the remaining skill points to the spirit binding technique. Cost 60,000 skill points. Spirit binding technique, Heaven Tier 1 star. Spirit binding technique, Heaven Tier 4 star. Spirit binding technique, Heaven Tier 4 star. Solidified as a passive ability, for every creature killed, its soul can be enslaved for personal use, retaining 44% of its full attributes while the quantity limit is 140,000. With this, all the skill points that Song Chen had accumulated over the past half day were completely spent. The spirit binding technique had successfully been upgraded to Heavenly Tier 4 stars. The values had once again been enhanced. In the following time, Song Chen did not go out. Instead, he stayed in the villa. Firstly, he was new to the place and unfamiliar with it. Secondly, there was no need for him to go out. He just needed to wait for enough time and then allocate points to his skills. Early the next morning, Song Chen was awakened by the doorbell outside the villa. He opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. At first, he thought it was Meng Li and the others coming to find him. After all, he had only parted ways with them not long ago, and they were the only ones who knew his residence. However, when Song Chen opened the villa door, what greeted his eyes was a girl as beautiful as a fairy. Coming to his senses, he said in surprise, "Zhang Rong, what are you doing here?" Outside the door, Zhang Rong playfully smiled and said, "What, not welcome?" Song Chen shook his head. It was indeed a happy thing to see acquaintances at the Divine Summer Academy. Hee, I didn't expect you to arrive at the Divine Summer Academy so early. Come on, let me show you around the academy and help you get familiar with the environment, Zhang Rong said, as lively as ever. Song Chen nodded in agreement. After tidying up a bit, he followed her outside. On the way, Zhang Rong teased, "Look at you, just arrived and already living in a villa. I'm still in a double dormitory." Song Chen replied nonchalantly, "It only costs 100 credits a month, not much." Hearing this, Zhang Rong felt a bit helpless. Although she knew Song Chen might genuinely think that 100 credits wasn't much, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was showing off. After all, she might not even earn 100 credits in a month. However, Zhang Rong was used to such things. After all, when she had followed Song Chen to clear hidden levels before, he had often left her in shock. So, this kind of thing was quite normal now. Next, Zhang Rong first took Song Chen to the cafeteria for breakfast. Then she guided him to familiarize himself with various areas of the academy. The first place they visited was the teaching area, where students attended classes. However, since the students were still on summer break, there weren't many attending classes in that area. Once the new students started school, the teaching area would become lively. Every professor at the Divine Summer Academy was above level 100, covering various fields. There were main combat professions, support professions, and even some special professions. There were also courses offered for some life professions. The teaching resources were quite abundant, something that other academies couldn't compare to. The teaching area also had more than a dozen large-scale training grounds for students to use to familiarize themselves with or deepen their understanding of skills. Of course, these were not free and required credits. Then they visited the library of the Divine Summer Academy. It encompassed almost all fields of literature and was recognized as the library with the richest collection in the Great Summer Nation, as well as the largest in area. Most of the books here were freely accessible to students of the academy, while the remaining special materials required credits to borrow. The Divine Summer Academy also had a practical combat base designed to help students improve their combat skills and team coordination. It included 1v1 individual battle platforms, PvP arenas, and specific dungeons for beginners to enhance their practical abilities. Naturally, all of these required credits to access. Within the practical combat base, there was a power ranking based on each student's performance and level, featuring both individual and team rankings. The top 10 on the list would receive a certain amount of credit rewards, making the practical combat base a good place to earn credits. Finally, Zhang Rong took Song Chen to the Academic Affairs Office to complete the final enrollment procedures. After all, being the national champion, the academy placed considerable importance on him, especially with Ishin's attention. Most of the procedures had already been handled in advance for Song Chen. He only needed to complete a few simple steps. Song Chen quickly completed his enrollment procedures, and Zhang Rong led him to a certain area within the academy. The two wandered around the Shinsha Academy for almost half a day, having only covered less than 1/10 of the academy's area. The places they visited were all public areas within the academy, unrestricted for anyone to enter or exit. In fact, there were some non-public areas within the academy, often designated for various colleges. For example, the most famous super god Academy, or the four major colleges, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Of course, there were many other colleges, but none were as formidable as these. Phew. Zhang Rong was taking Song Chen to Qinglong Academy. Uncle Gu has already told me. Don't worry, you will definitely have a spot in the trial ground, Zhang Rong said. Song Chen was taken aback. The person Uncle Gu mentioned to bring him was Zhang Rong. What a coincidence. What exactly is the trial ground? He immediately asked. Zhang Rong replied, I'm not too sure either, but I've heard it's a forbidden area controlled by our academy, and I don't know much more. Is it like the polluted area? Pretty much, but it's much more dangerous than the polluted area. Zhang Rong's expression was noticeably serious. When she said this, Song Chen nodded. Since the trial ground was very dangerous, then he was right to go. Danger meant there would be great rewards. His level would surely rise rapidly. Inside Qinglong Academy, a group of people was gathered there, subtly divided into two waves. One wave had a larger number of people and a stronger presence. The other wave was smaller, with some individuals even showing signs of nervousness on their faces. Zhang Rong smiled and greeted one person, Sister Ning, I've brought him to you. The woman called Sister Ning wore black-framed glasses and had a very gentle demeanor. Ning Hua then looked at Song Chen and smiled. Is he this year's national champion, Song Chen? Zhang Rong nodded. Ning Hua then extended her hand to Song Chen. Introducing herself, my name is Ning Hua, a fifth-year student at Xinsha Academy, level 72, profession, Berserker Sword Maiden. Upon hearing this, Song Chen was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the seemingly refined Ning Hua was actually a Berserker Sword Maiden. The contrast was quite striking. Ning Hua seemed to sense his confusion and smiled. What's wrong? Don't believe it. Song Chen shook his head. No, just a bit surprised. Ning Hua was unfazed. After all, many people express surprise upon learning her profession. She was already used to it. I heard from Rongrong that your profession is Aura Master. You should have completed your job change task by now, right? She then asked. Song Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a proud young man walked in from outside the courtyard and impatiently said to Song Chen, you're just a freshman, not dragging us down is already good enough. Hurry up and stay out of the way, don't hinder us from studying tomorrow's tactics. Zhang Rong, upon hearing this, angrily said, Wei Jun, please show some respect. Wei Jun scoffed, pointing at the nearby group of freshmen. So what if you're the national champion? You're still here dragging us down. I say you freshmen should stay wherever it's comfortable. The trial ground is not a place for kids like you. As soon as these words were spoken, the freshmen, who had been acting very reserved, couldn't help but show a hint of anger on their faces. After all, they were also geniuses who had fought their way out from among the national ranks. Yet, they were humiliated like this by the person in front of them. It would be a lie to say they weren't angry. But that was all there was to it. After all, the highest level among these freshmen was only level 19. Once they entered the trial ground, they would still need the older students to look after them. They really had no say in the matter, so they could only stew in their own frustration. Wang Hong and Ran were among them. As the family's geniuses, they were naturally also arranged to participate in this trial. After all, opportunities are rare, and they did not want to give up. However, they did not expect to see Song Chen here. Seeing him remain calm despite such humiliation, a few strands of admiration immediately arose in their hearts. Moreover, with Song Chen accompanying them this time, they felt quite reassured. After all, in the previous ancient battlefield space facing the invading abyssal demons, Song Chen's strength was evident to all. It was undoubtedly powerful. With him around, the chances of any mishaps occurring were greatly reduced. Everyone initially thought that this incident would end with Song Chen's forbearance. Who would have thought that Gui Jun would instead become even more aggressive, saying, Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Ning Hua's expression also turned a bit unpleasant. She adjusted her black-framed glasses and said, Wei Jun, that's enough. Who hasn't come from being a freshman? Ning Hua was clearly the leader of the senior students. Everyone had to give her some face when she spoke. Gui Jun was no exception. He snorted coldly and looked at Song Chen with a hostile expression. Seeing him still wearing a calm demeanor, a strong sense of disdain arose in his heart. He muttered under his breath, TCH, what are you pretending for? Song Chen narrowed his eyes and then asked Ning Hua, where did this idiot come from? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent for a moment. Clearly, everyone was a bit stunned, especially that group of freshmen, each one wide-eyed and dumbfounded, thinking they had misheard. Wei Jun was a senior from their academy, at least level 60 or above, and had even joined the Qinglong Academy. He was not someone this group of freshmen could provoke. Even Wang Hong, the young master of the Wang family from the capital, did not dare to offend anyone from the academy. Yet, Song Chen openly insulted him, and it was such a harsh insult. This was something they had never expected. One could only say that he was indeed the national champion. He was different from these ordinary geniuses. The senior students present were equally bewildered. Are the new students this arrogant now? Ning Hua, however, burst out laughing, having not seen such an interesting junior in a long time, and she couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. Only Jiang Rong had a look of as expected. After all, she had spent the most time with Song Chen and understood his character better. Therefore, she was not surprised at all that Song Chen would say something like this. Wei Jun, on the other hand, was red-faced, unable to believe that Song Chen dared to insult him so openly. Furious, he pulled out his staff without a second thought. Instantly, a chilling aura surged from the staff, and the surrounding air suddenly turned as cold as ice. Who the hell are you talking about? Do you believe I'll kill you? However, before he could cast a spell, he was stopped by the senior students. After all, this was the academy, and it wouldn't be good if someone got killed. Manhwa then shot a cold glance at Wei Jun. If you want to fight, go to the combat base. Don't embarrass yourself. Here. Wei Jun's hand tightly gripped the staff, his eyes, slightly reddened, fixed on Song Chen. Song Chen remained indifferent, meeting his gaze with a calm expression. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived at the academy and didn't want to make things too ugly, Wei Jun would have already been lying on the ground like a dead dog. Manhwa then said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not managing my people well, letting you see this joke. Zhang Rong quickly waved her hand. It's not your fault, Ningjia. At this point, Manhwa also felt it was inappropriate for them to continue staying there, saying, tomorrow at 9 in the morning, gather here on time, and then we will head to the trial site. Upon hearing this, Song Chen nodded and walked out of Qinglong Academy with Zhang Rong. Outside the academy, Zhang Rong explained to Song Chen that Wei Jun is from Qinglong Academy, a level 68 mage. I suspect that the reason he is making things difficult for you is that you took his spot to enter the trial site. Song Chen asked, what? Is he not going with us to the trial site? Zhang Rong shook her head. No. Uncle Gu made it possible for you to enter the trial site by directly taking Wei Jun's cousin's spot, so that's why he is deliberately targeting you. Song Chen nodded and said nothing more. Since that was the case, it was no longer surprising. However, whether they could target him depended on whether this Wei Jun had the ability. A level 100 Grand Mage was not something Song Chen took seriously, let alone this Wei Jun. In the time that followed, Song Chen planned to sell all the equipment he had obtained from the Rael secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass. After all, these items were of no use to him and took up space in his backpack. It was better to exchange them all for academic credits. As for money, Song Chen naturally had no shortage of that. The Divine Summer Academy had a dedicated trading area where equipment, materials, and items could be sold or recycled. At the same time, some students would also trade with each other here or use their credits to post specific collection tasks. It was a large trading venue. Since it was established by the Divine Summer Academy itself, it was very fair and just, with no malicious price undercutting. Zhang Rong brought Song Chen to the trading hall. Song Chen did not choose to consign everything, as that would waste too much time, and he might not find suitable buyers. So he opted to sell all blue-grade and below equipment directly to the Academy's trading post at recycling prices. Even at recycling prices, the rates were very fair, not much lower than the market prices outside. Moreover, Song Chen requested to settle in academic credits, with each piece of green top-grade equipment priced around 5 credits and each piece of blue top-grade equipment priced around 15 credits. Thus, his nearly 70 pieces of green equipment and over 30 pieces of blue equipment brought him almost 800 credits. As for the remaining purple quality equipment, he chose to consign them, placing them in the trading hall. If someone was interested in a piece of equipment, the highest bidder would win. This could bring him more profit. After finishing all this, Song Chen returned to the villa. Since it was agreed to set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow, he had no objections. For him, getting to the trial site faster was exactly what he wanted. He then glanced at the skill points he had accumulated throughout the day. According to some information provided by Zhang Rong, the trial site was quite special and posed certain dangers, so Song Chen felt he should take it seriously. It was necessary to learn 1 or 2 more skills, just in case. Song Chen then reviewed the skills he possessed. He found that he actually had no shortage of damage-dealing skills. For example, the Banishing Ring was initially just a control-type skill. However, after he invested a massive amount of skill points into it, the current Banishing Ring not only could control enemies but also dealt over 500,000 real damage per second. Therefore, what Song Chen lacked now was defensive capabilities. Moreover, it was not just about defending against physical damage, he also needed to guard against mental damage. This aspect was partially compensated by the golden equipment, the Qi Yin Crown. When subjected to mental-type spells, this equipment would automatically grant Song Chen a shield that could absorb 100,000 points of damage. But that was still not enough. So next, Song Chen planned to use the 2 skill books he had opened from the treasure chests. After all, he was going to the trial site tomorrow. He needed to be prepared. If he encountered a monster skilled in mental attacks at the trial site, his situation would be dire. Therefore, he could not allow himself to fall into such danger. Song Chen no longer hesitated and then infused his mental power into one of the class-specific skill books. The skill book instantly transformed into a white light, forming a panel in front of him. You have used a class-specific skill book and obtained the Wanfa Tianshur exclusive skill, Fireball Technique. Do you want to learn this skill? After reading this, disappointment appeared on Song Chen's face. It seemed that luck was not on his side today. He did not get the skill he wanted. However, he was not flustered. He still had one skill book in hand. After learning the fireball technique, Song Chen once again infused his mental power into the remaining skill book he had. At the same time, he silently prayed to unlock the skills he desired. The skill book immediately transformed into a brilliant white light, condensing before Song Chen into lines of glowing text. The text gradually solidified, and he looked closely. You have used a profession-specific skill book and obtained the exclusive skill Golden Light Spell of the 10,000 Methods Celestial Master. Do you want to learn this skill? Song Chen nodded and then looked at the skill description. Golden Light Spell, Yellow rank 1 star, releases a golden light spell on the target, covering the target's surface with a golden light that can absorb 5,000 points of damage, consuming 15 mana, with a cooldown of 1 minute. A defensive skill, but not what I wanted the most. Song Chen's expression dimmed slightly. His luck was still too poor. One skill book yielded the Fireball spell, a damage-type skill he didn't lack. The other skill book produced the Golden Light spell, a defensive skill he wanted, but like the Holy Shield ring, it couldn't resist mental damage. Thus, Song Chen still had a shortcoming. He couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. He recalled what Zhang Rong had said earlier. The trial ground was a forbidden area controlled by the academy, where most monsters were extremely dangerous and some could directly inflict mental damage on practitioners. Therefore, once he entered the trial ground, he would inevitably encounter such monsters. If Song Chen lacked a mental defense skill, he could very well face disaster. This was something he absolutely could not accept. However, without a profession-specific skill book, where could he obtain new skills? Song Chen fell into deep thought, and after a moment he slapped his forehead. He had just visited the trading post within the academy today. There might be something he wanted there. After all, this was a trading post independently established by the Shinsha Academy, where almost all students would come to trade items. So, if Song Chen wanted to acquire a mental defense skill, going to the trading post was definitely the right choice. Moreover, compared to the gamble of opening a skill book, directly looking for mental defense magic skills was clearly much easier. Song Chen then left the villa and followed the route he remembered to the trading post within the academy. At this time, although it was already evening, the hall was still very lively. Many senior students came here to look for the items they wanted or to sell the materials they had just obtained. Song Chen went straight to a counter selling skill books. He stated his purpose to a female staff member at the trading post. A mental defense skill book? Please wait a moment, I will check for you. The female staff member smiled politely and began to operate on the computer in front of her. After a moment, she retracted her smile and shook her head. Sorry, there are no mental defense skill books available in the trading post. This type of skill is very rare, so it is often bought up immediately when it appears, the staff member explained patiently. Song Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. If it wasn't even available in the trading post, he would need to be cautious in the trial ground. This was undoubtedly a glaring setback for someone like him who preferred to push through everything. Just as he left the counter, a somewhat thin young man approached from behind and said to the female staff member, I have a mental type magic skill book here, which I obtained from a secret realm dungeon. Can you contact the appraiser at the trading post? I want to know the buyback price. The female staff member politely asked, hello, what specific skill is it? The young man did not hesitate and directly took out a skill book, saying, here it is, Soul Contract, which establishes a connection with summoned creatures and can transfer damage to them. The young man's profession was not summoning, so this skill book was of no use to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the trading post to sell it. The female staff member then took the skill book and walked towards the appraisal area on the second floor. Song Chen was about to leave, but upon hearing what the young man said, he immediately stopped. A skill that could allow summoned entities to bear the damage of the main body. An idea formed in his mind. The soul bodies summoned by the spirit binding technique could be used by him, and they would also count as his summoned entities. If he possessed this skill, then when he was struck by mental type spells, he could directly transfer the damage to the soul body. Moreover, the current limit for the spirit binding technique to summon soul bodies was 140,000. This meant he had no fear of any damage inflicted upon him by others, as it would all be borne by the vast number of soul bodies. Even if the soul bodies were consumed in large quantities, it didn't matter, he could replenish them by killing monsters. This formed a perfect cycle. Thus, Song Chen took a step forward, walked to the young man's side, and smiled, saying, Senior, I wonder if you could sell me that skill book? The young man glanced at Song Chen and replied impatiently, sell it to you? How many credits can you offer? How about this, whatever price the trading post offers, I'll pay double. What do you think? Song Chen said boldly. After all, with his current credits, many older students couldn't compare to him. In this divine summer academy, he was considered quite wealthy. Buying a skill book was well within his means. Double? I must be hearing things, the young man said, somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical, wondering if this person was just trying to have fun at his expense. After all, this person looked unfamiliar and seemed quite young, likely a freshman or sophomore. Such people were often broke and wouldn't have many credits. However, Song Chen was unaware of his thoughts and remained calm, waiting for the female staff member to return with the appraisal results for the skill book. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, the young man suppressed his doubts and waited as well. If this person was serious, then that would be fine. He would be more than happy to trade for double the credits. But if the appraisal results came back and this person didn't have enough credits, he would make sure this person learned the consequences of boasting. Before long, the female staff member returned to the counter, handing the skill book and an appraisal result to the young man. She smiled and said, "Classmate, the recycling price offered by the Soul Contract trading post is 70 credits. After all, it was a relatively rare mental type skill, so the trading post's offer was quite high. 70 credits was enough to purchase a piece of top-tier purple equipment." The young man nodded, having no objections, and then looked at Song Chen, smiling. "Junior, what do you say? Do you still want this skill?" Song Chen nodded, "Of course." Seeing his expression still calm, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this person wasn't trying to deceive him. Song Chen then paid the young man 140 credits, completing the transaction for the skill book. Both were very satisfied with this trade. After all, 140 credits was nearly equivalent to the young man's earnings for a month. However, for Song Chen, 140 credits was less than a quarter of his income for the day. Moreover, this skill was very suitable for him. With it, he would surely be secure in the trial grounds. Without further delay, Song Chen returned to his own standalone villa. The large living room was brightly lit, as bright as day. At this moment, Song Chen was holding the skill book he had traded from the young man, Soul Contract. He immediately infused his mental power into the skill book. The skill book in his hand instantly transformed into a beam of white light entering Song Chen's body. At the same time, a panel appeared before his eyes. "Do you want to learn the new skill, Soul Contract?" Song Chen nodded without hesitation. Soul Contract. Using this skill, establish a soul contract with a summoned creature, during which 30% of the damage taken by the main body will be transferred to the summoned creature. A maximum of 3 summoned creatures can be linked. If all 3 summoned creatures die, the main body will suffer backlash, entering a weakened state for at least 24 hours, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Cooldown time is 1 minute, consuming 15 mana points. Seeing the skill description, Song Chen squinted. No wonder the offer from the trading post was not high. They could only give 70 credits, and that was considering how rare this type of skill was. In reality, this skill was somewhat lackluster. This was also the reason the young man went directly to the trading post for a buyback. Because aside from Song Chen, it was unlikely that any summoner would want such a skill. After all, a summoned beast could be revived after a certain amount of time and cost. Moreover, no summoner would foolishly expose themselves to enemy attacks. So this skill was pretty useless for them. However, there was not a trace of disappointment on Song Chen's face. What he wanted was precisely this kind of damage transfer skill. Combined with spirit binding, it could make him invincible. Song Chen then brought up his panel to check his skill points. 8 skill points per second. After a day and night, he had accumulated 791,021 skill points. After a simple calculation, these skill points were enough to elevate this newly learned skill to a forbidden spell. In this trial ground, spirit binding and soul contract might play an unexpected role. Cost 71,050 skill points. Soul contract, yellow rank 1 star, life and death contract, heaven rank 1 star, life and death contract, heaven rank 1 star. Using this skill, establish a life and death contract with a summoned creature, during which 80% of any damage taken by the main body will be transferred to the summoned creature, with no quantity limit. Cooldown time of 1.5 seconds, consuming 5 mana points. Song Chen shook his head. It wasn't enough. He then allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Cost 550,000 skill points. Life and death contract, heaven rank 1 star, forbidden spell, damage transfer. Desolate, forbidden spell, damage transfer. Desolate solidified as a passive ability. All damage taken by the main body will be borne entirely by the summoned creature. Spending 550,000 skill points, he directly elevated the initially yellow rank 1 star soul contract to a forbidden spell. This was the second forbidden spell Song Chen possessed, aside from the heaven and earth seal. Moreover, the description of this forbidden spell was just a brief sentence. All damage would be borne by the summoned creature. This meant that whether it was a mental attack or ordinary physical and magical damage, to truly harm Song Chen, one would first have to kill all of his summoned creatures. And the limit for spirit binding was 140,000 souls. Even if each soul had only 1,000 health, that would still be nearly 140 million health points. Who could possibly finish that off? Not to mention, the limit for spirit binding was not just that. Once tonight passed, his skill points would see another increase. At that time, if he elevated it to a forbidden spell, then this trial ground operation would be completely effortless. Song Chen suppressed his slightly excited emotions and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he woke up on time and began a new round of point allocation. Cost 520,000 skill points. Spirit binding, heaven rank 4 star, forbidden Spell, Spirit Binding, Desolate, Forbidden Spell, Spirit Binding, Desolate solidified as a passive ability. For every creature killed, its soul can be enslaved for his command, retaining 100% of its attributes from life, with a quantity limit of 1000000. Retaining 100% of all attributes, a million quantity limit. I really didn't waste my points, Song Chen exclaimed excitedly. Elevating Spirit Binding to a forbidden spell nearly exhausted all his current skill points. However, all of this was very worthwhile. Song Chen quickly tidied up, glanced at the time, and saw it was already past 8. He then headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before making his way towards Qinglong Academy. By the time Song Chen entered Qinglong Academy, everyone was already gathered. As soon as he walked in, he heard Zhang Rong calling out, "Song Chen, come here quickly. We'll be teleporting in 10 minutes. Song Chen nodded and walked over to Zhang Rong. Gui Jun, who was nearby, immediately turned sour upon seeing Song Chen, his face darkening as he coldly huffed, "Can't some of the new students have a sense of time? Do you really have to make all of us wait for you?" At this moment, there were still more than 10 minutes until the agreed upon 9 o'clock. Song Chen was not late at all. However, Wu Jun's words were clearly aimed at him, without any hint of disguise. Song Chen then shot a cold glance at Gui Jun. This person had targeted him multiple times. Did he really think he had no temper? Gui Jun, equally unyielding, stared back at Song Chen, and the tension between them thickened. A confrontation seemed imminent. Ning Hua, seeing this, stepped in front of the two and scolded Gui Jun, "We're about to head to the trial site, you better behave yourself." Only then did Gui Jun tone it down a bit, turning his head away and no longer looking at him. He muttered in displeasure, "A bunch of useless deadweights. I really don't understand why we have to bring them along." Zhang Rong, hearing this, retorted angrily, "As long as you don't hold us back, that's enough." Ning Hua rubbed his forehead. "Alright, even in the outer areas, the dangers of the trial site are not small. I suggest you all stay vigilant, especially the new students. Try to stick together as much as possible." There were a total of 13 new students. The older students were more numerous, with 35 in total. There were various types of practitioners, and the proportions were quite balanced. After all, this group of people couldn't act together. They usually split into several small teams to operate independently. The strength of the older and newer students was not on the same level, so their goals were different. Finally, the wait was over. A massive teleportation array appeared on the square where they stood, instantly enveloping everyone within it. At the same time, a voice echoed in their ears. "Trial site teleportation begins." A blinding white light erupted from above the teleportation array. Song Chen and the others instinctively closed their eyes. Then, a dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed them, making them feel nauseous. After about 5 or 6 seconds, this feeling gradually faded. When they opened their eyes again, everyone found themselves on a shallow beach. A salty, damp sea breeze rushed towards them, carrying a faint fishy smell. Zhang Rong's face turned pale as she tightly clutched Song Chen's sleeve, clearly struggling to adapt to such a long-distance teleportation. This teleportation took longer than Song Chen's previous trip to the Shinsummer Academy. Therefore, he deduced that this trial site was definitely far from Shinsummer Academy. However, due to his strong mental attributes and previous experience with long-distance teleportation, Song Chen remained remarkably calm. Ning Hua, noticing this, was somewhat surprised. During their first long-distance teleportation, their performance hadn't been much better than Zhang Rong's, but Song Chen showed no signs of being affected, which truly impressed her. This national top scholar was indeed quite capable. Looking at the group of new students, they were all swaying like they were drunk, looking quite pitiful. Song Chen glanced around. They were now on a shallow beach, with waves lapping at their feet from time to time. Not far ahead on the sea, a solitary island stood tall. The edge of the island was shrouded in a thin gray mist, making it impossible to see clearly. At that moment, a panel suddenly appeared in front of each person. Location: Forbidden Dragon Island. Trial task: enter Forbidden Dragon Island. Hunt as many non-human creatures as possible within the island. While finding the Dragon Island dungeon, defeat the boss inside the dungeon and obtain the Fountain of Life. So this trial place is called Forbidden Dragon Island. Song Chen looked at the island shrouded in a faint gray mist and immediately clarified his plan after entering. According to the trial task, there would be a large number of non-human creatures on the Dragon Island, which should be some sub-dragon species and dragon-type monsters. After killing them all, it should provide him with a lot of experience. The next task is to find the Dragon Island dungeon. Once inside, after defeating the boss and clearing the dungeon, he would obtain the Fountain of Life. This should be the main purpose for the academy, to send them to the trial place. Moreover, there is a key point: only the first 3 teams to clear the Dragon Island dungeon can obtain the Fountain of Life. Furthermore, the dungeon must be cleared at the Hell level. After that, the dungeon will disappear, and no one knows when it will appear again. After reading the trial task, Zhang Rong curiously said, "I wonder where this Dragon Island dungeon will appear. It looks a bit hard to find." Ning Hua nodded. She was very experienced with trial tasks, having participated in several similar tasks before. She spoke, "Generally speaking, dungeons like this are located In the most dangerous areas of the island, they won't let us in so easily. Moreover, Forbidden Dragon Island is vast, and we are not the only ones from Xinglong Academy who have come here. We also have to compete with people from other academies, so the difficulty of obtaining the Fountain of Life is even greater. Therefore, I suggest that the freshmen only need to stay around the outskirts. Let us seniors handle the search for the Dragon Island dungeon. Besides, after the trial task begins, everyone will receive a return stone. If you really encounter danger, don't hesitate, just exit immediately. Upon hearing this, the freshmen all nodded obediently. After all, with their strength, they couldn't even enter the dungeon, let alone clear it. Only Song Chen stood still, his expression unchanged. Clearly, he did not consider himself among the freshmen. After all, who has ever seen a level 66 freshman? Soon, the sea in front of them rippled with circles of waves. A series of cracking sounds came from beneath the water. A series of reefs surfaced, connecting the shallow beach they were on to the edge of Forbidden Dragon Island, forming a simple path. Manhwa said to everyone, "Alright, follow me and let's land on the island." They walked across the path formed by the reefs, passing through the thin layer of gray mist. The originally humid moisture disappeared, and even the faint fishy smell that lingered at their noses vanished. They appeared in front of a dense black forest. Manhwa stopped and said to the crowd behind her, "Now, let's form teams of 6. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd stirred. Manhwa then looked at Song Chen, Jr. "Do you want to team up with those freshmen, or come with us to find the Dragon Island dungeon?" "Of course, I want to find the Dragon Island dungeon," Song Chen said decisively. Manhwa frowned but said nothing. Zhang Rong quickly added, "Sister Ning, don't underestimate Song Chen just because he's a support class. His strength is impressive." Hearing this, Manhwa became interested. Just as she was about to ask, a male voice sarcastically said, "There should be a limit to bragging. Do you know where this is? It's a forbidden area, and one careless move could get you killed. Do we really have to bring along such a burden? Are you trying to get us killed?" The speaker was Gui Jun, and his words received agreement from many seniors. After all, they were going deep into the island to find the Dragon Island dungeon. Bringing along such a freshman would undoubtedly slow them down. Manhwa's face also showed a look of difficulty. Upon hearing this, after all, it seemed that it wasn't just Gui Jun who doubted Song Chen's abilities. The other senior students were also unwilling to take a freshman along. It was one thing if he couldn't contribute, but if he faltered at a critical moment, that would be a huge problem. Song Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. He then shot a sharp glance at Gui Jun, making his meaning unmistakably clear. If he dared to say another word, he wouldn't mind letting him suffer a bit first. Gui Jun sneered, refusing to back down as he locked eyes with Song Chen. Manhwa felt quite helpless. After all, Song Chen was a genius favored by Yi Xin and the national champion this time. He was different from the other freshmen. Therefore, she couldn't allow him to act freely. At that moment, Manhwa had no better options and could only brace herself to say, since Song Chen is the national champion and also an auxiliary profession, or a master, there will always be space for him to contribute in the team. "So, Gui Jun, I don't agree with what you just said. How about this? Song Chen will team up with us, and I will personally keep an eye on him. You can rest assured now." Gui Jun's eyes widened at her words. "What? I have to be in the same team as him? No way, absolutely not." Manhwa said firmly, "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Are you the captain or am I?" Gui Jun continued to speak to himself. "Everyone is above level 40, and our team has 2 around level 70, with me and the captain. If we bring Song Chen along, it will definitely lower our team's average strength." Manhwa knew this very well, but Song Chen had a good relationship with Zhang Rong. It was a decision she had made long ago to include both of them in her team. She wouldn't allow any changes. Zhang Rong shot several angry glances at Gui Jun, but he was right about one thing. Both she and Song Chen were relatively low in level. If they teamed up with Manhwa, it would definitely slow down the progress of the mission. She didn't want to see the situation where others completed the trial mission before them. So, in the end, Zhang Rong quietly said to Manhwa, "Sister Ning, how about I team up with Song Chen in the freshman team? I don't want to be a burden to you." Manhwa shook her head. "No, I can't be at ease if you leave." Then Gui Jun's words reminded her that she hadn't asked Song Chen about his current level and second profession. That was indeed her negligence as a captain. So, Manhwa asked Song Chen, "You went to complete your job change task before, so your level should have surpassed level 20 by now, right?" Song Chen nodded. "I changed to the 10,000 method Celestial Master, and my current level is 66. He stated his level and profession without any hesitation. This was not the time to hide his abilities. To find the Dragon Island dungeon more quickly and obtain the Fountain of Life, it was much faster to follow an experienced professional like Manhwa. Otherwise, it would be like a headless fly, wasting time for no reason. The monsters in the Dragon Island dungeon would definitely be of a higher level, and the experience gained would be much greater. Although he didn't know what the Fountain of Life was, since it was the ultimate goal of the mission, its inherent value must be significant. After Song Chen revealed his level and profession, everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. Especially in the freshman team, a sudden uproar erupted. Level 66? What does that even mean? How many days had it been since the college entrance examination? Just over a week, and Songchen had jumped from level 20 to level 66. Not only had he completed the second job change task, but he had also completed the third. As for the 10,000 method celestial master profession, the freshmen were not familiar with it. But since Song Chen chose this profession, it must be very powerful. Among the crowd, Wang Heng and An Ran both wore bitter smiles. Others might still slightly doubt whether Song Chen was lying, but having experienced the invasion of the abyssal demons, they truly knew how powerful Song Chen was, so they naturally believed what he said without a doubt. But even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by Song Chen's rocket-like upgrade speed. These so-called geniuses were still only at level 19. Compared to Song Chen, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. After the initial shock, everyone began to cast identification spells on Song Chen, wanting to know if what he said was true. However, as soon as the identification spell touched Song Chen's body, it vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. They couldn't get any feedback at all. This left everyone even more suspicious. Ning Hua was the same, her face filled with confusion as she coughed lightly and said, Song Chen, did you perhaps wear something that can block detection? Oh, it's just a special effect of a golden piece of equipment, Song Chen replied, taking off the golden eye and casually telling Ning Hua, you can try. Again, senior. What? Golden equipment? Damn, is that true? Are freshmen really this extravagant? Golden equipment? I've saved credits for 5 years, and can't even buy half a piece. How is that possible? You must be bragging. A piece of golden equipment costs at least 1,000 credits, and it's hard to find. Once again, everyone was shocked by Song Chen's words. Even Gui Jun sneered repeatedly. He couldn't believe that a freshman could get a piece of golden equipment. He guessed that his earlier words had an effect, and now Song Chen was just putting on a brave face. Ning Hua found it hard to accept, but she quickly composed herself and cast another identification spell on Song Chen. Song Chen, profession, master of all laws, level 66. The result of the identification spell appeared before her eyes. Ning Hua swallowed hard, somewhat dazed, and said, what Song Chen said is true. The others immediately stopped talking, and more identification spells fell upon Song Chen. Soon, the crowd erupted in even louder gasps, because Song Chen was indeed level 66. He was more than 10 levels higher than these older students. Now, those older students who had just told Song Chen not to follow them were all blushing with embarrassment, wishing they could sink into the ground. If a level 66 professional could be a burden to them, what would happen to these level 30 or 40 professionals? Gui Jun, what do you have to say now? Who's really holding back? Zhang Rong said to Gui Jun, filled with pride after the shock. The latter looked at the identification result, his face pale, and said nothing. What the hell? Just a freshman. Even if he were the top student in the country, it couldn't be this outrageous. Starting school at level 66, higher than these fifth-year students. Ning Hua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that bringing Song Chen along would significantly slow down their team's progress, but unexpectedly, Song Chen had become a level 66 professional in the blink of an eye and had already changed to another profession. Now, her confidence in completing the task grew even stronger. Alright, Gui Jun. You see that Song Chen is already a level 66 professional. You have no objections now, right? Ning Hua said. Gui Jun gritted his teeth, lowering his head and remaining silent. Seeing this, Ning Hua felt a bit dissatisfied but said nothing. Then she turned to Song Chen Jr. What type of profession is master of all laws? I've never heard of it before. As the team leader, she needed to reasonably allocate the types of professions within the team. A mature team must have both main combat professions and support professions. Main combat professions include physical attackers like warriors and magical attackers like mages. That's why she asked Song Chen about his profession type. I'm good at long-range casting and control, Song Chen answered without hesitation. Ning Hua nodded, realizing it was a profession similar to a mage. In that case, our output is sufficient, but we still lack a tank and support, she thought for a moment, and then selected 3 professionals from the older students group. 2 men and 1 woman. They were all professionals who were very familiar with her, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Plus, with Song Chen and the others, this temporary 6-person team turned out to be the strongest one on the surface. Once everyone had formed their teams, Ning Hua finally said, alright everyone, let's set off. Wang Hu, your team will act together with the new students. After that, our 5 teams will split up to search for the location of the Dragon Island dungeon. If any team finds it, contact us promptly through the communicator. This had been decided before they set off. If the new student teams didn't have senior students to guide them, they could easily run into problems. Wang Hu nodded and led his team towards Wang Heng and ran. Once all the arrangements were made, Ning Hua led the team into the depths of the Black Forest. Song Chen walked at the back and Zhang Rong leaned over playfully, saying, wow, you've quietly leveled up to level 66. Do you have any tips? Teach me, senior. Zhang Rong was only a level 45 professional at that point. Her leveling speed was far behind Song Chen's, and they had only been apart for a short time. Song Chen's level was rising too quickly. Song Chen thought seriously for a moment and said, just grind more. Monsters' experience will naturally increase quickly. Jiang Rong rolled her eyes at him. This was something even a 3-year-old would know. Did he really need to remind her? Seeing this, Song Chen added, complete more hidden quests, they give a lot of experience too. Jiang Rong was even more speechless. She hadn't even been lucky enough to trigger a hidden quest, let alone complete one. Great, I knew asking you was pointless, Jiang Rong said irritably. Song Chen thought for a moment and continued, I can take you to team up and grind monsters another day. Jiang Rong's eyes lit up, that sounds good, it's settled then. She still remembered that when they cleared the hidden stage together, she had gained a lot of experience. As they talked, the team had completely entered the Black Forest. The surrounding environment suddenly darkened, with thin beams of light filtering through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Everyone, stay alert. Gao Yuan, use your detection skill to check if there are any monsters nearby, Ning Hua instructed. From the front of the team, Gao Yuan, a tall and thin young man in the team, immediately released a detection skill around him. Song Chen then felt a cool breeze brush past, blowing towards the distance. This was the detection skill released by Gao Yuan, capable of sensing creatures within 100 meters around him. It could also provide early warnings about the types and levels of monsters. If there were powerful monsters ahead, it could alert them in advance to avoid danger. After a moment, Gao Yuan pointed to the left front and whispered, at 11 o'clock, there are at least 3 greenwood dragon lizards, all above level 50. Upon hearing this, Ning Hua waved for the team to stop. 3 monsters above level 50. While not exactly dangerous, they could be a bit troublesome to deal with. Lu Yu, give us a blessing, she commanded. Lu Yu stepped forward and began to cast the blessing skill. A series of light orbs fell on everyone. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, mental enhancement, and constitution enhancement. After a round of blessings, everyone's status had significantly improved. Song Chen felt the warm state enveloping him and checked his panel. He found that his strength, constitution, and other 5 main attributes had all increased by 20%. The effects of his skills had also increased by 10%. The duration was half an hour. He hadn't expected Lu Yu's profession to be able to cast blessing skills. This was quite a valuable profession in the team. With a blessing, everyone's status improved, making it more efficient to clear monsters. However, for Song Chen, this blessing was optional. Whether he had it or not didn't affect his ability to one-shot monsters. The team continued to move forward and soon encountered 3 greenwood dragon lizards basking in the sun on a large rock. About 50 meters away, its appearance was entirely a deep green, about the size of an adult water buffalo. A row of barbs extended from its head all the way to its tail, and its scales looked incredibly sturdy. Song Chen cast an identification spell to check the attributes of these monsters. Qingmu Dragon. Lizard health 1020000 level 55 strength 1 620 agility 2 200 spirit 1 020 constitution 2 640 defense 2 620 was quite standard with nothing particularly noteworthy. There was a level 72 warrior in the team. Dealing with such monsters was not difficult. Song Chen had no intention of stepping in. Kill. Ning Hua took off her glasses and her aura changed dramatically. The originally gentle demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a frenzied battle intent. Suddenly, a longsword appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she charged forward first. The Qingmu dragon lizard noticed the enemy and roared as it rushed towards them. Ning Hua was the first to collide with a Qingmu dragon lizard. The longsword in her hand shone with a silvery light instantly, piercing through the lizard's scale defenses. It plunged deeply into its neck. Her fighting style was undeniably wild. The Qingmu dragon lizard let out a pained roar and rolled violently. Ning Hua immediately withdrew her sword, and when she stopped, she had completed the charging of her skill. A crescent-shaped silver sword energy flew from her blade, accurately hitting the rolling Qingmu dragon lizard. With a splatter, the Qingmu dragon lizard was severed in half, its blood and entrails spilling everywhere. At this moment, the other 2 Qingmu dragon lizards had already charged in front of Ning Hua. However, a sturdy young man in the team immediately raised his shield to block one lizard, while the other was trapped by a ground collapse spell released by Gao Yuan. Then, a fire arrow flew out, hitting one lizard's head precisely. The other lizard was pierced through by an ice bolt spell. Continuous skill lights flashed, and soon, the 2 Qingmu dragon lizards were also slain. Kill 55 level Qingmu dragon lizard, gain experience plus 40, 120 kill 58 level Qingmu dragon lizard, gain experience plus 49, 620 kill 60 level Qingmu dragon lizard, gain experience plus 62, 100. Due to being in a team, the experience was evenly distributed, so the experience Song Chen gained at this moment was still quite small. However, even if all the experience were given to him, he wouldn't care. What Song Chen was more concerned about was the area where a large number of monsters gathered, or the Dragon Island dungeon. This was also why he chose to team up with Ning Hua and the others. After dealing with these 3 Qingmu dragon lizards, Ninghua led the team to continue forward. Because this forest was on the edge of the island, the number of monsters was not high. Often, they would walk over 100 meters before encountering a few. Moreover, their main goal was not to hunt the monsters on the island, their focus was still on finding the Dragon Island dungeon. Along the way, they had already dealt with at least a dozen giant lizard monsters. Song Qin did not intervene, as there was really no need to. Firstly, the number of monsters encountered was simply too few. Secondly, the monster levels had never exceeded 60, which were too weak for him. Ninghua and the others could handle them. An hour later, they emerged from the lush black forest. Song Qin looked at the vast red plain ahead and pondered for a moment. Since they were looking for the Dragon Island dungeon, it was very likely that they wouldn't find it in the edge areas. They needed to go deeper. The places where those monsters gathered were likely to have the Dragon Island dungeon. Song Qin then said to Ninghua, "Senior Ning, I suggest we go to the monster gathering area. It's very likely that the Dragon Island dungeon is there." He voiced his speculation, and the team members looked somewhat puzzled. Such places were usually more dangerous. What if they didn't find the dungeon and instead fell into danger? Guijun scoffed and said without hesitation, "Song Qin, are you trying to get us killed? How could the Dragon Island dungeon possibly be in such a dangerous place? I actually think the Dragon Island dungeon is hidden somewhere on the edge. With so many teams, we should definitely be able to find it. Why should we listen to you? Let's venture deeper." Although Guijun was deliberately trying to provoke Song Chen, everyone felt there was some truth in his words. They really didn't need to take that risk. Song Chen shot Guijun a cold glance and said bluntly, "You're really an idiot." Guijun was instantly furious. If it weren't for everyone holding him back, he would have already cast an ice spell at Song Chen. Ninghua cleared her throat a few times and stepped in to mediate, saying, "Alright, Song Chen, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share." "I was just about to say something, but I was interrupted by some idiot," Song Chen replied. However, this statement pushed Guijun to the brink of explosion. His eyes turned red as he stared fiercely at Song Chen, ready to explode at any moment. Since entering the Divine Summer Academy, no one had ever dared to insult him so directly. He had always been regarded as a genius, so he couldn't stand any slander against him. Song Chen, however, was not afraid at all. He was just a clown who couldn't stir up any trouble for him. If it weren't for the Academy's motto, he would have dealt with Guijun long ago. The reason I said that is very simple. Anyone knows that the entrance to a dungeon is very conspicuous. Even at night, its light can be seen clearly from dozens of miles away. If the Dragon Island dungeon is really as you say, located on the edge, it should have been found long ago. But none of the teams that spread out have discovered it. So, I am more inclined to believe that the Dragon Island dungeon is hidden deeper in the center, obscured by the terrain or monsters. After finishing, Song Chen looked at Ninghua and the others. They lowered their heads to think for a moment and suddenly felt that what Song Chen said made more sense. After all, if the Dragon Island dungeon were that easy to find, it wouldn't be considered a trial task. Moreover, finding the Dragon Island dungeon was merely the first step in completing the task. Ninghua nodded. "Junior, you make a lot of sense." Song Chen smiled. "Sister Ning, you should know about the Forbidden Dragon Island. Do you know where the most monsters are on this island?" He said this not only to find the Dragon Island dungeon. More importantly, he wanted to farm monsters for experience to level up quickly. After all, any monster here is above level 50, so his leveling speed would definitely not be slow. Of course, the premise was not to team up with someone like Guijun, otherwise, the hard-earned experience would have to be shared with him, which would be truly foolish. Ninghua had done some research before coming to this trial area. She had also spent credits to find some information about the Forbidden Dragon Island in the library. After recalling a bit, she said, "The creatures on Forbidden Dragon Island almost all have dragon bloodlines, with varying degrees of difference. The two most dangerous places on the island should be the Thunder Valley and the Boiling Sea Lake. Both places have giant dragons. Each adult giant dragon is at least level 100, making them extremely dangerous creatures. Our small team is simply no match for them." Upon hearing this, Song Chen's eyes lit up. Teaming up with Ninghua was indeed the right choice. It was his first time in this trial area, and he didn't even have a map. Ninghua had clearly done her homework, and with her around, his monster farming plan could finally proceed smoothly. "Which of these two places is closer to us?" Song Chen asked eagerly. Ninghua replied, "We are currently at the edge of the Black Forest, and the Boiling Sea Lake is closer to us. We just need to cross this red plain in the direction of 1 o'clock. Song Chen nodded and then took the lead, heading towards the right front. The other members of the team exchanged glances. Although what he said made a lot of sense, that place was extremely dangerous. A level 100 dragon could not be taken down without at least 3 teams. They were actually reluctant to take the risk. Ninghua spoke up, "Alright, everyone follow along. If we let other academies get ahead of us, won't our trip be in vain?" The group gritted their teeth and followed. Guijun's expression fluctuated, feeling very displeased. Song Chen was just a fresh-faced newcomer, yet he had somehow become the de facto leader of the team. This was something he could not accept. But since the captain said nothing, he had to swallow his frustration for now and follow the team towards the boiling sea lake. Another hour passed. They arrived near the boiling sea lake and temporarily concealed themselves. Thanks to the presence of the blessing master, their travel speed was still quite fast, and they avoided several nests of fire lizards along the way. If they could avoid battles, they would, preserving the team's strength. After all, the boiling sea lake was a very dangerous place, with a large number of monsters, all of high levels. Songchen hid behind a withered old tree, gazing at the massive lake nearly 100 miles ahead. According to Manhwa, this giant lake connected to the outer sea. There were dragons lurking at the bottom of the lake. The water was a deep sea blue, with bubbling foam constantly rising from the center. Even from a distance, Songchen could feel a wave of intense heat washing over him, and he could see many lizard-like creatures resembling dragons resting on the rocks by the lake. Seeing this, he felt a surge of joy. It seemed he hadn't come to the wrong place. Even without the Dragon Island dungeon, the sheer number of monsters here could yield great rewards. Manhwa and the others dared not get too close, staying at least 100 meters away from the boiling sea lake, fearing to attract the attention of the monsters that resided there. At the same time, they began to observe their surroundings. After all, there might be an entrance to the Dragon Island dungeon hidden here. However, to their disappointment, aside from the boiling giant lake and the hundreds of dragon-like monsters, there were no other anomalies. Seeing this, Wajun couldn't help but mutter, "There's no Dragon Island dungeon here at all. We've all been fooled by Songchen." Ning Hua, upon hearing this, showed no signs of unusual emotion. After all, the Dragon Island dungeon was not so easy to find. It was quite normal to come up empty-handed. She then looked at Songchen Jr. "Since there's nothing here, should we go check out the Thunder Valley?" At this moment, Songchen's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. These monsters were all his experience points. How could he just leave? He immediately shook his head and speculated, "Sister Ning, do you think it's possible that the dungeon entrance is at the bottom of the lake?" "The bottom of the lake?" Ning Hua responded, somewhat uncertain. It couldn't be ruled out. Moreover, if it were at the bottom of the lake, it would be understandable that they couldn't find the dungeon entrance. "Yes, I think we should explore the bottom of the lake," Songchen said eagerly. Ning Hua immediately shook her head, refusing. "No, that's too dangerous." Even at the edge of the lake, there were so many monsters. It was impossible to sneak in quietly. Even if they got into the lake, there would likely be even more monsters inside, and they might even encounter a dragon. Therefore, Ning Hua decisively rejected the idea. Wei Jun then mercilessly mocked Songchen. "It's easy for you to say. Even if you could sneak in, a moment's carelessness could lead to being swarmed by a horde of monsters. What would you do if something happened to someone in the team?" Songchen glanced at him indifferently and said, "Ha, I can go alone. If there's no dungeon entrance at the bottom of the lake, we can leave then." Ning Hua looked at Songchen with a puzzled expression. Wasn't this just asking for death? Were the new students nowadays this reckless? Ning Hua naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Songchen get into trouble. She quickly said, "Junior, don't be impulsive. Even if the dungeon entrance is at the bottom of the lake, we can't get in, and neither can anyone else." Songchen smiled. He was not an impulsive person. With his golden gear enhancing him, his mental attribute had long since broken through the 5,000 mark, nearing 6,000. Even a level 100 Grand Mage would probably be inferior to him. The increase in his mental attribute also significantly boosted the damage of his skills. The damage of the Hong level Heaven and Earth Seal reached over 300 million. Coupled with a 100% spell critical hit and the damage bonuses from his equipment increasing, the damage to 500 million was a piece of cake. Even if a level 100 dragon stood before him, Songchen could at least take it down once. Therefore, he was absolutely confident in going. Moreover, besides the Heaven and Earth Seal, Songchen also held 2 forbidden spells which required him to kill enough monsters to activate. So, he was definitely going to the boiling sea lake. No one could stop him. Sister Ning, no need to say more. Since I dare to go, I must have my confidence. I have a skill that will make these monsters unable to detect my presence absolutely foolproof. You can rest assured, Songchen said with a smile while thinking to himself. With one skill from the Heaven and Earth Seal, all the monsters in the boiling sea lake would turn into corpses. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to detect his movements. Ning Hua wanted to say something more, but Gui Jun interjected with a sneer. "In that case, we'll be waiting for your good news, Junior." Since Songchen was willing to take the risk, he had no reason to stop him. On the contrary, he was very pleased to see the current situation. As a newcomer, one must face some hardships to grow. Gui Jun's lips curled up, already eager to see Songchen's embarrassed escape. Ning Hua felt a bit worried, then took out a deep blue bead from her backpack and handed it to Songchen. "This is a green equipment water avoidance bead. Its effect is very simple. It allows you to breathe freely underwater without any impact." Songchen didn't refuse and accepted it. When Jiang Rong saw he was about to leave, she couldn't help but say, "Songchen, be careful." She was already used to his behavior, knowing that if Songchen didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't do such dangerous things. but she still couldn't help but remind him. Songchen smiled gently, nodded, and walked towards the boiling sea lake. As he walked away, in the team, Gao Yuan expressed some concern. What if Songchen gets exposed and attracts those high-level monsters? Should we hide a bit further? Gui Jun nodded in agreement. Gao Yuan is right, we should hide a bit further. I think that newcomer is really unreliable. Jiang Rong, upon hearing this, was displeased and retorted, with teammates like you, that's truly unreliable. Gui Jun shot her a fierce glare. Who are you talking about? Humph. If it weren't for you bringing Songchen here, would we be so worried? Just as everyone was about to argue, Manhwa frowned and pressed her hand against her black-framed glasses, saying, Alright, everyone stop arguing. Trust Songchen and wait here. Gua. June looked at Ninghua with great dissatisfaction, not understanding why she always favored this newcomer. Meanwhile, his growing resentment was becoming more intense, ready to explode at any moment. As Songchen left the team, he exited the group state. He had refrained from acting earlier because he didn't want Gui Jun, who had been making things difficult for him, to gain any experience. After all, how could he let that person benefit without effort? Moreover, while in a group state, the experience gained from killing monsters would be shared among 6 people, and the dropped materials and items would be picked up by the one who dealt the final blow. Songchen certainly didn't want to share experience and other rewards with anyone else. He wasn't generous to that extent. Now that he had exited the group, there were plenty of high-level monsters ahead for him to gain experience from. He believed his level would soon rise again. After enhancing himself with the Ring of Divine Speed, Songchen circled around to the other side of the boiling sea lake. He stopped when he was more than 50 meters away from the edge of the boiling lake. A rough glance revealed that the entire lake covered no more than 600 square meters. Compared to his casting range, it was more than enough. To ensure he could wipe out all the monsters inside in one go, Songchen decided to first test the waters with the Solar Divine Thunder. The damage of this skill had now reached over 10 million. It was enough to instantly kill all monsters below level 80. Moreover, seawater conducts electricity, especially boiling seawater, so the damage caused by the Solar Divine Thunder would likely increase by at least 50%. Even if he couldn't kill the boss inside, it would be sufficient to lure them all out. It would be a pity if he used his skill and the boss got scared and dove straight to the bottom of the sea. Songchen looked at the boiling lake in the distance, his eyes filled with fervor. So, without further ado, let's start hunting. The casting range of the Solar Divine Thunder was a full 600 meters. Songchen estimated that the area of this sea lake was only a little over 600 square meters. It was enough for the Solar Divine Thunder to cover a large area in front of him. Additionally, the lightning would extend through the seawater to reach even farther areas, aiming to draw out the high-level monsters hidden at the bottom of the lake. With the plan set, Songchen no longer hesitated. He directly extended his palm towards the boiling sea lake. In an instant, the world changed color. The area ahead, spanning hundreds of meters, was immediately enveloped by streaks of purplish-red lightning. A series of rumbling thunder echoed from the sky, shaking the eardrums painfully. Looking towards the boiling sea lake, it had transformed into a purgatory made entirely of thunder. The dragon-shaped monsters that had been lazily basking in the sun, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the lightning, roared in anger and rose to meet it without fear. These dragon-type monsters were mostly tough-skinned and muscular, with defenses and physical attributes far exceeding those of other creatures of the same level. Therefore, they were not afraid of the purplish-red lightning, subconsciously believing that it could not harm them in the slightest. However, if the lightning were a skill released by someone else, it might be bearable for these dragon-type monsters. But the Solar Divine Thunder from Songchen was a skill he had elevated. With 70,000 skill points, coupled with his high mental attributes and various bonuses, the dragon-type monsters on the shore let out a mournful cry the moment they came into contact with the rushing lightning serpent, twitching and collapsing to the ground, unwillingly turning into charred corpses. Countless lightning serpents, woven together from arcs of electricity, swept through the area as if it were uninhabited, mercilessly devouring at least 100 dragon-type monsters above level 60. In the blink of an eye, all the dragon-type monsters lingering on the shore were annihilated. Subsequently, countless lightning serpents of varying sizes twisted and dove into the boiling surface of the lake. Zizzizizi. Countless arcs of electricity danced on the lake's surface, constantly appearing and disappearing with the bubbling foam intertwining to form an indescribably magnificent scene. 1 second. 5 seconds. After quietly waiting for a short while, Songchen heard an angry roar coming from beneath the lake's surface. Gulu gulu. A massive whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. From above the lake's surface, one could clearly see a dark shadow continuously enlarging within the whirlpool. Hua la la. A cone-shaped head suddenly emerged from the center of the whirlpool. The head was about 5 to 6 meters long, with a row of sharp teeth bared in its wide open mouth. A pair of golden vertical pupils fiercely gazed at Song Chen's position, letting out an angry dragon roar. Song Chen remained calm and threw an identification spell at the creature. Instantly, information about the monster appeared before his eyes. Bubbling Sea Lake Boss, Haitsong. Dragon Health 172001000/190000000. Level 100. Strength 9420. Agility 5500. Spirit 2000. Constitution 10230. Defense 11200. Skills Sunlong Tail Sweep. Towering Waves Water Dragon Bullet. The attributes are considerably weaker than the 90-level world boss I encountered before. After all, that stone demon was the final boss of a small world, while this little boss in the Forbidden Dragon Island is simply not comparable. Song Chen couldn't help but compare this Haitsong dragon with the Xiantian stone demon. He found that the latter was indeed a bit stronger. However, for him, it made little difference. Although Song Chen was 50 meters away from the bubbling sea lake at this moment, the Haitsong dragon immediately detected his position. Its form submerged back into the water, its 100-meter-long body flashing through the water, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on the shore. Roar! The roar of the Haitsong dragon was deafening. This truly frightened Ning Hua and the others, who were 100 meters away. Even though they were so far from the giant dragon, the aura it emitted made their bodies tremble slightly. Damn it, what did Song Chen do? What was that thunder just now? Wei Jun's face was extremely grim. He never expected such a turn of events. Moreover, the hidden boss in the bubbling sea lake was startled and crawled out from the bottom of the lake. Their small team was now in grave danger. A level 100 giant dragon was simply beyond their capability to deal with. Ning Hua also wore a heavy expression. With the boss disturbed, they had to escape. Otherwise, if the boss targeted them, there would be no chance of survival for any of them. Captain, let's run. Quickly. I really thought Song Chen had some way. Look at now, the boss is directly enraged by him. It was Gao Yuan speaking, his face filled with anxiety and anger. Gui Jun also angrily said, I said long ago that Song Chen is a burden. You didn't believe me, and now look what happened. Ning Hua remained silent, her face serious. She still believed in Song Chen, but the current situation had already exceeded their control. As the captain, she had to be responsible for the entire team. Alright, let's leave first. As soon as Ning Hua finished speaking, Zhang Rong suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the bubbling sea lake, look, why is that boss standing still? Upon hearing this, Gui Jun and Gao Yuan both scoffed. Unless the boss was dead, how could it possibly not move? Zhang Rong must have thought everyone present was a fool. However, when they turned to look, their jaws dropped in shock. Because the scene in the distance was exactly as Zhang Rong described. The giant dragon boss that had charged onto the shore was indeed as if it had been petrified, completely motionless. Strangely, the giant dragon was still in a forward-charging posture, and its direction was away from them. Everyone exchanged glances, not understanding what had happened. Ning Hua looked at the bizarre scene in the distance, feeling a slight chill in her heart. What kind of existence could imprison such a boss? Its strength must have reached an extraordinary level. At least a level 100 or above professional could achieve this. Could it be that other professionals had intruded here? Ning Hua then stopped her wild thoughts, looking at the controlled boss with some interest. If possible, killing such a boss might drop a red equipment piece. If luck was on their side, a golden equipment piece was not impossible either. However, Ning Hua couldn't guarantee how long this boss would remain controlled. Moreover, that mysterious professional would certainly not just watch them steal the monster. She had to extinguish this unrealistic thought. A minute passed, the boss remained rooted in place, merely roaring in anger. 2 minutes passed. The boss's roar began to lose its strength, as if it could die at any moment. After 2.5 minutes, the massive form of the boss completely shattered, scattering into a pile of debris. Ning Hua and the others stared in shock at this scene, their emotions extremely complex. Such a boss had just died like that. They hadn't even seen who struck the blow. The one who did, of course, was Song Chen without a doubt. After luring the boss from the boiling lake with the sun god thunder, he did not use the heaven and earth seal. Firstly, most of the monsters here had already been killed by the sun god thunder. Using the heaven and earth seal would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Secondly, the coverage of the heaven and earth seal is particularly large, and the commotion it causes is not small. Song Chen chose to use the binding ring to slowly wear down the Seetsong dragon in order to keep a low profile. Thanks to the 100% spell critical hit and the damage increase from his equipment's talents, the binding ring dealt over 1,000,000 points of critical true damage per second. Coupled with a control time of 10 minutes, the Seetsong dragon was trapped in place as soon as it came ashore, unable to move at all. Song Chen didn't even need to release the binding ring again. In less than 3 minutes, the Seetsong dragon, which was several hundred meters long, was instantly reduced to a pile of powder. Meanwhile, delightful notifications continuously flashed before Song Chen's eyes. Killed 60 level Qingmu Dragon Lizard, gained experience plus 356410. Killed 65 level Thorn Dragon Turtle, gained experience plus 412000. Killed 70 level Explosive Seahorse, gained experience plus 452110. Killed 80 level Mad Crocodile Demon, gained experience plus 501100. Killed 100 level Boiling Lake Boss Seetsong Dragon, gained experience plus 802000. BOSS dropped equipment has been Automatically picked up. Your level has been raised to level 70. Excess experience has been stored. Would you like to start the 4th transfer quest? Song Chen roughly estimated that the number of monsters he had killed on this trip was over 1,000. Converted into experience, it was about 400 million. This directly allowed him to level up 4 times. If it weren't for the need to complete the 4th transfer quest at level 70, Song Chen estimated that this 400 million experience would be enough to level him up by at least 10 levels. Thus, Song Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he still needed to find forbidden places like Forbidden Dragon Island, where there were enough monsters for him to kill and level up. Otherwise, no matter how many dungeons he cleared, it wouldn't be enough for him to level up. Subsequently, Song Chen unhesitatingly started his 4th transfer quest. A quest panel popped up in front of him. 4th transfer quest has been activated. Quest description: there are a large number of giant dragons living in Forbidden Dragon Island. If they are allowed to escape the constraints of the Forbidden Land, it will bring considerable disaster to humanity. Quest requirement: kill 500 level giant dragons. 0/5 Kill a few hundred level giant dragons? That shouldn't be difficult. Song Chen recalled the Seetsong dragon he had easily dealt with and smiled faintly. 190 million health points were nothing to him. At worst, he could just use the Heaven and Earth seal to finish it off. Closing the quest panel, Song Chen was about to head towards the boiling lake. He still needed to confirm whether there was an entrance to the Dragon Island dungeon at the bottom of the lake. If there was, that would be perfect. Even if there wasn't, it didn't matter. He was bound to go to Thunder Valley anyway. It was just a matter of time. However, as he approached the edge of the lake, the charred corpses lying on the shore and the monster corpses floating on the lake suddenly stirred. Song Chen's heart skipped a beat. The forbidden spell level spirit binding technique was passively activated. From beneath these monster corpses, thick, viscous shadows began to emerge. Then, these shadows instantly stood up and took on various shapes. Song Chen focused his gaze and discovered that the shapes of these shadows were exactly like the monsters in their living forms. It was a perfect one-to-one replica. However, they all appeared very dull and were entirely black, as if carved from charcoal. Song Chen knew that these were the soul bodies created by the spirit binding technique. From a distance, there were at least thousands of them. He casually used the identification technique to glance at the attributes of the shadows. There was not the slightest sign of weakening. Their combat power was just as it had been in life. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then activated the spirit binding technique, summoning all these shadow creatures into his own summoning space. This space had automatically opened up after he learned the spirit binding technique. Compared to the vast space that could accommodate 1,000,000 summoned creatures, having just over 1,000 was indeed a bit too few. However, fortunately, this forbidden area was not lacking in monsters. Song Chen withdrew his thoughts and walked towards the lake. Out of caution, he first cast a layer of the Holy Shield ring on himself. Then he equipped the water avoidance pearl item that Manhwa had given him. Only then did he walk towards the surface of the water. Although it was called a lake, the water inside was actually seawater. Because this lake was connected to the sea outside by an underwater tunnel, it was called a sea lake. As soon as he entered the lake, Song Chen felt a wave of scorching heat hit him. It was as if he had plunged into a large bathtub filled with boiling water. It was extremely uncomfortable. Song Chen had to retreat from the water, frowning. It was likely that only the tough-skinned, thick-fleshed dragon-like monsters could endure such high temperatures. Perhaps they even found it quite comfortable. His Holy Shield ring could resist damage from skills, but it could not keep the high-temperature lake water at bay. The water avoidance pearl was the same. It only allowed him to breathe freely underwater but could not insulate against the water temperature. Song Chen thought for a moment, intending to cast a celestial spell to enhance his attributes. But then he suddenly remembered that he had another defensive skill, the Golden Light spell. This spell could form a golden light on the surface of his body, which might be able to isolate the lake water. Song Chen then cast the Golden Light spell on himself, and immediately a bright golden light appeared around him, making him look almost divine. He then reached out to test the water and found that, just as he had thought, the Golden Light spell isolated the high-temperature lake water. Without wasting any more time, Song Chen swam down into the lake. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, the golden light formed by the Golden Light spell perfectly alleviated the pressure. Song Chen swam all the way to the bottom of the lake, encountering no monsters along the way. Under his solar divine thunder, not a single monster survived. He looked around and saw nothing but the azure seawater, with countless oddly shaped reefs scattered across the lake bed, occasionally adorned with vibrant plants. Song Chen was greatly intrigued. He hadn't expected these plants to be so heat-resistant that they could survive here. He continued swimming towards the center of the lake, and there, at the bottom, he saw a giant hole with a diameter of at least 70 to 80 meters. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. This must be the passage to the outer sea. Song Chen muttered, then looked around but found no abnormalities. The entrance to a dungeon usually appeared as a portal emitting strong light. Clearly, there was none here. Therefore, the Thunder Valley was the most likely place to have a dungeon entrance. After pondering for a moment, he swam upwards. Since that was the case, he would go to the Thunder Valley again and conveniently expand the number of soul bodies shadows in his space. With this move, there were no dragon-like monsters left in the boiling sea lake, and the dungeon entrance was not here. He immediately left and headed towards the place where Ninghua and the others were hiding. This time, Song Chen appeared calm and unhurried. After all, having ruled out one wrong location, it was very likely that the dungeon entrance was in the Thunder Valley. Moreover, the number and level of monsters in the Thunder Valley were even higher than those in the boiling sea lake. Even if the professionals from other academies banded together, there would be no chance of breaking in. Naturally, they wouldn't discover the Dragon Island instance. This means that among all the professionals currently in the Forbidden Dragon Island, only Song Chen could easily enter the Thunder Valley. For others wanting to enter the instance and complete the trial tasks, it was basically impossible. So Song Chen was not in a hurry. 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of Ninghua and the others, only to find them all looking at him with strange expressions, as if they were very surprised. This was understandable, considering the scenes that had just unfolded. First, the boiling sea lake was suddenly enveloped in a purplish-red lightning glow, and all the dragon-type monsters along the shore were killed. Then the giant dragon boss in the lake was enraged and charged ashore with great momentum, but it was directly trapped in place for 3 minutes, ultimately turning into a pile of dust. The professional who had acted was undeniably powerful. What intrigued them even more was how Song Chen had survived such a strong attack, and he appeared to be completely unharmed. Ninghua, puzzled, directly asked Song Jr., "Did you discover that professional who acted earlier when you infiltrated the boiling sea lake alone? Professional?" Song Chen showed a look of confusion, then suddenly realized. It seemed they thought a strange professional had come to deal with the monsters in the boiling sea lake. Little did they know, that powerful professional was none other than Song Chen himself. He couldn't be bothered to explain this to them. His main purpose for this trip was to grind monsters and level up. Completing the tasks was secondary. Even if he confessed that it was him, they probably wouldn't believe it. So why waste time proving it? "Oh, I didn't see anyone. Later, I saw the monsters in the boiling sea lake were cleared, so I boldly ventured to the bottom of the lake to take a look and found that the instance entrance wasn't there," Song Chen said casually. Ning Hua's face showed disappointment. She had been thinking about befriending that mysterious professional. To be able to kill the boiling sea lake's boss, they must be at least a level 100 professional. Wei Jun, seeing the boss's death, regained his previous arrogant demeanor and coldly said, "You really are lucky." Song Chen took it as nonsense and ignored him. He turned to Ninghua and said, "Senior, since there's nothing in the boiling sea lake, let's head to the Thunder Valley next." Ninghua pondered for a moment and nodded. The danger level of Thunder Valley is much higher than that of boiling sea lake. "Junior, you must not be so reckless this time. You can't always rely on luck," she warned seriously. Song Chen knew she was worried about him, smiled, and did not refute. He never believed in luck, he only believed in his own strength. The group set off again, aiming for the Thunder Valley located in the center of the island. According to the records, Thunder Valley had steep terrain, shrouded in thunderclouds year-round, constantly bombarded by lightning. That's why it was named Thunder Valley. The various monsters living in the valley had very high resistance to lightning elements and were not afraid of ordinary lightning spell attacks. At the deepest part of the valley lived the Thunder Dragon clan, which was naturally immune to lightning attacks and mastered various lightning powers, making them extremely powerful. No professional team dared to provoke them. This was also why Ninghua repeatedly warned them Thunder Valley was far more dangerous than boiling sea lake. On the way, Song Chen remained at the back of the group. Zhang Rong followed beside him, occasionally casting suspicious glances his way. The style of combat and that almost perverse binding skill felt familiar to her. It should be noted that during the hidden stage in Demon City, Song Chen had used such a skill. At that time, he was just a support class aura master. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep staring at me?" Song Chen said somewhat helplessly. Zhang Rong, having had her little thoughts exposed, blushed slightly and whispered, "Hey, that mysterious professional, it wouldn't be you, would it?" Song Chen generously nodded. Since Zhang Rong had guessed it, he had nothing to hide. Being timid was not his style. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rong's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Hee, I knew it was you. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Song Chen replied, "I did, but do you think they would believe me?" Zhang Rong blinked, thought seriously for a moment, and finally shook her head, saying, "If I hadn't witnessed your skills, I wouldn't believe it either. Rather than wasting time explaining to them, we should hurry to Thunder Valley. The dungeon entrance is most likely inside the valley." Zhang Rong nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of delight in her heart. Thinking back to when she cleared Demon City with Song Chen, she had not contributed at all and had still reaped considerable benefits. Now, teaming up with Song Chen again, she could once again lazily take a back seat, as Song Chen would handle everything. All she needed to do was cheer go from the sidelines. Just then, Ninghua, who was at the front of the team, suddenly stopped. The communicator equipped between the squads suddenly rang. "Ninghua, eagerly answered, thinking it was news about the Dragon Island dungeon. Instead, a panicked male voice came through. Captain Ning, it's bad. This trial mission has participants from outside our Shinsha Academy. Ninghua's expression tightened. Impossible. This is a forbidden area controlled by the academy. How could anyone else enter? The man continued, they don't seem to be professionals from our country. Their attire is different from ours. They seem to be from the Foot Basin country. Foot Basin country? Ninghua's face darkened. Although this forbidden area was controlled by the academy, its location was somewhat awkward, situated at the junction of the Foot Basin country and the Great Xia country's waters, so it was not impossible that professionals from the Foot Basin country had also received news about the Fountain of Life and sent people to infiltrate this island to compete with them. I understand. Have you found the dungeon entrance? Ninghua asked again. No, aside from Thunder Valley and the Boiling Sea Lake, our people have searched everywhere. Else and found nothing, the man replied dejectedly. Ninghua nodded. Gather everyone from the academy to assemble near Thunder Valley. The dungeon entrance should be in the valley. Okay. The man did not ask why and responded. Since Ninghua said so, she must have confidence. Moreover, with professionals from the Foot Basin country infiltrating here, they had to be on guard. Seeing Ninghua's serious expression, Zhang Rong asked in confusion, Sister Ning, what's wrong? What happened? At her question, Ninghua came back to her senses and said to everyone, there has been a change in the trial. It seems foreign professionals have infiltrated here. Everyone's expressions changed. Isn't this place controlled by the academy? How could foreign professionals appear? How many of them came? If there are high-level foreign professionals, that would be troublesome. The team members expressed their concerns, unable to help but ask. The trial grounds had always been entered by professionals from their academy, usually only competing with people from other academies. Therefore, there had never been casualties and everyone had been quite restrained. As fellow professionals from the academy, most knew each other and had no deep-seated grudges, so it was all kept to a minimum. But foreign professionals were different. With the competition for such a rare material as the Fountain of Life involved, it was very likely that things could turn serious. There could even be casualties, which was what they were worried about. Only Song Chen remained unfazed, seemingly not concerned about these foreign professionals at all. And indeed, he could easily crush a level 100 dragon, let alone these foreign professionals. Perhaps there are experts among them with levels above 100, but for Song Chen it makes no difference at all. Ninghua then spoke up, you don't need to be too afraid. The number of foreign professionals infiltrating won't be too many, and we can definitely contend with them. Gu Jun also rarely chimed in, yeah, just a bunch of foreign noobs, look at how scared you all are. The expressions of the others eased considerably. Just as Ninghua said, this place is under the control of the Divine Summer Academy. It's likely that those foreign professionals wouldn't dare to come in openly, let alone send higher-level professionals. They should be quite easy to deal with. Ninghua then continued to lead the team towards Thunder Canyon. The location of Boiling Sea Lake is actually on the outskirts of the island. So, this time, it took them quite a while to travel from Boiling Sea Lake to Thunder Canyon. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the very center of the island. Song Chen looked up and saw a towering peak piercing the clouds, with a vast and steep canyon below. The sky above the canyon was overcast, with flashes of lightning and the sound of thunder rumbling from time to time. The fierce wind howled through the canyon, producing a piercing sound. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, wrapping around the towering peak. Strangely, the peak showed no signs of damage. The lightning swirled and intertwined around it, then surged straight down into the canyon below. This sudden commotion startled Zhang Rong. She shrank her neck and moved closer to Song Chen. Thunder Canyon was filled with a large number of high-level monsters, but most of them resided within the canyon, making them rarely seen in the outer areas. At this moment, a group of professionals was gathering at the canyon's edge, faintly divided into two waves, as if in confrontation. Ninghua's expression darkened as he looked at the other group of professionals. Their clothing was not the uniform of the Divine Summer Academy, nor did it resemble the dressing style of the Great Xia people. Among them, the professional standing at the forefront was wearing a unique samurai outfit from the Foot Basin country, with a gleaming katana hanging at his waist. That should be a characteristic profession of the Foot Basin country, the famous samurai. It's the professionals from the Foot Basin country, Ninghua said, in a deep voice. Song Chen and the others nodded, then followed Ninghua to the group of professionals from the Divine Summer Academy. A young man immediately stepped forward and said to Ninghua, Team Ning, it has been confirmed that the entrance to the Dragon Island dungeon is inside the canyon. But this group of Foot Basin professionals appeared out of nowhere, clearly trying to snatch the Dragon Island dungeon from us. However, the dungeon entrance is located in the center of the canyon, guarded by a thunder dragon, and we can't get close at all. Ninghua nodded and said, we can arrange for a few agile professionals to lure the dragon away, and then we can take the opportunity to go in. The young man looked at the Foot Basin professionals across from them, worriedly saying, but I'm afraid this group of Foot Basin professionals will cause trouble while we do that. In that case, just drive them away. Don't forget, this is our territory. Ning Hua said coldly. The young man nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. The reason they hadn't acted yet was that they were waiting for Ning Hua. After all, she was a level 72 professional, the highest level present. He had just used identification skills to check. And there were quite a few professionals among the Foot Basin group around level 60. They would be quite tricky to deal with. With Ning Hua around, it would be much easier for them. Ning Hua immediately stood at the front of the crowd, coldly staring at the arrogant Foot Basin people. Get out of here, you are not welcome. The Foot Basin professionals looked disdainful, and one of them arrogantly said, Baka, the fountain of life in the Dragon Island dungeon, can only belong to my Foot Basin country. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. He had once come to the Great Xia country as an exchange student. For a period, so he could speak the language of the Great Xia. Ning Hua directly took off her glasses, an endless fighting spirit shooting from her eyes, piercing towards the person from the Foot Basin country who had just spoken. That person immediately shrank back, fearfully squeezing into the crowd. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Ning Hua drew her long sword, pointing it at the group of Foot Basin country professionals in front of her. Behind her, the professionals from the Divine Summer Academy also drew their weapons. Brothers, charge! Just do it! We must let this group of Foot Basin country people who have been living quite well know our strength. Just learned a new skill, perfect for practice on you. The crowd was excited. The Dragon Island dungeon was right in the canyon, and they absolutely could not let it be taken by these guys. The Foot Basin country professionals were naturally unwilling to back down, brandishing their weapons in response. The short young man at the front wore a slight cold smile, seemingly unafraid of the fact that the professionals from the Great Summer Country outnumbered them by more than double. His name was Yuan Ligu, a legendary professional samurai from the Foot Basin Country. Just as the two forces were about to clash, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed through the canyon, followed by the ground beginning to tremble, a sharp dragon's roar breaking through the heavy rocks, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Yuan Ligu felt a surge of joy in his heart and then ordered everyone, scatter. The giant dragon in the canyon has been drawn out. Find opportunities to sneak in and protect the entrance to the Dragon Island dungeon. Upon hearing this, the Foot Basin country professionals scattered, each finding a place to hide. At that moment, a figure riding a peculiar Shikigami flew towards the Great Summer Country professionals. Following him were 3 thunder dragons of varying sizes. The smallest one was still over 100 meters long. Ning Hua was about to charge when she saw the Foot Basin Country professionals fleeing in panic. She couldn't help but feel disdain. However, when she saw the 3 thunder dragons flying out of the canyon, her expression changed in horror. Because the direction the dragons were flying towards was precisely where the professionals from the academy were gathered. If there had only been one, Ning Hua wouldn't have panicked too much. But with 3 dragons, all over level 100, even all the professionals combined wouldn't be enough to withstand their attacks. Ning Hua glared at the Foot Basin country professional who had drawn the dragons over and muttered a curse. That person was dressed in a white-sleeved robe, sitting on a strangely shaped flying summon, speeding towards them. The professionals, who had originally been gathered together, instantly lost their composure. Those dragons would likely reach the canyon's edge in just a few seconds, and at that point, they would all probably die under the dragon's lightning attacks. It was already too late to escape, and the speed of the thunder dragons would easily catch up to them. The situation was extremely dangerous. Ning Hua shouted to everyone, it's too late to run now, we can only fight to the death if we want a chance to survive. The professionals exchanged glances, fear evident in each other's eyes. Some even disregarded everything and fled into the distance. The once dense formation quickly became scattered, with many retreating further back, unwilling to stand at the front, because a single attack from a level 100 dragon could easily kill them. The level gap was simply too great, and no one could muster the desire to fight. At that moment, only Song Chen stood calmly in place, his face showing no signs of fear. It was simply the confidence that absolute strength brought him. His gaze then fell on the Foot Basin country professional flying with a Shikigami, his expression quite curious. Jiang Rong had completely shrunk behind Song Chen, and seeing him staring at that Foot Basin country professional, she said, that should be a legendary professional from the Foot Basin country and on Myoji, whose ability is to control Shikigami for attacks. Song Chen nodded upon hearing this. I am this world. Combined with the game, only when a professional reaches level 100 and completes the 5th transfer task can they truly achieve flight in the air. But clearly, this on Myoji from the Foot Basin country could only fly by relying on his Shikigami. The gap between them is indeed vast. This also indicates that this person's level should not exceed 100. Song Chen could easily deal with him, even more so than with a giant dragon. After all, he was just a trivial character. What truly piqued his interest was the 3-headed thunder dragon chasing behind him. Each of them was over 100 meters long, with a wingspan of several hundred meters, their bodies entwined with azure and purple lightning, and a pair of stout, pitch-black dragon horns resembling black agate, both mysterious and majestic. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the dragon and them had shrunk to just a few dozen meters. An overwhelming terrifying dragon might radiated from them, sending a chilling sense of danger surging from the depths of everyone's hearts. Even the slight fighting spirit that had just risen was completely extinguished under this mighty dragon's presence. Ninghua's face turned pale as he watched the fleeing crowd, feeling both anxious and angry. Run, run! This is not something we can handle. Staying here is just asking for death. I don't want to die. Heh, you can't. Escape, you can't escape at all. The group of professionals finally could not withstand the pressure brought by the dragon and scattered in all directions. Some with weak minds even collapsed to the ground, their faces drained of color from fear. Onmyoji Masao Koji looked down at the fleeing crowd below, revealing a mocking smile. He urged his Shikigami beneath him, and his speed surged once again. He flew straight over the crowd. Then, with a flash, he completely disappeared. He didn't even need to take action. The dragon behind him could take care of these guys. Taking this opportunity, the professionals from the Foot Basin country were just entering the Dragon Island dungeon to seize the Fountain of Life. As expected, upon seeing the chaotic crowd below, the dragon immediately abandoned its pursuit of Masao Koji and turned its full attention to the group of professionals. Roar! The largest thunder dragon let out a dragon roar, then folded its wings and crashed down to the ground with a boom. Instantly, a massive pit over 100 meters wide appeared beneath the dragon, with countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surrounding ground. The violent tremor even knocked some fleeing professionals to the ground. The dragon seemed quite satisfied with the destruction it had caused, its mouth slightly open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The other two dragons circled high in the sky, overlooking the ground. They did not rush to attack, instead, they watched their prey below with a playful demeanor, like a cat playing with a mouse. Occasionally, they would rush off to drive back some professionals who had run too far away. Songchen looked up at the dragon less than 10 meters away from him and cast an identification spell towards it. Thunder Canyon boss level monster, Purple Lightning Dragon health 2600000000 level 110 strength 10250 agility 12200 spirit 9900 constitution 11200 defense 11200 skills Thunderstrike, Earthquake, Dragon Roar, Plasma Bomb. Compared to the Haitsong dragon, this one was significantly stronger, and the more he looked, the more satisfied Songchen became. After all, the stronger the enemy, the stronger the spirit he could summon with his spirit binding technique. Thus, his foundation would also be stronger. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Ninghua rushing towards him and the others, speaking urgently, "Why aren't you two running yet? Are you waiting to die here?" Upon hearing this, Songchen looked around and found that Gui Jun and the others had long since disappeared, likely having quietly fled the moment the dragon appeared. Songchen sneered coldly. Gui Jun had been particularly arrogant before, acting as if he looked down on everyone else. Now, faced with the dragon, he was running faster than anyone, even abandoning the captain. His disdain for this person grew even stronger. When he obtains the Fountain of Life, it won't be too late to punish this person properly. Just as he was contemplating, Ninghua had already arrived in front of them, about to reach out to grab the two as they attempted to escape. Unexpectedly, Songchen lightly swayed his body and evaded her grasp. Even Jiang Rong was the same, showing no intention of running away at all. This infuriated her, and she couldn't help but scold, "Why aren't you running? Are you waiting here to die?" Jiang Rong chuckled mysteriously and said, "Sister Ning, there's no need to be afraid, just wait and see the show." Upon hearing this, Ninghua was instantly both angry and anxious, grabbing Jiang Rong's ear and urging, "What time is it now? Still here to watch the fun? If you don't run now, it will be too late." "Ouch, sister Ning, be gentle." Jiang Rong covered her ear, looking quite aggrieved. Ninghua, seeing her like this, became even more furious. In front of them was a genuine giant dragon, not some random creature. Being targeted by this giant dragon could mean death. Ninghua looked around, and most of the other adventurers were frantically fleeing towards the canyon's exit, hoping their luck would be good enough to escape the dragon's pursuit. But what left them in despair was that every time they ran 100 meters away, they were blocked by the two dragons circling in the sky, with some nearly dying under the dragon's lightning attacks. With no other choice, they had to flee back. The dragons were not in a hurry to attack, instead, they leisurely intercepted other fleeing adventurers. This scene made Ninghua shiver with fear. Once the dragons lost interest in playing with their prey, it would likely be their time to die. The other adventurers were well aware of this. Nearing collapse, they frantically unleashed their skills at the giant dragon lying on the ground. Instantly, ice, spike, fireball, poison arrow, and lightning strike. The skills released by the adventurers streaked through the air, crashing into the lightning dragon and exploding into clouds of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the dragon bore not a single scratch. The dragon then opened its massive mouth, displaying a personified mocking expression, and extended its claws to scratch its back. Most of the skills unleashed by the crowd had all landed on its back, but these skills couldn't even tickle it, let alone cause any harm. Seeing this scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Many adventurers collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with panic and unease. Some even began to wail uncontrollably. Roar! The lightning dragon seemed to find it somewhat boring. and purple arcs of electricity began to gather at the tips of its horns. In no time, a lightning ball with a diameter of 2 meters took shape, exuding an astonishing aura of destruction. The dragon's head gently nodded, and then the lightning ball shot out towards the kneeling adventurers ahead. Crackle! Crackle! Wherever the lightning ball passed, the air began to distort. Nearby adventurers felt a wave of paralysis wash over them, losing even the strength to escape. Just as the lightning ball was about to hit the crowd, a dense shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a thorny giant tortoise over 50 meters tall. Its shell faced the incoming lightning ball, with its limbs and head tightly retracted into its shell. Bang! The moment the lightning ball made contact with the shell, it exploded violently. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the entire body of the thorny giant tortoise. Moments later, as the lightning faded, the shadow that had transformed into the thorny giant tortoise also vanished. The ground was left with a deep pit of over 10 meters. Inside the pit was a charred blackness, with the surface sand and stones in a semi-melted state, clearly showcasing the ferocity of the lightning dragon's strike. I actually didn't die? Who saved us? Which big shots summoned blocked the damage for us just now? The rescued adventurers instantly displayed expressions of wild joy, turning their heads to look around, eager to find out which big shot had intervened. At that moment, a tall figure stepped forward from the crowd, heading towards the distant lightning dragon. When the people saw Songchen emerge, it was as if they had found their backbone. The despair that had been etched on their faces faded significantly, replaced by the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Who is he? Songchen, the master of all laws. A professional who recognized him said. What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it. Maybe it's some hidden profession, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from the lightning dragon. Can he really defeat that dragon? Not just one, but 3 dragons over level 100. Waves of identification spells fell upon Song Chen, but there was no feedback at all. This left the crowd, who had just ignited hope, feeling a bit anxious. Manhwa saw Song Chen walking towards the dragon, looking completely unafraid, and immediately panicked. Song Chen, what are you doing? Come back. However, Zhang Rong grabbed Manhwa, pointing at the large pit on the ground, and said, Sister Ning, if it weren't for Song Chen's intervention just now, those dozen or so professionals from the academy would probably be dead. Manhwa was taken aback and quickly asked, Are you saying that the summoned beast that appeared earlier was created by Song Chen? Zhang Rong nodded seriously. Although she didn't understand why a master of all laws could have a summoned beast, it was clear that no one else present could casually withstand a blow from the lightning dragon. But he's not a summoner. Where did the summoned beast come from? Manhwa was very confused. The master of all laws wasn't a summoning profession. I don't know about that. Zhang Rong replied playfully. Manhwa immediately turned her gaze to Song Chen, unable to fathom that he had such incredible abilities. How many secrets was he hiding? Song Chen was not concerned with Manhwa's thoughts. He calmly walked towards the dragon. The thorny dragon turtle he had summoned earlier was an elite monster at level 65. It had nearly 2 million health points and very high defense, close to 3,000. Yet, it was still taken down in one hit by the lightning dragon. This indicated that the lightning dragon was quite formidable. If he hadn't been there, most of the professionals from the Divine Summer Academy would have perished at the hands of the dragon. Song Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly, more than a dozen shadowy monsters appeared in front of him. All were around level 70, having been killed in the boiling sea lake and then summoned back with the spirit binding technique, inheriting their attributes from when they were alive. Seeing this, the lightning dragon narrowed its golden vertical pupils and stood up warily. Human, what kind of trick is this? Song Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the dragon to speak. So you can talk? Then why were you roaring earlier? Upon hearing this, the dragon proudly raised its head and huffed. These worthless creatures are not worthy of speaking to me. Changing its tone, it continued, however, you are different. I sense a hint of danger from you. Song Chen smiled. Your instincts are quite sharp. The dragon, flattered by the compliment, became a bit smug. Human, I can give you a chance. You can take 5 humans and leave. Otherwise, with just these dozen summoned beasts, you are no match for the 3 kings of our canyon. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise, you will die here with them. Song Chen pursed his lips and then felt the 2 dragons circling above, their gazes locked onto him as if they were ready to strike at any moment. He then smiled helplessly and said to the dragon, Who told you I only have a dozen summoned beasts? The dragon's heart inexplicably tightened. The next moment, hundreds and thousands of shadowy monsters sprang up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. Each of them was at least several meters long, with many high-level monsters exceeding 100 meters in size. Leading them was a shadowy Tsanglong of level 100, whose pressure was not less than that of the lightning dragon. Under Song Chen's instructions, the giant dragon was surrounded. The thunder dragon. A large group of shadow summons suddenly appeared. Not only was the thunder dragon stunned, but even the onlookers were left unfounded. Damn, I've never seen a summoner with so many summons. Damn, the master of all laws isn't even a summoner. Why do these summons look so familiar? Those shadow summons seemed to be all local monsters from the island. They couldn't help but shout as the shock brought by Songchen was too great. From initially downplaying the Thunder Dragon's attack to now summoning over 1,000 shadow monsters to surround it, almost every step was beyond their expectations. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, constantly rising and falling. Those who had just questioned Songchen now silently closed their mouths upon witnessing this spectacle. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. With over 1,000 shadow summons, even a casual swipe could take down the Thunder Dragon. In front of everyone, Songchen stood calmly in place. At the same time, with a thought, he gave the Thunder Dragon no chance to react. The moment the shadow monsters appeared, he commanded them to rush forward. The target was the Thunder Dragon right in front of him. "You are simply despicable," the Thunder Dragon cursed, then spread its wings wide, ready to fly into the sky. Staying on the ground meant facing the assault of over 1,000 monsters. It wasn't confident enough to deal with all the monsters. However, Songchen didn't give it that opportunity at all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of giant crocodile demons, each about 80 meters long, charged forward. They bit down on the Thunder Dragon's limbs, dragging it back to the ground. Roar! The Thunder Dragon let out a painful cry, and a dazzling surge of electric light erupted around it. It shot towards the dozen or so giant crocodile demons nearby. Ziz! The brilliant blue-purple electric arcs transformed into electric serpents over 10 meters long, piercing several large holes in the long snouts of the giant crocodile demons. But these shadow summons were essentially lifeless. They felt no pain and had no fear of death. Without Song Chen's command, they wouldn't let go. The giant crocodile demons clung tightly to the giant dragon, madly flipping it over onto the ground. Even though the dragon had scale armor for defense, it was still pierced in the thigh by the crocodile demon's teeth, causing thick blood to flow everywhere. Roar! A piercing dragon roar echoed, centered around the giant dragon. The howling sound waves rippled through the air, quickly spreading throughout the area. The faces of the professionals present turned pale, as if they had been struck hard on the back of the head with a heavy hammer, their vision darkening. Some with weaker mental attributes even collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Only Song Chen stood firmly in place, seemingly unaffected. As expected, it's a mental shock. My previous concerns were correct, he thought to himself. The dragon's roar contained a mental attack. If one's mental attributes weren't strong enough or lacked appropriate defenses, it would be difficult to withstand this move. But Song Chen was different. His mental attributes had long surpassed 6,000, giving him strong resistance to such spells. The Qi Yin Crown could also absorb most of the damage. Even if the Qi Yin Crown couldn't resist, the passive ability of damage transfer would shift all the damage he received onto the summons. With these 3 layers of protection, the Thunder Dragon's attempt to escape using this skill was nothing but a pipe dream. Songchen then issued attack commands to over 100 shadow monsters. Instantly, one by one, the shadow monsters roared and charged forward, climbing onto every part of the giant dragon's body, then biting down. The first to suffer was the giant dragon's pair of wings, the weakest part of its defense, which were almost instantly torn off. Then there were the belly and tail of the giant dragon. No matter what attack methods the giant dragon employed, it was all in vain. After killing one shadow monster, 3 more shadow monsters charged forward fearlessly. After slaying 3 shadow monsters, 10 more shadow monsters lurked menacingly on the periphery. Soon, the giant dragon lay at the bottom of the pit, barely alive. The 2 giant dragons circling in the sky immediately roared in anger, unleashing bolts of lightning that crashed down continuously, attempting to rescue the dragon on the ground. However, while their attacks could claim the lives of a few shadow monsters, they were utterly insignificant compared to the thousands of shadow monsters surrounding them. Songchen had already cast a layer of Holy Shield on himself earlier, combined with his passive damage transfer ability. He stood his ground, not retreating a single step. The lightning bombs falling around him seemed impressive, but in reality they caused him no harm at all. He looked up at the 2 giant dragons above, extended his right hand, and pointed. "Come down." A pitch-black, deathly aura radiated black ring shot out from his fingertip. In an instant, it split into 2. It appeared before the 2 giant dragons. Before they could react, the 2 black rings expanded to hundreds of meters wide, instantly binding the 2 giant dragons within. As the rings violently contracted, the dragons' bodies froze mid-air, plummeting downwards. Then, with a loud crash, they smashed into the ground, creating 2 large craters. Without hesitation, the shadow summons waiting nearby surged forward, instantly covering the entire body of the giant dragon. The sound of gnawing bones and flesh filled the air, accompanied by desperate wails, as the 3 thunder dragons met their demise here. Kill 110 level purple lightning dragon, gained experience plus 852210. Kill 105 level purple lightning dragon, gained experience plus 831120. Kill 102 level purple lightning dragon, gained experience plus 812300. BOSS loot has been automatically collected. Please check your backpack. Current level cap is 70. Excess experience has been stored. Fourth transfer task current completion 60% task objective kill 5 dragons above level 100. 3/5 Song Chen ignored the message prompts in front of him, his mind focused. The passive effect of spirit binding was triggered. Beneath the massive skeleton of the giant dragon, which was now being devoured by the shadow summons, a large mass of dense shadows suddenly appeared. Then, along with numerous shadow summons, it was silently drawn into Song Chen's summoning space. This time, dealing with the 3 thunder dragons had cost him over 100 shadow summons. However, Song Chen felt no regret. Summons could be replenished easily. After all, this place was teeming with high-level monsters. The most pressing matter was to prevent that group of Foot Basin Country professionals from entering the Dragon Island dungeon, and to make those who dared to design such a trap against their Divine Summer Academy pay the price. The dragon is dead. Damn, the boss is mighty. One person slayed 3 dragons above level 100. Could Song Chen be from the Super God Academy? Impossible. People from the Super God Academy wouldn't stoop to participate in such trials. With the dragon dead, the crowd couldn't hide their excitement, chattering away. Most of their discussions revolved around Song Chen, who had saved them from the dragon's clutches. They had thought they were doomed. But unexpectedly, there was such a powerful figure among the professionals sent from the academy. 3 dragons above level 100 had been effortlessly dealt with by him. Moreover, the shadow monsters he summoned were not only strong but also numbered in the thousands. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. Manhwa stood there in a daze, though her expression showed no change. Her heart was already in turmoil. Originally, Song Chen's leveling speed was already enough to astonish her, but unexpectedly his strength was even more monstrous. 300-level giant dragons defeated in an instant. Even if they, as professionals, were tied together, they were still far inferior to Song Chen. Just a single shadow summon was already much stronger than all of them combined. The giant dragons had no chance to fight back, being devoured alive by the shadow monsters. Jiang Rong wasn't as surprised. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it. However, she was still somewhat curious about where Song Chen's shadow summons came from. Before he changed his class, he was just a support class or a master. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't possibly have changed to a summoning class, right? She tilted her head and secretly glanced at Ning Hua's shocked expression, finding it quite amusing. At the same time, she proudly said, "Sister Ning, how about that? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Ning Hua snapped back to reality upon hearing this, recalling what she had said earlier, her face slightly flushed. She couldn't help but ask, "So, does that mean the incident at the Boiling Sea Lake was also caused by Junior Songchen?" Jiang Rong nodded without hesitation. Ning Hua's shock deepened as she clearly remembered that the monsters in the Boiling Sea Lake had all perished under lightning attacks. The boss had been trapped for nearly 3 minutes before finally dying. This meant that, including the current shadow summons, Songchen possessed at least 3 skills that could be considered monstrous. Could the class of 10,000 Method Celestial Master be a god-level hidden class? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Song Chen's strength was so impressive. Just as everyone had escaped from danger, they inevitably became overly excited, completely forgetting about the dungeon entrance in the canyon. Ning Hua was the same. She was still immersed in her shock, unable to pull herself away. However, Song Chen knew that time was of the essence. With the threat of the giant dragons gone, that group of Foot Basin Country professionals would likely break through the blockade and take control of the dungeon entrance soon. So he didn't hesitate at all and turned to the crowd, saying, "What are you all doing here?" That group of Foot Basin Country professionals might have already entered the Dragon Island dungeon. Only then did everyone wake up from their daze, their faces suddenly showing expressions of anger. "The boss is right. We can't let that bunch of bastards take the dungeon for free. Brothers, charge with me and take down those bastards. I almost died here. Damn it, we can't let them get away with it. Brothers, follow me, grab your gear, and let's kill our way in." In an instant, the crowd was fired up, and many professionals began to charge fiercely into the canyon. The Dragon Island dungeon was still inside. If that group of Foot Basin Country professionals really got their hands on the Fountain of Life, where would that leave the professionals from the Divine Summer Academy? Song Chen also came to the front of Jiang Rong and the others, saying, "Let's go, we should go in too." Ning Hua hesitated for a moment, ultimately not asking anything, just nodding firmly. The group rushed into the canyon. They immediately discovered many Foot Basin Country professionals entangled with monsters. Along the path leading deeper into the canyon, there were numerous corpses of high-level monsters. Looking ahead at the entrance of the dungeon's light gate, more than a dozen Foot Basin Country professionals had already gathered there. Among them was the Onmyoji who had lured the giant dragons. They were about to break through the monster's final defense and reach the vicinity of the light gate, because the entrance to the Dragon Island dungeon was not located at the deepest part of the canyon. On the contrary, the dungeon entrance was very close to the canyon's mouth, and naturally, there weren't many monsters along the way. The Foot Basin Country professionals dealt with them very easily. If it weren't for Song Chen quickly taking Down those 3 giant dragons, this group of Foot Basin Country professionals might have entered the dungeon early and taken the Fountain of Life. Enemies. Meeting face to face were particularly hostile. The professionals from the Divine Summer Academy immediately erupted with a battle cry and charged directly towards the nearby Foot Basin Country professionals. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Hovering in the sky, the Onmyoji Asukuji, who was directing the battle of two Shikigami, was taken aback. He had clearly led the 3-headed dragon to the side of the Dacia country's practitioners, yet they still appeared here, full of vigor. Those 3-headed dragons were all over level 100. He couldn't even handle one, having to escape from afar. But how did this group survive? Could it be that a master was secretly helping them? Asukuji was puzzled. The practitioners from the Foot Basin country were equally bewildered. Song Chen ignored those people and headed straight for the portal to the dungeon. That was his ultimate goal. Seeing Song Chen walk towards the portal, the other practitioners from the academy immediately understood. While blocking the Foot Basin country practitioners, they shouted to Song Chen, "Boss, you just go into the dungeon, leave the rest to us." "Don't worry, boss, I won't let a single Foot Basin country practitioner enter the dungeon. Brothers, follow me, we can't let them disturb the boss." Manhwa and Jiang Ron quietly followed behind Song Chen, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the portal. There stood a dozen practitioners from the Foot Basin country. Leading them was a short man in samurai armor. Above him floated the Onmyoji from the Foot Basin country. Behind Song Chen, there were also a dozen practitioners from the Shinsummer Academy. They were about to step forward to deal with this group from the Foot Basin country. However, Song Chen raised his hand to stop them. Then, he cast an identification spell on the samurai and the Onmyoji. Yuan Ligu, famous samurai, level 77, Asukuji, Onmyoji, level 95. Both of their levels were not low. It seemed the Foot Basin country had come prepared this time. Song Chen then said to the people behind him, "Leave these two to me, you can't handle them." At the front, Yuan Ligu sneered coldly and also used an identification spell on Song Chen. However, the spell that landed on Song Chen was like a stone sinking into the sea, returning no information at all. He squinted his eyes and snorted coldly, "Hiding your own level and profession, I don't understand where you get your courage. Heh, why waste time with this person? Yuan, hurry up and kill him, we have important matters to attend to." The Onmyoji Asukuji floating above said impatiently, "Yes, Lord Asu." Yuan Ligu respectfully bowed to him, then drew the katana from his waist, aiming it at Song Chen. At the same time, the practitioners from the Foot Basin country behind him also drew their weapons, ready to attack. Song Chen merely chuckled at this. Since these people were seeking death, he couldn't be blamed. Moreover, the methods of this Onmyoji were very despicable. He would definitely not let him go. The dozen or so practitioners from the Dacia country following Song Chen also refused to back down, brandishing their weapons. Some mages had their staves glowing, ready to strike at any moment. However, when they saw the shadows of monsters appearing around them, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed their weapons. Since the boss had already made a move, they naturally lost the desire to attack. After all, compared to the boss's methods, their attacks were simply not worth mentioning. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Using them would only add to the laughter of others. "Go, leave none alive, kill them all." Song Chen calmly spoke, pointing at the practitioners from the Foot Basin country ahead. Instantly, over 30 shadow monsters surrounded Yuan Ligu and the others. What the hell is this? Why do they look so much like the monsters from the islands? So many, could this person be a summoner? The practitioners from the Foot Basin country were immediately taken aback. As far as they knew, even a summoner couldn't possibly have this many summoned beasts. This was completely beyond their understanding. No wonder they were so panicked and astonished. Yuan Ligu's expression turned exceptionally grim. Through his identification technique, he had already discovered at least 5 shadow monsters of similar level to him. Among them, one had reached level 80, far beyond what their small team could handle. Thus, Yuan Ligu cast a pleading glance at Asukuji. The latter's face was also somewhat serious, but he did not appear flustered. In an instant, 2 paper figures the size of palms appeared in his hands. He then bit his fingertip, using his blood to draw on them. The 2 paper figures immediately emitted a strong red light. Asukuji promptly threw the 2 paper figures to the ground. The glowing paper figures swelled in the wind and quickly transformed into a one-eyed giant over 3 meters tall, sporting one long and one short red horn. Bang! The 2 one-eyed giants landed on the ground, one after the other. Each monster wielded a 1-meter-long stone hammer, brandishing it menacingly, their appearance quite terrifying. Song Chen carefully examined the one-eyed monster and, with great interest, said, "Is this what the Onmyoji commands as Shikigami?" Asukuji sneered. "This dungeon belongs to our Foot Basin kingdom. I advise you all to return whence you came." The 2 Shikigami he had contracted were each over level 80. Dealing with these shadow summons, which were at most level 80, would be quite easy, not to mention they had over a dozen professionals with them. No matter how one looked at it, Song Chen could not possibly defeat them. However, before he could revel in his thoughts for too long, over 30 shadow summons surged forward, showing no fear of his two Shikigami. Asukuji's expression suddenly darkened. There's an old saying in your great Xia kingdom, those who know the times are wise. It seems you are not wise. The two one-eyed Shikigami then let out a loud roar and charged towards Song Chen, raising their hammers. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Once the summoner was dealt with, the remaining shadow summons would naturally fall apart. However, just a few steps into their charge, they were entangled by dozens of shadow summons. Yuan Ligu and the others followed closely behind the Shikigami, struggling to fight against the shadow summons. Overestimating yourselves. Asukuji brought his hands together and then formed a strange seal. In an instant, the two Shikigami's bodies swelled again, their skin turning deep purple, covered in twisted, eerie red patterns. Roar! The Shikigami's aura surged, and with a heavy stomp, the ground collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the center. Several shadow summons in front of them lost their footing and fell to the ground. The Shikigami raised their hammers high and brought them crashing down. Bang! A visible wave of white energy spread out. Dozens of shadow summons surrounding the Shikigami were instantly smashed into a puddle of black mud, then completely dissipated. Asukuji looked down at Song Chen from a height, revealing a provocative smile. Yuan Ligu was also filled with wild joy. With Lord Asu here, the fountain of life would surely belong to their foot basin kingdom. However, their joy did not last long. Song Chen no longer wished to waste time with them. He had thought that these 30 shadow summons would be enough to deal with, but this Onmyoji from the foot basin kingdom still surprised him. And it was merely a surprise. This is the territory of my great Xia kingdom. You have trespassed here without cause, you shall die. Song Chen calmly pronounced the death sentence on these people. Immediately, the surrounding shadow summons vanished. Yuan Ligu wore a puzzled expression. But then the sky suddenly darkened and the confusion on his face turned into deep fear. A black dragon over 100 feet tall appeared out of nowhere, its half-human height sharp teeth glinting with a terrifying cold light and a pair of black onyx-like dragon eyes fixed intently on the people of the foot basin kingdom. The dragon then roared angrily, opened its massive mouth, and swallowed the two Shikigami that had just displayed their might. Creak, creak. The sound of teeth grinding echoed, and moments later, the two Shikigami were completely inside the dragon's belly. In front of a level 100 giant dragon, these two Shikigami were not even enough to fill its teeth. A level 100 Heitsong dragon? How is that possible? Yuan Ligu's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly dropping the katana in his hand. Asukuji was equally shocked, then took a deep look at Song Chen and unhesitatingly commanded his Shikigami to fly away into the distance. Yuan-san, the foot basin country will remember your sacrifice. Yuan Ligu shouted angrily at Asukuji, who was fleeing. Baka Asukuan, my Genji clan will never let you go. Asukuji sneered repeatedly. You should focus on escaping alive first. With a level 100 Heitsong dragon, there was absolutely no chance for Yuan Ligu and the others to survive. After all, he could control Shikigami to fly, while the Heitsong dragon couldn't fly and would definitely not catch up to him. It was just a pity that he could no longer hope for the fountain of life. Song Chen looked up at the figure in the sky that was getting smaller and smaller, then smiled slightly. Next to the Heitsong dragon, another giant dragon over 100 meters long appeared. This dragon was surrounded by electric arcs, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. Enduring the dragon's might from such a close distance, Yuan Ligu could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His eyes were vacant as he murmured, "What kind of opponent are we facing?" Roar! The thunder dragon flapped its wings fiercely, its massive form transforming into a streak of lightning, instantly disappearing from its original spot. A few seconds later, it had already appeared beside Asukuji. Nanny, this is impossible. The moment he saw the giant dragon, a storm of shock surged in Asukuji's heart. He was very familiar with its appearance. Wasn't this the highest level purple lightning dragon from Thunder Canyon? However, this giant dragon was now pitch black, even its pupils as deep and dark as black onyx. But how could it become that person's summon? Asukuji was already very surprised that Song Chen could summon a level 100 giant dragon. But what was happening now was far beyond his expectations. A sense of danger, like falling into an ice cave, exploded in his heart. Asukuji couldn't care to ask why. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the speed of his Shikigami doubled again. In an instant, he created a distance of over 100 meters from the Thunder Dragon. However, this was ultimately futile. The Thunder Dragon then had a layer of dazzling electric light covering its wings, effortlessly crossing the 100-meter distance to fly above him. A cold sweat broke out on Asukuji's back, and he frantically urged his Shikigami to move. This time, unlike the previous temptation, he had a large number of professionals from the Great Xia country as bait, allowing him to escape safely from the dragon's grasp. But now the Thunder Dragon had become Song Chen's summon, and the only command Song Chen gave to the Thunder Dragon was to kill Asukuji. The electric arcs around the Thunder Dragon erupted violently, and countless azure-purple lightning serpents instantly locked onto Asukuji below. No, don't kill me, I am a Onmyoji from the Tsuchimikado family. If you dare to kill me, wait for the Tsuchimikado family's revenge. The Thunder Dragon showed no signs of stopping, its lightning surging, and countless lightning serpents struck towards Asukoji. Moments later, Asukoji and the Shikigami beneath him were torn to shreds by the lightning serpents. Songchen releasing 2 giant dragons above level 100 left. No room for doubt. No matter how fast Asukoji fled on his Shikigami, he could not outrun the Thunder Dragon. Meanwhile, the battle here also ended very quickly. It couldn't even be called a battle, it was simply a one-sided massacre. The Haitsong Dragon easily swatted to death a dozen professionals from the Foot Basin country who were blocking the way. The surrounding Foot Basin people, still caught in the melee, saw this scene and all screamed, dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. They didn't care about them. Songchen retracted the 2 shadowy giant dragons and then brought Ninghua and the others to the entrance of the light gate for the Dragon Island dungeon. There were 3 swirling light gates representing normal, nightmare, and hell difficulty levels. Each one stood over 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Without hesitation, Songchen chose the hell level, as only by clearing the hell level dungeon could one obtain the Fountain of Life. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed Ninghua standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but clear his throat. Senior Ning, what are you standing there for? Let's go into the dungeon together. Only then did Ninghua come to her senses, pushing up her glasses on her nose, and said somewhat shyly, Junior, even without me, you should be able to clear this dungeon with your strength. After witnessing Songchen's abilities, she felt unusually reserved. After all, with her own strength, she would probably just hold him back. Since she couldn't be of any help, it was better not to go at all. However, Jiang Rong, who was beside them, cheerfully said, Sister Ning, just come with us. Don't you want to complete the trial mission? Ninghua hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't resist nodding. After all, completing the trial mission was her only purpose for coming here. Moreover, the rewards from the academy after completing the mission were quite generous. She had no reason to give up. Songchen smiled, and the 3 were about to enter the hell-level dungeon when a very anxious voice called out, Captain Ning, wait for us. Hearing this, Ninghua turned to look and saw Gui Jun and Gao Yuan running towards them. She instinctively frowned. What are you 2 doing here? Gui Jun raised an eyebrow and said smugly, we saw that group of professionals from the Foot Basin Kingdom fleeing like mad, so we knew something must have changed, which is why we came back. Gao Yuan added with a smile, looks like we arrived just in time. Zhang Rong looked at them with disdain and said, you 2 were running pretty fast earlier, why are you back now? Gui Jun huffed, dissatisfied. Who wouldn't run in that situation? By the way, I'm quite curious how you survived under the giant dragon. If it weren't for Junior Son, all the professionals present would probably not have made it out alive. Ninghua said, still feeling a bit shaken. Gui Jun's eyes widened as he scanned Songchen up and down, finally sneering him. Captain Ning, don't joke around. Ninghua's brows furrowed even deeper. Jiang Rong was almost laughing in anger. Gui Jun, please just get as far away as you can. We're about to start clearing the dungeon. Why should I? I'm part of the team too. I want to go in. Gui Jun said stubbornly. Hearing this, Ninghua looked at him as if she had just met him, saying with great disdain, Gui Jun, the team doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Gui Jun looked incredulous, pointing at himself. Captain Ning, if this trash Songchen can go in, why can't I? You better think it over. With just the 3 of you, dreaming of clearing the hell dungeon is just wishful thinking. Ninghua looked at Gui Jun as if he were a fool, then coldly said, that's none of your business. Fine, don't regret it. I can team up with others and still go in. Gui Jun felt insulted and suppressed his anger. Ninghua, however, didn't even glance at him and followed Songchen into the Dragon Island dungeon. Gui Jun's face turned green and then pale, clearly very angry. Gao Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Brother Jun, what should we do now? What to do? I'm a level 68 Holy Light Mage, how can I not find a team? With that, Gui Jun walked up to a group of professionals and proudly declared, Brothers, I'm from the Xinglong Academy, level 68 Holy Light Mage. Are you interested in teaming up with me to clear the hell dungeon? With his level and strength, he had no trouble finding a team. Just when Gui Jun thought the professionals in front of him would eagerly team up with him, that group of professionals surrounded him. Instead, each with a hostile expression, as if Gui Jun had a deep-seated grudge against them. Ahem, brothers, I shouldn't have offended you, right? Gui Jun said uneasily. What do you think? You're the one called Gui Jun, right? You just called Boss Songchen trash. Do you think I won't hammer you for that? You slandered my idol Songchen. Do you think you haven't offended me? Stop talking nonsense with him. Beat him up. He must fly today. If it weren't for Songchen, these professionals would have long been dead at the hands of the dragon. Now, hearing Gui Jun dare to insult Songchen on the spot, they naturally couldn't hold back. One by one, they grabbed their weapons and launched a fierce attack on Gui Jun's face. In an instant, Gui Jun's screams filled the air. Even though he was a level 68 mage, he couldn't withstand the assault from so many professionals. Moreover, mages were notoriously fragile, and those professionals didn't give Gui Jun a chance to create distance. Not to mention there were ranged professionals ready to deal finishing blows at any moment. Gui Jun's miserable state was evident. Song Chin showed no hesitation and led the two women into the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon. As for Jun outside, he was just an insignificant little character. He wasn't worth Song Chen's time to deal with. Passing through the vortex portal over 10 meters high, Song Chen was faced with a massive iron door towering over 100 meters. He looked around and found they were in a large cave. The surrounding environment was eerie and dim, filled with a damp, moldy smell. It was completely different from the environment in the Thunder Valley, as if they had entered underground. Manhwa spoke up at this moment. Junior, behind this door is where the dungeon is, a naturally formed underground cave. Before coming here, she had already researched a lot of information about this trial site through the Academy's library. This included specific information about the Dragon Island dungeon within the trial site. The Forbidden Dragon Island is theoretically divided into the Inner Island and the Outer Island. The entire island outside the dungeon is collectively referred to as the Outer Island, while the Inner Island refers to the underground cave within the dungeon. And deep within the underground cave resides a black dragon. It is the final boss of the dungeon. Only by defeating this black dragon can they obtain the Fountain of Life. Song Chen nodded and looked up at the towering steel door. In the center of the door, there was an engraved pattern of a coiled dragon. The dragon's mouth was wide open, revealing its fangs, giving off a very domineering and terrifying feeling. Song Chen maintained his calm demeanor, extended his right hand, and pressed it against the steel door. Crack, crack, crack. The moment his palm made contact with the iron door, the heavy door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a dark passage behind it. The passage appeared to be several hundred meters high and dozens of meters wide, extending diagonally downward, with no visible end. Out of caution, Song Chen did not immediately step inside. Instead, he released 2 shadow summons to scout ahead. Sure enough, not long after the shadow summons entered, the passage was filled with the sounds of intense fighting and the roars of monsters. As the door fully opened, Song Chen finally saw the scene inside. The 2 thorn dragon tortoises he had sent in were being chased around by a dragon-like monster. This dragon-like monster had only a pair of sturdy legs, its tail covered in barbs, and a pair of bat-like wings. It resembled a dragon but was more than twice smaller in size. He immediately cast an identification spell towards the front. Bipedal Wyvern, Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 12,000,000 level, 80 Strength, 500 Agility, 110 Spirit, 2000 Constitution, 520 Defense, for a 420 skill. Frenzied Bite. I didn't expect that even a Gatekeeper monster would be an 80 level. Enhanced Elite. The rewards from this dungeon should be much higher than I imagined. A hint of joy appeared on Song Chen's face, and without hesitation, he pointed forward. Instantly, bolts of lightning erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the passage ahead in an instant. The originally dim passage became as bright as day. Countless purple-red lightning serpents roared forward, and the previously fierce and arrogant bipedal wyvern was instantly engulfed by the lightning serpents. These purple lightning continued at full speed, charging deeper into the passage. Kill 80 level bipedal wyvern, gain experience. Plus 554 200. Kill 80 level bipedal wyvern, gain experience. Plus 554 200. Obtain a blue top tier equipment, Wyvern's Fawn. A series of experience notifications appeared before Song Chen's eyes. There were at least a dozen bipedal wyverns lurking in this passage, but before they could launch an attack, they were all obliterated by Song Chen's Solar Divine Thunder. The monsters near the Iron Gate had all been eliminated. Only then did Song Chen and the others step inside and walk further in. After walking about 100 meters, several passages suddenly appeared before them. Without much hesitation, Song Chen turned to Ninghua and asked, "Sister Ning, which path should we take?" Ninghua quickly explained, "Junior, actually, no matter which path we choose, they all lead to the deepest part of the underground cave. The various passages in the underground cave are intricate and interconnected, so I suggest you take the middle path. It has the fewest monsters and is also shorter to the endpoint where the underground boss is located." Song Chen nodded. He pondered for a moment and then released all the summons in the summoning space. He commanded them to enter different passages in batches. There were a total of 5 passages before them. Each of these 5 passages surely contained a considerable number of enhanced elite monsters. Song Chen naturally couldn't miss out on these experience treasures, and fortunately, he had a large number of shadow summons. Thus, aside from the middle passage, each of the remaining ones would be led by a giant dragon, ensuring there would be no situation where they couldn't handle the monsters. Song Chen dispatched all the shadow summons and then led Ninghua and the others into the middle passage. The maximum distance between him and the shadow summons was 10,000 meters. Beyond this distance, the shadow summons would automatically disappear and return to the summoning space. So Song Chen wasn't worried about these shadow summons getting lost in the underground cave. Seeing this, Ninghua couldn't help but reflect on the gap between herself and true geniuses. A typical teen would probably only choose one passage to advance, as they could barely clear the monsters in one passage. But Song Chen was different. 5 passages were the limit of this underground cave, but not his limit. As long as he wanted, even if there were a dozen or 20 passages, he would definitely not let any of them go. At the same time, she truly understood why Ishin paid so much attention to Songchen. His true strength was simply astonishing. Even the giant dragons were no match for him, ultimately becoming his subordinates, which showcased Songchen's monstrous abilities. Songchen and the others continued advancing through the middle passage, slaying numerous enhanced elite monsters along the way. Meanwhile, monsters in other directions were also suffering relentless slaughter. Notifications continued to appear before Songchen's eyes. An hour later, they finally passed through the maze-like passages and arrived at the lower section of the underground cave. Here was a massive circular space with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. The ceiling at the top of the space was embedded with countless large and small ores emitting a green glow. The surrounding rock walls were lined with cave openings dozens of meters high, from which the roars of wild beasts continuously echoed. Songchen could even smell the strong scent of blood and the unbearable stench wafting from these caves. Directly in front of them was a cave over 100 meters wide, serving as a passage to the deepest part of the cavern. Inside that cave, four lantern-sized blood-red eyes coldly stared at them. Then, a massive figure nearly level with the top of the cave emerged. It was a giant dragon. However, unlike other dragons, this one had two heads covered in rings of silver-gray scales, and its tail ended in a flesh lump with a diameter of 2 meters covered in sharp spikes. Upon seeing this, Songchen instinctively cast an identification spell on it. Two-headed dragon, boss-level monster, health 19000000 level, 105 strength, 9120 agility, 8220 spirit, 10220 constitution, 8950 defense, 9110 skills, fiery dragon flame, icy breath, killing sound wave. Another dragon over level 100. Songchen's eyes lit up. He only needed 2 more dragons over level 100 to complete his 4th transfer task. Encountering one here made him quite happy. However, the two-headed dragon appeared very agitated upon seeing Songchen and the others. One of its heads directly unleashed a fiery dragon flame at them. The slightly smaller dragon head opened wide, and a red pillar of fire shot out from its mouth. In an instant, it reached right in front of Songchen. Just then, a pale golden light shield filled with a holy aura enveloped Songchen entirely. The dragon flame struck the surface of the light shield. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly thin and fragile light shield firmly blocked the dragon flame's attack, showing no signs of breaking at all. Others might not understand, but Songchen was all too familiar with his own skills. With his level reaching 70 and his spirit attribute surpassing 6,000, combined with the fact that the Holy Shield aura had upgraded to the Holy Shield ring due to his job change, the protective shield it generated could absorb damage up to 3 million points. A mere dragon flame attack could not breach Songchen's defense. Moreover, due to his talents and the cooldown reduction provided by his equipment, the cooldown time for his skills had significantly decreased. The cooldown for the Holy Shield ring was now down to 0.5 seconds. Furthermore, this skill could stack infinitely as long as Songchen had enough mana. No matter how many times the two-headed dragon attacked, it probably wouldn't even be able to tear his clothes. Seeing that its attack had no effect on this human before it, the two-headed dragon let out an angry roar. The larger dragon head opened its mouth again, releasing an icy breath. The icy breath was as thick as a barrel, and wherever it passed, the air began to crystallize into white frost flowers. The previously hot and restless temperature in the arena instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. It was evident that this icy breath was at least twice as damaging as the previous fiery dragon flame. Even a level 100 meat shield warrior would likely be gravely injured if hit directly. However, Songchen still stood his ground without moving an inch. Sure enough, the seemingly apocalyptic icy breath still could not break through the light shield, being firmly kept at bay. The two-headed dragon, not willing to give up, unleashed another fiery dragon flame from the other head, attacking Songchen from a different direction. This time, the two elemental attacks finally took effect. The light shield in front of Songchen could no longer bear the burden, covered in cracks, and shattered with a loud bang. The two-headed dragon let out an excited low growl. However, when it saw the shield barrier rising again in front of Songchen, it abruptly closed its mouth. "I'm in a hurry, so I won't play with you." Songchen smiled faintly, and suddenly 4 massive creatures appeared in front of him. Each one was as formidable as the two-headed giant dragon before him. They were the 4 dragon spirits summoned by the binding spirit technique. After clearing the monsters in the passage, they returned to the summoning space along with other shadow spirits. Now they were just right to deal with this two-headed dragon. Upon seeing the 4 dragons, whose auras were no less than its own, the two-headed dragon instinctively shrank back into the cave behind it. It knew that it could not handle these 4 dragons alone, so it let out a fierce roar towards the surrounding rock walls. Instantly, from over 100 caves in the surrounding walls, a chorus of angry roars echoed back. Following that, chaotic footsteps sounded, and monsters clad in gray scales appeared at the cave entrances. These monsters resembled the two-headed dragon, but they were much smaller and had only one head. Hearing the call of the two-headed dragon, this group of monsters immediately flew out of the caves, charging fearlessly towards Songchen. At this moment, Ninghua and Zhang Rong had already retreated to the back passage before the two-headed dragon's first attack, keeping a safe distance of several dozen meters from the battlefield. When gods fight, mortals suffer. They couldn't intervene at all, and if they weren't careful, they could easily be caught in the crossfire. The facts proved that their decision was correct. In such large-scale attacks, even a slight brush could lead to devastating results. With no worries behind him, Song Chen pointed forward. Countless purple-red lightning bolts instantly enveloped all the monsters. In the blink of an eye, over 100 monsters were completely annihilated. The two-headed dragon looked on in disbelief, its body trembling slightly, finally feeling fear. It saw its two dragon heads glance at each other, and then they opened their mouths wide, letting out a silent shriek. A visible wave of air rapidly spread out. Almost in an instant, it reached Song Chen's eyes. Killing sound wave? Song Chen's heart stirred, and the golden equipment, the Qiyun crown in his equipment bar, began to vibrate at that moment. A pale white transparent barrier instantly appeared in his mind. The killing sound wave was an intangible mental shock, and as soon as it touched the transparent barrier, it shattered it immediately. The residual force did not diminish, aiming to shatter Song Chen's mind. However, this mental shock vanished the moment it made contact with his mind, as if it had never existed. Song Chen knew that the damage transfer had taken effect. He then looked towards the summoning space and found that at least dozens of high-level spirits had inexplicably perished. It seemed they had suffered damage from the killing sound wave. This showed that the damage caused by such mental skills was indeed terrifying. However, as long as Song Chen had enough summoned spirits, no matter how many killing sound waves the two-headed dragon released, it could not harm him at all. After the two-headed dragon unleashed this skill, its two heads immediately drooped in a dispirited manner. But when it saw that Song Chen was still standing there unharmed, both heads revealed a look of horror. Without saying a word, it turned and fled deeper into the cave. Song Chen chuckled, trying to escape. The sealing ring activated instantly. The two-headed dragon was immediately trapped in place, and lines of blue critical damage continuously erupted from above its head. Under Song Chen's command, the four dragons pounced towards the two-headed dragon. Moments later, the two-headed dragon lay on the ground, its massive body already battered and broken. Lines of experience notifications flashed before Song Chen's eyes. Killed an 85-level flame wyvern. Gained experience plus 602500. Killed an 85 level ice wyvern. Gained experience plus 601500. Killed a 105 level two-headed dragon. Gained experience plus 901550. Current level cap is 70. Excess experience has been stored. Loot has been automatically picked up. Please check your backpack. Fourth transfer task. Current completion 80%. Task objective: kill 5 dragons above level 100 for fifths. After dealing with the two-headed dragon, Song Chen glanced at the hundreds of caves in the surrounding rock walls. Inside the caves, there was a profound silence. It seemed that under the command of the two-headed dragon, all the wyvern monsters residing in these caves had fled, leaving no one behind. The two-headed dragon intended to buy time for its escape. However, Song Chen effortlessly wiped out its minions, and the two-headed dragon naturally met its demise as well. Confirming that there were no monsters left in the area, he turned to the passage behind him and said, "Sister Ning, I've cleared out all the monsters here, let's move on." Hearing this from a distance in the passage, Ninghua and Zhang Rong breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. If they hadn't been far enough away, and with the two-headed dragon primarily targeting Song Chen, they might have been left severely injured, if not dead. After all, that deadly sound wave was a rare mental-type skill, and neither of them had any means of mental defense. Just the few strands of sound waves that leaked out had left them dizzy, and they were still recovering from it. When Ninghua and the others emerged from the passage and saw Song Chen, who appeared completely unfazed, they couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Such a terrifying mental attack could overwhelm even a level 100 Grand Mage, yet Song Chen was unscathed, showing his formidable foundation. Song Chen didn't explain anything to them and walked straight into the passage ahead. Only by reaching the end of the underground cave and defeating the black dragon that resided there could he complete his fourth transfer task. After all, throughout this journey, Song Chen's speed in monster hunting was evident, and his experience points were naturally rising rapidly. If it weren't for the unfinished fourth transfer task, he might have already reached level 80 by now. The three of them passed through the vast, empty passage and reached the end. There was no path ahead, and beneath their feet was a deep bottomless pit. This giant pit was about 500 meters wide. It was pitch black below, and they could hardly see anything. Song Chen tossed a stone down, and after a long time, he still couldn't hear the sound of it hitting the ground. The bottom of this pit should be the core of the underground cave, and there are quite a few monsters hiding around the edges of the pit. "Junior, you need to be careful," Ninghua reminded. Song Chen nodded, and then the largest thunder dragon obediently came before the three of them, lowering its body. Its right wing drooped down, extending all the way to his feet. "Let's go, we're going down." After Song Chen finished speaking, he stepped onto the thunder dragon's right wing and climbed onto its broad back. Ninghua and Zhang Rong exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of excitement. They had never ridden a dragon before in their lives, and it was hard not to feel thrilled. The thunder dragon then approached the edge of the pit and leaped down, swiftly flying downward. At the same time, the other two dragons were not idle either, flying down alongside them, acting as bodyguards on either side. In the dark environment, visibility was inevitably obstructed. Therefore, every so often, Jiang Ron would shoot a flare arrow. Finally, Song Chen could see the monsters hidden on the surrounding rock walls. They were hanging upside down on protruding rocks resembling bats with black fur and exposed fangs. They were also quite large, similar in size to the bipedal wyverns he had encountered earlier. Seeing this, Song Chen didn't hesitate to cast an identification spell. Bloodthirsty Dragon Bat, Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 55,000,000 level, 85 Strength, 600 Agility, 110 Spirit, 3000 Constitution, 820 Defense, 920 Skill, Neurotoxin. Another enhanced elite monster, but these creatures are far inferior in attributes compared to the two-headed giant dragon. Moreover, their locations are too scattered. Song Chen was too lazy to waste mana on these small fry, so he simply released the sub-dragon spirits he had just annihilated. Both were of the same level, and with the assistance of two thunder dragons nearby, they quickly slaughtered the group of bloodthirsty dragon bats. The thunder dragons carried Song Chen down about 500 meters, and at that moment, under the light released by the illumination arrows, he finally saw the bottom of the pit. It turned out to be a vast white jade plaza with white stone pillars adorned with exquisite carvings standing at the edges. The entire plaza shone brilliantly under the light. Song Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a scene at the bottom of the pit. However, the legendary black dragon did not appear in this plaza. Song Chen guided the thunder dragons to land in the center of the plaza, observed the surroundings for a while, and was soon attracted by a massive archway emitting a soft glow. The archway was built on a rock wall, about 10 meters from the ground. Its surface was embedded with 10 fist-sized luminous pearls, and the so-called glow came from these 10 pearls. A jade staircase led straight up, connecting the plaza and the archway. Song Chen recalled the thunder dragons back to the summoning space, then said to Manhwa and Jiang Ron, "Wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back." After saying that, he left two thunder dragons to guard the safety of the two women. He then walked to the white jade steps and headed towards the massive archway. Entering the archway, he found a long corridor inside. The walls of the corridor were embedded with luminous pearls of various sizes, illuminating the entire passage as if it were daytime. After passing through the long corridor, Song Chen found himself in a vast hall that was even more magnificent than the white jade plaza outside, being twice its size. In the corners of the hall, piles of gold, silver, and jewels were stacked like small mountains, reflecting a captivating luster in the firelight. Just a little taken outside could guarantee an ordinary person's lifelong comfort. However, there was no greed in Song Chen's eyes. Firstly, these treasures did not pique his interest at all. Earning tens of millions or even billions was quite easy for him. He still had tens of millions in his bank account that he hadn't used. Moreover, in the dungeon, unless it was loot dropped from monsters, nothing else could be taken out. This meant that even if he took all the treasures here, they would automatically disappear upon his return, leaving not a trace. Song Chen merely glanced at these before shifting his gaze away. In the center of the hall stood a throne made entirely of gold. On the throne lay a giant dragon, completely black in color. Its eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. This dragon was significantly smaller than any other dragon Song Chen had seen, measuring only a few dozen meters. However, the pressure it exuded was incomparable to that of other dragons. Take the two-headed dragon he encountered earlier, for instance. This black dragon could easily tear it apart. Even that level 110 thunder dragon might be defeated in just a few rounds. The main character had appeared. Without hesitation, Song Chen cast an identification spell on the black dragon. Final boss copy. Despair Black Dragon Health 350,000,000 level, 120 Strength, 12,250 Agility, 14,200 Spirit, 11,000 Constitution, 12,200 Defense, 12,500 Passive Ability, Elemental Immunity. Active skills: Despair Roar, Annihilation, Black Flame, Slow Curse. As expected of the final boss, I didn't expect it to have a passive ability, Song Chen said, somewhat surprised as he looked at the information returned by the identification spell. Unlike most monsters, having even one active skill is already impressive. Such monsters are usually referred to as elite monsters by professionals. The more active skills a monster possesses, the stronger it is deemed to be. And creatures like the black dragon, which have passive skills, are even rarer and thus more powerful. Even the thunder dragon does not have such a passive ability. This shows the strength of the black dragon. Perhaps the identification spell released by Song Chen startled it. The black dragon, which had been resting on its golden throne, suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of indifferent golden vertical pupils slowly turned, finally locking onto Song Chen. In the next moment, the black dragon's form abruptly vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already behind Song Chen. It was not until the black dragon's right claw came crashing down towards the top of Song Chen's head that he suddenly realized. In an instant, a faint golden light shield rose from his body. Bang! The faint golden hue on the shield noticeably dimmed. Song Chen was slightly surprised. It should be noted that after casting his Holy Shield Ring, he could absorb at least 3.6 million damage. But this Black Dragon's single claw strike had already caused hundreds of thousands of damage. The damage from a basic attack was so high, if it were to use a skill, the damage would likely increase by several times. Song Chen dared not delay any longer. After all, his Holy Shield Ring required a certain cooldown time, but the Black Dragon's basic attacks clearly did not. If he couldn't maintain the shield, he would be consuming the shadow spirits in the summoning space. These shadow spirits were very useful to him, and it was best to avoid unnecessary consumption. After all, having such a legion was far more efficient than fighting alone. At this moment, the shield on him had already dimmed and could shatter at any time. Without further hesitation, Song Chen immediately unleashed a solar divine thunder towards the Black Dragon behind him. A purplish-red lightning burst forth from his palm, instantly engulfing the entire body of the Black Dragon. Seizing this opportunity, Song Chen distanced himself from the Black Dragon. Even with the 100% spell critical hit bonus and his high spirit attribute, the Solar Divine Thunder, still at the first tier of the heavenly rank, could only deal around 40 million real damage at most. This was not enough to instantly kill the Black Dragon boss before him. After some thought, Song Chen decided that using the Heaven and Earth Seal would be the safest option. Just as he was about to continue casting and prepare to finish off the Black Dragon, the dense purplish-red lightning suddenly dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Looking at the despair Black Dragon that had been struck by the Solar Divine Thunder, it was surprisingly unscathed, its surface smooth and lustrous. Like black jade, showed no signs of damage, and it even appeared a bit more radiant. It was as if it had taken a bath in the lightning and emerged looking more spirited. Song Chen squinted his eyes and instinctively cast the identification spell on it. He was soon astonished to find that the Black Dragon's health had not changed at all, not even a drop. Why is that? Song Chen suddenly realized. The Black Dragon's passive ability, Elemental Immunity. And since Song Chen's Solar Divine Thunder belonged to the lightning element, it was naturally ineffective against it. What a monstrous passive ability! Song Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This meant that his primary means of attack was completely ineffective against it. He abandoned the idea of using the Heaven and Earth Seal and was just about to release the Shadow Spirits. Quality may not be sufficient, but quantity could make up for it. No matter what, he could wear down this Black Dragon, but his spirit army would likely suffer heavy losses. But then he seemed to think of something. With a flick of his right hand, a pure white long sword appeared in his grasp. It was the exorcising sword obtained from the true secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass. Since magical attacks were ineffective, he could completely switch to physical attacks. After all, with the blessing of the celestial spell and the exorcising sword, he was more than capable. With a thought, Song Chen unhesitatingly cast a celestial spell and the speed ring on himself. As soon as the spell was cast, he immediately felt an explosive power surge within him. A 10,000% increase. That is to say, 100 times. In an instant, Song Chen's power attribute skyrocketed to an astonishing 401,200 points. The remaining physique and defense attributes also increased to 151,200 points. However, the enhancement from the speed ring was not ideal, with the agility attribute only reaching 12,012 points. Song Chen felt it necessary to add a point to the speed ring. Meanwhile, the special effect of the exorcising sword had already activated, reducing the Black Dragon's attributes by 10%. Its agility attribute dropped to 12,780 points, which was not far off from Song Chen's. Just as he was pondering, suddenly everything went dark in front of him. Looking up, he realized the Black Dragon had already flashed in front of him, its massive claws crashing down. In response, Song Chen merely smiled faintly, standing his ground, without flinching or dodging. Bang! The Black Dragon's claws contained immense power, but at that moment, they were easily caught by Song Chen's left hand. Roar! A flicker of shock flashed in the Black Dragon's eyes, and it exerted its claws with all its might, trying to crush Song Chen into a pulp. However, no matter how hard it tried, its claws could not move down even a fraction. How could it be? How could a frail human possibly surpass it in strength? Before the Black Dragon could comprehend its confusion, it suddenly felt its body lighten, and its entire form was lifted by Song Chen and slammed down hard onto the ground. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a pit several meters deep. The Black Dragon curled up in the bottom of the pit, slightly pained. That blow had taken at least 1/10 of its health. Song Chen smiled faintly, gripping the exorcising sword, and instantly appeared on the Black Dragon's back. Then he thrust down with the sword. Another 10th of its health was slashed away. The Black Dragon no longer dared to hold back, soaring into the air, casting a slow spell and the extinguishing black flame simultaneously. Song Chen immediately felt his movements slow down by more than double, and then a black flame pillar as thick as a barrel instantly enveloped him. A hint of joy appeared in the Black Dragon's eyes. But when it saw Song Chen emerge, unscathed from the sea of black flames, that joy vanished without a trace. What the hell is this monster? The Black Dragon began to feel a sense of despair. Unwilling, it let out a furious roar towards Song Chen. Invisible ripples instantly erupted between the two. Song Chen felt a wave of rancid odor rush towards him, and then there was nothing more. Heh, come down. The black dragon was immune to elements but not to control. Therefore, the ceiling ring that Song Chen cast successfully pulled the black dragon down from the air. Its entire body stiffened, clearly trapped. Song Chen no longer held back, raising the exorcising sword and wildly hacking at the black dragon's belly. As for swordsmanship, he knew nothing. He only understood one principle: great strength brings miracles. So, out of respect for his opponent, he put all his strength into every strike. Poochie, Poochie. In just over 10 seconds, the black dragon let out a final mournful cry, and then it completely lost its breath. Looking at the black dragon's body, which had been dismembered into 8 pieces on the ground, Song Chen shook off the blood on the exorcising sword and then sheathed it. At the same time, a series of message prompts appeared before him. Defeated. The final boss of the dungeon, the despairing black dragon, gained experience plus 1000000. You have cleared the hell level Dragon Island dungeon. Completion time 1 hour and 15 minutes. Dungeon participation 100% rating. SSS reward: hell level Dragon Island dungeon completion. Chest boss loot has been automatically collected. You have obtained a level 100 golden equipment. Black dragon ring quest objective: kill 5 dragons above level 100. 5/5. 4th transfer quest completed. Level restriction lifted. Stored experience has been extracted. Your level has risen to 80. A look of joy appeared on Song Chen's face. During this trip to the Forbidden Dragon Island, in just over half a day, he had directly leveled up by 14 levels. From starting at level 66, he shot up like a rocket to level 80. This leveling speed could be said to surpass 99% of all professionals. As for the remaining 1%, Song Chen did not dare to make any guarantees. After all, there are always people better than you. He remained quite humble. Song Chen then looked at the chest in his backpack space, and without any hesitation, he opened it directly. You have opened the hell level Dragon Island dungeon completion chest. Gained experience plus 1 million. Fountain of Life X1 basic attribute enhancement scroll. Then, a drop of crystal clear water radiating a powerful life force quietly floated in the palm of Song Chen's hand. He looked at this drop of Fountain of Life while recalling the information Manhwa had told him. Although this drop of Fountain of Life was small, its value was extraordinarily precious, almost comparable to a piece of level 100 golden equipment. This was also why the professionals from the Foot Basin country risked great danger to infiltrate here and compete for it. As for its specific effects, Manhwa only knew that a single drop of Fountain of Life was enough to instantly restore a severely injured high-level professional to perfect health, even better than before. She was unclear about its other effects. Song Chen observed the drop of Fountain of Life for a while before putting it back into his backpack space. Then he turned and walked towards the outside of the main hall. Upon arriving at the underground White Jade Square, Manhwa and Zhang Rong were quietly standing there, not moving an inch. Song Chen gave the two women an approving glance and said, "The final boss, the Black Dragon, has been defeated. Let's head out." Manhwa and Zhang Rong exchanged glances, showing no signs of great shock. After all, throughout their journey, Song Chen's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. No matter how strong the Black Dragon was, it could not possibly be his opponent. At the same time, after the Black Dragon's death, they also received the notification of dungeon completion. Following Song Chen to clear the hell level dungeon, Manhwa and Zhang Rong naturally gained a lot. Just the experience gained from killing monsters allowed Manhwa to level up by 7 or 8 levels in one go. Inside the dungeon, unlike the outside world, the experience and rewards gained from killing monsters or clearing dungeons were linked to the contribution of the professionals. With low contribution, even in a team state, the rewards would be reduced. Every time Manhwa entered the dungeon before, she, as the team leader, often had the highest contribution. But now, she truly experienced the feeling of lying flat. However, this time's gains were several times higher than any previous occasion. The joy in Manhwa's heart was beyond measure. If such things happened a few more times, leveling up to 90 would probably not be difficult at all. However, she also knew that such things were impossible. Song Chen was already doing her a favor by taking them through a dungeon once. If he did it again, wouldn't she become like Wei Jun, a petty person who only knows how to take advantage? At this moment, Zhang Rong grinned and said, "Sister Ning, how does it feel to hug a big leg? Is it great?" Manhwa's face turned red, and she helplessly replied, "Can you be a little more serious? Hee, this time I directly leveled up to level 50. If it weren't for having to complete the third transfer task, I might have already been over level 60. Zhang Rong said excitedly. At this moment, she truly felt the experience of being an extraordinary genius. Leveling up was as easy as drinking water. Who could withstand that? The three were about to leave the dungeon when Manhwa seemed to remember something and asked, "Junior, did you get the Fountain of Life after killing the boss?" Song Chen nodded, extending his right hand, and a crystal-clear blue droplet floated in his palm. Manhwa's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. It really is the Fountain of Life. This trial task has finally been completed without any danger. Zhang Rong also stared at the blue droplet, curious as she asked, "The Academy specifically asked us to collect this item. What exactly is its use?" Manhwa shook his head. "I'm not too sure either. I only know it has powerful life recovery effects and I don't know anything else." Zhang Rong nodded and didn't ask further. For her, as long as she could complete the trial task, that was enough. As for this kind of treasure, she definitely felt she wasn't qualified to obtain it. Then, beams of white light rose around the three, teleporting them out of the dungeon. In the Thunder Valley. At this moment, a large number of professionals were guarding the light gate of the Dragon Island dungeon, with several strong teams from different academies gathered together, arguing incessantly. Several teams also wanted to enter the Dragon Island dungeon to obtain the Fountain of Life. However, due to the strength Song Chen had previously displayed, they were still a bit hesitant, especially a team leader from the Azure Dragon Academy who had been saved by Song Chen firmly opposed everyone entering, fearing they would snatch away the Fountain of Life that rightfully belonged to Song Chen. But upon seeing Song Chen and the others come out, several teams immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at them. "The big shots are out. How come so fast? They were only in there for a little over an hour, right? Is this what you Azure Dragon Academy calls a big shot? Ha, they came out so quickly. They must not have cleared it. I told you guys from the Azure Dragon Academy were lying." "Nonsense, if even such a big shot couldn't clear it, then we don't need to go in." "That makes sense, since the big shots are out, can we go in and try our luck?" The professionals exchanged excited words, their expressions filled with anticipation. However, at that moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd, stumbling towards the dungeon's light gate. His clothes were tattered, and his face was bruised and battered. The person was none other than Gui Jun, who was running while crying out to Ning Hua, "Captain Ning, you have to stand up for me. These people beat me up for no reason. When we get back, the academy must punish them severely." At this moment, he was missing a front tooth, and his speech was somewhat slurred, making him look quite pitiful. Ning Hua was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, and when she recognized who it was, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Zhang Rong, on the other hand, laughed heartily, her grievances against Gui Jun swept away. What exactly happened? Ning Hua genuinely didn't understand. Gui Jun glared at Song Chen in anger, about to speak. But then he recalled the scene of being surrounded and beaten, and suddenly shivered. Seeing him unable to explain for a long time, Ning Hua frowned and said irritably, "I haven't even addressed your unauthorized departure from the team yet. I'll settle that with you when we get back." Gua Jun's face turned bitter, his body trembling slightly. His various performances during this forbidden trip to Dragon Island had all been seen by Ning Hua, and he was sure to face punishment when he returned to the academy. Meanwhile, after seeing Gui Jun's miserable state, Song Chen was slightly surprised. He had planned to teach this reckless guy a good lesson after clearing the Dragon Island dungeon, but unexpectedly, by the time he came out of the dungeon, Gui Jun had turned into this. Since he had already learned his lesson, it saved him quite a bit of time. Song Chen shifted his gaze, no longer paying attention to Gui Jun. Instead, he looked towards the entrance of the dungeon behind him, deep in thought. According to the description on the previous task panel, only by defeating the boss and clearing the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon could one obtain a drop of the Fountain of Life. Moreover, one could only clear it a maximum of 3 times. After 3 times, the dungeon would automatically disappear, and it was uncertain when it would reappear next. Given this, Song Chen decided not to return immediately. Instead, he chose to continue clearing the hell-level dungeon. Although there would be an experience penalty for clearing the same dungeon multiple times within 24 hours, as long as he could consistently farm the Fountain of Life, he wouldn't be at a loss. The so-called experience penalty meant that when a professional entered the same dungeon of the same difficulty multiple times, the experience and rewards gained would be reduced by 10% after the first clear. In other words, after entering the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon for the second time, the experience points and loot he could gain would decrease by 10%. The third time would see a reduction of 20%, and so on. After the 11th time, he would no longer gain any experience points or loot. It was precisely because of this mechanism that professionals generally avoided entering the same dungeon multiple times in a single day. After all, expending the same amount of effort would yield diminishing returns. No one wanted to waste time and energy, so they would avoid re-entering the same dungeon. However, Song Chen didn't feel too disadvantaged. After all, he hadn't expended much effort clearing the dungeon, it was merely a matter of dispatching monsters quickly. A loss of 1 or 2 tenths was still acceptable to him. Moreover, his main goal was still the Fountain of Life. This item was of considerable value, and Song Chen was unwilling to return empty-handed. After all, the drop he had in hand needed to be submitted to the academy, and as for the remaining 2 drops, he would not let them slip away no matter what. While he was pondering, Ning Hua spoke softly, "Junior, since you've got the Fountain of Life and completed the task, it's time to return to the academy." Upon hearing this, Song Chen shook his head and replied calmly, "Senior, you all go back first. I plan to clear the dungeon a few more times on my own." Ning Hua looked a bit puzzled, then suddenly understood. "All right, we'll wait for you." She didn't say anything more, taking Wei Jun aside and quietly waiting. Zhang Rong did the same, standing next to Ning Hua and silently counting the loot they had obtained from this trip to Dragon Island. Song Chen, however, did not hesitate and continued towards the glowing portal, representing hell-level difficulty, stepping inside. The remaining professionals exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. Why did the big shot go back in? Could it be that he couldn't clear it? I said it, coming out so quickly, it's impossible to have cleared it. Nonsense, you didn't see this big shot's strength earlier, otherwise you wouldn't say such foolish things. Just a freshman claiming he can kill 3 giant dragons, I don't believe it. Yeah, are you from Qinglong Academy just saying that to keep us from going in? The professional teams from other academies looked disdainful, ignoring the others and heading straight for the dungeon entrance. Without a word, they directly chose the hell-level dungeon entrance. The professionals from Qinglong Academy were all puzzled. Given the big shot's strength, 3 giant dragons wouldn't be his match. How could he possibly not clear the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon? Inside the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon, standing in the familiar underground cave, Song Chen was unaware of the thoughts of the outside professionals. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The flattery and slander from outsiders had no effect on him. His strength didn't come from others' praise but was built up skill point by skill point. Pushing open the massive metal door in front of him, Song Chen effortlessly unleashed a sun god. Thunder! The blinding lightning instantly illuminated the passage inside as bright as day. At the same time, several bipedal dragons wandering inside let out no cries before being swallowed by the endless purple-red thunder. After clearing the monsters at the outermost passage, Song Chen quickly arrived at the fork in the road. Summoning most of the shadow spirits, each led by a giant dragon, he initiated a massive sweep. Song Chen then took out the exorcising sword, enhancing himself with a speed spell and a divine incantation, and charged towards the central passage. Last time, with Ning Hua and Zhang Rong accompanying him, his speed was inevitably much slower. Aside from dealing with monsters, almost half of the time was wasted on the way. Therefore, as soon as Song Chen started, he accelerated himself, aiming to clear the hell-level dungeon in the shortest time possible. With the support of the divine incantation and the speed spell, his attributes received an unprecedented boost, and any bipedal dragon he encountered along the way could hardly escape his exorcising sword. With a power attribute of 400,000, Song Chen was like a god of death, slaying anything in his path. The moment any monsters saw him, they couldn't even react to block before being cleaved in two, dying on the spot. At the same time, the special effect of the exorcising sword activated, providing him with a bit of power for each monster he killed. Compared to his monstrous power attribute, this slight increase was somewhat trivial. Thus, he swept through, killing everything in his path. What was originally an hour's journey was brutally compressed into 10 minutes, even with him being somewhat unfamiliar with the route. Then, he effortlessly slaughtered the two-headed giant dragon and its numerous sub-dragon species. Finally, he arrived at the resplendent hall deep underground. Looking at the black dragon sleeping on the throne, a hint of pity appeared in Song Chen's eyes. Brother dragon, don't worry, it will be over soon. Roar! The black dragon woke from its slumber, somewhat dazed, and then saw a flash of sword light rapidly enlarging in its field of vision. With a sudden thrust, the sword directly severed its right claw. The black dragon let out a painful roar, about to fly into the sky to create distance, but it found itself bound by a pitch-black ring-shaped chain, completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. Roar! Before it could comprehend what had happened, the sword light struck again. It severed its limbs and wings in succession, and with the final blow, it decapitated the creature. Song Chen let out a sigh of relief and looked at the message prompt before him. The experience indeed decreased by 100,000. However, it refreshed the hell-level completion record for this Dragon Island dungeon. He received an additional treasure chest. Opening both treasure chests together, he gained 900,000 experience points, a drop of the Fountain of Life, a level 100 top-tier red equipment, and a profession-specific skill book. There was nothing else. Song Chen sighed inwardly. Indeed, the rewards had decreased significantly. The next time would probably be even less. However, his main goal was the Fountain of Life. As for the rest, a little less was still better than nothing. The decrease in experience points, and as his level increased, the experience required for leveling up would also grow. This time, clearing the hell-level dungeon only raised him by 5 levels. It seems I really need to go to higher-level dungeons or special places, otherwise I'm still far from breaking through level 100, Song Chen murmured as he exited the dungeon. Looking at Song Chen reappearing outside the light gate, the gathered professionals in the canyon were completely stunned, because it had been less than half an hour since Song Chen entered the dungeon for the second time. What did this mean? Could it be that Song Chen really failed to clear the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon? Wow, how did the big shot come out so quickly? Is this hell-level dungeon really that difficult? If so, then it seems we can't complete this quest. What big shot? I think you guys from the Azure Dragon Academy are just blowing smoke. We haven't seen it with our own eyes. Who knows if what you say is true? Hee hee, now that we see it, it turns out you guys from the Azure Dragon Academy are just putting on a show. Other professionals from different academies entered at the same time as him, and not a single one has come out. There's no need for me to elaborate. On Song Chen's level, some professionals wore mocking expressions, pointing and gesturing at Song Chen. Those who had witnessed Song Chen's true strength scratched their heads, completely puzzled as to why he had exited the dungeon so quickly. But soon, a bold thought crept into their minds. Could it be that the dungeon was simply too easy for Song Chen? Beyond that, they couldn't think of any other explanation. As soon as Song Chen appeared in the canyon, he swiftly vanished again, diving into the hell-level difficulty dungeon portal. He cleared the Dragon Island dungeon twice in a row. At this moment, he was thoroughly familiar with the environment and routes within the dungeon. He also compressed the time it took to reach the underground palace by more than 2 minutes, setting a new record. Inside the underground palace, the black dragon was still sleeping soundly on its throne. Song Chen smiled slightly and said casually, "Brother Dragon, we meet again." The black dragon opened its eyes in confusion, looking at him with bewilderment. It couldn't understand why this human was saying such a thing. Did they know each other? But it searched through its memories and found no trace of this person. Just as it was pondering, a completely black, deathly still chain ring suddenly bounded in place. The black dragon's pupils constricted. In that instant, it seemed to awaken a memory that shouldn't exist. In that memory, it was actually killed by a weak human. Roar! The black dragon was instantly enraged. How could this be? After all, it was a standout of the Black Dragon clan. Even among dragons, it ranked in the top 5 bloodlines. How could it be killed by a frail human? Brother Dragon, don't worry, I'll be quick. After Song Chen spoke, the divine curse and the speed ring were immediately activated. His figure vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the Black Dragon. Due to his incredible speed, a series of afterimages still lingered behind him. Before the Black Dragon could make any move, Song Chen had already swung his sword, aiming for the dragon's neck. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out, followed by the sound of scales shattering. Song Chen's sword cut through half of the black dragon's neck, and bright red blood gushed from the wound. Again, he shouted, drawing the evil slaying sword and striking the same spot once more. Whoosh! This time, the evil slaying sword effortlessly pierced through the black dragon's neck, completely severing its head, which was as large as a grinding disc. Boom! The black dragon's head crashed into the ground, creating a dent, its wide-open eyes filled with confusion and disbelief before it completely lost its vitality. Song Chen let out a breath, retracting the evil slaying sword. The record for clearing the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon was once again shattered without a doubt. The experience gained also allowed Song Chen to level up 3 times. The loot was becoming increasingly scarce. However, what concerned Song Chen the most was that drop of life spring. Fortunately, the treasure chest reward did not disappoint him. The 3rd drop of life spring was added to his backpack space. Soon after, the entire dungeon space began to shake violently. The underground cavern seemed on the verge of collapse. Song Chen felt no attachment and exited the dungeon space. In Thunder Canyon, the professionals gathered at the dungeon entrance gasped in astonishment. They discovered that the 3 dungeon portals in front of them were shaking violently. Countless light points were breaking away, and the entire portal began to slowly dissipate from top to bottom. What the hell is going on? Why is the dungeon portal disappearing? This is unreasonable. Unless the hell-level Dragon Island dungeon has been cleared 3 times in a row, this dungeon wouldn't disappear. Hiss, is that true? So, someone has already cleared the hell-level dungeon. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief. The professionals had been stationed here the whole time, and aside from Song Chen and a few teams from the academy, no one else had entered. It had barely been 2 hours since the beginning. How could teams possibly clear the dungeon in such a short time? Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the light gate. It was Song Chen, just emerging from the dungeon. Immediately, beams of white light appeared around him. As the white light faded, disheveled figures tumbled out, some groaning in pain. These were the professionals who had followed closely behind Song Chen into the hell-level dungeon. Unlike Song Chen's graceful composure, these individuals were all injured and looked dispirited, clearly having suffered greatly inside the dungeon. One of the professionals looked up at the sky outside and couldn't help but cry tears of joy. I almost died in there. Damn it, there were so many high-level monsters in the dungeon, even a level 105 two-headed dragon. How could we possibly clear it? But then, how did we get out? Look, the light gate has disappeared. The dungeon is gone. It seems we were forcibly teleported out. Their words shocked everyone. The disappearance of the dungeon meant that someone had cleared it before them. And not just once, but 3 times. As their gazes fell upon the figure standing before them, a terrifying suspicion arose in their hearts. The reactions of the crowd confirmed this suspicion. Only they knew who had entered the dungeon, and it was 3 times. The moment Song Chen emerged, the dungeon's light gate began to vanish. The answer was undeniable. Song Chen had entered the dungeon 3 times, clearing it each time, and each time faster than the last. This terrifying strength truly opened the eyes of everyone present. Although some were reluctant to believe it, the facts were undeniable. Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the crowd were filled with admiration and shock as they looked at Song Chen. His name quickly spread among the professionals of various academies, rivaling that of the unparalleled talents from the Super God Academy. On the side, Manhwa did not show much shock. After all, she had seen Song Chen's strength most clearly. Every monster that appeared was instantly killed, and he didn't spare even the monsters in other channels. If it weren't for their hindrance during the first entry, Song Chen wouldn't have needed to spend so much time. Now that the trial task was completed and Song Chen had achieved his goal, Manhwa and the others naturally had no reason to stay here any longer. Junior, how was the harvest? Manhwa asked with a smile. Song Chen nodded lightly, not bad. Manhwa didn't ask further. A gray stone appeared in her hand, engraved with swirling blue patterns. This stone was a return stone. As long as it was crushed, they could immediately return to the Divine Summer Academy. Junior, let's go back, Manhwa said, crushing the return stone, her figure instantly enveloped in white light, disappearing from the spot. Song Chen also didn't waste any more time there and followed suit, crushing his return stone. The other professionals who remained saw that the Dragon Island dungeon had vanished and couldn't help but sigh. Even if the dungeon were still there, it would be difficult for them to clear it. Moreover, the strength Song Chen displayed left them feeling hopeless. However, it was fortunate that the Fountain of Life ultimately belonged to their great Xia kingdom, and it hadn't been snatched away by those bastards from the Foot Basin kingdom. With this thought, the mood of the professionals lightened somewhat. The trial task had been perfectly completed by someone else, and most professionals chose to return. A small portion decided to stay behind to grind monsters and level up the capital city, the Divine Summer Academy. Streams of white light appeared one after another within the Qinglong Academy. In no time, dozens of students from the academy had gathered in the square. Song Chen was naturally among them. Beside him leaned a somewhat weak-looking blonde girl. I feel so awful, I'm never going to such a far place again, Zhang Rong said, suppressing her nausea. Perhaps it was due to her low mental strength. Even though she had experienced several long-distance teleports, she still couldn't adapt. Song Chen immediately replied, allocate a bit more to your mental strength and you won't feel so bad. Zhang Rong stuck out her tongue and said helplessly, every point I add requires careful consideration. After all, I'm not like you, leveling up is so easy. Song Chen smiled faintly and said nothing more. He always allocated points in a straightforward manner and never lacked free points or skill points. Of course, he couldn't understand Zhang Rong's feelings. Not long after, more white light appeared in the square, and most of the students sent out by Qinglong Academy had returned. At this moment, they all gathered together, chattering excitedly about something, creating a lively atmosphere. Thank goodness we have Song Chen, this hidden big shot, with us, otherwise, we might not have made it back. Yeah, if it weren't for Song Chen, those bastards from the Foot Basin country might have really succeeded. You should have seen how scared the Foot Basin country's practitioners were when they ran away with their tails between their legs. It was hilarious. Song Chen's strength is probably on par with those from the Super God Academy. Of course, I even suspect that this big shot came from the Super God Academy. Just then, a dignified voice rang out. Silence. Following that, a figure floated down from the sky, stopping above everyone's heads. Standing in mid-air, he did not rely on any external objects. Everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. The crowd immediately quieted down, and no one dared to speak. After all, to truly achieve flight, one must be at least level 100 and have completed the 5th advancement. They were far weaker than this figure. Song Chen looked at the figure standing with hands behind his back in the sky and felt a twinge of envy. After all, being able to fly gracefully in the air was every man's dream, and he was no exception. Although riding the Thunder Dragon allowed for flight, it was still different from flying on one's own. Jiang Rong quietly said to Song Chen, this is the Dean of Qinglong Academy, Dean Luo Lin. Upon hearing this, Song Chen nodded. After all, being the dean of an academy within the Divine Summer Academy, he was not surprised by such strength. He then heard Dean Luo Lin clear his throat and say, the trial task for the senior students of your academy has concluded, and we have recorded the entire process. After the teacher's evaluations, the final results will be announced in a few days. At that time, you can log into the Academy's official website to check your final scores and credit rewards. However, I heard there was a bit of an incident during this trial. Foreign practitioners intruded and almost seized the Fountain of Life. What impressed me was that it was a new student who stepped up and turned the tide. For this, after verification, we will give this well-performing new student more rewards. Even a spot in a top academy might not be impossible. After this speech, the students below revealed hints of excitement on their faces, as if this suddenly appearing new student who turned the tide was one of their own. Manhwa smiled at Song Chen and said, congratulations, Junior. The resources and materials available in a top academy are far superior to those in our ordinary academies. Her lifelong dream had been to one day join a top academy. However, she was still far from that dream. Song Chen listened and smiled faintly. Long before the college entrance examination, he had already learned about the existence of the Super God Academy from Jiang Rong. Naturally, his current goal was to become a member of it. After all, it was a top academy within the institution, and the resources it possessed, including dungeons and various rare items, would certainly not circulate to the outside world. Song Chen wanted to level up quickly and increase his skill points acquisition. Entering the Super God Academy was definitely a very wise choice. Dean Luolin glanced cheerfully at the crowd below, then his gaze lingered on Song Chen for a long time, his lips slightly moving as if he said something. Then, his figure flickered and he instantly flew away. Below, Song Chen's previously calm expression changed slightly. Just a moment ago, he had actually heard Dean Luolin's voice in his mind. If flying in the air was standard for a level 100 or above 5th transformation professional, then sending a voice directly was something only a 9th transformation professional could do. Dean Luolin's level was certainly far beyond 200. His mental attribute must also be astonishingly high. Song Chen glanced in the direction where Dean Luolin had left, just about to leave this place. Jiang Rong then said, Song Chen, do you want to go with us to the academy trading post to exchange some unused materials for credits? Upon hearing this, Song Chen shook his head. I have something to do now, you guys go ahead. Jiang Rong nodded with some disappointment and didn't ask any further questions. Manhwa looked at the two and said with a smile, alright, we'll head off first. Song Chen nodded lightly. Manhwa then turned to leave with Jiang Rong, but after a moment Jiang Rong turned back, a bit shyly saying, can we exchange contact information? Don't worry, I definitely won't disturb you often. Song Chen was silent for a moment before finally saying, sure. After they exchanged contact information on their phones, Jiang Rong finally left satisfied. Song Chen watched her gradually receding figure and couldn't help but chuckle. Until he reached the highest realm, these people were ultimately just a scenery on his path to leveling up. He might feel a bit nostalgic, but he would definitely not stop his steps for that. Song Chen also turned around and walked towards the direction of the academic affairs office within the academy. Just now, Dean Luolin had sent him a voice message. The content was very simple, asking him to go to the academic affairs office. It was likely to hand over the life spring he obtained in the trial ground. After all, that was the main purpose of the academy sending them to the trial ground. As for the rest, he wasn't too clear. Song Chen appeared quite calm about this. It was just that handing over a drop of life spring felt a bit painful. After all, these were resources he had painstakingly gathered bit by bit. Submitting it to the academy was indeed a bit uncomfortable. But on the other hand, he had perfectly completed the trial task this time, and he believed the academy would definitely show some acknowledgement. After all, the strength he had displayed this time was evident to all. He believed the academy would not treat him unfairly. Soon, Song Chen arrived in front of the academic affairs office building. Following the guidance of others, he went to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the director's office. Come in. A very unfamiliar voice came from inside. Song Chen opened the door and walked in. In the genuine leather chair in front of the desk lay an ordinary young man, but beside him stood two people. Respectfully, one of them, Song Chen recognized, was Dean Luolin, who had just appeared at the Qinglong Academy. The other, a balding middle-aged man, should be the director of the academic affairs office. With 3 big shots from the academy present, Song Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant, politely addressing the 3, greetings, Gadi, Dean Luolin, and Director Wang. The ordinary young man sitting in the main seat was Dongfang Yi. After all, there were not many people in the country who could make the director of the academic affairs office and the dean act as mere accompaniments. Seeing Song Chen arrive, he sat up, smiling and said, we are aware of what happened in the trial ground, and you did very well this time. Song Chen nodded calmly. Seeing Dongfang Yi here indeed surprised him a bit, but what truly shocked him was the sense of danger that Dongfang Yi brought. He had thought that after reaching level 88 and possessing various powerful means, it would be hard to encounter someone who could instill a sense of danger in him. But it wasn't until he met Yixin that he realized he was still far from invincible. If Dean Roland was a 9-turn powerhouse over level 200, then what level was Dongfang Yi? It was unimaginable. After seeing Dongfang Yi again, Song Chen's mindset changed slightly, and he began to feel a sense of urgency. Noticing his silence, Dongfang Yi was not angry at all. Instead, he continued to smile and said, you can hand over the Fountain of Life to me now. Without hesitation, Song Chen took a drop of the Fountain of Life from his backpack space and handed it to him. Dongfang Yi held the drop of the Fountain of Life, examined it for a moment, then waved his hand, causing a phantom of a golden pagoda to appear. As soon as the golden pagoda phantom appeared, it immediately absorbed the drop of the Fountain of Life that was floating in the air, then vanished. After doing all this, Dongfang Yi noticed Song Chen's puzzled expression and explained, this is the Xianwang Tower, a treasury within the academy that stores various rare resources and items. The drop of the Fountain of Life you just submitted has effects that go beyond merely restoring life. It can also slightly enhance a profession's certain attributes, and there's even a chance for the profession to comprehend a physical talent. It's very valuable, which is why I said you performed quite well this time. Hearing this, Song Chen was slightly moved. He hadn't expected the effects of the Fountain of Life to be so powerful. It could enhance attributes and even allow one to comprehend a physical talent. Song Chen recalled the black dragon he encountered in the dungeon, which had the passive ability of elemental immunity. If he could awaken a similar physical talent, he wouldn't need to waste skill points on defensive skills anymore. Wouldn't it be better to invest all points in attack? Song Chen then thought about the 2 drops of the fountain of life he had in hand, wondering if using them could yield an impressive talent. Dongfang Yi was unaware of his thoughts and continued, all resources within the Divine Summer Academy must be competed for by you. There are penalties for failure, but rewards for merit are never withheld. Given your outstanding performance this time, you can make a not too excessive request to the Academy. Upon hearing this, Song Chen said without hesitation, I want to join the Super God Academy. Only by entering the Super God Academy could he have more and better opportunities to level up. Dongfang Yi seemed to have anticipated that Song Chen would say this, shaking his head with a smile. Although this drop of the fountain of life is precious, thinking you can enter the Super God Academy with it is wishful thinking. Moreover, you are only level 88 now. The minimum level to enter the Super God Academy is 150. Not to mention there are other requirements. So right now, you are not qualified. Song Chen, upon hearing this, was not too disappointed. He had only mentioned it casually and did not have high expectations. After all, he understood that the difficulty of entering the Super God Academy was extraordinarily high. Just one trial task was not enough for him to join the academy. Alright, then I want an item that can permanently increase skill points. Song Chen stated his request again. A large number of skill points were crucial for ensuring his absolute strength. That was why he made such a request. Dongfang Yi showed an expression of as expected, and based on Song Chen's performance in the ancient battlefield space and trial ground, he roughly guessed that this kid's talent was likely related to skill enhancement. So, it was within his expectations that Song Chen would make such a request. Do you know that items capable of permanently increasing skill points are extremely precious? Just based on your performance in the trial ground, you cannot exchange for a complete item. However, I can give you a chance to obtain such an item, Dongfang Yi said. Song Chen was initially a bit disappointed, but when he heard what Ishin said next, he immediately became interested. What opportunity? Dongfang Yi smiled slightly and continued. There is currently no such item in the Xianwang Tower, but the academy has a place that can consistently produce such items. I can make arrangements to give you a spot, but that instance can only be entered by practitioners above level 90. Once you reach level 90, you can contact me. At that time, I will take you to that instance. As for whether you can get what you want, that will depend on your luck. A hint of joy appeared in Song Chen's eyes. His greatest reliance was the vast number of skill points brought by the endless breaking limit talent. It allowed him to completely elevate the useless low-level skills into devastating forbidden spells. However, as his skills increased, the skill points required for elevation also grew exponentially. Now, the growth rate of skill points was gradually starting to lag behind his needs. This was also why he was looking for such items. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Song Chen naturally would not let it slip by. Okay, I will hurry to level 90, he said without hesitation. He was currently level 88, only 2 levels away from 90. It shouldn't take too long. Dongfang Yi nodded, left his contact information with Song Chen, and then left with Dean Luolin. After the two left, Director Wang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He finally sat back in his own position. Since Song Chen entered, he had been quietly observing this person. A newcomer without much background like this would normally have no chance to meet Dongfang Yi, let alone have a few words with Ishin and build a connection. Even some top academy students, when meeting Ishin, would be respectful and full of admiration. But this young man in front of him was exceptionally calm. Ishin even maintained a smile throughout, showing no signs of impatience, which truly made him see this person in a new light. Indeed, being valued by Ishin, just this temperament was quite remarkable. If it were him at this age, meeting Ishin would definitely be extremely exciting and leave him at a loss for words. Ahem. Director Wang cleared his throat, smiling, and with his round face, he appeared somewhat amiable. Song Chen, if you have any questions, I can answer them for you. If some students from the outside world saw Director Wang like this, they would surely think they were seeing things. Usually known for his strict, cold, and unyielding demeanor, he was now being so kind to a newcomer. It was simply unbelievable. Song Chen pondered for a moment. He indeed had a question he wanted to ask. So he opened his mouth and inquired, I want to level up quickly. I wonder if Director Wang could teach me? His current strength was enough to easily clear any instance below level 100. However, the major problem in front of him was that there weren't enough suitable instance resources for him to harvest. Instances that were too low level were completely useless to him. High-level instances were rare and also had certain restrictions, making it impossible for outsiders to access them. Therefore, Song Chen asked such a question. Since Director Wang was the head of the Academic Affairs Office, he surely knew how to solve his problem. Sure enough, after hearing Song Chen's question, Director Wang smiled with satisfaction and then said, if you want to level up quickly, then naturally you should solo high-level instances. The more you clear, the faster you level up. But there is a fatal problem with this, which is where to find so many high-level instances. Not to mention that each instance is quite scattered. The danger of soloing instances is also very high, and those wild areas are monopolized by some large guilds. However, since you have already been admitted to our Xingxia Academy, running dungeons will naturally not be that troublesome, because a dungeon palace has been specially built within Xingxia Academy. Upon hearing this, Songchen looked a bit puzzled and asked, what is that? Director Wang chuckled and continued, that is a place specifically for students to run dungeons. The palace connects to many different types of dungeons. There, you can quickly find teammates, form teams to run dungeons, and the efficiency is very high. Songchen nodded, feeling quite tempted, and asked, how can I get in? Director Wang rubbed his hands together. As long as you are within the academy, there is nothing you can't buy with credits. It's just a matter of spending more or less. Songchen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, how many credits are needed to enter the Super God Academy? Upon hearing this, Director Wang awkwardly coughed a few times. Ahem, well, give me your student card. I'll process your qualification to enter the Dungeon Palace. Songchen looked at Director Wang with a hint of disdain, then took out his black student card. Director Wang took the student card and quickly processed his qualification to enter the Dungeon Palace while handing him a small white jade tower about 10 centimeters tall. Use your mental power to activate this white jade tower and you will be teleported into the Dungeon Palace. This white jade tower can only be used 3 times. After 3 uses, it will disappear. If you still want to enter the Dungeon Palace after that, you'll have to spend credits to buy it again. By the way, this white jade tower costs 100 credits, which has already been deducted from your student card. Songchen nodded, feeling no regret about the deduction of credits. After all, credits are meant to be spent. If they are gone, they can always be earned back. There's nothing to feel sorry about. He took the white jade tower and then left the academic affairs office. Before entering the Dungeon Palace, Songchen planned to use the skill points he had accumulated over the half day and also replace the equipment he was wearing. Then he would sell off all the extra equipment he didn't need. After all, he had obtained several good items and equipment from this trial task. Moreover, he still had a mythic equipment forging book that he hadn't used yet. If the newly acquired golden legendary equipment was suitable, it wouldn't hurt to take a gamble and upgrade it to mythic equipment. After all, it's just an item, it should be used. Keeping it on the shelf would not contribute anything to his strength. Songchen returned to the villa and opened his personal panel. He had accumulated a large number of free attribute points and skill points, and it was time to clear some of them out. Name, Songchen. Occupation, All Laws Celestial Master. Unique, Health, 196200/196200. Mana, 67310/67310. Level, 88. Strength, 14121962 plus 2500. Provided by equipment. Agility, 14121962 plus 500. Provided by equipment. Spirit, 3591441 plus 2390. Provided by equipment. Constitution, 14121962. Defense, 14121962. Free attribute points, 550. Skills, Forbidden Spell, Heaven and Earth Seal, Hong. Forbidden Spell, Damage. Transfer, Huang. Forbidden Spell, Spirit Binding, Huang. Sealing Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Holy Shield Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Death Decay Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Godspeed Ring, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Blazing Sun Divine Thunder, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Celestial Spell, Heaven Tier 1 Star. Appraisal Technique, Yellow Tier 1 Star. Golden Light Spell, Yellow Tier 1 Star. Flame Burst Technique, Yellow Tier 1 Star. Talent, Unique Endless Breaking. Limits, Level 9, 10 skill points per second. By consuming the corresponding skill points, skills can be infinitely sublimated. Skill points, 219,411. Talent, professionally provided Heaven and Earth Dao Body, non-upgradable. This trip to the trial ground brought Songchen considerable gains. Looking at his continuously increasing level and attribute values, he revealed a sincere smile. His level had not only risen by 22 levels. After completing the 4th transfer quest, his mental attribute had also increased by 200 points. Now, his mental attribute was unmatched among peers. Even legendary level mage professions probably couldn't possess such terrifying mental attributes at his level. However, Songchen did not feel complacent. There are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. The encounters with Yixin and Dean Luolin today had given him quite a shock. It also made him realize that he was still far from invincible. At the very least, he needed to break through level 100 and become a 5th transfer powerhouse. First, he aimed to achieve the small goal of voidwalking. He was still far from the time to relax. Songchen glanced at the accumulated free attribute points. Due to being busy leveling up by grinding monsters earlier, he hadn't allocated his attribute points. But to be honest, there wasn't much to allocate anyway. All his skill's damage was linked to his mental attribute, and increasing the mental attribute also had many benefits. For example, improved concentration, enhanced memory, and faster reaction times. Of course, the most important point was the significant increase in resistance to mental damage skills. Therefore, he unhesitatingly allocated these general attribute points to his mental attribute. Mental 43414891. After allocating the free attribute points, Song Chen turned his attention to the skill points section. He had spent a little less than half a day in the trial area. Therefore, the accumulation of skill points wasn't too much. Currently, he could only elevate the 2 skills he had learned yesterday. As for elevating a skill to a forbidden spell, he was still a bit short on time. So before entering the dungeon palace, Song Chen decided to wait a little longer, at most until noon tomorrow, to set off. He wanted to enhance his foundation a bit more. Song Chen then focused on the skill section, looking at the Golden Light spell and the Flame Burst spell. Both of these skills were obtained from skill books. One was an attack and the other was a defense. There wasn't much to say. Holding 200,000 skill points, he felt uneasy if he didn't elevate these 2 skills to heavenly tier. Consume 71,050 skill points. Golden Light spell, Yellow tier 1. Golden Light Divine spell, Heavenly tier 1. Golden Light Divine spell, Heavenly tier 1 releases a Golden Light Divine spell on the target, protecting it from various abnormal states such as extreme cold and heat, covering the target's surface with a golden light that can absorb 2,200,000 points of damage. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 1.5s. Consumes 71,050 skill points. Flame Burst spell, Yellow tier 1. Absolute Flame Finger, Heavenly tier 1. Absolute Flame Finger, Heavenly tier 1 fires an extremely hot ray composed purely of flames, with a maximum range of 300 meters, instantly dealing 4,500,000 points of true damage to the enemy. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 1.5s. In one go, he spent 140,000 skill points. Song Chen elevated both skills to Heavenly tier 1. The defense and damage weren't particularly outstanding, just average. However, the Heavenly tier 1 Golden Light Divine spell did give him a pleasant surprise. After using this skill, he would be immune to abnormal states. Previously, when he wanted to dive into the boiling lake's depths on Forbidden Dragon Island, he was blocked by the high temperature. The Holy Shield Ring did not have the ability to shield against such high temperatures. But the Golden Light spell was different. The Yellow tier 1 Golden Light spell could help him block external high temperatures, allowing him to safely dive to the lake's bottom for inspection. Now, with the elevation to Heavenly tier 1 Golden Light Divine spell, it was no surprise that it had the ability to shield against abnormal states. This way, he could enter some dungeons with extreme environments without any hindrance, no longer needing to spend extra credits to purchase corresponding protective items. Moreover, if he encounters special types of monsters, the curses imposed on him can also be shielded by the Golden Light Divine spell. It's incredibly convenient. Those 70,000 skill points were not wasted at all. As for the Annihilation Flame Finger, Song Chen had also considered it. His current attack methods were still too singular. For instance, the Thunder Dragon clan he encountered in the trial ground was immune to lightning element damage. Therefore, mastering several different elemental attack skills was also very necessary. After elevating these 2 skills, Song Chen's gaze fell on the identification skill. Previously, he had been too busy upgrading other skills and had forgotten about this detection-oriented skill. Now, with 70,000 skill points remaining, he could try to invest some points into it. With a thought, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to spend 50,000 skill points to upgrade identification to Inside Eye? He looked at the prompt, momentarily surprised. He had originally thought it would be like upgrading other skills, gradually leveling identification from yellow rank to heavenly rank. But he didn't expect it to be like this. After a slight hesitation, Song Chen nodded. After all, it was just 50,000 skill points, which he could easily regain in a little over an hour. A useful identification skill was still very important to him. It would allow him to detect the level of others or monsters in real time and obtain relevant information. Consume 50,000 skill points. Identification Inside Eye by observing a person or object for more than 1 second. You can obtain relevant information about that person or object. The level difference between both parties must not exceed 100 levels or it will lose its effect. Song Chen glanced at the description of Inside Eye and nodded in satisfaction. Those 50,000 skill points were well spent. It was essentially an enhanced version of identification, and it could also discern information about items, which identification could not do. Overall, he was very satisfied with this upgrade. Next, he just had to wait until tomorrow to elevate the Sealing Ring to a forbidden spell, and then he could start entering the dungeon palace. After spending all his free attribute points and skill points, Song Chen took out a gray scroll from his backpack. Space. It was the primary attribute enhancement scroll he had opened from a treasure chest. He had obtained this item once before, back in the True Secret Realm of the Demon Suppression Pass. The last attribute enhancement scroll had increased all his attributes by 30%. He wondered how much the scroll could enhance his attributes. Without any hesitation, Song Chen directly activated it with his mental power, and the gray scroll in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light drilling into his body. He immediately felt a surge of power growing within him. Song Chen quickly opened his panel to take a look. He found that all his attributes had increased by 20%. This was slightly lower than last time, but still better than nothing. After all, it was just a primary attribute enhancement scroll. If it were a middle level one, it would at least enhance by over 50%. A high level one would be at least double. However, primary attribute enhancement scrolls were already quite rare, let alone middle or high level ones, which were practically non-existent in the market. They might exist in the academy, but clearly not for ordinary students. Only top-tier academy students would have the qualifications to exchange for them, and the price would definitely not be cheap. Songchen then looked at the Fountain of Life in his backpack space, lost in thought. According to what Ishin said, the Fountain of Life could not only quickly restore health but also had a chance to awaken the user's physical talents. It was a relatively precious item. However, if Songchen used it just like that and failed to awaken any talent, it would be quite a waste. Moreover, this Fountain of Life could also serve as a life-saving trump card. If Songchen found himself in a dangerous situation, these 2 drops of the Fountain of Life would be enough to fully revive him twice. Using it now would not be cost-effective at all. After much thought, Songchen decided to keep it as his trump card. The night quickly passed. The next morning, Songchen first went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then headed straight to the academy exchange. Yesterday, he had been leveling up by defeating monsters in the trial area. His backpack was filled with quite a few spoils, mostly equipment. 30 pieces of blue top-tier equipment, 2 pieces of purple equipment, 1 level 100 red equipment, and 1 rare golden equipment. The level 100 Black Dragon Ring. Black Dragon Ring category, accessory level 100 limited profession, mage bonus, spirit plus 3200, mana regeneration plus 500 points /s, elemental resistance plus 50% special effect. Consumes 1000 points of mana to grant temporary elemental immunity for 15 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. The attributes displayed by this level 100 golden equipment were nothing short of luxurious, especially the spirit attribute increase of 3000. If he wore this equipment, Songchen's spirit attribute would approach 10,000. Moreover, the special effect of this equipment actually granted him temporary elemental immunity. This meant that for those 15 seconds, any magical elemental attack would not cause him any harm. What an incredible effect! Of course, such an outrageous special effect also had its limitations, lasting only 15 seconds. Once those 15 seconds were up, he would immediately revert to his original state. However, even so, this ability was something others could only dream of possessing. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon Ring had a level restriction. He could only equip it once he reached level 100. At that time, he would replace the Xiantian stone ring and sell it in the exchange, earning quite a few credits. Song Chen originally intended to use the mythical equipment forging book to create a piece of mythical equipment, but given the current situation, he decided to hold off. He was just a mage. Although the evil slaying sword had no restrictions, it ultimately wasn't very suitable for him. The Black Dragon Ring, however, was quite fitting. It was just that his level hadn't reached 100 yet, so he couldn't equip it. Naturally, he wasn't in a hurry to forge it into mythical equipment. Upon arriving at the trading hall, Songchen checked the purple equipment he had previously consigned here. He found that they had all sold out. Each piece of purple equipment was priced around 50 credits. He had consigned 5 pieces of equipment here, each with a trading price slightly above 50 credits. Thus, this time, Songchen earned a total of 265 credits. He was very satisfied. Next, Songchen packaged all 30 pieces of blue top-tier equipment he obtained from the Forbidden Dragon Island and sold them to the exchange, earning nearly 500 credits. As for the remaining purple and red equipment, he chose to consign them as usual. The purple equipment was nothing to mention. However, that level 100 red equipment attracted quite a few professionals from the academy as soon as it appeared in the exchange. After all, it was second only to golden quality equipment and was a level 100 defensive item. Its attributes were quite impressive, garnering a lot of attention. In just a few breaths, it was bought by a professional on-site for a high price of 1200 credits. Song Chen was very pleased with this. In one visit to the exchange, he earned 1,700 credits, not including the purple equipment he had consigned here earlier. Although he had spent 1,000 credits yesterday, he quickly replenished that amount. If other academy students knew about this, they would surely envy Song Chen. Earning nearly 2,000 credits in a single day was something they could only dream of. They worked themselves to the bone for a month and barely earned a few hundred credits, making it impossible to compare. After leaving the exchange, Song Chen opened his panel to check the skill points he had accumulated overnight. Skill points, 648921, that's enough. He then moved his gaze continuously across the skill bar. Finally, he settled on the ceiling ring. After all, it was the only control skill he possessed. Moreover, at this stage, Song Chen was still unable to fly freely in the air, so having a control skill became very important when encountering flying monsters. This was also why he chose to elevate this skill into a forbidden spell. Without further hesitation, Song Chen tapped the panel with a finger. Cost 550,000 skill points. Sealing ring, heavenly tier 1 star. Forbidden spell, sealing technique. Desolate, forbidden spell, sealing technique. Desolate, a group skill that can be cast on up to 100 enemies, sealing their skills, actions, and minds for 15 minutes, while dealing 3,154,500 points of true damage per second. Costs 15 mana, cooldown time 1.5 seconds. Song Chen glanced at the skill description and nodded in satisfaction. A control time of 15 minutes and a cooldown of 1.5 seconds. This control skill was indeed becoming increasingly invincible. It was worth the significant amount of skill points he had spent. With everything ready, Song Chen immediately took out the White Jade Tower. Then, he activated it with his mental power. Instantly, a white light enveloped him and he disappeared from the academy. In the next moment, Song Chen found himself in an unfamiliar place. A cacophony of shouting filled his ears, and in front of him were scattered sunshade tents with students inside energetically calling out. The scene resembled a vegetable market or a fair. Song Chen frowned and looked towards the nearest stall. 3 young men were sitting inside. In front of one of them was a simple sign that displayed their team's basic information. Team level averages 30, currently all members equipped with full blue gear, strong strength. Looking for a level 30 mage to clear the Goblin Nest dungeon. Good performance can waive the dungeon fee. Song Chen glanced elsewhere as the shouts continued to reach his ears. Mechanical Crisis Dungeon, Nightmare difficulty, looking for a mech engineer above level 50. Death Island Dungeon, normal difficulty, no major requirements, any physical archer or warrior class will do, at least level 60. Ocean Mermaid Dungeon, Nightmare difficulty, requires a mage above level 65, preferably fire type, and must be fully equipped in blue gear. Watching this scene, Song Chen was momentarily speechless. He had never expected the Dungeon Palace to be like this. According to Director Wang, although the Dungeon Palace was within the academy, it was a special space opened up by the academy connecting to numerous dungeons. Therefore, it could not be accessed by normal means and could only be entered through the White Jade Tower. Seeing it today truly surprised him. Song Chen ignored the group of professionals shouting here and continued walking forward. Then he saw a tall palace appear before him. It dawned on him that this palace must be the Dungeon Palace. As for the professionals outside calling out, they were probably trying to quickly recruit teammates. Without hesitation, Song Chen stepped into the Dungeon Palace. As soon as he entered the hall, the noisy sounds vanished without a trace. The entire palace was very large, although there were quite a few people here. It felt very quiet, without any deliberate loud shouting. The atmosphere was much better than the bustling market outside. Looking around, he saw that there were over several hundred light gates neatly arranged within the hall. Each light gate was about the size of a regular door, with the only difference being that at the center of each light gate was a white vortex of light, either large or small. If one used mental power to touch this light mass, they would receive a piece of information. It recorded what type of dungeon this light gate led to, the level requirements, any restrictions on the number of people, cooldown times, and so on. Above the light gates, there was a virtual light screen. Above are the clearance records for each team only, recording the top 5 teams that cleared the dungeons the fastest. The higher the difficulty of the cleared dungeon, the higher the ranking. The reason the Academy sets up a leaderboard in front of each light gate is simply to stimulate the students' competitive spirit, allowing this group of students to compete reasonably and thus improve their abilities. After all, who wouldn't want their name to appear at the top of the leaderboard for everyone to admire? Song Chen withdrew his gaze from the light gate and turned to look at the central white jade pillar. The pillar was thick enough for several people to embrace, and it shimmered with segments of text. He walked over and took a closer look, discovering that they were all tasks issued by the Academy, such as collecting certain materials, items, and special equipment. It was essentially a task center. Song Chen then looked at another section above the pillar, which contained recruitment information for teams. In other words, the main function of this white jade pillar in the center of the palace was to publish tasks and recruit team members. With such a white jade pillar, it was quite convenient for them as professionals. However, Song Chen had little interest in these matters. His only purpose for coming here was to solo dungeons and level up quickly, with no intention of joining other teams. Just as he was about to casually find a suitable dungeon to grind monsters, a young man approached him, smiling and greeting him. "Classmate, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Upon hearing this, Song Chen nodded. The young man's eyes lit up, and he introduced himself. "Hello, classmate, my name is Li Hai. Our team happens to be short one member. Are you interested in joining?" Song Chen felt puzzled by the young man's invitation, as they didn't know each other and had no clear understanding of each other's abilities, yet he was eager to team up with him. Moreover, he came here to level up quickly and had no intention of teaming up with others. However, Li Hai casually placed a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Since it's your first time here and you're not familiar with the place, we can guide you for free. The main purpose of this dungeon palace is to allow us professionals to quickly enter dungeons. So there are over 150 dungeons here. For dungeons above level 100, there are only 10. The rest are dungeons below. Level 100 with low-level dungeons ranging from level 20 to 70, totaling 95. As for high-level dungeons from level 70 to 100, there are 47. Dungeons like these often have certain level requirements for professionals. Although Song Chen really wanted to go to the dungeons above level 100, his current level was insufficient, so he could only choose from the remaining high-level dungeons. Song Chen then asked, "Are there no real secret realms here?" Li Hai chuckled, "Of course there are, on the second floor, but it's not something that we ordinary academy students can access." Second floor? Song Chen glanced at the ceiling. The entire palace didn't seem to have a second floor. Li Hai understood his question and smiled, "Just like when you entered the dungeon palace, you need special means to access the second floor." I see. Song Chen thought to himself that the real secret realm was probably related to the Super God Academy. Only by entering could he obtain the corresponding privileges. It seemed that his previous entry into the real secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass was not without significant effort from Ishan. Song Chen couldn't help but feel a bit grateful for Ishan's care. Well, just because you can enter here doesn't mean that all the dungeons are freely accessible to you, Li Hai said. Song Chen's expression didn't change much. After all, being in the academy meant that everything from food to housing was tied to credits. He had already gotten used to it. Hey, seeing that Song Chen had no reaction. Li Hai felt a bit awkward, but he quickly continued. Entering a dungeon costs credits. The higher the level of the dungeon, the more credits it costs. However, dungeons here usually have a cooldown period. But then again, as long as you have enough credits, you can infinitely farm the same dungeon and ignore experience penalties. I've said so much, do you understand what I mean? As long as you team up with us, we'll cover your costs, which means you can farm the dungeon for free. So, what do you think? Are you tempted? To Li Hai's disappointment, there was not a single change in Song Chen's expression. This made him feel slightly anxious. Could it be that he had revealed some flaw? Or was it that he was being too impatient? After all, it was not easy to encounter a newcomer, and if he didn't act quickly, perhaps another team would snatch him away. No, he couldn't let him go. Li Hai gritted his teeth and pulled Song Chen's arm, saying, "Come on, let me take you to meet your teammates." Clearly, he wanted to forcefully drag Song Chen into their team. The others in the palace couldn't help but mutter under their breath. This kid, he's at it again, scamming newcomers. Isn't that right? He takes all the benefits. Who knows how many people have been tricked by him already? But you can't say that. Bringing someone for free to farm dungeons isn't a loss for the newcomer. I just can't stand him. The murmurs of the crowd reached Song Chen's ears, confirming his suspicions. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This person came up without asking and wanted to pull him into a team without even inquiring about his level or profession. It was all very suspicious. It seemed that if there were no benefits involved, this person wouldn't have set his sights on him. Song Chen followed Li Hai to a portal for a dungeon where 4 professionals had already gathered. 2 men and 2 women, none of whom he recognized. However, through the information relayed by his inside eye, he quickly learned about these individuals. The leading young man, Li Shan, was level 80, a legendary class Icebound Knight. He was Li Hai's older brother, resembling him quite a bit, and was also the highest level member of the team. Upon seeing Li Hai bring back a newcomer, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Looks like today is our lucky day. My little brother actually brought back a newcomer. It seems we're going to strike it rich today." The others also showed expressions of surprise, clearly pleased that Li Hai had brought back a newcomer. "Bro, this one is called, Li Hai scratched his head and turned to Song Chen, asking, "Classmate, what's your name again?" "Song Chen, a first-year student." Song Chen introduced himself. "Ah, right, he said he wanted to team up with us to farm dungeons, so I brought him over." "Isn't that right, classmate Song Chen?" Li Hai wore a beaming smile. After all, he had brought him here, could he really refuse? However, the next moment, the smile on Li Hai's face froze. Song Chen said flatly, "When did I say I wanted to team up with you?" Li Shan's previously slightly raised lips immediately fell, and he coldly looked at Song Chen, saying, "Kid, you better think this through. We're offering to take you to farm dungeons for free, and you're not happy about it? If you don't team up with us, just see which other team in the palace would dare to take you." At this moment, Li Hai quickly forced a smile, acting as a peacemaker. "Bro, don't do that, you'll scare classmate Song Chen. We're not targeting you, but you clearly agreed to team up with us before, and now you suddenly backtrack. This makes it very difficult for us." Song Chen looked at the two, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. These two brothers were working together. If it were another newcomer, they might have actually fallen for their trick. But he wasn't going to be fooled. Don't say he's just an 80-level knight. Even if a 100-level knight came, he wouldn't take him seriously at all. "I never said I wanted to team up with you, it's just your own delusion," Song Chen said bluntly. "You?" Li Hai's expression also turned ugly. Li Shan snorted coldly, "If you won't team up with us, then just see who dares to take you into their party." Inside the dungeon palace, the other players, hearing his arrogant words, showed little change in their expressions. This person was not only a senior student at the Xinsha Academy but also a member of the student council. His status naturally placed him above these ordinary players. Moreover, he was an 80-level powerhouse who had completed the 4th transition. It was nothing new for him to flaunt his power in this dungeon palace. They were all used to it. Damn, so the student council members are so impressive. Keep your voice down. Aside from the top academy members, which other academy isn't under the student council's thumb? They've been doing this for a long time. I didn't expect they'd run into a rookie today. Hey, newcomers have 5 free entries to different dungeons. Teaming up with Li Shan and the others isn't entirely a bad thing. Looks like this guy is going to suffer a lot, many people said with glee. From the conversations of the crowd, Songchen understood why Li Shan and the others had their eyes on him. It turned out to be because of his free entries. These people were quite calculating. By coercing newcomers into their team, they could save on the credits needed to enter the dungeon. Plus, clearing the dungeon would yield a lot of loot. When they sell it at the trading post, it would be dozens of credits in their pockets. It was practically a no-risk business. But unfortunately, they had picked the wrong person, because Songchen was not here to team up with anyone else. Heh, suit yourselves. After saying that, Songchen walked over to another dungeon portal nearby. He probed the swirling light at the center with his mental energy. Instantly, he learned about this dungeon's information. High-level dungeon, ice-cold demon domain level requirement, above level 85 number of players required, limited to 6. A special environment dungeon? Just what I need. Songchen had just elevated his golden light divine spell, so he naturally wasn't afraid of this extreme cold type of dungeon. Within the dungeon palace, there were only 2 dungeons for levels between 85 and 90. The ice-cold demon domain was one of them. There were more than a dozen dungeons for levels above 90. His current level requirements still didn't meet that. Songchen then looked at the virtual screen above. The first place was a 6-person team. The configuration was quite balanced, with archers, warriors, mages, and support classes. All were legendary level, and each member had at least one piece of top-tier purple equipment. Nightmare difficulty, with a completion time of 1.5 hours. The second place was also nightmare difficulty but was a full half-hour slower than them. Songchen no longer hesitated and directly chose hell level difficulty, entering this dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, the professionals in the hall erupted in disbelief. Even Li Shan and the others wore expressions of incredulity. It should be noted that the dungeon Songchen chose could only be entered by players above level 85. This meant that Songchen's level was at least 85. Moreover, he chose hell level difficulty and went in alone. Everyone present had only one thought in their minds: was this person crazy? Are the newcomers so bold now? Soloing a hell dungeon? Nonsense. Anyone who can enter the ice-cold demon domain is at least above level 85. Can you still call him a newcomer? Heh, looks like Li Shan and the others have kicked a hard rock. So what if he's an 85 level player? Didn't you see that the top 5 on the leaderboard are all teams with an average level of 88? Indeed, it's very easy for a person to die inside, especially considering the extreme environment of this dungeon. Without sufficient preparation, it's simply not feasible. The crowd sighed collectively, feeling that Songchen's reckless behavior was utterly unworthy. Li Shan stood there with a pale face, staring intently at the portal to the dungeon. Li Hai's expression was equally grim. He had never anticipated that a random newcomer would turn out to be a hidden 4th-tier powerhouse, at least 5 levels higher than his brother Li Shan. They had been hunting geese all day, only to be pecked in the eye by one. Now, for no reason at all, they had made an enemy of a 4th-tier powerhouse. Their future days were likely to be quite difficult. Thinking of this, he turned to Li Shan and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Li Shan snorted coldly, feeling no significant fear. After all, he was part of the student council. What did it matter if the other party was at a higher level? What bothered him most was that Songchen had embarrassed him in front of everyone. After pondering for a moment, Li Shan slowly said, "He thinks he can escape us like this, so we'll just wait here. I'm not worried he won't come out. Besides, the highest clearance record for this dungeon is only at nightmare level. This kid actually dared to choose hell level difficulty. He might just accidentally die in there, which would save me the trouble." Li Hai nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Songchen, unaware of the danger, had chosen the hell level difficulty of the ice-cold demon domain. It was nothing short of a death wish, utterly foolish. By following them, he could at least gain a fair amount of experience without the risk of losing his life. Looking at it this way, they were practically doing charity. Ice-cold demon domain. As soon as Songchen entered, he was met with a bone-chilling cold. Everywhere he looked, everything was frozen. Even the ground beneath his feet was covered with a thick layer of ice. Trees, flowers, and even birds and beasts were all encased in ice. Tall buildings and rolling mountains were similarly shrouded in thick snow, making the entire world resemble a vast ice sculpture park filled with a desperate silence. Feeling the rapid loss of temperature on his skin, Songchen immediately cast a golden light spell on himself. The originally piercing cold wind was instantly blocked by the faint golden light. A warm sensation began to circulate around him. Indeed, enhancing the golden light spell was the right choice. If he had relied solely on the 1-star yellow-level golden light spell, he would have been unable to withstand such biting cold. Staying in this dungeon for too long posed a risk of being frozen to death. Song Chen found himself on an icy plain, and as he looked around, all he could see was the swirling snow. In the distance, amidst the snowstorm, a massive figure flickered in and out of view. Soon, a 10-meter-tall skeletal beast charged out from the blizzard. Its hollow eye sockets burned with flickering ice-blue flames, greedily gazing at Song Chen, who was glowing with golden light. As a skeletal creature in the ice-cold demon domain, nothing was more enticing to them than a flesh-and-blood body radiating golden light. Song Chen also noticed the giant wolf made entirely of bones. His inside eye activated immediately, quickly revealing the specific information about this skeletal wolf. Azure Bone. Wolf, Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 3, 200, 000 Level, 85 Strength, 6, 700 Agility, 6, 810 Spirit, 2, 600 Constitution, 5, 120 Defense, 4, 920 Skill. Azure Enhancement. The moment the Azure Bone Wolf appeared, massive bones began to rise from the icy ground around it. They continuously emerged, connected, and combined to form various skeletal monsters. From a distance, there were at least hundreds of them. Some were ferocious beasts, while others were birds. Most took the shape of wild animals, while a few were haphazardly pieced together into bizarre forms or gigantic humanoid skeletons. Looking at the hundreds of skeletal beasts before him, Song Chen's expression showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he smiled faintly. Just right, the destruction flame finger he had just perfected belonged to the fire element magic skills. It had a natural restraint against these ice-type skeletal monsters. Before he could make a move, the first bone wolf that appeared lunged fiercely in front of him. It opened its jaw, and a bit of frost gathered in the wolf's mouth and on its sharp teeth, forming extremely sharp spikes, which it bit down hard towards Song Chen. Clang! The bone wolf's attack seemed to bite into an incredibly hard piece of steel. It caused no damage at all. The frost that had been wrapped around its sharp teeth shattered completely. The azure flames in the bone wolf's eye sockets flickered violently, filled with intense confusion. The next moment, the azure flames in the bone wolf's eye sockets suddenly extinguished. A flame ray shot out abruptly from the wolf's skull, sweeping mercilessly and melting its entire skeletal body into nothingness. But the flame ray did not stop there. It continued to sweep towards the nearby skeletal creatures. Any skeletal creature hit or grazed by the flame ray was suddenly engulfed in a searing fire and in the blink of an eye was burned to nothingness. The flame ray lasted a full 3 seconds before suddenly dissipating. During this time, it had wiped out about 20 skeletal beasts. Song Chen looked at the flame ray's damage, which reached 7 to 8 million, and his expression remained very calm. Overall, the destruction flame finger skill was suitable for single-target instant kills. It was considerably less effective for group kills, even inferior to the Solar Divine Thunder. However, the damage to this group of skeletal creatures was significantly higher than that of the Solar Divine Thunder. Overall, it had its pros and cons. Just as Song Chen was evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of the skill, the remaining group of skeletal creatures charged forward without fear of death. In an instant, a large amount of ice and snow fragments splashed up from the ground. Song Chen snorted coldly, slowly pressing down with his right hand. Within the ice magic domain, the sky, which had been covered by large ice clouds for years, suddenly projected golden beams of light. Immediately, the entire ice cloud shattered and vaporized. From it fell a magnificent golden seal carrying an overwhelming force of wind and thunder, instantly grinding the skeletal creatures running across the plain into powder. It was the heaven and earth seal that Song Chen had not used for a long time. After all, he came here to quickly solo the dungeon and did not have much time to waste. The heaven and earth seal at the Hong level was the best choice for clearing monsters. Although this approach seemed a bit like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, for Song Chen, the heaven and earth seal was practically like a small skill. Its cooldown time was 0.5 seconds, consuming 15 points of mana. For him, it could indeed be considered a small skill. Kill 85 level Azure Bone Wolf, gate experience plus 552500. Kill 85 level Azure Bone Bull, gate experience plus 551200. Kill 85 level Azure Skeleton, gate experience plus 551300. Kill 85 level Azure Bone Tiger, gain experience plus 551200. A kill enhanced elite monster. Equipment dropped has been automatically picked up. Please check in the backpack. Hundreds of 85 level skeletal creatures provided him with nearly 6 million experience points, but Song Chen's level only increased by less than a third. Indeed, the higher the level, the more experience points are needed. This result was within Song Chen's expectations. It was just a matter of running a few more dungeons. He thought it wouldn't take too long to reach level 90. After he dealt with the skeletal creatures on the plain, he summoned the Thunder Dragon and rode it into the sky. The space of this dungeon was quite vast. From above, he looked down at large expanses of frozen land. Above Song Chen, the sky had once again gathered a layer of ice clouds of the entire world. From the sky to the earth, from the high mountains to the oceans, seemed to be made entirely of ice and snow. Previously, when in the Palace of the Instance, Song Chen had browsed some information about this instance. He knew that the final boss was located on a towering glacier of deep blue. Therefore, Songchen prepared to harvest the small monsters using the Heaven and Earth Seal while riding the Thunder Dragon towards the farthest towering glacier. Along the way, Songchen could see skeletal creatures emerging from the frozen ground, each wave consisting of a dozen or so. They stood on the earth, silently roaring at Songchen soaring in the sky. Naturally, he had no intention of letting this group of wild monsters go. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Each one was worth hundreds of thousands of experience points. If there were outsiders present, they would see that as Songchen rode the Thunder Dragon towards the farthest glacier, huge golden seals fell from the sky, tearing through the icy clouds and crashing heavily onto the frozen ground below. Each impact left at least a 40-meter wide square pit. The commotion caused by Songchen was certainly not small, and coupled with the intense golden light emitted by him and the Thunder Dragon beneath him, it was no surprise that he encountered the pursuit of boss-level monsters within the instance. Suddenly, a skeletal dragon covered in icy blue frost broke through the icy clouds above and charged towards Songchen and his dragon. Its body was over 100 meters long, no less than the Thunder Dragon, and it was surrounded by wisps of icy mist, looking incredibly imposing. At the first sight of it, the Eye of Insight promptly relayed information to Song-Chun. Frostbone Dragon, boss level monster, health 210000000 level, 105 strength, 10120 agility, 10220 spirit, 9220 constitution, 10050 defense, 10120 skills, Ice Breath, Blizzard, Soul Chill, so it's a level 105 Frostbone Dragon. Songchen smiled lightly, not taking it to heart at all. Just then, the massive bone dragon flew swiftly in front of him, spreading its wings and instantly unleashing a bone-chilling blizzard. Countless tiny ice crystal fragments shot towards Songchen and the Thunder Dragon beneath him. At that moment, a protective barrier enveloped them. As the blizzard made contact with the barrier, the powerful freezing force instantly froze both the barrier and Songchen into a massive ice ball. Soon after, the ice ball shattered piece by piece, revealing one person and one dragon inside, completely unharmed. However, the golden light on their bodies had vanished, clearly exhausted in the effort to resist the Frostbone Dragon's attack. Not bad. Songchen commented lightly. This level of power was indeed higher than that of the Thunder Dragon. It should be due to the extreme environment here, enhancing the damage of ice magic. In the next moment, a faint layer of golden light covered him. Again, he then pointed at the head of the Frostbone Dragon. A scorching flame ray shot out instantly, causing the surrounding void to ripple slightly. The flame ray reached the dragon's head in an instant. However, the dragon reacted very quickly. This strike slightly deviated from its original direction and, due to insufficient damage, it only shattered one of the dragon's bony horns. Most monsters in the ice-cold demon realm have a fatal weakness. That is the soul flame residing within their skulls. As long as this flame is shattered, these skeletal creatures will die completely and cannot be reconstituted from the surrounding bones. The Frostbone Dragon shook its head, the ghostly blue flame in its eye sockets flickering rapidly. A swirling vortex of ice and snow, several meters in diameter, appeared in front of it and was rapidly expanding at an incredible speed. High above, the heavy icebound clouds seemed to be pulled by some unseen force. Large chunks broke away, converging towards that mass of ice and snow. Seeing this, Songchen raised an eyebrow, instantly losing his patience. One move to determine the victor? Just what I had in mind. He extended his right hand and pressed down rapidly towards the Frost Snowbone Dragon, instantly activating the flood-level Earth Seal. The momentum of the skill released by the Bone Dragon was already terrifying enough. Yet, before the flood-level Earth Seal, it was like a grain of rice compared to the stars. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Streams of golden light descended, instantly piercing through the thick icebound clouds, turning them into a sieve. At the same time, a massive golden seal, seemingly boundless, pressed down. The ice and snow vortex, several meters in diameter, that had formed in front of the Frost Snowbone Dragon was utterly toy-like in comparison, shattering with a thunderous crash. It seemed to sense the terrifying pressure from the golden seal above. The Frost Snowbone Dragon immediately abandoned its intention to attack Songchen and desperately fled into the distance. However, no matter how fast it was impossible to escape a distance of 40,000 meters in just 1 second. Almost at the moment the Frost Snowbone Dragon began to flee, the golden seal suddenly enveloped it, and its massive body couldn't even withstand a second before it instantly disintegrated into a cloud of ice mist. Kill 105 boss monster Frost Snowbone Dragon. Gain experience plus 912500. Loot has been automatically collected. Please check your backpack space. Songchen chuckled and continued to ride the Bone Dragon towards the distant glacier. Soon, he arrived at the Blue Glacier. At the highest point of the glacier stood a magnificent throne entirely carved from ice. Sitting upon the throne was a Frost King. His stature was far less imposing than the Frost Snowbone Dragon he had seen earlier, or the Black Dragon boss in the Dragon Island dungeon, standing only a little over 3 meters tall. Seated on the throne, he was clad in heavy silver armor, his head protected by a helmet. The Frost King leaned on a giant sword, making no movements. From the gaps in his helmet, a pair of eerie blue flames flickered, emitting a strange ghostly light. Song Chen landed on the glacier atop the Thunder Dragon, unafraid as he locked eyes with the Frost King. At the same time, the Eye of Insight transmitted the boss's information. Ice Cold Demon Realm Final Boss, Ice Blood Tyrant Health 3100000000 level, 115 Strength, 11250 Agility, 10200 Spirit, 13,000 Constitution, 11200 Defense, 11500 Active Skill, Control Death Kneel, and I shall grant you the glory of immortality. Upon seeing Song Chen's arrival, the Ice Blood Tyrant made no move, merely lifting his head slightly and speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. His voice carried an endless chill, as if it could freeze a person's soul. Standing on the back of the giant dragon, Song Chen sneered. There was no such thing as an immortal being in this world. It was merely a matter of insufficient damage. If your damage reached hundreds of millions, even billions, or even hundreds of billions, even if there were gods in the heavens, they would likely be mercilessly slain. Song Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with this boss and pointed a finger skyward. The flood level forbidden spell Earth Seal activated instantly. In an instant, the world changed color. Above, a hint of golden light faintly shone through the sky. The Earth Seal was poised to strike. On the throne, the Ice Blood Tyrant understood Song Chen's choice. Mortal, how dare you resist the king's command? Those who defy me shall be plunged into eternal death. The tyrant raised the frost sword in his hand and swung it heavily towards Song Chen. A violent, bone-chilling wind suddenly erupted, carrying endless shards of ice crystals sweeping towards the lone man and dragon before it. At the same time, dark cracks began to appear on the surrounding glacial ground. One by one, ice sculptures crawled out from the cracks. Some were pure humans, others were unknown races, and many were beasts made entirely of bones. They had been sleeping within the glaciers, but now, at the tyrant's summons, they all emerged. Blue flames began to burn in their eye sockets, and various weapons were grasped in their hands as they charged toward Song Chen, fearless of death. Under normal circumstances, Song Chen might have engaged his spirit army in a spar with the tyrant's undead army, but now his goal was to level up quickly. Naturally, he was unwilling to waste a moment of time. Roar! The thunder dragon beneath him let out a roar and then, under Song Chen's command, soared into the sky. It distanced itself from the towering, vast glacier, leaving the Ice Blood Tyrant with a gradually receding silhouette. Heaven and Earth Seal, descend. Sitting on the dragon's back, Song Chen did not look back as he softly uttered a few words. In an instant, the magnificent seal suspended above the glacier broke through the icy clouds and came crashing down towards the Ice Blood Tyrant and his legion of undead. The soul fire in the tyrant's eye sockets flickered violently. However, his body remained seated on the throne, unmoving. Meanwhile, the legion of undead beneath him charged towards the seal like moths to a flame, attempting to shatter it. But it was all in vain. As soon as the undead army made contact with the surface of the seal, they dissipated into smoke, as if ice and snow met the blazing sun. King, immortal. The Ice Blood Tyrant raised the frost sword, pointing it at the golden seal. That was so close above. Then, he was mercilessly crushed by the seal. Boom! The seal, carrying boundless might, crashed directly onto the glacier below. The towering glacier, which had stood for hundreds of years, collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the ice surface below cracked like a spiderweb. Finally, countless seawater burst through the ice surface, submerging the entire shattered glacier. On the dragon's back, Song Chen did not even glance at the catastrophic scene behind him. His expression was exceptionally calm. At the same time, a series of experience notifications rolled before his eyes. Kill. The final boss of the dungeon, Ice Blood Tyrant, gain experience plus 10000000, kill 86 level undead servant, gain experience plus 561200, kill 87 level undead servant, gain experience plus 572100, kill 88 level undead servant, gain experience plus 586200. You have cleared the Hell level dungeon, Ice Cold Demon Domain. Clear time 30 minutes. Dungeon participation 100% rating. SSSBOSS loot has been automatically collected. You have obtained level 90 red equipment. Frost sword. You have obtained level 90 red equipment. Ice crystal silver armor. Song Chen then glanced at the experience bar and found that after the entire dungeon run, his experience bar had already risen to 80%. He only needed to clear this dungeon one more time to reach level 89. Just as Song Chen cleared the Hell level dungeon, within the palace of the dungeon, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the central stone pillar, accompanied by a melodious sound. Whether inside or outside the hall, it was clear to see. This signified that a new record had been set by the professionals in the dungeon palace. Instantly, the professionals inside the palace erupted in excitement. Even those outside, who were setting up stalls, became animated upon hearing the long-awaited music and seeing the massive light beam above the palace. They abandoned their stalls and rushed towards the palace. Damn, how many days has it been? A new record has finally been set. Did I hear that right? Which big shot led a team to break the record? So impressive. Hurry, let's get in. I want to get familiar in front of the big shot. It shouldn't be. I didn't see any elite teams enter the dungeon palace. Fortunately, the dungeon palace was large enough that even after over 100 people surged in, it did not feel crowded at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the portal to the ice cold demon realm dungeon. They saw a brand new record appear at the top of the leaderboard. What shocked them even more was that the team that refreshed the clearing record consisted of only one person. Everyone immediately gasped in disbelief. To solo a hell-level dungeon, what does that even mean? One person. Is this for real? An 88-level all-laws master, what kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it before. It's no surprise you haven't heard of it, otherwise how could he have the confidence to solo a hell-level dungeon? Even if it's a hidden profession, I've never heard of anyone being able to solo a hell-level dungeon. Many people couldn't help but speak up. That's not the point. Look, the previous first place took an hour and a half to clear the nightmare-level dungeon, and how long did Song Chen take? Half an hour. Hiss, how did he do it? A god-level profession, it must be a god-level profession. The expressions on everyone's faces suddenly turned a bit frenzied. Meanwhile, Li Shan and the others, who were surrounded in the middle, were trembling slightly, their faces showing signs of impending doom. Bro, is it too late for us to apologize to him now? Li Hai's face looked as if he had just lost his parents. The others also looked at Li Shan with ashen faces. If he could solo a hell-level dungeon and more importantly, break the record, wouldn't it be as easy as squashing an ant for him to crush them? Even the student council probably couldn't protect them. After all, in this world, strength is paramount, it's the same everywhere. Li Shan glanced at everyone, then patted Li Hai on the shoulder, sighed, and said, "Brother, I'm afraid you're going to have to endure a bit. He's out, the big shot is out. Big shot, can you take me with you? I can do anything. Yeah, big shot. Take us with you, he can do anything. Song Chen, may I ask how you managed to solo a hell-level dungeon?" A group of people rushed over excitedly as soon as they saw Song Chen teleport out of the ice-cold demon realm dungeon, shouting fervently. Seeing this scene, Song Chen frowned. Was it really such a big deal to clear a hell-level dungeon? He had always preferred peace and quiet, and being surrounded by so many people made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking at the clearing record displayed on the screen above, he instantly understood what was going on. It wasn't just because he cleared the hell-level dungeon, he also broke the record. The hell-level difficulty was a full hour faster than the second place's nightmare-level difficulty. No wonder everyone present was so excited. Naturally, Song Chen had no intention of wasting time with them here. He was about to pay the credits to eliminate the dungeon cooldown. Then he heard a thud. Several people in front of him suddenly knelt down. Song Chen's brows furrowed even deeper, and when he recognized who they were, he was taken aback. These were the same people who had just made things difficult for him. At this moment, Li Shan was kneeling on the ground, forcing a grim smile towards Song Chen. "Song Chen, we were rude earlier, we hope you can forgive us." A genius who could solo a hell-level dungeon was guaranteed to enter a top academy. They couldn't afford to overlook him. After all, they had already made enemies with him, and if they didn't remedy the situation now, they could forget about surviving in the academy later. Upon hearing this, Song Chen didn't say anything, he just coldly glanced at them. Li Shan's heart sank. It seemed this matter wouldn't be easily brushed aside. He forced a smile and placed his hand on his brother Li Hai's head. "Bro, you," Li Hai looked confused, about to ask, when he suddenly felt a tremendous force on his head. His head uncontrollably slammed into the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Li Hai immediately let out a painful howl but was quickly silenced by a pair of large hands covering his mouth. After doing all this, Li Shan also bent down and heavily knocked his head against the ground. Blood immediately seeped from his hair, indicating that he had put a lot of force into it. "Please forgive us for our foolish actions before, classmate Song Chen," Li Shan said loudly, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. However, he still did not hear Song Chen's voice. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his brother's head and knocked it down once more. Blood flowed down from the top of his head, but he held back and did not make a sound. It wasn't until the third knock that a light voice finally floated over. "This is not to be repeated." "Yes." Li Shan's voice trembled as he spoke through the pain. He then stood up, dragging the nearly unconsciously Hai, and hurriedly ran towards the exit of the instant's palace. Song Chen, however, did not even glance at Li Shan. After paying 15 credits and eliminating the cooldown time, he stepped into the light portal of the instance once again. However, this sudden turn of events left everyone a bit dumbfounded. Some busybodies couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Hey, looks like Li Shan has finally hit a wall. Isn't that right? Who knew a newcomer not only had such a high level but also such terrifying strength? Deserved it. Who told them to be so arrogant before? The big shot is indeed a big shot, with an aura that's extraordinarily powerful." Without saying a word, he made Li Shan bow 3 times. Upon re-entering the frozen demon realm instance, Song Chen was already quite familiar with it. Therefore, the moment he appeared on the frozen ground, he summoned the Thunder Dragon. He cast a golden light spell on it to resist the extreme cold of the instance. Before the skeletal creatures could gather completely, Song Chen rode the Thunder Dragon and soared into the sky, leaving behind a group of bewildered skeletal creatures. However, before they could be confused for too long, a brilliant seal suddenly broke through the icy clouds, crashing down and ruthlessly crushing them along with the frozen ground beneath their feet. For Song Chen, his goal was simple. That was to level up, and to level up quickly. Since clearing an instance once did not meet his requirements, he would just do it multiple times. Thus, he directly rode the Thunder Dragon towards the glacier where the boss was located. Along the way, any skeletal creature he encountered was mercilessly crushed by his Earth Seal. Boom! 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 Wherever Song Chen passed, huge square pits suddenly appeared on the ground. From the sky looking down, it looked as if a colossal beast had trampled through, chaotic yet distinct. On the way, he had yet to see the Frostbone Dragon appear. Song Chen simply released all the dragons in the space, commanding them to fly high and find the Frostbone Dragon, then kill it. 2 Thunder Dragons, 1 Two-Headed Dragon, and 1 Despair Black Dragon. Such a lineup was nothing short of luxurious. He believed that the Frostbone Dragon couldn't hide for too long and would soon be torn apart by his dragons. Meanwhile, Song Chen charged directly towards the Azure Glacier at the end. There, the Ice Blood Sovereign was still waiting for him. Soon, Song Chen rode the Thunder Dragon and flew over the glacier. At the highest point of the glacier, the Ice Blood Sovereign was quietly sitting on his throne, made entirely of ice. The faint blue light seeping through the gaps of his full-cover helmet flickered slowly. He leaned on his great sword with one hand, while gently stroking the armrest of the throne with the other. "Kneel, I shall grant you." The words filled with authority echoed from his mouth again, and the temperature of the surrounding space seemed to drop a few degrees. However, Song Chen had no time to listen to his nonsense. The flood-level Earth Seal was activated fiercely. Streams of golden light broke through the icy clouds, once again casting brilliance upon the land. Immediately after, a brilliant golden seal suddenly pressed down. The body of the Ice Blood Tyrant shattered explosively into a mist of ice crystals, taking with it the immortal servants, hidden within the glacier, all reduced to a fine powder. The towering, endless glaciers collapsed with a thunderous roar. A violent rumble echoed across the ice surface as countless seawater broke through the ice layer, flooding in. Everything was completely submerged. At the same time, a series of message prompts appeared before Song Chen's eyes. Kill 105 elite monsters. Frost Snow Bone Dragon. Gain experience plus 912500. Kill the final boss of the dungeon. Ice Blood Tyrant. Gain experience plus 10000000. BOSS loot has been automatically collected. You have obtained a level 90 red equipment Ice Blood Crown. However, what truly delighted him was the last message. Your level has been raised to level 89. He was just one step away from reaching level 90 and heading to the special dungeon mentioned by the God of Easy. Song Chen left the dungeon and appeared in the palace of the dungeon. Just as he emerged, the massive white jade pillar in the center of the palace emitted a dazzling light once again, accompanied by a familiar melody. Everyone present was taken aback by this scene, shocked once more. Unexpectedly, Song Chen had just set a new record, only to break it again in the blink of an eye. Wow, look at the leaderboard. This time the completion time was actually advanced by another 5 minutes. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I thought the record he just set would stand for at least a decade. Who knew it would be broken by the big shot himself in an instant? 25 minutes to clear the ice-cold Demon Realm dungeon. If the big shot hadn't intervened, this record would probably stand for 50 years. 50 years? Ha, you're too conservative. It should be at least 100 years. 100 years? 500 years. At this point, the professionals in the palace were thoroughly impressed by Song Chen, almost ready to worship him. Many people crowded around Song Chen, eager to get familiar with the big shot, breaking the record for hell-level dungeons twice and making the student council members willingly bow down. To them, Song Chen was nothing short of a legendary figure. Big shot, can you tell us how you got rid of so many skeletal creatures? Yeah, especially that Frost Snow Bone Dragon. It can fight and run, really tough to deal with. And the boss, Ice Blood Tyrant, not only has numerous undead puppets, but the armor he wore was also incredibly tough. How did you defeat the boss? TSK, even a team of 50 might not be able to clear the dungeon in such a short time. The big shot's profession, all laws celestial master, must be a divine level profession, otherwise, I can't think of another explanation. Maybe the big shot awakened some special talent. Everyone chimed in, and the once quiet dungeon palace suddenly turned into a bustling marketplace. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. If Song Chen was merely a divine level profession, awakening a talent would mean he had extraordinary luck. The crowd felt both envy and jealousy, their gazes towards Song Chen filled with fervor. However, Song Chen had no intention of answering their questions. Clearing the ice-cold Demon Realm dungeon twice had only raised his level to 89. The next level up would likely be even more difficult. After all, the experience required for each level increases exponentially, sometimes by several times or even a dozen times. This is also why professionals above level 100 are so revered. Even those with outstanding talents who awaken legendary level professions might get stuck in the 80 to 90 level range for decades. Since he had already reached level 89, it was time to go to another dungeon. The Lost Kingdom. Level 89 dungeon. Its difficulty was significantly higher than that of the ice-cold demon realm, making it perfect for him to solo now. Songchen did not hesitate at all and turned to walk towards another light gate. The crowd was taken aback. He has already cleared the hell-level dungeon twice in a row. Isn't he tired? Moreover, the monsters in the Lost Kingdom are at least twice stronger than those in the ice-cold demon realm. Sigh, it seems we ordinary people shouldn't speculate on the thoughts of the big shots. How much do you think Songchen will advance the record for first place this time? I don't think it will be by much. After all, the zombie monsters in the Lost Kingdom are notoriously difficult to deal with, and there are so many of them. Hehe, I bet Songchen can still clear the dungeon within 30 minutes. Do you dare to bet? Ha, let's bet then, 100 credits within an hour. Hearing the argument from behind, Songchen shook his head slightly. This group was really a bit boring. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well run the dungeon a few more times. He then looked up at the light screen above. The first place on the leaderboard was the XX team, hell level difficulty, with a time of 3 hours and 15 minutes. It was surprising that a team had cleared the hell level dungeon. Delving into the central vortex of light with his mental power, Songchen quickly learned about the dungeon's information. High level dungeon, Lost Kingdom level requirement, above level 89, number of players limited to 10. The first place was indeed a team of 10. No wonder they could clear the hell level dungeon. After all, each team member was above level 89 with various professions, and their equipment was top-notch. It was not surprising that they could clear the hell level dungeon. As for the time, Songchen curled his lips, expressing his disdain. Just as he was about to enter the dungeon's light gate, his phone suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, he saw several messages from the Academy's official account. Congratulations to student Songchen for perfectly completing the trial task, awarded 1000 credits and 50 Academy performance points. Refreshing the record for the Ice-Cold Demon Realm dungeon, awarded 100 credits and 5 Academy performance points. Looking at the messages on his phone, Songchen's face showed a hint of confusion. He was not surprised by the credit reward, but what were these Academy performance points? He had never heard of them before. Not one to leave questions unanswered, Songchen immediately waved to a female classmate nearby. The girl was taken aback and looked excited. Gee, great one, you called for me? The girl, with a delicate appearance, stammered. The others looked on with envy. To be noticed by a big shot was a great fortune. Songchen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, do you know what Academy performance points are? Academy performance points? The crowd exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes they saw intense shock. They were naturally well aware of what Academy performance points were. However, why was Songchen asking about this? Could it be? The girl did not dare to be slow and quickly shared everything she knew. Academy performance points are different from credits. Only when students do something beneficial for the Academy or complete tasks assigned by the Academy can they earn them. The more Academy performance points one has, the greater the contribution to the Academy, and one can enjoy certain privileges. I also heard that to enter top-tier colleges, the amount of Academy performance points is a key assessment factor. Upon hearing this, Songchen nodded. Completing the trial tasks assigned by the Academy could earn Academy performance points. Refreshing dungeon records could also earn them. But it seemed that each dungeon could only yield points once. After all, he had refreshed the record for the Ice-Cold Demon Realm twice in a row, yet only received one reward. It appeared that to enter the Super God Academy, Songchen needed to pay attention to acquiring more Academy performance points. However, the plan to repeatedly refresh the same dungeon record to gain performance points would definitely not work. After all, the Academy is not foolish. Such obvious loopholes cannot exist. He could only refresh his records and collect rewards while grinding through the dungeons. Thank you. Songchen politely expressed his gratitude and took out a piece of purple magic equipment from his backpack space to give to her. Through the girl's explanation earlier, he had learned about the significance of Academy performance points. Naturally, he wanted to show his appreciation. Moreover, after clearing the Ice-Cold Demon Realm dungeon twice, he had accumulated more than a dozen pieces of purple equipment in his backpack. To him, these purple items were no different from scrap. Therefore, giving one away didn't feel like a loss. However, when the girl saw that Songchen was handing her a piece of purple equipment, she nearly screamed in excitement. For Songchen, a piece of purple equipment might not mean much, but for an ordinary Academy student like her, it was incredibly precious, worth more than half a year of her hard work. So, she was naturally thrilled, her little face flushed with joy. Thank you, great God. The girl hurriedly bowed in gratitude. But when she lifted her head, she found that the figure in front of her had already vanished, having entered the dungeon. The girl felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped to create a little story with Songchen, but it seemed she was just imagining things. The others in the palace, witnessing Songchen's generosity, were even more envious. As expected of a great god, giving away purple equipment just like that. That piece of purple equipment must be top quality. It would be worth at least 100 credits in the trading post. Compared to that, aren't you curious why the big shot asked about the Academy performance points? Hee hee, that's obvious. The big shot must have completed some academy task and the performance points came in. I'm actually more curious about how many performance points the big shot has now. Is it 5 points or 10 points? That's too small-minded. I guess it's 20 points. Hiss, what kind of task would yield 20 academy performance points? Everyone gasped, not doubting the reliability of this speculation at all. There. Admiration for Song Chen rose another level. Those who possess academy performance points are all qualified to compete for spots in top-tier academies. In the hell-level difficulty dungeon within the Lost Kingdom, the sky was ominously dark, with large swaths of clouds completely obscuring the sun, making the entire world appear eerie. The city below was shrouded in thick fog, and his vision could only make out 10 meters ahead. Beyond that, everything became utterly blurred. At the entrance of the city, in front of a collapsed ruin, Song Chen instinctively began to observe his surroundings. This was an abandoned city. The tall buildings of the past were long gone, replaced by derelict structures and heavily rusted scrap vehicles. The streets were cluttered with scattered vehicles, and the roads were in a state of disrepair. His first impression was that he had arrived in a different world, one that seemed to have been overtaken by abyssal monsters. Song Chen smiled faintly. If there weren't any powerful beings like Ishin around, the original world would probably not be any better than this. At that moment, he noticed a dozen figures appearing vaguely on the dilapidated road ahead. They moved very stiffly, stumbling towards Song Chen while occasionally emitting low growls like beasts. It wasn't until they were within 10 meters of him that he finally got a clear look at these monsters. They were, shockingly, a horde of grotesque zombies. These zombies were no different in size from ordinary people, but their faces were covered in patches of peeling skin, making them look extremely hideous. Their skin had a strange purplish-red hue, and their long, gray-black nails were covered in dried blood clots. Song Chen's expression remained calm as he activated his inside eye. He felt a bit disappointed because the information relayed back indicated that these zombies were merely low-level monsters, around level 10. There were no high-level beings at all. It was no wonder he felt a bit disappointed, as these low-level monsters, even if killed, only provided a meager amount of experience points. For him now, it was like a drop in the bucket. Utterly worthless. Without a word, Song Chen activated the Annihilation Flame Finger. A scorching ray of flame shot from his fingertips, piercing through the head of a zombie at lightning speed. With a sweeping motion, he incinerated the remaining dozen or so zombies into ashes. Kill 19 level Iron Finger. Zombie, gain experience plus 3500. Kill 19 level Iron Finger zombie, gain experience plus 3500. The zombies came quickly, and they left just as fast. Looking at the paltry amount of experience points he had received, Song Chen felt a surge of irritation. However, with the appearance of those dozen zombies, the commotion he caused attracted all the surrounding zombies. From the mist in the ruins of the city, a large horde of zombies slowly emerged. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 200 to 300 of them. Most were low-level monsters, but there were also elite monsters mixed in, some at level 70 or 80. These elite monsters were more than twice the size of ordinary zombies, and their appearances were quite bizarre. Some resembled moving mountains of flesh, others were mutated animals, and some were grotesque amalgamations of various zombies. They were not only hideous but also nauseating. Yet, upon seeing these monsters, Song Chen's expression brightened. This dungeon was not lacking in zombie monsters. Although most were just low-level creatures that provided pitiful experience, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. The first wave alone consisted of several hundred, indicating just how many zombies were hidden in this city. There were at least tens of thousands. Even if each zombie was just a low-level monster providing 3,000 to 4,000 experience points, with tens of thousands, that would amount to at least 30 to 40 million experience points. That was not insignificant for him. Song Chen estimated that the experience gained from clearing this dungeon would likely surpass that of the Ice-Cold Demon Realm dungeon. As more and more zombies gathered around him, he unleashed another Annihilation Flame Finger, turning all the zombies in front of him to ashes. After waiting several more minutes, he saw a massive horde of zombies converge. The numbers were several times greater than the first wave, totaling over 2,000. With the increase in numbers, the proportion of elite monsters naturally rose. This time, Song Chen refrained from using the Annihilation Flame Finger and instead employed the Solar Divine Thunder to eliminate this batch of monsters. After all, the Solar Divine Thunder had a wider attack range, making it more suitable for large-scale clearing. However, Song Chen was still not satisfied with the speed at which the monsters gathered, so he sent out some agile spirits to lure the monsters from every corner of the city to this spot. Then, he would use the Heaven and Earth Seal to deal with them all. This way, he wouldn't have to wander aimlessly through the city searching for zombie hordes. That would be a waste of time. Afterward, Song Chen waited in place for at least 10 minutes. Then, he felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly, and the tremors grew more intense. He felt a surge of joy. His strategy of using spirits to lure monsters was indeed correct. The commotion coming from ahead was quite significant. Song Chen estimated it would not be less than 10,000 zombies. After all, The area of the city ruins ahead was vast, and before the zombie disaster, it must have been a large city. The population would not be less than several hundred thousand. Therefore, the number of zombies could only be more, not less. If he could wipe out all the zombies here, it might fill more than half of his experience bar. Just one more run of this Lost Kingdom dungeon, and he would reach level 90 without needing to spend more time. Just as Song Chen was contemplating, the thick fog ahead suddenly stirred violently. Countless terrifying and grotesque zombies surged forth, ready to tear Song Chen into pieces. As he looked at the zombies closing in from all directions, a satisfied expression finally appeared on his face. A rough estimate showed that at least over 20,000 zombies had been attracted by his summoned spirit. Among them, at least one-third were high-level zombies of levels 80 and 90. There was even a level 100 boss monster. This boss was a giant elephant mutated by the zombie virus, towering several dozen meters high, its skin a ghastly green, with long tusks swirling with black mist, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. In just a matter of minutes, nearly all the zombie monsters near the city entrance had been lured here by him. It was time to start harvesting. However, if other adventurer teams were to witness this scene, they would likely be so frightened that their souls would leave their bodies, fleeing the instance in disarray. No team would be bold enough to actively provoke such hordes of zombies, for the Lost Kingdom instance was teeming with them. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Even though most of these zombies were merely low-level ones, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm a team of adventurers. They could definitely exhaust a team to death. This was because adventurers had limited mana, and many area of effect damage skills required long casting times, not to mention the high mana costs and lengthy cooldowns. Thus, if they encountered such a horde of zombies, the adventurer teams would be left waiting for death. In stark contrast, Song Chen was not afraid of so many zombies. He was actually quite pleased to see such a scene. A large number of zombies meant a large amount of experience. Moreover, a crucial point was that the skills Song Chen possessed were most suitable for exterminating such vast hordes of corpses. In the blink of an eye, the zombies at the forefront were merely 5 meters away from him. The mutated giant elephant in the center of the horde raised its front legs and stomped heavily on the ground, emitting a sharp trumpet sound. The earth beneath its feet suddenly cracked open, and the massive elephant legs indiscriminately crushed over 100 zombies. The crack widened further, spreading straight toward Song Chen's position. However, he didn't even glance at the mutated giant elephant, too lazy to activate his inside eye. It was just a level 100 boss monster. After all, in front of his heaven and earth seal, it was no different from those small, ordinary zombies. Without any hesitation, the flood-level heaven and earth seal suddenly activated. The moment Song Chen pressed down with his palm, the long-lasting black clouds above were instantly evaporated into nothingness by beams of golden light. Following that, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the sky. An endless golden seal suddenly descended, instantly suppressing the terrifying tide of corpses before Song Chen. Boom! The ground ahead sank several meters in an instant, and a portion of the city ruins, along with the zombies, was crushed into nothingness by the golden seal. The persistent white mist also gradually dissipated under the influence of the heaven and earth seal, revealing the even more desolate and ruined scene of the abandoned city in the distance. At the same time, experience notifications rolled in front of Song Chen at an astonishing speed. Kill 19 level Iron Finger Zombie, gain experience plus 3500. Kill 19 level Iron Finger Zombie, gain experience plus 3500. Kill 20 level Venomous Fang Zombie, gain experience plus 4000. Kill 20 level Venomous Fang Zombie, gain experience plus 4000 to kill 89 level Corrupted Poison Zombie, gain experience plus 591230. Kill 90 level Mutated Flesh Mountain, gain experience plus 609520. Kill 100 level Mutated Corpse Elephant, gain experience plus 803200. BOSS loot has been automatically picked up. You have obtained A level Mutated Crystal Core. You have obtained 90 level Red Equipment Touch of Venom. Song Chen first glanced at his most concerned experience points and found that this time, killing such a large group of zombies had directly pushed his experience bar forward by 1/5. Compared to when he was in the Ice-Cold Demon Realm dungeon, it had indeed increased quite a bit. This shows that the Lost Kingdom dungeon is a good place to farm experience. Song Chen then summoned the Thunder Dragon and rode it towards the city center. Before entering, he had learned the specific information about this dungeon from the swirling light mass at the center of the light gate. The Lost Kingdom was filled with terrifying zombies. Leading this group of zombies was a zombie king with a level exceeding 120. This was the final boss of the dungeon. The hiding place of this zombie king was not hard to find. It was actually right in the center of this ruined city. However, getting close to the city center to kill the zombie king was not an easy task. After all, almost every corner of the city was filled with zombies, making it impossible for an ordinary team to sneak into the center quietly. Therefore, the professional teams that had successfully cleared the dungeon before had summarized a relatively safe route. This route had the fewest zombies and was easier to approach the boss's location. However, Song Chen clearly did not know this route, and he did not want to sneak up on the final boss quietly. What he wanted was to attract as many zombies as possible and then take them all out at once. Thus, on his way to the center, Song Chen released at least several hundred spirit summons to lure out all the hidden zombie monsters in the city. But due to the sheer size of the city, even with all his efforts to gather monsters, he only managed to attract about 30,000 zombies. As usual, after resolving them all with the Heaven and Earth Seal, Song Chen pushed his experience bar forward by another quarter. After dealing with these zombies, he naturally employed the same tactic again. However, this time he only attracted scattered groups of zombies, totaling just over 1,000. Song Chen felt a bit disappointed. After harvesting this group of zombies, he did not delay and immediately flew towards the city center. There stood an extraordinarily tall building, at least 400 meters high. From the outside glass windows, he could vaguely see that each floor was filled with wandering zombies. However, the Zombie King was nowhere to be seen. Song Chen did not mind much, after all. Once he unleashed the Heaven and Earth Seal, no matter where the Zombie King was, it would only meet death. Perhaps sensing the arrival of living beings, the zombies wandering inside the building became frenzied, with ugly faces pressed tightly against the glass, howling at the sky. Song Chen did not rush to use the Heaven and Earth Seal to harvest the zombies. Instead, he rode the Thunder Dragon around the building. He found that most of the zombies inside were ordinary ones, with very few elite monsters. However, their numbers were indeed vast, with hundreds on each floor, almost filling the space inside the building. The reason he did this was mainly to find the presence of the final boss. However, it was clear that there was no Zombie King in this several hundred-meter-high building. Sitting on the back of the giant dragon, Song Chen pondered for a moment and then chuckled softly. Why should he actively seek out the Zombie King when all the zombies here are killed? He doesn't believe that this corpse emperor will continue to hide. With this thought, Song Chen steered the giant dragon away from the building in an instant. Then, the Heaven and Earth Seal of the Han level was activated immediately. The sky and earth changed color and thunder rumbled. Golden light poured down upon the building, and the zombies inside screamed in pain as they were illuminated by the golden rays. Following that, the Great Seal crashed down. The only tall structure still standing in this city ruin completely collapsed. The zombies inside were also crushed to pieces. Song Chen looked at the sunken pit below with an expression of indifference. From the prompt message he received earlier, this strike of the Heaven and Earth Seal had nearly wiped out the horde of zombies that had been lurking in the building. As for the corpse emperor, it naturally had not appeared yet. However, Song Chen was not the least bit anxious. It was just a matter of waiting a little longer. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a stream of blood-colored spring water suddenly erupted from the center of the pit where the building had been. Following that, a dozen strange tentacles covered in sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the blood spring. Each one was several meters thick, resembling octopus legs but lacking the suction cups on the underside, replaced instead by blood-red spikes. These bizarre tentacles flailed wildly in the air. Then, as if they had found their target, they all shot towards the position where Song Chen was located. Ha! I've been waiting for you. Song Chen sat calmly on the back of the giant dragon, making no movements. The thunder dragon beneath him immediately condensed. Dozens of thunderbolts, each radiating a terrifying aura of destruction, each the size of a car. They faced the rapidly approaching blood-red tentacles. Bang! 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 The moment the strange tentacles made contact with the thunderbolts, they instantly stiffened and emitted a strong smell of burning. More than 10 incoming tentacles were instantly turned to charcoal by the lightning, collapsing back into the blood spring. Before long, the blood spring had expanded to several dozen meters wide, with bubbles the size of human heads constantly rolling on its surface, as if something was about to burst forth. However, strangely, after reaching its limit, the blood spring began to shrink violently. In no time, the blood spring disappeared, leaving behind a patch of viscous blood-colored soil. Song Chen watched all of this with an indifferent expression, showing no signs of fear. If it were any other team here, they would surely be shocked by such a scene, as they had never seen a boss appear in such a form. It was extremely eerie and chilling. The final boss was hidden at the very bottom of the building, its true form being a mutated man-eating vine. As long as they found the true form of this boss and used fire element skills to eliminate it, it would be fine. However, because Song Chen had crushed all the zombies on it into meat paste, this final boss seemed to have undergone some significant change, resulting in this bizarre scene. Song Chen felt nothing of the sort. He was always confident. Whatever your final form is, I will crush it with a single strike. Below, the viscous blood-colored soil finally began to change. Strange, much thicker tentacle vines than before emerged from within, twisting and intertwining into a terrifying blood-colored vine that occupied dozens of meters of ground and reached a height of at least 1,000 meters. On its body, thousands of grotesque and terrifying zombie faces were densely distributed. Each zombie face gaped with an ugly mouth, from which spiked vine-like tentacles extended, waving continuously in the direction of Song Chen. At this moment, the Eye of Insight also transmitted information about this final boss. Lost Kingdom Final Boss, Second Form 1000 Corpse Vine Emperor Health 450 000 level 120 Strength 12 250 Agility 0 Spirit, 12,000 Constitution, 14,200 Defense, 13,500 Skills, Mutated Corpse Poison, Vine Cage, 1,000 Corpse Whale. Songchen looked at the enormous vine that seemed ready to pierce the sky and frowned. The image of this boss was truly nauseating. However, its attributes were only slightly higher than those of the ice-cold Demon Realm's boss, Iceblood Monarch. Moreover, the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor had one serious flaw: it could only stay in place and couldn't move an inch. If Songchen wanted to run, the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor couldn't stop him. Woo woo. The moment the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor appeared, it immediately locked onto Songchen not far away and launched an attack. Thousands of corpse faces on its body let out a collective wail of agony. This sound was 100 times more chilling than nails scraping against a blackboard. Following that, sharp spiked vines shot out, forming a cage hundreds of meters wide in midair, completely enclosing Songchen and the giant dragon inside. At the same time, a barrage of spikes fell off, wildly shooting towards the man and dragon. A faint golden light shield suddenly enveloped Songchen, deflecting all the spikes. Simultaneously, a scorching ray burst forth from his fingertips, instantly shredding the vine cage into pieces. Although Songchen escaped, a heaviness settled in his heart. The wailing sound from the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor had directly caused hundreds of elite monsters around level 80 in his summoned space to perish. He was unwilling to delay any longer to avoid incurring more losses. Thus, the flood-level Heaven and Earth seal was suddenly activated. A magnificent golden seal broke through the clouds and pressed down directly onto the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor. Boom! The once upright body of the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor uncontrollably bent down, its head's vine body shattering inch by inch. However, for the first time, the all-powerful Heaven and Earth seal faced resistance. The golden seal and the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor continuously wore each other down. Eventually, the entire vine body shrank to a height of several dozen meters. The Heaven and Earth seal was then extinguished. Songchen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time the Heaven and Earth seal had not been able to eliminate an enemy in one go. He couldn't help but feel a long-lost sense of danger. In the past, he had always dealt with enemies in a single strike, but now he couldn't eliminate the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor at once. This was something he simply couldn't accept. It seemed necessary to enhance his abilities before heading to the dungeon that Ishin mentioned. As Songchen pondered, he casually threw another Heaven and Earth seal at the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor. Accompanied by another earth-shattering roar, the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor was completely crushed into a pile of mud. With the final fall of the 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor, this dungeon was perfectly cleared by Songchen. Messages continuously rolled in front of him. Kill 25 level Claw Zombie, gain experience plus 5,000. Kill 25 level Claw Zombie, gain experience plus 5,000. Kill 26 level Crawling Zombie, gain experience plus 5,100. Kill 26 level Crawling Zombie, gain experience plus 5,100. Kill 120 level 1,000 Corpse Vine Emperor, gain experience plus 1,000,000. You have cleared the Hell level difficulty dungeon. Ice Cold Demon Realm. Clear time 29 minutes. Dungeon participation 100% rating. SSSBOSS loot has been automatically collected. You have obtained a level 90 red equipment, 1,000 poison vine whip. You have obtained an S-level Vine Emperor crystal core. Songchen then glanced at the two blood red crystal cores in his backpack, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The most valuable items produced in this dungeon are not the two pieces of red equipment he harvested, but rather these two blood red crystal cores. High-level mutated zombies within the Lost Kingdom have a certain probability of dropping crystal cores of varying grades. The function of these cores is simple. When melted into a weapon, they can enhance the weapon's quality. The higher the grade of the core, the greater its enhancement ability. Materials that can enhance weapons like this are usually highly valued. They can only be found in specific dungeons, and the drop rate is quite low. Although the crystal cores dropped in this dungeon can improve the weapon's quality, the enhancement is very limited unless a large number of cores can be obtained. However, it cannot be denied that these cores are relatively easy to acquire compared to other materials. Of course, this is only relative. Low-level cores are almost ineffective. Only cores of grade A and above will have a noticeable effect. For instance, the S-grade Vine Emperor core that Songchen obtained from the 1,000 Corpses Vine Emperor has a certain probability of enhancing red equipment to golden equipment after melting. Even when used on golden equipment, it can still provide a slight enhancement effect. However, what Songchen values more is its other effect, increasing the success rate of equipment upgrading. It's worth noting that he still has an item he hasn't used yet. That is the mythic equipment forging book obtained from the true secret realm of the Demon Suppression Pass. If he collects enough high-level crystal cores and combines them with the mythic equipment forging book, he will have a high probability of crafting a piece of mythic equipment. Moreover, he has already decided what equipment to forge: the Black Dragon Ring, a level 100 golden equipment with an enhancement of 3,200 points in mental attributes and an exceptionally powerful special effect. If he can successfully upgrade it to mythic equipment, his strength will experience a dramatic surge. At that time, even the abyss will not be beyond his reach. Of course, his only task now is to level up quickly, not only to gain a large number of attribute points but also to continuously enhance his own strength. Dean Lauren and God E have put a lot of pressure on him. Indeed, he is currently favored by God E. Within the Divine Summer Academy, no one dares to bully the weak. But once he steps outside the academy, the only support Songchen can rely on is himself. Therefore, his own strength is the most important. Until he becomes a level 100 powerhouse, he will always feel uncertain and remain an object that can be easily manipulated by those strong individuals. Songchen glanced at the experience bar, which was already more than halfway full, and his gaze became resolute once again. Then, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared from the dungeon. Outside, inside the palace of the dungeon, the crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, erupted in astonishment upon seeing Songchen emerge so quickly. At the same time, the white stone pillar in the center of the palace burst forth with white light again, and the familiar music began to play once more. However, the faces of the crowd were somewhat numb. How long has it been? Did he clear it already? A bet is a bet. Hand over the credits. Didn't you say there were a ton of zombies in the dungeon and they were tough to deal with? Maybe they exaggerated the facts on purpose. Exaggerated? Nonsense, just the nightmare level dungeon has at least 20,000 zombies, not to mention the hell level. Wow, with so many zombies, how did he clear it so fast? Hey, who said you have to kill all the zombies inside? Just find the final corpse, Emperor, and kill it. That makes sense. Maybe Songchen just wanted to be quick and only went to kill the boss. Everyone in the palace refocused their attention on Songchen, occasionally gasping and speculating. Some couldn't help but directly ask, "Great God, can you tell us which path is the fastest and safest to find the boss?" Yes, Great God, just tell us, he can do everything. Alright, stop with your lame jokes and listen to the Great God speak. Songchen initially wanted to use the same trick again, directly paying credits to eliminate the cooldown time of the dungeon and re-enter. However, seeing everyone looking so devoutly curious, he couldn't refuse. Although he had been leading monsters and killing them in the dungeon, he actually had a perfect answer to the questions posed by the crowd. Songchen pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Seeing everyone holding their breath and looking extremely serious, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "Why not just fly over?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they all showed expressions of realization. Right, why didn't I think of that? The boss is always in the city center and doesn't move, and most importantly, zombies can't fly. As expected of the Great God, such a brilliant idea. Sigh, perhaps this is the gap between me and the Great God. Wait, I have a question. A practitioner with uneven eyes raised his hand to ask. Young man, speak your question. I am now in sync with the Great God's thought process. Your question is child's play for me. A long-haired, chubby practitioner smiled mysteriously and said lightly, "Zombies can't fly. Does that mean we can fly?" The practitioner with uneven eyes exclaimed. The long-haired man paused, silently took out his phone. "Hello, what? My grandma sprained her ankle playing basketball. Which hospital? I'm on my way." After saying that, he anxiously hung up the phone, which had been black-screened, and dashed out of the dungeon palace. The practitioner with uneven eyes turned his gaze back to the crowd. Everyone. After a moment, one person broke the silence and weakly said, "We can ask the Great God." "Yeah, Great God, how can we fly? Where did the Great God go?" "The Great God has run away again." At this moment, Songchen was already standing at the entrance of the abandoned city, the sky still gloomy, and the surroundings filled with a suffocating silence. There was not a trace of guilt on his face. After all, he had already taught that group the method. Whether they could complete it was no longer his concern. It was indeed a fact that zombies couldn't fly, and what Songchen suggested, flying directly to the city center to challenge the boss, was indeed the safest and fastest way to clear the dungeon. However, not everyone had a summoned creature that could fly like him. Items that allowed people to fly were also extremely rare, far beyond what this group of practitioners could obtain. So, even knowing the fastest way to clear the dungeon, they could only stare blankly. The feeling was unbearable. After clearing the Hell level Lost Kingdom dungeon once, Songchen's experience bar was already over half full. He only needed to clear it perfectly one more time to reach level 90. He could then find Ishin to arrange for him to enter a special dungeon. If luck was on his side, he could find a lot of items to increase his skill points. His strength would surely see rapid growth. Moreover, he had just set a record on his first clear, and the rewards had already been credited. It was still 100 credits and 5 points of Academy performance. Now his Academy performance points had accumulated to 60 points, although he didn't know how many were needed to meet the standards of a top academy. According to Song Chen's estimation, it should be no less than 1,000 points. In any case, the more, the better. Since the rewards for setting a record couldn't be claimed again, Song Chen didn't plan to speedrun the dungeon this time. Instead, he aimed to clear all the zombie monsters in the dungeon one by one. The first time, in pursuit of speed, he hadn't pulled the monsters thoroughly. There were still many areas he hadn't covered, causing him to miss out on a lot of experience. This time, Song Chen would not make the same mistake again, that he directly released all the shadow spirits from the summoning space. After this period of accumulation, the number of shadow spirits in the space had surged to 60,000. The dark army of shadow spirits almost filled the open ground outside the city, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Of course, most of them were low-level ordinary zombies, while high-level spirits were relatively few. Song Chen stood at the forefront like a general. He then divided these shadow spirits into more than a dozen teams, each led by a level 100 or above boss monster. They charged in multiple directions towards the ruins of the city. With nearly 60,000 shadow summons, their numbers were almost on par with the zombies within the city. Moreover, each team had a boss monster leading them, so even if the zombies were numerous, they could never match the shadow army. Just as the shadow army set off, a dozen low-level zombies suddenly charged out from the mist ahead, clawing and gnashing their teeth. Originally fierce and eager to tear Song Chen apart, the zombies froze in place upon seeing the massive dark army not far ahead. With their nearly rotting brains, they couldn't comprehend how this army was rushing towards the city. At this moment, the zombies' only numerical advantage was completely shattered. Roar! The desperate black dragon took the lead, raising its right claw and effortlessly crushing the dozen zombies, then led the shadow army charging in one direction. The other giant dragon spirits were equally unwilling to be outdone, leading their armies in different directions. Song Chen rode the thunder dragon, setting off with the army. After all, there was a distance limit between the shadow spirit summons and him. Once they exceeded a range of 10,000 meters, the spirits would automatically disappear and return to the summoning space. Therefore, to avoid this situation, Song Chen had to act alongside the army, while also directing the movements of each team. Under Song Chen's command, fierce battles erupted in the once silent city ruins. Zombies were torn to shreds by the army. Of course, Song Chen's shadow spirits also suffered some losses, but most of them were zombie spirits, so there was no need to feel sorry. Moreover, as the army advanced, more and more zombies died, and the shadow spirits he lost were replenished. The spirit binding technique, elevated to a forbidden spell, had long become his passive ability. Any creature he killed could become his soldier. Furthermore, the summoning space could accommodate up to 1 million spirits. Song Chen was not worried about the space reaching full capacity. This battle was a complete one-sided massacre, and he suffered no losses at all. Just by sitting on the back of the giant dragon overseeing the battle, he could gain a large amount of experience. Because Song Chen was unwilling to overlook any corner of the city, the army's advance was relatively slow. After a full hour, he had flattened 2/3 of the area. Song Chen deliberately avoided the central area of the city. After all, the boss was there and wouldn't run away. He could deal with the boss in the center after killing all the zombies. Another hour later, a few zombies hidden beneath a pile of steel ruins slowly poked their heads out from the gaps, instinctively looking around. The shadow army, which had swept through like locusts, had now vanished. The surviving zombies inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, experiencing emotions they hadn't felt since they were alive. However, they didn't have time to rejoice, as a fiery red beam suddenly pierced through the heads of several of them. Scorching flames erupted instantly, completely engulfing them. On the back of the giant dragon, Song Chen flicked his hand and smiled with satisfaction. After killing these last few zombies, his experience bar reached 99%. He just needed to head to the central area and take down the boss to break through to level 90. Without delay, he rode the giant dragon and flew towards the tallest building in the city center. The buildings within the city had mostly turned to ruins, with only the central skyscraper still standing tall, extremely conspicuous. Clearly, it was due to the 1,000 Corpses Vine Emperor. However, Song Chen was too lazy to investigate further. As he approached the skyscraper, he wasted no time and unleashed a heaven and earth seal. Boom! The entire building instantly collapsed, taking with it the zombies that were rampaging inside. A few minutes later, a blood spring appeared. Then, the second form of the 1,000 Corpses Vine Emperor emerged, thousands of meters high, with a diameter of over 100 meters. It would not be an exaggeration to say it reached the heavens and the earth. However, in Song Chen's eyes, it was just that. The first heaven and earth seal completely shattered the massive body of the 1,000 Corpses Vine Emperor, leaving only a fragmented vine body barely a few dozen meters tall. Then, the second heaven and earth seal followed closely, utterly grinding the 1,000 Corpses Vine Emperor into powder. It took more than 2 hours, but he finally cleared almost all the zombie monsters in the dungeon. Song Chen also happily leveled up to level 90. At the same time, clearing the dungeon 4 times in a row made him feel a long-lost sense of fatigue. Next, he did not plan to clear any more dungeons. After all, he was just one person and needed rest. During the second run of the Lost Kingdom dungeon, Song Chen's gains far exceeded the first time. Not only did his experience points surpass the first run by a large margin, but he also obtained quite a few items and equipment, especially the crystal cores that could only drop from high-level zombies. Song Chen collected a total of 10. 1. S grade, 2 A grade, and the rest were all B grade. Including the first run, he had a total of 16 crystal cores. Song Chen roughly calculated that if he used them all, it could increase his success rate by about 5%. Don't underestimate this 5%. After all, it was about upgrading golden equipment to mythical equipment. Even an increase of 1% was already very lucky. Moreover, most of the other items that could enhance equipment were either overpriced or simply unavailable for someone like Song Chen at the moment, so he was quite satisfied. Furthermore, the Lost Kingdom dungeon was right here, and as long as he wanted, he could easily run it a few more times, collecting as many high-level crystal cores as possible. Plus, there were plenty of zombies here, providing him with considerable experience before level 100. It was truly a win-win situation. After leaving the dungeon, Song Chen returned to the palace within the dungeon. Since he had spent over 2 hours in the dungeon this time, most of the onlookers had dispersed. They no longer guarded the dungeon's light gate. At the same time, these adventurers were quite puzzled. Given the strength Song Chen had displayed, how could he stay in the dungeon for so long? They initially thought he would break the record for the Lost Kingdom dungeon again, but they didn't expect the time difference to be so vast. Many began to suspect that his quick clearance of the dungeon might have relied on some treasure. The second time, the treasure was on cooldown, which was why he was so slow. However, Song Chen didn't care about their thoughts, or rather, he had never cared. When he came out and saw that there wasn't a crowd of people around him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was already somewhat fatigued, and if he were to be entangled by these adventurers again, he feared he might not be able to hold back. The current situation suited him perfectly. Sometimes, being low-key had its advantages. Song Chen took out the White Jade Tower and silently chanted for a return. Immediately, his figure was enveloped in a white light, transporting him back to the place he first entered. Song Chen returned to the villa and sorted through the day's gains. Not to mention the dozens of blue and purple equipment. After 4 runs of the dungeon, he had only obtained 5 pieces of level 90 red equipment. They weren't particularly useful to him. However, they should sell for a good price. Because the 3 pieces of red equipment dropped from the boss in the Ice Cold Demon Domain dungeon were clearly part of a set: Frostblade, Ice Crystal, Silver Armor, and Ice Blood Crown. These 3 pieces of equipment were all worn by the Ice Blood Tyrant. After killing this boss twice, Song Chen was quite lucky and directly obtained a piece of the set. The price of a complete set is much rarer and more valuable than individual pieces. Once the set is complete, it can activate the special effects that come with it. Take these 3 red pieces of equipment for example. They are referred to as the Ice Blood set by the professionals. Once the Ice Blood set is gathered, its special effect allows the user to have increased control over ice elements, enhanced damage for ice spells, and immunity to cold. The effect is quite impressive and is highly sought after by the professionals within the academy. Moreover, it is considered one of the easier sets to complete. Easy, however, is relative. Ordinary students are unlikely to gather all 3 pieces. Only those professionals who have been nurtured by the academy since childhood have the capability to collect them. As for the top academy students, they wouldn't even look at them. Within the Divine Summer Academy, 3 distinct classes have gradually formed since its establishment. The boundaries between each class are clear, creating a hierarchy of disdain from top to bottom. Top academy students look down on ordinary academy students, while ordinary academy students look down on those who entered through the college entrance examination. This is also why Guojun targeted him so much in the trial area, not just because he took his cousin's spot. The bigger reason is that these academy-bred individuals inherently look down on ordinary students like them. However, Song Chen's goal in entering the top academy is not to prove anything to others. He simply seeks to acquire more resources. As for the disdain and ridicule from others, it has nothing to do with him. It's all just a boring competition. After resting for a night, the fatigue from continuously clearing dungeons disappeared completely. Song Chen left the villa and headed to the trading post established by the academy. The spacious hall was still bustling with people coming and going. The reason he came here was twofold: to sell all the newly acquired equipment to the trading post and to see if there were any suitable items available. He sold over 30 pieces of blue and purple equipment to the trading post, earning nearly 1,000 credits. At this point, purple equipment was not considered rare for him, so he couldn't be bothered to consign it. He directly converted it into credits. As for the remaining few red pieces of equipment, he put them all up for sale at the trading post, not worried about them not selling. Moreover, one of them was an Ice Blood set. Sure enough, the moment Song Chen listed the Ice Blood set, many sharp-eyed academy students immediately rushed over like sharks smelling blood. Wow, it's actually the Ice Blood set. Bro, you're really lucky. I've cleared the Ice Cold Demon Realm several times and still haven't gathered a single piece. Bro, can you sell me these 3 pieces? Don't worry about the price, I won't let you lose out. A crowd surrounded Song Chen, all eager to get their hands on the set. After all, the Ice Blood set is hard to come by, and no one wants to miss out. Song Chen had only one requirement: the highest bidder wins. According to market prices, each red piece of equipment is worth at least 400 credits, but for a complete set, the price would likely increase significantly. Bro, I'll give you 1,200 credits. For it, let's be friends. Get lost. You think you can get the Ice Blood set for 1200 credits? You must be crazy. I'll offer 1300, 1400, 1500. The bidding voices rose and fell, but Song Chen remained calm and did not immediately agree. The Ice Blood set is a high-quality set, so he wasn't worried about selling it. The bids from these people clearly did not meet his expectations. Just as the crowd was driving up the price, a rough voice came from the back of the crowd, instantly silencing everyone. I'll offer 3000, sell me the set. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to look back. A tall young man, nearly 2 meters in height, pushed through the crowd and stood before Song Chen. Behind him followed several arrogant-looking professionals. I want the Ice Blood set, and no one here is allowed to compete with me for it. The young man's tone was extremely domineering, instantly provoking discontent among the crowd. Why should we? Damn it, being rich makes you special? Who is this guy, so arrogant? Sure, this one is a top expert from the White Tiger Academy. Deng Jia. I know him, he's a level 99 expert and from the White Tiger Academy. The crowd immediately lowered their voices, feeling extremely indignant but forced themselves to hold back. After all, he was a master from a top academy, and none of these ordinary students could stand against him alone. Deng Jia looked down at everyone with disdain on his face. He had always looked down on these ordinary students, let alone competing with him for the Ice Blood set. It was likely that the total savings of this group amounted to only 3000 credits. What could they use to compete with him? Seeing this, Song Chen's expression remained unchanged. For him, as long as the price was high enough, he could sell it to anyone. Moreover, this person's offer was twice as high as the others. He had no reason not to sell. 3000 credits, deal. Song Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Deng Jia's expression brightened, and he promptly completed the transaction with Song Chen. With the Ice Blood set, his chances of clearing the endless snowfield increased significantly. Furthermore, he was a frost-type professional, so the Ice Blood set was particularly suitable for him. Having obtained the Ice Blood set as he wished, Deng Jia was in a great mood and smiled at Song Chen, saying, "Classmate, which academy are you from? You seem quite unfamiliar." Song Chen shook his head. "I'm an ordinary student, and I haven't joined any academy yet." Ordinary student? Upon hearing that Song Chen was just an ordinary student, Deng Jia's smile instantly vanished, and he lost the desire to befriend him. He had initially thought that someone who could gather a complete Ice Blood set must be a master from a top academy. Who would have thought he was just an ordinary student? It seemed that his ability to obtain the Ice Blood set was merely due to some stroke of luck. As a member of the academy, if he were to associate with an ordinary student for no reason, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? However, the other ordinary students present, upon hearing Song Chen's words, collectively gasped. Ordinary student, is that true? Who else could gather a complete Ice Blood set besides a master from an academy? Some guys from top academies boast about their strength, but in the end, they still have to buy things from an ordinary student. Yeah, if you have the ability, go grind in the dungeons yourself. What are you pretending for here? Hey, you should say less, so that someone doesn't lose face later. Indeed, the straightforward words of the crowd made Deng Jia feel extremely furious. His companions glared at the surrounding ordinary students, their faces dark with anger. Damn it, do you want to fight? We are better than you ordinary students. What? Not convinced? Don't just talk big. Do you believe I can beat you so badly that your mother wouldn't recognize you? Although they were outnumbered, they were not afraid at all. As members of the academy, they could not tolerate any insults from ordinary students. The tension in the air was palpable as both sides locked eyes filled with hostility. The academy really has a big presence. Are you angry now? Let's fight. Who's afraid? You, the short girl, come out. I want to duel you and show you that we ordinary students are not useless. The two sides were on the verge of a direct confrontation. Deng Jia coughed heavily and said, "Alright, if you want to fight, go to the combat base." Fighting in the trading hall? Are you all crazy? Upon hearing this, everyone finally suppressed their urge to fight, because anyone who fights without reason in the trading hall will receive a serious warning and be fined 1000 points of credits, along with a mandatory year of unpaid tasks. Therefore, anyone with a bit of sense would not choose to fight directly in the trading hall. Deng Jia persuaded his companions, then turned to Song Chen and said, "Kid, you got that Ice Blood set from the Ice Cold Demon Realm dungeon, right?" Song Chen nodded. Deng Jia continued, "If it weren't for the fact that I have to go to a special dungeon in a few days and don't have time to farm the Ice Cold Demon Realm, I wouldn't need to buy anything from an ordinary student like you. Although I don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon, with our team's current strength, even hell-level difficulty isn't unbeatable. It's just an Ice Blood set. Getting it isn't really a big deal, you know what I mean?" Song Chen felt a bit speechless. He certainly understood what this person meant. It was just a roundabout way of showing off his strength. He came here just to trade equipment, not to listen to this person brag. So he immediately said, "I'm just here to sell equipment, not to listen to you boast. If you don't have anything else, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." Deng Jia's expression immediately darkened, and he stared at Song Chen for a while, Finally, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. Boss, are we just leaving like this? That kid is a bit arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? His companions said, quite dissatisfied. Dang Jie shot a cold glance at Song Chen and then said, the endless snowfield dungeon is about to open, and I fought hard to secure a spot this time. There's no need to complicate things further. We'll deal with him slowly after we come back from the dungeon. The others nodded in agreement. Hey, just wait until I come back to see how I deal with him. Hee. With the ice blood set, boss, our chances of clearing the endless snowfield dungeon are very high. That kid really doesn't know the value of good equipment. Selling such good gear, he must be desperate. Ordinary students are like this. Dang Jie didn't say anything more. After a round of purchases in the trading hall, his credits were running low. Of course, all of this was for the endless heart in the endless snowfield dungeon. As long as he could obtain that endless heart, all his efforts would be worth it. The initial investments were nothing compared to the endless heart. When the time comes, if he really gets the endless heart, he would definitely come back to thank Song Chen, this ordinary student. After the academy group left, Song Chen continued to sell his equipment in the trading hall. He had 2 remaining level 90 red items that dropped from the Lost Kingdom. Although they weren't as good as the Ice Blood set, they were still quite sought after. He sold them for 400 and 450 credits respectively. This time, a large wave of credits came in, and Song Chen's credits had accumulated to over 21,000. Now, in the eyes of ordinary students, he was undoubtedly the richest. Even some students from top academies probably didn't have as many credits as Song Chen, because credits were needed everywhere in the academy. Whether for items, equipment, or dungeons, none of them required a small amount of credits. Ordinary people simply couldn't accumulate as many credits as Song Chen. More importantly, Song Chen's credits were almost always recorded in increments of 500 or 1,000. If it came to earning credits, Song Chen was undoubtedly the best. With such a large amount of credits in hand, he naturally didn't plan to just leave it in his card. After all, credits are earned to be spent. Converting these credits into resources to enhance his strength was what he should be doing. Song Chen was preparing to select some items he needed in the trading hall. If one could directly buy items that increase skill points, that would naturally be excellent. Although Yi Shen had mentioned that such items were unlikely to appear in the trading post, what if he got lucky and stumbled upon one? However, it was clear that Yi Shen had not deceived him. After wandering around, Song Chen had not found any items or materials related to increasing skill points. After all, items that could enhance skill proficiency were incredibly precious. Even if someone were fortunate enough to obtain such an item, they would use it on themselves right away. Who would be foolish enough to trade it to someone else? As a compromise, Song Chen had no choice but to purchase 5 basic attribute enhancement scrolls from the trading post. Each basic attribute enhancement scroll was priced at 2,000 credits. In total, he spent 10,000 credits on 5. Originally, Song Chen had wanted intermediate or advanced scrolls, but he was informed that there were no scrolls above the basic level for sale. Or rather, he was not yet qualified to purchase intermediate or advanced ones. Moreover, intermediate and advanced attribute enhancement scrolls required at least 40,000 credits, which he could not afford even half of with his current finances. After that, Song Chen bought 3 profession-specific skill books from the trading post. Each one was priced at 500 credits, making them relatively popular items in the trading post. He did not buy too many. This was merely to expand his skill pool. After all, skill points were ultimately limited. Furthermore, as his level increased, the impact of heavenly tier skills on him was far less significant than before. Unless it was a legendary forbidden spell scroll that could directly grant a forbidden level skill, he would not be interested. Otherwise, these skills were somewhat redundant for him. Perhaps if the acquisition of skill points increased, he would consider learning some new skills. Otherwise, before reaching level 100, these skills were already sufficient. Leaving the trading post, Song Chen returned to the villa. He first allocated all the free attribute points gained from leveling up to his spirit. Spirit 439144441. After all, the higher the base attributes, the more enhancement he would gain from using the scrolls. Song Chen then activated the 5 basic attribute enhancement scrolls one by one. His various attributes experienced a small surge. However, he was quite disappointed that the effect of the basic attribute enhancement scrolls diminished with each subsequent use. The first use directly enhanced all attributes by 20%. The remaining uses only increased them by 10%. Fortunately, each enhancement was based on the previous one, and with 5 basic attribute enhancement scrolls used consecutively, Song Chen's attributes saw a significant boost. He opened his personal panel. Name: Song Chen. Profession: Master of all laws. Unique: Health 196200/196200. Mana: 67310/67310. Level: 90. Strength: 20123535 plus 2500. Provided by Equipment: Agility 20123535 plus 500. Provided by Equipment: Spirit 44417802 plus 2390. Provided by Equipment: Constitution 20123535. Defense 20123535 free. Attribute points 0 skills Forbidden spell Heaven and Earth Seal Huang Forbidden spell Damage transfer Huang Forbidden spell Spirit binding Huang Sealing ring Heavenly tier 1 star Holy shield ring Heavenly tier 1 star Death decay ring Heavenly tier 1 star Divine speed ring Heavenly tier 1 star Blazing sun Divine thunder Heavenly tier 1 star Celestial spell Heavenly tier 1 star Eye of insight Golden light Divine spell Heavenly tier 1 star Absolute destruction Flame finger Heavenly tier 1 star Talent Unique endless breaking limits Level 10 11 skill points per second, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Skill points 218411 Talent Profession specific Heaven and Earth Tao body non-upgradable aside from spirit. All other attributes increased by 1500 points each. Of the increase in mental attributes was particularly exaggerated, directly adding 3361 points. Coupled with the mental attribute bonuses from his equipment, Song Chen's mental power had now surpassed the 10,000 mark. It's worth noting that he was still only level 90 and his mental power completely crushed those above level 100. As for strength, there was no need to mention it. Anyone below level 120 would not be his opponent at all. While Song Chen was delighted, he also felt a bit regretful. If only there were more low-level attribute scrolls available. Such a terrifying boost in attributes would make anyone envious. Clearly, others had thought the same way. If one could obtain dozens or even hundreds of attribute enhancement scrolls, why would practitioners need to grind dungeons to level up? Directly boosting attributes would be much more appealing. Unfortunately, low-level attribute scrolls could only be used a maximum of 10 times. Moreover, the enhancement effect decreased with each use. After 10 uses, any further attempts with low-level attribute enhancement scrolls would yield no effect at all. This was also the reason for Song Chen's regret. Unless he could get his hands on higher-level attribute enhancement scrolls, this idea would remain a daydream. Furthermore, even low-level attribute enhancement scrolls were scarce in the trading post. He was lucky to have bought all 5. It would be very difficult to replicate such a small burst of power again. Song Chen then abandoned this unrealistic notion and turned his attention to the class-specific skill books. 3 skill books. If he could unlock a movement-type skill, it would justify the many credits he had spent. After all, agility and speed had always been his weaknesses. If he truly encountered an unbeatable opponent, a movement-type skill elevated to the heavenly tier would be enough to help him escape danger. Song Chen skillfully activated the class-specific skill book with his mental power, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. Immediately, a piece of information appeared before him. You have learned the class-specific skill of the 10,000 methods. Celestial Master Ice Sword Technique summons 10 ice swords, each capable of dealing up to 30,000 damage, consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown time of 2 minutes. The first skill book yielded an attack-type skill, which was not what he had hoped for in a movement-type skill. However, Song Chen did not show any disappointment on his face, as he had actually anticipated this outcome. So, without hesitation, he opened the second skill book. A flash of white light passed by. Once again, a piece of information appeared before him. You have learned the class-specific skill of the 10,000 methods Celestial Master God-piercing technique. Upon seeing this skill, Song Chen was somewhat surprised. He quickly clicked to view the detailed description of the skill. God-piercing technique consumes mental power to condense a mental needle, capable of dealing up to 100 points of mental damage to the target, consuming 150 mana points, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. It's actually a rare mental damage skill. Song Chen's lips curled slightly, clearly very satisfied with this skill. He had initially just wanted a movement-type skill, but he didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. It's important to note that mental-type skills are extremely rare. Ordinary people simply cannot possess such skills. Most importantly, these types of skills are often very powerful and can be executed very discreetly. If an enemy has weak mental attributes and lacks corresponding protective items, they would likely suffer severe damage to their mind and lose their combat ability on the spot. Therefore, the emergence of the God-piercing technique compensated for Song Chen's offensive capabilities, directly targeting the enemy's mind to inflict damage. Practitioners below level 100 would not be able to withstand it. Only some high-level mages above level 100 with strong mental attributes might resist. As for practitioners of other classes, they would only be at Song Chen's mercy. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Song Chen activated the last skill book with his mental power. With a flourish, the item in his hand shimmered and then merged into his body. You have acquired the exclusive skill of the Master of All Laws. Shrink the earth to an inch. Shrink the earth to an inch. Using this skill, you can leap up to 10 meters in one step. It consumes 120 mana points and has a cooldown time of 5 minutes. With the surprise from the previous God-piercing technique, Song Chen did not show much joy towards this movement skill. However, he still felt that his luck was not that bad after all. 3 skill books. 1 guaranteed shrink the earth to an inch, 1 God-piercing technique that yielded gold, and the last one, Ice Sword technique, was rather ordinary. He was already quite satisfied. Next, he would use skill points to upgrade the latter 2 skills. As for the ice sword technique, he did not plan to waste skill points on it. After all, he already had enough offensive skills. Song Chen glanced at the skill points accumulated on the panel, which had already exceeded 220,000. That was enough for him to directly elevate the 2 skills to the celestial tier. Then he would accumulate more skill points to elevate a defensive skill into a forbidden spell. That way, his sense of security would be even stronger. Without further ado, Song Chen immediately began to allocate points to the newly acquired skills. Consume 71,050 skill points. God-piercing technique, yellow tier 1 star, annihilation. Needle, celestial tier 1 star, annihilation needle, celestial tier 1 star consumes mental power to condense a mental needle, capable of dealing up to 40,000 points of mental damage to the target, consumes 15 mana points, cooldown time 1 minute. Note, the more mental power consumed, the more mental damage the annihilation needle can inflict. Song Chen looked at the skill description and revealed a faint smile. His current mental attribute had reached 10,000, and within the same tier, there was no one who could surpass him mentally. Even those who had undergone 5 transformations might not be able to compare to him. As long as he was willing to consume a large amount of mental power, even 5 transformation experts would not be his opponents. What he said earlier about being invincible below level 120 was indeed a bit conservative. This level should be raised by at least 10 levels. Immediately after, he turned his attention to the skill Shrink the Earth to an Inch. Consume 71,050 skill points. Shrink the Earth to an Inch, yellow tier 1 star. Shrink the Earth to an Inch, celestial tier 1 star. Shrink the Earth to an Inch, celestial tier 1 star. Using this skill, you can leap up to 1,000 meters in one step. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. As expected of the exclusive skill of the Master of All Laws, each one is so powerful. Song Chen looked at the skill description and almost laughed out loud. A single step covering a distance of 1,000 meters. This was practically no different from teleportation. Moreover, even teleportation could at most cover a distance of 100 meters. Unlike his Shrink the Earth to an Inch, which could cover 1,000 meters in a single breath. Coupled with the cooldown reduction from his equipment, there were almost no limitations. He could attack whenever he wanted and run whenever he wanted. The enemies could not catch up to him at all. It should be noted that the teleportation range of the small teleportation stone is only within 10,000 meters. The celestial tier 1 star Shrink the Earth to an Inch already covers 1,000 meters, and if he was willing to spend skill points to continue upgrading, a breath covering 10,000 meters would definitely not be a dream. However, Song Chen still forcibly suppressed the urge to continue allocating points. After all, at this stage, he had yet to encounter any truly formidable enemies. Furthermore, the remaining skill points needed to be used on defensive skills. What he lacked the most now was a defensive type forbidden spell. Elevating a celestial tier 1 star skill into a forbidden spell would require at least 550,000 skill points. With his current skill points, it was not enough. He would have to wait until tomorrow. Among the 2 current defensive skills, his favorite was still the Golden Light Divine spell. After casting the Golden Light Divine spell, he could also become immune to extreme environments and even abnormal states. Compared to the Holy Shield Ring, the effect of the Golden Light Divine spell was undoubtedly much stronger. After confirming the skills he would primarily allocate points to, Song Chen took out his phone. Ishan had told him that once he reached level 90, he could take him to a special dungeon. Now that his level had reached, it was time to contact Ishan. Song Chen immediately dialed Ishan's number. After 2 rings, the call was connected. A familiar voice came from the other end. "This is Dongfang Yi, what's the matter?" Song Chen replied, "Ishan, I've reached level 90. When can I go to that special dungeon you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Ishan slowly said, "I understand. 3 days later, come to the Academic Affairs office. The Endless Snowfield Dungeon will open then, and I'll take you there. You can use this time to look up specific information about this dungeon." Song Chen felt a stir in his heart and nodded. "Okay, I'll be there on time." Then, Ishan decisively hung up the phone. However, there was a hint of barely perceptible shock on his face at that moment. Qinglong Academy Dean's office. At this moment, 3 people were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. Dongfang Yi smiled proudly. "I really didn't misjudge this kid." Su Tongjun, sitting opposite him, took a sip of tea. One person has wiped out the 2 major danger zones within the Forbidden Dragon Island, then killed that warrior and Onmyoji from the Foot Basin Kingdom, and finally soloed the Dragon Island dungeon 3 times in a row. Compared to Song Chen, those guys from other academies are just a joke. If it weren't for Song Chen, those academy members would probably have grass growing several feet high on their graves by now, and they still look down on the national champion. "Don't you think so, Dean Luo Lin?" Seeing Su Tongjuan's implication, Luo Lin lowered his head somewhat shamefully. As the dean, he had failed to restrain and educate the students of his own academy. This was indeed his dereliction of duty. Dongfang Yi didn't dwell on this matter. After all, the conflict between academy members and ordinary members had long existed. Unless the Academy abolished the Academy training system, this phenomenon would continue to exist. Moreover, Dongfang Yi didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. In this world, after all, strength speaks for itself. Just like Song Chen, although he wasn't a member nurtured by the Academy from a young age, his strength had far surpassed those experts from the Academy. Speaking of which, I wonder what method this kid used to actually invite Gu Changhui. You know, that old guy has very high standards. Dongfang Yi said with a smile. Old Gu's judgment is indeed quite good. Su Tongju nodded in agreement. Taking a sip of tea, by the way, this kid's leveling speed is simply astonishing. I remember during the college entrance examination he was only level 20, and in just a few days he's already reached over level 60. What kind of talent does this kid have? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yi couldn't help but show a hint of jealousy on his face. Back then, although his leveling speed was also impressive among his peers compared to Song Chen, it was still far behind. He naturally had questions about Su Tongjuan's doubts. Dongfang Yi was silent for a moment before correcting. Just now, he has already reached level 90. Su Tongjuan's eyes widened and he almost choked on his tea. How much? Level 90. Is the national champion that abnormal? The dean, Luo Lin, who was sitting in front of the two big shots, also looked shocked, clearly taken aback by this terrifying leveling speed. Could it be that Song Chen has awakened more than one talent? Luo Lin asked tentatively. Dongfang Yi shook his head. What I can confirm is that Song Chen should have a skill amplification type of talent. I'm not sure about the others. Su Tongju nodded. No wonder on the Forbidden Dragon Island those giant dragons were no match for him. The effect of the skill amplification must be quite high. Oldie, didn't you ask what specific talent it is? With your status, Song Chen shouldn't refuse. Dongfang Yi didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he leisurely took a sip of tea before saying, everyone has their own secrets. If I were to ask you to reveal your secret, would you agree? Moreover, such a once-in-a-century genius surely has an unlimited future, and I don't want him to harbor any resentment towards me because of this. Su Tongjun deeply agreed. No matter who it is, if they are forced to reveal their own talents, they would undoubtedly feel quite uncomfortable and might even turn hostile on the spot. You're right, it's my curiosity that's too strong. Whether it's skill enhancement or some other talent, it's all this kid's strength. I believe that soon our Xingxia Academy will produce another unparalleled powerhouse. Who knows, he might even steal your thunder, Yi Shin. Su Tongjun said with a mischievous grin. Dongfang Yi, however, was unconvinced, as he knew very well that his current fame was entirely based on his own strength. These things were merely external factors that came with strength. He had never taken them to heart. Moreover, if a strong person appeared among the human race, the ones who should be afraid were not him, but those filthy bugs in the abyss. What are your plans? Next, how will you train him? Su Tongjuan's expression turned serious as he asked. Dongfang Yi replied, the endless snowfield dungeon opens once every 10 years, and it just so happens to be in 3 days. I'm planning to take him there. Su Tongjun was somewhat surprised. You mean that special dungeon that can produce the endless heart? That really is suitable for this kid. Dongfang Yi nodded. He had already given the promised reward. It all depended on whether Song Chen could obtain what he wanted from that special dungeon. The next morning, Song Chen woke up on time. The fatigue accumulated from the previous day completely dissipated. He had originally thought about heading straight to the special dungeon mentioned by Yi Shen, but it turned out he had to wait 3 days. Endless Snowfield Dungeon. The reason Song Chen had an impression of it was that he had heard about it from a member of the academy who had bought the Iceblood set. The reason for purchasing the Iceblood set was likely to clear this dungeon. After all, the Endless Snowfield, as its name suggests, is a dungeon set in an extremely cold environment. Ice-type practitioners equipped with the Iceblood set would be like a tiger with wings in this dungeon. During the waiting days, Song Chen didn't plan to be idle. He first went to the academy's library to look up information about special dungeons. This information was classified as paid knowledge, and only students of the academy could access it by paying credits. Song Chen naturally didn't hesitate, and immediately paid 20 credits to obtain information about the special dungeons. The records included many special dungeons controlled by the academy. A special dungeon is one that produces certain specific precious materials and items, just like the Dragon Island dungeon in the trial grounds, where one can only obtain the Fountain of Life. Moreover, these special dungeons generally have a level requirement of over 100. For instance, the Endless Snowfield dungeon requires a minimum entry level of 90 and only allows practitioners above level 100 to enter. Additionally, the Endless Snowfield dungeon is a large-scale dungeon that can accommodate a team of up to 40 people. Its area is vast, with countless monsters, making it quite dangerous. If the number of participating practitioners is low, there is a high probability of being wiped out in the dungeon. However, the items produced in this dungeon are extremely precious. Among them is the item that Song Chen has been longing for, the skill point enhancement item, the skill point book. Not only that, but after defeating the dungeon's boss, there is also a chance to drop an endless heart. The effect of this item is simply extraordinary. After use, one can gain 10 skill points for every level up. Of course, such a powerful effect also means that the endless heart is extremely difficult to obtain. Even if you defeat the boss and clear the dungeon, it doesn't guarantee that the endless heart will drop. The dungeon information provided by the library also included a section on how to obtain the endless heart. After reading it, Songchen had a strange expression on his face. No wonder no one had obtained the endless heart in 100 years. It wasn't just because the cooldown time for this dungeon was as long as 10 years. The conditions for obtaining the endless heart are exceedingly harsh. The endless snowfield, as a large dungeon, typically requires a team of over 30 players to enter. If the number is too small, clearing the dungeon is nearly impossible. However, there are exceptions. Historically, there have been teams that cleared this dungeon with fewer members. The smallest team consisted of only 10 players. But these 10 were no ordinary players. Each one had been a powerful level 100 for many years, all equipped in red gear. The team leader even possessed a rare golden piece of equipment. It was only with great difficulty that they managed to clear the dungeon. This smallest team was perhaps exceptionally lucky, as they surprisingly obtained an endless heart. The members of the team nearly came to blows over this precious item. In the end, the Academy intervened personally, taking the endless heart and compensating the team with a significant amount of credits and rewards. To quell the situation, the fact that this team was able to obtain the endless heart was not solely due to luck. More importantly, they entered the endless snowfield dungeon with only 10 players. This means that the fewer players there are in the dungeon, the greater the chance of defeating the boss and obtaining the endless heart. Even if someone drops out midway, it wouldn't matter. As long as there are multiple players entering the dungeon together, the probability of obtaining the endless heart decreases. But this is a large dungeon filled with dangers. The fewer the players, the less likely they are to clear it. Therefore, for this endless snowfield dungeon, those who secured spots among the Academy members made ample preparations. For instance, someone like Deng Jia purchased targeted gear to enhance his strength. Or they intentionally stayed at level 100, just waiting for the opening of this endless snowfield dungeon. After learning about the details of this dungeon, Songchen smiled faintly. This dungeon seemed tailor-made for him. No matter how many teammates others sought, he was determined to solo it. If he entered the endless snowfield dungeon alone, the probability of obtaining the endless heart would surely be very high. Moreover, since this dungeon is a large one, there would definitely be plenty of high-level monsters inside. For Songchen, this dungeon was undoubtedly a holy land for experience. It would surpass the Lost Kingdom without a doubt. He could gain a massive amount of experience while also collecting skill books. For him, it couldn't be more suitable. To be honest, Songchen wished he could venture into the endless snowfield right now. Unfortunately, this dungeon wouldn't open until 2 days later, and he could only enter once. The next opportunity would likely be 10 years later. Otherwise, Songchen was confident he could reach level 100 in a short time. Stepping out of the library, he didn't hesitate and took out the White Jade Tower. Again, he couldn't afford to be idle during these 2 days. He still needed to enter dungeons and grind for experience. Arriving at the dungeon palace, Songchen's appearance immediately caused a stir among the many players inside. Many turned their gazes toward him, their faces showing excitement. After all, this big shot's achievements from yesterday were still fresh in their minds. He had consecutively broken the record for the Ice-Cold Demon Realm dungeon twice, and then shattered a record that had stood for decades in the Lost Kingdom. Moreover, he raised the record to under 30 minutes. It was likely that no one would break this record for at least 500 years. Songchen paid no mind to the eager gazes of the crowd and walked straight to the portal of the Lost Kingdom dungeon. The crystals produced inside were still very useful to him. It was necessary to take advantage of this time to collect a batch of crystals. Otherwise, once his level increased, he wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon anymore. Without a word, he paid 30 credits. Songchen once again entered this dungeon. Little did he know, his actions sparked intense discussions among the crowd once more. Do you think the big shot can break his own record this time? I think it's unlikely. Didn't he fail to break it yesterday? Not only did he fail, but he also stayed inside for an extra 2 hours. Hey, maybe the master just got lucky the first time. Otherwise, why did it take him so long to clear it the second time? Haha, lucky? Can luck break 3 records in a row? Show me your luck. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the dungeon portal, arguing endlessly. Some newcomers were utterly confused, not understanding what was happening at all. At this moment, Songchen, who had already entered the dungeon, was completely uninterested in the commotion outside. With a wave of his hand, countless shadow spirit troops appeared on the outskirts of the city, surrounding the entire city. After harvesting the zombie monsters in the city twice, his shadow spirit army had expanded more than twice, reaching an astonishing 120,000. Of course, most of them were still low-level ordinary zombies, but one shouldn't underestimate these low-level zombies. With nearly 90,000 in number, even a giant dragon standing here would find it exhausting to kill them all. Not to mention, his army consisted of more than just these low-level zombies. Songchen sat on the back of The Thunder Dragon as usual, commanding his army to slowly advance towards the city. This time, his main target was the high-level mutated zombie monsters. Only these mutated monsters had the potential to drop high-level crystal cores. He then led the Shadow Army into a ruthless slaughter. The zombies in the city were crushed by his Shadow Army in both quantity and quality, so the battlefield advanced very quickly. In just half an hour, the entire ruined city was flattened. The thousand-corpse Vine Emperor, which had been entrenched in the city center, was also completely suppressed by his Earth and Sky Seal. Now, with his mental attributes surpassing 10,000, the damage of the Earth and Sky Seal was no longer comparable. Without counting critical hits, the pure damage was already over 500 million. If critical damage was included, it was very likely to directly exceed 1 billion true damage. A mere level 100 plus thousand corpse Vine Emperor naturally couldn't withstand even one of his attacks. Meanwhile, Song Chen's experience bar was slowly rising. It wasn't until he cleared the entire dungeon that his experience reached 1/3. He was still far from leveling up. This was unavoidable. After all, as his level increased, the required experience points nearly doubled. At level 89, he could level up to 90 by clearing the Lost Kingdom dungeon twice. It seemed he still needed to clear the dungeon at least 2 more times. However, this time he wasn't solely there for experience. He had also collected 7 crystal cores, 1 S level, 3 A level, and 3 B level. Not too bad. He was one step closer to crafting mythic equipment. Inside the dungeon palace, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the portal. It was Song Chen. However, he only stayed there for less than a second before re-entering the Lost Kingdom dungeon, so the people inside the palace didn't even notice he had come out. They still thought the big shot would be inside for quite a while. Again, Song Chen wasn't deliberately pursuing speed. After all, he had already broken the record for this dungeon once. The rewards were already in hand. There were no additional rewards for breaking the record again. However, this was a good place to collect shadow spirits, including those from yesterday. His spirit army had already surpassed 170,000. One could say that for dungeons below level 100, he didn't need to do anything. He could easily clear the dungeon just by sending out all his spirit troops and also break a record in the process. If it weren't for the need to collect more crystal cores while he was still at level 90, he wouldn't continue to waste time here. Song Chen re-entered the dungeon without any unnecessary words, summoned the spirit army, and charged directly into the ruined city. This time, he focused more on the high-level zombies. After all, low-level zombies almost never dropped crystal cores. Only high-level zombies would drop them. The stronger the monster, the higher the quality of the loot it drops. This has been an ironclad rule since the inception of the dungeon. After clearing this dungeon several times, Song Chen was already well aware of the distribution of high-level monsters. He commanded his army to split into several groups and charge towards the area where the high-level zombies were located. 25 minutes later, most of the low-level zombies and all the high-level zombies were killed by his spirit army. As he wished, he obtained 6 crystal cores. Next, Song Chen ran to the city center. With a single strike of the Heaven and Earth Seal, he defeated the boss, the Thousand Corpse Vine Emperor, and successfully collected a guaranteed S-grade crystal core. Meanwhile, his experience bar also progressed to 1/5. Since the dungeon of this Lost Kingdom was a level 90 dungeon, only level 90 professionals could enter. If Song Chen reached level 91, he would no longer be able to enter this dungeon. Therefore, he decided to collect as many crystal cores as possible during this time. As for experience, he could sacrifice some if necessary. Inside the palace, the central white jade pillar erupted with brilliant light once again, accompanied by a familiar melody. Everyone's hearts trembled, instinctively turning their gazes towards the portal of the Lost Kingdom dungeon. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared there, but it flickered and vanished from sight once more. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What the heck, is this another record broken? Who said just now that the great god was lucky yesterday? How is it possible, another record broken? Who exactly is Song Chen? How did the great god go in again? Isn't he tired? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their expressions quite complex. Originally inspired by the great god, they thought they could also refresh the dungeon record, but the great god's continuous record breaking truly left them feeling disheartened. Everyone was human. How could the great god be so strong? What did he eat to grow up? Song Chen had no time to pay attention to the crowd's reactions. He was solely focused on clearing the Lost Kingdom dungeon. After all, he only needed to pay academic credits to eliminate the cooldown time, and there was no experience penalty at all. He was truly enjoying the grind. He cleared the dungeon 5 more times in a row, only when his level was maxed out. Did he stop soloing this dungeon? His level had also reached 91. During this time, the light pillar in the center of the palace brightened 4 more times. Song Chen directly raised the record for the Lost Kingdom dungeon to under 20 minutes. In fact, if he wanted, he could easily do it in under 10 minutes. However, considering the unfamiliar professionals in the palace, he didn't keep the record at an absurd level, giving them a glimmer of hope. After exiting The Lost Kingdom dungeon. Song Chen looked at his backpack filled to the brim with materials and equipment and revealed a satisfied smile. He had collected a total of 77 crystal cores, which could at least increase the success rate of crafting mythic level equipment by an additional 25%. It was worth the time he spent soloing this dungeon. After all, continuously soloing the same dungeon was incredibly boring. Next, Song Chen still had 3 free attempts left. There were still quite a few dungeons above level 90 in the palace. To obtain the rewards for refreshing the clearing record and to gain more experience, he preferred to choose higher level dungeons. After checking, he ultimately chose a level 95 dungeon, the mutated Super Beast dungeon. Its minimum entry level was 91, which was perfect for him at the moment. Standing in front of the portal for the dungeon, he didn't bother to check the relevant information and directly selected Hell level difficulty. With the current number of his summoned army of 480,000 spirits, he wasn't afraid of even a large dungeon above level 100, let alone this level 95 mutated Super Beast dungeon. Once Song Chen entered the dungeon, he didn't even need to lift a finger. He only needed to leisurely sit on the back of the giant dragon, sipping tea, while the army of spirits beneath him would help him push through the entire dungeon without leaving a single survivor. 30 minutes later, the white jade pillars in the palace lit up again with a bright light. At this moment, the many professionals in the Great Hall were all numb. I was wrong. I still underestimated the power of the Great God. When will I ever be as powerful as the Great God? Maybe in the next life, you might have a bit of hope. I kind of don't want to run dungeons anymore. What should I do? Compared to the Great God, I seem like a waste. No, you aren't even worth calling a waste. Woo woo. Despair was evident on everyone's faces, and they couldn't help but sigh in lament. The Great God soloed a hell-level dungeon, breaking records as easily as drinking water. Meanwhile, these people struggled even to clear a nightmare-level dungeon, let alone break records. At this moment, they felt an impulse to escape from here. After soloing the mutated Super Beast dungeon 3 times in a row and breaking records twice, he also earned 100 credits plus 5 points for Academy performance, and his level increased by 1. Not only that, the equipment and various materials obtained in the dungeon, if converted into credits, would at least amount to several thousand. This was just a conservative estimate. After all, red equipment has a premium, and the credits earned might be much higher. Song Chen reached level 92 and then shifted his gaze to the next dungeon, the ghost-faced spider nest dungeon. Just as everyone in the palace felt despair, a beam of white light suddenly appeared. A team of professionals walked out from the white light. Leading them was a handsome young man, followed by several teammates dressed in fine equipment. Almost all of them were in red gear. It was clear they were not ordinary students, at least they were professionals from top-tier academies. There are still 2 days until the endless snowfield opens, so let's take this time to level up and break a record, the young team leader said to his teammates. The others wore flattering smiles. Captain, you're amazing. Which dungeon are we rushing into? Don't worry, Captain, when we get to the endless snowfield, I definitely won't hold you back. Yeah, I'm just 1 level away from reaching level 100, and then our team will surely get the Heart of Infinity. With the captain here, getting the Heart of Infinity will be a piece of cake. The teammates chimed in, flattering the captain. The young man clearly enjoyed it, casting a proud glance at the crowd in the hall before leading his team to a dungeon portal. It was indeed the ghost-faced spider nest dungeon. The team he led almost broke the first-place record back then. Unfortunately, there were just too many ghost-faced spiders, and the ghost-faced Spider King was particularly troublesome. That was why they took quite a bit of time to clear it. Today, they were here to break the first-place record. However, before them, someone was already standing at the entrance of the dungeon portal. Classmate, could you please step aside? Our team is waiting to enter the dungeon. Yeah, you alone shouldn't enter the dungeon. There won't be enough to feed the ghost-faced spiders inside. Hurry up and move aside. Don't waste our time. A group of people clearly looked down on Song Chen and spoke very rudely. The young leader frowned upon seeing someone blocking the entrance to the portal, clearly a bit displeased. So, he didn't stop what his teammates said earlier. They were right, this person entering the dungeon alone was indeed looking for death. What his teammate said was actually saving him, advising him not to do something foolish. Just as the young man thought Song Chen would obediently step aside and let them in, he saw the person turn around and calmly say, "You can enter after I go in." What the hell? Fine. A teammate couldn't hold back and was about to curse, but was stopped by the young man. He then chuckled and said to Song Chen, "Classmate, soloing isn't a joke. Don't push yourself just for the sake of pride. After all, you only have 1 life, and once it's gone, it's gone." To his surprise, Song Chen turned away and ignored him completely. After choosing the hell level difficulty dungeon, he walked straight into the light portal. The smile on the young man's face instantly froze, and upon seeing Song Chen's choice of the hell level dungeon, he could only let out a cold snort. The group of teammates around him looked visibly surprised. Captain, is this kid trying to throw his life away? Soloing a hell-level dungeon? Isn't that just asking for death? Did what we said just now provoke him? The young man disdainfully replied, "Forget about him, let's go into and aim to break the record for first place in one go." Hearing this, the teammates nodded in agreement and stopped paying attention to Song Chen. They also chose the hell-level dungeon and entered the light portal one after another. As the young man and his team entered, the professionals inside the palace revealed cunning smiles. Looks like there are quite a few reckless newcomers in the dungeon palace daring to challenge the great god. Hee hee, it's time to knock some of that arrogance out of these academic types. Hee hee, why? Compare with anyone else when you can compare with the great god? This is going to be a good show. Forget it, I won't enter the dungeon either. I don't want to miss a good show, huh? Many professionals spontaneously gathered at the entrance of the ghost-faced spider nest dungeon, chatting while waiting. 2 hours later, inside the ghost-faced spider nest dungeon, under the gloomy sky, gusts of wind swept through countless holes in the canyon, producing a wailing sound. At the bottom of the canyon, a team of professionals was methodically casting skills, continuously killing the ghost-faced spiders that rushed out from the caves in the upper cliffs. Each of these ghost-faced spiders was the size of a human head, entirely black but with tufts of white hair growing on their backs, forming a bizarre face. At this moment, hundreds of ghost-faced spiders were surging towards the central professional team. Meanwhile, beams of light transformed from skills shot towards the densely packed ghost-faced spiders, swiftly reaping their lives. Finally, 14 minutes passed. The last wave of ghost-faced spiders was completely wiped out. The young captain took out a bottle of blue potion and drank it to replenish his lost mana. Alright, let's rest for a minute, then we'll enter the cave and take down the final boss, the ghost-faced Spider King. Yes, the other teammates replied in unison. They then entered the largest cave, slaying dozens of ghost-faced spiders along the way. Finally, they arrived at the lair of the ghost-faced Spider King. In this spacious underground cave, thick, milky white spider silk was everywhere. Right in front, on the cave wall, rested a gigantic ghost-faced Spider King measuring several dozen meters long. Its fangs were bared, and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. However, the young man showed no fear. "We have 20 minutes left to break the record set by the first place. Don't hold back, we must kill the ghost-faced Spider King within these 20 minutes. He said, feeling a hint of excitement. After all, if they could refresh the dungeon completion record, his fame within the academy would undoubtedly rise significantly. The rewards were secondary, he valued the reputation more. 15 minutes later, ignoring his nearly depleted health bar, the young man directly detonated one of his red equipment pieces, forcibly blowing off the last spider leg of the ghost-faced Spider King. Then his teammates also gathered their last bit of mana and unleashed their skills. Finally, they successfully killed the ghost-faced Spider King. The young man immediately burst into excited laughter. Even though he had lost a piece of red equipment this time, the other equipment on him had also suffered some damage, but all of this was worth it. They successfully cleared the dungeon in 20 minutes and finally broke the record. From then on, every adventurer wanting to enter the Ghost-Face Spider Nest dungeon would first see their name on the leaderboard. Chun Luren, Captain, we did it. We are number 1, ha, Captain, you're amazing. The team members looked exhausted, but their faces were filled with excitement. Chun Luren laughed heartily, his expression full of pride. Let's go out of the dungeon. I want the students in the palace to remember my name. A beam of white light immediately enveloped them. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the light gate. Chun Luren eagerly looked up at the leaderboard, but the moment he saw the rankings, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. His teammates were also petrified, their faces filled with disbelief. The first place on the leaderboard read Song Chen, Hell Level Difficulty, 30 minutes. The second place was still Song Chen, Hell Level Difficulty, 31 minutes. The third place was still Song Chen, Hell Level Difficulty, 32 minutes. Fourth place, Song Chen. Fifth place, Song Chen. And they were completely pushed out of the rankings. Chun Luren looked at the leaderboard filled with Song Chen's name and felt as if the sky was about to collapse. He had spent at least half a year preparing to break this dungeon's record and had even lost a piece of red equipment. Yet, coming out to see that his name wasn't even on the leaderboard made him feel utterly crushed. At the same time, Chun Luren felt an inexplicable anger towards this person named Song Chen. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have even been pushed out of the top 5. I want to kill this Song Chen. Don't stop me, Chun Luren shouted frantically. The other teammates were startled awake by the captain's roar, instinctively stepping forward to stop him, and they all began to advise, "Captain, don't be impulsive, calm down." "Yeah, Captain, you can't possibly beat him, going would just be suicide." "Captain, he can solo the hell-level Ghost-Face Spider Nest dungeon in 30 minutes, he's not someone you can handle." "Captain, please don't go, I beg you really will die." A group of people held on to Chun Luren tightly, trying every way to persuade him until they finally managed to calm him down. However, with every word they said, Chun Luren's expression darkened a bit more. Although what they said was true, Chun Luren still felt very displeased. He had hoped to use this record-breaking moment to boost the team's morale and clear the upcoming endless Snowfield dungeon. But unexpectedly, it almost broke them instead. Who exactly is this Song Chen? Chun Luren's heart was filled with doubt, and suddenly, a handsome young man flashed through his mind. Could it be him? Just then, Chun Luren's thoughts were interrupted by a burst of laughter. In the hall, the crowd that had been waiting to see the spectacle burst into laughter upon seeing Chun Luren's teen's shocked expressions. Ah, this is too funny. Hee hee, daring to offend the great god, this outcome is still mild. Yeah, brotherly Sean is still lying in bed recovering from his injuries. Look at them, completely clueless, not even knowing who they offended. The crowd, reveling in the drama, mercilessly mocked them. Hearing this, Chun Luren's face turned bright red, realizing he had embarrassed himself terribly. He could only glare fiercely at the crowd, not daring to speak. But he really wanted to know if this Song Chen was indeed the great god they spoke of, and who exactly he was. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask the crowd, fellow students, can anyone tell me which academy Song Chen is from? As soon as these words were spoken, they sparked a burst of laughter among the crowd. Chun Luren, seeing this, struggled to suppress his urge to get angry and was about to ask again. But at that moment, a chubby man with long hair smiled and said, even my grandma would call Song Chen a big shot if she saw him. How dare you mock him just now? What, just because you're a student from a top-tier academy? You look down on us ordinary students? Hee hee, now you're all quiet, huh? Chun Luren was suddenly taken aback, recalling the figure from earlier. It was him. After all, Chun Luren had seen with his own eyes that this person had entered a hell-level dungeon alone. Who else could it be? He was actually just an ordinary student. Chun Luren's feelings at that moment were a mix of shock and deep despair. An ordinary student could solo a hell-level dungeon 5 times in a row and break records each time. Where could they, the self-important academy members, hide their faces? Well, it seemed there was no need to hide, since he had already lost all face. Chun Luren sighed and then left the dungeon palace with his teammates, feeling dejected. The long-haired chubby man muttered in dissatisfaction, what kind of person is this, not even saying thank you? Today is the community Latin dance finals and my grandma is about to win the championship. I was even thinking of inviting you all to cheer for her. Inside the Dark Knight Ghost City dungeon, Song Chen looked at the massive ghostly boss formed from the shadows of the entire city and smiled slightly. Then, a brilliant seal descended. Countless golden rays illuminated the ghostly city, instantly brightening the entire space as if it were daytime. The ghostly boss let out a piercing scream. But that wasn't the end. Before the boss could retreat into the depths of the city, an endless golden seal crashed down, crushing the ghostly boss, which was dozens of meters tall, into nothingness. Familiar notification messages began to flood the screen in front of Song Chen. His level smoothly reached 94. Although the higher the level, the more experience was needed. That was only for ordinary practitioners. For Song Chen, it was hardly a problem. Was the experience gained from clearing a dungeon too little? Then just run it a few more times. With his current strength, speeding through high-level dungeons was no challenge at all. For example, in the Ghostface Spider Nest dungeon, Song Chen deliberately controlled the clearing time to around 30 minutes, intending to dampen that young man's arrogance. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could clear the dungeon in 5 minutes. All he needed to do was find the final boss and kill it. Although he didn't know what expressions that young man and his teammates would have when they came out, it surely wouldn't lack despair. A gentle smile appeared on Song Chen's face. The light screen above the dungeon portal only recorded the top 5 fastest clearing teams, so he had cleared the Ghostface Spider Nest dungeon 5 times, and each time his clearing time was only a minute or 2 faster than the last. This way, all the data recorded on that screen was his own. No matter what, that young man and his team could never break the record, not even make it onto the leaderboard. After coming out of the Dark Knight Ghost City dungeon, Song Chen had once again broken the record, and his 5 free entries into the dungeon had already been used up. If he wanted to enter the dungeon again, he would need to spend credits. He didn't mind, because compared to those dungeons outside, this place was simply a holy land for grinding experience and leveling up. With just a little bit of credits, he could infinitely solo the dungeon. It was incredibly comfortable. In the following days, Song Chen almost stayed in the dungeon palace the entire time. Not only did his level rise by 2 more levels, but the materials and equipment accumulated in the space were countless. Moreover, as he continuously broke the dungeon records, his credits were also rapidly increasing. The credits he spent were quickly replenished. It was simply exhilarating. 2 days later, obsessed with soloing dungeons, Song Chen finally received a message from Ishen. The endless snowfield is about to open. Come to the Academic Affairs office. Upon seeing this message, Song Chen halted his leveling grind. Compared to the dungeons within the palace, the allure of the endless snowfield was far greater for him. Only there could he obtain the items he desired to increase his skill points. Exiting the dungeon palace, Song Chen hurriedly made his way to the Academic Affairs office. Inside the office, Dongfang Yi was still lounging in his office chair, a faint smile on his face. Despite giving off a friendly vibe, the subtle pressure emanating from him made anyone hesitant to underestimate him. No one dared to show him any disrespect. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye, as any casual movement from this prominent figure of the Great Xia Kingdom carried an extraordinary aura. However, Song Chen remained unfazed. Yi Xin was powerful, but he would eventually catch up. So when he saw Dongfang Yi, Song Chen maintained a calm expression. Yi Xin, when do we set off? He asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Concerned about his future strength, he didn't want to wait too long. Dongfang Yi chuckled, knowing Song Chen was eager to get to the endless snowfield dungeon, so he didn't keep him in suspense. Don't rush, the endless snowfield dungeon will open in an hour. How much do you know about this dungeon? Song Chen replied, I checked the information at the Academy Library. Dongfang Yi gave him an approving look and continued, then you must know how to obtain the heart of the endless. So I plan to solo the dungeon, Song Chen said without hesitation. Dongfang Yi laughed heartily, having anticipated this response. After all, he was aware of everything that had happened in the dungeon palace over the past few days. Not only had Song Chen soloed hell-level dungeons, but he had also dominated the leaderboard for dungeon completion records. This had spurred many academy members, some of whom even attempted to imitate Song Chen's solo runs, but naturally, they all ended in failure. Indeed, the fewer the number of people, the greater the chance of obtaining the heart of the endless, Dongfang Yi said, looking at Song Chen with admiration, then provided him with another piece of information. The reason the endless snowfield dungeon is special is that it produces items that can increase skill points, but there's another hidden rule in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Song Chen immediately became interested and asked, what rule? The more frequently you use skills in the dungeon, the higher the chance of dropping items that increase skill points from monsters. Dongfang Yi explained. Song Chen's eyes lit up, nearly bursting into laughter. He had originally thought of unleashing the over 500,000 spirit army he had accumulated to steamroll through the snowfield. He hadn't expected there to be such a hidden rule in the snowfield. Thus, in order to obtain more items that increase skill points and to acquire the heart of the endless, he would have to rely solely on using skills. But then again, with his array of forbidden spells and heavenly tier skills, flattening this dungeon would be a piece of cake. This dungeon was practically tailor-made for him. Song Chen was already eager to enter the dungeon and wreak havoc. Dongfang Yi laughed, no time to waste, let's go. He then walked over to Song Chen and placed his right hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an exceptionally spacious hall. At that moment, about 10 teams had already gathered in the hall. Each team consisted of no more than 15 people, with some teams having as few as 8 members. After all, the fewer the number of people entering the dungeon, the higher the rewards. Thus, it was understandable that these teams were so small that Dongfang Yi personally escorted Song Chen here, causing quite a stir among the people in the hall. After all, he was a legendary figure, and it was surprising that he would personally accompany a student to this place. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed very strange. Although Dongfang Yi was at the same academy as them, he was usually elusive, only appearing during significant events. Therefore, everyone was extremely shocked and envious at this moment. The fact that someone could earn the favor of the Gadi was a clear indication of their extraordinary nature. Dongfang Yi chuckled, be careful not to stay in the snowfield instance for more than 3 days, or you'll never get out. Without even glancing at the crowd, he left the place. Song Chen nodded. He was used to the decisive nature of Gadi and turned to observe the surroundings. The hall was exceptionally spacious and luxurious. All kinds of facilities were available, and there was even a dedicated medical team waiting here to prevent anyone from suffering serious injuries in the instance without timely treatment. In the center of the hall stood a massive circular portal. It was 10 meters high, and the black stone frame was covered in dense runes. From the frame extended more than 10 chains, all made of runes, tightly binding the swirling light portal in the center. The blue light flickered erratically and was slowly contracting outward. It seems that's the entrance to the instance. Song Chen casually found an unoccupied spot to sit down and began his final wait. An hour later, the chains in the center of the light portal would completely open. At that time, he could enter the endless snowfield instance and retrieve the heart of infinity. During this time, Song Chen didn't remain idle. He started allocating his skill points. After 3 days of accumulation, his skill points had reached 1,491,455. This was enough for him to upgrade both skills to forbidden spells, with plenty to spare. Without any hesitation, Song Chen directly allocated the points to the Golden Light Divine spell. Cost 550,000 skill points. Golden Light Divine spell, Heavenly tier. 1 star, Forbidden spell, Guardian Divine Light. Desolate Forbidden spell, releases a Guardian Divine Light on the target, making them immune to any abnormal and negative status effects, while also covering the target's surface with a Guardian Divine Light that can absorb up to 9,800,000 points of damage, with 50% of the damage dealt by enemies reflected back. Cost 15 mana. Cooldown 1.5s. Song Chen looked at the Guardian Divine Light that he had upgraded to a forbidden spell and felt very satisfied. Not only could it make him immune to any abnormal status effects, but it could also reflect half of the damage received back. More importantly, the Guardian Divine Light could absorb 9,800,000 damage. This meant that even if he stood Still, and let 10 level 100 grand magicians continuously cast skills to attack for 10 minutes, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Moreover, the cooldown was only 1.5 seconds, and with the cooldown reduction from his equipment, he could cast the Guardian Divine Light again in as little as 0.5 seconds. If other professionals knew this, they would surely show expressions of despair. It was worth the massive amount of skill points Song Chen had invested in this skill, giving him a strong sense of security. At this moment, compared to the endless snowfield instance, he was practically a dimensional strike. In a hidden space within the academy, Su Tongjun looked slightly stunned, even indifferent to Dongfang Yi's appearance before him. "What's wrong? You look surprised." Dongfang Yi casually sat across from him, asking with some confusion. Su Tongjun finally came to his senses and couldn't help but say, "Oldie, where did you dig up this monster? In just a few days, he's already level 96. Dongfang Yi was also slightly surprised to hear this. "Just now, I was too focused on explaining this situation in the dungeon to Song Chen that I completely overlooked his level." However, Su Tongjun, who was hiding nearby and deliberately observing Song Chen, immediately noticed his extraordinary abilities. In just 3 days, he had actually leveled up 6 times. Dongfang Yi recalled that Song Chen had been almost entirely immersed in the dungeon palace these past few days, and he chuckled. "Hee, surprised now? See, I wasn't lying to you." Su Tongjun coughed a few times. "I have to admit, I was skeptical before, but seeing this now really gives me quite a shock." Dongfang Yi said, "Perhaps we were too conservative before. Someone like Song Chen is at least a once-in-a-thousand-years genius." Upon hearing this, Su Tongjun's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time he had seen Dongfang Yi give such high praise to someone. Even the students from the Super God Academy only received a rating of excellent from him. Doesn't this mean that Song Chen is significantly stronger than those from the Super God Academy? Wait, are you saying that in this dungeon, that kid is going to solo it? Su Tongjun said, somewhat incredulously. Of course, Dongfang Yi nodded. "If I remember correctly, oldie, you also soloed quite a few dungeons back in your student days." A proud look appeared on Dongfang Yi's face. "Hee, that was all in the past. You can't compare with the young people. You could solo those lower-level dungeons, but during the endless snowfield incident, you almost died in there," Su Tongjun mercilessly pointed out. Dongfang Yi immediately coughed a few times, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That was all in the past. Why bring it up? It's meaningless. I actually admire the kid quite a bit, but isn't this a bit too risky?" Su Tongjun said with some concern. Dongfang Yi smiled confidently. "No worries, I believe in him." In the hall, Song Chen looked at the large number of skill points remaining and felt a bit troubled. Although he was thinking of saving these skill points to elevate the Heaven and Earth seal to the cosmic level, as long as he entered the dungeon and obtained the Heart of Infinity, he wouldn't lack skill points afterward. It would be better to use these skill points now. At least he could create another forbidden spell. After some thought, Song Chen decided to use these skill points to quickly convert them into his own strength. He then glanced at the skill bar and focused on the Earth Shrinking Technique. The Earth Shrinking Technique at the Heaven level 1 star could cover a distance of up to 1,000 meters in a single step. It was almost instantaneous movement, unmatched by any other movement skill. The speed ring was perfectly outclassed by it. Naturally, Song Chen couldn't waste skill points on this skill. Therefore, he directly allocated the 6th forbidden spell slot to Earth Shrinking. This skill was still at the Heaven level, yet it displayed such immense power. If it were to be upgraded to a forbidden spell, it would be incredible. Without hesitation, Song Chen focused his thoughts, and a massive amount of skill points surged toward this skill. Consumption: 550,000 skill points. Earth Shrinking, Heaven level 1 star, forbidden spell. Earth Shrinking, Desolate, forbidden spell. Earth Shrinking, Desolate. Using this skill allows you to cross a distance of up to 10,000 meters in a single step, ignoring any binding effects, consuming 10 mana points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. After reading the skill description, a slight smile appeared on Song Chen's lips. In an instant, he could escape a distance of 10,000 meters. This effect was already comparable to a small teleportation stone. Moreover, after using a small teleportation stone, one could not choose their desired destination. It was a random teleport. However, the forbidden level Earth Shrinking was different. Once activated, Song Chen could go wherever he wanted, as long as the target location was within 10,000 meters of him. He could arrive in the blink of an eye. The power displayed by this skill was far beyond that of a small teleportation stone, and it ignored any binding effects. In this way, whether pursuing or escaping, Song Chen was completely unafraid. After using up 1,100,000 skill points, he had over 400,000 left, which was not enough to further elevate a forbidden spell. Song Chen then turned his attention to the newly acquired Ice Sword technique. As an ice element attack skill, it was quite suitable for use in the Snowfield dungeon. With the enhancement of the icy environment, the power of this skill would undoubtedly increase. With nothing else to do, Song Chen decided to elevate this skill to the heavenly level. Consumption of 71,050 skill points. Ice Sword technique, yellow level 1 star, profound. Ice Spirit Sword technique, heavenly level 1 star, profound. Ice Spirit Sword Technique. Heavenly Level 1 Star summons 1000 ice swords, each capable of dealing up to 40,000 damage, consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. 1000 ice swords, each capable of dealing a maximum of 40,000 points of real damage. This means that with this skill he could deal up to 40 million points of real damage. Song Chen was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the ice sword technique, which he at least favored, to be so powerful after being elevated to the heavenly level. If he entered the endless snowfield dungeon with the dungeon environment's enhancement and the 100% critical damage brought by his own heavenly Dao body, it could easily reach over 100 million. That was almost comparable to the previous Earth level heavenly seal. It could be said that the Heart of Infinity was completely under his control now. Everything was ready, just waiting for the endless snowfield dungeon to open. Song Chen stared intently at the light gate in the center of the hall, his gaze burning. After a somewhat boring wait, a sudden loud clanking sound of chains came from the endless snowfield dungeon's light gate. The runic chains that had originally surrounded the center of the light gate had completely opened. This meant that the endless snowfield dungeon had been activated. The crowd in the hall immediately stood up excitedly, with teams walking side by side towards the dungeon's light gate. At the same moment, Song Chen also stood up, and his figure flashed in place, appearing first at the entrance of the light gate. As a special large-scale dungeon, the endless snowfield dungeon naturally had no difficulty divisions. However, the absence of difficulty divisions did not mean it was necessarily easy. On the contrary, the difficulty of the endless snowfield dungeon was even higher than that of ordinary hell-level dungeons. This was also why the Heart of Infinity was so difficult to obtain. Yet, Song Chen showed no signs of fear. He had soloed hell-level dungeons countless times, let alone this large-scale dungeon. The higher the difficulty, the more experience and rewards there would be. He liked it even more. When a figure suddenly appeared in front of the light gate, the other players in the hall were all taken aback. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this person was the one brought by Ishin earlier. Many had some grievances, but they dared not express them. After all, this was someone brought by Ishin who would dare to provoke him. Moreover, being valued by Ishin indicated that this person's strength should not be underestimated. However, what puzzled everyone was that this person actually intended to enter the endless snowfield dungeon alone, which was quite baffling. Who is this guy, acting all high and mighty? He dares to enter a large-scale dungeon alone? Being valued by Ishin, he might really have some skills. He really thinks he's Ishin, saying he can solo a large-scale dungeon just like that. Ridiculous, I bet. It won't be long before he comes running out in disgrace. The players in the hall scoffed at Song Chen's idea of soloing, thinking that if large-scale dungeons were that easy to clear, they wouldn't have gathered so many teammates. At that moment, a burly player clad in bright silver armor approached Song Chen with his team. It was Deng Jia, who had previously bought the Iceblood set from Song Chen. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting to encounter Song Chen here. Moreover, this person was actually valued by Ishin, which made him feel a pang of jealousy. Just an ordinary student, how could he be so lucky? But Deng Jia immediately shot a dissatisfied glance at Song Chen and couldn't help but say, "Classmate, could you please not block the entrance? We're still waiting to get in." Song Chen merely glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to respond. Then he stepped into the portal of the dungeon and vanished. Seeing him so dismissive, Deng Jia couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. "TCH, soloing a large dungeon? I think you're asking for trouble," he muttered discontentedly, then shouted loudly to his teammates, "Let's go, we're going in too." The dungeon would only be open for 3 days, and he didn't want to waste time here. Deng Jia led his team into the endless snowfield dungeon as well. The others, seeing that Song Chen had really entered the dungeon alone, all wore incredulous expressions. Wow, he really went in by himself. Young people are still too young, always thinking they're the special one, but in reality, they're nothing. In the past, no one has ever died when the dungeon opened. It seems this time will be an exception. Yeah, no one has ever soloed a level 100 large dungeon. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. With the strength of the great Song Chen, this time he will definitely make history. As soon as this was said, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the speaker. In response, Chun Luren gave a cold smile and offered no explanation. He merely glanced at the light screen above the entrance, which recorded the teams that had previously obtained the Endless Heart. The first place took a full 25 hours and 40 minutes to clear the dungeon and obtain the Endless Heart. Chun Luren scoffed at this. The achievements of the great Song Chen this time would surely leave everyone in shock. After all, he had been just like that in the beginning. Anyway, when the Great One comes out, they will realize how ridiculous their current thoughts are. Inside the endless snowfield dungeon, Song Chen seemed to have entered a world entirely made of ice and snow. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. The ground was entirely composed of ice and snow, and even the distant trees and hills were covered in ice and snow, as if made of snow. The howling cold wind whipped against Song Chen's face like a knife, chilling him to the bone. Even with his current physique of 3,500, he felt his whole body shivering from the cold. If he had no countermeasures, a professional's strength would likely be reduced by at least 20% here. Without saying a word, Song Chen activated the forbidden spell Guardian Light. A faint golden light rose from his body, completely blocking the endless cold outside. Ha! He let out a breath, finally having the time to observe his surroundings. He was now in a mountainous area, surrounded by rolling white hills and varying heights of white ice trees. There was no sense of direction at all. Song Chen knew before entering that this dungeon space would be very large. In fact, some people had gotten lost in the dungeon space before. After all, everything around was a vast expanse of white, making it hard to discern specific directions. The sun in the sky hung there, never moving from its position. Even the most basic directions of east, south, west, and north were unrecognizable. This was within Song Chen's expectations. After all, a dungeon is a dungeon, not the real world. The rules from outside simply do not apply here. He casually chose a direction and walked forward. After about 10 minutes of walking, a towering ancient ice tree, over 10 meters high, suddenly seemed to come to life, swinging its snow-covered branches toward him. This surprise attack caught Song Chen off guard. However, he remained completely still, calmly enduring the blow. Just as the ancient tree's branches were about to reach his body, a dazzling golden light erupted from his surface, instantly shattering the incoming branches. In contrast, Song Chen himself remained unscathed under the protection of the guardian light. After all, this skill not only dispelled the cold but could also withstand up to 9.8 million points of damage. Ordinary monsters around level 100 couldn't break through his defenses at all. Song Chen then looked at the ancient ice and snow tree that had suddenly come to life, and a message appeared before his eyes. Ice Ancient Tree, Super Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 8,900,000 Level 100 Strength 10,420 Agility 2,000 Spirit 2,000 Constitution 9,230 Defense 11,900 Skills. Endless Entanglement. Born Ice Armor monsters in large dungeons, any one of them could match the boss monsters in ordinary dungeons. Its attributes were even higher than that of the mutated giant elephant in the Lost Kingdom dungeon, but due to racial limitations, its agility and spirit were still quite low. Even a small monster is this powerful, truly worthy of a large dungeon. However, for me, it seems to make no difference. Song Chen raised his hand, and the Xianbing Spirit Sword technique was activated. Instantly, giant ice swords over 3 meters long coalesced in the surrounding space. They densely clustered in front of Song Chen, and under the influence of the special cold environment here, their power was enhanced by 20% compared to the outside world. He then pointed a finger at the ancient ice tree charging towards him, waving the branch. The giant ice swords surrounding him transformed into streaks of light, shooting towards the ancient ice tree. Circles of visible white ice flowers sprouted from the path of the ice swords, slowly falling to the ground. The ice sword technique even froze the air along the way into clusters of ice flowers. Bang bang bang. Countless giant ice swords pierced into the ancient tree's body, instantly shattering its massive trunk, creating large craters in the snow behind it. At the same time, a message prompt appeared before Song Chen. Kill 100 ice ancient trees, gain experience plus 853,000. After killing this ice ancient tree, Song Chen did not relax at all. Because the surrounding area was almost filled with dense ice and snow trees, it was impossible to tell which one would be the ice ancient tree. Fortunately, the Eye of Insight he had previously enhanced through the appraisal technique came into play. It accurately pointed out which tree was the ice ancient tree. These ice ancient trees were no different from other large trees. They would only attack when prey passed by them. Moreover, as Song Chen delved deeper, the number of ice and snow trees around him increased. Naturally, the number of ice ancient trees also grew. Almost every 3 large trees had one disguised as a normal tree. Song Chen speculated that he must have entered the territory of the ice ancient trees. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 large trees growing in this mountain range. Although the Eye of Insight could accurately identify which were ice ancient trees, distinguishing so many was still quite taxing. He simply chose not to differentiate. After all, with one earthly seal, whether it was a normal large tree or an ice ancient tree, they would all turn to ashes. The flood-level earthly seal reappeared. An endless golden seal broke through the clouds and crashed down with a thunderous sound. The scene was as if the golden sky was collapsing. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, the previously motionless ice ancient trees, which were ready to ambush, suddenly withdrew their thick roots buried deep underground. They began to move slowly with their roots. Many ice ancient trees, in their panic, got their roots and branches tangled together, tripping over each other and unable to get up for a long time. Even those ice ancient trees that weren't tripped by their companions didn't run far. The golden seal pressed down heavily, crushing all the ice and snow trees along with the icy hills. They were rooted into nothingness. Song Chen's view suddenly opened up. However, compared to the vast mountain range here, the plain created by the earthly seal still seemed a bit lacking. Meanwhile, a large amount of experience was credited. This time, nearly 1,000 level 100 ice ancient trees were exterminated. He gained nearly 800 million experience points, directly pushing his experience bar to 80%. A smile appeared on Song Chen's face. It could only be said that this was indeed a large-scale dungeon where one could casually harvest so much experience. It seemed he had truly come to the right place this time. Riding the Thunder Dragon, Songchen flew over a plain created by one of his skills. Along the way, he saw many giant icy trees, each at least several dozen meters tall. To prevent these large trees from containing ancient ice trees, Songchen spared no effort and unleashed a heaven and earth seal downward. As a large amount of experience poured in, it immediately confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, there were quite a few ancient ice trees mixed among these icy trees, which almost allowed them to slip by unnoticed. After flying for more than 2 hours, Songchen had barely crossed over half of the mountain range. This clearly showed how vast this dungeon space was. After all, the completion records from previous sessions had never been less than 24 hours. Just finding the boss would take a lot of time, not to mention the troublesome small monsters like the ancient ice trees encountered along the way. He was just about to continue steering the dragon forward, aiming to fly out of this mountain range. However, as he passed through a completely enclosed valley, the scenery below suddenly changed. The howling cold wind and snow abruptly vanished, and even the white snow on the ground disappeared without a trace, replaced by steaming hot springs. Surrounding them were unknown flowers and plants, all standing tall and vibrant, full of the breath of spring. Inside and outside the valley were completely two different worlds. The wind and snow came to a complete halt here, with spring and winter clearly delineated. This was actually a rare hot spring valley. Without a second thought, Songchen turned and charged into the valley. Something unusual must be afoot. In such a harsh environment of ice and snow, there was such a warm and comfortable place. It was bound to be accompanied by great danger. And he, Songchen, would definitely not miss out on such a good place to farm experience. However, before he could land in the valley, long black spears, each about 2 meters long, shot up from the water below, targeting the person and dragon above the valley. The black spears were densely packed, like a giant net, completely enveloping them. There was no room to dodge. Songchen narrowed his eyes, placing his right hand on the dragon's back. Instantly, a golden light burst forth from his palm, enveloping the dragon's body completely. At the same time, under his command, the dragon gathered its wings, protecting Songchen. At that moment, the dense black spears had already reached the dragon's front, clanging against the golden light. Bang 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 bang! As soon as the black spears made contact with the golden light, they scattered apart, failing to inflict any damage on the dragon, let alone on Songchen, who was under the protection of the dragon's wings. He looked down and saw that in the naturally formed hot spring pools, mermaid monsters were emerging. Their upper bodies were similar to humans, but their faces were covered with patches of blue fish scales, and they had ears resembling fish fins. Their lower halves were completely fish tails. Songchen observed these mermaid monsters for a moment, and his insight I immediately relayed the specific information about these creatures. Hot Spring Mermaid Health 8 100 000 Level 100 Strength 9 420 Agility 9000 Spirit 10 200 Constitution 5 230 Defense 5 900 Skills. Mermaid Song turn water into spear level 100 mermaid monsters? They are much weaker compared to the ancient ice trees from before. Songchen felt no fear at all, raising his hand to summon a dense array of giant ice swords in the surrounding space. Without a word, he directly smashed them toward the group of mermaid monsters. It was simple and brutally straightforward. If it were another team entering this hot spring valley, they would definitely not be so reckless. After all, there were over 1,000 mermaid monsters here. They could only lure the monsters out bit by bit and then surround and kill them. However, Songchen was completely unafraid. In his view, this approach was simply a waste of time. At the same time, Songchen's actions clearly infuriated the mermaid monsters. They opened their mouths towards Songchen in the sky, revealing their serrated fangs. Then, dark spears shot out from the mouths of the mermaid monsters, heading straight for the ice sword. However, these spears were shattered the moment they made contact with the ice sword. The giant ice sword shot towards the mermaid monsters in the hot spring without any hindrance. Moreover, the deadly chill emanating from the ice sword froze each hot spring in its path. After all, the Shenbing Spirit Sword technique was an area attack skill, and a single ice sword's damage was naturally insufficient to kill these mermaid monsters. But freezing them for a moment was more than enough. Immediately afterward, a wave of purplish-red lightning suddenly enveloped the entire valley. Below, it instantly transformed into a sea of thunder. Crackle crackle. Lightning flashed wildly in the valley. A series of purplish-red lightning serpents swiftly devoured the mermaid monsters in the hot spring. With just one strike, nearly half of the mermaid monsters in the valley were wiped out. Accompanied by a large influx of experience, Songchen happily leveled up to level 97. Meanwhile, the remaining mermaid monsters below gathered towards the center of the hot spring. Then, a melodious and enchanting song emerged from their mouths. If Songchen hadn't seen the appearance of these mermaid monsters, he might have thought it was the song of beautiful mermaids. It was surprising that such ugly mermaid monsters could possess such a wonderful singing voice. Of course, although the song was very beautiful, any adventurer daring enough to appreciate it would be close to death. Even with Song Chen's current mental attributes, he felt a slight dizziness. However, this sensation lasted only a moment before vanishing without a trace. If there were other adventurers present, they would surely be entranced by this mermaid song and then cruelly devoured by the group of mermaid monsters. But Song Chen was not significantly affected. In fact, if it weren't for this group of mermaid monsters gathering together to unleash the skill, he wouldn't have felt anything at all. The momentary dizziness he experienced was already the result of the mermaid's efforts. To reward the beautiful song of these mermaid monsters, Song Chen unleashed another fierce sun divine thunder. Instantly, the purplish-red violent thunder covered the remaining mermaid monsters. A fragrant smell of charred flesh spread through the air. Song Chen turned all the mermaid monsters in the valley into grilled fish. Watching the massive influx of experience and loot, he pushed his experience bar up by a full 10%. Song Chen couldn't be happier. This place was indeed an experience paradise. With encounters consisting of level 100 monsters, and there were quite a few of them, it truly allowed Song Chen to enjoy himself. After sweeping clean all the mermaid monsters in the hot springs throughout the valley, a loud rumble echoed from the mountain wall ahead, splitting open a passage barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Song Chen showed no hesitation, summoning the lightning dragon into his space. He then calmly walked towards the passage. Upon entering, a warm and humid breath greeted him. Song Chen immediately sensed that the source of those hot springs outside was likely deep within this passage. The entrance was initially quite narrow. As he ventured deeper, the height of the passage increased. After walking for half an hour along the passage, he finally found himself in a vast underground cavern. The ceiling of the cavern was covered with countless glowing mosses, emitting a red light that illuminated the entire cavern brightly. In the center of the cavern was a lake emitting billowing white steam, occupying more than half of the cavern's area. As Song Chen walked along, he hadn't seen a single monster. At this moment, upon seeing the steaming lake, he revealed a kind smile. Because beside this lake, there were quite a few fishman monsters. Yes, fishman monsters. Unlike the mermaid monsters above, the fishman monsters here resemble fish more closely. Although they have fish-like bodies, they have developed 4 limbs. These fishman monsters are small in stature, barely half a meter tall, with pitifully short limbs, and they have only 3 toes in total. Surrounding them are blocks of crystal emitting a red glow. This group of fishman monsters is gathered around these crystals, looking quite content. The Eye of Insight activated. Detailed information about these fishman monsters immediately appeared before Song Chen. Fishman larvae, enhanced elite monster, health 5, 100, 000 level, 100 strength, 5, 200 agility, 8, 900 spirit, 5, 200 constitution, 5, 230 defense, 5, 900 skill, violent strike. Fishman larvae. No wonder they look so weak. They're even weaker than those mermaid monsters in the hot springs. Song Chen glanced at the fishman panel in front of him and couldn't help but scoff. However, he felt somewhat reassured. The number of fishman larvae here is not small, at least double that of the mermaid monsters. If he kills them all, the experience will barely match the last wave. Before Song Chen could make a move, the group of fishman monsters was quite exclusive, each one screeching as they picked up nearby spears, large knives, and other weapons, charging towards him. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back. He pointed a finger. Instantly, a flame ray exuding a violent and destructive aura shot out from his fingertip, piercing through the line of fishman monsters ahead as if they were sugar-coated haws. Following that, Song Chen raised his right arm and drew an arc in front of him. The ray, composed purely of flames, moved with his finger, sweeping across a large fan-shaped area ahead. The fishman monsters caught within this area were instantly sliced in half by the ray. Their 2 halves were then consumed by flames, turning to ashes. Kill 100 level fishman larvae, gain experience plus 402, 500. Kill 100 level fishman larvae, gain experience plus 402, 500. A series of experience notifications appeared before Song Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but frown. As he expected, even at level 100, the experience gained was too little. It was probably due to them being larvae. After all, they were 100 level enhanced elite monsters, and their attribute panels were indeed too weak. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be adult or mutated forms here besides the larvae. However, although the larvae in front of him gave little experience, their sheer number was overwhelming. Almost over 2,000. Song Chen's destructive flame finger had only wiped out a few hundred fishman larvae. Even so, these fishman monsters showed no signs of fear. Their weapons glowed red as they bravely charged at him. In response, Song Chen smiled faintly and unleashed a solar thunder. Instantly, a large area of purple-red lightning appeared, once again engulfing the gathered fishman monsters. Nearly 500 more fishman monsters were annihilated. They couldn't even get close to Song Chen. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Next, Song Chen used the profound ice spirit sword technique. However, the effect was not very good. After all, this skill is suitable for focused fire on bosses or leaders, and its area damage wasn't that impressive. However, at this moment, the cooldown for the destructive flame finger had already reset. Song Chen flicked his hand and unleashed another destructive flame finger, directly bringing a dual effect of ice and fire to this group of fishman monsters. The battle quickly came to an end. Song Chen gained a large amount of experience, pushing his experience bar to 19%. For him, killing monsters was the least time-consuming task. Most of the remaining time was wasted searching for monsters. After all, this was a large dungeon, and the space was vast. After dealing with the fishman monsters, Song Chen turned his attention to the red glowing ores within the cave. The Eye of Insight immediately relayed information about this ore. Fire crystal, when crushed, it can quickly replenish the mana of the practitioner. The higher the grade, the faster the mana replenishment. Looking at the information returned by the Eye of Insight, a look of surprise appeared on Song Chen's face. He had never expected that besides the fishman larvae, there would be such valuable items in the underground cave. Fire crystals. And there were quite a few premium ones. It is important to note that the main function of these fire crystals is to help practitioners quickly recover their mana. After all, the mana possessed by each practitioner is limited, and Song Chen is no exception. Although each of his skills does not consume much mana, frequent use could still deplete his mana reserves. Moreover, if he runs out of mana during a battle, it could be extremely dangerous. This means that the practitioner would have no means of self-defense and would be at the mercy of their enemies, unable to cope with any danger. Therefore, at such times, fire crystals can come in handy. Once crushed, they can quickly restore the practitioner's mana, preventing them from losing their combat ability in dangerous situations. They can be considered very useful items. Although Song Chen's mana is quite abundant, it is not infinite. If he encounters a formidable enemy or a large number of high-level monsters that he cannot handle, even with ample mana, he could still be drained dry. Thus, these fire crystals could be crucial for him at critical moments, ensuring he does not find himself in a predicament without mana. Song Chen approached the area of fire crystals and roughly counted them. He found that there were over 20 premium fire crystals. The rest were ordinary fire crystals, numbering around 100. It seems that the reason those fishman monsters gathered here was due to the abundance of fire crystals. Song Chen then collected all these fire crystals into his backpack. One premium fire crystal is enough to replenish over 10,000 mana, while the others of average quality can still restore over 1,000 mana each. Even if he doesn't need them, many practitioners outside would eagerly buy such fire crystals, as they are life-saving items in times of crisis. Once a practitioner runs out of mana, especially a magic-type practitioner, they cannot exert their full strength. In battle, they would be treated as live targets, which is extremely dangerous. Therefore, items that can quickly replenish mana are very popular among practitioners. Of course, Song Chen had no intention of selling them. Better safe than sorry. He has always been one to prepare for the worst. After collecting the fire crystals, Song Chen turned his gaze to the large lake in the center of the cave. Since the shore was populated by fishman larvae, it was very likely that their adult forms were lurking beneath the lake. Song Chen came to this large dungeon not only to grind monsters for experience and level up but also to obtain items that permanently increase skill points. However, along the way he had killed quite a few Treant and fishman monsters, yet he had not seen a single item that could permanently increase skill points. He found this quite normal. If such items were truly easy to obtain, he might have been able to buy them at the trading post. Song Chen remained very patient about this. To ensure he did not miss any monsters and also for the sake of skill point items, it was necessary for him to venture underwater. At this moment he was protected by the divine light, making him unafraid of the extreme conditions beneath the water. This was also why he dared to dive in to explore. Without hesitation, Song Chen walked towards the lake in the center of the cave. This lake was no different from the hot springs outside, emitting billowing steam, appearing out of place in the endless snowy expanse filled with ice and snow. Yet it was also full of temptation. After all, in such a cold environment that could freeze a person to death, suddenly encountering a steaming hot spring valley is quite a surprise. Who wouldn't want to comfortably soak in a bath? However, once you step in, you're not far from death. After all, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of hideous mermaid monsters lurking in the hot spring. Back in the trial grounds, Manhwa had given him a water-repelling pearl, and, with the protective divine light surrounding him, Song Chen easily dove to the bottom of the lake. He initially thought the water would be pitch black. However, the scene at the lake's bottom greatly exceeded his expectations. There, he saw a large number of red ores emitting a fiery glow, each one towering over a person. They were densely embedded at the bottom, illuminating the entire water surface brightly. At first glance, Song Chen felt a hint of excitement upon seeing these fiery red stones. After all, with such a large quantity and size of fire crystal stones, if he could extract them all, he would easily earn several thousand credits. However, the information returned by his insight eye doused his excitement with cold water. These ores were not fire crystal stones at all, but rather explosion stones. The two types of ores look very similar, but explosion stones are larger and have fine spiderweb-like black cracks on their surfaces. This type of ore is commonly used by blacksmiths to increase furnace temperatures. They are very cheap, and such a large piece of explosion stone wouldn't even sell for a single credit. Moreover, Song Chen's profession was not that of a blacksmith, so this kind of thing was of no use to him. He pouted in disappointment, realizing why there was a hot spring in this valley. Explosion stones emit high temperatures and red light. With so many explosion stones at the bottom of the lake, it was no wonder this valley was warm as spring. Song Chen no longer paid attention to the explosion stones. At the lake's bottom, after all, they wouldn't sell for many credits combined, so he naturally lost interest. He turned his gaze to the distance. Unlike the red light emanating from the water, the hazy golden glow in the distance was clearly more dazzling. That should be the gathering place of the monsters. Without hesitation, Song Chen activated his spatial contraction ability. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, and in the next moment he appeared 1,000 meters away. Only then did he finally see what the golden light was. It turned out to be a magnificent underwater palace. Surrounding the entire palace was a nearly transparent semicircular shield protecting it from the outside. Outside the shield, groups of fishman guards patrolled back and forth. Each fishman squad consisted of about 10 members. Just from what Song Chen could see, there were no less than a dozen squads. Moreover, each of these fishmen monsters stood at least 1 meter tall, twice the size of juvenile fishmen. Their skin was a greenish blue, and they wielded fork-like weapons of varying lengths. These should be the adult fishman monsters, exuding an aura that was more than double that of the juveniles. Each squad was led by a tall, slender fishman monster over 2 meters in height, its entire body blood red, with long limbs that set it apart from the other fishman monsters. The aura it emitted was also extremely powerful. Song Chen activated his inside eye and immediately received detailed information about this fishman monster. Fishman Commander, Super Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 9 900 000 Level 102 Strength 11 200 Agility 11 900 Spirit 10 200 Constitution 11 230 Defense 9 900 Skills. Black Water Mysterious Armor. Blood Shadow Strike. As expected of a fishman commander, its attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of the mermaid monsters he had encountered before, and it had almost no weaknesses. Unlike the Ice Ancient Tree or the mermaid monsters, which had more or less fatal flaws. As for the fishman guards following the fishman commander, their attributes were slightly inferior to those of the commander. There wasn't much to say about them. After observing from a distance for a while, Song Chen discovered that the fishmen's teams had sealed off the entire underwater palace. It was impossible to infiltrate by any other means. However, he had no intention of sneaking in anyway. After all, these fishman monsters before him were all walking experience packs. Other adventurers might avoid them, preferring to fight as little as possible or use tactics to divide and conquer these fishmen squads. Essentially, they were unable to handle such a large number of fishman teams. But Song Chen was different. With mastery over 6 forbidden spells, he felt no fear. In fact, it could be said that it was the fishman squads that should be afraid. At least at this stage, there were very few monsters that could threaten him. After all, this large dungeon was merely a level 100 instance. The strength of the monsters was limited. If it were at the level of the abyss, with Song Chen's current strength, he could only barely protect himself. Therefore, even though he still had a ticket to the abyss world in his hand, he did not dare to take the risk. Even a powerhouse like Yishin would not dare to charge into the abyss world alone. This was enough to illustrate the terror of this world. Song Chen dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind and focused on the fishman monsters before him. The abyss was still far away for him. He could consider it later, once he broke through to the 5th transition. Meanwhile, the moment he appeared, the patrolling fishman teams also noticed him. Visible ripples spread from the mouth of the fishman leader, as if calling something. The fishman leader was contacting the nearby fishman guard teams. Song Chen did not stop him. On the contrary, he was quite willing to let the fishman leader do so. Once they gathered, it would be just right to catch them all at once, saving a lot of time. Soon, more than a dozen fishman squads surrounded Song Chen, numbering over 100. There were more than 10 fishman leaders alone, all glaring at Song Chen. In the next moment, those more than 10 fishman leaders charged forward with hundreds of fishman guards. In this scene, even a full team of 40 level 100 adventurers would not dare to say they could retreat unscathed. Even a level 126 transition powerhouse would find it quite tricky. But Song Chen showed no sign of fear on his face. With a flash of fire in his hand, a flame ray as thick as a finger shot out from his fingertips, evaporating the lake water along its path into nothingness. The flame ray surged forward, instantly striking a fishman leader, piercing through its body and shooting towards the fishman guards behind it. Song Chen then spun around, and the flame ray began to rotate around him. The surrounding lake water evaporated, creating a vacuum zone around him. The remaining fishman leaders, as they were swept by the flame ray, suddenly manifested a layer of black armor formed entirely from condensed lake water. The appearance of this black armor immediately mitigated most of the flame damage. As a result, most of the fishman leaders only suffered minor injuries. However, the fishman guards, without the protection of water armor, were truly harmed, their bodies igniting in flames and turning to ash with their screams. The remaining fishman leaders were instantly provoked into a frenzy. Each of them erupted with a red glow, and then their figures vanished from their spots. In the next moment, they appeared right in front of Songchen. More than a dozen fishman leaders attacked from various directions, their tridents occasionally flashing with an eerie red light as they thrust down fiercely towards Songchen. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Songchen stood calmly in place, radiating a dazzling golden light, resembling a deity. The tridents of the fishman leaders were all blocked by this layer of golden light, unable to advance even an inch. Confusion appeared on their faces. No matter how hard they tried, the tridents remained unmoving. The imagined scene of piercing through bodies did not appear, leaving them puzzled. However, before they could figure out the reason, a flash of sword light appeared in their line of sight, rapidly enlarging. Then, all the fishman leaders felt a dizzying spin, and their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Song Chen retracted the Zhuxie sword and circled around the transparent shield. After dealing with the last remaining fish, he finally walked towards the resplendent underwater palace. Meanwhile, a series of message prompts continuously flashed before his eyes. Killed 102 level fishman leader, gained experience plus 925,000. Killed 102 level fishman leader, gained experience plus 925,000. Killed 100 level fishman guard, gained experience plus 851,000. Killed 100 level fishman guard, gained experience plus 851,000. Loot has been automatically picked up. Please check your backpack. Acquired 100 level purple equipment, silver trident. Songchen merely glanced at it and closed the message panel. The 100 level purple equipment did not pique his interest at all. He was more concerned about the experience gained from killing monsters. Due to the small number of monsters, the experience bar only increased by less than 5%, barely pushing it to a quarter. There was no way the mere quantity of monsters was not enough to satisfy his appetite. After all, the experience required to level up was increasing. He hoped this underwater palace would not disappoint him. Songchen first cast a protective divine light on himself, then passed through the transparent shield without any hindrance, heading towards the palace ahead. However, before he could approach the palace, a larger number of fishman monsters surged out from within. Almost all of them were elite like the fishman leaders, numbering over 100. The fishman guards were even more numerous, at least 1,000. Moreover, at the forefront of these fishman monsters stood a general, towering at 4 meters tall, covered in hard scales. It wielded a golden trident, staring intently at Songchen, the uninvited guest. Songchen's expression was calm. He did not show any panic at the appearance of this fishman army. He then focused his gaze on the 4-meter-tall fishman in front. The Eye of Insight activated, and information about the creature immediately appeared before him. Fishman General, boss level. Monster, health 1990000, level 105, strength 12,200, agility 12,500, spirit 10,100, constitution 12,230, defense 12,100, skills golden shatter. Glimmering armor, general's might. As expected of a boss level monster, not only does it have a high health bonus, but its attributes are also very balanced. Songchen smiled faintly. Compared to those fishman leaders, this fishman general was larger and exuded a stronger sense of oppression. Most importantly, it had 3 active skills. Even a fully equipped team of 40 would find it quite challenging to deal with, not to mention the fishman army following behind it. However, Songchen did not intend to waste time here. He was waiting to eliminate the monsters and the final boss so he could quickly obtain the Heart of Infinity and increase his skill points. The fishman general clearly shared the same thought. The moment this human appeared, it was filled with endless killing intent, wanting to swiftly eliminate this malicious intruder. Thus, before Songchen could make any move, the fishman general let out a furious roar, and visible ripples spread out in circles. The fishman army behind it seemed to receive the command, raising their weapons and charging towards Songchen. In an instant, the lakebed trembled slightly. Songchen, however, showed no signs of fear. They were just a bunch of insignificant creatures, easily extinguished with a snap of his fingers. The only thing that might concern him was that monstrous fishman general. Zizizizi. The divine thunder of the fiery sun was unleashed. Blinding purple-red lightning appeared in bursts, striking swiftly at the oncoming fishman monsters at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, in front of Songchen, a large amount of lake water was evaporated by the thunder, briefly forming a vast vacuum zone. Ahead, the fishman monsters fell from the lake above, their bodies entangled in purple-red lightning. Nearly 1,000 fishman guards were mercilessly consumed by the divine thunder of the fiery sun. Only those fishman leaders managed to condense their water armor, barely withstanding the lightning damage. However, after this strike, their water armor was almost completely shattered, and they could not condense it again for a short time. Songchen was very satisfied with the effect of this strike. If it weren't for all these fishman monsters gathering in one place and charging at him, he wouldn't have been able to take out so many monsters at once. Speaking of which, he had to thank the leading monster at the front. The more concentrated the monsters were, the happier he was. Once the divine thunder of the fiery sun was released, Songchen seamlessly transitioned to casting the annihilation flame finger. A fiery red high-temperature ray instantly broke through layers of lake water, shooting towards the defenseless fisherman leaders. However, the fishman general watched helplessly as nearly half of his fishmen were annihilated, instantly filled with rage. The golden scales on his body shimmered with a dim golden light, blocking the flame ray. Song Chen narrowed his eyes, not surprised by this action. This leader-level monster must have used the golden flickering armor. Otherwise, he would never dare to take his strike head-on. Sure enough, at the moment the flame ray made contact with the fishman general's body, a dazzling golden light erupted from its surface, completely blocking the flame ray. The previously unstoppable annihilation flame finger failed to make any progress. Not only that, but the fishman general let out a furious roar, raising the golden trident in his right hand and smashing it down heavily towards the flame ray. Boom! The ray was forcefully shattered, leaving only a few sparks that were quickly submerged by the lake water. Not bad. Song Chen looked at the fishman general with a hint of surprise, then chuckled. But that's all there is to it. Just as he finished speaking, the fishman general's bulging eyes suddenly fixed on Song Chen. Song Chen immediately felt himself frozen in place, unable to move. Then, the golden trident in the fishman general's hand glowed with golden light, and its figure vanished from its original spot, reappearing behind Song Chen in the next instant. The golden trident aimed at the back of Song Chen's heart and thrust down fiercely. However, there was no sign of panic on Song Chen's face, not to mention his protective divine light. The existence of the damage transfer from the forbidden spell of the wilderness also granted him terrifying vitality. With nearly 500,000 spirit troops, he was not afraid of any damage. As long as the spirits remained, he would be unharmed. Swish! The sharpness of the golden trident instantly evaporated the surrounding lake water, producing a piercing howl like a wolf's roar. This strike was the fishman general's full power. The feeling this human gave him was extremely dangerous, so once he seized the opportunity, he would not hold back. Just as the golden trident was about to pierce this person's back and then through his chest, completely putting him to death, the fishman general was left dumbfounded. The human before him actually vanished right under his nose. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Under the might of his general, even a leader could not instantly break free. Confusion filled the fishman general's eyes. However, before he could react, an extreme cold freezing power suddenly enveloped him. In a panic, the fishman general hurriedly activated the golden flickering armor. At the same time, the golden trident protected him in front, forming an absolute defense. In response, Song Chen merely sneered and softly uttered a word, fall. In an instant, thousands of giant ice swords rained down from the sky towards the merman general. Moreover, wherever the giant ice swords passed, the lake water along their path was frozen into solid ice. Bang! 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 Continuous loud sounds echoed from the deep pit at the bottom of the lake. When the sounds finally subsided, a massive pit about 100 meters deep had appeared at the lake's bottom. In the center of the pit was a giant ice ball with a diameter of several dozen meters. From the surface of the ice ball extended thousands of icy spikes, looking incredibly eerie. The merman general, located at the center of the ice ball, had long been sliced into pieces by the ice swords. Upon seeing their leader dead, the remaining merman monsters rushed towards Song Chen like madmen. However, their fate was naturally the same as that of their leader. Under Song Chen's nearly endless bombardment of spells, they were ground into ashes. Killed level 105 boss monster merman general, gained experience plus 962300. Killed level 102 monster merman commander, gained experience plus 925000. Killed level 100 monster merman guard, gained experience plus 851000. Loot from elite monster has been automatically collected. Please check your backpack. Acquired level 100 red equipment, golden trident. Looking at the massive amount of experience rolling in front of him, Song Chen grinned and then walked towards the palace gate. At this moment, the golden palace gate was tightly shut. The main body of the gate was cut from a very hard solid mineral. Ordinary people simply could not open it, let alone enter. However, this had no effect on Song Chen at all. He simply waved his hand, and a corrupted giant elephant, towering 100 meters high, appeared before him. At his command, the corrupted giant elephant stomped heavily on the ground and then lowered its head to crash violently into the stone door ahead. With a loud bang, the earth trembled slightly. This gate was indeed very hard, withstanding the impact. However, a fine crack still appeared on it. As a summoned creature of Song Chen, the corrupted giant elephant felt no pain and continued to ram into the gate with all its might. In just a few breaths, the palace gate was smashed to pieces. The corrupted giant elephant, having completed its task, pushed its way inside. Song Chen followed closely behind. Immediately, a faint fragrance wafted towards him. A blue light instantly enveloped the entire hall. With the emergence of this light, the lake water outside was completely blocked by an unknown force, unable to seep in. In the center of the palace was the place where the blue light was the most intense. After a moment, the central light vanished. A noble, elegant, and holy figure appeared there. Unlike the ugly merman monsters in the outside hot springs, if one overlooked the azure fishtail of its lower half, the merman queen that appeared in the palace could undoubtedly be called a stunning beauty. She radiated an untouchable holy aura, causing even Song Chen to momentarily lose his focus. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this must be the Merman Queen's enchanting skill. Once ensnared by it, one would truly be at the mercy of others. The Eye of Insight immediately relayed the specific information about this monster. Merman Queen, boss level. Monster, health 1199000000 level 110 strength 13200 agility 13500 spirit 14100 constitution 12230 defense 12100 skills enchantment Raging Sea. Queen's Lament, Prison of Heavy Water, a boss level monster? It seems this Merman Queen is not the final boss. Song Chen felt a bit disappointed, but since he was already here, he couldn't let this monster go. It seemed the real boss was elsewhere. Song Chen had long anticipated that a large-scale dungeon would not end so easily. Beneath the Mermaid Queen, there were 4 deep-sea mutants with deep blue skin and ugly appearances. They were similar in size to humans, but their bodies were covered in blue scales and a hard, spiny dorsal fin grew along their backs. Song Chen activated his Eye of Insight to gather information about these guards. Queen's Guard, Super Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 39 900 000 level 106 Strength 13 100 Agility 12 900 Spirit 11 100 Constitution 13 000 Defense 13 110 Skills Thunderstrike. See Spirit Possession, Super Strength. Their Constitution, Strength, and Defense were all exceptionally high. It was quite reasonable for them to be the Queen's personal guards. After all, it made sense for them to have such high constitution and defense to protect the Queen's safety. If one wanted to approach the Mermaid Queen, they would have to break through the defense formed by these 4 Queen's guards. Moreover, the Mermaid Queen would not stand idly by. She would surely hide behind her guards, using skills to interfere with or even kill the intruders. Quite troublesome indeed. However, Song Chen did not feel any difficulty at all. If he wanted to, he had at least 10 ways to kill the Mermaid Queen. At the same time, under the command of the Mermaid Queen, the 4 Queen's guards charged at Song Chen with their tridents. They subtly divided into 4 directions, surrounding him in the middle, leaving him no way to escape. Immediately after, a melodious and sorrowful song flowed from the Mermaid Queen's lips. The song was so heart-wrenching that it could make anyone weep uncontrollably upon hearing it. However, Song Chen coldly smiled, completely unaffected by the Queen's song. After all, his current spirit attribute was over 10,000 points, and with the protection of the Guardian Light he was not afraid of the Mermaid Queen's mental influence. Seeing that her song had no effect, the Mermaid Queen furrowed her delicate brows, then extended her jade hand and gently grasped in Song Chen's direction. Suddenly, large volumes of seawater appeared around Song Chen, forming a water sphere that tightly enveloped him. Crack, crack, crack. The Guardian Light on Song Chen's body burst forth with dazzling brilliance, countering the immense pressure from the surrounding seawater. At this moment, the 4 Queen's guards had already reached Song Chen's front. They activated their super strength and thunderstrike, thrusting their golden tridents fiercely towards his vital points. If all 4 Queen's guards struck him simultaneously, the layer of Guardian Light on him would definitely be shattered. However, if they wanted to harm him, they were still far from it. At that moment, Song Chen lightly uttered a word, freeze. The sealing spell he had long since elevated to a forbidden spell was immediately cast. All the monsters, including the Mermaid Queen, froze as if the pause button had been pressed. The tridents in the hands of the 4 Queen's guards stopped just an inch away from Song Chen's body, and a series of blue critical hit numbers began to wildly pop up above their heads. -5002120-5562200-7052000-85233330. However, compared to their nearly 40 million health points, it would take at least another 10 seconds to deal with these Queen's guards. Song Chen smiled slightly, ignoring the Queen's guards in front of him. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the Mermaid Queen. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, there was no unusual expression on his face. He simply silently cast a divine spell on himself. With a wave of his hand, a pure white longsword appeared in his grasp, the evil-slaying sword. Upon seeing this scene, the Mermaid Queen's exquisite face immediately revealed an expression of extreme panic. However, Song Chen had no thoughts of pitying her beauty, because no matter how beautiful this Mermaid Queen was in his eyes, she was merely a walking experience. Bag, with a gentle swing of the sword in hand, a fine line of blood appeared on the slender neck of the Mermaid Queen, as delicate as a strand of hair. Immediately after, the Mermaid Queen's head slowly slid off, ultimately falling to the ground with a thud. A few seconds later, the 4 Queen's guards also fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into dust. Kill level 110 boss monster, Mermaid Queen, gain experience plus 1055800. Kill level 106 monster, Queen's Guard, gain experience plus 975200. Obtain level 100 red top tier accessory, Queen Pendant. Obtain level 100 red top tier equipment, Queen Staff. Obtain 2 beginner skill point books. Obtain exotic fish eggs. The 2 pieces of red top tier equipment were not worth mentioning. Song Chen couldn't even be bothered to take a glance. After all, this wasn't a real secret realm, and there wasn't even a single piece of golden equipment. Naturally, he looked down on them. This was why he was so eager to join the Super God Academy. That way, he wouldn't have to mess around in these dungeons. He could directly dive into the real secret realms for a massive grind. Fortunately, this mermaid lair did not disappoint him. The beginner skill point books he had been longing for finally arrived, and there were 2 of them. This meant he could earn more skill points per second. Although the beginner skill point books could only increase by 1 point, combined with Song Chen's own talent, the amplification would be significant. Because for others, using it would typically only increase 1 skill point per level. Only Song Chen, after using it, could gain an extra skill point every second. This was also why he was so eager to use such items. He couldn't care less about the abnormal phenomena that appeared in the palace after the Mermaid Queen's death. Without hesitation, Song Chen used the 2 beginner skill point books right away. As 2 beams of white light flashed and entered his body, Song Chen felt no unusual changes in his body. So he immediately opened the panel to check his skill points. 1 second passed. The skill points immediately changed. Skill points 46A51146A524 as expected. It increased from 11 skill points per second to 13 skill points per second. Song Chen confirmed this several times, ensuring that after using the 2 beginner skill point books, his skill points per second had increased by 2. Excitement instantly appeared on Song Chen's face. He wished he could resurrect the Mermaid Queen and fight another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Moreover, this large dungeon only opened once every 10 years, and the slots were extremely precious. Each person only had 1 chance. It wasn't like the dungeons within the palace, where you could use credits to eliminate cooldown times. Song Chen gradually calmed his emotions, realizing he had been a bit too greedy. He then looked at the last item in the space: exotic fish eggs. He opened the detailed description of this item. Exotic fish eggs hand over to a summoning type special profession beast tamer for hatching, which can randomly hatch a mutated fishman monster. Song Chen lost interest after just a glance. He already had dozens or even hundreds of mutated fishman monsters in his summoning space. There was even one from the Mermaid Queen. The exotic fish eggs held no appeal for him. They were no different from a chicken rib. When he returned to the academy, he could just pack them up and sell them at the trading post along with his equipment. After sorting through his gains, Song Chen finally had time to look at the abnormalities that appeared in the palace. Just after the Mermaid Queen's death, a dark passage suddenly appeared on the wall of the inner hall behind her. It was unknown where it led. Song Chen thought for a moment, then stepped forward and walked into the passage. If he wasn't mistaken, this passage should lead to the location of the final boss. Even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. As long as there were monsters to grind, that was enough. As for clearing the dungeon, there was still a long time until the 24-hour mark, so he wasn't in a hurry even. He couldn't clear the passage in such a short time, so it was even more impossible for others to do so. This passage, although wide enough to accommodate a small car, was anything but ordinary in its ruggedness. It twisted and turned in a series of bends. Song Chen initially wanted to use the technique of shrinking the earth to inches to jump over this section of the passage, but given the treacherous path, if he chose the wrong direction, he would end up trapped within the mountain, which would be even more troublesome. Moreover, who knew if there were monsters guarding this passage? He certainly didn't want to miss out on a wealth of experience. Thus, Song Chen cast a long and used speed enhancement spell on himself, being careful not to run too fast to avoid crashing into the rocks. Although the passage was rugged, it generally sloped upward, in stark contrast to the path he had taken to arrive. Along the way, Song Chen encountered quite a few monsters hiding within the passage. Most of them were peculiar crab-like creatures, providing him with a good amount of experience points. After more than an hour, Song Chen finally reached the exit of the passage. However, the exit was completely blocked by thick ice and snow from the outside, frozen over with a layer of thick ice crystals. Song Chen immediately pointed his finger, and a fiery red beam shot out from his fingertip, melting a large hole in the thick ice wall before him. With a swift motion, he cleared the space ahead, and the area instantly brightened. Activating the technique of shrinking the earth to inches, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing on the snowy ground. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the north wind howled, giving a sense of endless desolation. Instinctively, Song Chen looked ahead, eager to know the location of the final boss. However, there was no sign of a boss in sight, only vast expanses of snow and a towering snow-capped mountain in the distance. Upon seeing the mountain, Song Chen immediately had a target. According to the information, the final boss of this large-scale dungeon, the Endless Snowfield, resided at the peak of the snow mountain. Without hesitation, Song Chen summoned the Thunder Dragon, climbed onto its back, and soared towards the distant snow mountain. However, he had barely taken off when snowballs the size of human heads suddenly shot up from the snowy ground below, targeting the flying man and dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through filled the air. Caught off guard, nearly all the snowballs struck the exposed belly of the Thunder Dragon. The dragon let out a whimper, and its health rapidly plummeted. Fortunately, Song Chen quickly cast a protective spell on the Thunder Dragon, preventing it from falling victim to the snowball attacks. He squinted and looked down. To his surprise, the once flat snowfield was now dotted with hundreds of snowmen of varying sizes. Some were about 5 meters tall, while others were only around 1 meter. Moreover, their numbers were rapidly increasing. It was they who had released the snowballs, attacking Song Chen and the dragon in the sky. He immediately activated his inside eye, and information appeared before him. Ice field. Snowman, Super Enhanced Elite Monster, Health 41 900 000 level 107 Strength 11 100 Agility 9 900 Spirit 13 900 Constitution 12 000 Defense 12 110 Skills. Snowball Ice Tornado. However, not all snowmen were level 107. Some of the smaller snowmen had lower levels and their attributes were not as strong as those of the larger snowmen. Upon a rough glance, there were several hundred larger snowmen. Although these snowmen's attributes were significantly weaker than those of the Queen's Guards, their high spirit attribute was not to be underestimated. Coupled with their 2 skills, anyone else would have hesitated to charge in. But Song Chen remained calmly seated on the dragon's back, looking down at the snowmen with disdain. One earthly seal was more than enough to deal with these snowmen. Seeing Song Chen sitting firmly on the dragon's back, completely unharmed, the snowman monsters below instantly went a bit crazy. Immediately, a large number of snowballs emerged around them, shooting like bullets towards the person and dragon in midair. Countless snowballs densely covered the top of Song Chen's head. There was simply no way to dodge. But that wasn't all. The largest group of snowman monsters suddenly waved their hands. Columns of ice and snow tornadoes rose from the ground, surrounding and attacking Song Chen's position. These ice and snow tornadoes were initially only a few meters high, but as they continued to move across the snowfield, their size grew larger and larger. Moreover, many of the ice and snow tornadoes devoured and merged with each other along the way, forming even larger tornadoes. When they were about 5 meters away from Song Chen, 10 tornadoes, towering over 1,000 meters, reaching the sky and the earth, suddenly took shape, completely surrounding Song Chen. The power of the ice and snow tornadoes unleashed simultaneously by hundreds of snowmen was enough to annihilate a fully equipped team of 40. Even for Song Chen, it would be impossible to withstand it with just the protective divine light. At least 3 or more would be needed to have a chance of enduring it. He glanced at the ice and snow tornadoes closing in around him, but his expression showed no change. At this moment, the protective divine light of the giant dragon beneath him was also nearing the brink of collapse under the relentless barrage of snowballs. Seeing this, Song Chen no longer hesitated, pointing to the sky with one hand. He boldly activated the massive earth and heaven seal. As for himself, he used the technique of shrinking the distance to leap at least 1,000 meters. Just before the ice and snow tornadoes closed in, he narrowly escaped the coverage of the tornadoes. However, the thunder dragon beneath him was not so fortunate. The protective divine light finally could not withstand the pressure and completely dimmed. Its massive dragon body, in the face of these towering ice and snow tornadoes, was like an ant before a giant, easily torn to shreds. The reason Song Chen did not recall this giant dragon into the space was to leave it in place as bait. Furthermore, he also intended to test the power of the snowman monster's skills. Now, seeing so many snowmen unleashing their skills together, the power was indeed not to be underestimated. Even the giant dragon could not withstand it and died on the spot. Song Chen was not surprised by this. If he had taken the hit head-on, it was likely that at least a large number of summoned spirits in the summoning space would have perished. It was simply not worth it. Boom! After crushing the thunder dragon, dozens of towering ice and snow tornadoes collided with a loud bang, creating a massive ice and snow pit in the ground that was 100 meters deep. Song Chen watched this scene and chuckled. At the same time, his earth and heaven seal had already broken through the void and was pressing down on the snowman monsters on the snowfield. It fell like an endless golden seal, its momentum far surpassing that of the ice and snow tornadoes. Before the thousands of snowman monsters on the snowfield could even touch the golden seal, they were already riddled with holes from the descending golden light. The power of the forbidden spell was terrifying indeed. Following that, with a loud bang, the seal crushed all the snowman monsters on the snowfield into snow mist. Song Chen chuckled, very satisfied with the power of the earth and heaven seal. As his most powerful means of attack, with nearly 1 billion in real damage, all the snowmen were unable to resist. He effortlessly crushed all the snowman monsters on the plain. The entire snowfield thus collapsed by dozens of meters. Meanwhile, a series of message prompts continuously rolled before Song Chen's eyes. Kill level 107. Monster Icefield Yeti gained experience plus 983300. Kill level 106. Monster Icefield Yeti gained experience plus 974000. Kill level 105. Monster Icefield Yeti gained experience plus 963000. Loot from elite monster has been automatically picked up. Please check your backpack space. Obtained level 100 red equipment. Extreme Frost Iceball. Obtain Icefield Yeti Summoning Orb, which allows summoners to contract an adult Icefield Yeti to fight for them. A large wave of experience was credited. Song Chen's experience bar reached about half. It was estimated that after defeating the final boss in this dungeon, the experience gained would be enough for him to level up to 98. Although the experience was a bit lacking, he wasn't here just for that. The main goal was skill, points, and most importantly, the endless heart. Once he obtained this item, his strength would soar rapidly in the coming time. Farming dungeons would become a breeze. Moreover, he could enter the Super God Academy faster and gain more resource allocation from the institution. Song Chen looked towards the distant hazy snow-capped mountains, his gaze filled with determination. Soon, a pitch-black dragon spirit appeared beside him. Sitting on the back of the black dragon, he swiftly flew towards the snow mountain. The snow mountain seemed close, but in reality, it was exceptionally far. If it weren't for the black dragon flying fast enough, he might have wasted quite a bit of time. Even so, an hour and a half later, the man and the dragon finally arrived near the snow mountain. Looking at the towering snow mountain that pierced the clouds ahead, Song Chen couldn't help but show an excited expression. The endless heart was on that snow mountain. How could he not be thrilled? After all, using this item would allow him to gain 23 skill points per second, so he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough skill points in the short term. He could also learn several more skills to enrich his skill pool. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the master of all laws, be just a name without substance? With a wave, he summoned the black dragon back into the summoning space and surveyed the majestic snow mountain before him. Since this was the location of the final boss, it surely wouldn't lack the presence of monsters. Sure enough, under Song Chen's careful observation, he saw that on the snow mountain, from the foot to halfway up, stood one giant ice house after another. Each ice house was 10 times the size of an ordinary house, clearly not meant for human habitation. After waiting for a moment, Song Chen's eyes narrowed as he saw an ugly snow monster, over 5 meters tall, covered in long white fur, emerge from one of the ice houses. The snow monster had long arms and legs, moving with great agility, and in just a few breaths, it climbed up the steep cliff and disappeared around the back of the snow mountain. However, at that moment, Song Chen's insight. I promptly relayed the specific information about the snow monster. Long-haired snow monster, special grade enhanced elite monster, health 72000000 level 109 strength, 13950 agility, 13900 spirit, 10900 constitution, 13200 defense, 13550 skills, roar, berserk, earth slammo level 109 special grade enhanced elite monster, with all attributes above 13,000 except for spirit. Any one of them could easily overpower the Queen's guards. Not to mention the Yetis he encountered earlier, they were simply not on the same level. Moreover, there were many more such snow monsters on the snow mountain. However, there was not a trace of fear on Song Chen's face. Instead, he was exceptionally excited. So many snow monsters, the experience is definitely not going to be small. If I go all out, I might even reach level 99. With that, he no longer hesitated and walked towards the snow mountain. Just as Song Chen reached the foot of the snow mountain, the long-haired snow monsters active on the mountain also noticed this unexpected guest. The snow monsters howled and screeched. Not waiting for Song Chen to climb the snow mountain, they directly picked up the giant boulders beside them and hurled them at him. The boulders, over 2 meters high, rolled down from the snowy mountain, carrying a massive amount of snow, threatening to completely bury Song Chen at the foot of the mountain. However, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Then, a dazzling flame burst forth from his fingertips, transforming into a fiery ray that swept towards the 100 or so incoming boulders. A series of explosions rang out. The flame ray easily sliced the approaching boulders into pieces. The avalanche created by the snow monsters was also effortlessly melted away by the flame ray, causing no harm to Song Chen whatsoever. Then, his figure flickered in place. In the next moment, he had already appeared atop the snowy mountain. However, just as he materialized, hundreds of snow monsters living on the mountain had already surrounded him. The long-haired snow monsters, like gorillas, raised their fists and pounded their chests, snarling at Song Chen with fierce expressions. The invisible sound waves immediately blew the surrounding snow far away. Even the nearby ice houses trembled violently under the snow monsters' roars. However, Song Chen remained completely unaffected. The protective divine light on his body erupted with brilliant radiance, blocking all the snow monsters' roaring attacks. Seeing that their attacks had no effect on the human before them, the long-haired snow monsters became even angrier. A larger snow monster slammed the ground, leaping into the air. In midair, it raised its fists high and brought them down hard toward Song Chen's head. But how could Song Chen allow it to succeed? Another strike of the annihilation flame finger instantly pierced a large hole through the long-haired snow monster's head, and the edges of the hole ignited with blazing red flames. In an instant, it completely consumed the snow monster. Even a super-enhanced elite monster was no different from a common chicken in front of him. The numerous heavenly tier skills and forbidden spells in Song Chen's hands were the source of his courage to climb the snowy mountain alone. The other long-haired snow monsters, upon witnessing this, not only felt no fear but instead became excited. Their eyes slowly turned blood red. The long-haired snow monsters were already quite irritable and combative. Even without external enemies, they would occasionally erupt into battles among themselves. Thus, the bloody scene just now immediately stimulated them. Nearly 100 long-haired snow monsters present fell into a frenzy state. In this state, all the snow monsters' strength would be significantly enhanced and their perception of pain would greatly diminish. They would not stop fighting until the blood ran dry. Roar! The roars, far more powerful than before, echoed one after another. The snow on the ground around them began to swirl chaotically, obscuring Song Chen's vision by more than half. The nearby ice houses could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud crash. The protective divine light on Song Chen's body flickered violently as if it would shatter at any moment. He quickly replenished another layer of protective divine light for himself, and the holy shield ring also enveloped him. This barely allowed him to withstand the snow monsters' roaring attacks. But that was not the end. Song Chen felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble violently, with muffled sounds echoing continuously. He knew this was the long-haired snow monsters activating their skill. Earthquake! Immediately, the ground beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar, forming a pit several dozen meters deep. Anticipating this move, a massive black dragon appeared beneath him, securely carrying him in midair. Not wanting to waste too much time on these minor monsters, he immediately activated the forbidden spell sealing technique. Nearly 100 snow monsters, caught in a frenzy state, were instantly trapped in place, unable to move. At the same time, damage numbers began to pop up above their heads. -5002120, -5562200, -7052000, -8523330. A total of 15 minutes of confinement duration, with nearly 10 million damage dealt every second. The death of these long-haired snow monsters was merely a matter of time. Ignoring the snow monsters frozen in place, Song Chen continued to climb towards the summit of the snow mountain. Naturally, the snow monsters on the mountain would not allow him to reach the top unimpeded. Wave after wave of long-haired snow monsters charged at Song Chen. But strangely, when they approached within about 10 meters of him, they all froze in place, unable to move an inch. And just like that, Song Chen passed through them with great ease. Even though the red light in the snow monsters' eyes flickered wildly, they couldn't even move a finger. Moreover, their health was rapidly declining. All of this was, of course, thanks to the sealing technique. Having been elevated to a forbidden spell by him, the sealing technique could imprison up to 100 enemies at once. It controlled time for a full 15 minutes, with a cooldown of less than half a second. It was perfect for dealing with this group of long-haired snow monsters. No matter how many came, they would all meet the same fate in the end. As Song Chen walked towards the summit, he felt pleased watching the experience notifications continuously pop up before him. It was simply exhilarating. The experience bar, which had been stagnant for a long time, was now steadily rising at a visibly rapid pace. At this moment, he was getting closer to level 98. Finally, after killing nearly 700 long-haired snow monsters, Song Chen's level finally broke through to 98. He was one step closer to level 100. As he approached the summit, the number of long-haired snow monsters around him decreased. However, Song Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there was still a boss waiting for him at the top. At this point, it had been over 8 hours since he entered the dungeon. More than half of that time was spent traveling. The space of this dungeon was extremely vast, and the gathering places of the monsters were particularly scattered. That was why it took him so long. Nevertheless, his clearing speed was still unmatched by other teams of players. After all, they could never push through monsters like Song Chen did, with battle times never exceeding half an hour. With a finger-thick ray of flame piercing through the head of the last long-haired snow monster, Song Chen effortlessly reached the summit of the snow mountain. The space at the top was exceptionally vast, and in the center stood a massive icehouse over 100 meters tall. Its structure was extremely simple, made entirely of large blocks of ice. However, it was the first time Song Chen had seen something so large. After observing the icehouse for a moment, he hesitated not at all, using his absolute flame finger to cut a gap about his height in the ice wall. Then, he calmly walked inside. In the center of the room, Song Chen finally saw the final boss of this large dungeon, a white-haired snow monster over 15 meters in size. It sat cross-legged on the icy floor, and even while sitting, it exuded a terrifying aura that made one shudder. Upon seeing a human like Song Chen intrude, it immediately revealed a contemptuous smile, clearly not taking this weak human seriously. Song Chen, however, calmly gazed at the snow monster and then activated his eye of insight. Instantly, the information about this boss appeared before him. Master of the Snow Mountain, final boss of the dungeon, health 500,000,000 level, 125 strength, 14, 950 agility, 14,000 spirit, 10, 100 constitution, 14, 200 defense, 14, 150 skills. Furious critical strike, berserk breath, frenzied storm, ice and snow control. Song Chen nodded slightly to himself. As expected of the final boss of a large dungeon, not only had its level reached 125, but its strength attribute was also incredibly abnormal, nearing 15,000. The remaining attributes, except for spirit, were all above 14,000. It was far stronger than the long-haired snow monsters down the mountain, the final boss in the dungeons. That Song Chen had entered before was nothing compared to this snow monster. Its paper-thin strength was so formidable. For him, it wasn't much of a challenge. However, he was quite curious about how other adventurer teams would deal with this creature. Just as he was pondering, the final boss, the Lord of the Snow Mountain, had already stood up. It stretched its limbs slightly and cast a cold glance at Song Chen. Then, a massive ice axe appeared in its hand, which it hurled towards Song Chen's position. Boom! A series of sonic booms erupted in the air. In the blink of an eye, the giant ice axe was already in front of Song Chen. The pressure from the wind it created nearly obliterated the protective holy shield he had summoned. This clearly demonstrated the power of the Lord of the Snowfield. Immediately after, the faint golden shield formed by the holy shield ring shattered in an instant. After breaking through the shield's defenses, the ice axe was about to strike his body. At that moment, however, Song Chen did not dodge or evade. Instead, he gently extended his right hand and directly caught the incoming ice axe. He then squeezed it hard. The ice axe shattered with a sound. The Lord of the Snowfield, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. This frail human was able to catch its ice axe so effortlessly. It had thought that a casual swing of its axe would send this human to his demise. But the scene before it was indeed surprising. However, what shocked it even more was yet to come. Song Chen waved his hand, activating the Shinbing Spirit Sword technique. Instantly, thousands of giant ice swords materialized in the surrounding void. Each one radiated an extreme, freezing power. With the enhancement of the frigid external environment, their power was evidently even more terrifying. The Lord of the Snowfield squinted. Its eyes as shields made entirely of deep blue ice crystals appeared in front of it, protecting its entire body. At the same time, the 3,000 giant ice swords were fully formed, and under Song Chen's command, they all surged towards the Lord of the Snowfield. Boom, boom, boom. The ice swords continuously collided with the ice shields, shattering a significant portion of the ice shields that the Lord had conjured. However, in the blink of an eye, more ice shields emerged around the boss, blocking the ice sword attacks. Out of the thousands of ice swords, only a few managed to break through the ice shield's defenses and struck the boss. Yet, the damage caused by these few swords was negligible. It couldn't even be considered a tickle for the boss. Seeing this, Song Chen was not surprised. The proficiency level of the Shinbing Spirit Sword technique was still too low. It wasn't unexpected that the boss could block it. Roar! Song Chen's earlier ice sword attack seemed to have thoroughly enraged the Lord of the Snowfield. It suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath, sucking in all the surrounding air into its body. Instantly, its chest swelled up. Then, the boss exhaled violently towards Song Chen. A breath of extreme cold, mixed with endless icy power, shot out from its mouth and rushed towards Song Chen at high speed. The protective divine light surrounding Song Chen seemed to be frozen by this breath. However, with the enhancement of the celestial spell, he was completely unafraid. He allowed the protective divine light to shatter and took the hit with his physical body. The Lord of the Snowfield, seeing its attack hit Song Chen, immediately revealed a sinister smile. Being struck by such a violent breath, he should be gravely injured if not dead. However, to its astonishment, Song Chen stood there, unharmed, showing no signs of injury. Impossible. The Lord of the Snowfield widened its eyes, unable to believe what it was seeing. Song Chen, noticing this, smiled slightly. With the enhancement of the celestial spell, his physique and defensive attributes had already reached a terrifying number, over 350,000 in defense. Even if Song Chen stood there doing nothing, this boss would not be able to break through his defenses. If it weren't for they need to use more skills to increase the probability of obtaining the Endless Heart. Song Chen had long placed a heaven and earth seal on this boss's head. Why waste so much time with it? The Lord of the Snowfield let out an angry roar, and a pair of icy gauntlets appeared on its massive hands. Then it leaped into the air, raising its fist to smash down on Song Chen's head. Furious critical hit. Boom! A deep pit dozens of meters wide instantly appeared where Song Chen had been standing. However, there was no sign of him at the bottom of the pit. Although the Lord of the Snowfield's furious strike was incredibly fast, Song Chen was even faster. The skill of shrinking the ground to an inch was almost like teleportation. The only drawback was the long cooldown time, preventing continuous use. Otherwise, it would definitely be considered a god-level skill. Just as Song Chen dodged, the Shinbing Spirit Sword technique was also ready. But the Lord of the Snowfield was clearly on guard, and ice shields began to materialize to protect itself. But how could Song Chen allow it to use the same trick again? The Annihilation Needle was activated. This time, Song Chen directly consumed about 30% of his mental power. The condensed Annihilation Needle was enough to deal a heavy blow to this monster. After all, its mental attributes were far inferior to his own. Swish! The Lord of the Snowfield only felt a flash before a needle as thin as a cow's hair suddenly appeared in its mind and stabbed fiercely. A heart-wrenching pain instantly surged from its head, as if countless steel needles were piercing its skull. Its mind momentarily faltered. The protective ice shields around it also melted away significantly. Thousands of giant ice swords broke through the defenses of the ice shields and struck down fiercely at the Lord of the Snowfield's massive body. Roar! A mournful wail echoed across the mountaintop. Hundreds of thousands of blood marks appeared on the boss's body, and it was covered in a thick layer of frost. But despite enduring the full force of the Xianbing spirit sword technique combined with the annihilation needle, the Lord of the Snowfield still relied on its powerful physique to withstand it, its crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Song Chen. Clearly, it hated this human in front of it. The blood is quite thick. Song Chen chuckled. This was within his expectations. If the boss were that easy to kill, it wouldn't be appearing in this large dungeon. This suited him just fine. The thicker the boss's blood, the happier he was, because that meant he could use more magical skills, greatly increasing the probability of obtaining the endless heart. Bang! The Lord of the Snowfield shook slightly, and the thick layer of frost covering it was easily shattered. The wounds on its body stopped bleeding and healed in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a ghostly blue light appeared around it. Once the light faded, a majestic set of icy armor materialized around it, firmly protecting it. Even its head was covered by a full-face helmet, leaving only its crimson eyes exposed. Boom! The ground beneath the Lord of the Snowfield shattered with a loud crash, leaving behind spiderweb-like cracks. It then instantly vanished from its original spot. Despite its massive size, it moved with extraordinary agility. Ordinary adventurers, without targeted slowing items, would probably not even be able to touch a hair on this boss. Song Chen, however, showed no signs of panic, not to mention the defensive effect of the Guardian Light. With the Heavenly God spell already enhancing him, his attributes completely crushed this boss. It was not an exaggeration to say it was the difference between an ant and the sun and moon. He could easily withstand the boss's attacks with just a finger, so he was naturally unperturbed. Whoosh! He felt a strong wind blowing from behind, and a fist the size of a real sandbag was smashing toward the back of his head. Song Chen ducked down, skillfully avoiding the blow. Then he turned around and delivered a sweeping kick, hitting the Lord of the Snowfield's left leg. There were several crisp cracking sounds. The ice and snow armor the boss was wearing couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered instantly. Immediately following was the entire left leg of the boss, which was directly kicked apart by Song Chen, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Ow! The Lord of the Snowfield let out a mournful wail. With one leg lost, it momentarily lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud. An uncontrollable terror appeared in its eyes. Such power from a casual kick. What kind of monster is this human before me? As Song Chen was about to unleash another spell attack, the Lord of the Snowfield had no choice but to temporarily conjure a false leg from ice and snow, barely dodging the fiery ray of attack. Not bad reaction, Song Chen said with a friendly smile, speaking lightly. However, to the Lord of the Snowfield, this smile appeared terrifying. For one who always prided itself on being invincible, it was now being toyed with like a dog by a human. This filled it with immense rage. The eyes of the Lord of the Snowfield were now completely blood-red. It had only one thought in its mind: it would drag this human down with it, even in death. Roar! Another breath mixed with extreme cold power surged towards Song Chen. However, it was dissipated midway by the fiery ray. The Lord of the Snowfield knew that such an attack could not harm him at all. It conjured a dense array of giant ice shields in front of it, charging directly towards Song Chen without flinching. But how could Song Chen allow it to succeed? Expending 30% of his mental energy, he unleashed a god-slaying needle, stabbing fiercely towards the boss's head. At the same time, the divine thunder of the fiery sun was activated. Endless purple-red lightning surged towards the boss. But that wasn't all. Immediately after, a dense array of giant ice swords appeared in midair, all pointing towards the boss at the center of the ice shield. Ow! The familiar pain struck again. The Lord of the Snowfield staggered, nearly falling to the ground. But this also ignited its ferocity. Enduring the damage from the god-slaying needle, it stubbornly charged towards Song Chen. Bang bang bang! The ice shields that had formed in front of it were shattered one by the thunder. The distance between the Lord of the Snowfield and Song Chen was now within 10 meters. Song Chen did not immediately retreat. Instead, he was curious to see what other tricks this boss could employ. Sure enough, after all the large ice shields conjured by the boss were shattered, it suddenly began to spin. And the spinning grew faster and faster. Instantly, centered around the boss, a violent snowstorm began to take shape, rapidly expanding. Boom boom boom. The snowstorm surged to a height of 1,000 meters, directly shattering the ice palace they were in. Countless fist-sized ice spikes shot out from the storm without warning, indiscriminately covering a 100-meter radius around them. Bang bang bang! The shield that Song Chen had just raised was shattered in mere seconds by the nearly endless ice spikes. The protective divine light on his body erupted with blinding brilliance, blocking the attack of the ice spikes. However, it seemed it wouldn't hold for much longer. Song Chen calmly waved his hand. The 3,000 ice swords floating around him shot straight towards the center of the storm. However, before the ice swords could pierce the boss's body, they were all blocked by the dense ice spikes and the surrounding snowstorm. This snowstorm actually has the effect of blocking skill attacks. A combination of offense and defense. Is this your trump card? Song Chen smiled slightly, and the sealing spell immediately enveloped the center of the storm. With the sealing spell reaching the level of a forbidden spell, even a large dungeon boss could not escape his confinement. He stood calmly in place. At this moment, the snowstorm was less than a meter away from him, about to engulf him entirely. But just then, the snowstorm, which had reached thousands of meters in height, suddenly came to a halt and dissipated with a loud bang. The Lord of the Snowfield, at the center of the storm, maintained a spinning posture. But he could no longer move an inch. The ice and snowstorm could naturally no longer be sustained. Alright, it's time to end this. Song Chen's battle with the boss had already lasted over 10 minutes. According to his usual fighting style, he wouldn't have dragged it out for so long. But for the sake of the endless heart, he had no choice but to play with this boss a little longer. As for now, it was time to reap the rewards. Flood level heaven and earth seal. Boom. The world instantly changed color and a myriad of golden light fell from the sky. A seemingly boundless golden seal pressed down from the high heavens towards the peak of the snow mountain. At this moment, Song Chen's figure had long since disappeared from the summit of the snow mountain. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering sounds, the towering snow mountain, which had stood for an unknown amount of time, suddenly collapsed, with massive boulders rolling in all directions and countless ice and snow shooting outwards. And the culprit of all this had already strolled far away on the snowfield, not even glancing back at his masterpiece. Instead, he nervously looked at the settlement panel that appeared before him. Kill the final boss of the dungeon, Lord of the Snowfield. Gain experience +1 500,000. You have cleared the large dungeon. Endless Snowfield clear time 7 hours 14 minutes. Rating SSSBOSS loot has been automatically collected. You have received an SSS rated evaluation. Treasure chest. You have received the first treasure chest of the clearance record leaderboard. You have obtained a level 100 red equipment ice crystal dagger. You have obtained a level 100 red equipment ice crystal longsword in the hall outside the dungeon. Although it had only been over 7 hours since the dungeon opened, many injured adventurers had already appeared in the hall. Some were severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, the academy had long anticipated such situations and had prepared a batch of healing items for the adventurers to exchange. Moreover, there was a team of experienced and high-level healing professionals in the hall, ensuring the students' safety to the greatest extent. At this moment, those adventurers with minor injuries all wore expressions of lingering fear. They discussed the dangerous situations that had occurred in the dungeon with trepidation. Damn, it was really too dangerous. Inside, I almost didn't make it out. Who says otherwise? As soon as our team entered, we were almost wiped out by the disguised ice ancient tree. I almost died in the hot spring valley. Damn, there were just too many mermaid monsters in there. Yeah, even a fully equipped team of 40 wouldn't be able to clear it, right? Truly worthy of being a large dungeon. I'm really impressed. Looking at it this way, those who can clear this dungeon are really amazing. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Not only were they recounting their dangerous encounters, but there was also more focus on the teams still in the dungeon. After all, they, the failures, were the ones who understood the horror of this dungeon the best. Some teams hadn't even passed the ice ancient tree stage and were nearly wiped out. The remaining ones hadn't fared much better, almost all failing to get past the mermaid queen stage. After all, it was underwater combat, and the number of fishman monsters was extremely high. Even if they tried to lure monsters one by one, it would take a long time, not to mention the risks of exposure during the process. At this moment, a professional with a bandage wrapped around his head spoke up. Do you think any team can break the previous record this time? I think it's unlikely. Large dungeons aren't that easy to clear. Yeah, I estimate that this time, the endless heart won't drop either. Heh, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Exactly, that guy Deng Jia from White Tiger Academy, I heard. He spent a lot of credits to buy a whole set of ice blood gear for this dungeon. Besides, which team from other top academies isn't fully equipped with red gear and level 100? Clearing the dungeon is definitely possible. It just depends on who gets lucky enough to obtain the endless heart. Everyone was fervently discussing which team would break the clearing record, which team would hit the jackpot and get the endless heart. After all, they couldn't leave this place for the 3 days that the dungeon was open. They could only occasionally glance at the clearing record leaderboard standing nearby and wait for the final winner to be revealed. Suddenly, at that moment, a somewhat abrupt voice rang out. Hey, have you seen the student that Ishin brought? Upon hearing the name Ishin, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. They immediately recalled the boy who had received special attention from Ishin. Hiss. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have gone in alone, right? Soloing a large dungeon. Did Ishin give him some hidden card? No, he still hasn't come out. He can't have died in there, can he? That shouldn't be the case. After all, he's someone Ishin has his eye on. Nonsense, our team of nearly 40 people couldn't clear the dungeon. Why should he be able to do it alone? Hee, the dungeon space is so vast that kid might just be lost. Many people were chattering away, and among them, there was no shortage of jealousy towards the boy whom Ishin had favored and personally brought here. After all, they had been in the academy for several years, and aside from catching a distant glimpse of Ishin on certain important occasions, they had never even seen a shadow of him at other times. Some even wished for Song Chen to die inside. Others bluntly stated that Songchen was merely a facade. No one had ever soloed this large dungeon before. Songchen's actions were purely driven by vanity, and he would surely end up fleeing the dungeon in disgrace. In any case, most people did not have high hopes for Songchen, because on the clearing record leaderboard here, the smallest team had at least 10 members. Moreover, these 10 were deliberately stuck at level 100, fully prepared for this large dungeon. Years of experience and facts told them that soloing was utterly foolish. Inside the dungeon, Songchen was in no hurry to teleport out. Instead, he eagerly began to tally up the clearing rewards. One could only say it was indeed a large dungeon. The rewards were quite generous. Although his level was still stuck at 98, he had actually achieved his goal for this trip. Songchen looked at the 2 sparkling treasure chests in his backpack space. As for the other equipment and materials, he didn't even glance at them. With a somewhat anxious heart, Songchen opened the first SSS-rated treasure chest. Opening SSS-rated treasure chest gained experience plus 1,500,000 legendary. Item Endless Heart legendary item after use increases skill points by 10 for each level gained. Can also be forged into an endless pendant by a blacksmith. Wearing this equipment while practicing skills can greatly enhance proficiency. The moment Songchen saw the Endless Heart, an uncontrollable excitement spread across his face. A legendary item that could permanently increase 10 skill points. Who could resist that? If it weren't for his usually calm demeanor, he might have jumped up in excitement at that moment. This was a decisive factor in whether his strength could grow rapidly, incomparable to anything else. As for forging it into equipment, Songchen looked down on that. After all, his strength relied on adding points with skill points, not on hard work rewarded by the heavens. That kind of efficiency was simply too slow and very frustrating. Then, Songchen opened the second treasure chest. Opened the first treasure chest on the clearing record leaderboard, gained experience plus 1,500,000, beginner skill point book *2, level 100 golden. Equipment Extreme Frost Garment. After experiencing the baptism of the Endless Heart, Songchen was not as excited when he saw the second treasure chest. However, he was still very pleased. After all, he had gained 2 more beginner skill point books. Moreover, he had finally obtained a level 100 golden equipment. After a long time. Extreme Frost Robe category, clothing level 100, limited profession, mage bonus, spirit plus 2,900, spell damage reduction 50%, mana recovery plus 500 points /s, cooldown reduction plus 50%, special effect, active skill, ice and snow control, consumes 500 points of mana, allowing the user to control the surrounding ice elements for a short time, forming attacks or defenses, and can also enhance ice element skills, lasting 1 minute cooldown time. 30 hours. Looking at the description of this equipment, Songchen couldn't help but glance disdainfully at the dragon and tiger mage robe he was wearing. This outfit had indeed been worn for quite a while. It was time for a change. In the following time, Songchen planned to head back to the dungeon palace. He absolutely wouldn't come out until he reached level 100. Hey, you guys, look at the leaderboard. Holy crap, someone cleared it. What's going on? Which team cleared it? It seems like it's only been 7 hours. Am I seeing things? Why is there only one name at the top of the leaderboard? Solo clear. It's a solo clear. Who is Songchen? Could it be that guy who entered the large dungeon alone? Who else could it be? At this moment, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to the light screen beside the dungeon entrance, because on that light screen, a record appeared that left everyone dumbfounded. First place, Songchen, profession, master of all laws, clearance record, 7 hours 14 minutes, clearance evaluation, SSS level. What does 7 hours and 14 minutes mean? It should be noted that in the hundreds of years prior, there had been no team that could clear this large dungeon within a day. Even the previous record holder took over 25 hours. That was more than 3 times the time Songchen took. Moreover, the most important thing was that this team had quite a number of people. A full 10, and one of them was a big shot with a hidden profession. That was how they could clear the large dungeon in such a short time and obtain the Endless Heart. In contrast, Songchen not only soloed the dungeon but also did it in just 7 hours. Even if they thought about it with their toes, they knew who was stronger. And it wasn't just a little bit, it was a complete crushing. Everyone present stared blankly at the light screen, unable to help but gasp in shock. Those who can make it onto this leaderboard have all obtained the Endless Heart. Doesn't that mean? That's right. This year's Endless Heart should have fallen into Songchen's hands. Hiss, the Endless Snowfield dungeon opens once every 10 years and each time only one Endless Heart drops. Other teams, even if they clear it, can't possibly get it. No wonder he's so arrogant to choose to solo. He must be favored by the god of easy. Ahem, who was it that said Songchen would die in there just now? A rather ordinary-looking professional said with a hint of sarcasm. Many people lowered their heads in silence, not speaking. Remembering what they had said before and looking at the current leaderboard, they felt a burning sensation on their faces. The slap in the face came so quickly. Just then, a white light suddenly appeared in the hall. After it dissipated, a tall figure walked out from within. It was Songchen, who had just been teleported out of the dungeon. His appearance immediately caused an uproar among everyone in the hall. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Those professionals, regardless of their injuries, all limped towards Song Chen. Their faces were filled with admiration and excitement. After all, they couldn't meet the god of easy, let alone talk to him. But they could at least recognize Song Chen, who was favored by the god of easy. After all, everyone was there for the large dungeon. If they could get a bit of experience from Song Chen, it would be enough to benefit them immensely. Great God, can you tell us how you cleared the level? Yeah, great God, do you have any secrets? Great God, can you sign my name? I've been your fan since I was little. Pfft, you're almost 30, and the great God is still so young, how shameless. Great God, I've been your fan since I was in my mother's womb. Please take me as your disciple, I'll do anything you ask. Seeing everyone chattering around him, Song Chen unconsciously frowned. He had always been a person who enjoyed peace and quiet. Moreover, he had cleared a large dungeon and obtained the endless heart. Right now, he just wanted to return to the academy and properly digest the rewards he received from the dungeon. After all, he didn't come to solo the endless snowfield just to show off in front of others. Sorry, no comment. And even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it, Song Chen said lightly. After all, his experience in clearing the level was quite simple and straightforward. It was just about killing monsters upon sight until all the monsters in the dungeon were dead, and then he would naturally clear the level. Song Chen knew this was a method that belonged solely to him. Even if he said it out loud, others wouldn't believe it. So he simply refused. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect this great god to refuse so decisively. It made sense. After all, this was a secret unique to the great god. It was indeed a bit rude for them to pry into it like this. Song Chen didn't care about their thoughts, whether it was resentment or admiration. It had nothing to do with him. He then glanced around the hall, wanting to find the teleportation array to return to the academy. However, after looking around, he found no teleportation array at all. There wasn't even an exit in the hall. Song Chen recalled what the god of ease had said before, that the endless snowfield dungeon would open for 3 days in total. Did that mean he had to stay here for 3 days until the dungeon closed? To verify his guess, Song Chen asked a sweet-looking girl beside him, "Since you all haven't cleared the level, why are you still here and not leaving?" The girl was initially stunned for a moment, then she realized that Song Chen was talking to her. Her face immediately flushed with excitement, and she stammered, 3 days? We have to wait until the dungeon closes in 3 days before we can take the teleportation array to leave here. Song Chen nodded. It seemed he would have to stay here for more than 2 more days. If he had known, he wouldn't have cleared the dungeon so quickly. Thank you, Song Chen politely said, then took something out of his space and threw it to the girl. This immediately caused a chorus of gasps from the crowd, because what Song Chen gave was not some cheap materials or items, but a level 100 red equipment. They knew that they had exhausted all their savings just to obtain one piece of red equipment to wear in order to clear the large dungeon. After all, these ordinary students had limited resources. Even academy students wouldn't be so generous as to just give away a piece of red equipment. It was simply outrageous. After receiving the equipment, the girl felt dizzy all over. Since entering the academy, part of her wish had been to own a powerful piece of red equipment. She just didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Not paying attention to the reactions of the crowd, Song Chen casually found a spot in the hall to sit down. To him, red equipment was no different from trash. Its only function was to provide him with some credits. After fighting in the snowfield for such a long time, Song Chen still felt a bit tired. After a brief rest, his gaze turned to his backpack space. The legendary item Endless Heart was quietly placed inside. Even if he had to stay here for a while longer, he had no intention of wasting time. It was just the right moment to digest the gains from the dungeon and add a few more points. Among all the items in his backpack, the most important to Song Chen was the legendary item Endless Heart. After use, it permanently increased his skill points by 10 for each level gained. However, due to his god-level talent and the boundless breaking limit, Song Chen could gain corresponding skill points every second. Therefore, the effect of Endless Heart would also change after use, transforming from gaining points per level to gaining points per second. He could earn an extra 10 skill points every second. Coupled with the 4 beginner skill point books obtained in the dungeon, after using them all, he would gain 25 skill points per second. That amounted to 1,500 points in a minute, 9,000 points in an hour, and 2,160,000 skill points in a day. What an exaggerated number that was. It should be noted that Song Chen needed just over 620,000 skill points to elevate a yellow grade 1-star skill to a forbidden spell. In one day, he could elevate 3 skills to forbidden spells and still have some points left over. From then on, his strength would experience a rapid increase. The profession of 10,000 Methods Celestial Master would no longer be just a name for him. 3 forbidden level skills a day. After 10 years, that would be close to 10,000 forbidden spells. By then, he would truly be a 10,000 Methods Celestial Master in every sense. With 10,000 forbidden level skills in hand, who wouldn't be afraid? Even the master of the middle 1,000 worlds would probably struggle to withstand the onslaught of 10,000 forbidden spells. Song Chen's face showed excitement. Then he gradually calmed down. Of course, having 10,000 forbidden spells was definitely unrealistic. After all, just purchasing the profession-specific skill books would consume nearly 5 million credits, and it was uncertain whether he could buy that many. Moreover, using profession-specific skill books could easily result in unlocking skills he already possessed. The more skills he had, the more likely this situation would occur. At that point, wouldn't those credits be wasted? Furthermore, there were also levels among forbidden spells. Take the Earth and Sky Seal as an example. The damage difference between the Wild level Earth and Sky Seal and the Flood level Earth and Sky Seal was at least 10 times. It was the most cost-effective choice to save skill points to elevate forbidden spells as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy to have many forbidden spells but still be unable to take down monsters in one hit. That was something Song Chen absolutely could not accept. He then looked at the endless heart in his backpack space, and with a thought, the legendary item immediately left the backpack space and appeared in his hand. The shape of this item resembled a bright red heart. It felt like jade in texture but emitted a faint warmth. Moreover, under Song Chen's observation, the heart seemed to be slowly beating. If it weren't for the fact that the sensation in his palm didn't feel like flesh and blood, he might have mistaken this item for someone's heart. When it appeared in the hall, a dazzling blood-red light shot up into the sky, and instantly, the entire hall seemed to be draped in a thin layer of red gauze. After being enveloped by this red light, the hearts of the other professionals inexplicably began to beat faster, producing a sound like a drum. Strangely, in this state, not only did they not feel any discomfort, but their minds also became increasingly agile. The difficulties they encountered while practicing skills were all effortlessly resolved. Upon checking their panels, they were even more surprised to find that the proficiency of all their skills had significantly increased in such a short time. Just the aura inadvertently emitted by the item had brought them such great benefits. This demonstrated the preciousness of the endless heart. When the red light emitted by the item receded like a tide, everyone finally awoke from their daze, casting either envious or jealous glances toward where Song Chen was. Is this the heart of infinity? This effect is just too outrageous. Legendary items are not something to be trifled with. Just a wisp of its aura has pushed all my skills to the brink of a breakthrough. Damn it, Song Chen's luck is just too good. Good luck? If you had his kind of strength, what couldn't you obtain? Come on, there are so many of us here. How dare he take out the heart of infinity? Hee, what? Want to steal it? If you're not afraid of dying, you can give it a try. This statement instantly sent a chill down the spines of the greedy professionals present. Indeed, a master capable of soloing large dungeons and with countless connections to the god of ease. What gave them the courage to try and snatch it? Were they looking to die even faster? There was nothing they could do. They could only stare intently at the heart of infinity in Song Chen's hands, yet their bodies remained frozen in place, not daring to move. Feeling the gazes converging on him, Song Chen smiled slightly. Since he had already obtained the heart of infinity, he naturally intended to enjoy it as soon as possible. The earlier he used it, the more time he would have to accumulate skill points. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. If anyone dared to ignore the Academy's laws and attempt to seize the treasure from him, he wouldn't mind killing a few more people. Despite his amiable demeanor, he was not inexperienced when it came to killing. With a cold glance at the crowd, Song Chen, through his inside eye, understood how to use this item. He poured his mental energy into the heart of infinity. Immediately, the surface of the heart began to glow brilliantly, becoming more vibrant and pulsating more intensely. Until his mental energy reached a threshold, the heart of infinity suddenly floated up and drifted towards Song Chen's heart. Seeing this, Song Chen made no move, allowing the heart to transform into a phantom, penetrating his skin, muscles, and bones, ultimately merging into his heart. Instantly, a strange sensation filled his mind. His control over skills had genuinely risen to a new level. However, this was not what Song Chen was most concerned about. He quickly summoned his panel, his gaze fixed on the skill points section at the bottom. 1 second later, skill points 6489566489979. Witnessing the skill points increase by 23 in just 1 second, a satisfied expression finally appeared on Song Chen's face. Following that, he took out 2 beginner skill point books from his backpack space and used them without hesitation. The skill points gained per second increased from 23 to 25. With a legendary item, the Heart of Infinity, plus 4 beginner skill point books, Song Chen felt that this trip was indeed worthwhile. At the very least, he had achieved his primary goal. The only regret was that he couldn't level up to 100 in one go. After all, both the Black Dragon Ring and the Extreme Frost Garment had a level cap of 100. Therefore, Song Chen's next goal was to reach level 100 and complete the 5th transfer quest. At that time, he would be able to fly freely without needing to rely on shadow summons. After using the Heart of Infinity and the skill point books, Song Chen finally reached his goal. The only thing he found regrettable was that this large dungeon only opened once every 10 years. Moreover, unlike the dungeons within the palace, he couldn't pay credits to reduce the cooldown time. Otherwise, he could have gone in several more times, gaining more skill point books and directly leveling up to 100. This would save him a lot of effort. Song Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this thought, shaking his head gently. One shouldn't be too greedy. Now, with 25 skill points per second, he had more than enough to use. He no longer needed to worry about insufficient skill points. As for levels, there was even less to worry about inside the copy palace. There are so many instances that he is sure to reach level 100. However, the subsequent 5th transfer quest might be a bit troublesome. After all, level 100 is a significant hurdle. How many people get stuck on the 5th transfer quest? If they can't complete it, they can't level up even once. However, for Song Chen, as long as the tasks aren't too tricky, he can complete them with little effort. The professionals in the hall had already focused their attention on him even before he took out the Endless Heart. After all, the Endless Heart is a legendary item, and if crafted into equipment, its quality would definitely not be less than golden. Legend. The value of a piece of golden equipment goes without saying. Top-tier equipment that is priceless. Only 5th transfer experts who have broken through level 100 might possess one. Not to mention that equipment crafted from the Endless Heart can quickly enhance skill levels and increase skill power. It is a treasure that all professionals covet. Just when everyone thought Song Chen was merely showcasing the Endless Heart, he directly used the item. The crowd's hearts felt like they had been struck by lightning, filled with immense pain. Such a legendary item could maximize its value only when crafted into equipment. Using it directly was simply a waste. Even though the Endless Heart had nothing to do with them, it didn't stop them from feeling incredibly heartbroken. What the hell, he just used the Endless Heart? What a waste, it's simply too wasteful. If I'm not mistaken, Song Chen is almost at level 100, leveling up will only get harder from here. Did he really just use the Endless Heart? Just for an extra 10 skill points per level? That's utterly foolish. Damn, the Endless Heart isn't meant to be used like that. He might as well have given it to me. So extravagant, 1 Endless Heart and 2 beginner skill point books just for those skill points. TSK. The crowd was very dissatisfied with Song Chen's direct use of the Endless Heart, unable to help but chatter among themselves. However, no matter how heartbroken they were, it was meaningless. Because the Endless Heart belonged to Song Chen, how he used it was his freedom, and outsiders had no right to interfere. Moreover, they had no idea that using the Endless Heart directly actually provided the highest benefit to Song Chen. Ignoring the crowd's words, Song Chen calmly began to tally his gains this time. Aside from the equipment below red grade, the biggest gain was that level 100 Extreme Frost Garment. Additionally, over 100 fire crystal stones were also relatively valuable resources. As for the remaining monster materials, they were mostly worthless items, so he didn't pay them any more attention. In the following time, Song Chen could only move around in the hall, unable to leave. This made him somewhat frustrated. Because this instance was in a special space, without an official teleportation array, it was impossible to leave. The academy, in order to save teleportation resources, would naturally only teleport uniformly. After all, the resources consumed for each teleportation were not a small amount. It was impossible to open it just for one person. Song Chen frowned. Being unable to leave here meant he would waste at least 2 days. If he had those 2 days, he would have already reached level 100. No, I can't keep wasting time here. He then looked around, planning to find the staff here to open the teleportation array and send him back. After all, he wasn't lacking in the credits needed to open the teleportation array. Just then, Song Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. A stone emitting white fluorescence appeared in his hand. It was the large teleportation stone that Director Gu had given him. Since this space could only be exited through the teleportation array, couldn't the large teleportation stone also work? Thinking of this, he acted immediately. Song Chen didn't want to continue wasting time here, gripping the large teleportation stone tightly. A scene suddenly formed in his mind. It was the living room of the villa he rented at the academy. As his mental energy poured in, the surface of the large teleportation stone erupted with a strong light, instantly enveloping him. Song Chen's figure vanished from his spot, and the white light quickly dissipated. The people in the hall were all taken aback, their faces showing shock. A living person had just disappeared before their eyes, which naturally startled everyone present. Where did the great god go? Wait, how did the great god leave? The teleportation array isn't even activated yet. Song Chen must have a large teleportation stone, otherwise he couldn't have left here. Hiss, a large teleportation stone, that must cost at least tens of thousands of credits. Where did he get it? That's too extravagant, he just used the large teleportation stone like that. If you had his strength, wouldn't you have everything, including a large teleportation stone? They were thoroughly shocked by the strength and wealth that Song Chen had displayed. They couldn't even wait 2 days. He directly used the large teleportation stone to leave, and even those from the academy felt a pang of regret for a long time. Song Chen opened his eyes again and was somewhat surprised by the scene around him. He had not been teleported back to his villa. Instead, he found himself outside the gates of the Xinsha Academy. Looking at the tall and majestic school gate before him, Song Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that This gate had the ability to block external teleportation, otherwise any stranger could teleport into Shinsha Academy and cause havoc. After showing his identity card, Songchen smoothly entered the academy. Just then, his phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message from the academy's official account. Refresh of the Endless Snowfield Dungeon Clearance Record, special reward of 500 credits and 30 academy performance points for student Songchen. After seeing the message, Songchen smiled. The Endless Snowfield was indeed a large dungeon, and the rewards were quite generous. Previously, clearing a normal dungeon only earned him 5 performance points, but this time it was a 6-fold increase. Unfortunately, this reward could only be triggered once. After entering the academy, Songchen's first stop was not the dungeon palace but the academy's trading post. After all, he had obtained so many pieces of equipment from the large dungeon. Among them, there were several level 100 red items. He had no use for these items, so he could only trade them all for credits at the trading post. Songchen arrived at the trading post and directly packaged and sold all the equipment below purple quality. There were more than 150 pieces in total, earning him over 4,000 credits. As for the remaining few level 100 red items, it was no surprise that they sparked a bidding frenzy at the trading post. The 3 pieces of equipment brought him over 2,000 credits. By now, he had nearly 27,000 credits in his account. With so many credits, spending them was naturally not a burden for Songchen. He first spent nearly 1,000 credits to buy out all the zombie crystal cores in the trading post. His level was too high now, and he could no longer enter the Lost Kingdom dungeon, so he couldn't obtain any zombie crystal cores. Fortunately, there were still plenty of stocks in the trading post. However, S-grade ones were scarce, with only 2 available. The rest were A-grade and B-grade cores, totaling about 40. Adding those he had previously collected, he could increase his success rate by over 40%. Coupled with the 50% success probability from the Mythic Equipment Forging book, his chances of obtaining mythic equipment reached over 90%. It could be said that it was quite high. If he were to fail even with those odds, then Songchen had nothing to say. He could only blame his bad luck. After clearing out the zombie crystal cores in the trading post, Songchen turned his attention to the profession-specific skill books. Now, he earned 25 skill points per second. Feeling that his skill points were quite abundant, he was definitely going to learn a few more skills. Moreover, if he happened to unlock a rare skill, like the God-slaying needle, he would hit the jackpot. With great enthusiasm, he purchased 10 profession-specific skill books from the trading post, spending nearly 5,000 credits. But that wasn't all. Songchen was also thinking about continuing to buy beginner attribute enhancement scrolls. After all, he was still far from reaching his limit. So far, he had only used 7 beginner attribute enhancement scrolls. Unfortunately, there were still none available in the trading post. Last time, Songchen had bought out all the beginner attribute enhancement scrolls in the trading post, and in such a short time, the trading post had no stock to replenish. He felt a bit disappointed and then glanced at the items for sale in the trading post. There was nothing that caught his eye. After all, he couldn't buy skill point books here, no matter how many credits he had. This made Songchen even more eager to become a member of the Super God Academy. As a top-tier institution, the resources it could offer were certainly not something an ordinary student could compare to. Once he entered the Super God Academy, he would have the qualification to purchase these items. Not to mention beginner skill point books, even intermediate skill point books would be within reach. Moreover, some good items that usually wouldn't appear on the market would also be available to them. For Songchen, credits were naturally not an issue. It was just that if he didn't become a more outstanding top-tier student, he wouldn't be able to obtain more and better resources. After leaving the Academy's trading post, Songchen thought he must ask Ishin about the requirements for entering the Super God Academy. Another day. After exchanging all the items he had obtained in the large dungeon for credits and resources, Songchen did not return to the villa. Instead, he took out the White Jade Tower and teleported into the dungeon palace. After all, he was just one step away from reaching level 100. He couldn't afford to waste time elsewhere. Inside the dungeon palace, upon seeing Songchen appear again, everyone in the hall held their breath. After all, the achievements of this great god were well known. Soloing dungeons and breaking records was like playing a game. Some professionals who were setting up stalls outside the hall rushed in when they heard others say that the great god had arrived, abandoning their stalls in a hurry. Hey, guess which dungeon record the great god is going to break this time? Ha, in all the dungeons present, as long as the great god wants to break it, isn't it just a piece of cake? By the way, why did the great god come to the dungeon palace at this time? Haven't you heard? The endless snowfield dungeon has opened. The great god probably went there. No way, it's only been a little over 8 hours since the dungeon opened, so that means, hiss, that's a large dungeon, clearing it in 8 hours? Are you kidding? So terrifying, so terrifying. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and shock. No one dared to enter a large dungeon without a team of at least dozens. Only someone like Songchen, who not only soloed but also managed to clear it in such a short time, left them in awe. Songchen directly ignored the crowd's attention and walked straight to a dungeon portal. The 98-level Lion Tribe dungeon was just right for him to solo. Without any hesitation, Songchen immediately paid 50 credits and entered the Lion Tribe dungeon. Just as Songchen was grinding experience in the dungeon palace, in the hall where the endless snowfield dungeon was located, the portal of the dungeon shone brightly. When the light dissipated, 10 professionals appeared. In the hall, the leader, wearing a set of heavily damaged bright silver armor, looked somewhat gloomy. Damn it, why did we clear the dungeon an hour early? Why didn't the heart of the endless drop? Is my luck that bad? The other team members were also injured, looking somewhat dispirited. Clearly, although they had broken the previous record, not obtaining the endless heart still left them feeling quite displeased. Hee, it's Deng Jia from the White Tiger Academy. Wow, I didn't expect them to reduce the completion time to under 24 hours. So what? 23 hours and 58 minutes is more than 3 times the record of the great god. Ha, they must be wondering why they didn't get the endless heart. Everyone in the hall was trying hard to stifle their laughter. Seeing the academy members suffer was even more enjoyable than completing their own dungeon. Deng Jia couldn't understand and couldn't help but say, we clearly had a 10-man team and our completion time was even ahead of the first place. But where's my endless heart? Why is it gone? His teammates were equally confused. For this dungeon run, the White Tiger Academy had given them significant support. It was all for the endless heart and the first place on the leaderboard. But now they had the first place, yet the endless heart was gone. Just as they were puzzled, suddenly, one of the warriors in the team pointed at the light screen and said, Captain, look at the leaderboard. Deng Jia instinctively looked up. First place, Song Chen, profession, master of all laws, completion time, 7 hours 14 minutes, completion rating, SSS level. When he saw that the first place was Song Chen, he was instantly frozen in shock. Now, they had even lost the first place. Impossible. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. Deng Jia, who had always been arrogant, shouted, somewhat frantically. His teammates behind him also wore expressions of disbelief. They had prepared for so long, only to have a newcomer who appeared out of nowhere snatch the prize. When they returned, that person would definitely be very angry. Seeing Deng Jia's utterly defeated expression, the professionals in the hall couldn't help but laugh. Ha, they were so arrogant before, now they're in such a miserable state. The White Tiger Academy has been thoroughly slapped in the face. Hee, after all, they prepared for the endless heart for so long, only to be humiliated by a newcomer. But you can't blame them entirely. After all, it's someone chosen by Ishin. Isn't it normal for their strength to crush them? As if noticing the unabashed mocking expressions on everyone's faces, Deng Jia's face turned from green to white and he was almost about to explode. His teammates sensed the situation was dire and quickly held him back, advising, Captain, don't be impulsive, so many people are watching. Yeah, just hold on, Captain. After all, we are from the White Tiger Academy, don't stoop to the level of these ordinary students. Captain, let's go heal first, we can talk about everything when we get back. Being looked at with such eyes made the teammates feel quite uncomfortable. At this moment, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If they didn't have to wait for the dungeon to finish, Deng Jia would have probably taken them and slipped away. Why suffer the embarrassment here? Deng Jia calmed down and led the team to a corner away from the crowd. He then began to scan the hall, trying to find Song Chen's figure. However, to his bewilderment, he couldn't find Song Chen. After searching dozens of times, Deng Jia finally confirmed that Song Chen was not here. His pupils constricted and his face was filled with astonishment. In the endless snowfield dungeon, each person could only enter once. It was absolutely impossible for someone to re-enter. Song Chen had clearly completed the dungeon, but why was he not here? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out that Song Chen had already used the great teleportation stone to leave. After all, Deng Jia had never used the great teleportation stone. In just 2 short days, time had flown by. In the center of the hall, the entrance to the endless snowfield dungeon was once again covered with chains of runes, completely sealing the entrance. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't come out. Of course, most of the students in the academy couldn't hold out for that long. Often, more than half would drop out on the first day. A small number of teams were strong enough to barely make it to the second day. However, in the end, only a few teams managed to clear the challenge, and they were all from top-tier academies. When they saw the names on the leaderboard, they couldn't help but show a sour expression. Not only did they clear it solo, but they also compressed the completion time to under 7.5 hours. Who wouldn't be bewildered by that? Could a newcomer really achieve this? As everyone waited for the teleportation array to activate and transport them out of this space, a white light suddenly appeared in the hall. After the light dissipated, Dongfang Yi walked out. The crowd erupted in a stir. It seemed that Ishin really valued that guy named Song Chen. Dongfang Yi lightly scanned the hall with his mental energy but did not find Song Chen's presence. He immediately frowned. The person wasn't here? Could it be that he was still stuck in the instance? With this kid's strength, that shouldn't be the case. His gaze then fell on the light screen next to the instance entrance. Upon seeing the specific information of the first place, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of shock in his eyes. Clearing the instance in just over 7 hours. It seemed he had underestimated this kid after all. However, now that the instance was cleared, where was he? Dongfang. He noticed the hesitant expressions of the professionals in the hall and snorted coldly. He summoned one of the professionals to him and asked coldly, "Where is Song Chen?" The professional immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The terrifying pressure so close made it hard for him to breathe. Seeing this, Dongfang Yi retracted his pressure. Only then did the professional stammer, "Song Chen, he used a large teleportation stone to leave." Dongfang Yi's expression softened considerably, and with a flash of white light he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment he had already appeared in the academy. This kid is quite extravagant. It's just a matter of waiting a few more days, yet he still isn't willing. Dongfang Yi couldn't help but find it amusing, while also understanding why Song Chen was in such a hurry to leave. He must have gone to the Instance Palace to grind for experience again. He then took out his phone and edited a message to send to Song Chen. When Song Chen came out of the instance, he would naturally see the message and come to find him inside the Instance Palace. For the past 2 days, Song Chen had hardly left the Instance Palace. Aside from resting, he had spent all his time grinding the instance. As his level increased, leveling up became increasingly difficult. In the past, hundreds of thousands or even millions of experience points were enough for him to level up several times, but now, they only moved his experience bar a little. However, Song Chen had an advantage that was hard for ordinary people to match when grinding instances. That was, the time others spent on one instance was enough for him to complete several runs. After all, using academic credits could eliminate cooldown times. So, during these 2 days, Song Chen had successfully leveled up to level 100. It just cost him quite a bit of academic credits, almost 3,000. The higher the level of the instance, the more credits were required. Moreover, since Song Chen didn't just clear an instance once, the credits needed to eliminate cooldowns were even higher. Fortunately, refreshing the instance's completion record could also restore some health and accumulate some performance points for the academy. Now, his performance points had accumulated to 125. Because of the past 2 days, he had continuously soloed 4 different high-level instances. He had planned to keep the momentum going and continue challenging instances above level 100 in the palace. However, when he saw the message from Ishin, he immediately exited the Instance Palace and headed towards the Academic Affairs office. On the way to the Academic Affairs office, Song Chen was contemplating how to continue reaping benefits from Ishin. He also wanted to inquire about the admission requirements for the Super God Academy. If it weren't for Ishin, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the special dungeon of the Endless Snowfield. It seemed that building a good relationship with Ishin was indeed quite necessary. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs office, Dongfang Yi was already sitting there waiting for him. However, beside him sat a refined middle-aged man. He wore a constant smile, giving off a very gentle vibe. Upon seeing this person, Song Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Anyone who could sit on equal footing with Ishin was certainly not a weakling. He politely bowed to both of them. Dongfang Yi was still the same, not putting on any airs of a senior, and cheerfully introduced, "You should have heard of this person, the master of the trial tower, and also a renowned master craftsman in the empire, Master Su Tongjun." Song Chen immediately understood and cupped his hands, saying, "I've met Master Su." He had indeed heard of this master craftsman from the Great Xia Kingdom who had made significant contributions to the country. It was said that he had crafted more than one piece of myth-level equipment and was revered as a god-level crafting master. It was well known that once a profession was bestowed with a god-level title, it indicated that their skills in that field had reached the pinnacle. Master Su's status was not inferior to that of Ishin. "There's no need to be so formal, come and sit," Su Tongjun said kindly, showing no signs of being an elder. Song Chen then sat down confidently. Dongfang Yi continued, "You should have obtained the Heart of the Endless by now, let's take a look." Song Chen was a bit puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. He didn't understand why Ishin was interested in the Heart of the Endless. After all, the deal they had made earlier did not include the Heart of the Endless. Moreover, he had already used the item, so it was impossible to take it out again. "I can't take it out, I've already used it," Song Chen replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yi was taken aback, revealing the same expression as the other professionals in the hall. "Wait, you used it directly?" As a master craftsman, Su Tongjun understood the preciousness of such items. If the Heart of the Endless had been given to him for crafting, it could have maximized its effectiveness. Unfortunately, it had already been used. Song Chen replied nonchalantly, "Yes, seemingly not." Feeling that there was anything wrong with his actions, Dongfang Yi expressed his disappointment. If the Heart of the Endless had been given to old Su for crafting, it could have been even more effective. This was also the reason he had introduced Song Chen to Su Tongjun, not only because of Song Chen's excellence but more importantly, to help him make better use of the Heart of the Endless. Song Chen explained calmly, "Using the Heart of the Endless directly is the most helpful for me." Dongfangyi smiled helplessly. Alright, the heart of the endless is yours, you can use it however you want. Although Su Tongjun felt regret, he did not show it. Legendary items were indeed precious, but at his level, there was nothing he couldn't obtain. Putting that aside, Su Tongjun curiously asked, did you solo this time as well? Solo, Song Chen affirmed. He had always entered dungeons solo, even when bringing others along. Those people were merely there to tag along. How was your performance? Su Tongjun asked with concern. After all, it was a large dungeon, and while one could solo it, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. At this moment, Dongfangyi chuckled, not interrupting, wearing an expression of someone watching a show. He already knew Song Chen's completion time. Once revealed, this result would surely drop old Su's jaw. 7 hours and 14 minutes. Song Chen stated. What? Over 7 hours? How did you manage that? Su Tongjun was clearly taken aback by what he heard, momentarily unable to believe it. This kid, Song Chen, not only accomplished what Dongfangyi could not back in the day, but he even surpassed it significantly. How could this not shock him? First do this, then do that, and then it's cleared, Song Chen said vaguely. He couldn't just say that he casually unleashed a few skills and a whole bunch of monsters in the dungeon died, could he? Su Tongjun felt somewhat speechless. He always had the feeling that this kid was brushing him off. What? Did he mean by first this, then that, and then it's cleared? That was a large dungeon. It wasn't as easy as Song Chen made it sound. Compared to Su Tongjun, Dongfangyi was clearly much calmer. He chuckled and said, alright, old Su, even if he tells you, you still won't be able to replicate it. Don't waste your effort, can't you ask something useful? Su Tongjun shot him a glare and fell silent. This kid was only level 100 and his combat power was already so terrifying. If he continued to level up, he couldn't even imagine how far this kid could grow. It was no wonder he was so excited. The more Dongfangyi looked at Song Chen, the more satisfied he felt. Is there anything else you want? Just say it. Song Chen quickly replied, I want to know what the specific requirements are to join the Super God Academy? The minimum level to enter the Super God Academy is level 150. I've already told you that. In addition, you must go to the frontline battlefield and slay a 160 level Abyss Demon General. And there's one last requirement, your academy performance score must reach 2000. Dongfangyi said leisurely. As Song Chen listened to these conditions, each one seemed more stringent than the last. Level 150 wasn't a difficult task for him. A 160 level Demon General was a bit challenging for him at the moment. As for the 2000 academy performance score, that was what truly troubled him. Although in the Dungeon Palace, as long as he refreshed the clearing record, he could earn academy performance points. But even if he cleared all the dungeons above level 100, he could only earn a little over 50 points. Adding the points he had previously earned, he only had a bit over 170 points. He was far from 2000, not even close. Dongfangyi looked at Song Chen with a smile and pointed out, right now, your level is too low, you can't go to the front line battlefield yet. However, if it's just about earning academy performance points, I can provide you with a good place. Song Chen immediately understood, knowing that Ishin was intentionally setting a trap for him. However, he was also in urgent need of a place to earn academy performance points. You say, he said softly. Dongfangyi didn't hesitate. Have you heard of the Black Land? Black Land? Song Chen shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard of it. Dongfangyi explained, the so-called Black Land is actually a polluted area, but ordinary polluted areas are divided into 4 levels. We call anything exceeding that level the Black Land. There are plenty of good things in the Black Land, and many dungeons will appear there. Completing tasks in the outpost or submitting your gains can earn you academy performance points. So, if you want to quickly earn performance points, then the Black Land is your best choice. Song Chen nodded. How can I get there? Straightforward, I like your personality, Dongfangyi praised, then continued. Entering the Black Land also requires qualifications, just like a special dungeon. Not everyone can go. However, I can take the lead to give you this qualification. As for the conditions, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and Song Chen certainly understood this principle. Ishin wouldn't support him for free, everything still had to be fought for by himself. Song Chen didn't mind this kind of transaction. On the contrary, he quite liked it. Because if Ishin hadn't done this, he wouldn't have been able to gain so many benefits. As for the concern that Ishin might harm him, he had no such worries. Because if Ishin wanted to harm him, there was no need for such troublesome means. So, he said straightforwardly, okay, I agree. Dongfangyi was clearly a bit surprised. Cough, aren't you going to ask what the conditions are? Song Chen smiled, I believe you, Ishin won't harm me. Dongfangyi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Good, good, good. I like your personality. Don't worry, it's not a dangerous task. I just need you to help me gather some materials that can only be found in the Black Land. I've already sent you the specific list, you can take a look. Upon hearing this, Song Chen took out his phone. Sure enough, he received a message from Ishin. It clearly listed the required materials. 10 demon horns, preferably with 5 magic patterns or more. 10 abyss crystals. 10 furs from the beast clan. 10 drops of blood from demons in Beast Clan. 1 demon suppressing stone. After browsing through the list of materials, Songchen gained a bit more understanding of the Black Land. Since Ishin wanted him to collect materials from demons and beasts, it indicated that the main creatures existing in the Black Land were these demons and beast clans. It seemed these monsters were not merely eroded by the abyssal aura but had directly developed into a special race. However, he wondered how their strength compared to that of abyssal demons. Then he focused on the last item, the demon-suppressing stone, and asked in confusion, "What is a demon-suppressing stone?" Dongfang Yi explained, "The demon-suppressing stone is a type of stone that only appears in the Black Land. Its main function is to suppress the generation of abyssal demonic energy. Crafting it into items or equipment can weaken the abilities of abyssal demons to a certain extent. However, this kind of stone is quite rare even in the Black Land, and its appearance will inevitably attract a large number of demons and beast clans." Song Chen nodded, indicating he understood. So, Ishin was collecting these things to deal with abyssal demons, which also implied that the war between humans and demons was far from over. Moreover, one of the conditions for entering the Super God Academy was to go to the front lines and slay a level 160 demon general. However, Song Chen thought to himself that it wouldn't be long before he went to the battlefield. When can I go? He was already a bit impatient. Dongfang Yi had long known that Song Chen was not the type to sit still, which reminded him of his younger self. After all, it was because of this diligence, combined with his exceptional talent, that he achieved his current status. However, Dongfang Yi did not take him there immediately. Instead, he said, "In a few days, the new students will enroll, and there will be an opening ceremony. Once the ceremony is over, I'll take you to the Black Land." Upon hearing this, Song Chen frowned slightly. The opening ceremony was of no importance to him. He didn't want to waste time attending some opening ceremony. It would be more worthwhile to run a few more dungeons in the dungeon palace. "Can't we go now?" "I'm not interested in the opening ceremony," he said immediately. Dongfang Yi, however, smiled mysteriously. "Trust me, after attending, you'll definitely regret that such a ceremony can't last a few more days." Song Chen was somewhat speechless. But did Ishin mean there would be some benefits at the opening ceremony? Everything that needed to be explained had already been said. Dongfang Yi waved his hand, signaling Song Chen to leave. Beside them, Su Tongjun looked somewhat worried and said, "The Black Land is quite dangerous. Are you really going to let him go alone?" Dongfang Yi, however, was unconcerned. "You've seen his strength. As long as he doesn't seek death, I don't think there's any danger." Su Tongjun nodded. "That's true. The dungeon palace is about to be unable to satisfy him. Olju complains to me every day, saying that if this goes on, he will have to charge Song Chen double the credit fees." Dongfang Yi raised an eyebrow. "That old man, does he dare? Do you believe I'll tear down his dungeon palace?" Su Tongjun let out a bitter laugh. "The dungeon palace also needs energy to maintain. Song Chen has few credits but gains a lot. How can Lao Yu not feel pained?" That old man is just short-sighted. If I were him, I would let Song Chen run the dungeon for free." Dongfang Yi snorted coldly. "Heh, I see that kid isn't lacking in credits anyway." Su Tongjun replied. "Alright, everything's been explained, let's go." After Dongfang Yi finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. Su Tongjun had long been accustomed to his friend's decisive nature. He leisurely finished his tea before leaving the academic affairs office. On the way back, Song Chen deliberately took a detour to the library. He researched some information about the Black Land. To put it simply, the Black Land is a polluted area so dangerous that it cannot be classified. Ordinary polluted areas are divided into levels 1 to 4. For instance, the level 1 polluted area on the outskirts of Yunhai City only has one abyss dungeon. Once it is completely cleared, the polluted area will naturally disappear. The same goes for levels 2, 3, and 4. However, the abyss dungeons in the Black Land are more than 5. Besides the dungeons, there are also some natural, secret realms and materials that cannot be found outside. For example, the demon-dispelling stone, which can only be produced in the Black Land. The Black Land is extremely dangerous, inhabited by a large number of demon races and magical beasts, all above level 100. After learning all this, Song Chen felt no fear. Instead, he was unusually excited. Because his trip to the Black Land was not just for more performance points in the academy. More importantly, it was closely related to his 5th transition task. Yes. As soon as the dungeon palace reached level 100, Song Chen naturally welcomed his 5th transition task. The first requirement of the task was naturally related to his profession, to master at least 10 forbidden level skills. If it were someone else, they might not even learn one forbidden spell in their lifetime. But this requirement was quite simple for Song Chen. He didn't need to worry at all. Now, he earned 25 skill points per second. After 3 days, the skill points accumulated on his panel had already approached 6 million. Evolving a few forbidden spells would be a piece of cake. What troubled him was naturally the second task requirement, to destroy at least 5 abyss gates. As everyone knows, to destroy an abyss gate, one must go to a polluted area, and those low-level polluted areas clearly wouldn't meet his requirements. Just then, a timely opportunity presented itself. The trade proposed by Ishin was exactly what he needed. A trip to the Black Land would not only allow him to complete his 5th transition task but also collect materials. It was simply a win-win situation. However, there was still the opening ceremony in between, which made him quite unhappy. He hoped Ishin wasn't joking with him and that the good things at the ceremony wouldn't disappoint him. After returning to his villa, Song Chen couldn't wait to start allocating skill points. For the past 3 days, he had been tirelessly immersed in the dungeon palace, hardly adding points to his skills. He had focused all his time on soloing dungeons to grind experience. Now, he had successfully leveled up to 100. Next, he had to venture into the extremely dangerous Black Land. It was time to boost his strength. In short, he needed to complete the first requirement of the 5th transition task first. After all, he only had 6 forbidden spells at the moment. Song Chen opened his personal panel to check his current attributes and the skills he possessed. Name: Song Chen. Occupation: Master of all laws. Unique health 378500/378500. Mana 104420/104420. Level 100. Limit: Strength 35353785 plus 2500. Equipment provided: Agility 35353785 plus 500. Equipment provided: Spirit 7802805 plus 2390. Equipment provided: Constitution 35353785. Defense 35353785. Free attribute points 250. Skills: Forbidden spell Heaven and Earth Seal. Flood. Forbidden spell Damage Transfer. Desolate. Forbidden spell Spirit Binding. Desolate. Forbidden spell Sealing Technique. Desolate. Forbidden spell Guardian Light. Desolate. Forbidden spell Shrink the Earth to an inch. Desolate. Holy Shield Ring Heaven Tier 1 star. Death Decay Ring Heaven Tier 1 star. Godspeed Ring Heaven Tier 1 star. Blazing Sun Divine Thunder Heaven Tier 1 star. Celestial Spell Heaven Tier 1 star. Eye of Insight Annihilation Flame Finger Heaven Tier 1 star. Profound Ice Spirit Sword Technique Heaven Tier 1 star. Annihilation Needle Heaven Tier 1 star. Talent Unique Endless Breaking Limits Level 11. 1 second grants 25 skill points, allowing skills to be infinitely sublimated by consuming the corresponding skill points. Skill points 6408995. Talent Profession Specific Heaven and Earth Dao Body Non-upgradable. Looking at his increased attributes, Song Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Without any hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to Spirit. Spirit 80528302. Combined with the Spirit attribute bonus from his equipment, it was already approaching 11,000. And let's not forget, he still had 2 pieces of level 100 equipment that he hadn't worn yet. It was time to retire that level 60 Shintian Stone Ring and the level 40 Dragon Tiger Robe. Song Chen chuckled. If he were to put these 2 golden pieces of equipment up for trade in the marketplace, he couldn't imagine the uproar it would cause. Song Chen then shifted his gaze to the skill points section. Over 640,000 skill points. Enough to elevate all 6 forbidden spells to flood level. As for elevating the Heaven and Earth Seal, he was still a bit short. However, at this stage, the damage of the Heaven and Earth Seal was already sufficient, and he should focus on the remaining forbidden spells and Heaven tier skills next. As his level increased, the skills he mastered needed to progress as well. Otherwise, with too low damage, he wouldn't be able to secure a kill in one hit. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? After pondering for a while, Song Chen ultimately decided to elevate 3 of the Desolate level forbidden spells to flood level. With a thought, the skill points surged towards the skill panel like flowing water. Consume 10000000 skill points. Spirit Binding Desolate. Spirit Binding Flood Forbidden spell Spirit Binding Flood passive skill. Each time a creature is killed, its soul can be enslaved for his use, retaining 200% of its full attributes while alive, with a maximum limit of 5 million. Consume 10000000 skill points. Guardian Light Desolate. Guardian Light Flood Forbidden spell Guardian Light Flood releases a Guardian Light on the target, making it immune to any abnormal and negative status effects, while also covering the target's surface. With a Guardian Light that can absorb up to 98 million points of damage and reflecting 100% of the damage dealt by enemies back to them. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 1.5s. Consume 1 million skill points. Shrink the Earth to an inch. Desolate. Shrink the Earth to an inch. Flood. Forbidden spell. Shrink the Earth to an inch. Flood. Using this skill allows one to leap a distance of up to 100,000 meters, ignoring any binding effects. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown time 7s. After consuming 3 million skill points in a row, Song Chen didn't even blink. The rewards were substantial. With Spirit Binding elevated to flood level, each time he killed a creature, he could enslave its soul for his own use. The attributes of the soul body are directly more than double its original attributes. The capacity for soul bodies in the summoning space has also increased from 1 million to 5 million. He was initially a bit worried about the space being insufficient, but now he need not worry at all. When the 5 million soul body army emerges, flattening the frontline battlefield will likely not be a difficult task. The home-level Guardian Divine Light can absorb nearly 100 million damage. Moreover, it can reflect 100% of the damage inflicted by enemies. Even if he stands still, not only will others be unable to harm him, but they will also be directly killed by the reflected damage. It's simply a divine skill. The Hon-level teleportation is even more impressive. With a single step, he can cover a distance of 100,000 meters, more outrageous than some small teleportation arrays. The cooldown time has also been reduced by half. Coupled with the cooldown reduction from his equipment, he can almost use a teleportation skill every 2 to 3 seconds. Even space-type practitioners would probably be unable to catch his trace, let alone keep up with his speed. After completing the sublimation of the forbidden spell, Song Chen turned his attention to the numerous heavenly level skills below. Not only to enhance the power of these skills, but also because one of the requirements for the 5th transfer quest is to master at least 10 forbidden spell level skills. Currently, he only has 6, so he naturally needs to select the remaining 4 from these heavenly level skills. There are still over 3 million skill points left. Even sublimating 6 forbidden spells would be more than enough. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose 4 heavenly level skills: Solar Divine Thunder, Absolute Extinction Flame Finger, Profound Ice Spirit Sword Technique, and God Destruction Needle. All 4 are attack type skills. Previously, when facing those level 100 super enhanced elite monsters in the endless snowfield, they were somewhat adequate. However, against leaders and boss monsters, their effectiveness was minimal. They couldn't achieve instant kills. That's why Song Chen chose these 4 heavenly level skills to subliminate them into forbidden spells. The skill points required to subliminate these 4 forbidden spells are only a little over 2 million, which is nothing for him at this moment. After all, he can easily accumulate that in a day. Therefore, this time, when allocating points, Song Chen had no hesitation at all. He directly added points in increments of hundreds of thousands. Soon, he sublimated all 4 heavenly level skills into forbidden spells. These 4 forbidden spell level skills did not disappoint him, except for the God Destruction Needle. Each skill basically reached over 100 million in real damage. As for the God Destruction Needle, since it specializes in attacking the mind, its specific damage is naturally different from ordinary skills. But with nearly 400,000 damage, even a level 100 legendary mage profession cannot withstand it. One hit can severely injure their mind and consciousness. 2 hits can directly shatter their soul. The damage is not the main point. The key is that once the God Destruction Needle is activated, it is silent and the opponent has no resistance at all, unless they also possess corresponding mental defense skills. Otherwise, once the God Destruction Needle is unleashed, it will inevitably take away half of the enemy's life. After allocating points, Song Chen had only a little over 1 million skill points left. He did not continue to allocate points. Instead, he took out 10 profession-specific skill books he had purchased from the trading post. It was time to expand his skills a bit more, just in case. After consecutively using his mental power to activate the 10 profession-specific skill books, Song Chen's expression inevitably turned a bit grim. As he acquired more and more skills, the profession-specific skill books increasingly failed to meet his requirements. Because after using the skill books, it is possible to obtain duplicate skills. Unfortunately, after using the 10 skill books, Song Chen ended up with 7 duplicate skills. In other words, only 3 different skills were obtained from the 10 skill books. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, profession-specific skill books are just the most common type of item for learning skills, and they naturally have their flaws. Obtaining 3 different skills is already quite a gain for Song Chen. Moreover, one of them is a mental attack type skill. Apart from the last skill he acquired, the spirit piercing technique, Song Chen had also obtained a new mental attack skill. However, unlike the spirit piercing technique, which directly harmed the enemy's mind, the newly acquired bewitching technique leaned more towards control and confusion. Song Chen looked at the skill description. Bewitching technique. Using the bewitching technique on a target can put them into a state of confusion for 1 minute, consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. In simple terms, it meant making the enemy dizzy. During this time, the enemy would naturally be unable to launch any effective attacks or defenses. The remaining 2 skills were as follows. Mystic Gold Poem consumes 15 mana points to condense a large mystic gold hand, covering a range of 10 meters ahead, causing up to 20,000 damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Landslide causes a violent earthquake effect within a 10-meter radius, dealing up to 10,000 damage to enemy targets within the landslide area and applying a 20% slow effect, consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The last 2 skills seemed rather ordinary. They were all very offensive skills. Moreover, the landslide also had a slowing effect, making it a relatively comprehensive skill. Even if it was only upgraded to the celestial level, it would still be quite beneficial for Song Chen. Therefore, he had no hesitation and directly upgraded all 3 skills to the celestial level. After all, he was currently not lacking in skill points at all. There was no need to conserve them. Consume 71,050 skill points. Bewitching technique, yellow level 1, confusion technique, celestial level 1, confusion technique, celestial level 1. Using the bewitching technique on a target can put them into a state of confusion for 30 minutes, causing them to indiscriminately attack nearby allies, consuming 15 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Consume 71,050 skill points. Mystic Gold Palm Yellow. Level 1, Mystic Gold Hand Seal, Celestial. Level 1, Mystic Gold Hand Seal, Celestial. Level 1 consumes 15 mana points to condense a Mystic Gold Hand Seal, covering a range of 600 meters ahead, causing up to 10 million damage, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. Consumes 71,050 skill points. Landslide Yellow. Level 1, Landslide and Earthquake, Celestial. Level 1, Landslide and Earthquake, Celestial. Level 1 causes a violent earthquake effect within a radius of 500 meters, dealing up to 5 million damage to enemy targets within the landslide area, applying a 50% slow effect and causing a knockback. Consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. The upgrade of the Bewitching technique to the Celestial level not only extended the control time to 30 minutes but also introduced an unexpected effect for Songchen. The enemy target affected by the Bewitching technique would indiscriminately attack other nearby beings. This made Songchen very curious. If he were to upgrade this skill to a forbidden spell, what kind of effect would it produce? Would it be possible to increase the number of targets from 1 to multiple and make them kill each other? If such an effect could be achieved, his journey in the Black Land might become much easier. However, after thinking it over, he ultimately abandoned this idea. In the short term, he did not face any significant threats. After all, there were still over 500,000 spirit troops lying in the summoning space. Although most of them were relatively low level zombies and minor demons, the sheer number was there. Whether in offense or defense, he was more than sufficient. For now, he did not need a forbidden level confusion technique. His current focus was on accumulating skill points, striving to upgrade his strongest technique, the Heaven and Earth Seal, to the cosmic level as soon as possible. 25 skill points per second. That's over 2 million a day. In 5 days, he could accumulate over 10 million points. By then, he would be able to upgrade the Heaven and Earth Seal to the cosmic level, and its power would reach a new tier. Crushing through the Black Land would no longer be a problem. As for the remaining 2 skills, aside from the Mystic Gold Hand Seal, the Landslide and Earthquake indeed gave him quite a surprise. The effects of the Landslide and Earthquake within a 500-meter radius came with knockback and slow effects, and even 5 million true damage. It could be said to be quite comprehensive. He was relatively satisfied. After a round of skill point allocation, he had indeed spent several million skill points. If others were to find out, they would probably drop their jaws in shock, while an ordinary person would deliberate for a long time before adding a single skill point. Songchen, on the other hand, had spent millions of skill points in just a few minutes. However, the returns were also astonishing. At least during this trip to the Black Land, Songchen felt there was no difficulty at all. Even if it were the frontline battlefield, he would dare to venture there. One must know that with the danger level of the frontline battlefield, it was impossible to survive for 3 days without a level above 150. This shows the terrifying strength of Songchen. He then looked at his backpack space and took out a peculiar book that shone with golden light. It was none other than the Mythic Equipment Forging book he obtained after annihilating the Qingqiu Fox clan. After using it, there was a 50% chance to upgrade golden equipment to mythic equipment. Songchen also took out a ring that emitted a faint black light. The main body of the ring was a menacing black dragon coiling around itself, its head and tail connected, forming a uniquely shaped ring. It was the level 100 golden equipment, the Black Dragon ring. This was also the target equipment Songchen was preparing to upgrade to mythic. Its special effect, elemental immunity, could nullify all magical damage. For Songchen, none of the equipment he had could compare to the Black Dragon ring. Placing the 2 items together, Songchen then poured out colorful zombie crystal cores from his backpack space. The crystal cores, when used in conjunction with the Mythic Equipment Forging book, could greatly increase the probability of forging mythic equipment. Although Songchen's profession was not that of a blacksmith, the existence of the Mythic Equipment Forging book gave him the possibility to forge a mythic equipment on his own. There was no need to rely on others, thus eliminating the risk of information leakage. After all, a piece of mythic equipment could even tempt powerful beings like Yishun, let alone others. Although Songchen considered himself strong, he wouldn't recklessly invite trouble for himself. Moreover, personally forging a piece of mythic equipment was also a very fulfilling endeavor. Ordinary blacksmiths often required various materials and a fully equipped workshop to forge a piece of equipment. It took a long time, and if one wasn't careful, it was easy to fail the forging process. Songchen, however, did not need such trouble. The Mythic Equipment Forging book perfectly solved this problem for him. As a one-time use item, it was incredibly simple to operate, almost foolproof. All Songchen needed to do during the forging process was continuously provide mental energy, and the Mythic Equipment Forging book would gradually enhance the quality of the equipment. Even if the final forging failed and it could not be upgraded to mythic equipment, the equipment would still see significant improvements due to the forging book. All attributes and special effects would increase to some extent. One could say that there was no way to lose out. Moreover, even if the forging failed, the equipment would not be damaged. Therefore, the value of the mythic equipment forging book far exceeded that of intermediate skill point allocation books. Song Chen estimated that if the Academy Trading Post were to sell it, the price would certainly not be less than 100,000 credits. This was an item that could even tempt the instructors. Selling for a sky-high price of 100,000 credits was not impossible. Song Chen collected his thoughts and then focused on the mythic equipment forging book. He then mobilized his mental energy and slowly began to probe towards the forging book. As the mental energy was injected, the surface of the mythic equipment forging book began to radiate dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, streams of golden light began to gather continuously towards the top of the forging book. In the end, a shadowy image of an ancient furnace took shape. However, at this moment, the furnace was empty, showing no signs of fire. Song Chen remained calm and collected, extending his right hand. A flame resembling a purple lotus appeared in his palm. It was the purple radiance, heavenly flame, derived from the extinguishing flame finger. With a gentle blow, the purple flame dove into the ancient furnace, instantly igniting it. The blazing firelight immediately bathed the entire room in purple. As Song Chen continuously channeled his mental energy, he grasped a black dragon ring beside him and placed it into the furnace. Under the purifying heat of the purple flames, the surface of the black dragon ring began to melt slightly, and the entire ring started to radiate a sparkling red glow. During this time, Song Chen was not idle. Another purple radiance heavenly flame rose in his hand, while his other hand picked up a crystal core and placed it into the flame in his palm. In no time, the crystal core melted into a liquid state. Song Chen then sent the liquefied crystal core into the shadowy image of the furnace. The liquid crystal core immediately transformed into a thin stream, swirling around the central black dragon ring and gradually seeping into it. Although Song Chen, possessing the mythical forging book, did not need to truly learn the techniques of forging, upgrading the black dragon ring to a mythical equipment was not an easy task. During the forging process, Song Chen needed to continuously inject mental energy into the forging book to maintain the operation of the furnace's shadow. Additionally, he had to keep melting zombie crystal cores and adding them to the furnace to increase the probability of successful forging. 5 hours passed. Fortunately, Song Chan's mental energy far exceeded that of others at the same level, otherwise he would not have been able to endure for such a long time. Accompanied by a distant dragon's roar from the black dragon ring being forged in the furnace, the red glow of the ring rapidly faded, replaced by golden threads appearing all over the surface of the black dragon. Moreover, at the dragon's head, 2 points of golden light suddenly appeared in the originally hollow eye sockets, making it look extremely lively. The finishing touch was complete. At this point, the mythical equipment was finally forged. Song Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he eagerly grabbed the black dragon ring and examined it closely. As soon as the black dragon ring was taken away, the shadowy image of the furnace slowly dissipated. The mythical equipment forging book also completed its mission, breaking down into specks of starlight and vanishing completely. With a probability of over 90%, if this did not succeed, Song Chen would definitely suspect that he had been cursed by someone. Fortunately, the final result was not beyond his expectations. The mythical equipment, the black dragon ring, was finally completed. When Song Chen checked the attributes of this equipment, he nearly shouted out in excitement. Black Gold Dragon Ring category, accessory level 100, quality mythical limited. Profession mage, bonus spirit plus 16,000, mana recovery plus 2,000 points /s, elemental resistance plus 60%, spell damage increase 30%, elemental immunity, special effect. 1 consumes 100 points of mana to grant temporary elemental immunity for 1 minute, cooldown time 8 hours. Transform into dragon, special effect 2. Consumes 100 points of mana to transform into a dragon of the same level. Note, attributes after transforming into a dragon are the sum of the attributes of the same level dragon and original form. Duration 1 minute, cooldown time 8 hours. Dragon Might, passive effect, constantly emanates the might of a dragon, capable of intimidating lesser beings. When your enemies make eye contact with you, it randomly reduces all attributes by 1% to 10%. One could only say that it truly lived up to its status as a mythical level equipment. Just the bonus to spirit was significantly higher than his current spirit attribute. Moreover, with an elemental resistance of plus 80%, if others launched elemental attacks against him, the damage would be directly reduced by 60%. Only 40% of the damage would affect him. However, Song Chen's protective divine light was not just for show, the damage he took was negligible. Moreover, it would reflect 100% of the magical damage back. This meant that if someone unleashed an elemental attack dealing 10,000 damage, only 4,000 would actually affect Song Chen, while he would also suffer a rebound attack of 10,000 damage. It was simply exhilarating. And that wasn't all. The remaining 3 special effects were also incredibly powerful. The elemental immunity that Song Chen valued most had its duration extended to a full minute. The Dragon Might and Dragon Transformation were also quite impressive. It was worth all the time and effort he spent to elevate this golden equipment to mythical status. Song Chen disdainfully tossed the Shen Tian stone ring aside and equipped the black gold dragon ring. He then took out a snow-white robe from his space, replacing the dragon and tiger robe. With a level 100 golden equipment and a level 100 mythical equipment, Song Chen's mental attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. Mental 8052 plus 2390 provided by equipment 8052 plus 20550 provided by equipment. It surged from just over 10,000 to a staggering 29,000. Even a level 150 magic class practitioner could not possess such terrifying mental attributes unless they also had a piece of mythical magic equipment. Otherwise, Song Chen was now more than capable of looking down on all practitioners below the 7th transition. Keep in mind, he hadn't even completed the 5th transition quest yet. Song Chen grinned, suddenly looking forward to the journey to the Black Land in 3 days. He hoped those demons and beastmen wouldn't let him down. Although possessing the mythical equipment forging book meant that Song Chen didn't have to go through the many complex forging steps like a blacksmith, continuously pouring mental power into the mythical forging book for over 5 hours without interruption still left him deeply fatigued. Moreover, during this process, Song Chen had to constantly melt zombie crystal cores and throw them into the furnace to increase the probability of successful forging. Thus, after successfully forging, he rested for a long time before recovering. However, the rewards were naturally astonishing. The bonuses and special effects of the Black Gold Dragon Ring made Song Chen very satisfied, especially the boost to his mental attributes, which directly pushed his current mental attribute value to 29,000, nearly double that of other magic class practitioners of the same level. One could only say that it truly deserved to be mythical equipment. It was impressive. The next morning, after a night of rest, Song Chen's mental power was fully restored. With the enhancement of the mythical equipment, he had reached a new level. After a simple breakfast at the academy cafeteria, Song Chen unhesitatingly took out the White Jade Tower and teleported into the dungeon palace. There were only 3 days left until the opening ceremony, and only after the ceremony would Ishin take him to the Black Land. So, with nothing to do, Song Chen had to return to the dungeon palace once again. Although he still couldn't complete the 5th transition quest and was locked at level 100, the experience gained from normal soloing dungeons would still be stored up. It would be extracted only after completing the 5th transition quest. Soloing dungeons was definitely not a problem, and he could take this time to accumulate more experience. As Song Chen entered the dungeon palace, it naturally caused quite a stir among the surrounding students. He was now considered something of a celebrity within the academy. Not only had he crazily broken the completion records in the dungeon palace, but even the large special dungeon, the Endless Snowfield, was a piece of cake for him. With a completion time of 7 hours, it was unlikely that any team would break that record within the next 100 years. No one before had even come close. He was truly a pioneer with no predecessors or successors. Song Chen had grown somewhat accustomed to the slightly fanatical gazes of those around him and didn't pay much attention, instead heading straight for the dungeon portal. As his level reached 100, the number of dungeons available for him to choose from was dwindling. Except for the dungeons above level 100, there are only 2 or 3 that meet the criteria left. However, Song Chen is not picky. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As long as there are dungeons to run, he doesn't mind the quality of the dungeons. After all, with his current strength, he estimates that he wouldn't take more than 10 minutes to solo a dungeon below level 100. In the same amount of time, other teams might only manage to clear a dungeon once, but Song Chen estimates he has already cleared it 10 times in a row. This means that in the same time frame, the experience points and loot he gains are at least 10 times that of others. Naturally, he doesn't care about the quality of the dungeons, he clears them quickly anyway. Just as he was about to pay his credits and enter the dungeon portal, someone suddenly stepped out behind him and blocked his way. He frowned, his expression very displeased. If it weren't for being in the academy, he might have already thrown a skill at him. Because the one thing Song Chen cannot forgive is anyone who obstructs him from grinding experience in dungeons. The person was dressed in a blue and white uniform, with a vividly embroidered white tiger on his chest. Standing in front of Song Chen, he smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Mu from the White Tiger Academy. Our boss wants to see you. Come with me." Song Chen's expression darkened further, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't care who your boss is, get out of my way right now. Don't delay me from grinding dungeons." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's expression instantly turned cold. He had never seen an ordinary student so arrogant. Usually, even members of first-rate academies would give their boss some face. But this person in front of him not only didn't know who their boss was but also dared to speak so arrogantly. It was truly asking for trouble. However, recalling Song Chen's record of soloing large dungeons, Xiao Mu forced himself to endure, his face darkening as he spoke. "You must not have heard me. Clearly, our boss is by Tian and he wants to see you. You should at least give him this face." Song Chen remained silent, only a purple flame flower appearing in his palm. With the emergence of this purple flame, the temperature around them suddenly soared. Waves of heat radiated outward from Song Chen's palm. Xiao Mu, standing closest, felt a scorching heat as if he were about to be ignited. A great fear surged in his heart. He had no doubt that if this purple flame landed on him, it would burn him to ashes. Why you? Don't be impulsive, we can discuss this. Anyway, I've delivered the message, you should take care of yourself. With that, Xiaomu hurriedly ran to the side, instinctively casting a defensive skill. A layer of aquamarine light enveloped him completely. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that if Song Chen were too impulsive, he would have time to react. Seeing Xiaomu leave, Song Chen immediately retracted the purple flame and stepped confidently into the dungeon portal. Xiaomu's face turned from green to white. It turned out that Song Chen had just been toying with him, aiming to make him look foolish. Watching the mocking expressions on the faces of the surrounding professionals, Xiaomu felt a surge of anger. But he didn't dare to confront Song Chen. After all, that purple flame had genuinely posed a death threat to him. Standing in place for a long time, he finally snorted coldly. You've offended our White Tiger Academy, you'll regret it in the future. With that, he turned and left the dungeon palace. The surrounding professionals immediately began chattering excitedly. Truly worthy of being a big shot, even the White Tiger Academy is beneath him. Oomph, what's the big deal? If I had the strength of a big shot, I'd be even more arrogant. Bai Tian is the grandson of the president of the White Tiger Academy. Can an ordinary student like Song Chen afford to provoke him? Bai Tian has been preparing for a long time to break the record of the endless snowfield and for the endless heart. Now that someone has taken advantage of him and humiliated him like this, it's a wonder he can sit still. What do you think Dian will do to deal with Song Chen? Although dueling is prohibited within the academy, using power during the day to scheme against an ordinary student is a piece of cake. The crowd exchanged words, clearly worried about Song Chen's future situation in the academy. Baihu Academy is a top-tier institution filled with many experts. Since Song Chen has shown no respect for Dian with his petty nature, he is sure to face retaliation. Baihu Academy. In a luxurious conference room, Dian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression calm. Behind him, Xiaomu looked anxious and fearful. He had just told Dian everything that had happened in the palace of the instance. Even a fool could see that Song Chen had no regard for Baihu Academy at all. And Dian was clearly not a magnanimous person. However, what puzzled Xiaomu was that Dian seemed completely unfazed. You can leave now, I understand, Dian said lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu dared not say more and quickly left the conference room. At this moment, Deng Jie stood up from his chair, his face filled with anger. Boss, if it weren't for Song Chen, we wouldn't have gotten the endless heart. And this kid clearly looks down on us. Should we find an opportunity to deal with him? Dian, however, smiled and countered. If Song Chen is favored by the God, once something happens to him, do you think Baihu Academy can withstand the wrath of the God? Upon hearing the name E-God, Deng Jie's expression stiffened. If Song Chen, who was favored by the E-God, were to suffer an unjust incident, anyone with ulterior motives could easily trace it back to them. At that time, even the dean would probably not withstand the pressure from the E-God. He said somewhat dejectedly, then what should we do? Song Chen is too arrogant, he doesn't even give you face. Dian replied, what I'm doing is just to test Song Chen's attitude. Although the endless heart was taken by Song Chen, what I value more is actually his ability. If someone like him could join Baihu Academy, the benefits would far exceed that of a single endless heart. However, it's a pity that Song Chen seems a bit too proud. Deng Jie was somewhat surprised. Boss, he has humiliated us like this, and you still want to recruit him into Baihu Academy? Dian nodded. Do you know why I value him so much? No, Deng Jie shook his head. Because his potential is higher than all the members of your team combined, Dian stated bluntly. Deng Jie's face turned red, and just as he was about to refute, he suddenly recalled the leaderboard from the endless snowfield instance, and he lost the will to argue. Indeed, Dian was right. The gap between them and Song Chen was not small at all. So what should we do next? Continue to win him over? But this kid is too arrogant, he doesn't give us any face, Deng Jie said helplessly. Dian smiled coldly. If we can't do it openly, we can do it covertly. We can appropriately showcase our capabilities so that Song Chen knows the strength of Baihu Academy. How can he fight against an entire academy alone? Once he hits a wall, he will cherish the opportunity one give him, won't he? Deng Jie immediately understood. Raising his index finger, hey, the opening ceremony is in 3 days, and Song Chen will definitely attend. With his arrogance, he will surely participate in the competition between new and old students. By then, won't this kid be at our mercy? Dian turned around, looking approvingly. You've come to your senses. Gather more old students to make sure Song Chen suffers a bit. Remember, keep it discreet, don't let anyone catch us. Deng Jie quickly nodded. Boss, you can rest assured. Besides us, there are others from different academies who also can't stand Song Chen. Go ahead, Dian said without looking back, gazing out at the sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. His tone indifferent. Deng Jie, upon hearing this, left the conference room to arrange the competition. Song Chen emerged from the instance again, finding that the annoying guy had disappeared. His mood lightened a bit. If that guy dared to cling to him again, he wouldn't mind giving him a little lesson. As for the Baihu Academy's Bai Tian behind him, in Song Chen's eyes, he was no different from a clown. It was better if he didn't come to disturb him again. Otherwise, he would definitely find a time to deal with this by Tian. No matter what kind of background he had, if he dared to provoke him, the only outcome would be death. At this moment, he was fully qualified to say that. Thus, Songchen stayed in the Instance Palace for another 3 days. Not only was his experience steadily increasing, but his skill points were as well. He had gained over 6 million skill points. At this rate, in less than 2 days, he would be able to gather 10 million skill points to elevate the Heaven and Earth Seal to the cosmic level. By then, with the power of the cosmic level Heaven and Earth Seal, even a 7th turn powerhouse would probably be crushed to death by him, one seal at a time. The opening ceremony was scheduled to start at 8 in the morning. Songchen glanced at the time. There were less than 2 minutes left until the ceremony began. However, he wasn't too anxious. Firstly, if it weren't for Ishin's request, he wouldn't want to attend the opening ceremony at all. It was purely a waste of time. Secondly, with the home-level shrinking earth technique, he could cover a distance of 100,000 meters in a single step. Getting to the opening ceremony would be a breeze. Leaving the Instance Palace, Songchen's figure immediately vanished from the spot, and in the next moment he appeared in the largest square within the academy. As soon as he appeared, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning around, he initially felt it was quite strange, but then remembered that these two people had crossed paths with him during the college entrance examination. They were fellow candidates from the same province, Situ Xing and Fengyu. Songchen, you seem to have become stronger. Situ Xing spoke first, his expression very serious. From the moment he saw Songchen, he had keenly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him, to the point where he didn't dare to look directly at him. Fengyu also noticed Songchen's abnormality and couldn't help but sigh in despair. Indeed, the gap between them and the national top scorer was growing larger. Songchen, however, didn't put on any airs and greeted the two with a smile. The other new students present also turned their attention to Songchen. It's him, the national top scorer. He seems to have become even more powerful in these days. Isn't that right? I don't even dare to get too close. The aura he gives off is too terrifying. What level is Songchen at now? The more I look, the more I feel he is unfathomable. I don't know, the identification technique didn't respond. Hiss, is the level gap between us really that big? After all, in the ancient battlefield space, they had witnessed Songchen displaying his might, defeating the Abyss Demon. Now, seeing him again, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. At that moment, a melodious bell rang out. The opening ceremony officially began. The stands above were already filled with many teachers. Director Wang In. The center cleared his throat and said, on behalf of the Shinya Academy, I welcome all the new students. Since everyone is here, I declare that the opening ceremony officially begins. The new students below all wore excited and thrilled expressions. After all, entering Shinya Academy had always been their dream. Now that this dream had finally come true, how could they not be excited? Director Wang pressed his hands down to signal for silence, then began his speech. Almost every year at the opening ceremony, he had to give such a speech. The representatives of the older students present clearly found it a bit tedious, yawning repeatedly. Only the freshmen listened with great interest, and some even seriously took notes on Director Wang's words. Each of you may have been called a genius by others before coming to the Shinya Academy. But I must tell you that after arriving at Shinya Academy, you will become no different from ordinary people. Because here, anyone has the potential to be better than you. So please put away your pride and give it your all, striving to improve yourself continuously. Right now, you can only be called ordinary students. Above you are the ordinary college students, first-class college students, and even top-tier college students. If you want to be the genius others speak of, then work hard to climb up. The higher you climb, the better resources and scenery you will enjoy. This is my advice to you newcomers. As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, Songchen yawned at the right moment. In his view, this speech was incredibly boring. It was nothing more than explaining some basic information and precautions about the academy to the freshmen. More than that, it was just a lot of motivational talk. Songchen glanced at the excited expressions on the faces of the surrounding freshmen and couldn't help but chuckle. The routine was a bit old-fashioned, but it was undeniably useful. Director Wang's speech lasted for 30 minutes. During this time, he spoke incessantly without even taking a sip of water. Songchen couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. If he were to go up on stage to give a speech, it might take him less than a minute. Director Wang truly had a natural talent for leadership. Just when Songchen thought he could finally leave, after the speech ended, Director Wang suddenly changed his tone, grinning mischievously, and said, I know you all might be getting a bit bored, so I won't waste any more time. Next, to help you better integrate into the academy and to promote friendship between new and old students, the academy will hold a public competition. It will be divided into an old student group and a new student group. There is no limit to the number of new students, but the old student group is limited to 50 people. All participants in the competition will be teleported to an unfamiliar space for a survival challenge. If a New student can defeat an old student in the competition. They will receive all of their credits. Conversely, if defeated, the new student will lose 100 credits. Only the last person standing will achieve ultimate victory and be rewarded with 50,000 credits. Moreover, this space will shrink every hour until, after 12 hours, the active area will be limited to a 5-meter radius. Of course, to ensure the fairness of the competition, everyone's level will be capped at level 30 and no equipment will be allowed. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen erupted in an uproar. Those who could come to Shinya Academy certainly had at least 100 credits in their accounts. And after Director Wang's explanation, they understood the importance of credits in the academy. With just a cost of 100 credits, they could potentially gain more credits. This group of freshmen was clearly very excited. Not only the freshmen, but Song Chen also rarely showed a kind smile. At this point, he finally understood Ishin's intentions. He realized what the surprise Ishin had mentioned was, given his current strength, even if his level was capped at 30, it wouldn't matter much. After all, his skill levels would not be restricted. Although his mental attributes were significantly weakened and even his golden equipment had to be removed, the power of his forbidden spells was still beyond what these level 30 professionals could withstand. Letting him enter the competition was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Credits would be easy pickings. Director Wang looked at the excited freshmen below and couldn't help but show a look of pity. The brighter they smiled now, the harder they would cry during the competition. The reason for setting up this competition between new and old students in the academy is simply to suppress the arrogance of the newcomers. It serves to remind them that there are always people better than them and that they should not be complacent, lest they lose their drive for hard work and progress. After all, appropriate setbacks can lead to faster improvement. Alright, those who wish to participate, please step forward. Director Wang's voice boomed. The new students immediately stirred with excitement, but at that moment, someone asked, "What if we get injured in the space?" Director Wang smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. The academy is equipped with high-level healers, so even if you lose an arm or a leg, it can be healed in no time. Moreover, in the war space, if you suffer fatal injuries, the protective barrier will automatically activate. It will safely transport you out of the war space, so there's no need to worry about safety." Hearing Director Wang's explanation, the new students finally set aside their concerns and rushed to the front. For them, 100 credits was hardly anything, and there was no risk to their lives. If they were lucky enough to defeat an old student, the rewards would far exceed 100 credits. The old students in the square merely smiled disdainfully. They then calmly moved to the side and stood still. Song Chen was also among the new students, watching his opponents with great interest. Among them were even people he recognized like Deng Jia from the White Tiger Academy. Even Gui Jun from the Green Dragon Academy was there. It seemed that Gui Jun noticed Song Chen's gaze. He shot him a cold smile and made a throat-slitting gesture with his right hand. It was a blatant provocation, without any attempt to hide it. Song Chen, however, showed no reaction. To someone as arrogant as Gui Jun, he only needed a finger to crush him. Deng Jia from the White Tiger Academy was no different. There was absolutely no distinction. Song Chen just hoped that the credits in these people's accounts wouldn't disappoint him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind putting in a bit more effort to take them down in the wild. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Director Wang politely bowed to the sky. "Please, Mr. Su, send them to the war space." In the sky above, 3 figures stood there: Dongfang Yi, Su Tongjun, and the palace master of the replica palace, Yufeng. "Old Su, it's time for you to shine," Dongfang Yi teased. Su Tongjun smiled helplessly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a massive white tower appeared in front of him, enveloping the students below in an instant. Moments later, the illusion vanished, along with the participating students. After completing this, Su Tongjun pointed with his hand, and a huge light screen appeared in the center of the viewing platform. Everyone could see it clearly. The image on the screen was the war space. The competition between the new and old students would be broadcast live throughout the academy. Dongfang Yi focused on the light screen and chuckled. "That kid Song Chen will definitely thank me." Su Tongjun couldn't help but say, "Oldie, your heart is really dark. Putting that kid in there is like releasing a hungry wolf into a flock of sheep." He knew Song Chen's true strength. In less than a month before the school year started, he had raised his level from 20 to 100. Moreover, he had done it solo every time. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even the top students from first-rate academies would probably be left in the dust. Now, even though this competition had level and equipment restrictions, it likely wouldn't affect that kid much. At least, dealing with this group of old students, all at level 30, would be more than enough for him. Dongfang Yi said proudly, "I just want the old folks in the academy to see what kind of terrifying potential the person I chose has." After saying this, he didn't forget to glance at Yufeng standing beside him. Su Tongjun waved his right hand again, and several light screens appeared in front of them. Each light screen displayed a different student. Unlike the main light screens on the stands below, these light screens can accurately track the students inside, providing them with a first-person perspective. The giant light screen below, on the other hand, continuously switches between scenes of battles erupting in the war space. For Su Tongjun, the footage of others is naturally very dull. Only Song Chen can slightly pique his interest. After doing all this, he fixed his gaze on the central screen and said, "This is a perfect opportunity to see Song Chen's skills. This kid clears dungeons like it's drinking water. He definitely has some unknown tricks up his sleeve." Dongfang Yi also focused on Song Chen on the central screen, laughing. "This time, the champion must be Song Chen. I think we might as well just give him the credits directly. It saves us the trouble." He was very confident in Song Chen. The reason for waiting until after the opening ceremony to send Song Chen to the Black Land was precisely this. After all, such an opportunity to earn a massive amount of credits only comes once. If Song Chen missed it, he would definitely regret it. At this moment, Yufeng, who had been silent all along, suddenly snorted coldly. "I wouldn't be so sure. If this kid encounters a dozen or 20 upperclassmen, let's see how he wins." As the master of the dungeon palace, Song Chen's actions made him very angry. Hearing Dongfang Yi's claim to dismantle his dungeon palace only fueled his rage. Seizing the opportunity, he naturally spoke, without holding back. Dongfang Yi, unfazed, chuckled. "Does Lord you dare to bet with me?" Su Tongjun was about to mediate when he heard Dongfang Yi say this. He immediately understood. It seemed Old Yi wanted to take this opportunity to give Old Yu a good run for his money. This also indirectly indicated Old Yi's absolute trust in Song Chen. In his view, if all the upperclassmen in the war space banded together to target Song Chen, this kid would definitely have a hard time. Yufeng blared, "Not backing down, let's bet in." "What do you want to bet on?" Dongfang Yi's heart leaped with joy, but he pretended to be nonchalant. "Let's bet on whether Song Chen will be the champion of this competition. If he is the champion, then I win. If not, I lose." Without a moment's hesitation, Yufeng said, "Alright, you said it. Old Su, you have to be our witness so no one can back out later." Dongfang Yi's expression soured. "Old man, who are you pointing at? Am I that kind of person? Hee, I wonder which dog lost a bet last time and didn't own up." Yufeng replied sarcastically. "You?" Dongfang Yi was a bit flustered. Su Tongjun quickly intervened. "Alright, there are so many students here. If it comes to blows, it'll be your faces on the line." Dongfang Yi snorted coldly and a golden, radiant staff appeared in his hand. He tossed it to Su Tongjun. The latter caught it, surprised. "Wow, Oldie, you're really going big here. A mythic level staff of truth, and it's a tier 3. Dongfang Yi, however, casually replied, "Just a trivial item." Of course, while he appeared very calm on the surface, he was actually feeling quite pained inside. There are differences even among mythic level equipment, divided into 9 tiers. Mythic tier 1 equipment is already very precious, let alone tier 3. Even for Dongfang Yi, this was the only extra piece of equipment he had. The rest were naturally equipped on him. He couldn't possibly take them out as a wager. If he really lost, who would he cry to? However, if it came to that, Dongfang Yi would rather play dirty and regret it than lose the equipment to Yufeng. In terms of face, equipment was still more important. Yufeng was clearly taken aback by Dongfang Yi's boldness. He truly hadn't expected Old Yi to trust Song Chen so much. But now that the bet was set, he couldn't back down. He reached out, and a pair of miniature pure white wings appeared in his palm. Su Tongjun timely spoke up. "Mythical grade item, Wings of Kuan. After use, one can escape thousands of miles in a breath, ignoring the surrounding spatial restrictions." Yufeng said proudly. "What do you think? Its value may not compare to the Staff of Truth, but as a wager, it's sufficient." Dongfang Yi coldly smiled. "Not enough." Yufeng was taken aback and gritted his teeth. "Dongfang Yi, are you really that confident you can win?" Dongfang Yi continued. "How about this, let's add a spot to enter the true secret realm. If I lose, I will do something for you without charge." Yufeng's expression softened considerably, and after a moment of consideration, he agreed. Thus, the bet between the two was established, with Su Tongjun as the witness. Whoever lost would have to fulfill their promise. Of course, not everyone has a spirit of contract. Su Tongjun, holding 2 mythical grade items, was also quite tempted. It made him want to join the gamble. However, he quickly calmed down. Although Song Chen was strong, what if something unexpected happened? After all, no matter how strong he was, if those 50 senior students attacked him together, he would only face defeat. Su Tongjun cleared his throat a few times and enlarged the image on the central light screen, where the person was naturally Song Chen. "Ahem, since the bet has been established, let's just wait and see what happens." Yufeng and Dongfang Yi exchanged cold glances, then separated, each focusing their attention on the light screen. The range of the war space was large enough. Randomly teleported to a forest, Song Chen did not encounter anyone else. However, as time passed, the probability of him encountering senior students would greatly increase.